Chapter 1. The Abandoned Infant. Dear sir, would you like to purchase a bouquet for the lovely lady beside you? It's only 200 belly, Cato cheerfully exclaimed to the dapperly dressed gentleman before him. Though internally he mused, he looks like an easy mark. Oomph. Selling flowers is no simple task. I have to resort to charming antics. Here I am, a man of 30 in my previous life, sigh, casting a glance at the hopeful expression of the woman beside him, and then at the eager gaze of a boy around 10 years old, dressed in a green jumpsuit and a red t-shirt adorned with several patches. Kata's heart softened. Very well, I shall take 10, please. The boy's voice snapped him back to reality. Thank you. That will be 2,000 belly in total. Big sister, you are truly fortunate to have such a generous admirer. The boy continued his unabashedly charming act. Though he was actually 12, Cato had grown to about 1.5 meters due to his modest diet over the years, and he estimated that he would eventually reach a towering height of at least 2 meters. Thank you, little brother. Ha, she replied, pinching the boy's cheek playfully before linking her arm with the gentleman's and departing. The boy, no longer pretending to be cute, exuded an entirely different aura. His pink hair glimmered in the sunlight, and his fair complexion was sharp-featured and striking. His deep, dark eyes sparkled with an alluring hue, framed by thick brows and a regal nose that complemented his exquisite lips, all radiating an air of nobility and elegance. The slight upturn at the corners of his mouth added an air of mystery to his demeanor. Having collected the payment and noticing the sky darkening, Cato sought refuge in a shaded area to tally his earnings for the day. Wow, I sold 92 flowers today, quite impressive. Time to head back. Shortly thereafter, Cato dashed to the entrance of a quaint shop in town named the Happy Flower Shop. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst through the door. Uncle Adam, I'm back, he called out, spotting Uncle Adam tending to the flowers. The shop was modest. Spanning 2 stories, the ground floor was filled with a dazzling array of flowers in vibrant bloom, while the upper level served as a dining and living space. Oh, Cato, you're back. It seems you had a fruitful day. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner, Uncle Adam replied. Brother Cato, did you not see the clever and adorable Anna? Piped a melodious little voice nearby. Cato turned to see a pouting little girl regarding him with a miffed expression, and he felt a twinge of guilt. The girl, adorned in a delightful yellow princess dress with a red hairpin atop her shoulder-length golden locks, had large, sparkling eyes and a cute, puckered pink mouth truly adorable. She was Uncle Adam's daughter, Anna, though this little girl had a hint of narcissism and a tendency to cling to others. Huh, how could I possibly overlook our lovely Anna? Look what I have for you. He produced a dragonfly crafted from woven grass and presented it to the girl. Wow, what is this? Brother Cato, you're amazing, Anna exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with wonder as she accepted the dragonfly. This is a dragonfly, a remarkable flying insect, Cato thought to himself, pleased with his cleverness as he watched Anna become captivated by the little creature. Oh, Brother Cato, you are so knowledgeable. Anna adores it. So I shall forgive you for today, she declared, waving her tiny hand in a gesture of magnanimity. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Princess Anna is indeed generous, Cato replied, feigning overwhelming gratitude, while inwardly he mused, you little imp, you won't be able to fool me. My acting skills are definitely Oscar-worthy. All right, let's eat, Uncle Adam said happily, observing the joyful interaction between Anna and Cato. Try this, Cato. You must eat while young men like you need nourishment to grow. Uncle Adam served Cato a generous portion of fish. Oomph, stinky dad, you never think to serve Anna. Cato thought to himself, though he said, Dad, I want some fish too. Anna wants to grow up quickly. He winked at his father while unabashedly putting on his cute, spoiled act. All right, Anna shall have some too, Uncle Adam replied with a chuckle, quickly serving Anna a piece, fully aware of his daughter's personality. Watching Anna's proud demeanor and Uncle Adam's amused exasperation, Cato felt that perhaps this simple life was quite delightful. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of discontent at the thought of merely existing in this peaceful world. Others who traversed realms often became protagonists, surrounded by beauty or wielding unmatched power. He sighed, recalling his promise to the old man to become a great pirate someday. This tale begins 12 years prior. Cato was once a university graduate from Earth, known as Li Lingfeng. Coming from a rural background, he had strived diligently to alter his destiny and that of his family. Alas, just as graduation approached, he met with an unfortunate accident on his way to an interview. Fortunately, a family heirloom jade pendant around his neck shielded his soul, transporting him into the world of One Piece. He hoped his brother would take care of their parents, uncertain if he could ever return. Tragedy struck upon his arrival when Ling Feng awakened. He found himself in the body of an abandoned infant, left beside a refuse heap, with no knowledge of his parents save for the jade pendant. Ling Feng harbored deep resentment toward the child's parents. If you chose to give life, you must take responsibility. If you didn't want me, you could have given me away, but to toss me in the garbage? How could you? Yet, he had to find a way to survive. Complaining would only lead to his demise. It would be shameful to waste this opportunity granted by fate. Thus, the protagonist cried out vigorously, embarking on a journey of self-rescue. While others who traversed realms were often accompanied by systems or were prodigies, he felt overlooked by destiny. Perhaps the heavens, witnessing his plight, deemed him too pitiful, too much of a disgrace to the community of travelers. Perhaps the protagonist's cries indeed stirred the heavens, for the next morning, he was discovered and taken in by a beggar. The beggar was an elderly man in his 60s named Les, though since the protagonist learned to speak, he affectionately referred to him as Old Man, and Les called him Little Rascally Boy. Les did not name him, allowing him to choose. Having been a reclusive individual in his past life, Cato, who always admired the eagle, decided to name himself Cato. Les, with his head of white hair, numerous wrinkles, and a prominent scar across his face, was not at all intimidating. His smile was warm and inviting. According to Les, he had once been a pirate. He often regaled Cato with tales of his past adventures, describing how free and carefree he had been and how he had earned his scar. Initially, Cato found it hard to believe a pirate like him was hardly the image of a fierce marauder. Thus began Cato's life as a beggar under Les' tutelage. Cato realized he had landed in the world of One Piece when he was 4 in the year 1498, when pirate King Roger was captured by the Navy and was to be publicly executed in his hometown of Roguetown. At that moment, every newspaper and newsbird was abuzz with the story, and Cato finally understood he had entered the world of One Piece. He also realized Les' claim of having once been a pirate might indeed hold truth. Overwhelmed, Cato felt a wave of anxiety. One Piece had been one of his favorite animes in his previous life. Its themes of friendship, family, humor, and dreams always stirred his heart and brought him to tears. However, this was not a comic or animated world. It was a harsh reality where countless lives were lost daily, and ships could shatter, buildings could collapse, and islands could sink at any moment. Just look at Cato's current situation. Survival was already a daunting challenge. Not to mention Roger's final words, which incited a frenzy among many to set sail in search of his treasure. Do you want my treasure? If you desire it, you can have it all. Go seek it. I left everything there. This proclamation ignited a fierce pursuit for the One Piece, leading many pirates to vie for dominance and instigating the era known as the Great Pirate Age. Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Mastery. Although aware that Roger was not captured by the Navy, but had surrendered due to a terminal illness, the Navy, concerned with their image and influence, reported that it was Captain Garp happened to be the protagonist Luffy's grandfather who apprehended him, which subsequently elevated Garp to the status of a naval hero. However, none of this truly mattered. What was paramount was to quickly enhance his strength. At the very least, he needed to be able to protect himself. Moreover, in this grand era, there existed the Navy, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, the Revolutionary Army, and many formidable underground forces. Cato aspired to become a part of them, to make his name known across the seas. If he had to choose, he would undoubtedly prefer the life of a pirate, for they embodied true freedom. Unlike the Revolutionary Army, which was fraught with hardship and toil, or the Navy, which was steeped in hypocrisy, neither offered true liberty. Thus, Cato joyfully resolved to become a pirate. Cato's decision brought great joy to Les, as he felt it was quite wonderful for his dreams to be inherited by someone. Consequently, Les began training Cato. Although Les was not a formidable pirate, nurturing the young boy was well within his capabilities. Furthermore, as a navigator, albeit not an exceptionally skilled one, Les' presence brought Cato immense delight, as it meant he could venture out to sea without worry, and in the future, he could seek out a more accomplished navigator as his companion. Thus, Cato spent his days either begging or training under Les' watchful eye. Les advised, at your age, the focus should be on enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, and physical constitution. Everything else is of little consequence. What matters most is establishing a solid foundation. Cato found great wisdom in Les' words and began to train diligently for his dreams. However, he soon found himself utterly exhausted. In the world of the Ocean King, every individual possessed limitless potential, but Cato's youth and limited stamina made the path to becoming strong seem daunting. Just then, Cato felt a surge of warmth flowing from his head throughout his body, instantly banishing his fatigue. He also sensed a newfound vigor within him. Upon investigation, Cato discovered that the warmth emanated from the jade pendant that had brought him to this world. He had studied this pendant numerous times over the years, yet it had never responded. Having long since given up on it, he was astounded by this unexpected phenomenon. Determined to continue training and to further explore the pendant's capabilities, Kato pushed on. Once again, when his energy was depleted, the familiar sensation returned, rejuvenating not only his stamina, but also sharpening his senses, allowing him to see more clearly. This pendant was passed down from our ancestors. My forebear was a martial arts master. Adam recalled his father's words from his previous life, which he had initially dismissed but now found himself believing. He speculated that this pendant might assist in physical training, a conclusion that filled Kato with elation. At least he possessed a unique advantage, unlike the most unfortunate of transmigrators. While he could not compete with others who had systems or divine abilities, he had been granted an opportunity to rapidly become strong. Ha 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 ha! Kato laughed heartily for a while, though he dared not share this with Les, knowing he would likely not believe him. With the pendant's assistance, Kata's confidence soared, and his motivation surged. He relished the exhilarating sensation of pushing his limits, always feeling himself grow strong. A blissful experience indeed. Even without Les' supervision, he would train until he collapsed from exhaustion. Of course, even with the pendant, it was impossible to train incessantly. Rest was also necessary, as willpower required honing. Thus, Kato informed Les of his desire to increase the intensity of his training, opting for only 5 hours of rest each day. Initially, Les was reluctant, but upon witnessing Kata's refreshed demeanor the following day, he acquiesced. When Kato became utterly fatigued, Les would impart some nautical knowledge. Occasionally, he would recount tales of his past voyages. Although Kato had heard these stories many times, the old man continued to repeat them. Kato understood that Les' greatest dream was to become a renowned pirate, celebrated across the seas. As Kato felt the growth of his strength, he experienced a bittersweet joy. However, this happiness was short-lived. Due to Les' advanced age and the lack of a suitable living environment, his health deteriorated, and he ultimately passed away when Kato was 6 years old. Les' departure was almost silent, noticed only by Kato. He dug a grave for the old man and erected a simple tombstone inscribed with Kata's grandfather Les, erected by Kato, 1500 AD. Although Kato had always referred to Les as the old man, he had long regarded this man, who had rescued and raised him, as his grandfather. Perhaps this was the natural order of the world compared to those who perished in wars or at the hands of pirates. The old man was fortunate to depart peacefully. Les' passing stirred memories of Kata's family, brothers, and friends from his previous life. While he had pondered these thoughts before, they had never surfaced with such intensity. Old man, I shall fulfill your dream. I will undoubtedly become a renowned pirate. I will ensure that they know I had a pirate grandfather named Les. Kato left the dilapidated house, where he had lived with Les, though calling a house was a stretch, as it leaked during rain. He took only a photograph of himself with the old man, the jade pendant from his birth, and an iron sword gifted to him by Les. While the sword was not a particularly fine weapon, it was sufficient for Kato. Les had never mastered any swordsmanship. The sword was merely a means of self-defense. Thus, he had not imparted any techniques to Kato. However, Kato had lived over 20 years in his previous life. Having watched numerous martial arts dramas, he understood that the essence of martial arts lay in speed. His favorite character was Fu Hongxue, a renowned swordsman from the works of Gulong. Fu Hongxue wielded a black blade that seemed to carry a power from the depths of hell, symbolizing death. His speed with the sword transcended the limits of velocity and form, earning him the title of the invincible sword god from Yin Nanfang. Yet, such mastery required over a decade of relentless practice, drawing and sheathing the sword countless times to achieve such skill. Kato, however, could not afford such luxury. He recognized that this world was far more perilous than the realm of martial arts. Thus, he needed to practice his sword swings and basic techniques. During the past few years, Kato had trained by repeatedly drawing, swinging, and sheathing the sword, believing that one day he too would achieve mastery. This form of swordplay demanded diligence rather than innate talent. The photograph was taken during a time when Kato had asked someone to use a phone bug to capture the moment, knowing that Les' health was declining and wishing to preserve a memory. Gazing at the silly smile on his face alongside Les' joyful expression, Kato felt as though the old man was watching over him. He placed the photograph into a deep pocket, intending to find a store to have it mounted in a pocket watch when time allowed. Rest assured, old man, I will not disappoint you. Kato silently vowed to himself. Then he made his way toward the town, preparing to seek employment, as begging was hardly a sustainable livelihood. Chapter 3. The Joyful Flower Shop. Kato had spent 6 years in this world and had only learned that the small island he inhabited was known as Peace Island in the North Sea. The island was quite obscure. Kato did not recall it ever appearing in the world of One Piece. On the road lay a small town called Peace Town, which lacked any significant influence. It was said that the name originated from the collective hope of its early inhabitants for tranquility, a sentiment that had been passed down through generations. Kato began to run from shop to shop, but no one was willing to take in a child as destitute as he. It was not until he arrived at the joyful flower shop that he found a glimmer of hope. Initially, Uncle Adam was also reluctant to take him in, but upon seeing Kato, who was of similar age to his daughter and appeared quite pitiable, Anna pleaded with her father to welcome Kato. Seeing the potential for companionship for his daughter, Uncle Adam acquiesced, and Kato promised to assist in selling flowers each day, thus securing his place in their home. Adam's full name is Andrea Adam. Adam's wife tragically passed away during childbirth while giving birth to Anna, leaving only Adam and his daughter Anna in the flower shop. As a result, Adam dotes on his daughter immensely. Kato settled into the happy flower shop, selling flowers during the day and practicing martial arts at night. Out of gratitude for Anna, he occasionally weaves small trinkets from flowers and plants to gift her, which brings great joy to Anna. She finds Kato impressive and knowledgeable, often wanting to be near him. While following Kato around during the day to sell flowers was manageable, he firmly refused her unreasonable request to join his training sessions at night. However, when Anna resorted to her ultimate weapon, tears, believing that Kato no longer liked her, she grew increasingly despondent. Kato, unable to withstand the sight of a lovely young girl in tears, quickly surrendered and spent a long time comforting her. When Anna heard that Kato's training was in pursuit of becoming a pirate, she immediately protested. Kato thought to himself, how could this little girl possibly endure such hardships? He decided to take her along, believing that after a few days of tough training, she would likely abandon the notion of becoming a pirate on her own. To his surprise, Anna persisted, and now, nearly 6 years later, she is more than capable of handling 10 average adults. Early on in her training, Kato's attentiveness and earnestness made a strong impression on Uncle Adam, who decided to adopt Kato as his son. Since Kato had no surname, he is now known as Andrea Kato. After their meal, Anna eagerly pulled Kato to continue their training, showing even more enthusiasm than he did. Initially, Uncle Adam had no objections to Anna's desire to train. In fact, he supported it, believing that a bit of strength would ensure his daughter would not be bullied in the future. The two ventured to the mountains at the edge of town, commencing the most basic form of physical exercise, weighted laps. For Kato, this was child's play. Nonetheless, he practiced diligently, now carrying a stone weighing over 1,000 pounds to truly push his limits and better utilize the pendant's powers. After completing 20 laps, Kato glanced at Anna, still running, and moved aside to begin practicing martial arts. Lacking a devil fruit, he had to research martial arts independently. He believed that mastering martial techniques, especially when combined with haki, would yield formidable results, much like the legendary Garb, who is a testament to this principle. Speaking of martial arts, one must mention the 6 powers of the Marines, which consist of 6 techniques: Iron Body, Saru, Jeppo, Shurgan, and Tekai. With no one to teach him, Kato spent years self-discovering these techniques. However, thanks to the pendant's enhancement of his mental acuity, his comprehension had vastly improved. Among these, Iron Body and Jeppo are defensive techniques. Iron Body allows one to concentrate their strength in a specific body part, rendering their muscles as hard as steel to withstand enemy blows, an ability demonstrated by Bruno during his encounter with Luffy. Conversely, Jeppo involves completely relaxing the muscles to sense the surrounding air currents, enabling the practitioner to evade attacks. For Kato, mastering Iron Body was relatively simple. After 8 years of training, he had become intimately familiar with his body and easily grasped the nuances of the technique 2 years prior. He firmly believed that with continued effort, he would achieve mastery. In contrast, without a training partner, mastering Jeppo proved impossible. Yet, Kato believed that with his current mental strength, he could quickly learn if someone were to teach him. Saru and Shurgan are offensive techniques that can be more effectively executed by those with greater strength. Saru involves rapid, successive strikes against the ground to generate momentum for swift movement, while Shurgan concentrates the body's power into the fingers, allowing them to pierce opponents like a sharp blade or bullet, a technique frequently employed by CP9 members. However, Kato had not learned these techniques. He felt that Saru would become obsolete once he learned haki, considering it a waste of energy and not particularly powerful. As for Shurgan, he deemed it impractical, preferring to develop a technique of his own, which he named Cannon Fist, focusing his power into his fist and delivering rapid strikes that compress and explode the air upon impact. Currently, he could unleash 5 punches in an instant, capable of shattering a massive rock. and he envisioned the potential to unleash hundreds of punches in the future. Saru and Jeppo are mobility techniques. Kato had recently mastered Saru, albeit with limited range, still needing practice. However, he had yet to master Jeppo, although he had devised a method inspired by Cannon Fist that could simulate its effects. Unfortunately, the results were modest, allowing only brief pauses in midair, somewhat underwhelming. The 6 powers are not easily mastered simply by understanding their principles. Kato was confident in his physical capabilities, yet he struggled to execute them, and mastering Iron Body was far simpler. Thus, he continued to explore. At present, Kato had only uncovered Iron Body and Saru, but he remained determined to improve. The silver lining is that, thanks to the pendant, his physical attributes and mental fortitude far exceeded those of his peers. After a while of studying various martial arts, Kato envisioned a future where he could master Jeppo and walk freely in the air, a dream cherished by a martial arts enthusiast from his past life, prompting him to unconsciously chuckle. "Kato, what are you laughing about?" Anna, who had just finished her run, caught sight of Kato's silly grin and curiously inquired. Haha. "It's nothing. You'll know in the future," Kato replied, planning to surprise her once he mastered the technique, imagining the envious look on Anna's face, which made him smile again. The golden-haired girl, seemingly displeased, retorted, I wasn't even curious." As she spoke, her big, watery eyes stared intently at Kato, silently urging him to reveal his secret, lest she become upset. Chapter 4, Kato's Sword and Hockey. Kato gazed at Anna's haughty demeanor and teased, "Well, I initially intended to surprise you, but since you are so eager to know, I shall reveal it. I am on the verge of mastering a martial art that allows one to traverse the air with ease." "Wow, such a remarkable skill. I want to learn it too." "Kato, please teach me," Anna exclaimed eagerly. "Not yet, my dear. You won't be able to grasp this technique at your current level. It's best to first master the iron block and Sara before aiming too high." "One must not be overly ambitious," Kato replied, aware that he himself had yet to fully learn it. In truth, the Navy's 6 styles appear deceptively simple. Once the method is understood, they can be learned quite easily. After all, didn't CP9 manage to master them? Moreover, Luffy and Sanji learned Saru and Jeppo respectively with just a glance. However, the crux of the matter is that one requires a teacher. Attempting to learn through trial and error without guidance is exponentially more challenging. Thus, Kato is imparting the techniques he has mastered to Anna, enabling her to at least defend herself. As for the future, he plans to acquire a devil fruit for her. It is exceedingly difficult for a woman in the world of One Piece to learn Haki. This is a matter of inherent physical ability. No amount of effort can easily transform one into a formidable warrior. Currently, Anna is focused on learning Iron Block and Saru, as these are the foundational techniques. Yet even these simplest skills have proven elusive for her thus far, underscoring the disparity between male and female physiques. After observing Anna train for a while, Kato stepped aside to practice his swordsmanship. He understood that his martial arts would naturally strengthen with the enhancement of his physical condition. After all, he is merely 12 years old and still in the process of developing. Kato has been honing his swordsmanship for 7 years, consistently drawing, swinging, and sheathing his blade. Thanks to the assistance of his jade pendant, Kato is confident that his skills rival those of Fu Hongxue, who trained for over a decade. Furthermore, Kato's physical prowess far surpasses that of Fu Hongxue in his previous life. His explosive power is beyond comparison. Determined to test the full force of his swordsmanship, Kato approached a massive boulder towering 3 meters high and grasped the hilt of his sword. Then, crack, crack, boom. The boulder shattered into countless fragments. Following the initial explosion, the debris splintered into even finer pieces as Kato unleashed a flurry of strikes simultaneously. Had anyone been watching, they would have seen Kato maintain a firm grip on the hilt of his sword without any apparent movement, yet the 3-meter-high boulder lay in ruins before him. Those unfamiliar with observation Haki would certainly be astonished. According to Rayleigh's explanation, observation Haki is the ability to keenly sense an opponent's presence, enabling one to perceive the location, number, and even the next actions of adversaries beyond the range of sight. The advantage of this Haki lies in its capacity to anticipate an opponent's moves during combat, allowing for timely defenses or counterattacks. When honed, it can even detect foes several kilometers away. However, a crucial prerequisite for utilizing observation Haki is the strength of one's physical prowess, particularly speed. While this Haki can foretell an opponent's actions, it remains ineffective if one cannot match their velocity. From the animation, we can observe that Rayleigh, not only aware of the positions and numbers of enemies beyond his line of sight, was also capable of accurately sensing the locations of the Straw Hat Pirates on the vast Sabaody archipelago 2 years later. Moreover, during his battle with Kizaru, Rayleigh's mastery of observation haki, combined with his superior martial arts and speed, allowed him to contend with the latter, whose light-speed abilities are formidable, showcasing the extraordinary nature of haki. Furthermore, we know that there are 3 types of haki: observation haki, conqueror's haki, which induces dizziness, and armament haki, which enhances defense and offensive capabilities. Armament haki can bolster one's defensive and attacking strength, acting as an invisible armor. It can even evolve into an offensive force capable of confronting devil fruit users, allowing one to make contact with the tangible forms of Logia-type users, thereby being recognized as one of the few means to counteract them. However, as Nico Robin noted, armament haki can only grasp or touch the physical manifestations of devil fruit users and cannot, like Sea Prism Stone, strip them of their powers. Like observation haki, it can be cultivated and enhanced through diligent training, and it is a capability that everyone in the world of One Piece possesses. In contrast, Conqueror's haki is an innate ability, a birthright that endows its possessor with the qualities of a king. It cannot be learned through practice nor inherited through generations. It is determined solely by fate. The strength of Conqueror's haki increases only as the user grows stronger, and it cannot be enhanced through training, only through mastery and control. Kaido perceives haki as a manifestation of spiritual energy. Observation haki involves externalizing one's spiritual force to sense the surrounding environment, while armament haki entails applying spiritual energy to the surface of the body or a particular part, even extending it to weapons. Conqueror's haki, on the other hand, utilizes spiritual energy to intimidate or strike fear into adversaries, yet another form of externalized spiritual force. For instance, while Logia-type users can transform their bodies into elements, why can armament haki still affect them? It is because spiritual essence cannot be elementalized. Haki is a means of sensing and attacking the spirit, rendering elemental transformation ineffective. Over the years, Kaido has diligently trained, and with the aid of his jade pendant, his spiritual energy has become remarkably potent. If he continues his training, he is certain to master haki. Though the methods may differ, they will not be inferior to traditional haki. For now, he must persist in his training, despite appearing formidable. Kaido is acutely aware that he is in the world of One Piece. Furthermore, Kaido has deduced that the ranking of swordsmanship in this realm is as follows. First, the apprentice level, where one is just beginning to learn. Second, the adept level, where one has grasped the fundamentals and developed their own techniques, such as when Zoro first emerged. Third, the level where one can slice through air and generate sword energy. Fourth, the stage where one can shatter stones and metals, feeling the essence of objects. Fifth, the mastery of haki, either armament or observation, and its application to weapons. Beyond this, there may exist levels such as the unity of heaven and man or the ability to shatter voids, but such knowledge remains elusive. The so-called great swordsmen are likely to have reached at least the 5th stage. Kaido feels he is currently at the 3rd stage. He can indeed shatter stones. Yet his approach to swordsmanship is somewhat unorthodox. Coupled with his martial arts, he lacks the ability to perceive the essence of stone. Relying solely on momentary explosive power and destructive force, his strength is likely comparable to Zoro's during his time in the Sabaody archipelago, perhaps even slightly inferior. Nevertheless, he should be capable of self-defense. It is high time to set sail and explore the seas. Additionally, during these recent days of flower selling, Kaido has been keenly observing for any notable pirate crews with whom he could join to learn and gain experience. After all, Kaido's understanding of the world of One Piece is limited to the animated series. Only through first-hand experience can he grasp the reality of this world. Pirates are not to be trifled with. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. Just as Kaido contemplated the timing of his departure, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter. Time always slips away swiftly during exercise. Glancing at the exhausted Anna, I said, "Let's call it a day and head for a shower." Upon hearing Kaido's words, Anna immediately sprang to her feet, noticing that Kaido had already started to leave. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait for me, brother Kaido. I adore swimming." With that, she dashed after his retreating figure. Over the years, Kaido had developed a routine of swimming a few laps in the ocean after every workout. Ever since he first took Anna with him, she had grown fond of it. The advantage of not consuming a devil fruit is the ability to dive freely into the sea. Therefore, Kaido had no intention of ever consuming a devil fruit. Not only would it hinder his swimming abilities, but it would also expose him to numerous vulnerabilities. Unlike the protagonist Luffy, who possesses an immortal aura, Kato did not wish to create any significant weaknesses for himself. As he watched Anna sprinting towards him, Kato mused. I wonder if this little girl would ever consider eating a devil fruit in the future. Haha. Kato and Anna soon arrived at the shoreline, where Kato discarded his shirt and pants mid-run before diving into the water. Anna followed closely behind, first shedding her princess dress and jumping in wearing only her underwear. Do not be surprised. In Anna's mind, she intended to marry brother Kato when she grew up, so she thought nothing of it. If Kato were privy to the little girl's thoughts, he would likely be taken aback. You're just a 10-year-old girl, with no development whatsoever. Looking at you is less appealing than looking at myself. Ah, brother Kato, come save me. Just as Kato was enjoying his swim, he suddenly heard Anna's cry. Swiftly, he swam towards her, concerned. What's wrong? Are you all right, Anna? Upon reaching her, he quickly embraced Anna, his eyes filled with care. I'm fine. But something brushed against me just now, and it was so frightening, she exclaimed, clinging tightly to Kato, her heart racing with delight as she thought. Being held by brother Kato feels wonderful. It was probably just a fish. There's nothing to worry about, Kato reassured her, patting her gently. Sighing, Kato thought to himself. This isn't the first time this has happened. I certainly know what's on her mind. However, one must consider the potential dangers lurking beneath the waves. Anna's strategy works every time. Yet, Kato felt no romantic inclination towards Anna, being an adult who preferred more mature figures. He had indeed contemplated the notion of nurturing Anna into a fine young lady, but it remained merely a fleeting thought. Haha. After all, Anna is a beauty in the making. She will surely captivate the world when she matures. Let us go. There is nothing to fear, he said, swimming back to shore while holding Anna securely. It was not that Kato refused to let go. Rather, Anna was unwilling to release her grip. Just as they reached the shore, Kato felt his foot strike something solid. Illuminated by the moonlight, he discovered it was a person, lost in his musings. Anna noticed Kato had come to a halt and promptly asked, What's wrong, brother Kato? Without turning his head, Kato replied, There is someone here. Is he still alive? Hurry and save him, brother Kato, she urged, jumping down and rushing towards the figure. He is alive. Let us help him, shall we? Kato remained still, carefully observing the man, cautious of any sudden movements. Hearing Anna's words, he deduced the man was likely unconscious, allowing him to lower his guard and approach. As he drew nearer, Kato noticed the man stood over 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and long, wavy black hair cascading down his back. He appeared to be around 25 years of age, with sharp facial features that exuded charisma, though his complexion was pale, marred by numerous wounds, and his clothing was tattered. We should take him back. Even though this individual might not be a good person, Kato decided it was best to bring him back and tend to his injuries. After speaking, he hoisted the burly man onto his back. Despite Kato's small stature of just 150 centimeters, he found the weight manageable, as his years of training had not gone to waste. He instructed Anna to collect the man's belongings, and together they made their way back to the flower shop. Silence enveloped them as they hurried home. Upon arriving, Anna exclaimed excitedly, Daddy, come out quickly. We found a man at the beach. As they entered, Anna could barely contain her excitement over her first experience of rescuing someone. Oh, is that so? Well done, Anna. Uncle Adam soon emerged, dressed and ready to assess the situation. Hearing her father's praise, Anna beamed. Of course. I'm quite impressive, aren't I? Haha. She punctuated her enthusiasm with 2 playful punches. Adam approached the unconscious man, examining his injuries. He is in really bad shape. We need to call Dr. Mary, he declared. Dr. Mary was the only physician in town, and everyone sought her care when unwell, as she was quite skilled. Without a moment's hesitation, Kato proclaimed, I'll go, and dashed out the door. Having lived in the town for 12 years, he was well acquainted with the locals. In no time, Kato returned with a woman in her 40s, carrying a medical kit. Mary was not one for idle chatter. She quickly set about tending to the patient's wounds. All done. He should be fine by tomorrow. His physical condition is excellent, and the wounds will heal swiftly, she remarked before departing, never inquiring about the man's background, as her sole concern was to save lives. While Mary treated the man, Kato inspected the belongings left behind and was astonished to discover a devil fruit, a blue, spiky orb resembling a durian, adorned with intricate markings. Kato was unsure of its classification but suspected it belonged to the zoan type, as they were the most common. However, within the zoan category, there existed rare mythical and ancient types, which were even scarcer than the Logia type. The ancient type comprised species that once existed in reality, while the mythical type consisted of creatures from myths and legends. For instance, Marco, the 1st Division commander under the Yonko Whitebeard, possessed the mythical phoenix fruit. granting him the legendary ability of resurrection through flames. During the Marineford War, Marco showcased this power against admirals and even intercepted Kizaru's lightspeed attack, underscoring the potency of that fruit. Additionally, there was the Buddha Buddha fruit wielded by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Though it may not resemble a typical Zoan fruit, it is indeed categorized as such, akin to Chopper's human fruit. However, Sengoku's fruit is a mythical Zoan, enabling him to transform into a colossal Buddha. During the Marineford War, Sengoku's mastery of the Buddha Buddha fruit wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Moreover, there was the dragon fruit consumed by Momonosuke, which he accidentally ingested. From its appearance, it appeared to be a Zoan-type mythical dragon fruit. After consuming it, Momonosuke could morph into a dragon and soar through the skies. Although the dragon fruit may currently seem less impressive, Kato believed it would prove invaluable in the future. Two ancient types had already appeared in the anime, namely Jack the Drought and the ancient dragon fruit, both of which were under the command of Kaido. It was no wonder that the beast pirates were renowned for their Zoan types. Kato could hardly believe his luck in stumbling upon such a rare fruit. Chapter 6. Andre marks as Kato toyed with the devil fruit in his hand. He murmured to himself, "I suspect this fellow is not a simple character. I hope he won't bring trouble." One must not be deceived by the abundance of devil fruits depicted in animations. In reality, they are exceedingly rare. The least valuable ones fetch a price of at least 100 million berries, while the surgical fruit is worth a staggering 5 billion. Kato had never encountered even 100 million berries. How could possessing a devil fruit be uncomplicated, even if one were to find one? Would the bearer not be gravely injured and unconscious? Kato, come here for a moment. As Kato pondered the origins of this individual, he suddenly heard Adam's voice and swiftly replied, "Yes, I'm coming, Uncle Adam." Upon Kato's approach, Adam remarked, "Kato, I sense this person is not an ordinary individual. With such formidable physical capabilities, could he be a pirate or a marine? Could he bring trouble to our town? If he were merely an ordinary person, there would be no issue, but if he is a marine or a pirate, enemies may come seeking vengeance, undoubtedly bringing disaster to our village." Therefore, Adam felt it necessary to discuss this with Kato to determine how to proceed. Kato had always been mature and composed, so Adam wished to inquire about his plans. "Indeed, Uncle Adam, I have noticed as well. Once he recovers, I will promptly persuade him to leave." Kato chose not to disclose the matter of the devil fruit to Adam, reasoning that it would only cause unnecessary worry, considering Adam did not recognize it. Moreover, Kato sought to take this opportunity to confide in Adam about his aspiration to become a pirate, albeit without Anna accompanying him. Although Uncle Adam was aware of Kato's training with Anna, he remained oblivious to Kato's future intentions, whether to become a pirate or a marine. Anna needed to continue her training and, in a few years, he would return for her. After a moment of contemplation, Kato began, Uncle Adam, I am planning to set sail and become a pirate." He gauged Adam's reaction. To be honest, Kato greatly valued Adam's opinion. Over the years, Adam had cared for him as if he were his own son. It would be disingenuous to say he was not moved, and he sincerely hoped Adam would support him, wishing for Adam not to harbor any prejudice against pirates. "Have you decided to leave so soon? I thought you would wait a few more years. I know you are not one to embrace mediocrity. I never expected this day to arrive so swiftly. I want to question your reasons for wanting to be a pirate. I only need to know that it is your dream. Go for it. I will definitely support you. But what about Anna?" Upon hearing Uncle Adam's support, Kato was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, Uncle Adam. I won't take her with me. She needs a few more years of training. When the time is right, I will return to fetch her." Adam felt relieved upon hearing Kato's words. He truly worried about his daughter going to sea at such a young age. He added, however, "Make sure to discuss this with her. Your words carry more weight than mine, haha." Kato felt exasperated. It seemed he would have to tackle this troublesome matter himself. Nevertheless, he believed he could persuade Anna and replied confidently, "Leave it to me. Well, as long as you are resolute, that is what matters. Now, go back and rest," Adam said. With that, Adam appeared quite pleased to offload the trouble onto Kato and promptly ushered him away. Once outside Kato's room, he mused that contemplating these matters was futile. Once this person awakened, everything would be revealed. Therefore, he returned to his room to sleep. Anna had not been back long before Adam sent her to bed as well. Andre Marks was originally a colonel in the Marine headquarters, who held a profound loyalty to the Marines, believing them to be the embodiment of justice. From a young age, he aspired to join the Marines, determined to capture pirates and prevent them from terrorizing the populace. Blessed with exceptional physical prowess from an early age, He was fortunate enough to be selected by the Marines for focused training, mastering the Marine 6 styles. After several years of rigorous training, he distinguished himself. Subsequently, Marks tirelessly fulfilled various missions within the Marines, steadily rising through the ranks. During a particularly perilous operation, he awakened his observation haki, heightening the Marines' regard for him. By the age of 20, he had ascended to the rank of colonel in the Marine headquarters. Despite attaining the title of colonel, Marks's experiences and the nature of certain Marine operations revealed to him that the Marines were not the absolute paragon of justice. There existed many unsavory secrets. Nevertheless, he rationalized these matters as sacrifices made for the sake of true justice and endured them. Due to Marks's somewhat aloof demeanor and disdain for brown-nosing, he remained a colonel for 5 years. This only deepened his disillusionment with the Marines, leading him to feel somewhat despondent. Just when he thought his path was set, an unexpected turn of events thrust him into a journey of escape. The story begins a month prior, when he and his superior, Cuss, were sent to the North Sea to complete a mission. During this assignment, they unexpectedly acquired a devil fruit, initially believing it to be an ordinary fruit. Marks presented it to his superior, Cuss, only for an unforeseen incident to unfold. Marks, this matter must remain confidential. Do not speak of it to anyone. That is an order, Cuss said gravely, examining the devil fruit with a serious demeanor. But why Major Cuss? Marks questioned, bewildered. This is a significant achievement. Why not publicize it? There is no reason. It is classified. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Do you understand? Cuss replied sternly, fixing Marks with a piercing gaze. All right. Very well, Major Cuss. Marks conceded under Cuss's imposing presence. Inside, Cuss felt elated. He perceived this day as his fortunate day, having obtained an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, worth tens of millions of berries. Thanks to his prior knowledge of the devil fruit encyclopedia, he had not let this opportunity slip away. As he carried out the tasks assigned by Cuss, Marks increasingly sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. He detected the presence of a conspiracy. Thus, he stealthily returned to eavesdrop outside Cuss's quarters. Knowing Cuss lacked observation haki, rendering him safe. Who is it? After a while, a strange man's voice emerged from within. Is this Jack of the Beast Pirates? Cuss inquired. Yes, who are you? You don't intend to remain anonymous, do you? I dislike speaking with those who hide their identities. You need not know who I am. But I have a business proposition that Mr. Jack will surely find appealing. Oh, pray, enlighten me about this business. I possess an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. I wonder if Mr. Jack would be interested? What? Are you saying it is an ancient type? If you dare to tease me, I will ensure you understand what it means to face death. Jack exclaimed, seemingly astonished. It is absolutely genuine. I can send you a picture for verification. How could I jest about something so serious? Marks could hardly believe his ears. An ancient devil fruit, he was well aware of their rarity. Yet, he had never anticipated that Major Cuss would attempt to sell it to pirates. He resolved that this must not come to pass. Chapter 7. The adventure. Marks remained unhurried, continuing to eavesdrop on the conversation within. After a while, Jack's cheerful voice echoed again. All right, how much do you want? Where will the transaction take place? 5 billion berries, in the North Sea. Contact me when you arrive. Fine, but you'd better keep an eye on it, or you'll regret it. In truth, Jack was indifferent to the amount. He had no intention of paying, believing that the beast pirates would simply claim what they desired. The look on that fellow's face would surely be amusing. Very well, I await your arrival. After hanging up, Cussy was exhilarated. 5 billion berries. He was already fantasizing about how to spend that fortune, completely unaware that Marks had overheard their entire conversation. He must not succeed. Meticulous planning was imperative. After a moment's contemplation, Marks realized that a hasty approach would be ill-advised. The devil fruit was in Cussy's possession, and his strength far surpassed that of Marks. He needed to tread carefully before making a move. Upon returning to his lodgings, Marks concluded that seizing the opportunity was paramount. Once he acquired the fruit, he would discreetly slip away into the depths of the sea. While it was indeed risky, preventing a pirate from gaining it was worth the peril. Daylight would not suffice. Night was essential. Fewer people would facilitate his stealthy acquisition of the fruit, and diving into the water under the cover of darkness would enhance his chances of escape. In the subsequent days, Marks remained vigilant each night, seizing opportunities to rest during the day, awaiting the right moment. Another evening arrived, and Marks had been on watch for many days. Brew, brew, brew. Hello, I have arrived. You can come now. Marks was uncertain of the precise location for the exchange, likely determined during Cussy and Jack's daytime meeting. But that detail was inconsequential. All right, I'll be there shortly, he replied. Ending the call, Kusi stepped out, preparing to instruct his subordinates to head toward the agreed location. Yet, whether by misfortune or sheer luck, Marks found no opportunity until Jack's call came. Kusi guarded the fruit rigorously, and he rarely left its side. Marks felt he could wait no longer. It was now or never. Observing Kusi moving away, Marks hurried to his door, addressing the two guards. "Stand aside. General Kusi has permitted me to retrieve something." "That's not possible, Colonel Marks." General Kusi specifically instructed that no one is to enter without his presence, one guard replied, his expression troubled. "If that's the case, it seems I must take matters into my own hands." Realizing that gaining entry would not be simple, Marks had anticipated this scenario. With a swift motion, he launched an attack on one of the guards, swiftly incapacitating him with a kick, refraining from killing him, as they were both Navy men and he could not bring himself to do so. Seeing Marks act without hesitation, the other guard shouted, "Colonel Marks, what are you doing?" However, Marks offered no reply. Instead, he darted behind the guard and knocked him out as well. Time was of the essence, and he had no time for idle chatter. Using his observation hockey, he sensed that the guard's shout had attracted a contingent of Navy personnel rushing towards him. Marks felt the urgency and smashed through the door, charging inside. Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted a treasure chest on the table, surmising that the devil fruit must lie within. He rushed forward and opened the chest. Indeed, it was there. He hastily placed the fruit into a prepared bag and turned to flee. Upon exiting, he noticed numerous Navy soldiers surrounding him, prompting him to seek an escape route with fewer pursuers, planning to jump overboard. Is that Colonel Marks? Why is he attacking his own comrades? Has he gone mad? Several soldiers murmured as they saw him emerge. Yet, these lower-ranked soldiers could not impede Marks. In no time, he reached the side of the ship. With a swift movement, he leaped into the air, feeling a surge of relief. Though perilous, once he submerged in the sea, he would be safe. But at that moment, he felt a force strike him in the abdomen, propelling him back onto the ship with alarming speed, sliding a considerable distance before halting. It was Kusi. "Marks, you traitor. You dare to steal the devil fruit for yourself while harming your own comrades? Seize him. Kill him." Kusi offered no chance for a defense, immediately sentencing him to death. No one anticipated that Colonel Marks would stoop to such treachery. "I never imagined he was capable of this. I was blind to admire him." "Kill him," one soldier shouted, spitting in contempt. "Yes, don't let him escape." Listening to Kusi's orders, the soldiers chose to believe him, as the evidence was irrefutable. As the Navy closed in, Marks struggled to rise. Kusi's earlier kick had severely injured him, and he still felt the bitter taste of bile rising in his throat. Yet, in such dire moments, one must remain calm. While fending off the Navy, he quickly devised a plan. Feigning weakness, he allowed the Navy to push him towards the edge of the ship, with the hope that Kusi would lower his guard, believing him too weakened to attempt an escape. As soon as he reached the ship's edge, he would leap into the sea, thus achieving his goal. Kusi, watching Marks stagger under the weight of his injuries and the relentless assaults from the Navy, scoffed. "Is this the pillar of the Navy? Pathetic. Faced with me, Kusi, you fall with a single kick. Ha! You think you can steal my devil fruit? How foolish." Marks was gradually forced to the ship's edge. Casting a glance at the laughing Kusi, he repelled the Navy with a sudden strike and leapt into the water. "Just wait until you're crying." Kusi realized he had been duped too late. "Get down there and pursue him. Bombard him. I want his living body or his corpse. We must retrieve that devil fruit." Marks paid no heed to Kusi's fury. Once submerged, he swam with all his might, narrowly avoiding cannon fire. Thanks to his mastery of observation hockey, he managed to evade the blasts, though the explosions inflicted significant damage, compounding his earlier injuries. He knew he had to fight with all his strength. Once he succumbed to unconsciousness, his fate would be in the hands of chance. Marks was unaware of how far he had swum or where he was. He didn't even recall when he had lost consciousness. When he finally awoke, he found himself on a sofa, his body adorned with bandages. It seemed he had survived against the odds. Someone had rescued him. "Ah, it hurts." He attempted to sit up, but was met with excruciating pain, letting out a cry. This sound caught the attention of Cato and Anna, who hurriedly rushed out. Chapter 8. The colorful hat Cato, waiting for Anna to awaken, chose to remain indoors today, engaged in weaving straw hats with her. Hats are indeed a hallmark of the pirate world, and adhering to local customs, Cato endeavored to craft unique hats for both himself and Anna. This was a skill he had acquired in his previous life in the countryside. Cato's hat was already complete, a splendid denim cap woven from 7 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, adorned with a white feather, exuding beauty. It was constructed from 7 different plants he had scoured the island to collect. He intended to create a matching hat for Anna, making them a unique pair, destined to be passed down, much like the legendary hat of Pirate King Roger. As these thoughts danced in his mind, a sudden commotion outside caught Cato's attention, prompting him and Anna to abandon their work and rush outside. They found Mark seated on the couch, grimacing in pain. Cato chuckled and remarked, "Your injuries are quite serious. It would be best for you to lie down and refrain from moving around." Upon seeing Cato and Anna approach the nearby couch, Marx exclaimed, "What is this minor injury compared to what you did for me?" "Thank you." Before Cato could respond, Anna interjected, "Indeed. It was my brother Cato and I who discovered you by the sea. Yes, you may call me Cato, and this is my sister Anna. How do you wish to be addressed?" Cato continued, eager to learn more about this individual. "Thank you, Cato and Anna. I am Marx," he replied. "Marx?" Cato echoed incredulously. The name invoked memories of the historical figure from his past life, a name familiar to nearly all on Earth. Cato recalled the difficulties he had faced during his schooling due to this very name. Noticing Cato's reaction, both Marx and Anna exchanged curious glances, wondering if Cato recognized him. "What is the matter? Is there an issue with my name?" Marx inquired. "Oh, no, nothing at all. Just reminded me of an old friend," Cato quickly explained. Internally cursing himself for the potential misunderstanding. He thought, if you were in my shoes, you would have reacted the same way. To change the subject, Cato asked, "By the way, Mr. Marx, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" After a moment of contemplation, Marx recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his tale, Cato felt a surge of dread. He was astonished to learn that the fruit in question was an ancient variety, possibly the ancient mammoth type. He recalled that in the animated series, one of the four emperors, Kaido's subordinate, Jack, was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Could it be that Jack had not yet acquired this devil fruit? Cato pondered the timeline 16 years before Luffy set sail. It was plausible that Jack had only recently come into possession of the devil fruit. The more Cato thought, the more anxious he became. Although Jack had yet to obtain the fruit, his strength was already that of a multi-billion bounty pirate, and Cato knew he stood no chance. History dictated that Jack would eventually acquire the fruit, which meant he would inevitably come looking for it. Cato felt the weight of impending darkness closing in on him. Just as his thoughts spiraled, Marx spoke up. "You saved me, and I have no way to repay you. Perhaps you could take this devil fruit as a token of my gratitude." For Marx, the devil fruit held little value. "What?" Cato exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. "Is this your idea of gratitude? You are putting me in a precarious situation." While Cato yearned for the devil fruit, he recognized that possessing it would be futile for him. "Really? That's wonderful," Anna exclaimed, her reaction starkly contrasting with Cato's. "Cato brother always promised to get me a devil fruit, and now we have a rare one right before us." She had long desired the fruit but hesitated to voice her wishes, pleasantly surprised by Marx's generosity. Cato, hearing Anna's enthusiasm, quickly interjected, "No, that cannot happen." "Why not?" Both Marx and Anna looked puzzled, with Anna sensing something was off about her brother today. Because, Anna, you are a girl. How could you consume such a fruit? You would turn into a beast, growing hair on your face and chest. Are you truly willing to undergo such a transformation? I, too, have no desire for the devil fruit. It would serve no purpose for us. We did not save you with the expectation of reward," Cato declared, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved at his own cleverness. Cato couldn't divulge his knowledge of historical events and finally crafted a smart rationale. I do not want a beard or chest hair," Anna exclaimed, immediately retracting her interest. "Very well, I apologize for the trouble. Thank you for your kindness, Cato and Anna. But I shall not press the matter of the devil fruit," Marx conceded. With that issue settled, Cato felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then asked, "Marx, do you think they will let you and that devil fruit go so easily? I suspect they are actively searching for you, and I fear the Navy may have already put out a warrant for your arrest." He recalled how Jack had boldly attacked a Navy fleet. Undeterred by the presence of high-ranking officers, Alta rescued Doflamingo. Jack was a man of ruthless conviction, and the thought of confronting him filled Cato with trepidation. "Indeed. I anticipated such consequences when I decided to steal the devil fruit. I will not involve you in my troubles. I plan to leave tomorrow once my wounds have healed," Marx replied, fully aware of Jack's ferocity. He felt ashamed that Cato and Anna had saved him without seeking anything in return, and he was determined not to endanger them. Cato recognized that now was not the time for idle talk or attempts to persuade Marx otherwise. He understood the necessity of the course of action. His own safety mattered little compared to the well-being of Uncle Adam, Anna, and the townsfolk. After Marx finished his meal and settled down to rest, Cato spent an hour crafting Anna's hat. Unlike his own, Anna's hat was adorned with colorful feathers. Anna carefully lifted her new hat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kato, brother. It's so beautiful. What shall we call it? Kato contemplated the two hats and suggested, let us call it the colorful hat. Anna agreed wholeheartedly, exclaiming, yes. The colorful hat. Only Kato, brother, and I'll have it. Chapter 9. The global situation. After naming the hat, Kato eagerly took Anna to train. The events of the day had intensified his sense of pressure. Lacking strength not only hindered his ability to protect those he cared for, but also rendered him incapable of safeguarding what was already within his grasp, leaving little room for dreams. He thought of Luffy and the Yonko Whitebeard, who, despite their might, could only watch Ace perish before their eyes, powerless to intervene. Whitebeard sacrificed himself, and Luffy nearly followed suit. Had it not been for the protagonist's aura, he might have met the same fate. Kato had no desire to experience such heart-wrenching anguish firsthand. Thus, he resolved to enhance his abilities, to grow stronger, ever stronger. Kato clearly felt that his current growth was sluggish. Due to this increase in power, he might no longer sense the amulet's functions within a day, which was the true reason for his eagerness to set sail. Only through life and death struggles could he fully utilize the amulet to rapidly amplify his strength. Upon returning home after training, Adam was engaged in conversation with Marx. Seeing them return, Uncle Adam said, I'll prepare dinner. You two continue your discussion. Kato seized the opportunity to inquire about the current state of the Navy and the New World. Although he occasionally read newspapers, none could compare to Marx, a colonel from the Navy headquarters, for clarity. Thus, he engaged Marx in conversation while Anna, unusually obedient, listened attentively. Through Marx's insights and the knowledge gleaned from his previous life, Kato gained a comprehensive understanding of the present circumstances. The current fleet admiral was Sengoku, who had assumed the position after the O'Hara incident. The former Admiral Akiji had been promoted to the position of the world government's chief admiral, though it was unclear whether he had retained his rank in the Navy. O'Hara, renowned as a sacred site of archaeology in the West Blue, was the birthplace of Nico Robin from the Straw Hat Crew. The world government, fearing the dangers posed by the interpretation of historical texts, not wishing the truth of 800 years ago to be revealed, executed the Buster Call when Robin was 8. Annihilating O'Hara, Robin, with the aid of Akiji, escaped the island, becoming the sole survivor and the youngest wanted criminal, the Devil Child, with a bounty of 79 million berries. O'Hara boasted the world's largest collection of scholars and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge. When Robin was 8, the Navy's Buster Call brutally obliterated O'Hara. In the following year, the name O'Hara vanished from maps, erasing the great island and its archaeologists from existence. In the New World, following Roger's demise, all formidable pirates congregated there due to Roger's words. The New World is a colloquial term for the latter half of the Grand Line. The Red Line divides the Grand Line into two segments, with the first half commencing from Reverse Mountain and offering 7 routes that ultimately converge at Sabaody Archipelago. Crossing the Red Line, where the world government's Mariewa is located, leads into the New World. After navigating the challenges of the first half of the Grand Line, many pirates sailing there possess formidable strength, rendering it the most treacherous and perilous sea. To conquer the New World is to claim the title of Pirate King. It is a realm where only the strong and the brave can survive, cowards face annihilation. The numerous islands, bizarre weather, and heightened dangers of navigation amplify the risks involved. Yet, for the rising stars, greater freedom awaits to conquer islands, seize territories, and strengthen their powers, ultimately overcoming numerous obstacles to discover Raftel and become the Pirate King. There are 2 routes to reach the New World. One involves requesting passage from the world government and directly traversing through the Holy Land Mariewa atop the Red Line, necessitating the abandonment of one's ship. Though costly and time-consuming, it is the safer option. The other path leads to Sabaody Archipelago, where ships can be coated with the resin of the Urukuman mangrove, requiring a coating expert, followed by a perilous descent of 10,000 meters through a massive hole beneath the Red Line, navigating through Fishman Island to reach the New World. However, this method is fraught with danger. Only 30 of those who attempt it succeed. Currently, although battles persist in the New World, Marx noted that the powers were rapidly solidifying. Namely, the Whitebeard pirates led by Edward Newgate, the red-haired pirates under Shanks, Big Mom's crew led by Charlotte Lin, and Kaido's beast pirates. Indeed, Kato knew that in a few years, they would collectively be referred to as the 4 Emperors. Furthermore, the Navy would be driven out of the New World, leaving only the G5 branch as their sole presence, which prompted the world government to establish the Shichibukai. They are the 7 notorious pirates recognized by the world government, wielding catastrophic destructive power and strength that rivals nations. Only those with significant notoriety or overwhelming combat prowess are deemed worthy of being selected as Shichibukai. The Shichibukai, alongside the four emperors and the Navy headquarters, constitute the three great powers of the Grand Line. The Shichibukai represents a dangerously potent force that wields both freedom and status, maintaining a facade of neutrality while being regarded as adversaries by both the Navy and pirates alike. This duality brings both advantages and disadvantages. In Kato's view, the world government's decision was indeed foolish. While it is a mutual exploitation, the Shichibukai has tarnished the Navy's reputation. To be frank, Kato also aspired to become a Shichibukai renowned, free, and not subject to bounties. One would only need to exert oneself occasionally without risking their life. What a splendid opportunity. Moreover, Kato recalled that the establishment of the Shichibukai occurred 11 years prior to Luffy's departure. He remembered hearing from the eldest matron on Amazon Lily that Hancock was inducted into the Shichibukai after her bounty reached 80 million. Jibei had explicitly stated during their time at Fishman Island that one of the conditions for joining the Shichibukai was releasing Arlong to the East Blue 11 years ago. On Ghost Island, Dr. Hogback mentioned that he had been with Moria for 10 years, while Kuma appeared on Dragon's ship a decade ago. With 3 more years remaining, Kato still held hope. Kato believed that as long as he survived, he would certainly qualify to attempt becoming a Shichibukai in 3 years. Knowing that the strengths of the Shichibukai varied, after their conversation concluded, Kato expressed his desire for Marx to teach him Haki and the Navy's 6 styles. With such an opportunity at hand, it was not to be wasted. Marx, eager to reciprocate their kindness, agreed. The following morning, after teaching Kato, he would depart. Anna, too, clamored to learn, and Marx readily consented, though the simplicity of the lessons was uncertain, as was when they might master them. That evening, after dinner, Kato opted not to train but instead went to bed early, preparing to rejuvenate himself for the morning's lessons in Haki and martial arts. Chapter 10. The onslaught of Jack in the tranquil town of Peaceful Bay. The weather was typically mild, lacking the capriciousness of the Grand Line. Today, however, the sky was exceptionally clear and bright. After a hearty breakfast, Kato, accompanied by Anna and Max, ventured into the forest where they usually trained. Max, unfamiliar with their abilities, requested a demonstration, pondering the capabilities of 2 children aged 10 and 12. While Anna seemed capable of holding her own against a few adults, Kato's prowess astonished him. In a flash, Kato appeared before a tree, delivering a powerful punch that created a gaping hole, revealing the other side. Though this feat might seem trivial for his age, the fact that Kato was only 10 years old left Max astounded. He suspected that Kato had employed techniques akin to the Marine 6 powers, specifically the shave and the finger pistol. Curiosity piqued, Max inquired about Kato's training, only to be met with the astonishing revelation that he was self-taught. Max felt as though fate was playing tricks on him. How could a 12-year-old have mastered the Marine's intricate techniques? Determined to mentor Kato in the entirety of the 6 powers as well as the derivative skill of life return, Max recognized the depth of the knowledge Kato had yet to uncover. He explained that life return could transmit will to every part of the body, including hair and internal organs, allowing for an extraordinary ability to instantly digest and absorb food. This powerful defensive technique, effective both externally and internally, excited Kato greatly. Due to time constraints, Max merely instructed Kato on the methods, believing in his potential to master them through practice. The guidance illuminated many of Kato's previous uncertainties and underscored the significance of a mentor. After the 6 powers, Max began teaching Kato observation Haki, which, upon awakening, could be divided into 3 stages. 1. The first stage allows one to strongly sense the presence of surrounding objects. 2. The second stage enables sensing enemies outside of one's line of sight or anticipating their movements. Max was currently at this stage. 3. The third stage resembles a form of mind reading or the power of hearing. As long as a person is alive, their body emits a unique sound that allows one to hear their thoughts or even deliver speeches to them. With training, the range of Haki perception could expand, and some individuals could awaken it directly. For example, during the Marineford War, characters like Kobe achieved self-awakening, while others needed to master the method. Max advised Kato to practice fighting with his eyes covered, akin to how Rayleigh taught Luffy, assuring him that with continuous practice, mastery would come. However, Haki was influenced by innate talent. Some excelled in armament Haki while others had a natural aptitude for observation Haki. It was essential to focus on developing one's strengths rather than stubbornly attempting to excel in areas lacking talent. After blindfolding Kato, Max instructed Anna to attack him with a stick. Anna was thrilled by the prospect of finally being able to challenge her older brother. Yet, Due to Kato's formidable mental strength and Anna's slow attacks, he easily evaded her efforts, leaving her disheartened. Realizing the futility of the situation, Max decided to take matters into his own hands, and Kato soon found himself unable to dodge the relentless strikes, resulting in a bruised face. Kato understood the necessity of projecting his mental awareness outward, but despite his commendable mental strength, he struggled to release it. Simply follow this method and practice diligently, Max encouraged. Awakening requires pressure. Perhaps in a moment of crisis, you will find your potential. Do not rush. Mastery does not come overnight. Max had Kato walk around blindfolded, encouraging him to sense his surroundings. However, his attempts were met with mishaps. He collided with a tree and tripped over an unseen obstacle, eliciting laughter from Anna, which only reinforced Kato's determination. Suddenly, they heard raised voices, prompting Kato and the others to dash toward the town. As they ran, Kato's mind raced with worry. Could it be Jack and his crew? Indeed, while Kato was training, Jack's gang had spent 2 days searching and finally located Peaceful Bay. In those 2 days, they had ravaged 2 islands, leaving chaos in their wake, slaughtering anyone who dared resist. Members of Jack's pirate crew brandished wanted posters. And had Kato been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized the face of Max, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Upon disembarking, Jack commanded, "Search for them. Those who disobey shall be executed." His crew responded in unison, "Yes, Captain Jack." With a swift kick, one pirate shattered the door of a house, seizing an elderly man inside and menacingly demanding, "Have you seen this person?" Brandishing the wanted poster before the terrified elder. Trembling, the old man stammered, "I haven't seen him." "Not seen him?" With a swift motion, the pirate pierced the old man's body with his sword, sending him flying with a kick, leaving his fate uncertain. "Stop, you brigands!" The cries of the townsfolk fell on deaf ears, only provoking raucous laughter from the pirates. When Kato arrived, the once joyful town was now in disarray, overrun by marauding pirates and the anguished cries of villagers. An overwhelming rage surged within him. He had never felt so furious before. With a voice fueled by indignation, he shouted, "Cease this at once, you beasts!" The pirates merely glanced at him, dismissing him as a mere child. Meanwhile, Kato's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the pirate in front found himself immobilized, while those behind him wondered why their comrade had ceased to move. Had the child frightened him? In that moment, a scene of horror unfolded before their eyes as the pirates were abruptly torn apart, the scent of blood permeating the air. The crew halted their actions, and the townsfolk ceased their cries, the town falling into an eerie silence. Jack's laughter shattered the stillness. How amusing, this little brat. Though he had noticed Kato's actions, he made no effort to intervene. To him, his crew were mere tools, expendable. Chapter 11. A desperate battle at that moment. Kato beheld the ground soaked in blood, devoid of any compassion or nausea. He yearned to rend these individuals limb from limb. The villagers exhibited no means of defense, leaving him puzzled as to why the pirates had slaughtered them. Thus, he launched into action without mercy, feeling a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins, as if something profound had been unleashed within him. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as he heard Jack's voice and looked ahead, immediately recognizing him. Jack stood several meters tall, his hair tied back in a ponytail with 2 braids, robust in stature, adorned with a metallic jaw and spiked adornments, draped in a feather-like coat. Yet, he had not consumed a devil fruit, hence he lacked the horned helmet and ivory weaponry. Jack, too, noticed the diminutive youth of about 1.5 meters wearing a vibrant cowboy hat and approached him, resolved to deal with him personally. As Jack advanced, Kato sensed an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Kato understood that he must fight fiercely. Although he knew the odds were against him, he refused to surrender without a struggle. But then he thought, why does one so tall and imposing not serve the people? Why not contribute to the nation's development? Instead, he engaged in the destruction of others' homes. This was beyond tolerance. At that moment, Marx's voice pierced through. Kato, no. You must leave. You are no match for him. Not wishing to see such a talented individual perish, Marx implored Kato to reconsider. Whether I am a match or not, I will know only through battle. Marx, take Anna to safety. Kato replied without hesitation, casting a glance at tear-streaked Anna. Marx, glancing between Anna and Kato, realized he could not dissuade Kato and could only escort Anna to a safe distance, resigned to the fact that he could not escape his fate. Hoping only for Kato's safety, Jack, having noticed Marx, felt no urgency to flee. First, he would deal with this intriguing boy. The pirates cheered upon seeing their captain take matters into his own hands. Captain Jack, teach this kid a lesson, and kill this ignorant brat. Understanding the principle of striking first, Kato seized the hilt of his sword and unleashed a swift blow, then activated the shave technique, appearing behind Jack. Jack, ever vigilant with his hockey, remembered the previous encounter and was aware of the boy's incredible speed. As Kato tightened his grip, Jack swiftly dodged to the side, however. The speed of Kato's sword was such that he could not evade in time. After dodging, he realized he had sustained a cut across his chest. To his surprise, even while being cautious, he had been struck. Though the sword was swift, its power was limited. Kato would not allow him time to ponder, following up with a powerful punch that sent Jack sprawling. The pirates stood in stunned silence, witnessing their leader's sudden injury. Yet Kato knew that his attack had not been particularly devastating. Jack would recover. Indeed, it was not long before Jack stood and remarked, "Not bad, little brat. You managed to wound me, but now I shall show you the price of provoking my wrath." With that, he charged at Kato. Seeing Jack rush toward him, Kato quickly sidestepped, but it proved futile. Just as he halted, a massive black fist barreled toward him. Kato extended his arms to brace for impact. Yet he had grossly underestimated Jack's strength. Crack! Kato felt the shatter of his arm, followed by a tremendous boom as he was flung to the ground, creating a deep crater. With a gasp, Kato spat out a mouthful of blood, rendered incapable of further combat. Witnessing Kato lying in the pit, gravely injured, the pirates erupted in cheers, as expected of Captain Jack. One strike, merely one strike. Marks, seeing Jack approach Kato, dashed forward and knelt before him, shouting, "No. Please don't kill him. There are still villagers. I can return the fruit to you, and I will submit to your will. I beg you." Anna also rushed to Kato's side, embracing him and crying, "Brother Kato, please don't die. Anna doesn't want to leave you. Speak to me." Reflecting on the fruit now within his grasp, Jack fell silent for a moment before responding, "Very well, but both you and that little brat must submit to my terms, and I will spare the rest." Kato, feeling as if his insides had been obliterated, heard Jack's words and replied, "I agree, as long as you release the villagers." This situation arose from his effort to save Marks, thus Kato felt compelled to step forward. Perhaps he and Marks could survive, and the villagers would remain unharmed. Refusing would likely mean death for all. "No, Anna, don't leave Brother Kato." Upon hearing Kato's words, Anna cried inconsolably, "Do not worry, Anna. Brother Kato will not perish so easily. Wait for me. We promised to make our names known across the world, did we not?" Anna, trembling, covered her mouth with her hand as tears silently streamed down her sorrowful face. "Yes, Anna will wait for you." She squeezed Kato tightly, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Coughing, Kato managed to say, "Anna, you must listen to Uncle Adam, and please thank him for me." He coughed again, spitting more blood. "Brother Kato, are you all right?" Anna cried, distressed at seeing him cough up blood, knowing her earlier actions had caused him pain. "I'm fine. Help me up." Kato reassured her, refusing to blame Anna. As Anna assisted Kato to his feet, Jack commanded, "All right, Marks, hurry and bring the fruit. Let us go." Marks remained silent, merely racing toward the flower shop. Moments later, he returned with Uncle Adam. On the way, Marks had explained the situation, yet Adam struggled to accept it. Nevertheless, he had no choice. Clenched fists, he could only hope for Kato's safety. "Take them aboard the ship. Let us depart." Jack offered them no chance for farewells. As they left, Kato glanced back at Adam and the girl sobbing in his arms, clenching his fist in resolve. He vowed to reclaim the honor lost today from Jack. "Adam, do not be sad. Yes, Kato will surely be safe. Indeed, he has always been resilient. He will be fine." The villagers watched as Kato slowly boarded the ship, casting sorrowful glances at the grieving Adam, feeling a deep sense of empathy. A mere 12-year-old boy forced to endure such anguish was a tremendous blow to Adam's family. They offered words of comfort, hoping to soothe their pain. Chapter 12. Awakening of Observation Hockey. The ship of the Jack pirate crew was exceptionally large, accommodating the multitude aboard without the slightest sense of crowding. Upon boarding, Jack commanded the ship's doctor to tend to Kato, insisting that he must be cured. For a life should not be so easily extinguished. A corpse bears no value. Max inhaled deeply and inquired, "Captain Jack, may I ask about Mr. Cussy? He is eager to know whether this scoundrel has met his demise." "I do not know," Jack shrugged, grumbling. "What a waste. He couldn't even safeguard his own fruit and dares to negotiate with me? Fortunately, I did not cross paths with him. Otherwise, I would have taken it upon myself to deal with him." Although Max felt disheartened by the possibility of Cussy's survival, he quickly dismissed the thought. Considering his own fate uncertain, why should he concern himself with Cussy? Whether he was dead or alive mattered little. "Captain Jack, this is the devil fruit. Furthermore, what do you intend to do with Kato and me?" Jack, after examining the fruit and confirming its authenticity, replied, "What shall I do? I shall ensure that you both find yourselves in a state of desperate longing for life. I plan to sell you as slaves." Ha ha ha. "You must be worth quite a fortune." Max refrained from pleading or saying anything further, knowing that words would be futile. Jack was inherently decisive and unpredictable. It was fortunate enough that they had not lost their lives. "Lock him up with that little brat and keep an eye on them," Jack commanded. After returning to his quarters, Jack eagerly consumed the devil fruit. Though it was exceedingly unpalatable, he deemed it a small price to pay for power. Moments later, he felt a warm surge coursing through his body. Clenching his fists, he sensed a remarkable enhancement to his overall capabilities, particularly his strength, which had multiplied beyond measure. He recognized that he had ingested the ancient devil fruit, the mammoth fruit, granting him the ability to transform into a prehistoric mammoth. Ha ha ha, what an exhilarating sensation. Jack thought to himself. Despite the trials he faced, it was all worth it. Meanwhile, Cato, during his treatment, succumbed to unconsciousness. After being bandaged, the pirates confined him to the same cage as Max, a space presumably designated for captives or slaves. Hours later, Cato regained consciousness. Upon seeing him awake, Max shared Jack's intentions. Like Max, Cato believed that merely surviving was sufficient. There would always be opportunities far better than death, wouldn't there? Thus, he exhibited no significant reaction. "I am sorry, Cato. This is all my fault, putting you in this predicament and causing the deaths of innocent villagers," Max lamented. Observing Cato's pitiful state and recalling the villagers from Peaceful Town, guilt gnawing at him more intensely, Cato, noticing the sorrow etched on Max's face, felt compelled to provide counsel. "Max, do not dwell on it. Are we not alive? We can only blame the Jack pirate crew for their cruelty, sparing not even the villagers. We can only fault our own lack of strength, so we must strive harder. One should always look forward, should they not?" After a moment, he added, "Once we exact our revenge, I believe the villagers will find peace. Thus, I have resolved to establish my own pirate crew once I am strong enough. Awaiting the day of vengeance. Max, will you join me?" His eyes gleamed with fervor. Feeling Cato's intense gaze and hopeful expression, Max, despite being a captive, sensed a spark of optimism. "Absolutely. I shall join you," he declared, extending his fist toward Cato. "Welcome." Cato reciprocated, gently touching his fist to Max's. Although the pirate crew had yet to be formed, they already had 3 members, including Anna, and Max's bounty had reached an impressive 100 million. Ha ha. The two laughed in unison, though Cato's laughter quickly morphed into a pained cry as his wounds protested. Seeing Cato's discomfort, Max chuckled mischievously, entirely forgetting that he had been in a similar state just the day prior. Unbeknownst to them, Jack was oblivious to their thoughts of revenge. Had he known, perhaps he would have eliminated them then and there. However, given his nature, it mattered little. To him, 2 insignificant underlings seeking vengeance was laughable, especially after consuming the devil fruit. The following days unfolded without incident as both were recuperating. Their lives were filled with abundant food and attentive nursing, leading Cato to feel less like a prisoner and more like a guest of honor. The lavish meals were unprecedented. He had never before enjoyed such feasting. Thus, after a fortnight, both Cato and Max had nearly fully recovered. However, as they had yet to reach their destination and could not remain idle indefinitely, Max dedicated the ensuing days to training Cato in martial arts and observation hockey. After a rigorous training session, Cato discovered, to his astonishment, that he had awakened his observation hockey. Upon reflection, he surmised it might have occurred during the moment of fury when he was battling the pirates, releasing his pent-up emotions in a manner akin to Kobe during the Marineford War. Kobe, amidst the Navy's victory, witnessed relentless pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates. In a daze, he awakened his hockey, sensing the overwhelming atmosphere of death as he witnessed familiar comrades falling one by one. Cato felt a kinship with Kobe. Although it was but an instant, it was sufficient for Cato, and with continued practice, mastery was merely a matter of time. This revelation was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for him. Furthermore, once he mastered observation hockey, he could explore awakening armament hockey under similar circumstances. Upon hearing of Cato's awakening, Max was elated, even more so than Cato himself. Consequently, he pushed Cato to train relentlessly, hoping they would soon master the techniques and wield them with finesse. As days passed and Cato's control improved, he experienced both pain and joy, enduring daily bruises. This piqued the curiosity of the pirates delivering their meals, wondering why the two were seemingly engaged in self-inflicted violence. Were they in despair? Cato paid no heed to the pirates' thoughts or sympathetic expressions, focusing solely on consuming his meals. He could distinctly perceive an increase in his appetite. Max had informed him that a hearty diet was essential for rapid growth and strength. Thus, he unabashedly indulged in the free provisions. Though both consumed copiously, such appetites were hardly remarkable in the world of pirates. Chapter 13. Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago, an island located before the Red Line, lies in the heart of the Grand Line. After 2 months of intermittent travel, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived here, with Cato and Max experiencing this place for the first time. Brooke refers to Sabaody as the Island of Failure and the Island of New Departures. Near the Navy headquarters stands the world's largest mangrove tree, the Yarkin mangrove, whose roots protrude above the water's surface, forming the island itself. The most remarkable feature of Sabaody is the special natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarkin mangrove, which expands into bubbles due to respiration before soaring into the sky. However, these bubbles can only thrive within the climatic confines of the mangrove. Once they venture beyond the island's atmosphere, the resin loses its potency and bursts. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built upon bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every corner of Sabaody. The entire island comprises 79 numbered trees, each hosting towns and facilities, collectively known as the Sabaody Archipelago. In his previous life, Cato held a fondness for this legendary island, especially for its entertainment venues, all uniquely bubble-themed. Additionally, it is home to Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates. There are 2 routes to reach the New World. One involves requesting passage from the world government and directly traversing the Holy Land of Mariehua at the peak of the Red Line, which necessitates abandoning one's ship. Though costly and time-consuming, this method is secure. The alternative is to encase the ship in Yarkin mangrove resin, diving 10,000 meters through a vast chasm beneath the Red Line, passing through Fishman Island to reach the New World. This path is perilous but is a rite of passage for pirates. All pirates wishing to enter the New World must converge here, attesting to the area's significance. However, arriving for the first time under duress, Cato anticipated little opportunity for leisurely exploration. Moreover, this island is a territory of the celestial dragons, often referred to as their garden. Cato couldn't help but ponder the circumstances surrounding Luffy and the others when they arrived. Surely, we want to be sold to the celestial dragons, right? God forbid. The celestial dragons, also known as the world nobles, are descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They live in lofty opulence, abusing their power, and don masks to avoid breathing the same air as common folk. Anyone who dares to harm a celestial dragon will summon the wrath of the Navy admirals, leading armies to exact vengeance. Thus, it is prudent to avoid provoking them. Furthermore, their treatment of slaves is grotesque, leaving little chance for escape, so Cato could only pray for their safety. Before their departure, both Max and Cato were shackled, and upon seeing the massive tree labeled number 24, they marveled at the Creator's handiwork, astonished by such a colossal tree. The sky was filled with bubbles, the ground continuously generating new ones that swelled and ascended, bursting once they reached the tree's height. These bubbles exist solely within the climate of Sabaody, serving as the essence for their coating. Uncertain of the purpose of this area, Cato noted that each region of Sabaody possesses distinct characteristics, akin to pedestrian streets, food alleys, commercial districts, hardware streets, massage streets, and hotel lanes on Earth. Each area is unique. However, Jack seemed to perceive their thoughts and jested, before sending you to the auction. Let us enjoy a feast. Oh, that must be the food street. A meal before the auction sounds delightful. Cato, spoiled from days aboard the ship, now embodied the essence of a true gourmand. Soon, they were led to a restaurant named the world's best restaurant, where Jack guided them inside. The staff recognized Jack in the Beast Pirates emblem, and before long, the owner personally came to greet them. Cato was not surprised, given the Beast Pirates' notoriety. It would be strange if they were not recognized while conducting business in Sabaody. Cato and Max were simply there to eat whatever was served, devoid of the luxury of choice. After their meal, they proceeded towards area number 1, where the human auction was held. A grim reality overshadowed by the so-called justice of the Navy that openly auctioned slaves, revealing the absence of true justice. The journey was uneventful, devoid of any provocateurs to confront. After all, this was not a novel. Entering the GR human auction house, they noticed a wooden table ahead, behind which sat a man dressed inconspicuously in black pants and a pink t-shirt, a typical appearance among the staff. However, his head was oddly shaped, tapering to a point, topped with an even pointio hat, and adorned with small square black glasses. When he spotted them approaching, he remained still, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the notorious pirate Jack, boasting a bounty of 400 million. He quickly approached and said, "Captain Jack, is it truly you? It is an honor to meet such a prominent figure." Seeing that Jack did not respond, he continued, "Captain Jack, Are you here to purchase slaves? He understood that pirates typically do not engage in the sale of slaves. Those who did were often killed. No, we are here to deliver 2 fine specimens, came the reply from a pirate emerging from Jack's crew. Oh, how fortunate. We will ensure you receive a good price. May I see the goods? Bring them forth, commanded the same pirate, indicating his high status within Jack's crew. Upon seeing Max and Cato being brought forward, the man, Gupas, noted that one appeared formidable enough to fetch a good price, while the other was merely a child, leaving him puzzled about the latter's utility. Do not underestimate these two. He indicated Max. This one is the former Navy colonel, the trader Andre Max, who was wanted just months ago, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Wow. Incredible. It's him. He will surely become a hot commodity. Gupas was taken aback to discover that this individual was the trader Max, a most unexpected turn of events. Chapter 14. The human auction house. Do not be deceived by the youth of this child. He can eliminate lies without a flicker of hesitation. He has already taken the lives of numerous members of our pirate crew and even managed to injure Captain Jack. Given his tender age, one can only imagine his worth. Although Cato merely inflicted a superficial wound on Jack in his quest to secure a favorable price, this gentleman has shamelessly disregarded the captain's reputation. Understood, understood. Rest assured. Esteemed sirs, we shall auction your merchandise for a splendid price. The auction is merely 2 days away. Might I inquire if any of you wish to witness your goods being sold? We have an array of highly sought-after items this time, which we are confident will meet your satisfaction. Seeing his subordinates gaze at him with eager anticipation, Jack declared, Since we are here, let us take a look. With that, he strode towards the exit. Long live the captain. The jubilant cheers of the pirates echoed as Max and Cato were escorted to the back hall, the place where merchandise was held captive. The chamber was lined with cages, spacious enough to accommodate even the giants. Upon entry, explosive collars were secured around the necks of Cato and Max. These devices were connected to chains. Should they attempt to flee and the chains be severed, they would detonate in 1 minute. Those with lesser strength would likely perish instantly. Cato had yet to test the device's potency but assumed it would not be lethal for him. They offered no resistance, allowing for a smooth transfer into their cage. They were classified as one item, numbered 20. Once inside, they found an unoccupied crate to sit upon, and Cato began to observe the other auctioned individuals, primarily hoping to spot Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh, known as the Dark King and the right-hand man of the Pirate King, was the former first mate of the Roger Pirates. After the crew's dissolution, he remained on Sabaody Archipelago as a skilled craftsman. During the separation of Monkey D., Luffy, and his companions, he served as a mentor in the art of hockey. Rayleigh's formidable prowess was profound, mastering all 3 forms of hockey and possessing exceptional swordsmanship. His debut showcased his impressive conqueror's hockey, having sent the Marine Admiral Kazara's lightspeed attack flying with a powerful hockey-infused kick. Although he struggled against Kazara due to age-related fatigue during their prolonged battle, his strength was sufficient to rival the highest combat capabilities of the World Government's Marine headquarters. He had even traversed a sea teeming with sea kings to reach Amazon Lily, earning him the title of a legendary man from the Marine hero, Garp. However, that was over a decade ago. It was likely that he could now overpower Marine admirals. Rayleigh had a penchant for gambling. Whenever he accrued debts, he would auction himself off. Cato hoped to see him this time, as his presence could potentially lead to their rescue. After a brief observation, Cato noticed a giant, a pair of beautiful twin sisters, a long-armed tribe member, and a fisherman among the auctioned individuals, all highly coveted items. Among them was a mermaid, a sight Cato had never encountered even in his previous life. She was truly enchanting. Fishmen and mermaids are distinctly different. Fishmen resemble humans but bear fish-like traits, standing upright on 2 legs. Wealthy ladies often find such robust male fishmen particularly appealing. Mermaids, on the other hand, are akin to the mythical sirens, possessing a fish tail and a human upper body. 30 years ago, mermaids were considered mere fish with human torsos, capable of communicating with fish. But their tails would degenerate over time, leading them to adopt a more human form. Both fishmen and mermaids were hot commodities at the auction, but mermaids were rarer, particularly the females, coveted by the celestial dragons for their aesthetics and companionship. The starting price for a mermaid could reach a minimum of 5,000 berries. Cato was astonished to find a mermaid present, speculating that the celestial dragons might attend as well. It seemed that the more one attempts to avoid a thought, the more it manifests. Resolving to leave matters to fate, he reclined atop the crate and fell asleep. Soon, the day of the auction arrived, with a multitude of affluent individuals, pirates, and celestial dragons gathering for the event. The auction house filled with attendees, and Jack and his crew made their entrance. However, there were no Marines. Even the most shameless would not dare to appear openly in such a venue, choosing instead to disregard the area altogether. The auction commenced promptly. The first to take the stage was Gupas, who had welcomed Kato and his companions. He approached the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Thank you for your patience. We are about to commence the monthly first GR human auction. I am your host, the illustrious Mr. Disco." Mr. Disco was both the host and owner of the human auction, known for employing several decoys during auctions to artificially inflate prices by engaging with genuine buyers, thus stirring the atmosphere to secure higher bids for the items. As Gupas concluded his introduction, a spotlight illuminated Disco, who strutted to the center of the stage with flair. "Greetings, everyone. We have prepared a plethora of quality slaves for you today. You are indeed fortunate. As we have severed Chapter 15, bought away as slaves were auctioned off one by one, the atmosphere at the auction intensified. Soon, the first half concluded. The auction sequence did not follow a numerical order, and thus Kato and his companion had yet to make their appearance. They were likely to be among the last. The second half commenced with a princess from a kingdom which had been devastated by pirates, now sold into this grim venue, fetching 8 million berries. 5 million berries. 10 million berries. Congratulations to guest number 42, who successfully bid for the beautiful human princess. This marked the first sale exceeding 10 million, further igniting the fervor in the hall. Next, a pair of twin sisters was sold for 15 million berries to a corpulent old man. Kato would surely lament their fate, as it felt like flowers wasted on dung. Following that, a member of the Longhand tribe was purchased for 2,000 berries. After a few more lots, a fishman's slave was acquired by an elderly noblewoman for 50 million berries. Women can be more extravagant than men when it comes to spending. Subsequently, a pirate captain was auctioned for 78 million berries, a purchase made by Jack and his crew. A giant from the giant race was bought by a slender man, 3 meters tall, for 90 million berries. Clad in a red suit, with long, wavy red hair cascading down to his waist, his sharply defined features exuded an air of Western nobility. Yet, his complexion appeared unnaturally flushed as he lounged in his chair, propping his head with his left hand while delicately swirling a glass of red wine in his right, radiating an aura of elegance and nobility. Aside from the two individuals seated beside him, no one dared occupy the space within a few meters of him, as if a great terror surrounded him. The buyer of the giant seemed elated, savoring a sip of wine, his complexion growing increasingly ruddy. Next came a grandsword, known as the CHB, a katana measuring 63 centimeters, also referred to as the renowned Daiken CHK, a creation by the famed swordsmith CHK. The blade's exterior was a deep black, while its gleaming silver blade and purple hilt captured the eye. With a significant curvature, this sword ultimately sold for a staggering 130 million berries to a wealthy collector. Kato, listening from the back, felt a pang of regret. The sword he wielded was the one left to him by the old man less, but it no longer suited him. He feared that if he were to engage in battle again, it might be broken, so he longed for a new blade. He intended to keep this sword as a memento, not for combat. At that moment, he heard the announcement for number 20, signaling that it was time for him and Marks to step forward. There was no need for prodding. He walked out confidently, with Marks trailing behind. Guest number 20 was extraordinary, not just one individual, but two. One was the notorious traitor, former Navy Colonel Andre Marks, with a bounty of 100 million berries, while the other was a 12-year-old boy. Curiosity abounded regarding the boy's significance. Could he possess an extraordinary background? Indeed. Listening to the chatter below, Disco was pleased, teasing the crowd before continuing. Though merely 12 years old, he possesses a genius-level intellect and astonishing strength, having slain numerous pirates from Jack's crew. Ultimately, it was Captain Jack himself who captured him, albeit with injuries inflicted by the boy. The crowd gasped in awe. At such a young age, he is surely destined for greatness. We must acquire him. The bidding commenced without delay, prices soaring rapidly. 20 million berries, 50 million berries, 100 million berries, 150 million berries. Guest number 80 bids 150 million berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The pace of bidding slowed as those lacking sufficient means were eliminated. 200 million berries. A voice suddenly broke the silence, drawing the attention of the hall. It belonged to the man who had purchased the giant. Kato followed the sound. Though he did not recognize the individual, he sensed immense power emanating from him, undoubtedly akin to that of an admiral. Mark sensed it too and remarked to Kato, "This person is exceptionally formidable." Utilizing his haki, he felt the oppressive aura surrounding the man, akin to a sea of blood. Guest number 55 bids 200 million berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Kato glanced around the hall, spotting Jack and a conspicuous celestial dragon wearing a mask, unexpectedly, a familiar face from the chaotic events in Sabaody Archipelago, St. Roswald and Shazria Palace. However, Roswald did not yet appear aged, while Shazria looked to be around 16 or 17, engaged in conversation. Father, I want these two slaves. One seems capable enough to serve as a guard, while the other can be trained as my future bodyguard. Did you not promise to buy me a few slaves for training? Are you certain, Shazria? Yes. 300 million berries. Without further hesitation, Roswald raised his bidding card. Well, it's a celestial dragon. It seems we have no chance now. One must never offend a celestial dragon. Let it go. Seeing the celestial dragon speak. Silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to challenge him, for to offend a celestial dragon would invoke the wrath of an admiral. Kato cursed under his breath. This is infuriating. I must find a way to escape. I refuse to bear the wrath of a celestial dragon. Guest number 55 frowned, appearing troubled. Let it go. Lord Wessex, it is best not to offend a celestial dragon, advised a woman seated beside him. Celestial dragon? Very well, Parkins, I shall not contest with these fools. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to unveil a highly sought-after item, one that promises to lift your spirits. This next item will be introduced amidst music and dance. As the music faded, a product draped in white cloth was wheeled onto the stage. It was clear many yearned to possess her. So let us take a closer look at her form. As Disco concluded his words, a beam of light illuminated the item, revealing a mermaid-like creature in motion. Could it be? How splendid! Without further ado, let us reveal and appreciate. Oh, wow. Presenting from Fishman Island, the mermaid Siri. The crowd erupted into cheers. St. Roswald's eyes widened, his breath quickening. With the mermaid's appearance, interest surged, prompting Disco to inquire. What shall we set as the starting bid? As the audience remained captivated by the mermaid, he continued. Chapter 16, The Devil Fruit as the white cloth was lifted. The sight of a mermaid elicited an enormous cheer from the crowd. Lord Roswald's eyes widened, and his breath quickened. The appearance of the mermaid captivated everyone's interest. What would be the starting bid? Observing the crowd's fascination, Disco interjected, let us commence, starting at 600 million. Before Disco could even announce the bid, Lord Roswald called out the price, plunging the auction hall into silence. I bid 600 million berries. Disco was left speechless at Roswald's declaration. Very well, 600 million berries, sold. After a moment's pause with no further bids, Disco struck the wooden hammer twice. Next, we present the final item of the auction, the symbol of power, the devil fruit. The devil fruit grants demonic abilities upon consumption, but only if the individual possesses sufficient physical strength. Otherwise, the fruit's powers remain dormant. Even the celestial dragons, despite their wealth, would not dare consume one. For to harness its abilities requires relentless training, something they are unlikely to endure. Their indulgences lie solely in enjoyment, often gifting the finest devil fruits to their slaves for amusement. The celestial dragons never sell these fruits. They are offered to them by the world government or other factions for their entertainment. Now, let me introduce the capabilities of this fruit. According to the provider and our research, this particular devil fruit is called the pain fruit, classified as a paramecia type. Its power allows the possessor to inflict or absorb pain from those they touch. Wow, how impressive. Lord Jack, this fruit is remarkable, exclaimed one attendee. Lord Wessex, this devil fruit would suit Parkins perfectly, remarked a man seated beside Wessex. Parkins looked at Wessex with eager anticipation, clearly desiring the fruit, as she was a doctor, making it particularly fitting for her. Indeed, Joe makes a valid point. It is quite suitable, Cato concurred, recognizing its potential for anyone. If one is engulfed in pain, they would be utterly at the mercy of others. Let the bidding commence, with a starting price of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. 300 million berries. This came from Jack and his companions in row 145. He was indifferent but considered it a worthy acquisition for others, though he would not continue bidding if the price escalated too high. 300 million berries. Is there a higher bid? 350 million berries. Wessex and his group were determined to secure this fruit. 400 million berries. 500 million berries. A guest from row 55 bid 500 million berries. Were there any higher offers? Congratulations to row 55 for winning the bid. This auction has now concluded. With no further bids, Disco rang the hammer, marking the end of the final auction item. Afterward, Cato, Marx, and the mermaid Lys were escorted away by the celestial dragons and confined together. With a slight smile gracing his thin lips, Cato surveyed his surroundings. eager to familiarize himself with the environment. As he glanced to the right, he met the gaze of a spirited girl with long black hair and a delicate face, momentarily stunning him. Although he had seen her before, he had not examined her closely. Further down, he noticed her well-endowed figure, clad in a simple t-shirt, adorned with pink scales below. Snapping back to reality, Kato, though taken aback by the girl's rare beauty, merely marveled at her. Was there ever an unattractive mermaid? Let us not speak of that one from Water 7. I refused to listen. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her, he introduced himself. Hello. I am Andrea. Kato. He added, and this is Marks. What is your name? He resolved to rescue her at the earliest opportunity. Liz, equally momentarily captivated, found Kato as handsome and unique or appealing. Upon hearing the inquiry of her name, she instinctively replied, Peg. Liz Peg, meaning pearl. Apart from Liz, there were several other slaves. To Kato's left was a plain-dressed boy with short hair, appearing quite astute. After conversing, Kato learned his name was Bodhi, and he spoke earnestly, revealing everything without reservation. After months of rigorous training and a voracious appetite, Kato had not only grown taller, but had also developed a more striking physique, complemented by a colorful hat that enhanced his allure. The Sabaody archipelago was in close proximity to the celestial dragon's residence at Mary Geos, and it seemed they would depart within days. Kato spent his time not only training but also conversing with Liz and Bodhi, assuring her that he would certainly aid in her return to Mermaid Island. As the days passed, Kato grew increasingly familiar with Liz and learned the reason for her capture. From a young age, Liz had often heard tales of the vibrant human world and longed to see it, particularly drawn to the Sabaody archipelago above Mermaid Island, with its exciting bubble cars, Ferris wheels, and delectable food. Thus, she had sneaked out alone, unaware of the need for caution and concealment. She was promptly targeted by human traffickers upon her arrival. Hearing this, Kato perceived her innocence, understanding why she had been captured. Unlike Cammy, she lacked the fortune of encountering the protagonist, Luffy, who would create a ruckus on Sabaody archipelago for her sake, with Kato frequently engaging her in conversation. Liz's spirits lifted. She found joy in laughter and believed wholeheartedly that Kato would rescue her. This endearing simplicity endeared her to him, as she was easily comforted. As for Bodhi, Kato had gleaned his entire background. He quietly proposed, if I manage to rescue you, will you pledge your service to me in return? You may contemplate this. Without hesitation, Bodhi agreed, despite not fully comprehending Kato's plan for their escape. However, he had long recognized Kato and Marks's formidable prowess and believed they would devise a means of escape. Anything would be preferable to remaining in captivity. Rest assured, I will not allow you to perish easily. You shall see in due time. After waiting for approximately a month, the celestial dragons, under naval protection, finally set sail back to Mary Geos. Through months of training and with Marks's guidance, Kato had mastered the 6 forms of the gale kick and paper drawing, though he could not practice the moonwalk in this place. Nevertheless, Marks had imparted all his experiences, and Kato was confident he would soon master it. Most importantly, Kato had developed a keen mastery of observation haki, enabling him to proficiently sense and react without faltering at critical moments. As he closed his eyes, every detail around him vividly surfaced in his mind. Embracing this sensation, Kato felt an extraordinary sense of control. Northeast direction, 2 individuals. Due south, 5 individuals. Above, there are dozens. Likely the celestial dragon guards aboard the ship. With a smirk, Kato retracted his mental focus and opened his eyes, testing his perception range. He was astonished to find it extended over 300 meters, remarkable, considering Marks's range was only 500 meters. He knew this was attributed to the pendant's enhancement of his mental capacity, which had significantly elevated his haki over the years. However, mastering armament haki was not easily achieved. Without ongoing combat, he could not awaken it on his own. Thus, Kato now engages in daily battles with Marks. In the past, Kato was no match for Marks, with each of his attacks deftly evaded, leaving him to endure the brunt of the punishment. However, since awakening his observation haki, the situation has transformed entirely. Leveraging his physical prowess, he now frequently gains the upper hand, and this is without even employing his swordsmanship, should he choose to wield his blade. Kato believes he could swiftly conclude the skirmish. Consequently, Marks incessantly berates him as a freak. Despite this, Marks remains exceedingly enthusiastic, as he too senses an enhancement in his own strength. Moreover, the stronger Kato becomes, the more joyous Marks feels. Additionally, Kato has noticed a significant increase in his height, now reaching approximately 1.55 meters, all within just a few months. Without pausing, They journeyed onward and soon arrived at the Holy Land, Mariewa. Chapter 17. Reiji. Upon arriving at Mariewa, Kato and his companions were imprisoned in a dungeon, where they witnessed the smug smiles of several celestial dragons during their departure. How delightful. Soon, Tager will present you with a grand surprise. At that moment, we'll see if you can still wear that smile. During those days aboard the ship, Kato had contemplated escape, suddenly reminded of Fisher. Tager had yet to cause a ruckus at Mariewa, which indicated that it was imminent. For Jinbei had mentioned that it was before Luffy and his crew reached Fishman Island, a mere 13 days after Luffy set sail this very year. Given the passage of time, it seemed that the moment was drawing near, which alleviated his urgency. However, the most intolerable thought was the prospect of being branded with the hoof of the celestial dragon, a mark of servitude that would forever signify one as an inferior being in the eyes of the world's aristocrats. After much deliberation, Kato and Max decided to await their fate. If they were to be taken for branding, it would be time to escape, even if the odds were uncertain. In the damp and dark confines of the celestial dragon's dungeon, a boy, seemingly no older than 12, leaned against the cold wall. His hands were tucked in his pockets, and a multicolored hat cast a shadow over his face, allowing his pink hair to cascade down and obscure half of it. As he stood there quietly, his slender frame evoked an uncanny illusion, not of a mere child, but of a formidable presence exuding an air of danger. His frail body no longer appeared weak. Instead, it seemed to harbor an ominous potential for explosive power. While incredulous, the vision that arose in Kato's mind felt palpably real. Taking a moment to survey his surroundings, Kato realized that he could only see the confines of his own cell, with no sight of the others. Alongside the four of them was an 18-year-old girl, who kept her head bowed, her long white hair veiling her face as she sat against the wall on the floor. Despite the arrival of her new companions, she remained unresponsive. "Hello, I am Andrea," Kato introduced himself, sensing the girl's disinterest but feeling compelled to initiate a conversation for the sake of information. Responding to his address, the girl slightly lifted her head and replied, "I am Reiji." Her delicate features were striking, a petite oval face, gracefully arched eyebrows, and long lashes that trembled gently. Her alabaster skin appeared somewhat pallid, and her thin lips resembled dewy rose petals. However, what truly captivated was her gaze, void of any light, akin to a stagnant pool of water. What despair must she have endured to arrive at such a state? Though she was undeniably alive, her eyes betrayed no sign of vitality. Kato was reminded of Hancock from the anime and the revolutionary officer Carla, and he finally understood why Tager was so adamant about liberating slaves. The celestial dragons were nothing short of beasts. He had never felt such a fierce desire to strike a celestial dragon as he did now. Should an opportunity arise, he would seize it without hesitation. Observing her demeanor, Kato felt an inclination to refrain from further disturbing her. A tumult of thoughts swirled within him as he began to ponder the significance of his rebirth. Was it merely to become a notorious pirate? A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. Creak. The iron bars of the cell swung open, jarring Kato from his contemplation. He narrowed his already slanted eyes as he turned to the source of the sound, revealing a towering man, nearly 6.5 feet tall, standing at the threshold with a mocking gaze directed at Yashiro, as though regarding a corpse. "Get moving, kid." To his surprise, he was the first to be summoned. At last, it had arrived. For the past 2 weeks, Kato had wondered if the celestial dragons had forgotten about them. The dark, foreboding corridor echoed with the rhythmic clinking of shackles against the floor, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. Since his release, Kato had followed the behemoth in silence, stealthily observing the prison's layout and mentally plotting his escape route. The corridor stretched in a straight line for nearly 200 meters, with a faint glimmer of light at the end, indicating an exit. A sinister grin crept onto Yashiro's lips. "Die." A blur of motion flashed past. With a thunderous thud, the man ahead of Kato collapsed, motionless. Although there were hints of a sneak attack, the sheer force of that instantaneous burst of energy was astonishing. This boy. How could it be possible? The fallen man, astonished, had assumed that the child was harmless due to his youth. But it was too late for regret. One small oversight had condemned him to a life confined to a wheelchair. The pronounced protrusion at the back of his neck indicated a dislocated spine. Paralysis was inevitable. Inside the adjoining cell, the other prisoners bore witness to the scene. Several young girls instinctively screaming in horror. Among them was a girl with orange hair, covering her mouth in shock as she stared at Kato. It was Carla. He dared to defy the celestial dragons. Carla, with her tousled hair and tattered tank top, was engulfed in terror at the sight of Kato. For her, the thought of resisting the celestial dragons was unfathomable. Yet he could no longer entertain such thoughts, as visions of the boy suffering at the hands of the celestial dragons flashed before her eyes. Those images had cast a long shadow over her life. Others would feel fear and retreat in anger, scrubbing the floors in a desperate bid for survival. It was only after encountering the Straw Hat Pirates that she gradually reclaimed her cheerful disposition, overcoming the shadows of her past. As an adult, Carla blossomed into a gentle, kind-hearted, and exceptionally charming individual, though she occasionally displayed a hint of roughness. Of all this, Cato remained unaware. Hearing the commotion, he glanced toward the girls in the cell, his brow furrowing slightly. Seizing the keys, he swiftly retreated down the corridor, leaving behind the image of his vibrant hat etched in Carla's memory, one she would never forget. Returning to his original cell, Cato unlocked the door and stepped inside, addressing the waiting Max. "First, let us remove this collar, otherwise, it will hinder our escape." Their cell was situated far from the exit, so the explosion should go unheard. Cato shielded his upper body with metal scraps, ensuring protection even within, and awaited the impending explosion alongside Max. At that moment, every second felt agonizingly prolonged, until finally. Chapter 19. The Empress's thoughts. Shortly after Tej and his companions returned, the ship set sail, yet the Navy remained conspicuously absent. This delay was not due to inefficiency, rather. It stemmed from the unprecedented nature of the events unfolding in Mariewa. The celestial dragons, confident in their untouchability, had never anticipated such chaos, leaving the Holy Land inadequately protected. Upon receiving the news, Admiral Akiji was dispatched from Marine headquarters in Marineford, deemed the most suitable candidate to confront the raging inferno engulfing Mariewa. However, the distance proved insurmountable, and thus Tej and his crew remained safe for the time being. Meanwhile, on the ship, Hancock found herself in a tumultuous state of mind. The day's occurrences felt surreal, as she was accustomed to countless admirers succumbing to her beauty. Initially, she believed that Cato had rescued her solely due to her allure, but during their return, she realized that was not the case. Cato's indifference wounded her pride, yet simultaneously captivated her attention. Hancock often proclaims, "No matter what I do, it shall be forgiven, for I am as beautiful as a celestial being." This statement reveals her capricious nature and her belief that her beauty is her greatest asset. Yet Cato remained unmoved by her charm. For a woman of her vanity, encountering someone who did not bow to her beauty was profoundly intriguing. Especially significant was Cato's heroism during their most perilous moment, for the adage beauties love heroes held true. From that instant, Hancock's emotions underwent a subtle transformation. After all, admiration for strength is universal. In the anime, she confided in Luffy, tearfully declaring, "I would deceive the world if necessary." This encapsulated her internal turmoil, pain that could find no outlet, buried deep within her, leading to a life of pretense and trepidation. Hancock vowed never to be subjugated again, yet she remained ensnared by her own emotional turmoil. This seemingly strong woman was, in truth, as fragile as glass. Her outward confidence masked a profound vulnerability. Cato's audacity in striking a celestial dragon right before her eyes, a being she had longed to rend asunder, shattered her preconceived notions. When she witnessed the once untouchable celestial dragon being struck down, her feelings shifted dramatically, creating a maelstrom within her. Cato, sharing a similar past, displayed a remarkable disregard for his own safety while bravely rescuing strangers. His sense of duty and magnanimity left Hancock in awe. The combination of these traits elevated Cato beyond mere admiration. It ignited an unrecognizable affection within her. Thus, Hancock fell unwittingly in love with Cato, unaware of the depths of her feelings. From any perspective, Cato had avenged her grievances and saved her life, instantly transforming into her hero. Despite her efforts to maintain an air of superiority, she feared that closeness would reveal her secrets and lead to rejection. Her self-adoration was a fade, concealing her insecurities. And in Cato's presence, these issues became undeniable. Hancock's love for Cato was not unexpected. Several factors contributed to her feelings. Cato's uniqueness, his unresponsive demeanor towards her beauty, his formidable strength that swiftly vanquished their foes, and his selfless actions during a crisis. Cato's audacity in confronting the celestial dragons left a profound impression on Hancock, disarming her defenses and awakening her most primal emotions. Thus, the proud empress found her arrogance dismantled by Cato's actions, transforming her from a formidable pirate queen into an ordinary woman in love. Hancock's internal transformation remained unbeknownst to Cato, who would undoubtedly be elated to learn that Hancock, a goddess in many hearts, was falling for him. From the anime, It is evident that Luffy could never reciprocate Hancock's affections, sealing her fate as a tragic figure. Yet Kato would never allow her heart to suffer. He was determined to save her from despair. At that moment, Kato endeavored to connect with Hancock, drawn to her irresistible charm. However, he understood her better than she knew herself. To plant the seed of his disinterest and superficiality, he had to tread carefully, including the fade he maintained when confronting the celestial dragons. "What's wrong, dear sister? You haven't eaten, despite claiming to be hungry, and it seems you cannot sleep. Perhaps you are troubled about how to return to Amazon Lily?" Hancock's sisters were oblivious to her infatuation, and Hancock herself was unaware that she was experiencing the pangs of love. Observing her unusual demeanor, they began to speculate. Along their journey, Tej and his companions gradually released some individuals on various islands, allowing them to find their way home. It was imperative to disperse given their large group, as the celestial dragons could command the navy to recapture slaves. Kato, unable to resist inquiring, learned that Hancock and her companions were merely children when they were captured, thus oblivious to how to return. Reiji lamented that she had no home to return to, prompting Kato to propose they head to Sabaody Archipelago together. Kato knew that Hancock would ultimately be sent back by Rayleigh, Shaki, and the elderly woman, ensuring their path was sound. Moreover, Kato sought to seize the opportunity to meet Rayleigh and learn hockey. However, one individual remained unaccounted for, Bodhi. Chapter 20. The return to the Sabaody Archipelago. A few days later, the Sabaody Archipelago. On the bustling shopping street number 30. For young girls excitedly browsed through a variety of garments and accessories. Following them were a young boy and a robust man. The boy, appearing to be around 12 years of age, stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, adorned with a vibrant hat and striking pink hair. He wore a snug black Japanese leather jacket over a casually rolled-up white shirt, paired with fitted jeans that held 3 daggers at his waist. His face was sharply defined, leaving a lasting impression with just a glance. The towering man beside him, over 2 meters tall, donned a sleeveless jacket that showcased his well-developed chest and abs, complemented by black shorts that exuded an air of intimidation. This group was Kato and his companions, who had just arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, their journey largely uneventful. Lizzie had parted ways with them, returning to Mermaid Island, though she felt a pang of reluctance to leave Kato and the others. The current situation made it perilous for mermaids and fishmen to roam freely. Thus, Kato and Tej insisted she stay behind. Kato assured her he would visit when time permitted, which brought a rare smile to her face as they bid farewell. Amidst the thrill of shopping, Leichi barely noticed when someone bumped into her in such a crowded street. Such incidents were commonplace. However, Kato keenly observed that the man who had bumped into her had mysteriously acquired Leichi's purse. "You may leave after dropping the purse." Kato swiftly appeared before the man, blocking his path. The middle-aged man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, though unkempt, exuded an inexplicable charm. After a contemplative moment, he reluctantly relinquished the purse and departed. Since her rescue, Leichi had become noticeably more lively, albeit still somewhat reticent. Yet, the allure of shopping proved irresistible to every woman, even to the typically reserved Leichi. Upon realizing that Kato had retrieved her purse, she discovered it had been stolen without her knowledge. A fleeting glance at Kato revealed a rare blush on her cheeks, showcasing a shyer side to her character. After a full day of shopping, Kato and Max found themselves laden with garments, including several telephone bugs. These creatures, resembling snails and used for communication, came in various patterns and colors. Equipped with intercoms or buttons on their shells, they would slumber when not in use and awaken with a distinctive sound upon connection. Their mouths mimicked the speakers, capable of understanding human emotions and translating voices for long-distance communication. Some were artificially bred while others grew naturally, and with special components, they could even send faxes. Remarkably, these creatures could faithfully imitate the speaker's expressions and tone. While many types of telephone bugs existed, they had merely acquired the standard models, as more specialized varieties were predominantly utilized by pirates or military forces. As evening descended upon a bar, the 4 girls, having indulged in a shopping spree, finally felt fatigued and lounged at the bar, sipping drinks. Meanwhile, Kato and Max savored a feast, having brought an impressive sum of millions of berries from Mary Geos, ensuring they could enjoy lavish meals for an extended period. Unbeknownst to Kato, Hancock was discreetly observing him as he dined, her mind wandering. After their hearty meal, Kato opted to delay their visit to the Shachi bar, suggesting they rest and discuss future plans the following day. Thus, The group made their way to the lodging district, located within zones 70 to 79, bustling with countless individuals coming and going, highlighting the unique position of the Sabaody archipelago. They casually selected a suitable inn, each securing their own room, relishing their financial freedom. At this moment, Kato remained unaware that news of Tej's uproar at Mary Geos had spread globally. In the previous narrative, only Tej had a bounty of 230 million berries, but now Kato was implicated as well, with a bounty of 150 million berries for his assault on the celestial dragons. In another part of the New World, the Jack pirates were present. "Captain, we have breaking news," one anxious crew member exclaimed. "What is it? Speak clearly. You're not about to die, are you?" Jack glared at the flustered subordinate, his temper flaring since consuming the devil fruit. Snatching the newspaper from the crew member's hands, he kicked him out and began reading. Who would have thought Tej had the audacity to cause such a ruckus at Mary Geos? The Navy must be in turmoil. And Kato managed to escape and even assault a celestial dragon. Quite unexpected. Yet, he dismissed the matter, confident in his own strength. Meanwhile, in another part of the New World, a ship the size of an island boasted a massive gladiatorial arena where two combatants clashed. A multitude of pirates and wealthy individuals cheered for their chosen fighters. In a luxurious private box, several spectators watched intently. "Lord Wessex, this contestant number 17 is remarkable. He has won 50 consecutive matches, securing us considerable winnings. Should we consider signing him for our arena?" one suggested. "Joe, let us hold off on that until he reaches 100 victories," Wessex replied, swirling a glass of red wine thoughtfully. At that moment, the door burst open, and a young woman in her 20s rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Wessex, we have breaking news that will astonish you." Wessex refrained from reprimanding her for her impetuousness, instead responding gently, "Oh, really? Let me see, Parkins. Indeed, it appears you were right to take an interest in this individual. He is certainly extraordinary," she said, handing the paper to Wessex with admiration. "Ah, it seems he possesses extraordinary courage for such a young lad. If he survives, his future will undoubtedly be remarkable." After perusing the newspaper, Wessex felt he had underestimated Kato. Indeed, it's thrilling to learn Kato escaped and dared to assault a celestial dragon. This is exhilarating. Parkins was also captivated by Kato's audacity. "Be sure to keep an eye on his developments," Wessex said, finishing his wine and rising to leave as the match concluded, with contestant number 17 claiming yet another victory. "I will, my lord." It was clear that these individuals were the same ones who had appeared at the auction in the Sabaody archipelago, and they had now returned to their stronghold. Chapter 21. The devil fruits and plans. At this moment, in Kato's room, after taking a shower, he chose not to rest, but instead retrieved 2 devil fruits and a devil fruit encyclopedia, which he had seized from the celestial dragons. Due to the throngs of people along the way and the need to remain vigilant against the Marines, he had not found the time to examine them thoroughly. Although he had encountered these 2 fruits before, Kato was still in awe of the wonders of the One Piece world. More accurately, he marveled at the brilliance of Oda's imagination. The 2 fruits were visually indistinguishable in terms of their classifications, so Kato had to refer to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia for clarification. This encyclopedia was an exceptionally rare item, typically only possessed by the celestial dragons. It not only cataloged the known devil fruits but also provided information on their origins, abilities, and side effects, divided into 3 main categories: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. The records were quite detailed, although they were not exhaustive. Some fruits were consumed without the Marines' knowledge, and many were merely listed by name without documented abilities, which was not accessible to the average person. The greatest advantage of having the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia was that one could select a preferred and suitable devil fruit without the risk of consuming one with unknown powers, making it a priceless asset for any faction. After a thorough examination, Kato quickly identified the names and abilities of the 2 devil fruits, leaving him pleasantly surprised and quite satisfied. However, upon reflection, he realized that the devil fruits collected by the celestial dragons were unlikely to be mediocre. After all, would the celestial dragons covet ordinary fruits? One fruit was a Logia type, the cloud fruit, akin to smoker's smoke fruit, while the other was a Paramecia type, the transform fruit, which allowed the user to transform into animals. The spoils of robbing the celestial dragons were indeed bountiful, not only yielding 2 exceptional weapons and several hundred million berries, but also these 2 extraordinarily rare devil fruits. Kato found himself yearning for another opportunity to repeat the endeavor, though he knew it was merely a fanciful thought. After the recent upheaval caused by Tiger and Mariewa, security would likely increase, and the Marines would probably establish a base there. Kato then began to meticulously study the abilities of the two fruits. Cloud fruit. This fruit allows the user to transform any part of their body into cloud, enabling them to instantly reform from physical attacks through cloud regeneration. The quantity and expansion of the cloud are proportional to the user's strength. The user can generate vast amounts of cloud from any part of their body, with the cloud's properties allowing it to stretch and solidify at will. The cloud can also take various forms for diverse attacks, such as resembling a white serpent or vine. The user can extend their cloud-like limbs, which can regenerate even when severed by non-hockey-infused attacks. The solidified cloud can interact with matter and energy, though, like the smoke fruit. Its offensive capabilities are limited among Logia types. Additionally, the cloud can obscure the opponent's vision or trap them if a portion attaches to them, preventing escape. By suddenly transforming part of their body into cloud, the user can achieve rapid movement through the reaction force generated. The cloud can also disperse into the atmosphere, allowing for swift travel across air or sea without contact with water. This fruit's potential largely depends on the user's ingenuity. And Kato perceived that the cloud fruit offered more development potential than the smoke fruit, given that clouds can summon lightning, thunder, and storms. If mastered, it would not be inferior to other Logia fruits. Moreover, Kato realized the fruit's greatest advantage lies in its utility. If a pirate crew possessed the cloud fruit, they would have little to fear from adverse weather conditions. After this, Kato turned his attention to the other devil fruit, the transform fruit. The name itself suggests its function, likely collected by the celestial dragon for amusement, akin to Hancock's love fruit. The fruit's wielder can transform into any animal they have touched, gaining a portion of that animal's abilities, which are directly tied to the user's physical prowess. The stronger the user, the more formidable the transformed animal. If developed properly, this fruit can serve as a fantastic auxiliary ability, enabling transformations into birds for flight or animals with keen eyesight for nocturnal observation, among many other possibilities. Entirely dependent on the user's creativity. Holding the two devil fruits, Kato contemplated who should consume them or whether to keep them for himself. Such precious fruits must be entrusted to individuals he could rely on. After some thought, he concluded that they would be best suited for Marks and Reggie. Reggie had no family and no known destination. Kato and Marks had already brought her aboard as a pirate, ensuring her loyalty. As for Anna, Kato felt neither fruit was appropriate for her. The first, the cloud fruit, required constant combat, and Kato did not wish to put her in harm's way. It was not a suitable battle fruit. The other seemed promising, but Kato suspected that a proud girl like Anna would reject the notion of transforming into animals. Thus, Marks and Reggie were the ideal choices. Moreover, with the devil fruit encyclopedia now in hand, Kato could allow Anna to choose a fruit she liked later on. Whether through theft or purchase, he could procure it for her. With this resolution, Kato decided to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered in Kato's room to discuss future plans. Once everyone was settled, Kato announced, "Today, I plan to take you all to the Shaki's bar to meet the legendary Dark King, Rayleigh. He is likely to know how to return to Amazon Lily. And I also wish to seek him out as a mentor to learn hockey and swordsmanship. The duration of this training is uncertain. While Marks and Reggie will head to Water 7 to construct our pirate ship. We already have the transponder snails, so feel free to contact me anytime." After sharing his intentions in one breath, Kato looked at the others. Noticing Kato's gaze, Marks, who had previously conferred with the group on this matter, replied without surprise, "Sounds good, no problem." As the others turned their attention back to him, Hancock quickly added, "We have no objections either." They were uncertain about how to return, thus relying on Kato, who they believed would surely find a way to take them back. Once everyone voiced their agreement, Kato led the group toward Area 13. Chapter 22. The Shaki Hotel. The hotel owned by Shaki is located in Area 13 and is named Shaki's Bar, where she also serves as an information broker, trading various tidbits of news. Known affectionately as Aunt Shaki, she currently resides with Rayleigh. Interestingly, Shaki was once a pirate herself, having retired from that life over 40 years ago. During her pirating days, she had even been pursued by the legendary Marine Admiral Garp, who was the grandfather of Monkey D. Luffy. Always seen with a cigarette dangling from her lips, resembling Sanji, she possesses an ageless appearance. Yet is likely over 60, the age of women remains a mystery, with a bold and free-spirited demeanor. This is the understanding that Kato had of her from his previous life. Soon, Kato and his companions arrived at their destination and encountered the legendary Aunt Shaki. However, the scene that unfolded was far from what anyone had anticipated, as they were taken aback to witness Shaki dealing with a delinquent pirate. Upon noticing Kato and the others entering, she casually remarked, "Oh, new customers have arrived. Just a moment, I'll be right with you." As Kato and his friends settled onto the sofa, they watched in awe as Aunt Shaki ruthlessly subdued the pirate, their thoughts echoing the tales they had heard. Indeed, Aunt Shaki was as bold as the legend suggested. Once she finished with the pirate, Shaki took a seat beside Kato and his friends. Glancing at them before addressing Kato and Marx, "You are Andrea Kato, aren't you? And you must be the former Marine, Marx?" Kato was taken aback by Aunt Shaki's knowledge of him. He was aware that she recognized Marx, but was curious about how she knew of him. "Aunt Shaki, how did you know about me?" "Well, it seems you're unaware. You've been placed on the wanted list with a bounty of 150 million. You caused quite the uproar at Mariewa, taking down a celestial dragon. You and Tiger have become the biggest news these past few days. How could I not be aware?" "Wow, Kato, you've become quite famous," Hancock said in admiration. "Indeed, I never thought your bounty would surpass mine. Haha." Marx joined in the laughter. Kato felt a mix of emotions. He was disheartened by the chaos that would surely follow, yet elated to be recognized as a notorious pirate. The ruckus at Mariewa had catapulted him to global fame, albeit unexpectedly. He had always desired recognition. Yet it was not achieved through prowess, but through the act of confronting celestial dragons. Knowing this, he dismissed it with a chuckle. "Initially, I was astonished as well. You might be the youngest pirate to receive a bounty exceeding 100 million. Little Kato, do you know what your title is?" "What is it?" Kato inquired, puzzled. "Yes. What title do you hold? It must sound impressive." The group chimed in, and Shaki continued, "You are referred to by the Marines as the Evil Star." "What? What kind of title is that?" "Evil. Are the Marines fools?" Kato was incredulous at the absurdity of the title. The name Evil Star was so unappealing that he felt a surge of frustration. The group erupted in laughter, having expected a powerful title, only to be met with this ridiculous one. Observing their reactions, Kato could no longer contain himself. The initial excitement had dissipated. No matter how little he cared for titles, this one was unbearable. The thought of facing enemies who might taunt him, "Isn't that the evil Kato?" drained him of any remaining bravado. He stood up, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. I must go to Marine headquarters immediately. I will demand they change this ludicrous title. How dare they label me with such a vile name?" "Kato, no. The Marines are actively searching for you." "Yes, aren't you just walking into your own demise?" The others quickly interjected, and Marx grabbed him to prevent him from leaving. "Do not restrain me. I must go." Now, little Kato, don't be hasty. It seems you've misunderstood. It's not evil but Evil Star. It indicates that at such a young age, you committed such heinous acts and possess formidable strength, marking you as a historically malevolent new star. Thus, the title Evil Star. Shaki chuckled, amused by Kato's eagerness to confront the Marines. "Oh, I see. I thought there was no way Kato could be given a title like that. This is much more acceptable." Indeed. After Shaki's explanation, everyone finally understood, letting out a collective sigh of relief. "By the way, little Kato, I'm still unaware of why you sought me. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, and my assistance comes free of charge." With this reminder, Kato remembered the matter at hand and quickly expressed, "Thank you," and Shaki. The truth is, he hurriedly gathered Hancock and her sisters to relay their situation, asking, "Do you happen to know how we can return? I may not know the way myself, but I do know someone who does, and she is currently in Sabaody Archipelago." Kato suspected she was referring to the character from the anime, Granny knew, but he kept his excitement in check and feigned surprise. "Who is it?" Shaki did not respond directly to Kato, but instead turned to Hancock and her sisters, asking, "Her name is Gololiosa. Have you heard of her?" The second sister, Boa Sandersonia, was the first to react, exclaiming, "Could it be Granny New? That is wonderful. We can finally go home." Boa Marigold added joyfully. Hancock, however, seemed to have a different thought, her expression darkening as she muttered, "Is she that traitor? What is there to be happy about?" "Oh, so you know her. That's even better. I will have someone contact her, and we can discuss how to proceed. For now, you can stay here." "Thank you," and Shaki. Kato then recalled another matter, inquiring, "By the way, where is Mr. Rayleigh? I haven't seen him." You know Rayleigh?" Shaki was surprised by Kato's knowledge of Rayleigh, as he had been living in seclusion since arriving, working as a coating mechanic, and few were aware of his presence. "No, I don't know him personally, but this gentleman here is a former Marine colonel. The Marines are very attentive to prominent figures like Mr. Rayleigh," he informed me. "Oh, I see. I didn't realize the Marines were already aware. However, Rayleigh has been gone for a while. I'm unsure when he will return. He should be back soon. For now, stay here." "All right, but my two companions may need to leave tomorrow to construct our own pirate ship in Water 7. Oh, you've made a decision so quickly? You want to become pirates? Shockey seemed unfazed by Kato's ambition, as given his nature. It was no surprise he would pursue a life of piracy rather than join the Marines. Chapter 23. Apprenticeship with Rayleigh in the evening at the Summer Chi Hotel. Kato summoned Marks and Reki to his room, presenting them with the devil fruits and explaining their names and abilities. Marks, aware of the rarity and potency of the Logia-type fruits, hesitated, saying, Kato, such a precious fruit should be consumed by you. As the captain, it is essential for you to keep it, while I, as your future vice-captain, cannot afford to be weak. Moreover, I will not consume a devil fruit. Seeing Kato's resolute demeanor made Marks realize further argument was futile, and feeling genuinely moved, he accepted the fruit with a solemn promise. All right, rest assured. I will not let you down, Captain. Observing Marks's serious acceptance of the devil fruit, Kato jested, no need for such formality. We are comrades, after all. Your strength enhances my own. Besides, do not worry about me. When I become Rayleigh's apprentice, I expect you to be able to hold your own against me. Not a chance. I guarantee I will knock you out. Marks retorted, shedding his earlier concerns. Meanwhile, Reki remained the quiet one, merely thanking Kato before shyly lowering her gaze. Kato couldn't help but internally mock her shyness. Kato then insisted they consume the fruits on the spot to avoid any further complications. Watching them grimace after eating the fruits, Kato couldn't suppress his triumphant laughter. Ha! It seems they are indeed quite dreadful. Following this, Kato laid out some expectations for their pirate ship and encouraged them to recruit more crew members, as their numbers were currently insufficient. After handing them some berries, he sent them on their way and decided to rest. The next morning, Kato bid farewell to Marks and Reki as they boarded a merchant ship arranged by Aunt Xia to set sail for Water 7. The Hancock sisters also arrived, as they had all developed bonds during their time together. Watching the ship carrying his friends drift away, Kato couldn't help but ponder when they would meet again. Noticing Kato's forlorn gaze, Hancock gently remarked, Kato, do not be sad. I am certain they will be fine, and you still have us by your side. However, she secretly thought, oh dear, how embarrassing. Am I confessing my feelings? Seeing her shy demeanor, Kato wondered what there was to be embarrassed about. Then he speculated. Could it be that she has feelings for me? He promptly took her hand and said, thank you, Hancock. Feeling her hand grasped by Kato sent Hancock's heart racing and her breath quickening, leaving her flustered as she stammered, and no, it's nothing. It's just what I should do. Kato, delighted by her reaction, thought, this is promising. I didn't expect to win over the Empress so quickly. However, he decided to take it slow, releasing her hand and suggesting, shall we head back? Before leading the way. To their surprise, Hancock did not explode with anger, and her cheeks flushed. The sisters exchanged astonished glances, nodding in understanding. As they noticed Kato walking away, Hancock snapped back to reality and hurriedly pulled her sisters along to chase after him. In the following days, Kato spent his time enjoying drinks and conversations with Aunt Xia and the Hancock sisters, or exploring the islands of Sabaody, relishing the freedom and relaxation after the previous pressures he had faced. Half a month later, at the Summer Chi bar, Kato and his companions were engaged in lively conversation over drinks, while several women shared amusing anecdotes from their day. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Oh, I'm back. Everyone turned to see who had entered, and Aunt Xia lazily remarked, oh, finally back, are we? It was none other than Rayleigh, and Kato immediately recognized him, acknowledging his charm and the air of confidence that surrounded him. Upon noticing the group at the bar, Rayleigh paused for a moment before approaching them. Summer Chi. A drink for me, please. And are you not going to introduce me to your new friends? After downing his drink, Rayleigh turned his curious gaze toward Kato. Kid, what's your name? His instincts told him that this young man was not ordinary. He is Kato, the one who confronted the celestial dragons. Yes, now he wishes to seek your guidance. Aunt Xia interjected, facilitating their introduction. Kid, impressive. You challenged the celestial dragons. What brings you to me? Rayleigh recalled the recent commotion surrounding the celestial dragons incident. Kato stood and bowed deeply, declaring, Rayleigh Senpai, I wish to become your apprentice to learn hockey and swordsmanship. I desire to strengthen myself to protect those I care for, rather than being helpless during crises. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Very well. Since you possess such determination, I will certainly consider it. However, the matter of apprenticeship will be decided later, Rayleigh replied, recognizing Kato's earnest gaze and appreciating his maturity at such a young age. Fantastic. Cato exclaimed, exhilarated by Rayleigh's willingness to consider his request. Since arriving in this world, he had never trained under a true master, relying solely on his self-study, and even Marx was merely a novice. Thus, the prospect of learning from Rayleigh was a golden opportunity. Seeing Cato's joy, Hancock chimed in, "Congratulations, Cato." "Thank you. Thank you," Cato responded, beaming with happiness. Rayleigh and Aunt Sia exchanged amused glances, sharing a smile at the excitement of the young ones. That evening, they celebrated, and Cato, experiencing intoxication for the first time, soon succumbed to drunkenness. Hancock volunteered to escort him back to his room, feeling both shy and concerned as she held him, worried he might wake up unexpectedly. However, her worries were unfounded, as Cato slept soundly until midday the next day. Lying in bed, Cato reflected on the previous night, recalling that a woman had carried him back, though he couldn't remember who it was. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter. Chapter 24. Departure to Amazon Lily. Upon entering the bar, Cato discovered that everyone was present, including a notably diminutive old woman. Old Lady New had arrived. It seemed she had refrained from disturbing him, having noted his inebriation the previous day. After exchanging pleasantries, Cato learned that they had everything prepared, merely awaiting his awakening to commence their journey. It appeared that with Rayleigh's return, efficiency had markedly improved. Amazon Lily, also known as Nine Snake Island, is, as the name suggests, an island inhabited solely by women. These women are nurtured from birth to become warriors, shouldering the responsibilities of their households and labor. Even during pregnancy, they only bear daughters, each adorned with a snake, possessing the extraordinary ability to transform it into a weapon. The nation of Nine Snake Island is situated amidst towering mountains cloaked in dense jungle, its architecture reflecting a distinct Chinese aesthetic. The island enforces a stringent prohibition against men. Should any male set foot here, the consequence is annihilation. Positioned at the periphery of the latter half of the Grand Line, Nine Snake Island stands in a triangular opposition to Judicial Island and Impel Down. The surrounding waters teem with sea kings, which, in turn, has afforded Nine Snake Island a rare tranquility amidst the chaos of the current era of rampant piracy. At that moment, a sailing vessel approached the island slowly. While the Sea Kings have long served as free guardians for Nine Snake Island, they also pose a significant dilemma. As an isolated island, Amazon Lily has a critical need for external supplies. Yet the presence of the Sea Kings restricts these provisions to only a few days each month when the Sea Kings mysteriously depart. Where they venture remains a mystery to all. Undoubtedly, this was one such ship. Cato and his companions had boarded it with Rayleigh's assistance, although Aunt Sia did not accompany them. The news that Rayleigh would train Cato near Nine Snake Island without necessitating a farewell left Hancock blissfully on the verge of fainting with joy. The sea is indeed a realm shrouded in mystery, luring countless pirates who roam freely across its vast expanse, reveling in laughter, drinking heartily, and embracing an adventurous spirit. This extraordinary place, rich with tales of heroism, is alive with various legends. A gust of sea breeze swept through, and Cato savored the essence of freedom that the ocean exuded, momentarily lost in its enchantment. Missing home, Cato approached Hancock, who lingered long on the deck, squinting playfully at her. Upon reaching her side, he inhaled her distinctive fragrance, relishing the moment. "We are home. Let us forget those unpleasant experiences." Hancock blushed slightly, fully aware of Cato's comforting words. Indeed, those dark memories ought to be cast aside. As they basked in this tranquility, suddenly, the ship trembled violently. A rugged-looking man in the command room shouted anxiously, "What is happening?" "Captain, it's a giant Sea King." The dates of the Sea King's departures have long been fixed, and historically, only once had an unexpected occurrence transpired, a probability so minuscule it was nearly negligible. Yet, against all odds, Cato and his companions had encountered it. Moreover, the Sea Kings here were far more formidable than those defeated by Luffy upon his departure. "What?" the captain exclaimed. Meanwhile, Cato was hurled backward, crashing against the mast, while holding Hancock protectively. The mast, as thick as a man's waist, snapped under the impact. In a moment of desperation, Cato could only prioritize Hancock's safety. A colossal serpent-like beast erupted from the ocean's depths, sending monstrous waves crashing forth. The vessel was rendered as insignificant as an ant, poised to be obliterated by the sea. Hancock seethed with fury. Her elongated eyes glinted with a menacing light. An invisible aura emanated from her, causing all crew members to collapse before her. Even the giant beast succumbed, its enormous eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Could this be Conqueror's Haki? Kato found it hard to believe that such a power had awakened at this moment. It seemed she had surpassed him. Rayleigh emerged, astonished by the hockey Hancock had just unleashed, surprised to have missed witnessing such an extraordinary display. On Nine Snake Island's beach, Hancock supported Kato, her expression strained. That damned Sea King. When I see it again, I shall slay it. The thought of Kato being injured while protecting her warmed Hancock's heart. In the forests of Nine Snake Island, after bidding farewell to Hancock and others, Kato and Rayleigh paused, their stillness indicative of deep contemplation. They refrained from entering the inner city of Nine Snake Island, choosing instead to remain in the forest. Although Hancock had persistently invited them inside, Kato did not wish to put her in a difficult position, aware of the island's strict prohibition against men. Despite Hancock's reluctance, she understood the rules. However, concern gnawed at Hancock. Kato had already been injured, and now he was training in this perilous forest, teeming with fearsome beasts. That old hag ought to take a break. Once I become queen of the Amazons, I shall allow Kato to enter. Meanwhile, Kato remained oblivious to Hancock's thoughts, focusing instead on his physical transformation. After years of enhancement through the jade pendant, Kato's physique had become remarkably resilient, with astonishing recuperative abilities. The grievous wound he sustained from the collision aboard the ship had nearly healed, revealing only traces of fresh flesh. Even the injuries inflicted by Jack had mended within days. Rayleigh observed Kato's condition, increasingly aware of his potential. So how's the wound? No major issues, I hope? Not at all, Rayleigh-senpai. It will heal in a few days. Kato replied with a grin. Very well. During these days, I shall impart the nuances of hockey training and some swordsmanship knowledge. Once you recover, we can engage in practical exercises, morning for hockey, afternoon for swordplay, and evenings at your discretion. What do you think? It seemed Rayleigh was keen on maximizing their time together. And Kato shared his enthusiasm. True strength is forged in the crucible of hardship. An unrefined gem remains merely a valuable stone without the sculptor's touch. Absolutely, Rayleigh-senpai. With Rayleigh's guidance over the following days, Kato gained a comprehensive understanding of his body, strength, speed, martial arts, hockey, and swordsmanship. What remained was the pursuit of practice and validation. Chapter 25. The commencement of training 3 days later in the forest of Nine Snake Island. Kato's injuries had completely healed, and it was believed that the scars would soon fade. Today marked the beginning of a rigorous training regimen. After several days of instruction, Kato had come to recognize many of his past mistakes and shortcomings. For instance, in terms of physical combat, he had solely pursued explosive techniques like the cannon fist, which was misguided. Particularly after mastering the armament hockey, he realized that stamina was of utmost importance. If he relied solely on his ultimate moves, he would quickly deplete his energy, especially now that he possessed a talisman. If the talisman's energy was exhausted, he would be left vulnerable. Therefore, in the morning, Kato's training with the beast focused not only on awakening the armament hockey but also on learning to apply his techniques more judiciously, defeating his opponents with minimal cost. Moreover, Rayleigh had explained to Kato that the armament hockey was a latent energy within the body, rather than a manifestation of mental power. In contrast, the Conqueror's hockey was a combination of mental strength, will, and momentum. Thus, he needed to engage physically to gradually comprehend its essence. As for swordsmanship, Kato's repertoire was exceedingly limited, and his adaptability was lacking. Consequently, Rayleigh guided him in devising a multitude of techniques suited to his style, preparing him for various adversaries. A ferocious roar suddenly pierced the air, drawing their attention. It was a magnificent adult elephant, towering approximately 10 meters high, with tusks as thick as several men's arms. The foul stench emanating from it was overwhelming. Kato couldn't help but furrow his brow, muttering, "What an impressive beast for a mere 12-year-old. His pupils constricted as he launched himself toward the formidable creature like a bolt from a crossbow. Despite Kato's remarkable speed, the elephant was equally responsive, swinging its massive trunk toward him. Rayleigh had cautioned him not to rely on observation hockey during their confrontation, insisting that physical engagement would expedite the awakening of his armament hockey. Even without the heightened perception of observation hockey, Kato could feel the overwhelming force bearing down upon him. In the face of such a powerful opponent, even a flicker of fear could signify demise. Kato understood this all too well. Drawing a deep breath, he charged forward with fearless determination, unleashing his cannon fist upon the intimidating trunk of the elephant. The force of the impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into a boulder several dozen meters away. Although Kato had managed to deflect the elephant's assault, The immense disparity in strength and size rendered him incapable of countering effectively. Nevertheless, this was precisely the training environment Kato desired. Only in such conditions could he grow rapidly. After regaining his composure and finding no significant injuries, he charged once more at the elephant. In the afternoon, Kato was engaged in an intense sword duel with Rayleigh, unleashing waves of sword energy that shattered trees and rocks in their wake. The devastation left behind was a testament to their fierce training. Yet Kato had yet to land a single hit on Rayleigh, who deftly parried and evaded every attack. This stark contrast in their abilities illuminated the vast gap between them. However, Kato was not one to be easily disheartened by setbacks. He had faced challenges since arriving in this world. Thus, these trials only served to fuel his determination further. As dusk fell, the two of them savored a feast of roasted beasts by the campfire. Watching Kato devour his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm, one could see that the day's earlier failures had not diminished his spirit. He remained resolute and invigorated. Rayleigh felt a sense of pride and was prepared to invest even more effort into Kato's training. That night, Kato reflected on the day's lessons, identifying areas for improvement in his techniques and potential avenues for further development. In the world of pirates, failure equated to death, and with such a valuable opportunity at hand, he refused to let it slip away. The night passed quietly as Kato continued his rigorous training, resting for only an hour before resuming his relentless pursuit of mastery. As time slipped by unnoticed. Meanwhile, on Nine Snake Island, Hancock was fervently training as well. Since awakening her conqueror's haki, Granny Nine had been teaching her how to harness this newfound power, determined to assist Kato in the future and to become the Empress of Nine Snake Island. She spared no effort in her training. Hancock had made a pact with Granny Nine to visit Kato once a month, which meant she had to keep her longing for him buried deep within her heart as she focused on her training. Upon her return to Nine Snake Island, Granny Nine had revealed to her that she had fallen in love with Kato. This time, however, Hancock was undaunted. She was a woman who dared to love and pursue, confident that her efforts would surely touch Kato's heart. That night, by the fire, Kato squinted slightly as he gazed at the enchanting figure beside him. This was their first meeting since arriving in the forest. Hancock was accompanied by a pet snake adorned with a horned skull and blue embellishments, its body marked with charming red patterns, exuding an adorable aura rather than fearsome. Hancock was utterly enamored with this little creature, having named it Salome. Her delicate fingers caressed Salami's smooth scales, and her engrossed demeanor was enough to captivate anyone, coupled with Hancock's alluring figure, accentuated by her low-cut attire. Kato found himself momentarily entranced, his thoughts wandering. This was hardly surprising, after spending a month in the company of wild beasts. The sudden appearance of a stunning beauty would undoubtedly elicit a reaction. Kato was not like Luffy. He was a normal man. After all, Hancock, feeling shy, dared not meet Kato's gaze, fully aware that he had noticed her. Although Kato's attention made her somewhat uncomfortable, it filled her with joy. She was confident in her beauty and thrilled to be admired by someone she cherished. It seemed her efforts to present herself well had not been in vain. Realizing he had been caught staring, Kato offered a sheepish smile and shrugged innocently. This made Hancock feel warm and cherished. Kato's sunny disposition brought her a sense of ease and security. Unable to resist, she smiled sweetly, her enchanting expression causing Kato to glance at her repeatedly. This girl was growing increasingly beautiful, exuding a unique charm with every gesture. She was utterly captivating, and little did she know the extent of her allure, which could easily ensnare Kato, a mere novice. However, this was a training phase, and distractions were unwelcome. To divert his attention, Kato focused on the delectable treats Hancock had brought. She had not come empty-handed. Knowing Kato was laboring hard, she had asked the chef to prepare a feast. Seeing Kato relish the food while exclaiming its deliciousness filled Hancock with happiness. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Hancock, Kato indulged in the rare luxury of an early rest, a smile gracing his lips as he recalled her gentle and caring nature. Who would have imagined that the world's most stunning beauty, endowed with the rare conqueror's haki, would possess such tenderness and thoughtfulness in matters of the heart? Chapter 26. Awakening of Armament Haki. Unbeknownst to all, winter has gracefully descended upon the land. The slate-colored sky scatters delicate petals, seemingly imbued with a faint, soothing fragrance. Snow gently drifts down, enveloping the world in a blanket of pristine white. Mountains, trees, and houses are all adorned with a thick layer of snow, transforming the entire island into a realm of ethereal beauty. Creak, creak. With the sound of crunching snow beneath his feet, a youth of approximately 1.7 meters emerges. wearing a vibrant, multicolored hat and draped in a white cloak. He strides slowly through the snow, leaving behind a series of deep footprints. Indeed, this young lad is Kato, who has been training on the island for half a year. He has grown significantly in height, and the cloak he wears was gifted by Hancock during her last visit. The heavy snowfall began last night and has yet to cease. However, training must persist. Now, Kato has reached a point where he can endure 2 days without sleep to continue his practice, and he believes that this duration will only increase. Over these 6 months, not only has Kato experienced growth in stature and weight, but his strength, speed, and techniques have also undergone remarkable transformations. A single beast no longer poses a substantial threat to him, prompting him to prepare for a challenge against a two-headed adversary today. Soon, he arrives before a colossal elephant, the very same creature from his initial encounter. Upon seeing Kato, the elephant, without the need for provocation, recognizes that another battle is imminent and strides forward with heavy footfalls. Kato, however, refrains from striking. Instead, he leads the beast step by step toward another location where fierce beasts dwell. They soon reach their destination, where a lion of formidable size, rivaling the elephant, stands. Upon noticing Kato and the elephant approach, the lion rises on its hind legs, its golden fur bristling, head slightly lowered as it emits a thunderous roar, baring its sharp fangs in a display of warning and menace. Yet, Kato remains undaunted. His purpose today is to challenge both of them, and retreat is not an option. Positioned between the two titans, amidst swirling snowflakes, Kato swiftly unleashes his aura, clearing the snow beneath his feet in an instant. In a flash, he appears atop the lion's head, delivering a kick infused with radiant energy aimed at its eye. Raging foot, light blade. At that moment, the lion senses the imminent threat of death and instinctively lowers its head, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to its eye but sustaining a gory wound on its forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Kato leaps into the air with a moon step, delivering a powerful punch to the elephant. A massive wave of flames surges toward the elephant, whose lack of agility leaves it engulfed in fiery brilliance. Kato's message is clear. They must unite to face him. Come at me together. Let me witness your true strength. The two beasts acknowledge their predicament with a glance, mutual caution reflected in their eyes. The atmosphere grows tense, with Kato and the two beasts exerting pressure upon one another, as if time itself has come to a standstill. The elephant is the first to break the silence, lifting its formidable trunk to strike at Kato. Yet, Kato is no longer the novice he once was. Without flinching, he extends his arm and rotates it at an impossible angle, unleashing a spiraling attack directed at the elephant's trunk. The ground trembles as both Kato and the elephant are forced to step back, appearing evenly matched. However, while Kato stands firm, the elephant stumbles back, expending more energy to counter the force of the spiral attack. Just as Kato stabilizes himself, an overwhelming aura of menace envelopes him. Without hesitation, he dodges the lion's pounce. But before he can regain his footing, a powerful strike from the lion's whip-like tail lands on him. The impact causes Kato's body to shrink momentarily, granting him the defensive resilience akin to steel. Boom. Is this all you've got? Kato rises from the ground, sustaining only minor injuries that do not impede his ongoing battle. The two beasts, having fought Kato numerous times, know he is unharmed but are determined to deny him any respite, launching another wave of attacks. From dawn until noon, the resonance of their clash reverberates through the forest, prompting the local creatures to stay away, knowing full well not to intrude upon the fierce exchanges unless their own territory is threatened. Little kitty, is that the extent of your strength? Big Nose, your attack speed is far too sluggish. Did you not eat enough yesterday? Boom. After multiple provocations, Kato strikes the ground once more. This time, he has no opportunity for defense and sustains significant injuries. The two beasts, intent on teaching him a lesson, prepare for a meticulously planned strike. Before he can react, the elephant's trunk descends upon him from above, ignoring his injuries. Kato channels all his strength into a single punch to meet the impending blow. In that fleeting moment, he feels a transformation within his body. A warm surge of energy bursts forth, flowing into his arm and fist. Boom. The elephant's massive form is sent soaring through the air by Kato's strike. He remains still, savoring the warmth he just experienced, realizing that he has awakened the armament haki. This newfound ability resembles the inner strength of his previous life, yet it manifests through his physical being. This may also explain the potency and duration of armament haki, which is intrinsically linked to one's stamina. Having grasped the essence of his breakthrough, Kato realizes he can wield armament haki again without the need for mastery akin to observation haki. After half a year, he has finally awakened it, and his excitement is palpable. He is eager to share this joyous news with Rayleigh. Meanwhile, the lion, witnessing its companion hurled away by Kato's blow, recognizes that it has surpassed a certain threshold and that it cannot contend with Kato any longer. It promptly turns to flee. Rayleigh, I have finally awakened the armament haki. Aha. Oh, so you have awakened it at last. Excellent. Rayleigh responds, pleased by Kato's exuberance. Not only have you awakened it, but you have also mastered it. Is that so? Then hit me with a punch to test it, Rayleigh suggests. Surprised by Kato's immediate mastery of the technique, Kato does not hesitate. He channels the energy within him, enveloping his arm and fist, and strikes toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh easily deflects the blow, feeling the latent energy within. Incredible! How did you achieve this? After Kato explains, Rayleigh finally comprehends. So that is how it works. He continues, even if you have quickly grasped it, do not let pride consume you. You are still far from true mastery. A real expert possesses a level of haki that is innumerably greater than yours and can apply it instantaneously without wasting a shred of energy. Do you understand? Kato understands that Rayleigh's admonition stems from a desire to prevent him from becoming arrogant, and he does not take offense. Thank you, Rayleigh. But do not be disheartened. Mastering both forms of haki at your age is a remarkable achievement in itself. Haha. Chapter 27. Teddy on Nine Snake Island, deep within the forest. Having awakened his armament haki, Kato resolved to venture further into the woods in search of more formidable adversaries. For it is only through challenging opponents that one can truly hone their skills. After effortlessly dispatching two ferocious beasts he encountered, Kato was about to proceed when he suddenly felt something resting against his leg. Looking down, he was astonished to find a creature he had never seen before, measuring merely 50 centimeters in length. It boasted a pristine white coat of curly fur and possessed strikingly expressive eyes. It bore the semblance of a dog, yet its head resembled that of a goat, complete with two horns atop its skull. Upon closer inspection, Kato realized this peculiar creature was boldly pressing against him, its eyes half closed, exuding an expression of sheer delight. Kato felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. He could hardly contain his frustration. Whose misbehaved pet had wandered off to cause such a ruckus? In a fit of annoyance, he kicked the creature away, sending it tumbling through the air until it collided with a tree. Without a backward glance, he continued on his path. Yet, to his surprise, the creature was not vanquished. He glanced back only to find it unscathed, tears glistening in its eyes, looking utterly aggrieved as it barked plaintively at him while rubbing its furry little paws against its eyes. Amused, Kato couldn't help but chuckle at this unexpected display of cuteness. Thus, he decided against harming it and pressed forward, but mere moments later, he felt the familiar weight on his leg once more. Looking down, he was flabbergasted to see the creature had returned. After showing it mercy, did it truly believe it could continue this playful assault? Kato's earlier good humor evaporated, and he resolved to teach it a lesson. However, as he pondered the situation, he realized something was amiss. Despite not utilizing his observation haki, he should have sensed its approach. How had this little beast managed to sneak up on him twice? Clearly, it was no ordinary creature, and his curiosity was piqued. Thus, he decided to adopt it as a pet. Kneeling down, Kato endeavored to adopt a warm demeanor, flashing a friendly smile as he addressed the creature. Little one, how about you accompany me from now on? You can be my little buddy. He felt his performance was worthy of an Oscar. Surely, it would be easy to win over this small beast. However, the subsequent turn of events left him utterly disheartened. The creature, upon hearing Kato's words, promptly sprang away, retreating while bleeding in apparent disdain. Kato felt as though he had received 1,000 critical hits. Was it a dog? Why did it also make goat-like sounds? And was being offered a position as his companion such a disgrace? Realizing the approach was flawed, Kato concluded that the creature simply didn't comprehend its own potential. Thus, it was essential to demonstrate his strength. He was confident that after witnessing his prowess, it would eagerly follow him without hesitation. With conviction, Kato stomped the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. He then shattered a nearby stone with a swift kick, glaring at the little creature as he proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is merely a trifle. Follow me, and I shall ensure you are never bullied. If you refuse, you shall not leave today." To his astonishment, the creature did not flinch at Kato's display of strength. Instead, it raised its head defiantly, displaying an unwavering spirit. Kato realized he was at an impasse. This creature was impervious to threats or enticements. It appeared to possess a strong sense of pride. Wait a moment. He had resorted to intimidation, but had yet to employ any incentives. However, given its tenacity, he doubted that bribery would work. Nonetheless, Kato felt a pang of regret. Such a spirited, enigmatic, and adorable creature was too precious to lose. Adopting a hopeful tone, he said, "Consider this carefully. Following me means a life of luxury. And you will have the opportunity to meet various delightful female dogs." Once this chance passes before he could finish, the little creature charged at him. Clinging to his leg and nuzzling against him, drool staining his pants. Kato was left utterly speechless. What had happened to its defiance? Where was the promised resilience? Was this how easily it capitulated? He wondered if he had made a grave error. A creature so unreservedly affectionate at such a tender age might tarnish his reputation. Would he forever be known as the owner of a shameless pet? In a moment of frustration, Kato kicked the creature away once more, warning, "You mischievous little rascal. Keep your distance. I shall not take you in. You are free." Yet, it returned yet again. "Get away," he exclaimed, delivering another kick. The creature barked in protest. Kato, realizing he was unable to rid himself of it, squatted down and relented. "All right then, you may accompany me, but you must obey my commands. Do you understand?" The creature shot him an incredulous glare, displaying a displeased expression and bleating in response. "If you refuse to listen, do not expect to find any beautiful female dogs." Instantly, the creature nodded in agreement, but then its expression shifted to one of disdain, as if to say, "How dare you threaten such an adorable and understanding creature?" Unfazed by its scornful demeanor, Kato decided to name his newfound companion Teddy. "What do you think of that?" Upon hearing its name, the creature appeared to delight in it, bouncing joyfully around Kato while yapping excitedly. Kato mused to himself that given its insatiable desire for attention, the name Teddy was indeed fitting. With a serious expression, he warned Teddy, "I must insist, you cannot be indiscriminate in your affections. If you attract the wrong attention, you might find yourself in dire straits." That night, having returned to Rayleigh's residence with the two beasts he had vanquished, Kato introduced Teddy. Rayleigh, intrigued, observed the creature, but this time, Teddy did not rush forward. It seemed to recognize that this elder was not to be trifled with, opting instead to hide behind Kato. Kato felt a wave of irritation wash over him. "What happened to your bravery? Why are you cowering now?" "Rayleigh, this is my new pet. Can you identify its breed?" Kato asked casually, noting Rayleigh's interest. "I have never seen such a creature. Its lineage must be quite extraordinary." "Really?" Kato was taken aback. Initially, he believed it to be a hybrid of a dog and a goat, but it seemed there was more to its origin. Since even Rayleigh was perplexed, he decided not to dwell on it further. And so, the two continued their lives. Now accompanied by Teddy, a creature that was not only insatiably curious but also possessed an insatiable appetite, rivaling Kato's own. Kato couldn't help but marvel at how much this little creature could consume. Nevertheless, Teddy added a touch of amusement to Kato's otherwise monotonous training regimen. Chapter 28. The Four Emperors. Although an additional pet had joined, the practice of cultivation continued unabated every day. During this period of Kato's training, numerous significant events transpired. Firstly, the notorious pirate gecko Moria, with a bounty of 320 million berries, clashed with one of the four emperors, Kaido, in the New World. After his defeat, Moria retreated from the New World. Subsequently, he encountered the equally disheartened genius Dr. Hogback in the treacherous waters of the Florian Triangle, and they commenced the operation of their zombie army. Moria, a user of the shadow fruit, possesses the ability to steal others' shadows. Armed with an oversized pair of scissors, he can sever shadows from their owners and implant them into corpses, creating zombies that retain the abilities of their original masters, albeit without the devil fruit powers transferring to the zombies. Should the original owner, deprived of their shadow, be exposed to sunlight, they would utterly vanish. Thus they can only exist in the absence of light. Moreover, he can switch places with the shadow. This formidable ability ensures that he would not perish easily following his battle with Kaido. Although his bounty appears modest, it is crucial to recognize that had Moria emerged victorious, the outcome would have been drastically different. Thus, bounty alone does not encapsulate one's capabilities. However, Kaido understands that in 2 years, Moria will be summoned as a warlord of the sea, and years later, he will be defeated by Luffy. For the Moria who had failed had lost faith in his comrades, persistently seeking external forces while neglecting his haki and martial arts training. After the Marineford War, Moria was disqualified by the world government. Under attack from Don Quixote Doflamingo and the PX Corps, Moria utilized his devil fruit powers to escape the onslaught of the pacifistas. A once powerful past, a disappointing present, and a mundane future, Moria's dreams and ambitions seemed to lie shattered. Following Moria's downfall, the New World proclaimed the names of the 4 emperors: red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Lin, and Kaido of the Beasts. These 4 titans dominate the latter half of the Grand Line, also known as the New World, reigning supreme like emperors over the seas. The combat prowess of a single emperor is sufficient to rival that of entire nations. Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard due to his distinctive beard, leads the Whitebeard Pirates, the most formidable pirate crew that commands the entirety of the East Blue, boasting over 1,600 members. Under Whitebeard's banner, a multitude of powerful pirates congregate. Drawn by his strength and sense of loyalty, forging an unyielding crew, Whitebeard organizes them into 16 divisions, each led by the capable commanders of his trusted subordinates. He affectionately refers to his crew as his sons, and this familial management style is the Whitebeard Pirates' greatest advantage. Each captain is a shrewd and capable elite. The Whitebeard Pirates undoubtedly merit their title as the foremost force among the 4 emperors. This illustrious crew, renowned throughout the world, is rapidly advancing toward the title of Pirate King, a title that signifies the strongest man among pirates, universally acknowledged by all. The term Pirate King, in essence, refers to one who can dominate the New World, as articulated by the legendary Rayleigh, one who can govern these tumultuous seas. Red-haired Shanks, formerly a member of the Pirate King Gold, Roger's crew, established his own pirate faction through relentless effort and growth, ultimately becoming one of the 4 emperors. Possessing formidable haushika haki, his weapon of choice is a Western-style sword, in which he excels. He embodies a spirit as vast and free as the ocean itself. Luffy holds him in the highest regard, and it is Shanks' influence that ignited Luffy's desire for a life of piracy. Having known Luffy for many years, Shanks once lost his left arm to a sea king while rescuing Luffy at sea, using haki to repel the beast. Before departing, he entrusted his beloved straw hat to Luffy, promising to reclaim it upon their reunion at sea. Shanks once served as an apprentice alongside Buggy aboard Roger's ship and has maintained a close friendship with Dracula Mihawk for years. Before losing his left arm, he frequently dueled with Mihawk, and their encounters are still spoken of as legendary duels. Since becoming one-armed, his swordsmanship with his right hand has only grown stronger. Shanks possesses the terrifying ability to incapacitate half of Whitebeard's crew with his haushika haki and has clashed with Blackbeard. The scar over his left eye a testament to their confrontation, which has left him vigilant toward Blackbeard's actions. Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, stands as the sole female among the 4 emperors, possessing an insatiable appetite for sweets and a fearsome nature that drives her to conquer nations for the sake of her cravings. Big Mom could be described as a super stallion among women, with a household comprising 39 daughters, 46 sons, and 43 husbands, totaling 129 family members, many of whom are also married with children, further expanding her bloodline. These formidable offspring contribute significantly to the strength of her pirate crew. Big Mom wields the powers of the Soru no Mi, allowing her to easily seize other souls and lifespans, manipulating souls with ease. Should fear arise, it results in the loss of life. The flag of the Big Mom Pirates features a skull wearing a pirate hat and lipstick, adorned with fluffy trim, and the members refer to her as Mama. Her current residence is on Whole Cake Island, a land composed of enormous cakes and cream, accompanied by 4 sweet commanders. Upon Luffy's arrival in the New World, each of them had a bounty of approximately 1 billion berries. Additionally, she commands 36 ministers, each possessing notable abilities. Kaido of the Beasts is heralded as the strongest creature in the world, a sentiment widely shared among the populace. It is almost universally acknowledged that in a one-on-one confrontation, Kaido is unrivaled. He has previously defeated Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in the New World and annihilated all of Moria's subordinates. As one of the 4 emperors, his strength is indisputable, a figure Moria desperately wishes to surpass. His terrifying presence even instills fear in Warlord Doflamingo, who would not dare provoke him. Kaido possesses the power to obliterate Doflamingo's entire crew, a fact that has left even Doflamingo in a cold sweat. Under the Beast Pirates, 3 calamities each hold bounties in the 1 billion berries range, with Jack being the drought calamity, supported by a legion of devil fruit users. The Beast Pirates boast over 500 members with artificially created Zoan-type devil fruit abilities, known as the Beast Army. With the establishment of the 4 emperors, the Navy's control in the New World has reached an all-time low. However, to counter the 4 emperors, The world government is preparing to mobilize the 7 warlords against them, though recruitment is likely still underway. This endeavor, however, appears futile, as the influx of increasingly powerful pirates into the New World will only serve to bolster the 4 emperors' influence. Chapter 29. Bloodshed and Awakening of the Jade Pendant in the Night Sky. A full moon hung high, its luminous glow cascading like water over the forest, shrouding it in a delicate mist, ethereal and hazy. The undulating terrain was dotted with towering trees, and the forest was unusually quiet. The once vibrant sounds of monkeys and tigers had faded, leaving only a profound silence. It had been half a year since the awakening of the armed color hockey, during which Kato had been training with Teddy deep within the forest, rarely returning home. There were a total of 6 or 7 formidable beings in this territory, and they showed no mercy to intruders, eager to eliminate any who dared trespass. Fortunately, with Teddy by his side, Kato could rest without worry. Strangely, even without Teddy's warning, Kato sensed that something was amiss today. The silence was unnatural, and earlier, he had been attacked by 2 exceptionally powerful beasts, leaving him far from fully recovered. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Kato quickly unleashed his observation hockey, revealing a massive black ape, towering at 30 meters, akin to a small mountain, leaping towards him with thunderous force. The earth trembled beneath its weight as it descended, its jet black fur bristling, eyes glinting like lightning, and with a swift motion, it swung a colossal hand down upon him. Kato narrowly evaded, but the mountain peak where he had stood was shattered into countless fragments. He recognized this creature as a black ape of the forest, known for its ferocity and strength, with skin as tough as armor and immense power. The air quaked as a golden flash streaked towards him, crashing down with destructive force, sending rocks and trees flying. It was a colossal eagle, measuring 30 meters in length, extending its massive talons to strike. Kato dodged just in time, but the ridge he had occupied was torn apart in a terrifying display. He realized who had arrived. This was the aerial monarch of the forest, equally matched in power with the black ape, but possessing a speed that was astonishing, making it difficult to evade even with his observation hockey. With a swoosh, the golden eagle hovered in midair, its radiant feathers cascading like sunlight, fixated on Kato, as if poised to pounce at the slightest movement. A chilling meow echoed, piercing the silence, a lament that sent shivers down his spine. A gigantic lynx, measuring 30 meters, emerged, its coat a riot of colors, reminiscent of a divine tiger. Agile and swift, leaping hundreds of meters forward, propelled by the ferocious winds. The forest resounded with eerie sounds as several other powerful beasts appeared, infused with a deadly aura. Surrounding the area, Kato furrowed his brow. Within a few hours of recuperation, a pack of mighty beasts had traced his whereabouts and converged upon him. He remained still, sensing an even greater danger lurking in the shadows. This was not merely the effect of his observation hockey, but an instinct born from the rarity of these beasts cooperating. It was hard to believe they would suddenly ambush him without the influence of a stronger force. His gaze fixed on one particular direction, where an explosive sound erupted, revealing a creature reminiscent of Teddy. She approached with a calm and confident demeanor, exuding an air of nobility. Clad in garments and adorned with a noblewoman's hat, she could easily be mistaken for an aristocrat if not for her animalistic form. Kato speculated that she might be Teddy's mother, but why had she orchestrated this ambush? Was it a consequence of his taking Teddy away? With a bark that seemed to command, a massive red elephant swung its trunk towards him, the sound shattering the stillness. A display of formidable power. Kato evaded, his expression one of astonishment. This creature was unlike any he had faced before. Even if he could withstand its attack, he would be overwhelmed by the collective onslaught. His only option was to break free. Yet, as Kato attempted to escape, several beasts closed in around him. It was clear that a bloody battle was inevitable, but he felt no fear, bolstered by his current strength and the jade pendant he bore. "Are you forcing me to unleash a massacre?" Kato spoke coldly. The most powerful beasts of the region had gathered, encircling him. In addition to the previous 3, a gigantic lion, a white wolf, and a massive serpent were present, indicating a fierce confrontation ahead. If he were uninjured, he would have felt no trepidations. But his wounds were severe, causing him to frown. With a flash, a gleaming long sword appeared in Kato's hand, radiating brilliance. This was a blade he had seized from the celestial dragons. After consulting Rayleigh, he learned its name was unknown to him. It was a Japanese sword, slightly curved, ideal for slashing, which he named the Blade of Life and Death. The other sword, resembling an ancient Chinese sword, he dubbed the King of Hell's Sword, known for its agility and suitability for swift strikes. Although swords and blades were not distinctly categorized in Japan, Kato had assigned them these names nonetheless. Standing there with the illuminated sword, his body marred with bloodstains, he exuded an aura of formidable charisma. Under the moonlight, his physique shimmered, and his eyes sparkled like lightning. Despite his grievous injuries, he remained undaunted, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized all the beasts surrounding him. Every creature feared for its life, even these formidable beasts. Upon hearing his indifferent words, none dared to make the first move, all reluctant to be the initial aggressor. They were intelligent beings. Having never witnessed him wield a sword in prior encounters, they now recognized that his true strength lay in his swordsmanship. The night was devoid of the sounds of birds or insects. A terrifying atmosphere hung in the air, stirring the forest as leaves fell from the towering trees. Although no one had yet attacked, the killing intent was palpable, an overwhelming presence that hinted at an impending cataclysmic battle. Silence did not equate to fear, rather. It was the calm before a lethal strike. The beasts exchanged glances, silently preparing for a simultaneous assault. From a distance, the forest was alive with the outlines of 6 or 7 colossal figures, illuminated by the moonlight, exuding terror. The 80-meter-tall black ape, cloaked in dense fur, with ice-cold eyes and bared fangs like a demon. The 30-meter-long lynx, its fur bristling, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The golden eagle perched in the skies, its gaze blazing like a torch. With a collective roar, the beast surged forward, a cacophony of fury. In an instant, the area was filled with a flurry of sword strikes, the air shattering, a tempest of chaos unleashed. The imposing black ape, towering at 80 meters, akin to a deity of destruction, seized a massive boulder 10 meters in length and hurled it toward Kato with tremendous force. The explosion of air was deafening as the rock, propelled beyond the speed of sound, generated a terrifying shockwave that enveloped Kato. In that moment, the golden eagle transformed into a streak of lightning, almost teleporting to Kato's side, its claws poised to crush him. Simultaneously, the lynx, with its resplendent fur, swung its massive paw to block Kato's left side, its icy glint blinding. The lion roared, its voice reminiscent of ancient power. Attempting to disorient Kato while launching a ferocio in that fleeting moment, all the colossal beasts in the vicinity stirred, uniting in a fierce assault against Kato, employing their most formidable abilities to hunt him down. They offered him no respite, intent on delivering a lethal blow. With so many titans attacking simultaneously, a direct confrontation would spell certain death for Kato. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for this was the culmination of a year's training. The more dire the circumstances, the calmer he became. Drawing upon his newly developed technique, one sword style, Earth Web, Kato swiftly unleashed a flurry of slashes around himself, sending deadly arcs of energy racing across the ground in all directions. He then directed his long blade toward the mountain cat, creating a vortex of force with a single stroke, which sent the unsuspecting feline soaring into the sky. He named this technique one sword style, Tornado. The sheer number of adversaries focused solely on him rendered escape nearly impossible, with many giants occupying advantageous positions, while the mountain cat, lacking in strength, became a prime target for a breakout in its direction. As Kato's observation haki remained active, he sensed the great wolf barreling toward him, and, after a decisive strike, successfully broke free, sending the white wolf tumbling away with a wave of sword energy. This was a technique he had devised by merging shave into slashing strikes. By employing shave, he could rapidly close the distance to his opponent, often leaving them unaware of his presence until it was too late. Regardless of the circumstances, he had evaded the earlier assassination attempt. Amidst the chaos of the mountains, a massive boulder hurled by the raging ape crashed down, passing through Kato's afterimage to strike the giant elephant. The golden talons of the giant eagle sliced through the air, merely shattering Kato's illusion. The other beast's assaults also fell short, none achieving their intended target. However, before Kato could celebrate, an immense force slammed him into the earth. Even with his observation haki activated, he had no time to evade, forcing him to cover his back with armament haki. The ground cracked as he tore through the soil, struggling to rise once more. Suddenly, the waiting beast pounced, sending him crashing down again. The mighty ape, seemingly larger than before, aimed a crushing palm downward. Kato quickly enveloped himself in haki, wielding his sword as he leaped up to counter the black-furred ape's descending hand. The previous attack had taught him the futility of fleeing, marking his first engagement with armament haki in combat. A flicker of panic crossed the black ape's eyes as it realized it was too late to evade. Its palm was already descending toward Kato. With a brilliant flash, Kato's sword radiated energy, becoming dazzlingly bright. The blade cleaved through the ape's hand, leaving a gruesome wound that exposed bone and gushed forth blood like a cascading waterfall, staining the earth. The beast held in agony, staggering back, Even the formidable defenses of the raging ape had been severely compromised. Almost simultaneously, Kato sidestepped the giant eagle's sword-like wing attack from behind and charged once more toward the mountain cat, which was already wounded and thus most vulnerable. Seizing the moment, Kato unleashed one sword-style, Celestial Dance. His speed was astonishing, with numerous afterimages of his sword strikes filling the sky. Even those with observation haki could not evade. Having sheathed his sword, Kato remained in place as the mountain cat's cries echoed through the air. Fear clouded the mountain cat's eyes as it glided through the air. Blood spraying from its body, staining the sky crimson. With a thud, it crashed to the ground, still alive but devoid of combat capability. This technique combined Kato's explosive power, speed, shave, and observation haki. Though powerful, it drained his stamina significantly. Yet, with the aid of the jade pendant, he felt undeterred. Despite incapacitating one adversary, the pressure on Kato did not relent. Instead, it seemed to incite the primal instincts of the remaining beasts, amplifying the threat he faced. Strikes rained down, a punch from a serpent-like tail, a sword to block a lion's terrifying claws, a kick to fend off a snarling wolf's head. Time blurred as night gave way to day, and then day returned to night. All were battered and bruised. Seizing an opportunity, Kato thrust his sword forward, unleashing a terrifying beam of light that surged toward the giant elephant. Its sharp gaze, once intent on Kato, faltered as it attempted to evade the impending sword light, its fur bristling in alarm. Yet it was too late. The radiant blade pierced through its chest like a silver dragon, shredding its insides. While the beast would not perish immediately, it would be incapacitated for a time. This was one sword style, Heaven's Line, a technique of overwhelming penetrative force. Though it was effective only against slower foes, the execution was slow, allowing other beasts to seize the opportunity. A giant serpent swept Kato away with its tail in midair. The giant eagle struck him down once more. The beasts, shamed by their inability to subdue Kato despite their numbers, having lost one and severely injured several others, offered him no quarter. Lying on the ground, gazing up at the descending shadow of the black bear's massive paw, Kato felt his strength waning once more. As he lamented his dwindling energy, a terrifying realization struck him. The jade pendant was unresponsive. Had it truly exhausted its energy at such a pivotal moment? As blood flowed from him, Kato, overwhelmed, barely grasped the gravity of his situation. Faced with the oncoming titans, a singular thought consumed him. Would he perish here, having accomplished nothing in this world? The promises made to protect Anna and to become a great pirate remained unfulfilled. He could not succumb. Too many aspirations lay before him, and he refused to die here. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Kato, akin to a divine presence sweeping through the forest. Instantly, the colossal beasts attacking him, along with all living creatures in the vicinity, succumbed to the weight of his presence, collapsing unconscious. The oppressive force radiated outward, engulfing the surrounding sea. The entire forest was shrouded in this heavy aura. Even the nearby sea kings could not withstand it. The pressure surged and receded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it dissipated. As the overwhelming energy faded, Kato collapsed to the ground. For a moment, the forest fell eerily silent, an unsettling calm enveloping the area. Only small creatures, resembling teddy bears, remained unaffected, their expressions of shock revealing their astonishment as they cautiously approached Kato. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, positioned on the shore, sensed this immense presence and hastened deep into the forest. Chapter 30. Hancock's first kiss. Ah, my head aches. Where am I? Am I dead? Kato recalled being besieged by a monstrous creature. And in that moment of life and death, he felt as if something had broken free within his mind, after which he lost consciousness. Kato, you're awake. How do you feel? Kato suddenly heard Rayleigh's voice. Slowly opening his eyes, he scanned the surroundings and saw Rayleigh, Teddy, and a small creature resembling Teddy, all gazing at him with concern. He realized he had returned to the dwelling he shared with Rayleigh, and a wave of relief washed over him. It seemed he was not dead. Wong Teddy, overjoyed at Kato's awakening, leapt before him, eagerly licking Kato's face. All right, you wretched dog. Are you trying to wash my face? Kato chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed by the slobber covering him. By the way, Rayleigh-senpai, how long was I unconscious? Kato felt as though he had been asleep for an eternity and thus inquired. You were unconscious for 4 days. You sustained quite a serious injury. After several consecutive battles, you suddenly awakened your conqueror's haki, leaving your body completely drained. You'll need several days of rest to recover, haha. Seeing Kato safe and sound lightened Rayleigh's mood significantly. Kato was his first disciple. Although he hadn't formally called him master, he had already acknowledged him in his heart. A few days ago, sensing the aura of Conqueror's haki was initially a joyful experience for Rayleigh, but upon witnessing the devastation on the battlefield and Kato lying unconscious, he nearly erupted in fury. Had it not been for Teddy's intervention, he would have confronted another creature in battle. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Cato couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, without the jade pendant, he had slept for a considerably longer duration than before. Although he no longer possessed the pendant, his physical prowess and mental fortitude had become remarkably robust, rivaling that of an admiral. Engaging in battle for 5 or 6 days was hardly an issue, thus diminishing the pendant's initial significance. Furthermore, having awakened his conqueror's haki, Cato felt no sorrow, merely a tinge of regret. Hello, Cato. I am the mother of Stalby, also known as Teddy. You may call me Catherine. At that moment, Cato heard a melodious female voice and turned to see a striking figure before him, surprised by the ability to speak. He soon remembered the extraordinary nature of the world of pirates, where countless races existed. Suppressing his astonishment, he responded, "Greetings, Ms. Catherine." After a moment of contemplation, Catherine continued, "I apologize for my previous actions. However, if given another chance, I would still choose to act as I did. I cannot allow my only child to follow someone without strength, only to face an untimely demise one day. Yet, you have passed my test. When you are ready to leave, I shall permit Stalby to accompany you on your adventures. Do not overly protect him. Our kind knows no weakness." Wong Wong. Though the little creature longed to explore the world, upon hearing his mother's words, he became tearful and circled around her, whining. Catherine, witnessing his demeanor, looked at him with tenderness, extending her tongue to lick his face, saying, "A young man must grow strong. Remember to return and visit your mother." Wong Wong. Teddy seemed to vow, nodding seriously in response. Observing the heartwarming scene between the two creatures, Cato felt a pang of envy. His parents in his past life were likely no longer in sight, and in this life, well, he preferred not to dwell on it. "Rest assured, Miss Catherine, I shall ensure no harm befalls Teddy," Cato replied earnestly. "Indeed, I trust you." That night, by the campfire. "Cato, are you all right? Tell me, who inflicted such harm upon you? I shall turn them to stone. It is my fault for not being by your side." Hancock had come to visit Cato once more. Though a year had passed, this visit coincided perfectly with Cato's awakening. Upon seeing him wrapped in bandages and weak, tears silently streamed down Hancock's face. Seeing Hancock's worried, angry, and pained expression, Cato felt a mix of happiness and heartache. Unable to resist, he reached out and embraced her, gently patting her back while inhaling her enticing fragrance. Yet, at that moment, his thoughts were entirely pure. "It's all right. These are merely injuries sustained during training. I will recover in a few days. Moreover, I have awakened my conqueror's haki," he proclaimed proudly. However, Cato's words fell on deaf ears. Hancock was lost in her own world, reveling in the embrace. "Cato is holding me. I feel so blissful," she thought, completely oblivious to his words. Noticing her lack of response, Cato glanced at her and found her eyes closed, lost in ecstasy. It seemed she had succumbed to her fantasies again. Oh dear. What a hopeless situation. After a while, Hancock finally emerged from her reverie, recalling the earlier moment, her face flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying. Will Cato think less of me? Oh no, oh no. Cato, not wishing to interrupt her thoughts, began to eat heartily, for he had been starving for days, while Teddy, the rascally creature, had shown no consideration for the sick. After finishing the meal, Cato felt much better. At that moment, he strolled along the beach with Hancock and noticed she seemed preoccupied. He asked, "What troubles you, Hancock? You appear deep in thought." Hancock lifted her gaze to Cato, took a moment to gather her thoughts, and finally said, "Cato, in the coming months, I may not be able to visit you. I must lead my pirate crew on an expedition." "Oh, is that all? No need to fret. I have faith you will achieve great renown across the seas. Go forth with confidence." Cato reassured her, envisioning that upon her return, she would undoubtedly earn the title of the world's most beautiful woman and be invited to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, she lamented, "I do not know how long it will be until I can return. It feels like an eternity until we meet again." It seemed she had mustered considerable courage to voice her feelings, after which she lowered her head. Cato approached and embraced her, comforting her. "Do not worry. I will miss you and await your return as queen before you depart again." Hancock softly murmured in agreement, resting her head on Cato's shoulder. Together, they savored the sound of the waves and the calls of birds in the jungle, cherishing the moment. Yet, the tranquility was short-lived. As Cato inhaled Hancock's alluring fragrance and felt the softness of her form against him, he could not resist gently caressing her fragrant back, his movements becoming bolder. Hancock sensed Cato's touch quickening her heartbeat, her gaze becoming dreamy, and she involuntarily let out a soft, "mm." That sound ignited Cato's desire. At that moment, he felt parched, as if he had been deprived of water for days. Turning to gaze upon Hancock's flushed cheeks and her alluring, luscious lips, he finally succumbed to temptation and kissed her. Hancock's delicate tongue danced away, evading Cato's pursuit, yet he ultimately captured it. The instant their lips met, Cato was entranced. In his heart, he thought, this kiss feels exquisite, truly unforgettable. In this life, I have finally experienced it once more. At that moment, Hancock's heart raced. Although it was her first kiss, she shared the same sentiments, captivated by the sensation and eager to explore more with Cato. After a considerable passage of time, Cato and Hancock reluctantly parted ways. Cato gazed at Hancock, observing that her face appeared even more flushed and enchanting. Feeling the intensity of Cato's gaze, which resembled that of a predator, Hancock became quite embarrassed and hastily lowered her head. Nevertheless, she occasionally mustered the courage to glance up at Cato, who was intently watching her, only to quickly bow her head again, her cheeks aglow. It seemed that she had sensed Cato's teasing, unable to contain herself any longer. She finally leaped into Cato's embrace. Chapter 32, The City of Water. The City of Water, also known as the capital of seven waters, is composed of 7 adjacent islands that float upon the ocean. The inhabitants have constructed their city atop foundations submerged beneath the waves, resulting in a magnificent aquatic metropolis that resembles an enormous fountain from afar. The waterways of this city are intricate, featuring not only the level transport of water surfaces but also channels that extend downward from elevated areas. The local populace raises a creature known as the blue, translated as cowfish, to facilitate waterborne transport. In addition to its utility in navigation, the blue possesses significant strength, making it useful for assisting in relocation. The rental fee for a small blue equipped with double seats is 1,000 berries. Every year, the city is besieged by a colossal tsunami referred to as Aqua Lagna, the gods of water, prompting the residents to pay close attention to meteorological reports concerning these deities. This vigilance allows them to prepare adequately for the impending disaster, with temporary shelters provided for the community. Furthermore, after the gods of water have ravaged the city, they leave behind a high concentration of sea salt on rooftops, which the locals utilize in their culinary endeavors. A local delicacy is known as water meat, a favored food of the cowfish. After tasting the water meat, Luffy described its texture as exceedingly tender and delicious. The city hosts a masked carnival on specific days, during which residents don masks to adorn themselves. When Luffy and his companions arrived during the carnival, Chopper, in his anthropomorphic form, was mistakenly perceived as a human participant in the festivities. The shipbuilding industry in the City of Water is highly developed. 8 centuries ago, a warship named the Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was crafted by the island's shipwrights, earning the island its reputation as the premier shipbuilding location in the world, boasting the finest craftsmen. However, those were bygone days. The combination of the tsunami's monstrous waves and the rampant piracy of the Great Pirate Era has led the once thriving shipbuilding city to face a fate of desolation. It was only a few years later that the legendary shipwright Tom created the sea train, Smoky Tom, which brought about a significant turning point. Meanwhile, outside the City of Water, Cato and his companions, after enduring a month at sea, finally reached their destination. Due to Hancock's decision to escort Cato to the City of Water, he did not linger on Amazon Lily, setting sail the very next day. Although Hancock's crew had just returned from the sea and Granny knew and the others opposed the decision, Hancock, now the leader of Amazon Lily, was revered by all the residents, allowing her to proceed unchallenged. Gazing at the City of Water, Cato felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of reuniting after 2 years, along with the anticipation of seeing his ship once more. Yet, the thought of parting from Hancock dampened his spirits. He sighed, reflecting on the cyclical nature of joy and sorrow in life. As a pirate ship, and with Hancock not yet a warlord of the sea, they could only dock at a smaller island rather than approach the main entrance. For the City of Water lies within naval territory. Even from a distance, Cato spotted several pirate vessels moored at the port, confirming the prevalence of piracy in the City of Water. However, the Amazon Lily crew was no ordinary band, and it was unlikely they would face provocation. Cato, remember to call me if anything happens. No matter what it is, wherever you are, I will always come back to assist you. As the ship came to a halt, Hancock acknowledged that it was time to bid farewell. The crew, having grown familiar with Cato over the past half-month, gathered around Hancock. Rest assured, Hancock, I will take good care of myself, and you must also look after yourself. Do not let anyone mistreat you, understand? Indeed, I understand. By the way, I almost forgot to give you this, she said, presenting him with a bundle containing food, supplies, and flowers. You must take good care of it. And here is a cloak I made for you. As she draped the white cloak over Kato's shoulders. He did not find her actions amusing, but rather saw the depth of her affection. Grasping her hand, he gently assured her, I promise I will take good care of it. Then I can rest easy. Feeling shy with many crew members watching, Hancock's face flushed adorably. Yet she did not withdraw her hand. Stealing a kiss on her cheek, he whispered in her ear, Make sure to wait for me. He then turned to address the crew of Amazon Lily, saying, Farewell, everyone. Shouldering his pack, he kicked Teddy and leaped off the ship without looking back. Teddy, meanwhile, was busy charming the female warriors of the Amazon Lily crew. Having never seen so many people before, he was utterly dazzled. Eventually bounding over to one of the female warriors who, enchanted by the adorable creature, scooped him into her arms. Cato, watching this unfold, could only shake his head in resignation. Teddy had certainly outshone him in terms of charm over the past half-month. As Cato and Teddy disembarked, Hancock finally realized what was happening and rushed to the ship's edge, calling out to Cato, Cato, take care. Goodbye, Cato. Goodbye, Teddy. Wishing you smooth sailing. Hearing their farewell wishes, Cato waved back and led Teddy toward the blue rental station, where he rented a green blue for 1,000 berries and set off. Presently, the city of Water houses 7 shipyards, which would be consolidated into one by Tom's apprentice, Iceberg, in 5 or 6 years. The shipyard belonging to Tom is located at what would later become the first dock of the Carrera Company, right in the heart of the city of Water. However, Cato was in no rush to arrive. After all this time, he was eager to fully savor the local culture. He purchased some water meat, which indeed did not disappoint. Its exquisite flavor left him feeling as if he had melted into bliss. He bought several portions, and Teddy devoured even more, prompting Cato to lament the creature's insatiable appetite. He also discovered numerous shops selling masks, though it seemed the carnival had not yet begun, as the passers-by were unmasked. The waterways, with their undulating currents and varying speeds, made Cato feel as if he were on a perpetual roller coaster, eliciting excited barks from Teddy. Cato needed not worry about getting lost. The Blue knew the way, allowing them to explore freely. After a leisurely half-day of wandering, Cato finally arrived at the shipyard. Cato had long admired the shipwright renowned for crafting the pirate King Roger's ship, and the thought that his own vessel had been made by the same hands filled him with joy, alleviating any concerns about its quality. Not to mention, he would soon see Iceberg and Frankie. He wondered how Marks and Reki had fared over the past 2 years and whether they had made any progress. It was time to find out, so he picked up the transponder snail and called out, I'm at the shipyard entrance. Chapter 33, The Pirate Ship. After a while, Cato finally encountered the visitors, but instead of a singular Marks, he was greeted by a multitude. Upon closer inspection, he recognized several familiar faces. At the forefront were Marks and Tom. Marks still retained his signature look, short black hair, dark sunglasses, and a snug black tank top, paired with black shorts that accentuated his muscular legs, adorned with a thick layer of leg hair. The aura he exuded seemed to declare that a formidable life requires no justification, perhaps due to an intense disdain for the Navy. He had taken to wearing no white clothing whatsoever. Finally, Cato laid eyes upon a legendary figure, Tom, who was rotund and exuded a warm, approachable demeanor, resembling a kindly raccoon. However, Cato knew him to be a member of the fishman race, specifically a bull-headed fishman. To Tom's right stood the icy demeanor of Iceberg and the flamboyant Frankie, while nearby was the youthful Barry. Unsurprisingly, Frankie donned his eccentric attire, an open short-sleeved shirt and black undergarments, seemingly a natural inclination. Iceberg was dressed formally in a blue suit, prompting Cato to think of his alluring secretary, Califa, a favorite among uniform enthusiasts. Meanwhile, Barry sported a diving mask and puffed on a cigar, his countenance marred by displeasure, as if perpetually pursued for debts, though Cato suspected the latter was more likely. To Marks's left stood Reiji, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. She wore a white skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, with striking white hair tied into a ponytail, leaving 2 strands free. Her delicate face, arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her lips, soft as rose petals, contrasted sharply with her piercing gaze. A stark departure from her time in the Celestial Dragon's prison. Cato found himself nearly salivating at the sight. Indeed, these 2 years had wrought significant changes, putting his mind at ease. Let it be known, Cato's appreciation was purely aesthetic. To Reiji's left stood a stranger, tall and lanky, with hair standing on end like a scion from a past life, his face adorned with several cross-shaped scars, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Cato wondered if he was a descendant of a long-limbed or long-legged race. The man's excited gaze directed at Cato was perplexing. After introductions, Cato learned his name was Solanka. Trailing behind this group was a cadre of individuals, among whom Kato recognized Tom's secretary, Kokoro, along with his pet, Yukagawa. As Kato assessed them, they too scrutinized the captain Marks had mentioned. Standing at over 1.8 meters, he wore a multicolored hat, a white cloak draped over a pink suit. His white shirt casually unbuttoned, giving him an air of nonchalance. 3 swords hung at his waist, indicating his prowess in swordsmanship. With tousled pink hair and a well-defined face, he surveyed the gathering with a youthful smile, accompanied by an adorable little dog that belied his formidable skills, resembling more a young nobleman than a warrior. After mutual introductions, Marks led Kato on a tour of the pirate ship, fully aware of Kato's eagerness to explore. After a brief walk, Kato beheld the vessel, shrouded in white cloth. This ship was remarkable, crafted from Adam's tree, and the design plans had left Kato in awe. It was capable of traversing any sea. The initial impression was one of grandeur. It matched the image he had envisioned. This was a 3-masted sailing pirate ship. Approximately 80 meters long and 30 meters wide, a medium-sized vessel. The bow featured a colossal dragon's head, with the hull painted a vibrant red. Adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs, noble and majestic, a design conceived by Kato for Marks. As the group boarded the ship, Kato took in its entirety. It was no surprise that it had been constructed by master shipwrights. The vessel boasted 4 decks, replete with numerous cabins, and several additional rooms reserved for future use. The first floor primarily accommodated male quarters, housing around 100 individuals, featuring a lavish captain's cabin and 5 officers' rooms. Additionally, there were a game room, an intelligence room, and an energy supply room powered by 3 barrels of cola to propel the cannons at the stern, allowing for flight over a kilometer. The second floor primarily housed the female quarters, albeit significantly fewer in number, with only 4 beds, complemented by a gym, a medical room, a kitchen, a bar, a storeroom, and a power room. The central compartment also contained a power system that automatically siphoned seawater into a massive tank within the ship, utilizing a steam system and gear mechanism to enhance speed. The third floor featured a library, measurement room, bathing area, and the dragon roar cannon. The bathing area, situated above the library and measurement room, was a grand Western-style bathhouse, much to Kato's delight as he cherished swimming and bathing. The dragon roar cannon, a powerful cannon that launches from the dragon's mouth, controlled from an internal chamber within the dragon's head, capable of targeting freely. To activate the dragon roar cannon, 2 barrels of cola must be utilized simultaneously to mitigate recoil and prevent the ship from being propelled backward. The lookout tower on the main mast was equipped with a telescope, connected to a loudspeaker and microphone below. The basement housed various essential facilities, including a lumber reinforcement store, an armory for military weapons, a weapon development room, and a prison. Most notably, the soldier ship's tungsten system crew standby room was located here. Thanks to Frankie's involvement in the design, there were many similarities to the future Thousand Sunny, particularly with the soldier dock system, a delightful surprise. Currently, only 4 rooms had been developed, yet Kato felt immensely satisfied. It could be said that the ship surpassed Luffy's Thousand Sunny, featuring not only an energy system but also a power system, rendering it virtually impossible for any sea to confine it. Kato was thoroughly pleased. Note: the soldier dock system is designed to assist the mothership in its cruising endeavors with subvessels. The circular dock is divided into 4 smaller rooms, with the controls allowing passengers to await their turn in the crew standby room located at the ship's center. Powered by cola, it activates the visible wheels on either side, adeptly handling the 2 most dreaded scenarios for sailing vessels, gales or storms. Channel 0, outer wheel, transforms the pirate ship into a wheel format for navigation during calm or stormy weather. Channel 1, Speedboat 1, houses a single speedboat. Channel 2, Mini Lion Boat 2, contains a miniature pirate ship, aptly named Mini Lion by Frankie. Channel 3, Shark 3, a reconnaissance submarine for 3. Equipped with a periscope and a phone bug, a biological communication tool resembling a snail, capable of island-wide communication but cumbersome to carry, with an option for a fax function. This submarine can dive to a maximum depth of 5,000 meters. Channel 4, Black Rhino FRU-4, a new weapon crafted from shape memory alloy, featuring a rhino head-shaped large motorcycle at the front. Chapter 34, 600 Million Berries. After witnessing the magnificent pirate ship, Kato was filled with emotion. He finally possessed his own pirate vessel, one that was both opulent and fully equipped. However, a sudden thought struck him. Was the initial funding sufficient? He was well aware that the Adam tree alone fetched 200 million berries on the black market. Clearly, The 300 million berries he had were insufficient. Upon inquiring, Cato learned the backstory. When Marks and Reki had arrived at Water 7, they sought the finest shipyard and were introduced to Tom and his crew. The best naturally came at a steep price, and Cato had insisted on using only the finest materials. Upon hearing Marks's demands, Tom and his companions were thrilled. It had been ages since they encountered such a wealthy client whose request would allow them to showcase their skills. They poured their hearts into the design, and when Tom, Iceberg, Frankie, and Barry unveiled the ship's blueprints, they all marveled at how this vessel would surely make waves across the world. However, a dilemma arose. Their estimates indicated that the cost would be approximately 600 million berries. When they hurried to inform Marks of this staggering figure, he was taken aback. Such a sum was far from adequate. Yet after reviewing the blueprints, he remained resolute that the ship should be constructed as designed. Thus, they devised a plan. With a few hundred million berries on hand, they would commence construction. The increasing pirate activity had significantly impacted Water 7. And should particularly nefarious pirates emerge, Marks would assume the role of a bounty hunter to capture them for the reward. Meanwhile, Reki would temporarily serve as a secretary at the shipyard, responsible for intelligence gathering, with her salary contributing to the ship's construction. However, Marks, aware of his status as a fugitive, had to adopt a different identity. In Water 7, masks were plentiful, so he donned one whenever pursuing pirates. Remarkably, due to Marks's formidable strength, he had never failed in a capture, earning himself a considerable reputation. With his masked visage and the ability to manipulate clouds, he became known as the bounty hunter, the masked cloud hero. Over the span of 2 years, not only did he effortlessly amass enough funds, but he also had a surplus. Having captured a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, instilling fear among all pirates. Now, even the lower-tier bounty hunters with some intelligence were aware of the masked cloud hero in Water 7 and dared not act recklessly. This was the reason Cato found the pirates here so well-behaved and devoid of trouble. After hearing all this, Cato could not help but express his gratitude, acknowledging that without Marks, the ship's construction might have faltered. Moreover, it was a significant favor that Tom and his crew had agreed to build the ship on credit. He thanked them, saying, "I never imagined it was like this. Thank you all for your trust in us, and for crafting such a magnificent ship. I will ensure it gains renown throughout the world. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. We will certainly assist." "Not at all, Mr. Cato. We should be the ones expressing gratitude. These past 2 years, thanks to Marks and Miss Reki, we can hardly fathom what Water 7 would have become otherwise." Tom responded, recognizing Marks's prowess as a natural-type devil fruit user and Reki's unique abilities. He knew that their captain must be extraordinary as well, destined to carve out a grand reputation, thus it was prudent to foster a good relationship now. "Then let us dispense with formalities. You may call me Cato, and I shall refer to you as Uncle Tom. By the way, Uncle Tom, you should know my master." "Oh, who might your master be?" "Rayleigh. Haha. What a delightful surprise. It appears we share a bond." "I hold Mr. Rayleigh in the highest regard," Tom exclaimed, genuinely astonished by this connection. "Indeed. I too did not anticipate that Marks and the others would seek your shipyard. My master had urged me to visit you in Water 7. This was not merely a formality. Rayleigh had indeed mentioned it." "Haha, splendid. I am pleasantly surprised that Rayleigh still remembers me. Since Cato is here today, let us celebrate tonight as an early send-off for you all. What do you say?" Tom's suggestion brought Cato immense joy, for it had been quite a while since he had indulged in alcohol, and today was certainly a cause for celebration. Observing the eager expressions of those around him, Cato felt an overwhelming pressure. Even Reki, the young girl, seemed expectant. Feeling the weight of their anticipation, he hastily replied, "Of course. I adore banquets." He quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. "Fantastic. A banquet. A banquet. A banquet." The entire crew erupted in exuberance, and the shipwrights hurried off to spread the news. With cheers echoing from afar, "Cato, I want to challenge you." Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a voice broke the harmony, drawing everyone's attention. Cato turned to see Solanka, his eager expression unmistakable. Casting a nonchalant glance at him, Cato replied, "Give me a reason." Noticing Cato's apparent displeasure, Marks gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Cato, Solanka is a decent fellow. He simply has a penchant for challenging strong opponents. He has been trying to recruit us into his pirate crew, though he is the sole member. After a few skirmishes, I discovered his strength is considerable. We have fought numerous times, with him winning a few and losing others. I proposed that if he could defeat our captain, we would join his crew. If he lost, he would join us. He agreed. So he has been eager to challenge you since your arrival, and I must admit, I'm rather surprised he is held back until now. I see. If he is a good person and possesses strength, I am willing to accept him, Cato said, addressing Selenka. Is what Marx said true? Selenka, fully aware of Marx's words, puffed out his chest and declared, of course. You must not disappoint me. Very well. Choose a location, Cato responded. And the crew's excitement surged at the prospect of witnessing Cato's prowess. Even Marx and Reki were eager to see the extent of Cato's capabilities. There's a deserted island to the north. Shall we go there? Water 7 lacks land, being primarily a water city, and the port is insufficiently spacious. I fear we might unintentionally sink it, Selenka suggested. Thus, the group boarded a ship and journeyed for 10 minutes to their destination. However, Teddy seemed to have vanished and did not join them. Cato stripped off his cloak, hat, and upper garments, handing them to Reki before soaring ahead towards the island. He believed that in battle, one should exert their utmost effort, as it is the greatest respect one can show to their opponent. Chapter 35, The Challenge of Selenka on a small unnamed island to the north of the city of Seven Waters. Although modest in size, it was adorned with numerous colossal vines. After Selenka and his companions arrived, Cato unsheathed the death blade. Although a sword was not strictly necessary, Cato believed that an overwhelming victory would best persuade Selenka to join his crew. Selenka approached Cato, his eyes ablaze with determination, fixated on him. Noticing Cato's lack of movement, Selenka scoffed and charged towards Vale. As he surged forward, the ground trembled beneath him, sending small fragments of stone dancing as if animated. He soon reached Cato, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Selenka's strike shattered the very spot where Cato had stood, sending vast swathes of vines splattering outward like petals in a tempest, accompanied by a howling rush of air. Marx, Tom, and the others had all gathered at the ship's edge. The island was small enough for them to witness the fierce confrontation below, and they certainly did not wish to miss such a display of strength. What a monstrous power! Yet Cato appeared to handle it with remarkable ease. Frankie was riveted to the scene below, anxious not to miss a single moment. Of course, if he were so easily defeated, he wouldn't be our captain, said Lechi, filled with admiration for Cato. As the dust settled, Cato had vanished from Selenka's sight. Indeed, you possess some skill. You have not disappointed my long wait, Selenka remarked. Not surprised, but rather pleased by the challenge. He charged again at Cato, this time with a punch that bore significantly more force. Cato chose not to evade, instead raising his sword to meet Selenka's fist. Bang! The shockwave radiated outward, ruffling Cato's hair and bending the surrounding foliage low. Impressive, your strength is truly remarkable, Cato mused, recalling the years of training that had honed his power. While neither employed hockey at this moment, they were merely testing one another's capabilities. A serious expression crossed Cato's face. Selenka's earlier strike was no trifling matter. Should it connect directly, even with armament hockey, injury would be inevitable. To contend with Marx without a clear victor, you certainly have some merit. Challenge yourself. I doubt you can sustain this pace, Cato taunted, eager to witness Selenka's true prowess. Show me if you, the so-called captain of Marx, are as formidable as the rumors suggest. With those words, Selenka stamped his foot down hard, causing the entire island to tremble, a testament to his terrifying strength. Seizing the moment when Cato lost his footing, Selenka charged at Vale once more, this time with even greater speed, appearing before Cato in an instant. His right hand enveloped an armament hockey. He aimed a punch at Cato's crown. Cato deftly dodged, only to find himself bombarded by a flurry of punches. Yet, his observation hockey had advanced to the point where he could perceive his opponent's movements, allowing him to evade each blow. Nevertheless, Selenka's assault was no less formidable. Had Cato's observation hockey not still been in its initial phase, he might have been forced into a direct confrontation. In a flash, Selenka vanished from Cato's sight only to reappear at his side, his leg, imbued with hockey, swung like a battle axe towards Cato. Clang! The kick aimed at Cato's head was met by his long sword. Ordinarily, such a blow would have shattered Cato's blade, but the weapon now glimmered a deep black, enveloped in a thick mantle of armament hockey. However, Selenka's kick was not easily resisted. He exerted more force, causing Cato to bend low as the ground beneath him yielded to the impact, creating a massive crater that erupted outward. Cato felt a surge of caution. A direct hit from those legs would spell disaster, particularly if it struck a vital area. With a determined push, Cato repelled Selenka, flexing his arms, which had begun to feel numb. Though Selenka's speed was average, his strength was undeniably terrifying. The combination of his legs and hockey was beyond what most could withstand. Though their exchange had only lasted a few brief rounds, both understood the gravity of the other's capabilities. Observers by the island's edge swallowed hard, uncertain of what had transpired. With only Marks having grasped the full extent of the encounter. What exceptional fighters! I have never witnessed such strength before, Barry exclaimed, astonished, as he marveled at Vale, who appeared deceptively youthful yet exuded immense power. The destructive force of Solanka's attacks was evident, yet Kato seemed unfazed, either effortlessly evading or parrying each strike. Leichi, feeling anxious, was unconvinced that Kato could be defeated, though he recognized Solanka's prowess and worried for Kato's safety. Indeed, it is time for me to strike, Kato decided. Having gathered enough information from their exchanges, with a swift motion he unleashed his technique, one sword style, shadowless slash. As Solanka prepared himself, sensing Kato's approach, he instinctively heightened his defenses with haki, but he was startled by the sudden flash of Kato's sword, which struck like thunder, causing him to falter momentarily. Boom. By the time Solanka regained his composure, he found himself hurled backward, 2 deep wounds marring his body, though he had sensed the initial strike. It had come too swiftly for him to defend against, while the second blow had rattled his very spirit. Kato's newly developed technique, one sword style, thunderbolt slash, combined with Conqueror's haki, produced a sound like thunder in the enemy's ear, disorienting them before they could react. Determined not to await Kato's next move, Solanka charged forward, knowing he could not afford to be on the defensive. Yet, as he advanced, he suddenly perceived Kato manifesting around him, realizing too late the impending danger. Kato once again appeared directly before him, sending him flying once more. Although Solanka had employed haki for defense, he had already sustained several cuts prior to that point. One sword style, Devil's Dance, had evolved, moving with even greater speed and grace. Solanka's velocity was insufficient to defend against it. This time, the wounds he suffered were far more grievous. The blade, suffused with haki, had carved into him, and he coughed blood, aware that without his rapid application of haki, he would have surely perished. Yet, he struggled to rise again. You are indeed formidable. Now, prepare to taste my ultimate technique. Demoness Kiss. As Solanka charged, his body was enveloped in haki, and all present seemed to witness a demon with 1,000 arms and legs poised to shred its adversary. Kato, too, surged forward to meet him. The long blade in hand had inexplicably transformed into the King of Hell's sword, enveloped in the same formidable haki. Yet it emanated countless crimson glimmers, as if drawing the onlookers into an abyss of torment. One sword style, Reincarnation. Hell, the 18 layers of torment, each one demanding a life, heaven and hell, separated by a mere thought. What seemed like an eternity was, in fact, just a fleeting moment. As the two figures stood back to back, then Solanka's form plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the attack finally revealed itself, shattering the island below into 5 or 6 fragments, gradually sinking beneath the water's surface. Kato rushed to catch the falling Solanka, guiding him towards the ship. The crew aboard the vessel stood in stunned silence, their minds bewildered since Kato's assault had begun, only catching glimpses of the sword's brilliance. Particularly the final strike that obliterated the small island left them utterly speechless. We must return quickly and find a doctor, otherwise, this fellow is in grave danger. Kato's words jolted the group into action, reminding them of the urgency to save a life, and they hurriedly set the ship on a reverse course. Chapter 36. Bonfire Feast. Though it appeared that Kato emerged victorious with ease, he understood that the reality was far more complex. The essence of his triumph lay in restraint. Solanka was a powerhouse of explosive strength. Had Solanka been allowed to focus solely on offense, Kato's defensive capabilities would have been evenly matched. However, in his eagerness to swiftly subdue Solanka, Kato resorted to his swordsmanship, characterized by rapid strikes that Solanka could hardly defend against. Kato surmised that Solanka's observation haki was likely in its nascent stage, with his primary talent rooted in armament haki, thus rendering him vulnerable to Kato's blade. Max, on the other hand, wielded both observation haki and the abilities of a Logia fruit, albeit one not particularly suited for offense, which compelled him into a more passive defensive role. Nevertheless, the innate advantages of a Logia fruit allowed him to deplete Solanka's stamina, leading to victory. This was the reason he could hold his ground against Solanka, perhaps even gaining a slight upper hand. Although Max had not awakened his armament haki in the past 2 years, he had been diligently honing his fruit abilities, significantly enhancing his observation haki, particularly with Solanka as a formidable opponent, facilitating mutual growth. Currently, Kato could be deemed devoid of weaknesses, possessing mastery in all 3 forms of haki, the Navy's 6 powers, and swordsmanship, all while learning under the esteemed Rayleigh. His solid foundation, cultivated from a young age, had culminated in this remarkable transformation. His instinctual grasp of battle opportunities surpassed that of his peers. Kato himself was uncertain of his current prowess, yet, echoing Rayleigh's words, he believed that even if he were to confront an admiral, escape would pose no significant challenge. However, Rayleigh had cautioned that Admiral Kizaru was particularly well-suited to counter Kato's abilities, underscoring the notion that within the world of One Piece, no one is invincible. Everyone possesses the capacity to be countered as well as the potential to counter others. While Kato appeared flawless in his abilities, especially in swordsmanship, this very balance could pose a disadvantage against particularly exceptional opponents, such as Kizaru with his light fruit, or those with formidable observation haki or armament haki, which could render his defenses impenetrable. Thus, unless he further advanced his mastery of haki, he would remain at a disadvantage. The feast soon commenced. With everyone gathered around the bonfire, indulging in hearty food and raucous conversation, the crowd was diverse. Comprising shipwrights from the shipyard and crew members Max had recruited over the past 2 years. Although not particularly powerful, their abilities and character formed the bedrock of a pirate crew. Unlike Luffy, who would recruit a handful of individuals, Kato sought to amass a formidable force. For the adage strength lies in numbers rang true. Solanka, having escaped mortal peril, regained consciousness that evening. Kato marveled at his extraordinary constitution, perhaps influenced by the unique talents of his dual heritage. Upon seeing Kato, Solanka addressed him as captain, evidently impressed and demonstrating reliability in his words. Kato held great admiration for him, recognizing his potential for greatness, and joyfully invited him to join in a toast to welcome him aboard. As they raised their cups, Solanka inquired about Kato's age, to which Kato nonchalantly replied, "I'm nearing 15. This revelation struck Solanka with surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. Kato's youth was a stark reminder of his own struggles, casting a shadow over their jovial conversation. Unbeknownst to Kato, his light-hearted comment weighed heavily on the already wounded Solanka. Curiously, Kato then asked, "Solanka, are you of the long-leg tribe or the long-arm tribe? Or perhaps you possess traits of both?" Solanka shot Kato a pained glance, internally distressed and reluctant to engage further. Recognizing the unspoken tension, Kato, donning an understanding expression, reassured him, "Don't worry. If you prefer not to share, I respect that. Should you need assistance, feel free to ask. After all, we are comrades now." He nodded affirmatively, pleased with his own demeanor. Solanka, maintaining a stoic facade, replied through gritted teeth, "Rest assured, I'm fine." Just as Kato was enjoying his conversation with Solanka, Max approached with Barry, introducing him to Kato. "Kato, Barry wishes to join our crew as a shipwright. Despite his youth, he has learned much from Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie over the past few years. He will undoubtedly become an exceptional shipbuilder." Kato nodded, having heard of Barry's reputation. Barry would eventually become one of the 5 chief shipwrights at the Carrera Company and later rise to the position of vice president following the events at Enies Lobby. Kato welcomed him warmly, acknowledging the current impossibility of Iceberg and Frankie pursuing a pirate life. Barry's sole flaw lay in his penchant for gambling, which would lead him to be pursued by numerous creditors in the future. He had even insisted on including a gaming room in the ship's design. "Welcome aboard, Barry. Your choice will undoubtedly prove wise." Barry, having witnessed the earlier duel, now regarded Kato with admiration, convinced that following him was a sound decision. "Indeed, Captain Kato, I will take good care of our ship. Ah, and Solanka has just joined us as well. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses." The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the night sky as Max, Frankie, Reiki, Barry, and others danced joyfully around the flames. The interplay of firelight and shadows accompanied by laughter and howls created an atmosphere of unrestrained revelry, indicating their sheer enjoyment. Observing his companions in such blissful harmony, Kato felt a surge of emotion. It had been ages since he had experienced such joy, since arriving in this world. He had faced numerous challenges and engaged in relentless training over the past 2 years. Now, he could finally relax. A testament to his growing confidence in his abilities and the gradual realization of his aspirations. Kato reflected on the last time he had encountered a similar scene. It must have been during his previous life as graduation. Sighing, he wondered how his old friends were faring now, and what his family and brother were up to. With a wistful smile, he reminded himself that dwelling on the past served no purpose. All he could do was wish them well. At that moment, Reiki spotted Kato and waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Captain, come join us in the dance." "Yes, Kato. Young people should embrace joy," Max added. And so, Kato joined in the revelry. The dance simple enough to learn at a glance. Tom, observing the jubilant crowd, turned to Kokoro beside him and chuckled. "Ah, youth is a wonderful thing. Indeed, there is a vibrancy in youth that is enviable. Let us not dwell on it. Come, let us drink. Thus, the night wore on, filled with laughter and celebration. Chapter 37. Departure the Grand Line, City of Seven Waters. Today's weather is splendid. The sky is clear, devoid of clouds, suggesting it is indeed a remarkable day. Whether it holds significance for others remains uncertain, but for the crew of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate ship, it is undeniably a special occasion. As they are setting sail today, it has been 2 days since the bonfire party concluded. During this time, they have been busy procuring and preparing a plethora of necessities: food, daily supplies, ammunition, planks, and various items required aboard the ship. Additionally, it has allowed Solanka to recuperate from his grave injuries sustained that fateful day. Most crucially, they have been working on the creation of their pirate flag. After some discussion, they agreed upon the name proposed by Cato, the Dragon and Phoenix Pirate Crew. It certainly has a pleasing ring to it. The flag itself features Cato's signature weapons, the Death Blade and the King of Hellsword, as its foundation, adorned with a skull at its center. Surrounding the skull is a vibrant depiction of a dragon and phoenix intertwined, a design crafted by Cato himself, and met with unanimous approval, as he is the captain, after all. His design is remarkably striking, leaving no room for criticism. Moreover, Cato took the initiative to have an intricate dragon and phoenix embroidery added to the cloak gifted by Hancock. And he later considered that it would be splendid if each crew member had one, thus establishing a unique emblem for their pirate crew. Consequently, on this day, all members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew donned such cloaks, exuding an aura of grandeur from every angle. Cato looked on with great satisfaction. The crew deliberated extensively over the name of their ship. It should be called the Evil Dragon, proposed Solanka, a name befitting a rebellious spirit. Absolutely not. The others vehemently opposed. Undeterred, Solanka continued. This name possesses a certain gravitas, does it not? Let us call it the Dragon and Phoenix, as it complements our crew and flags splendidly, suggested the more rational Marx. No, it's far too ordinary, came the resounding objection. How about the Love of the Dragon? Chimed in Lecky with a playful smile. No, that is far too feminine and lacks any commanding presence. Solanka was the first to refute, observing the heated debate. Cato concluded that such discussions might never yield results, so he confidently suggested, how about the Dream of the Dragon? He found this name quite appealing. Absolutely not. It lacks any gravitas. The Evil Dragon is still the best. Solanka retaliated. At that moment, Teddy returned and added to the chaos with a bark. Cato swiftly kicked him away, learned to speak before offering opinions. Teddy had seemingly vanished for the past 2 days, presumably in search of a female dog. What about the Wings of Freedom? Very quietly suggested. I find that quite agreeable, exclaimed Marx, the first to support this notion. Cato concurred, recognizing not only its meaning but also its melodic quality, and he voiced his approval. Excellent. I too favor this name. I find it agreeable as well. Unlike the names proposed by others, Lecky remarked, casting a sideways glance at Solanka. Cato, feeling the pressure, realized that one must tread carefully around women. Seeing that the majority supported this name, Solanka muttered under his breath, I still believe the Evil Dragon is the best. However, Cato paid no heed to his words and decisively declared, very well, we shall name it the Wings of Freedom. Thus, the name was established, while Solanka was left to sulk in silence. Soon, Cato and his crew boarded the ship, numbering over 30 individuals, many of whom he did not recognize. They could be categorized into 3 groups, those among the shipwrights aspiring to become pirates, some ruffians seeking recognition to escape their mundane existences, and a portion who were former pirates. Cato distinctly remembered one navigator, a middle-aged man named Sibat, who had previously ventured to the New World but returned after their crew was defeated, having met Marx by chance. Sibat was unwilling to live a mundane life and was drawn into this venture by Marx, reportedly due to Lecky's influence. Witnessing Cato's crew's strength filled him with newfound confidence. Among those seeing them off were members of the Tom pirate crew, as well as several others. Observing the farewells exchanged, Cato chose not to intrude until the final goodbyes were spoken. He then addressed them. Thank you, Tom, Iceberg, Frankie, and everyone. Your craftsmanship has produced an exceptional vessel. Rest assured, it shall become the most renowned ship upon the seas. With a smile, he waved goodbye as the Wings of Freedom set sail. The crew unfurled the sails, and before long, the Wings of Freedom departed from the harbor, heading toward the city of gastronomy in search of a chef. Their ultimate destination, of course, was the North Sea. Cato intended to return to visit Uncle Adam and Anna, as it had been nearly 3 years since they had last seen one another. He pondered how they had fared in his absence. The thought of Anna caused a shiver to run through him. Little one, how have you been? Being taken captive must have been a significant blow to her. Additionally, Cato sought to recruit more crew members in the North Sea. Why not recruit on the Grand Line? This situation bore some resemblance to ancient times. During the Three Kingdoms period, a warlord's troops primarily hailed from their homeland. There is a saying that encountering a fellow countryman in a foreign land brings tears to one's eyes. This encapsulates feelings of familiarity and belonging. Furthermore, while the individuals on the Grand Line are undoubtedly formidable, it is not that Cato lacks the ability to recruit. Rather, many already belong to established organizations or have assumed leadership roles of their own, making recruitment quite challenging. Thus, Cato resolved to return to the North Sea to recruit from the grassroots, as it is the strongest sea among the four seas. The three notable supernovas, Drake, the magician Bartolomeo Hawkins, and Trafalgar Law, hail from the North Sea. Cato did not hold out hope for them. They were still too young, but fate might have other plans. Aboard the Wings of Freedom, Cato was engrossed in a book in the captain's quarters, while Teddy lay basking in the sun on the deck, indulging in leisurely pleasures and receiving water and delicacies from the crew. Cato, sensing this through his observation hockey, felt a surge of irritation. How could these crew members find time to fawn over Teddy while neglecting their training? Most infuriating was the fact that no one seemed inclined to curry favor with him. The captain. However, it was not entirely the crew's fault. They were still unfamiliar with Cato, and despite his youth, his prowess and commanding presence were formidable. In their unfamiliarity with his preferences, they naturally hesitated to approach him. Teddy, being his pet, enjoyed a different standing altogether, as Cato fumed over the crew's lack of initiative. The door swung open, and Lecky entered, clad in a form-fitting short skirt, carrying a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Cato, would you care for a cup of coffee? I just made it. Cato gazed at Lecky's alluring figure and beautiful visage, along with the coffee she offered. And couldn't he help but think how fortunate he was to have her around. As the daylight waned, he looked at the table laden with freshly prepared dishes, donning an expression of relief. It was unavoidable. Although the ship was crowded, not a single soul possessed culinary skills, and Cato himself was no chef. The only dish he could confidently prepare was grilled meat, but having grown up as a beggar and coming from a rural background in his previous life, he had acquired some experience. He could manage the basics, at least enough to satisfy hunger. Chef, hurry and find your way to my bowl. Chapter 38. Gourmet City. Aboard the Freedom's Wings, Cato and his companions were engaged in a game of cards. After a week at sea, boredom had begun to weigh heavily on them. Cato felt that drifting aimlessly across the ocean day after day was utterly stifling. With no battles to partake in and no other forms of entertainment available, they resorted to playing cards primarily to kill time. As they played, they sipped on alcohol. Having shed the burdens of the past, Cato had developed a fondness for drinking, perhaps influenced by his mentor, Rayleigh. It was evident that Cato had grown increasingly languid. Just as they were engrossed in their game, Sinet burst in, exclaiming, "Captain, we've spotted Gourmet City." At the mention of their destination, the room emptied in a flash, as everyone was eager to indulge in the culinary delights they had long craved. They had complained incessantly about the food throughout the journey. Cato himself wiped his mouth unconsciously. Woof, woof. Teddy, upon hearing the prospect of good food, leapt up and barked excitedly. Quiet down, you foolish dog. Cato, who had been enjoying the game, was abruptly interrupted by Teddy's antics. Anger flared within him, and he swung a punch, but it missed its mark. Teddy effortlessly dodged, sticking out his tongue and regarding Cato with an expression of utter disdain. He turned his back, wiggled his rear, and strolled away with a leisurely grace. As Cato prepared to chase after him, he noticed Sinet still lingering at the entrance, which only intensified his irritation. Initially, Cato had trusted Sinbad due to his polished appearance and meticulous hairstyle, but that trust had swiftly dissolved when Sinbad had shed his facade the following day. Instead of attending to the ship, he had been preoccupied with Reiki, fretting over trivial matters, nearly steering them off course twice in just a week. Cato felt utterly betrayed. Could such a navigator be relied upon? Nonetheless, Sinbad's sailing skills were commendable, which was the only reason Cato had not jettisoned him overboard. What sort of chef should we find? Cato mused. A beautiful one, perhaps. Agreed. After all, can one truly savor a meal prepared by a man? Indeed, a woman not only excels in crafting delectable dishes, but she is also a delight to behold. Woof, woof. As Cato reached the deck, he overheard his companions discussing their preferences for a chef, and their ensuing comments nearly sent him into a fury. You lot have not starved yourselves this past week. Cough. Cough. Sibat, noticing Kato's darkening expression, quickly cleared his throat, which had an immediate effect. I must disagree with you all. The captain is male and his cooking is exquisite. Exactly. I concur. The quality of a chef cannot be judged by gender. If the captain hears your remarks, he will surely be hurt. Cato listened to their banter, utterly exasperated by their shamelessness. Before long, the Freedom's wings reached the sandy shores of the island. The island was vast, and from a distance, one could see towering buildings within. Clearly, it was a bustling town. Such cities were common along the Grand Line, however. A place as grand as Gourmet City was a rarity. Cato's spirits lifted at the thought of finding an exceptional chef here. They lowered the sails and anchored the ship. The island was not without a harbor. Rather, the direction of the Dragon Phoenix was misaligned. Leaving a few crewmates behind to watch the ship, the rest quickly made their way into the town. Strolling down the busy streets, they admired the various food establishments and the lively crowds. Reiki, clad in a short shirt and denim jeans, was a vibrant presence amidst the throng, eagerly sampling this and that. Cato, we shall part ways here. I'll take everyone on a shopping spree. You go find a chef, Max declared with a hearty laugh, leaving only Cato, Reiki, and the ever-dutiful Sinbad behind, while even Teddy followed Max and the others to indulge in culinary delights. Where to find a chef? Cato pondered, stroking his chin as he navigated through the crowd, when suddenly an idea struck him. He quickly set off in search of it. Before long, they discovered a charming bar. The entrance was plastered with numerous wanted posters, none of which featured their faces, as they had been missing for 2 years, and many had forgotten about Cato and Max. At the bar, they ordered a few pizzas and some red wine. They settled into a cozy spot, munching while listening to the chatter around them. However, after a short while, Cato could bear it no longer. These ignorant pirates were either boasting about how much they had looted that day or recounting the number of people they had killed yesterday. They discussed the merits of different eateries, leaving Cato utterly speechless and unwilling to listen further. Hey, bartender, do you know if there are any good chefs around this island? Cato asked, his patience waning. Well, I can't say if they're good chefs, but the town center is hosting the annual culinary competition these days. You might want to check that out. Perhaps you'll find the chef you seek. If Cato had inquired about anything else, the bartender might not have known. But the culinary competition was a well-known tradition on the island, and the bartender answered readily. Oh, is that so? What splendid news. Thank you. Cato and his companions exchanged delighted smiles. It seemed fortune had smiled upon them. They paid their bill and made their way outside. Before long, they arrived at the town center, only to discover that the culinary competition had already concluded for the day, and they would have to wait until tomorrow to witness it. Thus, they turned back toward the Freedom's wings. Suddenly, a commotion nearby caught their attention, causing them to stop and look. Hey, bartender, why aren't you selling that elephant trunkfish to me? What use is it to sell it to him? He only weighs such fine ingredients. A young woman with golden hair, tied up in a bun, protested vehemently to the vendor. The golden-haired lady appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a bikini-like short top and a form-fitting black and white knee-length skirt. Miss, this elephant trunk fish is worth at least 300,000 berries. The vendor replied, exasperation evident in his tone. You can't afford it, and I have no choice but to sell it to someone else. Then you're selling it to him? Just look at him. It's clear he is not a chef. You're insulting the ingredients. The golden-haired lady pointed angrily at a wealthy-looking young man nearby. Moreover, didn't you promise me that once I won the cooking championship and claimed the prize, you would sell it to me? How can you go back on your word? The vendor sighed helplessly, unable to respond. He couldn't afford to let go of such a rare buyer. Missing this opportunity would be a significant loss. Hey, bartender, I'll take that elephant trunkfish. I'll pay double. Cato shouted as he approached, pulling out a handful of berries. Here. This fish is a gift to this lady. Chapter 39, The Culinary Competition. Hey. The affluent young man beside him was displeased and quickly voiced his dissent. However, before he could utter a word, he was silenced by a piercing glance from Cato, his face paling as he retreated in haste. This was a manifestation of Cato's murderous aura. Although he lacked the conqueror's haki, his overwhelming presence was not something an ordinary person could withstand. After 2 years of battling beasts daily, even a typical pirate would likely falter under such pressure, let alone a pampered heir. While I appreciate the splendid elephant fish you've gifted me, it is rather inappropriate to resort to intimidation, Cato remarked. Clearly, the blonde woman had noticed the shift in Cato's demeanor and the young man's reaction. With a smile, she approached Cato and whispered, your aura is indeed formidable. Even I found it rather intimidating. I merely acted out of respect for a fellow professional, Kato replied with a slight smile, unfazed by her enticing words. He then extended an invitation. Why not join my ship as a chef? Given your fierce aura, you must be a pirate. However, I still have to compete in the culinary contest, so I shall consider it afterward. The blonde woman chuckled softly and departed briskly with her elephant fish. Kato shook his head in amusement, contemplating his lack of charm. Was his appeal truly so minimal? This was the second unsuccessful invitation he had extended. He had felt quite accomplished when he invited Marx previously. Beside him, Leichi had already discerned Kato's intentions but was surprised by the failure. It seemed she was quite a character. Hee, Kato, you truly are hopeless. You can't even extend an invitation properly. It was only my navet that led me to be lured aboard by you, Leichi chided him, exasperated. Failing to secure a chef was a matter of great consequence for their collective happiness. Simet chimed in, if only I had taken the initiative, with my charm. I would have succeeded already. He flicked his hair with a flare, sighing dramatically. How unfortunate. How lamentable, Kato mused. Maintaining a calm exterior while internally lamenting the fact that Luffy could invite others so directly and succeed effortlessly, while his attempts turned into calamities. It appeared he lacked the protagonist's aura. What a shame. He cursed inwardly, striding towards the Dragon Phoenix ship. Let us go. Tomorrow we must seek a chef. With a giggle, Leichi cast a peculiar glance at Kato's retreating figure, then addressed Sinbad, who was still daydreaming beside her, before following Kato. Meanwhile, Kato and the others returned to the Free Wings ship, while Marx and his companions only returned late at night, evidently quite pent up, after a night devoid of conversation. The next day dawned at the town center. At that moment, a dozen chefs stood on the competition stage, including the blonde woman from the previous day. The audience was packed, creating a lively atmosphere. Kato, Leichi, and Sinbad could not push through the crowd, so they opted to observe from the rooftops. Welcome, everyone, to our town's annual culinary contest, held over 3 days. Today marks the crowning of the 139th champion. Let the celebrations begin, the host announced loudly, microphone in hand, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Well, the host continued, today's contest will determine who can cook the fastest, the tastiest, and with the most creativity. Let us strive for victory. The crowd roared in encouragement. The champion this year will receive a prize of 500,000 berries, as well as a set of top-notch kitchenware exclusive to this culinary island. Upon hearing this, the chefs on stage were filled with excitement. While the monetary reward was significant, the quality of the kitchenware was paramount, especially the elite tools from the culinary island. The blonde woman appeared particularly thrilled, as the value of such tools to a chef could not be overstated. Let the competition begin, the host declared, raising his voice once more. As the contest commenced, the chefs hurriedly chopped ingredients, boiled water, heated pans, and scaled fish, all in a seamless and organized manner. Clearly, these chefs possessed exceptional skills. Meanwhile, Kato, perched on the rooftop with a glass of fine wine, observed the blonde woman with keen interest. Her confidence in claiming the championship and using the prize to procure ingredients indicated her prowess. Additionally, with only her on stage, she would be the sole candidate for his culinary needs. As for whether one individual would suffice, that was a matter for her to decide. Surely, she could recruit apprentices or assistants in due time. Sinbad was also fixated on the blonde chef, evidently sharing a similar admiration. However, his thoughts were likely far from innocent. Leichi, on the other hand, was engrossed in the spectacle, shifting her gaze from one side to another. Suddenly, she felt as though someone was watching her. Turning in that direction, she found nothing amiss and dismissed it, returning her attention to the competition. Before long, Leichi poked Kato and pointed excitedly in another direction. Kato, look. It's Marx and the others. Following her indication, Kato quickly spotted Marx, accompanied by Solanka and Barry, while the whereabouts of the remaining crew were unknown. Where had Teddy wandered off to? Surely he wants tea chasing after that dog girl? They say a full belly leads to mischief. Perhaps dogs are no different. Marx. Over here. Solanka. Leichi called out joyfully, hopping as she did so. Upon hearing her, Marx and the others approached. Before they reached the group, Solanka boasted, see? I told you they'd be here. However, upon noticing that no one was paying him heed, Solanka felt a wave of gloom wash over him. What brings you all here? Kato inquired. Well, earlier, Solanka and I decided to purchase some varied weights for workout equipment. With so many of us, each person has different needs, and we were inadequately prepared. Barry suggested we construct a small beachside pool behind the ship and plant some shade-producing trees. On sunny days, we could swim and sunbathe outside. And on rainy days, we could return to the ship for hot springs. Wouldn't that be delightful? I wanted to discuss it with you, Marx explained. looking expectantly at Kato. Absolutely. Such a wonderful idea requires no hesitation. Let him buy whatever he needs, and the funds can be sourced from Leichi. Kato replied without a second thought. He would never refuse such a pleasurable endeavor. Leichi, having served as a secretary for 2 years, was now in charge of the finances. Upon Kato's agreement, Marx and the others eagerly departed with Barry to procure the necessary items, leaving Kato and his companions behind, their future adventures yet to unfold. Chapter 40. The dream of champion Mona. As the culinary competition unfolded with fervor, chefs took turns presenting their creations. Finally, the last chef completed his dish, and the host returned to the stage. Accompanying him were 10 elderly gentlemen clad in chef's attire, clearly seasoned veterans of the culinary world. Here to serve us today as judges. Excellent. The chefs today have displayed remarkable speed. It seems this competition has yielded many exceptional talents. The host beamed as he praised each contestant, even the last chef to finish, whose expression brightened slightly at the acknowledgement. Now, let us welcome our esteemed judges. The 10 venerable experts who have been judging for a decade. Gentlemen, please savor each dish. The host bowed respectfully towards the panel. Let us begin with the chef on the left. He finished the fastest. One of the elderly judges exclaimed, pointing to the first chef. The others nodded in agreement. The chef's stir-fried cumin crocodile was indeed impressive, offering a delightful taste that was far from overwhelming. I give it a perfect score of 10. The first judge declared, savoring the dish. 10, 10, 9, another judge remarked, acknowledging the quality but noting that the cumin slightly overshadowed the natural flavor of the crocodile. The 10th judge tasted the dish, nodded slightly, and awarded it a mere 9 points. Well then, the first chef has achieved the highest score of 99. The host exclaimed with excitement. It appears that the champion of this competition is undoubtedly him. Let us await the final results. The 10 judges proceeded to taste each dish in turn, but none surpassed the first chef's score, clearly demonstrating his exceptional skill and speed. Had it not been for Kato's prior intentions, he surely would have sought to recruit him. As they reached the penultimate dish, the golden-haired woman from yesterday was next. Her dish, carp leaping over the dragon gate, was remarkably creative. The flavors transitioned from intense bitterness to blandness, followed by a hint of sweetness, culminating in a refreshing finish. The first judge furrowed his brow, articulating how the flavors perfectly embody the essence of the dish. Due to this complexity, I find myself unable to assign a score. If I must, I can only give it a 10. Despite all 10 judges awarding it a 10, they shook their heads in lament. As if to echo the first judge's sentiment that such a score was an understatement. It seemed the final champion was indeed her, Kato thought. A smile creeping onto his face. Did everyone hear that? This young lady's carp leaping over the dragon gate has received a perfect score of 100. The judges have remarked that this score is exceedingly low. The host, undeterred by having previously declared another as champion, excitedly announced into the microphone. Moments later, after the final chef's dish was tasted, it was clear the golden-haired woman was the definitive champion. The judges promptly revealed their verdict. Today's competition has concluded. The champion is this young lady. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the golden-haired woman and proclaimed, the winning dish is carp leaping over the dragon gate. And the recipient of the grand prize is Miss Mona. Let us all cheer for Miss Mona. Mona. Receiving the prize of 500,000 berries and a set of cooking utensils to be collected backstage, Mona smiled calmly, exuding confidence and capability. Hey, Reki. How can I invite her to join our crew? Diamond, perched on the rooftop, turned to Reki with a question. Well, it's quite simple. Just appeal to her interests. Reki replied mysteriously, smiling. Appeal to her interests? You mean? Diamond pondered over his drink, his expression shifting to one of excitement. Exactly. You wouldn't know how to invite someone even if you tried. Sinbad is smarter than you. Reki teased, unabashedly critiquing Kato. Sinbad nodded in agreement, dismissing Kato with a shake of his head, clearly finding him lacking in comparison. Kato felt speechless. This was clearly sarcasm. It wasn't a compliment. Backstage at the culinary competition, Kato, Reki, and Sinat sought out the golden-haired woman named Mona. With his observation hockey activated, Kato quickly sensed her presence and they hurried over. Excuse me, is this Mona? Are you not interested in setting sail? Kato smiled warmly at her. We plan to journey across the Grand Line, encountering many exceptional chefs along the way. Every pirate crew has talented cooks, and will even venture into the New World, where an array of unique ingredients awaits. Aren't you a pirate crew? Mona asked, her expression one of confusion. We are not the kind of pirates you envision, driven solely by slaughter and plunder. We are adventurers with ideals and goals, Reki interjected swiftly. The New World, Mona murmured, contemplating whether to join them. Mona, have you heard of Albul? Suddenly, Kato recalled Sanji's dream. This legendary figure in the culinary world prompted a smile to form on his lips as he spoke. Albul, do you believe it exists? Mona asked, her excitement palpable as if she had found a kindred spirit. Of course, the Grand Line is filled with countless strange islands. And if there are rumors of Albul, it stands to reason someone must have seen it. Kato took a sip of his drink and continued. Perhaps the end of the Grand Line, the meeting point of all seas, is where it lies. But regardless of where it is, we must set sail to find it. Indeed, Sister Mona, we have many mouths to feed on our ship. Reki chimed in, eager to entice her. Besides, it would be great to have you as company. I'm the only girl on board, and it's rather dull. Miss Mona, should you join our crew, Sinbad would be more than happy to serve you. Sinbad, ever the gentleman, extended his invitation, already smitten with excitement. Well, all right, but I'll only be on your ship temporarily. If I'm not satisfied one day, I will leave at any time. After a brief moment of consideration, Mona nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Sister Mona, I'm Reki, the ship as steward and secretary. Reki grinned, pointing at Kato. This is Kato, our captain. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million. Ah, I see. That explains the heavy aura around you. Captain Kato, I look forward to your guidance in the future. I shall be the ship as chef from now on. Mona smiled lightly and nodded at Kato. Before Reki could introduce Sinbad, he stepped in front of her, declaring, I'm Sinbad, the ship as navigator. I eagerly anticipate the life shared with Miss Mona aboard our vessel. Finally, we've found our chef. Welcome aboard, Mona, Kato said with a satisfied smile, extending his hand for a polite handshake. Chapter 41. Boarding and competition on board the Freedom Wing. The Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew was reveling on the deck, indulging in a sumptuous feast. The array of delectable dishes and the tantalizing aromas filled the air, igniting the group's spirits and appetites. Finally, there was a skilled chef among them. Cheers. The crew joyously raised their goblets in celebration. Let us welcome Mina and her companions into our ranks. Kato laughed heartily, extending his warm welcome. After some persuasion from Kato, Mina had recruited 3 assistants from the culinary capital, 2 men and a woman. I am Mina, a wandering chef. As it were, in pursuit of refining my culinary skills, I have traversed various seas and the Grand Line. How fortunate I am. This island's cooking competition was meant to be my destination, where I hope to settle down, and unexpectedly, I have encountered all of you. Mina smiled gently, revealing her origins in just a few words. Though I am a chef, my self-defense skills are quite impressive, she added with a grin, clearly recalling how she had swiftly discerned Kato's threat against a wealthy young man. One could surmise that her prowess was formidable, likely surpassing that of Reki. Despite Reki's powerful abilities and potential, her dedication as a secretary at Tom's shipyard for the past 2 years had left her skills largely unrefined, knowing only a few transformations. Thus, Kato found himself with no choice but to seek opportunities for her development in the future. Wow, Mina, shall we spar? Reki exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Being of the same gender, and judging by Mina's demeanor, she felt confident that she could prevail. Certainly, let's have a match. The crew cheered in excitement. All right. Mina agreed with a smile, eager to demonstrate her worth to Kato. With that, she picked up a sturdy iron staff and made her way to the open area on the deck. Kato and the others were taken aback by the sight of a beautiful woman wielding a weapon. It was rare, indeed. Could it be that Mina was skilled in staff techniques? Their anticipation for the match grew. Be cautious, Mina. Reki chuckled as she transformed into a towering 2-meter-tall lion. Grinning at Mina. In an instant, Reki vanished, employing her speed to approach Mika. Although she had trained in the 6 styles, her physical prowess was still lacking, making her movements traceable to those of considerable strength. Many had learned the 6 styles from marks, yet the mastery of the techniques varied greatly. The 6 styles merely pushed the limits of human capability. Without a strong physical foundation, one could not expect to become formidable simply by mastering these skills. For instance, both Khalifa and Lucci from CP9 possessed the 6 styles, but their power levels differ dramatically. With a swift movement, Reki attempted to strike Mina with her finger guns, yet failed to land a single hit. Mina deftly wielded her staff like a fan, skillfully deflecting Reki's every attack. The smile on Mina's face indicated the vast disparity between their abilities. For directions, suddenly Mina darted to Reki's side, her staff sweeping forcefully towards her. In response, Reki morphed into an eagle, evading the blow, but quickly retaliated with a flurry of claw strikes. Descend from heaven. Mina leaped into the air, bringing her staff down upon the airborne Reki. The latter flapped her wings to evade, regaining her balance and transforming into a cheetah, charging back at Mina. Finger guns. Utilizing her momentum, Reki unleashed a barrage of finger gun attacks towards Mina. This time, however, Mina chose not to defend. Instead, she retaliated with a barrage of staff strikes, creating a cacophony of impact as if two iron blocks were colliding incessantly. Frustrated by Mina's relentless counterattacks, Reki resorted to a combination of finger guns and kicks. Before long, her stamina began to wane, as her physique could not withstand the intensity of the 6 styles. Boundless Dharma. A fatigued Reki executed a kick, but her speed had diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Mina executed a graceful sweep with her staff, sending Reki flying. It was clear, Reki had lost. Huff. Mina. You were truly impressive. Though she had been knocked aside, Reki was hardly injured. The disparity in their abilities was evident. Gasping for breath, she managed a weak smile as she sat on the ground to recuperate. You are quite capable yourself, Reki. With more practice, you could surpass me. Mina, hardly breaking a sweat, smiled as she handed a towel to Saki. These are techniques Marx taught me. Reki boasted, unfazed by her defeat. Is that so? If I am not mistaken, those are techniques only elite Navy personnel can learn. Mina pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, Marx was a former Navy colonel. He had a bounty of 100 million berries and is now a natural devil fruit user, quite formidable. Reki was well aware of the deputy captain's capabilities. And upon noticing Mina's interest, she eagerly boasted. Hey, Mina, you practice staff techniques, right? Such skills are rarely seen. Usually, only monks possess them. Kato chimed in, intrigued as he approached with a drink in hand. Yes, that was long ago. Both my culinary skills and staff techniques were taught to me by my master, a monk. Unfortunately, he passed away from illness. Mina nodded, recognizing the rarity of monks among humanity. Your staff technique embodies a balance of strength and flexibility. What do you think? Would you like to learn the 6 styles? Kato inquired with a faint smile, genuinely interested. No, thank you. I prefer my staff techniques. Besides, I have not mastered them yet and do not wish to divide my focus. I appreciate your offer, Captain Kato. Mina politely declined. All right then. You two should hurry and enjoy your meal. Kato took a sip of his drink, chuckling silently as he turned and headed towards the beach at the rear of the ship. Kato's inquiry about Mina learning the 6 styles was primarily a test of her commitment to martial arts. Had she accepted, he would have introduced her to the moonwalk, shave, and paper drawing techniques. After all, one who could not maintain a resolute conviction would struggle to reach great heights. Mina's refusal only elevated Kato's regard for her, solidifying her status as a recognized companion. After a night of revelry, the following morning, Sinbad accompanied Mina to the town to procure ingredients, as their ship had previously relied on instant meals. Meanwhile, Reki had sought out Kato. Kato, our funds are running low. We need to devise a plan. Chapter 42. Discovery. Upon hearing Leichi's words, Kato was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, since their arrival in the city of 7 waters, they had not earned a single coin, and their previous savings had dwindled significantly due to the considerable expenses incurred over the past few days. What was to be done? At that moment, he couldn't think of a solution. After all, he couldn't possibly resort to robbing the treasures of the culinary city, could he? Thus, he decided to accompany Leichi to the town center. After her defeat by Mona the previous day, Leichi felt the absence of a reliable weapon and resolved to have Kato accompany her to procure one. They would linger here for another day, primarily to purchase ingredients. Kato need not worry about this, as Mona had already taken the initiative, and Leichi was confident that the culinary city would offer an abundance of satisfactory provisions. In the past, financial constraints had prevented her from making purchases, but now she was eager to showcase her culinary prowess. Secondly, Barry and the others were working on the beach pool. Although swimming was already possible, numerous details remained to be finalized. Leichi's aspiration was to establish a filtration system that could convert seawater into pure water, allowing even those with devil fruit abilities to swim freely. Meanwhile, as Kato and Leichi strolled through the streets, he was oblivious to the imminent danger that loomed. The events rewind to a day prior, the culinary competition. Moses, a naval petty officer, had been stationed on Culinary Island for 3 years. He had initially believed he would achieve great things here, but for reasons unknown, this alluring city rarely witnessed notorious pirates causing havoc. It was only after a particular incident that he understood why. On one occasion, while enjoying drinks at a bar with several colleagues, they encountered a group of pirates causing a ruckus. Moses seized the opportunity, ready to intervene, but before he could act, the restaurant's chef had effortlessly dispatched the band of marauders. A crowd soon gathered, mocking the defeated pirates with taunts. Where did these little rogues come from to cause trouble here? Do they not know where they are? The chefs here are not merely cooks. From that day onward, Moses learned that many chefs on Culinary Island possessed exceptional skills, and none were mere amateurs. Whenever pirates dared to create disturbances or attempt to dine and dash, they invariably met with dire consequences. Consequently, such incidents became increasingly rare. However, as an ambitious naval officer, Moses was not one to give up easily. He began collecting every bounty notice and associated intelligence, memorizing their details, and scouring the streets for pirates. His efforts bore fruit when he successfully apprehended a few pirates. Though the bounties were modest, the accomplishment greatly encouraged him. He believed that if he persisted, a promotion would soon follow. Today marked the annual culinary competition, an event Moses could not afford to miss, especially the finals. Yet, even amidst the excitement, he remained vigilant. A habit honed over 3 years. While observing the surroundings, he suddenly spotted a few individuals perched atop a rooftop. This was not unusual, as many spectators gathered on rooftops to watch the competition. However, one particular figure appeared vaguely familiar, causing him to pause momentarily, suspecting they might be pirates. Today might yield unexpected discoveries. As he scrutinized the individual, he soon realized he did not recognize their face, which surprised him, for he prided himself on his memory. He continued to observe, and then it struck him. What seemed familiar was the hat, a colorful one. A sudden chill ran down his spine as he shook his head in disbelief. It couldn't be him. He had vanished 2 years ago. Despite his attempts to convince himself otherwise, Moses couldn't resist glancing at the stranger again, only to find that the individual had turned to look at him. Startled, he quickly lowered his gaze, reflecting on how astutely perceptive this person was, able to detect even a furtive glance. This only heightened his suspicion of their capabilities. Moses remained increasingly cautious, fearful of being discovered. Moments later, he noticed several imposing figures approaching the young man, and upon closer inspection, he recognized marks. There was no mistaking it. It had to be them. Suddenly, his interest in the competition evaporated. Without bidding farewell to his colleagues, he hastily returned to the base to report to his superior. Moses' superior was Colonel Rocca, who had always treated him kindly, appreciative of the opportunities Moses had provided for him to earn merit. Thus, when Moses rushed into his office, Rocca did not express annoyance but instead greeted him warmly. "What's the matter, Moses? Is there something significant afoot, or perhaps a new discovery?" Rocca's casual inquiry bore no expectations, and he leisurely sipped his coffee. However, Moses' response made him spring to his feet, the coffee he had just sipped spluttering out as he exclaimed, "What? You mean evil Starcato and traitor Colonel Marks?" Moses observed Rocca's expression, which revealed no surprise. He too had felt the gravity of the situation. Thus, Moses solemnly affirmed, "Yes, Colonel Rocca, there is no mistake. I would stake my life on it." In truth, Rocca needed no such assurance, for he believed Moses' words. However, the revelation was indeed startling, prompting him to question the circumstances. The prospect of capturing them was out of the question. Even 2 years ago, they had been formidable opponents, and now they were undoubtedly more dangerous. It appeared that reporting to the naval headquarters was the only viable option. Without dismissing Moses, Rocca promptly picked up the transponder snail and dialed the number. Moses. Admiral Sengoku was preoccupied with the sudden influx of pirates and the 7 warlords when he heard the transponder snail ring. Without hesitation, he picked it up. "Hello. I am Admiral Sengoku. Please, go ahead." "Admiral Sengoku, this is Colonel Rocca stationed on Culinary Island." "Oh, Rocca. I seem to recall your name. What is the matter?" "Reporting. Admiral, my subordinate Moses has discovered evil Starcato and traitor Colonel Marks on Culinary Island. They appear to have become pirates, forming a pirate crew, and are surrounded by many others. I request your guidance." Rocca refrained from seeking glory for himself, a gesture that deeply moved Moses, who stood by. Rocca's report took Sengoku by surprise. These two had been missing for over 2 years, and now they reappeared. Sengoku was uncertain of their intentions. Kato had dared to confront the celestial dragons, who had issued orders for his capture. Moreover, Marks, the traitor, was also a target to be apprehended. It seemed imperative to deploy capable officers to prevent their escape, for both individuals were far from ordinary. Furthermore, Sengoku was astonished to learn of their establishment of a pirate crew. It was a series of alarming developments. "Excellent work, Colonel Rocca. You have managed this situation well without acting rashly. Keep a close watch on them, but do not alert them to your presence. I will dispatch the Navy to surround them. You will receive further instructions." "Yes, Admiral. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Chapter 43, Major Peach Bunny on the Culinary Island. At the weapons shop, Reki and Kato entered with Teddy, calling out loudly, "Boss, Do you have any good weapons? What kind of weapon do you seek, young lady? An old man emerged from behind the counter. I'm not quite sure what's available. Reki giggled in response. It seems you're looking for something for self-defense, yet do you not find my wares appealing? The old man gestured toward the array of weapons in his shop. Indeed. If only such weapons are available, it would be quite disappointing. Reki glanced around and shook her head in dismay. Ah, fear not. I possess a pinnacle creation. Yet, I wonder if you have the capability to wield it. The old man chuckled awkwardly, aware that all the weapons in the shop were crafted by his own hands. He then boldly presented another weapon, declaring, "This is the pinnacle of my youth." He retrieved a black dagger from the back room, measuring nearly 40 centimeters in length with a 15 centimeters handle. The dagger glimmered ominously, indicating its formidable nature. Such a weapon, evidently, could not have been forged by the old man's skill alone, showcasing his audacity. Though the dagger was not lengthy, it was remarkably heavy, weighing nearly 50 pounds. The old man lamented, as if he had crafted a masterpiece that no one could utilize. Typically favored by assassins, this weight was unappealing to most, leaving the old man without a suitable wielder for this weapon. Dear girl, what say you? Are you interested? The old man offered the dagger to Reki. Quite satisfactory. I'll take this dagger. Reki accepted the dagger and swung it a few times, effortlessly cleaving a stone in two, clearly demonstrating its exceptional sharpness. Nodding in satisfaction, she decided to purchase it. It appears you possess considerable strength. For you, just 5 million berries. The old man proclaimed with an air of aloofness. What? 5 million? I was planning on 50,000. Reki exclaimed, promptly returning the dagger to the old man and pulling Kato toward the exit. Wait, young lady. The old man called after her. What about 2 million? Seeing that Reki remained unresponsive, desperation set in. 100,000 berries. That is my final offer. Old man. I only have 80,000 berries. Reki displayed her meager funds, her expression pitiful. Sigh, my pinnacle creation. I hope you utilize it well and do not disgrace it. The old man's face reflected heartache as he hastily handed over the dagger, taking the 80,000 berries in return. Rest assured. Thank you. Reki joyfully secured the dagger and exited the shop, eagerly dragging Kato along. Kato, who had been silently observing, trusted Reki's judgment, believing it best for one to select their own preferred weapon. As the duo and Teddy stepped out of the weapon shop, a panicked crew member rushed over, exclaiming, Captain, trouble. A horde of Navy personnel has arrived on the island. What should we do? Reacting instinctively to the distressed subordinate, Kato felt an unshakable sense of being discovered. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it improbable. Nonetheless, she employed her observation hockey to sense the situation, discovering that the Navy was indeed encroaching upon them. This is bad. The Navy is targeting us. What are the others? Someone has already gone to notify them, and they are en route. The crew member responded promptly. Are you the infamous evil star Kato? A voice rang out. No need to think of escaping. You are already surrounded. At that moment, a melodious feminine voice echoed from afar. Kato and her companions turned to see a striking figure approaching, standing at 2 meters tall, with long black hair elegantly styled, and a flawless complexion adorned with delicate features. Clad in a navy cloak and a revealing red-fitted top, her physique was strikingly alluring, accentuated by her short brown shorts that showcased her long, enticing legs. Moreover, a tattoo of a spider adorned her right thigh, and a gleaming sword hung at her waist. In a word, stunning. In 2 words, captivatingly exquisite. Kato immediately recognized her as Major Peach Bunny, a supplementary admiral, and felt a jolt of apprehension. It was unexpected that the Navy placed such significance on her presence. Yet, instead of retreating, Kato chose to observe her intently. Among the Navy, the women he admired most were Tina and this very individual. So he seized the opportunity to take in her beauty. Noticing Kato's stillness, Peach Bunny scrutinized him as well, feeling an immense respect for someone who dared to confront the celestial dragons. Although the Navy was tasked with protecting the celestial dragons, true admiration for them was rare. And Kato's actions had resonated with many, including her. Reflecting on Kato before her, Peach Bunny felt a surge of nostalgia. The boy from 2 years ago had matured significantly. Simply standing there, he commanded respect. Seeing Kato's continued silence, Peach Bunny's lips curled into a subtle smile, her graceful movements exuding a languid charm as she playfully remarked, Rabbit, are you preparing to surrender? Kato, however, stunned everyone, including himself, with his sudden declaration. To think that it is you, Major Peach Bunny, who has come to capture me, it is truly an honor. But how about joining me as a pirate? What future lies in being a Navy officer? Kato, aware that Peach Bunny remained a mere candidate for admiral, felt a twinge of sympathy and couldn't help but voice it. Peach Bunny stood momentarily in shock, grappling with the absurdity of Kato's proposition. Me? A Navy candidate with boundless potential, and you suggest I associate with a mere pirate? Moreover, I am here to apprehend you. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure. Realizing that Cato was likely mocking her in an attempt to provoke her, she refused to grant him that satisfaction. Thus, she unsheathed her sword and directed it toward Cato, declaring, "Draw your sword. Such petty tricks once rouse my ire. Let us not waste words." How utterly despicable. Pirates, indeed, are as expected. Exactly. How could one deceive Major Peach Bunny? The surrounding Navy personnel understood her words and immediately began to berate Cato vehemently. Even Reki and Teddy cast bewildered glances at him. Particularly Teddy, who turned away in disdain, as if declaring, "I do not know this individual." Regretting his earlier words, Cato felt he had been too frivolous, especially in front of so many witnesses. However, realizing the misunderstanding from Peach Bunny and the Navy's reactions, he quickly added, "I genuinely extend an invitation to you." Peach Bunny, no need to rush your answer. The doors of our pirate crew are always open to you. Yet, Peach Bunny did not afford him the opportunity, swiftly charging at Cato with her sword drawn. Chapter 44, The Battle with Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Upon spotting Peach Rabbit charging towards him, Cato instantly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, rendering the surrounding Navy personnel unconscious. He then urged Lechi and Teddy to flee, instructing them to locate Marks and the others, advising them not to linger in battle but to await his return on the ship. Previously, Cato had sensed through his Haki that Marks and the others were also surrounded by the Navy, though uncertain of the assailants. With Peach Rabbit arriving alongside T-Pig, who was also a candidate for Admiral, they may not be able to contend with them. However, escape should be feasible. Peach Rabbit, witnessing Cato incapacitating the Navy with a mere glance, expressed surprise, exclaiming, "So it is Conqueror's Haki." As her words fell, she swung her long blade, unleashing a wave of pink energy towards Cato. Observing the incoming attack, Cato refrained from recklessly blocking it, opting instead to evade with a swift move. For he was unaware of Peach Rabbit's powers. The implication of her name suggested a connection to the color pink, hinting at abilities associated with it, yet beyond that, he was left to conjecture. The blade energy passed through Cato's previous position, crashing into the ground and creating a long fissure. Not surprised by Cato's evasion, Peach Rabbit pressed on. Cato, seeing the crack on the ground, deduced that he could withstand her abilities and thus charged towards her. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, quickly finding themselves at an impasse. Their clashes sent shockwaves that wreaked havoc on the surroundings. Fortunately, bystanders had already taken cover, but buildings continued to shatter and collapse. Cato realized the initial probing was over, and it was time for serious confrontation. Indeed, he soon observed pink, heart-shaped bubbles emanating from Peach Rabbit, drifting towards him with her strikes. Cato narrowed his eyes, instantly heightening his vigilance. He sensed that he could not allow these hearts to land upon him. They were likely manifestations of her devil fruit abilities. A whirlwind of wind blades thwarted the sword energy, yet the heart-shaped bubbles remained intact, continuing their advance, which only intensified Cato's caution as he surged towards Peach Rabbit. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of strikes. Shadowless Slash, Thunderclap Slash. In midair, Cato unleashed two formidable sword energies, confident that she would be unable to evade them. Indeed, Peach Rabbit was momentarily stunned by his Thunderclap Slash, unable to defend herself. However, to Cato's astonishment, the heart-shaped bubbles surrounding her absorbed the energy of his strikes. What sort of power was this? Unyielding, Cato swung two additional sword strikes, yet this time, they were mere ordinary slashes, and Peach Rabbit remained unmoved, seemingly conveying that such attacks were futile against her. Witnessing yet another absorption of his energy, Cato concluded that his spiritual energy attacks were ineffective. Thus, he swiftly enveloped his sword in armament Haki and charged at her. Seeing Cato approach, Peach Rabbit too fortified her long blade with Haki, and the two commenced a close-quarters duel. Cato relentlessly struck at her from unconventional angles, compelling Peach Rabbit to continuously defend herself. However, after a while, Cato recognized that if this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to falter. In close combat, he observed the incessant emergence of heart-shaped bubbles from Peach Rabbit, which surged towards him. For each strike he executed, he was compelled to unleash several more to obliterate the bubbles, leading to a significant drain on his stamina compared to Peach Rabbit. "Just what kind of fruit do you possess, Guillaume?" Cato inquired, realizing he was at a disadvantage. Peach Rabbit, gleefully observing Cato's predicament, replied, "Why not try and find out for yourself? Perhaps not. Eventually, I will compel you to divulge it." Kato was unwilling to test the waters. Should he be captured, it would mean a one-way trip to the depths of the sea prison. When would he ever escape? I adore confident men, but we shall see if you possess the strength to back it up. Peach Rabbit giggled, her form swaying enticingly, igniting a spark of desire within Kato. Before Kato could respond, an overwhelming wave of heart-shaped bubbles surged towards him, forming a colossal tidal wave. Realizing he could do nothing against Peach Rabbit, he concluded that retreat was the wisest course, swiftly darting towards the ship. Guillaume, do not forget my initial words. The Dragon and Phoenix pirates will always await your return, she called out, not missing the chance to flaunt her confidence. As Kato's silhouette faded, Peach Rabbit accelerated in pursuit, determined not to let him escape so easily. Meanwhile, on the beach before the Dragon and Phoenix, a fierce battle unfolded. With dark clouds swirling overhead and lightning crackling as three figures clashed violently, while others kept their distance from the fray. It was Marx's group engaged in combat against the Navy, with Marx and Selenka attacking none other than T-Pig, after Lechi and Teddy conveyed Kato's message. They fought while retreating and ultimately arrived at this location to await Kato. Initially, they had underestimated a single Navy rear admiral, with Selenka charging in solo. However, a short while later, Marx noticed Selenka was in dire straits and rushed to assist, yet they were still overpowered. It was only when Lechi arrived that they managed to retreat. T-Pig, visibly irked, had anticipated an easy task of capturing these pirates to aid Peach Rabbit. But he found these two to be exceptionally troublesome. Particularly, Marx, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, unleashed relentless bolts of lightning against him, which were formidable enough that he dared not meet them head-on, opting instead to dodge. After repelling Marx with a punch, he seized the opportunity to eliminate Selenka first. However, just then, another bolt of lightning struck, and this time, he chose not to evade but activated his devil fruit ability. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed as T-Pig transformed into a magnificent golden dragon pig before the astonished eyes of Marx and Selenka. His snout and mouth bore dragon whiskers, adorned with a pair of dragon horns atop his head, his body covered in shimmering dragon scales, with limbs resembling those of a dragon and a tail akin to that of a pig. The lightning struck him, yet he suffered no harm. T-Pig's transformation shattered the already precarious balance of the battle, causing Marx and Selenka to hastily distance themselves. The newly transformed T-Pig instantly appeared behind Selenka, thrusting his horn through Selenka's body and lifting him effortlessly into the air, enduring excruciating pain. Selenka enveloped his fists in hockey and struck T-Pig's head with a flurry of blows, while Marx conjured even thicker bolts of lightning to bombard T-Pig, simultaneously launching his own attack. However, observing their fierce onslaught, T-Pig neither dodged nor flinched but merely lifted his head, hurling Selenka to the ground. Their attacks landed upon him, yet failed to inflict any damage. Witnessing Selenka's dire state, Marx recognized the vast chasm between their strengths. Though Kato had never encountered T-Pig before, upon witnessing his transformation, he instantly identified him as the Navy's candidate admiral and a mythical beast-type devil fruit user, the Dragon Pig. Rear Admiral T-Pig. There was no choice but to fight with all his might now. With a swift movement, he dashed behind T-Pig, preparing to strike, only to be met with a sweeping tail that sent him flying. Blood spewed from his mouth as he endured the agony and attempted to stabilize himself. He saw T-Pig hovering above him, raising a hoof poised to stomp down. It was over. Marx realized there was no escape from the descending hoof, plunging him into despair. Chapter 45, The New Bounty. Just when Marx found himself engulfed in despair, a colossal sword aura suddenly cleaved through the dark clouds and surged towards the pig, Chapon. At that moment, Kato had just arrived and witnessed the pig preparing to kick Marx, while Selenka lay helpless on the ground. He could not allow such an affront. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. A narrow path opened. The dance of the celestial demon. The sword energy was unleashed as Kato charged forward, launching an assault on Chapon, who was momentarily paralyzed by the formidable force of the sword aura. Sensing this fleeting opportunity, Kato executed the dance of the celestial demon. In an instant, the sky was filled with the phantasms of Kato's sword strikes. When he finally halted, he stood before Marx, seizing him and propelling towards Selenka. Chapon, however, was sent flying by Kato's strike, blood gushing from his massive form. He had not anticipated the might of this young warrior. Kato was no mere comparison to Selenka or Marx. After all, Kato was a master swordsman, equipped with a formidable blade, and his haki was far beyond Selenka's capabilities. Most importantly, Kato had awakened the conqueror's haki, significantly enhancing all his abilities. If one could not break through his defenses, it would be akin to wallowing in futility. Kato disregarded Chapon and swiftly hoisted Selenka aboard the ship, calling out to the astonished crew members, "Set sail. Unleash the wind for a blast-off." Meanwhile, Momotatsu had arrived. Astonished to see Chapon injured, he was well aware of Chapon's immense strength and formidable defenses. Observing Kato and his crew preparing to depart, he felt no urgency. Their vessel was already surrounded by naval warships. Yet, to their utter disbelief, the wings of freedom soared into the sky. Distantly, Kato's voice echoed, "Momotatsu, Chapon. Our next meeting shall be quite different. And do not mistake my title. I am the King of Hell. We shall take our leave now, ha 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 ha." As they beheld the retreating wings of freedom, Momotatsu and Chapon exchanged resigned smiles, signaling the naval forces to stand down. At naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku's thunderous voice could be heard even from outside. "What? They managed to escape? Not a single one captured? I demand a full report." After receiving Momotatsu's briefing and ending the call with the snail, Sengoku realized he had underestimated his opponents. He had not anticipated the extraordinary prowess of that young man, who had awakened the conqueror's haki. It was evident that a heightened bounty was in order. Beside him, Garp indulged in a donut, and Sengoku, observing Garp's leisurely demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. While he was consumed with strategy and contemplation, this fellow seemed intent on savoring gourmet delights, as if to aggravate him further. Sensing Sengoku's glare, Garp chuckled heartily, holding up his donut. "Care for one? Get lost, Garp. I have no appetite for your nonsense." On the Grand Line, the wings of freedom drifted upon the waves. On the sandy shore behind the wings of freedom, Kato, Leichi, Marks, and others lounged on beach chairs. Leichi, clad in a bikini, accentuated her stunning figure, occasionally glancing at her notepad and sipping from a drink. In contrast to Kato, this scene radiated utter relaxation. In the swimming pool, Teddy was striking various poses while swimming, seemingly indifferent to Leichi's allure. Kato, having known Teddy for some time, had never seen him show any interest in women. He was perhaps more of a reserved glutton, prone to laziness. Kato often found himself silently mocking Teddy, speculating that Teddy's standards were perhaps limited, or that he was simply devoted to female dogs, presenting an air of singularity. It had been 2 days since they departed from the food island. Just yesterday, Barry and the others had tidied up the beach, allowing this group to come and revel today. Yet, Kato was preoccupied with thoughts of how to acquire funds. It was often said that a man with wealth is a man of worth, while a man without it is but a shadow. Sighing, he hoped to encounter some oblivious pirates. Surely, there would be ample opportunity for plunder. Suddenly, a crew member rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain, a new bounty has been issued. Look." He gazed at Kato with evident admiration. Upon hearing the news of the new bounty, the surrounding crew gathered eagerly. Kato recognized the young man as Mark and took the newspaper from him. The first thing that caught his eye was his own visage. Adorned with a rainbow hat and draped in a dragon phoenix cape, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The photograph was quite flattering, and Kato was pleased until he read the caption. "The King of Hell, Andrea Kato, bounty, 500 million berries." The article detailed Kato's exploits, including his battles against the celestial dragons, injuring the candidate Admiral Chapon, and holding his own against the Vice Admiral Momotatsu. It noted his mastery of haki, including the Conqueror's haki, and his expertise in swordsmanship, with no indication of having consumed a devil fruit. He was currently the captain of the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. The second image featured Marks, his expression unchanged from the eternally stoic visage he wore, though his attire reflected his current preference for black. The caption read, "Cloud Knight, Andrea Marks, bounty, 300 million. The article described him as a former naval colonel, possessing the strength of a vice admiral and the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, proficient in observation haki, now a member of the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. Upon using the Cloud fruit, the Navy had swiftly identified the masked Cloud Knight as him, prompting Kato to marvel at the Navy's intelligence network. The third image showcased Solanka, his wild, scion-like hairstyle and the scar on his face lending him a fearsome appearance, still clad in the Dragon Phoenix cape. Son of the Devil, Solanka, bounty, 250 million. Seeing Solanka's title took Kato aback. He could not comprehend why the Navy would bestow such a moniker upon him. A glance at Solanka revealed his calm demeanor, suggesting there were matters Kato remained unaware of. Reading further, Kato began to grasp the situation. Solanka was the forbidden offspring of the Long-Arm and Long-Leg tribes, shunned by both, possessing the talents of both lineages, a master of armament haki with vice admiral strength, and no indication of having consumed a devil fruit. He was a member of the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. The fourth image depicted Muna, her golden hair shimmering, her complexion radiant as jade, with a smile that could enchant. She appeared less like a bounty poster and more like a matrimonial advertisement. Which of the staff, Muna? Bounty, 30 million. Kato was astonished that Muna's bounty had reached millions, with a brief description stating she was a cook skilled in staff techniques. Currently a member of the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. Beneath her was Gentleman, Sibat, 10 million, followed by white-haired witch, Leichi, 8 million, noted for her devil fruit abilities, allowing her to transform into a giant eagle, with further details being scarce. Rope monster, Barry, 5 million, a shipwright skilled in rope techniques. The remaining bounties hovered around the million Barry mark. After perusing the article, Kato recognized a significant shortfall within the crew. They lacked mid-tier members, indicating a pressing need for recruitment. However, the other crew members held a different perspective, buzzing with excitement after reading the bounties. How impressive! The captain has a bounty of 500 million. Indeed. We are now a pirate crew worth over $1 billion. Fantastic. We are sure to gain notoriety now. Heck yeah. Gazing at his newfound worth, Kato contemplated selling himself. As the crew was desperately in need of funds. Chapter 46 Reactions from all sides. As Kato and his companions contemplated the new bounty, reactions varied across the globe. In Mariewa, Charlemagne gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his teeth grinding in frustration, eyes ablaze with uncontrollable rage, resembling an enraged lion. His anger was palpable. 2 years ago, this lowly wretch had dared to strike him, an affront to the celestial dragons. Yet, these incompetent marines had failed to apprehend him for 2 long years. Now, with the news of this wretch's reemergence, he was determined to exact a revenge so severe that the man would wish for death. However, before he could revel in his impending victory, another report from the Marines indicated that the target had slipped away once more. Charlemagne suppressed his simmering fury, realizing that he could no longer rely on the Marines and would need to devise an alternative strategy. A cruel smile crept across his lips as a new idea took root in his mind. Meanwhile, in the Shizliya Palace, the sight of Kato's latest bounty left Shizliya speechless. Her pale hands gripping the notice tightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Over the past 2 years, Kato had invaded her thoughts, transitioning from a figure of hatred to one of concern. He now held a unique place in her heart, and her feelings had undergone a subtle transformation. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, they had just returned from Fishman Island, which now lay under their dominion. Old man, proclaimed Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, a remarkable newcomer has emerged on the Grand Line. Whitebeard, a towering figure, took a sip of fine wine as he lounged in his massive chair, glancing at the newspaper. Gururara, indeed a promising newcomer. If only he could be my son. Gururara. Old man, I believe you will soon grace the New World. Fate will bring us together, for this is where the strong gather, Marco replied, taking a swig of his drink. In another corner of the New World, on a certain island, Shanks, adorned with a straw hat, a beige long-sleeve shirt, a black cloak, and sporting 3 scars across his eyes, sat in his domain's bar, sipping his drink. He glanced at Mihawk across the table, exasperation evident in his voice. Mihawk, please stop coming to me. You feast while my crew depends on me for sustenance. Mihawk, with his black hair and piercing yellow eyes, dressed in a wine-red patterned jacket, black vest, and white trousers, wore a smile. That cannot be. It's not often I encounter such a worthy opponent. I cannot simply let this opportunity slip away. Noticing Shank's growing irritation, he quickly added, all right. If you have difficulties, feel free to share. Given our past sword practice, I can lend a hand. Shanks remained silent, tossing him a bounty notice. This is the latest bounty. Take a look. After perusing it, Mihawk folded the newspaper and remarked, indeed a formidable rival. However, it would be best if he matured for another 2 years. Aha. For now, let us continue our practice. Shanks, observing his friend's obstinacy, shook his head with an amused smile, resigned to the antics of his companion. On another island in the New World, Jack, feeling restless, was exercising vigorously. His mood was darkened by the realization that a once insignificant figure had now grown to such prominence, instilling a sense of pressure within him. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have acted differently back then. Yet even so, he will not be my match. The outcome will remain unchanged. Deep down, however, his thoughts were more complex than he let on. In the Sabaody archipelago, at Shaki's bar, Rayleigh sat across the counter from Shaki. She exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, little Kato has made quite a name for himself, hasn't he? It seems he has learned a lot from you. Rayleigh beamed with pride, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Indeed, he has improved considerably over the past 6 months. He has not disappointed me. Aha. Shaki took a drag from her cigarette and sighed. It has been 2 years since I last saw them. I wonder when we will meet again. On the island of Amazon Lily, the Hancock sisters gazed in astonishment at the bounty notice brought by Granny Nyan. astonished by Cato's formidable prowess. Hancock, filled with pride, declared, "He is indeed the man I chose." Yet, contemplating the fierce battles Cato had faced, concern washed over her. "I wonder if he has been injured. If only I could be by his side." Granny Nyan, observing Hancock's expression, mused on Cato's remarkable fortune to have captured the heart of such a woman. However, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, she could not afford to be troubled by such thoughts. She advised, "Hancock, do not fret. If something had occurred, the news would have spread by now. Besides, you possess a transponder snail, do you not?" This reminded the anxious Hancock, who quickly fetched her transponder snail to make a call, leaving with a parting remark, "Humph. Next time, I want to let that Peach Rabbit and Tea Pig off so easily." In the North Sea, on Peace Island in Peace Town, Anna, now considerably taller, dashed back to Happiness Flower Shop, clutching a bounty notice. "Daddy, look. Brother Cato has news. He is already a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. I wonder when you will come back to fetch me." Adam set down the flowers he was holding and took a glance at the notice. "Aha, is that so? You've grown up. I never imagined he would become so famous." Anna proudly lifted her chin, exclaiming, "Of course. Just look at whose brother he is." Her demeanor suggested that anyone unaware might think the bounty belonged to her. "I must tell everyone in the village," she exclaimed before rushing off. Watching her go, Adam reflected on how the boy he had once taken in had grown to such heights, feeling quite pleased with his own judgment. That evening, the townsfolk spontaneously organized a celebration to honor Cato's rise to the status of a 500 million bounty pirate. Aboard the Freedom's wing, reclining on a beach chair, Cato pondered over his recent battle while sipping a drink. Though he had injured Tea Pig, Cato recognized that it was a mere ambush that had led to such an easy victory. The encounter with Peach Rabbit had revealed his vulnerabilities. He had no counter against her unique devil fruit abilities, rendering him completely at her mercy. Yet, with all his current capabilities, he found himself pondering how to avoid such a predicament in their next encounter. After a lengthy contemplation, Cato concluded that unless he consumed a devil fruit himself, he saw no viable solution. However, the thought of consuming a devil fruit was unappealing, trapping him in a frustrating loop. Developing a sword technique capable of slicing through space? That seemed promising, but it was not a sure-term endeavor. For now, he decided to step outside his thoughts, realizing that such unique devil fruit users were rare. "Hey, everyone. A ship has appeared to the southeast." A lookout on the crow's nest spotted something and shouted into the nearby microphone. Upon hearing the alert, crew members dashed to the helm to steer the ship in the indicated direction. Moments later, in the training room, Reiki and Mona swiftly made their way to the deck. Cato, Marks, and others made their way towards the deck, while Teddy, reclining on a beach chair, sipped his drink and remained behind. Chapter 47. The Annihilation of the Pirate Crew. Are there any pirate ships appearing? At this moment, Solanka slowly approached from the stern, clenching his fist with a fierce expression, offering a faint smile to the others. "Indeed, I can see the silhouette of a ship. It seems there will be a grand battle," Driamna exclaimed, her excitement palpable, her iron rod in hand hinting at her combative nature. The past few days had left them restless, yearning for the chance to confront a few pirate crews, and now, it seemed that opportunity had finally arrived. "Ah, our guests have arrived." Cato took a sip of his drink, adjusted his straw hat with the other hand, and grinned widely. A pirate crew daring enough to venture into the Grand Line must not be underestimated. Let us not be disappointed. With that, Cato, along with Max and the others, made their way to the bow, watching as the approaching pirate ship drew ever closer. The pirate ship, clearly spotting the Freedom Wing, steered towards them, and before long, the two vessels were separated by less than 50 meters. The opposing ship bore a peculiar flag, though it was considerably smaller than the Dragon Phoenix. A number of crew members stood aboard, but their apparent lack of strength left Cato feeling disheartened. This pirate crew was known as the Bloodthirsty Pirates. Having entered the Grand Line from the West Sea, their captain, a bounty of 100 million, was a user of the Bone fruit, accompanied by a few capable crewmates. The captain's high bounty was not due to exceptional strength, but rather their notorious brutality. The Bloodthirsty Pirates were infamous for their ruthless policies, plundering and annihilating both fellow pirates and the impoverished alike, essentially adopting a scorched earth approach, robbing everything, killing everyone, and burning everything. They seemed to live a carefree life, having never been apprehended by the Navy. Recently, they had just raided a merchant ship, amassing a considerable haul. At this very moment, Captain Spurs was tallying their spoils when he suddenly received word from a subordinate that they had encountered another pirate ship. This news sparked a sense of fortune within him. Two fat sheep in one day felt almost too good to be true. Stepping onto the deck, despite the size of the opposing ship, Captain Spurs dismissed it entirely, confident in the prowess of his crew. As the bloodthirsty ship advanced, the captain anxiously urged his crew to hasten their pace, fully intent on closing the distance to the naval vessel, as if fearing it might flee. Perhaps this day was indeed ill-fated for the bloodthirsty pirates. They viewed the Dragon Phoenix pirates as mere ordinary pirates and brazenly charged towards them, seeking their demise. Had they not missed the news due to their recent raid, they would have realized that the ship before them was none other than the Freedom Wing of the Dragon Phoenix pirates, a place beyond their reckoning. As the two ships drew near and came to a halt, Spurs bellowed with commanding authority to his crew, "Attack. Remember our policy. Kill all, rob all, burn all. After we finish, we shall celebrate this day." Cato watched in astonishment. His initial intention was merely to assess the situation and spare them if they proved decent. However, he was taken aback as the opposing pirates surged forward like an invading horde, shouting their ruthless mantra. Did they not perceive the vast disparity between the two ships? Their arrogant demeanor suggested they viewed Cato and his crew as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. This realization shattered Cato's previous thoughts. You insignificant fools dare to be more audacious than us? Is there no code of ethics left? No law to uphold? Enraged, Cato gritted his teeth and commanded, "Kill them all, leave not a soul alive. Damn it, just because the tiger does not roar does not mean I am a mere Hello Kitty." With that, he charged ahead. The members of the Dragon Phoenix pirates, eager for action, had longed for a chance to engage. With the captain's order now given, they surged forward, ready to fight. Initially, Cato had intended to let them handle this minor crew, using them as practice. However, he felt compelled to take action himself to quell his frustration. The battle concluded in less than a minute. Captain Spurs met his end, his head cleaved in two by Cato's sword energy, leaving him bewildered in his final moments, unable to comprehend how he had met such a swift demise. In truth, the sword energy had not been directed at him. It merely passed by after dispatching a lowly crew member. Thus, when the opposing crew was obliterated, Cato found himself perplexed by the absence of their captain. Had he fled in fear? He approached a trembling pirate still clinging to life and inquired, "Where is your captain? Where did he run off to? How could he be so weak?" The pirate, filled with dread, pointed at the dismembered corpse, stammering, "Our captain is already dead." But he was a bone fruit user, not weak at all. The subordinate's words nearly brought him to tears. How could their once mighty captain suddenly perish? It felt like a betrayal to his comrades. The brutality of the encounter left him in disbelief. The fight had ended in mere moments, and their valiant captain had been vanquished in an instant. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. They were meant to triumph swiftly and celebrate afterward. Yet their director, Captain Spurs, could no longer provide answers. Cato paid little mind to the lowly pirate, moving to inspect their captain's body and realizing it had indeed fallen to his sword energy. He spat at the corpse in disdain, cursing, "Damn it, with such feeble strength. You fell with a single strike? Pathetic. You dare call yourself a fruit user? Charging in like a band of marauders? Are you monkeys brought here for amusement?" Unfulfilled by his tirade, Cato turned to his crew and commanded, "Search for anything of value. Leave nothing behind, and once you've gathered everything, burn their ship. Let us repay them in kind for their scorched earth policy, a fitting retribution." For the Dragon Phoenix pirates, this might well be the most rewarding outcome and the best conclusion to their encounter. The crew members felt utterly disheartened. They had anticipated a grand opportunity to showcase their prowess, only to see it end in less than a minute. Especially Selenka and Driamna. Both wearing expressions of frustration, one retreated to prepare a meal, while the other returned to training. Meanwhile, Lecky remained to tally their gains, observing her busy comrades and pondering just how many lives this pirate crew had claimed. Cato, however, was indifferent to their plight. With little hope for a crew of such weaklings, he returned to the sandy beach to bask in the sun. Upon his return, he found Teddy lounging in a beach chair, sipping a drink, as if oblivious to the battle that had just transpired. This nonchalance irked Cato. Did Teddy not feel the slightest concern? Given his laziness, it seemed he had forgotten all about his mother's warnings. Cato deemed it necessary to remind him, only to find himself further enraged by Teddy's disdainful demeanor, as if suggesting that such insignificant foes warranted no effort on his part. Yet, while Cato scolded Teddy, he remained unaware of the peculiarities surrounding the jade pendant. Chapter 48. A Surprise. Cato was engaged in a profound conversation about life and aspirations with Teddy when Lecky approached, holding a small notebook. Upon noticing her alluring figure, Cato immediately abandoned Teddy and inquired, "Have you finished counting?" "Indeed," Cato. "You would never guess how much we've gained this time." Lecky ignored Cato's intense gaze. Cato, unfazed, replied, Is it perhaps very little? It would be expected for a pirate crew like this to yield minimal returns." You guessed incorrectly this time. The haul is not only substantial but exceedingly plentiful, completely resolving our current financial predicament. Take a look for yourself. Lecky was not surprised by Cato's miscalculation. Initially, she had not anticipated such a bountiful yield. Handing the notebook over to Cato, he examined it eagerly. 2 boxes of gold, 2 boxes of various jewels, 10 boxes of assorted firearms, 5 boxes of ammunition, 10 boxes of various blades and weapons, 3 boxes of collectibles, 5 boxes of daily necessities, 10 boxes of food, 2 devil fruits, and 200 million berries. Cato was nearly moved to tears. Did the heavens truly heed his prayers? How else could such a grand gift arrive so effortlessly, particularly at a time when money was most needed? It was astonishing. Cato had not expected such wealth from a seemingly weak pirate crew. How many had they robbed? Regret washed over Cato as he reflected on the cruelty he had shown them. What a shame it would be to have eliminated such a splendid source of fortune. If only there could be more opportunities like this. Yet, with the deed done, such thoughts were futile. All he could do was bid them farewell. Surprisingly, there were 2 untouched devil fruits. Had they not had the chance to consume them? Cato would never have guessed that he was close to uncovering the truth. These 2 devil fruits had just been seized and had yet to be dealt with when they crossed paths with Cato. It seemed fate had a hand in this. With such wealth at his disposal, it would be prudent to seek a larger trading island for disposal, as a smaller locale would not suffice. He instructed Sinbad to locate a larger commercial island along their journey, where they could dispose of the unnecessary items and bring the 2 devil fruits for his inspection. Having made this decision, Cato returned to his quarters and retrieved the devil fruit encyclopedia. As he settled into a beach chair, Lecky soon approached with 2 red, coconut-shaped fruits and 1 yellow, banana-shaped fruit. Upon receiving the devil fruits from Lecky, Cato began his search and was astounded to discover they were the Paramecia-type Dor fruit and the Zoan-type giraffe fruit. Were these not the very fruits used by Bruno and Kaku of CP9 in the future? Cato was quite familiar with both. The Dor fruit, once consumed, allows the user to open any object they touch as if it were a door. Its most remarkable feature is its versatility, enabling the user to escape adversaries by opening doors to alternate dimensions. Such a fruit is truly extraordinary. If developed properly, it could provide both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering the user nearly invincible. In contrast, the giraffe fruit was merely an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit, which Cato regarded as somewhat trivial. It was not as advantageous as carnivorous Zoan fruits that grant the user the ferocity and enhancements associated with the consumed creature. Moreover, it lacked any particularly special abilities, such as rotating its head for attacks. However, the significance of these 2 devil fruits lay in their future association with the World Government Spy Organization, CP9. Cato mused that the demise of that pirate crew was not in vain. Had it not been for his actions, they would likely have met their end at the hands of the Navy or the world government. The initial guilt he felt dissipated, as it seemed more fitting for the world government to benefit from them than himself. Though Cato rejoiced at acquiring 2 devil fruits, he was troubled by how to manage them. As for the giraffe fruit, if someone desired it, he would gladly part with it, despite its lack of appeal. He doubted anyone would want it given its numerous weaknesses. Conversely, the Dor fruit was undeniably tempting. It could be exceptionally beneficial for Cato. He had been contemplating how to deal with Tontata, and with this fruit, would it not solve the problem? He could send her abilities into another dimension, and without her powers, he believed he could easily handle her. Yet, he hesitated to consume it himself, as it would introduce a significant vulnerability. Alternatively, he considered giving it to a member of his crew, knowing many would eagerly vie for it, including Solanka, who would surely be tempted. However, Cato's thoughts drifted to Anna, his little shadow. Upon their return, she would undoubtedly board the ship, but could he truly trust her safety at such a young age? Enemies would show no mercy, and upon discovering her identity as his sister, they would likely exploit her as leverage against him. Furthermore, if anything were to occur aboard his vessel, how could he face Uncle Adam? Would he have the audacity to return, having failed to protect his only sister? Not even Uncle Adam would forgive him. This was not a matter of Cato doubting his abilities. He was acutely aware that this was the world of pirates, where myriad peculiar powers existed. He doubted even his own longevity in such a brutal realm. Yet, with this devil fruit in hand, did it not seem to resolve everything? This was precisely where Cato's anxiety lay. Ultimately, he resolved to act selfishly, keeping this fruit for Anna as a gift for their reunion years hence. He was confident she would cherish it. Moreover, when considered carefully, Anna was indeed part of the crew. She simply had not come aboard yet. As long as he compensated everyone adequately, all would be well. And with Anna's delightful charm, he believed everyone would adore her. While he had decided to grant Anna the devil fruit, Cato felt it necessary to inform the crew of his intentions. Transparency would earn their respect, and such honesty was a hallmark of true leadership. Thus, he turned to Lecky and said, "Gather everyone. I have an announcement to make." Chapter 49. The new abilities of the Jade Pendant and Merchant Town. Once everyone had gathered on the deck, Cat slowly began, "I have several matters to discuss." Ignoring the murmurs below, he continued, "Firstly, our recent conquest of this pirate crew has yielded remarkable rewards, sufficient for everyone to utilize for quite some time." "That's fantastic." "Is it true, Captain? I never imagined such a feeble pirate crew would possess more wealth than us. It seems that robbing is indeed the quickest way to riches. We must seize every opportunity that arises." Initially, Cat intended to let them revel in their excitement, but he was taken aback as their conversation veered off course. If this continued, would the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew become mere bandits? If such a reputation spread, who would still join our ranks? How could we possibly recruit new crew members? Thus, he promptly interjected, "Ahem. While we are pirates, we must adhere to our own code of conduct. We must not indiscriminately plunder or kill civilians. It is unnecessary to eradicate every foe. However, those who dare provoke us shall not be spared. Most importantly, we must never turn against our comrades. Do you understand? Anyone who disobeys will not see the light of day. Fear not, Captain," reassured by their promises. Cat continued, "Moreover, today we have acquired 2 devil fruits. Their abilities are well known to you all." He then proceeded to elaborate on the 2 fruits' powers. Upon hearing Cat's explanation, the crew discovered that they had obtained one remarkably beneficial devil fruit and another that was utterly useless. Firstly, does anyone wish to claim the giraffe fruit? If so, speak up without hesitation. If not, we shall sell it later for some coin. A minute passed. Still, no one spoke. Not surprised by the silence, Cat remarked, "Very well, since no one desires it, we shall leave it aside." Next, he said, "As for the second fruit, I have already chosen a recipient. Though she is yet to board the ship, my sister Anna." Observing the crew's silence, clearly waiting for his next words, Cat continued, "I ask for your understanding in this matter. Anna is only 12 years old, and upon our return to the North Sea, she will undoubtedly join us. As her brother, I must ensure her safety. So I have decided to gift her this fruit." How touching. Sob. "The captain is truly a wonderful brother. I cannot bear it." Sob. "We are so fortunate to have such a loyal captain. We stand behind you, Captain." This unexpected outcome delighted Cat. Realizing that his crew possessed deep bonds of loyalty. Previously, he had misjudged them. It was his fault. He secretly vowed to protect them better in the future. However, it felt somewhat awkward, he chuckled. After a while, having adjusted his mood, Cat continued, "Although we have given away 1 fruit, we have also acquired a substantial amount of money. Once we reach the island, feel free to purchase whatever you desire. Consider it a compensation for your efforts. Do not hold back. Otherwise, I shall be left unsatisfied." Well, long live the captain. That evening, Cat dreamed of being able to control every bone in his body, making them disconnect and reconnect at will. He envisioned forming various weapons and shields. In truth, since arriving in this world, he seldom dreamt, let alone experienced such a peculiar dream. The next morning, Cat fell into deep contemplation, suddenly recalling the captain of the bone fruit he had slain the day before. Could it be? To verify his hypothesis, Cat slowly attempted to control the bones in his body as he had envisioned. To his horror, he discovered a skeletal longsword forming in his hand. What was happening? How could he have absorbed the abilities of the devil fruit? Panic surged within him as he rushed to the deck, addressing the bewildered crew, "I'm diving into the sea. If I am not back within a few minutes, you must come to rescue me." Ignoring their perplexed expressions, Cat leapt into the water. "Wait, what is this? I thought I had acquired a devil fruit ability. Why am I not afraid of the sea?" Upon entering the water, he found that nothing had changed. He did not experience the usual weakness. This revelation filled him with joy. Could it be that he not only retained his original abilities but had also gained newfound powers? What a delightful surprise. The crew, witnessing their captain emerge from the water laughing, wondered why he was so ecstatic over merely swimming. They were oblivious to the roller coaster of emotions Cat had just experienced. After his initial exhilaration, Cat began to ponder the reason behind this newfound ability that bore no side effects. The answer was clear: the Jade Pendant. He had never anticipated that the seemingly dormant pendant could possess such extraordinary powers. Ever since it had run out of energy, it had remained in Cat's soul sea. Uncertain how to replenish its energy, he never expected the power of the devil fruit could do so. This led him to believe that the Jade Pendant was far more complex than he initially assumed. He resolved to conduct further research on it. Cat had previously refrained from consuming a devil fruit due to its evident weakness. For someone who had been granted a second chance at life, Nothing was more precious than his existence. Thus, he could hardly consider consuming a fruit with such a glaring vulnerability. However, he never anticipated that the pendant could wield such a power, purifying the devil fruit's strength for his own use. In the days that followed, Cat diligently trained to harness his new abilities, realizing that although the fruit appeared simple, it was anything but. Having previously watched Naruto, he understood the strength of Kimimara's abilities and saw many techniques he could directly emulate. This insight could be viewed as an advantage of his rebirth. His perspective and knowledge far surpassed that of the former captain. He was confident that the powers of this fruit would bring him renown. Yet, he chose to keep this development to himself, wanting to retain a trump card for later. Furthermore, the precise mechanics of the pendant required further experimentation to ascertain whether it only absorbed abilities from those he had slain, whether it could only passively absorb, or if the abilities could stack. Thus, Cat was not in a hurry to disclose this information as time continued to pass. In the world of One Piece, countless islands existed, each unique and seldom resembling one another. Cat categorized them into a few types. The first type consisted of harsh environments unsuitable for human or animal habitation, known as uninhabited islands. The second type included islands that could support animal or human life but had poor transportation or surrounding conditions, typically resulting in sparse populations. The third type featured islands with excellent environments and transportation, often becoming central hubs for surrounding islands. Such islands would thrive, gradually evolving into commercial centers renowned across the seas. Like Water 7 or Gourmet Island, their destination was Merchant Town, specifically the Four Seas Commercial Island. Why this name? Because the island is located not far from the entrance to the Grand Line, attracting merchant ships and pirate crews from the Four Seas. The advantages of this convergence are evident. One can procure specialties from various maritime regions here, thus earning the island its name. The Four Seas Commercial Island is truly a bustling economic hub amidst the surrounding isles, serving as a vital thoroughfare for merchant vessels. The island teems with activity, boasting 3 expansive docks, hundreds of shops, and thousands of stalls that cater to every conceivable need, from clothing and sustenance to entertainment and vice. An array of goods from distant lands dazzles the senses, creating a spectacle of abundance. After a fortnight at sea, with 2 brief respites along the way, the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew finally set foot on the vibrant shores of the Four Seas Commercial Island, instantly enveloped by a fervent atmosphere of excitement and vitality. In recent days, they encountered over 100 pirate ships, of which approximately 10 were vanquished by Kaido and his crew. The rest, upon sighting their pirate flag, promptly fled, leaving Kaido with no need to pursue. It appears that we are indeed in the age of exploration, as those they previously encountered lacked the strength to withstand them. They had a few encounters with the Navy, yet none dared to approach, allowing them to arrive at the island without hindrance. Finally, they had escaped the monotony of maritime life. Look at this lively commercial island, filled with beautiful maidens. My delectable food, my fine wine. I have arrived, I have seen. I shall conquer. Selenka, overcome with exuberance, shouted skyward, drawing numerous disapproving glances from those around him. He had been cooped up for too long. Who is that? He looks quite foolish, one remarked. Shh, that's a long-legged tribe member, or is it the long-armed tribe? No matter. I've heard their strength is many times ours. It's best not to provoke them. Such unique races have their own whims. Rumor has it that at the upcoming auction, Lord Gromtai has raised the price for special slaves to 500,000 berries. This particular breed is likely to command an even higher price. Shoo, they seem to be pirates. Arriving by ship, another whispered. Selenka, however, paid no mind to the murmurs surrounding him and remained in high spirits. Just as he was about to stride confidently into his new world, he was suddenly halted by Raiki. She pointed at the various goods on the ship and asked Selenka, "Where do you think you're going?" Being a straightforward individual, he replied without hesitation, "To enjoy life, of course." "Oh, then off you go," she said. Just as he lifted one foot to step forward, he heard Raiki call out, "Hey, those who don't work around here shouldn't expect to receive any money from me." Oh, upon hearing her words, Selenka realized the gravity of the situation. All the money was under Raiki's watchful eye, and he promptly halted. Observing Selenka's sudden defeat, Kaido felt reassured enough to carry the coveted devil fruit further away. Having heard that there was an auction house on this island, it was a rare opportunity, and he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. He intended to see what treasures awaited and to sell this fruit as well. As for handling items like gold and jewels, he felt uneasy without a few formidable allies at his side, especially in a place bustling with so many people where thieves surely lurked. Chapter 50, A Masterful Deception. Initially, Kaido intended to depart. However, upon reflection, he He realized he possessed no funds and ultimately chose to accompany them to sell their goods first. Unbeknownst to Kato, the arrival of their group had already been noted by the local naval forces, underground factions, and criminal organizations in the bustling town of Seahai. The distinctive cloaks of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates made them easily recognizable, prompting all who had any inkling of their presence to instruct their subordinates to avoid any confrontation. Thus, Kato and his companions experienced a remarkably smooth journey to the commercial district, swiftly selling all their wares at banks and trading houses. To Kato's surprise, Seahai was a rather pleasant environment. Not only did they not encounter any robbers, but there were also no thieves in sight. Little did he know that both robbers and thieves were far too wary to approach them, opting instead to keep their distance. However, a small incident occurred while they were selling gold, silver, and jewels. Upon witnessing the vast quantity of valuables Kato and his companions possessed, the manager was summoned, along with the most skilled appraiser. After a meticulous examination, the appraiser turned to Kato and confidently proclaimed, "Based on my assessment and experience, I can assure you that these treasures are worth 300 million. Hearing this, Kato leapt from the couch in exhilaration, exclaiming, "What? So much?" Just as he was reveling in this news, Raquel nudged him and, in a serious tone, cautioned the appraiser, "This price is quite unreasonable. I must inform you that the person sitting beside me is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Should anything go awry, do not say I didn't warn you." "Well, what?" The appraiser quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. 600 million. I swear, I'm not deceiving you." Upon realizing this man dared to deceive him, Kato felt grateful to Raquel. Otherwise, he would have faced a significant loss. He considered teaching the appraiser a lesson. But upon hearing 600 million, he momentarily set aside his irritation and inquired, 600 million? Are you certain?" However, the appraiser completely misinterpreted Kato's apprehension. Believing Kato was still dissatisfied, he hastily declared, "Dear customer, I assure you this is the highest valuation possible. I swear, no other bank will offer you more." With great joy, they emerged carrying 6 large chests. Kato and his companions calculated their total earnings, which amounted to approximately 1,200,000,000 berries. They divided the money, allowing everyone to indulge in their own pleasures, while instructing Marks to safely guard the remaining funds. Only then did Kato, along with Raquel and Sinat, set off towards the auction house they had inquired about. The group first arrived at the entertainment district, where the auction house was centrally located. The area was bustling with taverns and numerous recreational establishments, making it a prime locale for leisure on Seahai Island. Even in the age of notorious pirates, the vibrancy of this place remained undiminished. As they strolled along, they soon spotted a gathering at the roadside where performers showcased their skills, drawing a crowd of 2 to 3 dozen spectators. Bravo! Another round. Although the precise details of the performance were obscured, the thunderous applause indicated an impressive display. At that moment, the antagonists made their entrance. "Make way. What is going on here?" A group of 2 to 3 dozen thugs brandishing weapons approached menacingly, causing the onlookers to scatter in fear of being caught in the fray, yet unwilling to stray too far. They remained at the periphery, pointing and whispering, much like the apathetic citizens depicted in Lu Xun's writings. Once the crowd dispersed, Kato and his companions could clearly see the situation. 2 burly men stood at the center, their skin dark and gleaming, clad in simple armor and draped in slightly faded red capes. One wielded a massive 2-handed sword, while the other held several balloons. Both men gazed resolutely at the thug seeking trouble. The thug leader kicked the sword aside and bellowed, "Who gave you permission to perform here? Have you paid your respects at the docks?" The man with the balloons, appearing more astute, quickly clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "We merely seek to earn our daily bread. If we have violated any regulations, we humbly ask for your understanding." "Understanding? Nonsense. This entire entertainment district is the domain of the Black Dragon Society. Anyone earning a living here must pay their respects." The thug leader pointed to the scattered coins on the ground, shouting, "Collect the money and give these outsiders a thorough beating." Kato shook his head with a wry smile. He had witnessed such scenarios countless times in his past life and wished to avoid involvement, though he was surprised to see such rampant criminality in this world. It seemed that wherever there were people, such organizations thrived. Yet what transpired next completely astonished Kato. Just as the thugs prepared to seize the money, the man with the sword stepped forward and shouted, "Who dares to make a move?" Kato could sense the formidable aura emanating from him. Suspecting their identities were not to be taken lightly. "Beat them to a pulp," the thug leader yelled frantically. The 2 groups immediately clashed. The sword-wielding performer's moves were rudimentary, lacking the finesse of someone trained in a swordsmanship academy. Yet with each swing of his blade, he felled a thug, incapacitating them utterly. Kato found himself lost in contemplation, recognizing that such individuals likely hailed from a military background. Only those tempered in the crucible of warfare could wield their weapons with such lethal precision and simplicity, effectively exuding an air of deadly intent. The thug leader, now gripped by fear, clumsily fished out a metal whistle, placing it in his mouth to blow. Who? The Navy arrived with remarkable speed. Within a minute of the whistle's call, a contingent of naval personnel armed with rifles and clad in uniforms stormed the scene, ordering the performers, "Do not move." It became clear that the Navy was there to assist the thugs. Why would the Navy support them? Because they were in cahoots. Given the affluence of this area, the Navy would not let it slip through their fingers, hence their presence was established, led by a rear admiral. This admiral had a son named Charles, who, having relied on his father's influence, engaged in extortion, harassment, and other nefarious deeds. Upon his arrival, he escalated these activities, rendering many thugs powerless to retaliate. They were forced to pay monthly tributes for protection. This only intensified Charles's taste for power. Despite his lack of skills, Charles, influenced by his father, possessed a degree of cunning. As an ambitious scion of privilege, he sought to assert dominance over the very thugs who had previously terrorized others. His efforts bore fruit, as many thugs willingly aligned with him, while those who resisted were forcibly subdued. Eventually, he emerged as the leader of the street, establishing the Black Dragon Society. With some members of the Navy, recognizing his status as the commander's son, turning a blind eye to his misdeeds. From that point onward, Charles ruled the street unchallenged, with every establishment compelled to pay continuous protection fees, yet those aware of the Black Dragon Society's backing dared not retaliate. This only served to bolster the society's audacity, with the leading thug, Dog Master, being a minor leader within their ranks. Moments ago, the two performing men, who had been so fierce, now cowered at the sight of the Navy's weapons. No matter how skilled they were, they had yet to reach a point of being unafraid of firearms. "Hands on your heads. Everyone down," the Navy bellowed. The performers complied, kneeling and prostrating themselves on the ground. One individual sought to plead his case. Tilting his head and asserting, they struck first. "Silence. Lie still," the naval officer barked, striking him with the butt of his gun. The gang leader, now emboldened, witnessed his subordinate groaning on the ground and, consumed by rage, approached the street performer, berating him. "You dare to cause a ruckus in the territory of the Black Dragon Society? Today, I shall show you what it means to be taught a lesson. Those who can still move, get up and beat them senseless." The fallen thugs scrambled to their feet, raining down blows with clubs and kicks upon the two performers. The artists, too fearful to resist, could only shield their heads with their arms and endure the onslaught. Yet the gang leader, still unsatisfied, discarded his iron rod for a long sword and unleashed a furious assault on them, swiftly inflicting wounds that stained their cloaks with blood. Although the naval officer was unafraid of potential repercussions, he recognized the gravity of a death occurring before such a crowd and hastily interjected, "Dog Lord, take it easy. It would be unwise to kill him. Just maim a leg." "I intend to kill him today," the thug known as Dog Lord retorted, despite their injuries. The street performers gritted their teeth in silence, refusing to beg for mercy. Some onlookers, unable to bear the sight, turned away, while others appeared more exhilarated, seemingly craving a spectacle of violence. Riki could no longer contain herself and tugged at Kato's arm, saying, "Kato, we should intervene." Simba and a few of his money-carrying subordinates also looked to Kato, awaiting his command to act. Given their current strength, it was evident that the thugs and naval officers would not dare retaliate. Rescuing the performers was merely a matter of words. "The moment is not yet ripe," Kato replied coolly, continuing to observe the thugs as they unleashed their fury. "How can you be so heartless?" Riki exclaimed, somewhat indignant. Simba, however, pondered Kato's earlier words and was the first to grasp their meaning. "Captain, do you wish to recruit them?" he probed. Indeed, Kato nodded slightly, lowering his voice to whisper in Simba's ear. The more brutal the thugs became, the greater the humiliation suffered by the street performers. Thus, Kato's eventual intervention would yield even more favorable results. Gales of laughter erupted from Dog Lord as he brazenly exposed himself in public, aiming to urinate on the performers, boasting, "No matter how skilled you are, you still end up as my subordinate. Raise your heads and drink my urine. Consider today's incident forgotten." The two men suddenly lifted their heads, their eyes ablaze with humiliation and fury, fists clenched as they prepared to fight back. "Stop," Simba shouted, striding forward with several crew members, knowing that Kato had deemed the moment appropriate. His sudden outburst startled the crowd, who turned to see who was making such a commotion. Puzzled by the newcomer's identity, The thugs and naval officers were equally bemused. Seeing Simba's composed demeanor, the naval officer presumed he was a benevolent noble and threatened. "The Navy is conducting business here. Mind your own affairs, or you may find yourself splattered with blood. We'll arrest you all." Simba pointed accusingly at the officer, proclaiming, "In broad daylight, under the watchful sky, do you dare to conspire with thugs? Where is the law?" "The law?" Dog Lord laughed derisively. "Are you out of your mind? On this street, I am the law. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too." Simba maintained his composure. But his subordinates were incensed, drawing their firearms and aiming them at Dog Lord. "Say that again, and see what happens." In their world, those wielding firearms were the true masters, and the crew's weapons were clearly of superior quality. The naval officer felt a pang of inferiority, discreetly concealing his sidearm and refraining from raising it against them. Brother, let us talk this out," Dog Lord stammered, his mocking expression replaced with a nervous grin. "Which street are you from?" "Our boss is Charles from Entertainment Street. Perhaps we are friends." The island was not solely under naval control. There were other factions that the Navy dared not provoke. Slap. Simba seized the moment, delivering a stinging slap that sent Dog Lord reeling, declaring, "Friend? Your grandmother's leg. I am Simba, navigator of the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew, led by the King of Hell. What are you in comparison?" Impressively, Simba's performance rivaled even Kato's own, as Dog Lord blanched at the mention of the King of Hell and the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. He began, but slapped. Another blow from Simba sent Dog Lord spinning, silencing him with a fierce reprimand. "What do you mean? When I deliver punishment." "You dare to retort? Are you asking for more?" Dog Lord, clutching his face, cried, "Big brother, slap." Simba followed up with another slap to the other side of Dog Lord's face, now achieving a symmetrical pattern. "What do you mean You're wasting my time. Can you compensate for the losses you've caused? If you ruin important matters for the King of Hell, you'll be unable to repay even with your life." After 3 consecutive slaps, Dog Lord was disoriented, his vision blurred and dazed. He was unaware of the blood streaming from his nose as he cried out, "Grandpa, please stop. I realize my mistakes. To hell with you. I'm not that pathetic." Simba kicked Dog Lord, sending him sprawling on the ground, howling in pain. The onlookers erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Well done. Beat these bloodsuckers to death." It was clear that they relished the chaos, each more enthusiastic than the last, revealing their disdain for the thugs. Raiki was taken aback, astonished to see the usually courteous Simba display such ferocity. Kato couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Simba, you truly excel in wielding the power of intimidation, embodying the essence of bullying." Raiki stifled a smile, amused by Simba's performance, which surpassed that of the thugs. The subordinates were in awe, thinking that their leader possessed remarkable wisdom, executing each blow with precision, unlike their own haphazard attempts. The naval officers and other thugs were paralyzed with fear, unable to even breathe, overwhelmed by Simba's commanding presence and the fearsome reputation of the King of Hell and the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. Simba approached Dog Lord, squatting down to ask, "What else do you wish to say?" Dog Lord trembled in fear, wanting to plead for mercy yet afraid of further punishment, and could only weep and force a smile. His emotional range was impressive, managing to display both sorrow and mirth simultaneously, a performance worthy of the silver screen. "Now, let us discuss how to resolve today's affair," Simba inquired softly. Dog Lord hesitated, still too frightened to respond. "Speak." Simba's expression darkened, and he bellowed without warning. What? Dog Lord unexpectedly burst into tears, a grown man sobbing inconsolably before the gathered crowd. Simba pondered aloud, "Am I truly that frightening? I can make someone cry like this?" He had always been captivated by his mature appearance. "Pirate Lord, I was wrong. Kindly do not hold a grudge against me. Just dismiss me as inconsequential." The Dog Lord clung to Simbat's leg, weeping copiously, his face a canvas of bruises and blood, a pitiful sight indeed. Simbat disdainfully kicked him away, exclaiming, "Get lost. Do not soil my trousers." The Dog Lord scrambled on the ground to collect the scattered berries, then retrieved all his meager possessions from his pockets. Kneeling before the 2 street performers, pleading, "Esteemed gentlemen, I implore you to speak a kind word on my behalf. I was truly in the wrong." The performers, taken aback, paused for several moments. Finally, one accepted his share of the berries, returning the remainder to the Dog Lord, saying, "These are not our earnings. We do not require them. Please, I insist. This is for your medical expenses." The Dog Lord insisted, bowing profusely, fearing they might refuse the money. Simbat interjected, "Take it." Only then did the performers hesitantly accept, cupping their fists in gratitude, with one saying, "Sir, your kindness is beyond words. I am Robert Felly, And this is my brother, Robert Fiki. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. You are too kind. It was but a trifling effort, Simbat replied, taking Feli's hand with a gentle smile, akin to a spring breeze, and added, Now, let us first pay our respects to our captain before visiting the infirmary. Feli wished to decline but was drawn along by Simbat. His brother, Fiki, was elated, perceiving they had encountered a benefactor, and hurriedly gathered their belongings, sword in hand, to follow. As their group ventured far, the ruffians and the navy dispersed, while the dog lord lamented, wishing fervently for an extra leg to aid his escape. Chapter 51. The marksman Chincher. Once all the parties involved had departed, the spectators remained captivated, eagerly discussing the thrilling events that had just unfolded. It would surely provide ample fodder for conversation with neighbors and guests for weeks to come. However, unbeknownst to them, a young boy gazed enviously at the retreating figures of Cato and his companions. The two Robb brothers, robust and resilient, had only sustained superficial injuries, which were easily bandaged. Cato, ever the generous host, had chosen a high-end restaurant called Guangzhou Tower, where a lavish feast of fine wine and exquisite meat awaited them. With a hearty toast, he proclaimed, Today is a splendid day. Not only have we acquired a fortune in Bailey, but we have also met two remarkable individuals. Come, let us drink to this occasion. Cheers, exclaimed Shimbat, the most forthright among them, as he tilted his head back to down his drink in one go. The others followed suit, raising their glasses in unison. Feli lifted his brother's glass, declaring, Mr. Cato, we brothers toast to you. Indeed, from this day forth, we are all friends. Cato responded with a jovial smile. Cato was intrigued by their backgrounds, as it was widely known that the world of the Pirate King was dominated by the Navy, while Fiki's combat style clearly indicated an army lineage. Thus, he inquired, It seems, Fiki, that your swordsmanship is rooted in military training? Your observation is astute, Lord Cato. We are officers hailing from the Twin Peaks Island in the North Sea. Through their recounting, Cato learned their story. Despite their apparent age, the elder brother, Feli, was merely 26, while Fiki was 24. Both had military backgrounds, with Feli also possessing the powers of the ball fruit, although he had only recently acquired them. As for Twin Peaks Island, according to their tale, it was named for its two prominent mountains. Originally, it was home to a single nation, the Berries Kingdom, which had inexplicably fractured into two, the Berries Autumn Kingdom and the Berries Summer Kingdom. These two nations were perpetually at war, vying for legitimacy, compelling men to enlist at a tender age to serve their country. Thus, it could be said that the brothers had grown up in the military. Their presence here was due to the capture of a cadre from their nation, prompting them to secretly seek out the situation. They had learned that he was sold to a merchant as a slave, a fact that the brothers could not abide. Consequently, they set sail in haste to rescue him. Upon arrival, they discovered that the person they sought was slated for auction. Lacking funds and unable to resort to theft, they found themselves in the position of selling their talents to survive. Upon hearing their plight, Cato was surprised to find fellow compatriots from the North Sea. And noting their deep bond, he realized he could not remain uninvolved. He pondered aloud, your daring quest to rescue him, could it be that he is of royal lineage? The brothers exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Feli responded, not exactly. Her status is indeed special, as she is a woman and a renowned marksman in our country. What? A woman? Does your nation recruit women as well? Reiji interjected, astonished. Feli hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand. Chincher volunteered for military service. Initially, no one was aware of her true identity as she disguised herself as a man to join. Cato, though not particularly interested in other matters, found the tale of the marksman compelling. He inquired, what is the story behind her prowess as a marksman? We are not entirely certain ourselves, Chincher enlisted, and during one fateful encounter, she suddenly eliminated dozens of enemies with pinpoint accuracy, hitting every target, even at great distances. Upon investigation, she earned the title of marksman and was promoted to officer. From a young age, Chincher had exhibited boyish tendencies, often neglecting her dolls in favor of honing her skills with a slingshot, proving more adept than most boys her age. At 17, she donned male attire to join the military, only to confront the harsh realities of war. In a dire moment, she awakened a latent ability, though unaware that it was observation hockey, allowing her to sense her surroundings and enemies with uncanny clarity. Since then, nothing could impede her. She became a nightmare for her foes. However, this also brought her misfortune. After a particularly devastating encounter, she found herself surrounded by enemies, and despite her extraordinary marksmanship, she was easily subdued due to her lack of weaponry. Reflecting on these memories, Feli sighed in resignation, Alas, we brothers lack the strength and resources to aid her. It is a pity for Qinshi at such a young age. Tears streamed down his face. Kato, amused by the unexpected turn of events, was delighted to discover not only two potential companions but also an even greater asset in Qinshi. It seemed she had likely awakened her observation haki. He resolved to recruit her for their crew, as the Dragon and Phoenix pirate group was in need of a sharpshooter. Rest assured, as friends, we cannot stand idly by while she is in peril. We shall be attending the auction shortly and will ensure her acquisition. Now, let us drink. The brothers, moved by Kato's words, could only express their heartfelt gratitude, stammering their thanks. Kato added with enthusiasm, moreover, as a fellow North Sea native, I am also preparing to return home, and I would be glad to assist you in resolving the turmoil in your homeland. Reiji settled the bill, and Kato suggested, our ship is anchored at the harbor. Why not join us there? It would facilitate our plans and provide mutual support. Yes, we should relocate to your place. Shimbat eagerly concurred, having developed a great respect for the Robb brothers' abilities and character. The Robb brothers, currently residing in a modest inn, were more than willing to accept the offer, having resolved to follow Kato after resolving the issues in their homeland. Without further ado, they agreed. The group first visited the auction house to sell the devil fruit, then returned to their ship. The auction occurred monthly, and with several days to wait. They took the opportunity to explore the island. While the Four Seas Island lacked the unique bubble culture of the Sabaody archipelago, it boasted a variety of delicacies, specialties, and entertainment from the Four Seas. Here, no one dared to offend them, allowing the Dragon and Phoenix pirate group to revel in their time. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of the auction. The group rose early, having breakfast before heading to the auction house. Many attendees had gathered, eager to see what treasures awaited, as their captain had generously provided them with ample funds. Their party was easily recognizable, and the gatekeeper of the underground auction house recognized them immediately, receiving them with great care, as instructed by the owner. They could not afford to be negligent. Although this auction house was not as grand as that of the Sabaody archipelago, it was not small either, and a sizable crowd had already gathered. Before long, the auction commenced. Chapter 52. The auction featured a plethora of items, primarily consisting of distinctive goods and rare treasures from the Four Seas and the Grand Line. This was certainly not a human slave auction, as slaves were but a scant few. Under the guidance of the host, the atmosphere was quite spirited, with crew members purchasing several items that caught their fancy. Some crew members acquired Sky Island shells, while Sinap purchased a unique product from the Sky Island known as Weiba. Though Kato understood the difficulty of riding it and questioned whether he would manage well, Leichi opted for a phone bug designed to prevent eavesdropping. Notably, there were also some rare ingredients, which Mona decided to buy. Kato, on the other hand, acquired a multitude of life cards, a rarity exclusive to the New World. These cards, impervious to both water and fire, are crafted from one's own nails and symbolize the vitality of their owner. Typically, individuals tear them apart to give to loved ones or friends who are about to part ways, and the torn pieces will attract each other. If a life card inexplicably burns, it signifies that its owner is in grave danger. The blank paper ace once entrusted to Luffy and Alabasta was, in fact, a life card. Kato purchased all the life cards available, intending to distribute one to each officer, ensuring that their movements could be tracked during individual missions. The other attendees, recognizing Kato's formidable reputation, refrained from competing with him, allowing him to acquire them at a remarkably low price. The host observed this with a pale expression, yet dared not voice any objections. Kato was pleasantly surprised to encounter the sale of such items, indicating that the auction house possessed significant backing. As items continued to be sold, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, and Kato's gaze fell upon something he greatly desired: sea prism stone. This rare and peculiar stone exists solely in specific marine regions, serving as a crystallized form of the ocean itself, with components resembling the sea, such as salt and minerals. Hence, those endowed with devil fruit abilities fear not only the ocean but also the sea prism stone. It is commonly employed to subdue those with powers. Within the narrative of One Piece, one may often witness cages or handcuffs crafted from sea prism stone used to imprison such individuals. For instance, Luffy was once confined in a cage adorned with sea prism stone by Crocodile, rendering him powerless. The Navy scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, even affixed sea prism stone to the hulls of Navy warships, causing marine creatures to mistake them for the sea itself, thus allowing safe passage through areas devoid of wind, which are known to be the nest of sea kings. Although this auction was not particularly grand, the availability of materials for crafting weapons or handcuffs was sufficient. Acquiring such a resource, predominantly controlled by the Navy, brought Kato great joy, as it would facilitate the capture of devil fruit users without fear of their escape. While Kato pondered the utility of the sea prism stone, another object captured his attention, a charming little octopus. This diminutive creature was no larger than a doll, boasting 8 delicate, rosy tentacles, adorned with copper coin-shaped golden spots. Its appearance was utterly adorable, likely appealing to any girl. However, its true purpose extended beyond mere companionship. Its scientific name was the hot air balloon octopus. The host's subsequent remarks confirmed Kato's suspicions. Indeed, it was the very same type of hot air balloon octopus that Luffy and his crew had once utilized to descend from the Sky Island to the sea. Despite its current diminutive size, a steady fire beneath it would cause it to expand rapidly, reaching its maximum buoyancy, capable of supporting a large Navy warship. Kato marveled at his good fortune. He had long worried about how to reach the Sky Island, which exists high above the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters, as navigating the route to the Sky Island is fraught with peril, leading to significant non-combat casualties. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Sinbad possessed the capability to assist. Now, however, with the hot air balloon octopus, he could ascend directly to the Sky Island. This was yet another unique product of the Sky Island, leading Kato to suspect that there might be a pirate crew that had just descended from the Sky Island. Otherwise, how could so many Sky Island specialties be present? The capabilities of the hot air balloon octopus were revealed by the host, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the audience. Every individual, every pirate crew, likely harbored dreams of visiting the Sky Island, not to mention the immense profits to be gained from such an expedition. Thus, even Kato's imposing presence could not suppress the fervor in the room. Bidding escalated rapidly, yet Kato and his companions, flush with funds, ultimately secured the octopus for 250 million berries. The host, though slightly dismayed by Kato's acquisition, was nonetheless pleased by the profits realized. Soon thereafter, several more remarkable items were presented, including Adam's tree and various exotic pets. Though he did not purchase them, Kato gained valuable insights. The giraffe devil fruit he had brought was sold for 120 million berries, a sum Kato deemed acceptable, as the fruit itself was not particularly impressive. As time progressed, the auction neared its final segment, the slave auction, albeit with few items on offer. After a few individuals, Kato noticed Brother Rob's excited demeanor, without needing to inquire. He understood that their target had appeared, prompting him to glance at the stage. There, a 20-year-old girl adorned with a slave collar was brought forth. She stood tall and poised, akin to a towering cedar. Her upper attire was a cropped shirt that revealed a sensuous waist, while a short leather skirt accentuated her long legs, clad in short leather boots. Her figure was voluptuous yet compact, with legs that extended gracefully like a compass. Her complexion was fair with a hint of rosy allure, complemented by a mink fur hat, and her chestnut hair exuded a bewitching charm. Her deep blue eyes sparkled like a tranquil lake. Standing confidently, even in this auction setting, she exuded beauty and pride, captivating all present. Kato was taken aback by her striking sensuality. She was not only regal but wild, evoking a sense of danger that deterred close approach. This allure enchanted all guests, with men displaying infatuated expressions, seemingly poised to bid frantically at the host's call. However, Kato denied them the opportunity. Rising, he declared in a measured tone, "This woman is mine. Should anyone dare to challenge me, I shall ensure they do not leave this auction house alive." Though his voice was not loud, it reverberated through the venue, causing all to turn their gaze upon him, their faces pale and swallowing hard. Upon hearing Kato's words, Chinka glanced at him in surprise, yet her expression softened into a smile upon noticing Brother Rob beside him. This smile bloomed like a field of flowers, illuminating the eyes of those around. However, as the weight of Kato's words and his identity sank in, silence fell once more, as reason triumphed over desire. After all, even the most exquisite beauty requires someone worthy to enjoy her. The host wiped his brow before announcing, "The starting bid is 10 million. The starting price was already quite substantial. After the host announced it, Kato swiftly bid 10 million. Moments passed without any further bids, and the host brought down the gavel. Many attendees displayed expressions of regret, yet it was merely that, after all, no one wished to challenge fate. As the dust settled, Brother Luo finally felt a sense of relief and expressed his gratitude to Kato. Kato responded with a faint smile. With the final few slaves sold, the auction came to a close. Chapter 53. The arrival of newcomers and celebration. Today's auction proved to be quite fruitful for Kato and his companions. Not only did they successfully acquire Kinko, but they also obtained numerous rare and precious items. As the auction came to a close, Kato and his group collected their purchases, including Kinko, and upon receiving the key, The first order of business was, of course, to remove her collar. Although Kato aspired to emulate his mentor, Rayleigh, and remove the collar with his bare hands, he understood that his abilities were insufficient. Such a feat likely required the mastery of Conqueror's Haki to influence tangible objects. Thus, he resorted to employing a technique instead. Approaching Kinko, Kato was finally able to admire her up close, further appreciating her astonishing allure. It compelled him to reflect on the whims of fate, which often bestows extraordinary gifts of both talent and beauty upon a select few. After being introduced by the robber brothers, Kinko expressed her gratitude for their rescue. However, she was taken aback upon learning of Kato's identity. Astonished that someone so young could possess such remarkable status and strength. Despite rescuing Kinko, Kato refrained from inviting them to join his pirate crew at that moment, sensing that the timing was not yet right. Instead, he led them toward the pirate ship. Soon, they returned to the beach. But their path was obstructed by an unexpected figure, rather, a man accompanied by an animal. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, donned a bandana, wielding twin swords, and possessing a robust physique, indicative of a dual-wielding swordsman. A monkey perched on his back, amusingly playing with a pistol, suggesting that the duo possessed formidable strength. However, his subsequent actions nearly left Kato in disbelief. He approached Sinbad, earnestly proclaiming, "Brother, I witnessed your performance on the entertainment street the other day. You struck me as both despicable and shameless, a true prodigy destined to become the foremost villainous pirate of our age. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated by the aura of dominance you exude. You must allow me to join your pirate crew. I have longed to run away from home and initially intended to form my own crew, but fortuitously encountering you has changed everything. Only by your side can I truly flourish. So please, accept me." Sinbad, upon hearing this absurd declaration, rolled his eyes and retorted, "Enough of this nonsense, you little brat. Do you really think I would take you along? Not a chance. Step aside, lest I resort to kidnapping you for ransom." The youth's eyes lit up at this, and he eagerly responded, "Then hurry up and kidnap me. Come on, do it." Kato, Leichi, and Kinko exchanged incredulous glances, with Kato feeling quite nauseated. It was utterly distasteful, this burly man calling out for such an absurd scenario. Sinbad was visibly repulsed, declaring, "I have a preference for beautiful women, so keep your distance." He couldn't care less about maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor in front of any ladies at that moment. Kato found the newcomer oddly familiar and amusing. He was, after all, a pirate with aspirations. So he inquired, "What is your name?" Without hesitation, the young man responded, bowing slightly, "Greetings, Captain. My name is Doma, and I am known as the Rider." Kato was left speechless by Doma's presumptuousness. He hadn't even offered him a place in the crew, yet the young man was already referring to him as Captain. Dismissing the details, Kato fell into contemplation. Why did he find this individual so familiar? He realized Doma was one of the captains from the Whitebeard Pirates, featured prominently during the Marineford War, known for his formidable strength. Given their shared history and the fact that he was associated with Whitebeard, Kato deemed his character trustworthy. Such talent was not to be overlooked. "Very well," he declared, "you may board the ship." Though the crew was puzzled by Kato's sudden agreement, they could not contest the captain's decision. However, one individual was taken aback, Sinbad. "Captain, how can you allow such a person on board? You must reconsider," he shouted, watching Kato's retreating figure. Doma, now beside Sinbad, cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother, you must take good care of me from now on. I am now part of your crew." Sinbad could only shake his head in resignation as he walked toward the ship. Hearing Doma's words, Kato chuckled, "Indeed, Sinbad, with a new crew member aboard, you should look after him well." Sinbad's expression darkened further. This was hardly fair. After all, wasn't he at his suggestion to visit the entertainment district? Sinbad felt as though he was silently enduring a bitter fate. Kato had initially planned to set sail for the North Sea today, but with Leichi, Mona, Kinko, and another female cook already on board, they now had 4 women. Originally, there were accommodations for only 4, and with Anna also needing a place, it was necessary to procure additional timber and supplies to expand the quarters. Thus, they would have to delay their departure for another day. That evening, a banquet ensued. Kato raised his glass, addressing everyone. "Tonight, we have 4 reasons to celebrate. First, we have successfully exchanged our items for money, freeing us from financial worries. Second, we welcome a new companion, Doma. Third, the robber brothers have rescued Kinko. And fourth, we are soon returning to the North Sea, my homeland. Cheers, everyone. Cheers." As the delectable food and fine wine flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Doma eagerly surrounded Sinbad, seeking insights on how to embody a persona of bravado. Meanwhile, Sinbad lavished attention on several beautiful women. Salenka and Max engaged in a drinking contest with the robber brothers, while Lechi, Mona, and Kinko discussed clothing and cuisine. The crew mirrored this lively engagement, while Teddy seemed solely focused on eating. Interestingly, Teddy appeared to be having a delightful conversation with the monkey, though Kato could not decipher their exchange, which seemed to revolve around food. At that moment, Kato had little time to spare for their antics, as he was continually toasting with his comrades. Soon, he found himself pleasantly intoxicated. As time passed, the revelry escalated, and soon everyone began singing the familiar tune of Bink's sake. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Set sail towards the exquisite libations of Binks, guided by the sea breeze and riding the waves. The tide surged towards the horizon, where the sun stirs with anticipation. The songs of birds sketch the contours of the sky. Farewell, O land of the textile harbor. Come now. Let us raise our voices in a joyous chant, the song of departure. Golden waves and silver ripples transform into splashes of water. We are ready to embrace the ocean's embrace. Set sail towards the delightful spirits of Binks. We, the pirates, are but a part of the vast sea, resting upon the waves and calling a ship our home. Our skulls stand proudly upon the canvas and the flags, as storms approach beneath the endless sky. The waves dance. Let us sound our drums of revelry. Let the timid winds blow freely until the very end, for tomorrow's dawn shall never vanish without a trace. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Set sail towards the exquisite libations of Binks. Perhaps in tonight's or tomorrow's dreams, we shall no longer see the figures bidding farewell. What is there to worry about? The moon will still grace the sky tomorrow night. Set sail towards the delightful spirits of Binks. Let us sing aloud the song of the sea. Regardless of who we are, there will come a time when we turn to dust. No matter the outcome, let us laugh until the very last moment. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Set sail towards the exquisite libations of Binks. Guided by the sea breeze and riding the waves, the tides surge towards the horizon, where the sun stirs with anticipation. The songs of birds sketch the contours of the sky. Farewell, O land of the textile harbor. Come now, let us raise our voices in a joyous chant. The song of departure. Golden waves and silver ripples transform into splashes of water. We are ready to embrace the ocean's embrace. Set sail towards the delightful spirits of Binks. We, the pirates, are but a part of the vast sea, resting upon the waves and calling a ship our home. Our skulls stand proudly upon the canvas and the flags, as storms approach beneath the endless sky. The waves dance. Let us sound our drums of revelry. Let the timid winds blow freely until the very end, for tomorrow's dawn shall never vanish without a trace. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Set sail towards the exquisite libations of Binks. Chapter 55. Return to the North Sea. The joyous moments always pass swiftly, and Kato, of course, relished every second of it. He frequently sought out Kanoko to indulge in delectable seafood. Before long, they arrived at the fabled entrance to the Grand Line, known as the Twin Gorges. Behind the Twin Gorges lies the first convergence point of the four seas, the Upside-Down Mountain. The Red Continent and the Grand Line form two rings, creating two intersection points. The first being the Upside-Down Mountain, the other being the Holy Land, Mariewa. The Upside-Down Mountain is an astonishing and perilous peak, serving as the gateway to the Grand Line. It features 5 waterways arranged in an X shape, with water flowing in 4 directions and 1 exit. 4 of these channels lead to the summit of the mountain, connecting the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, while the final channel flows into the Grand Line. The only way to access the Grand Line, aside from traversing the Combelt, is through the Upside-Down Mountain, marking the starting point of the sea route. The Upside-Down Mountain is both the gateway and, in a sense, the terminus of the Grand Line, as the other side leads to the end of the New World. Gazing at the peak of the Upside-Down Mountain, shrouded in clouds, Kato pondered why no one had ever scaled it to reach the end. He believed that for true warriors, such a feat would not be insurmountable. He also wondered why no one had ventured directly through the Combelt to the destination, but he understood that the end was not so easily uncovered. It might lie beneath the Upside-Down Mountain or within the Red Continent itself. Kato instinctively recognized the uniqueness of this place where the 4 seas converge, and questioned why creatures from all seas flocked here. He suspected it was connected to the end of the Grand Line, though this was merely conjecture. Kato and his crew prepared to navigate upstream against the currents of the Upside-Down Mountain, aiming to return to the North Sea. While this may seem impossible for other vessels, he had unwavering confidence in the Dragon Phoenix. The Twin Gorges, as the starting point, was inhabited solely by Kurokas and Cap. Kurokas, the former ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, now served as the lighthouse keeper. 52 years prior, during Luffy's departure, he promised the captain of the Rumbar Pirates, Brook, to care for the young Laboon. However, 28 years ago, he was invited aboard the ship led by Gold Roger to serve as the ship's doctor, temporarily leaving Laboon to assist Roger in overcoming his illness, ensuring he could complete the journey across the Grand Line. Kurokas also sought information about the Rumbar pirates and thus agreed to join the crew. After the dissolution of Roger's crew, Kurokas returned to the Twin Gorges and relayed the news of the Rumbar pirates' disappearance to Laboon. Nevertheless, Laboon stubbornly continued to batter against the Red Continent. Yearning to reunite with his captain, it was only when Luffy and his crew arrived, offering protection to Laboon and establishing a new pact, that Laboon finally found some semblance of peace. Kaido held Kurokas in high regard, admiring his decades-long commitment to a promise. Furthermore, Kurokas was a companion of his mentor, Rayleigh. Kaido was particularly impressed that Kurokas could be considered one of the oldest pirates in the world, while Brook had returned to life due to his devil fruit powers. Kurokas had lived a long life on his own merit. Kaido believed his medical expertise must be extraordinary. He also surmised that both Kurokas and Laboon likely knew the secret of the Grand Line's end. Otherwise, why would Laboon wait here for Brook and continually strike the Red Continent? Was this a subtle hint from Oda? However, such musings were irrelevant to him. He had expected to encounter both of them here, yet found only a massive sunshade. Despite not seeing them, Kaido felt no disappointment, for he would return. Without further delay, they made minor adjustments and set sail once more. Kaido did not need to oversee the navigation. He simply instructed Sinbad and retreated to the captain's quarters. Sinbad then commanded, "Activate the propulsion system, stow the sails, and switch to steamship mode. Full speed ahead." As Sinbad issued the orders, the crew sprang into action, adjusting sails and steering the ship. With the ship ascending, excitement filled the air. For many, this journey toward the mountain was a first. But navigating upstream was likely a new experience for all. Hearing their jubilant cheers, Kaido emerged to witness the receding sea behind them. He marveled at the wonder of this place, yet he knew all too well that countless pirates from the four seas had perished here. Freedom and adventure were not merely phrases, they demanded immense sacrifice and effort, along with countless lives. Strength and luck were equally vital. As Kaido reflected, the ship reached the summit, smoothly entering the North Sea's waters under Sinbad's adept guidance. Kaido felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing the danger had finally passed, and they merely awaited the ship's gentle descent. "Captain, we have arrived in the North Sea. However, this area is still subject to currents, so we cannot relax just yet. We will proceed cautiously for a bit longer," Sinbad remarked, feeling pleased as the ship stabilized. "Have we arrived? We are finally back in the North Sea." Kaido nodded in affirmation and made his way to the ship's deck. After many years away, breathing in the North Sea air, Kaido felt a sense of ease. He mused inwardly about this newfound lightness. Even if the North Sea air was refreshing, it couldn't solely account for it. It seemed the pressures of recent years had weighed heavily upon him, and returning to the North Sea allowed him to finally unwind. As Sinbad had predicted, the sea soon calmed. The weather in the four seas was not as unpredictable as that of the Grand Line. Everything appeared tranquil, bringing a sense of serenity. Sinbad, armed with a map of the North Sea, began directing the crew toward Peace Island, silently calculating the distance and time required for their journey. Although Kaido hailed from the North Sea, his knowledge of it was limited, confined to what he had learned in his previous life. Nevertheless, he was aware that the North Sea concealed many secrets. Known as the most formidable sea among the four seas, it was the birthplace of many powerful individuals. Moreover, it was rumored that the brilliant scientist Vegapunk also originated from the North Sea. Why had the Don Quixote family, after breaking away from the celestial dragons, chosen to come to the North Sea? The Vinsmoke family, where Sanji hailed from, was also immensely powerful, having even collaborated with the world government in their quest to unify the North Sea once more. Yet, after so many years, they had met with failure. What force hindered their success? To Kaido, the North Sea remained shrouded in mystery, yet he was not preoccupied with these matters at present. He trusted that as he grew stronger and his influence expanded, these secrets would gradually reveal themselves. The Wings of Freedom swiftly sailed towards its destination under Sinbad's expert command. Chapter 56. Homecoming. The North Sea was in a state of disarray, teeming with pirates while the naval presence was scant. Typically, a single naval base would oversee several islands. The ship, the Freedom's Wing, had not sailed long before the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew encountered a band of pirates. "Captain, look over there. That pirate ship is far superior to ours," a young pirate exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the formidable war god ship. "Indeed. Men, let us seize that vessel for ourselves," the captain replied, his face alight with excitement. recognizing the opportunity they had stumbled upon. This pirate ship was undeniably a prize. The captain dismissed the notion of any notable pirates in the North Sea, save for perhaps the Flamingo pirate crew, which was clearly not the case here. Kill. Kill. As the pirate ship drew near, the crew brandished swords and firearms, charging onto the deck of the Freedom's wing. Leave these minor pests to you. Max took a puff from his cigar, grinning mischievously at his crew. Leave it to us, Captain. The crew shouted in exhilaration, rushing toward the pirates. Cato and his comrades had already resolved to use the pirate crews they encountered in the North Sea for practice, as it was merely a casual affair for them. In a flash, Reki dashed towards a pirate, delivering a powerful kick that snapped the unfortunate pirate's neck. Reki, being the only officer eager for training, was determined to prove herself. Upon hearing the gunfire, Reki instinctively activated her paper-drawing technique, dodging bullets as she charged at the pirates, striking with precision. Unfortunately, her lower skill level prevented her from piercing through her foes entirely. Max observed with a nod of approval, though Reki was not truly engaged in battle. These minor pirates posed no threat to her. It was clear that her training sessions with Muna had yielded significant improvement. Meanwhile, the crew members were equally swift in their actions, soon dispatching the entire pirate band, leaving only their captain in stunned silence. Reki, displeased, leaped forward and struck him in the forehead with her finger gun, instantly ending the conflict. Once again, Max witnessed the disparity in strength among North Sea pirates and shook his head in bemusement. He could not fathom why the captain sought crew members here. Perhaps he was searching for promising newcomers? Yet, he remained unaware of the mysteries and power the North Sea held, as his previous position in the Navy had not afforded him access to confidential information. Thus, the Freedom's wing sailed swiftly toward Peace Island, encountering a few more pirate crews along the way. However, only one group dared to charge them, and sadly, they too met their demise at the hands of Reki and her crew. The others had sensed the prowess of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew and wisely chose to avoid confrontation. On Peace Island shores, Cato gazed at the familiar landscape, reflecting on his return. How delightful it is to be back. I wonder if Anna and the others know. I shall surprise them, he mused. Soon, Cato and his crew made their way toward the town. The closer he drew, the more palpable his excitement became, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the town, Cato did not rush to see less, but instead headed toward the Happiness Flower Shop, prioritizing the comfort of his crew. Passers-by and townsfolk soon recognized them, their distinctive cloaks making them stand out. Cato, adorned with a colorful hat and an appearance identical to his bounty poster, was instantly recognized. Cato is back. Is it truly him? Quick, inform Adam. Cato was pleasantly surprised that, after nearly 3 years, they recognized him at once. Their warmth filled him with joy as he greeted everyone enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Reki, Solanka, and the crew observed the ordinary island with curiosity, pondering how such a mundane place could cultivate someone as remarkable as Cato. Cato, big brother. Before long, a bright voice called out, and Cato felt a small figure leap into his arms. It was Anna, and he quickly embraced her. After a moment, he set her down to examine her closely. She had blossomed into a lovely young lady, standing at 1.50 meters. Clearly, girls develop earlier. Noticing Cato's scrutiny, Anna twirled before him, her large eyes eagerly awaiting his praise. Cato, ever accommodating, responded, "You've grown quite a bit." Anna, however, was not entirely satisfied with his response. She pouted, linking her arm through his and demanding, "What? Cato, you're just being polite." Anna is very disappointed. "What else do you have to say?" Seeing her expression, Cato was transported back to their training days several years ago. He chuckled and replied, "Of course, our little Princess Anna has become even more beautiful." With that satisfactory answer, Anna raised her head proudly, declaring, "Of course." She then asked, "Did you miss me?" "Of course I did," Cato replied without hesitation. Just as he was about to inquire about Uncle Adam, he spotted Adam arriving. An ordinary man, he was no match for Anna's speed. Seeing Adam unchanged brought a smile to Cato's face as he approached and greeted him. "Uncle Adam, I'm back." Adam beamed at Cato, helping him up and laughing. "It's good to have you back. Anna has been talking about you every day." Cato introduced Anna to his crewmates, allowing them to get acquainted before leading everyone to the tavern. Given their numbers, it was the only suitable place to settle. They had heard of Cato's sister, and upon seeing her lively demeanor, Anna instinctively knew to forge a good rapport with them. Soon, Cato found Anna chatting and laughing with Reki and the others. At the grave of Les, Cato arrived alone, carrying fine wine and tobacco. He surveyed the small grave, which showed no signs of neglect. Cato surmised Anna must have been diligently tending to it, And he chuckled softly. I didn't expect the little girl to be so thoughtful. After bowing in respect, lighting a cigarette, and pouring out a few cups of wine, Cato spoke slowly. Old man, you should know that I am now quite famous. With a bounty of 500 million. I bet you're regretting not living a few more years to witness this day. Cato lingered at the grave for quite some time, reminiscing before finally returning to the town. Chapter 57. Journey to Minion Island. Cato lingered before the old man's grave, murmuring to himself for an extended period, ultimately consuming the remaining wine before rising. Upon returning to the tavern, he observed the crew and villagers engaged in lively conversation, with many villagers present, listening intently to the crew recounting Cato's recent years. The villagers' joy surged upon Cato's return. They eagerly approached him for drinks, reminiscing about old times. Through their words, the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew learned that Cato had once been an orphan, raised on the charity of the villagers, which deepened their respect for him. The day swiftly passed, and Cato did not linger in the town. The following day, he bid farewell to the villagers and Uncle Adam, boarding the ship with Anna and the crew. As the vessel set sail, Cato cast one last glance at the small island, spotting the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew's flag fluttering by the beach, which brought a smile to his face. He felt assured that with the protection of his pirate crew, the village would be safe from any marauding pirates, though he feared he might not return for a long while. Uncle Adam, though reluctant to part with Anna, masked his feelings and happily bid them farewell, vowing to silently follow their journey until they made a name for themselves in the world. Captain, where are we headed next? Simba asked, puffing on his cigar. After a moment's contemplation, Cato realized that the surgery fruit was likely to appear around this time, though he was uncertain whether it had indeed manifested. If it had not yet appeared, he could wait and seize it before Doflamingo and the Navy arrived. If time had passed, he could also recruit Law to his ship. Thus, he responded to Minion Island. Minion Island was the hideout of the Barrel's pirate crew. The first to acquire the surgery fruit, it was a winter island, perpetually blanketed in snow. Des Barrels, like Max, had once been a naval officer before descending into piracy as deemed by the Navy. He was also the father of the future supernova, X-Drake. In this transaction, Barrels intended to sell the surgery fruit to the government and Navy through the dark intermediary Doflamingo. However, the news leaked, and Corazon and Law seized the surgery fruit before the transaction, allowing Law to consume it to cure his illness. The injured Des Barrels was subsequently killed in a farcical self-inflicted massacre orchestrated by Doflamingo's birdcage trap. His son, Drake, was ultimately rescued by the Navy and unexpectedly joined their ranks. Had Cato not intervened, history would likely have unfolded in this manner. Yet, he pondered how events might differ this time. Drake, during his Navy career, unexpectedly acquired the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, dinosaur fruit. However, whether this was due to heredity or some secret remained unclear, as Drake later defected from the Navy, forming his own pirate crew and becoming one of the 11 supernovas alongside Luffy. 2 years later, he would join the Beast Pirates, a crew that would one day become Cato's adversaries. Cato speculated whether his arrival would influence Drake's future decisions. Should Drake choose not to join Cato's crew, Cato would show no mercy if the opportunity arose. Thus, Cato and his crew might encounter the supernovas X-Drake and Trafalgar Law, as well as the Flamingo pirate crew and the Navy led by Admiral Tsuru, making the potential for conflict ever present. Although Cato had endeavored to avoid altering history since his arrival in the world of One Piece, aware that foreknowledge of future events was the greatest advantage of a traveler, he found himself unable to resist the inevitable after meeting the Empress. However, he refrained from pursuing Luffy's companions for recruitment into his crew. First, he believed Luffy would eventually be his junior, and poaching his crew members, though Luffy would remain oblivious, felt wrong. Secondly, Cato sensed that even if he attempted to recruit them, he might not succeed, as he lacked the protagonist's charisma, and those suited to Luffy might not necessarily be a fit for him. As the weather grew colder and Minion Island drew nearer, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, prompting the members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew to don thick clothing. Cato himself wore a white suit. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned Anna to the captain's quarters. Initially, she had been quite sorrowful upon boarding the ship, but being a child, she quickly forgot her sadness and mingled joyfully with the crew, particularly forming a bond with Teddy, whom she cherished immensely. Anna had been engaged in a playful contest with Reggie when Cato interrupted her, causing her to sulk. However, upon seeing the devil fruit Cato produced, her demeanor shifted instantly. She leaped onto him, exclaiming, "Cato, is this devil fruit for me?" Having long witnessed her whimsical nature, Cato was not surprised and smiled as he replied, "Indeed, this is a gift for you." With a quick peck on Kato's cheek, she exclaimed, "Kato, you are so wonderful." Seizing the fruit, she inquired, "But what kind of fruit is this? It won't have any side effects, will it?" She vividly recalled Kato's previous jest about growing a beard and becoming a man. Kato chuckled inwardly, amused that his earlier trick had left an impression on her. He replied with a grin, "Of course not. This is specially saved for you. It is the paramecia-type devil fruit, door fruit." Upon hearing Kato's description, Anna could hardly contain her excitement. Such a unique ability. "Can I eat it?" "Certainly," unaware of the notoriously unpleasant taste of devil fruits. She assumed it would be akin to fruit. As a result, Kato, seeing her eager expression, swiftly stuffed the entire fruit into her mouth, leading to an afternoon of being pursued by an irate Anna. Once the commotion subsided, Kato encouraged her to explore the abilities of the door fruit. After all, there are no strongest fruits, only the strongest individuals, and Kato wished for Anna to possess at least the means of self-defense. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as everyone enjoyed breakfast, Kato found himself in a playful tussle with Teddy over food. Despite having known Teddy for over a year, Kato noted that this creature still could not speak human language and wondered when it would follow in its mother's footsteps. Teddy exhibited a distinctly lazy demeanor, showing little interest in work or combat, only coming alive at mealtimes. Kato often found himself unable to resist competing with Teddy for food, despite the lack of decorum in doing so. Yet, he treated Teddy not as a pet but as a companion, adding a layer of amusement to their journey. "Captain, an island has appeared ahead. It should be Minion Island, but there seems to be something amiss on the island." A crew member burst into the kitchen, announcing loudly just as they finished their meal. Chapter 58. A step too late. Upon hearing the crew's report, Kato led everyone to the deck and gazed ahead, spotting an island through the blizzard. However, the island was shrouded in fine threads, resembling a cage from a distance. Kato immediately recognized it as Doflamingo's signature technique, the birdcage. This ability was nearly impossible to counter unless one could first defeat Doflamingo. With no other options, Kato commanded the crew to accelerate towards the island's edge. Unfortunately, they were still a moment too late, but it mattered not. Soon they reached the island's perimeter, and Kato activated his observation hockey to assess the situation. He quickly discerned that the Barrel's pirates had been utterly annihilated, having perished in a frenzy of mutual slaughter under Doflamingo's control of the string fruit. Aside from the unaccounted Drake, who was likely rescued by the Marines, Kato then witnessed a confrontation between Doflamingo and his father, along with his brother, Don Quixote Rozinante Corazon. It was perhaps more accurate to describe this as a trial. At that moment, Rozinante lay bloodied on the ground, having been gravely injured by Virgo. Kato was taken aback by the stark contrast between the two brothers, born of the same father. Doflamingo was proud and ruthless, showing compassion only towards the officers of his family, while treating others as mere pawns. In contrast, his brother Rozinante embodied justice and kindness. After being saved by Sengoku during his childhood, he joined the Marines, following the demise of their mother and the murder of their father by Doflamingo. Rozinante became aware of his brother's malevolence. To thwart Doflamingo's rampage, he infiltrated the family as a Marine undercover agent after Doflamingo formed his pirate crew. Regrettably, to save Law, Rozinante ultimately revealed himself and was severely injured by Virgo. Kato knew that Law was currently hidden within the box behind Rozinante, but as a silence fruit user, Law had effectively muted the box. Although Kato wished to rescue Rozinante, he felt powerless against Doflamingo's birdcage. Amidst the sound of gunfire, Rozinante perished, smiling as he passed away, hoping to leave Law with a memory of his joyful face. After Rozinante's death, Doflamingo was informed that Law had escaped, and from Virgo, he learned that the Marines had indeed rescued a young boy. However, he mistakenly believed it to be Law, not Drake, prompting him to retract the birdcage and advance towards the pirate ship. Following Rozinante's demise, Kato sensed a faint ripple from the pendant in the Sea of Souls, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that he could absorb the powers of the devil fruit here as well? With a hint of curiosity, Kato activated the pendant with his mental energy, but after a prolonged silence, he bid farewell to the crew and flew towards the island. Before long, he arrived beside Rozinante, feeling a surge of energy rushing into his body and entering the pendant. It seemed the pendant did not require the death of the wielder to absorb energy. It could also draw from others, provided it was within a certain range and time frame. Otherwise, a new fruit would likely manifest. Without lingering, Kato completed the absorption and returned to the ship, commanding the crew to sail towards the opposite side of the island. During their journey, they soon heard the sounds of cannon fire, realizing that Doflamingo and the Marines were engaged in battle. as their ship drew closer to the battlefield. Cato observed that Doflamingo's vessel had been surrounded, yet the Marines were still unable to make any headway against them. Doflamingo was currently clashing with Vice Admiral Tsuru, seemingly intent on reclaiming Law. As Cato and his crew approached, they were quickly noticed by the outer Marine ships, which began to encircle them, mistaking them for Doflamingo's allies. Regardless of their assumptions, Cato held no fondness for the Marines and unleashed a slashing attack towards the nearest Marine vessel. Although the Marines recognized the Dragon Phoenix pirates, they were taken aback when Cato struck. With a tremendous sword wave, one ship was cleaved in two, sending unprepared Marines tumbling into the sea. Yamaking Cato, are you declaring war against the Marines here? A rear admiral shouted in warning upon witnessing Cato's aggression. Of course not, but your actions are decidedly unfriendly, which I find quite displeasing, Cato replied with a chuckle. He had no intention of involving himself. Allowing the Marines and Doflamingo to tear each other apart would be far more advantageous. However, these Marines dared to encircle him, and he felt compelled to teach them a lesson. The rear admiral, scrutinizing Cato, solemnly remarked, I hope His Majesty the Yamaking keeps his word. He then commanded the Marines to return to their positions. Cato and his crew were pleased to observe the unfolding drama, though only Solanka and Mona, the two fighters, expressed dissatisfaction, having hoped for an opportunity to engage in battle themselves. Ignoring their complaints, Cato turned his attention to the heart of the conflict, where Tsuru and Doflamingo clashed in the air. Their arrival had not gone unnoticed, and both combatants were initially tense, unsure of Cato's intentions. However, upon seeing that he made no move to intervene, they relaxed and devoted themselves fully to their duel. Cato noted that the two were evenly matched, which surprised him. He speculated that Doflamingo's fruit abilities had not yet fully awakened, while Tsuru still retained considerable strength. Doflamingo relentlessly unleashed his long threads in an assault against Tsuru, who adeptly countered with haki in the Marine 6 styles, while the Marine ships bombarded the Flamingo. As time passed, the Flamingo began to falter under the relentless cannon fire from the numerous Marine vessels, with cannonballs frequently striking the pirate ship. Doflamingo realized that they could not afford to prolong the fight any longer. He ceased his attack and inquired, Vice Admiral Tsuru, I have heard that you rescued a child. May I have a look? Though Tsuru was puzzled by his request, she obliged, why not? Upon seeing Drake, Doflamingo understood that Law had escaped. Recognizing that further combat would yield no benefit, he ordered his crew to break through the encirclement. Sengoku and the others had meticulously planned this operation, and Tsuru was determined not to let them escape easily. She utilized the moonwalk technique to pursue Doflamingo, denying him an opportunity to flee as cannonballs rained down upon them. Cato and his crew observed that despite the overwhelming number of Marines, Doflamingo's determination to escape would prove insurmountable. Suddenly, countless threads erupted from Doflamingo, targeting the surrounding Marines, who became uncontrollably aggressive towards their comrades and even turned their cannons against their own ships. In an instant, the Marines suffered devastating losses. With their focus diverted from stopping Doflamingo, the pirates swiftly broke through the encirclement. The members of the Dragon Phoenix pirates broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing such a terrifying ability. It was exceedingly effective in large-scale battles. Reki couldn't help but exclaim, Captain, that power is truly dreadful. If we were to face him, we would lose half our crew before the battle even began. Moreover, we cannot harm our allies. Cato acknowledged the formidable nature of the ability, but reassured them. Indeed, it is quite fearsome. However, with proper preparation, we can strike first and prevent him from unleashing his powers. Moreover, we are not likely to confront them in the near future, so there is no need for concern. Chapter 59, Swallow Island. Upon hearing Cato's words, Lei Chi and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. It is no wonder they were so concerned. Imagine the turmoil of preparing for battle only to have your most trusted ally suddenly turn against you. Knowing that he was under control, yet being unable to retaliate with lethal force would leave anyone in despair. As Ming and his crew made their escape, the chaos within the Navy gradually subsided. Rear Admiral Crane arrived by ship alongside the Freedom Wing. Casting a glance at them before addressing Cato with a hint of curiosity, might I inquire about your purpose here? Despite her desire to apprehend Cato and his companions, the Navy's fleet had just suffered significant damage, rendering her unable to act decisively. Moreover, she sensed that Cato and his crew had no intention of engaging in combat. So she casually posed her question. I could say we are merely passing through. Would you believe that? Cato jested, opting not to reveal the truth. How amusing. I didn't expect the King of Hell to possess such leisure, Crane mused inwardly. I would be a fool to take your word for it, but given our rapport, I know I won't extract any further information from you. Indeed, the weather here is rather pleasant, and there's a battle to behold, Cato remarked, provoking a collective frown from both the crew and the Navy. Is this truly a good day with such ghastly weather? Your skills and deceit leave much to be desired. Crane, taken aback by his flippant remark, felt her patience wearing thin, especially since she had to report the outcome of this operation to Sengoku. She responded curtly, yes. It is indeed pleasant. I shan't intrude on your scenic indulgence any longer. We shall take our leave. Yet Cato was unwilling to let her off so easily. Smiling as he said, I've heard that Rear Admiral Crane has a close relationship with Peach Rabbit. Is that so? Crane, uncertain of his intentions, retorted, oh, you take an interest in such matters? Disregarding her sarcasm, Cato continued, of course. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit is the object of my admiration and also a prospective crew member of our Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. How could I not care? Upon hearing his words, Crane felt her temper rising and hastily replied, oh, is that so? I shall convey your concern to Peach Rabbit. The emphasis on the word concern clearly indicated her mounting frustration. It is crucial to note that Peach Rabbit is Crane's sister, otherwise, she might have confronted Cato directly, especially after a fierce battle and with pressing matters at hand. Cato laughed heartily at the retreating Navy, while his crew regarded him with astonishment, realizing their captain's audacious nature. Even to the extent of teasing an elderly lady. Only Doma looked at Cato with admiration, thinking, this is what a captain should be. Truly the leader of wicked pirates. Managing to send a Navy Rear Admiral away with just a few words. What an exemplary figure. After a brief chuckle, Cato sensed the unusual atmosphere and cleared his throat. Redirecting the conversation, well then, the battle we anticipated has concluded, so let us proceed to the neighboring Swallow Island. Cato was aware that Law, having escaped, was weeping as he made his way to the adjacent town of Swallow Island. There, he would encounter his earliest companions, Beepo, Shachi, and Penguin. Thus, Cato intended to lie in wait for their arrival. Initially expecting to engage in a fierce battle, they were met with an unexpected calm, leaving everyone somewhat deflated. Yet, they believed opportunities would arise soon enough. Given the proximity of the two islands, Cato and his crew soon reached Swallow Island, which resembled a swallow in shape. Having long been accustomed to the various forms of islands in this world, Cato instructed his crew upon disembarking, let us search the island for a talking polar bear. But do not act rashly upon finding it. Simply inform me. As the crew dispersed, Cato led his officers toward the town. His true aim being the local tavern, there is no better place to gather information. Upon arriving at the tavern, they found it bustling with patrons. After securing a table and ordering roasted meat and drinks, Cato attempted to eavesdrop on the conversations. However, he soon noticed the room had fallen silent, likely due to their recognition. Deciding to abandon pretense, Cato pointed to a nearby pirate, commanding, you, come here. The pirate, terrified, thought his life was in jeopardy as he trembled forward, stuttering, and no, what does the, esteemed one want with me? Cato observed his cowardice and reassured him, fear not. Simply answer a few questions. Relieved, the pirate quickly replied, of course, esteemed one. I shall not withhold any information I possess. What were you discussing just now? Cato inquired. We were just saying that a considerable number of Navy personnel arrived today, but for some reason, they left. We also heard cannon fire from the sea, the pirate recounted. Cato deduced that the Navy had initially concealed themselves there and pressed on. Do you know if there is a talking polar bear on the island? The pirate thought for a moment before responding, apologies, esteemed one, but I have not seen one. Cato scanned the tavern and then asked, what about the rest of you? If you can inform me of its whereabouts, I shall reward you handsomely. At first, there was silence, but just as Cato began to lose hope, a scruffy-looking man cautiously raised his hand, stating, I think I may have seen it. Oh, please, tell me where you saw it, Cato urged. Well, a couple of days ago, I saw a bear being bullied by two boys. The bear seemed to speak, and I thought I was imagining things. Only now do I realize it must have been true, the man explained. That must be Beepo, Cato surmised, believing the man's account. Lead me to him. You all may act freely, do not concern yourselves with me. Soon, the scruffy fellow guided Cato to a rundown neighborhood, where Cato quickly spotted two young boys, future members of Law's Heart Pirates. One was wearing a penguin hat, named Penguin, and the other donned a light blue cap, known as Shachi. Seeing them eased Cato's mind. Now all he had to do was wait. Turning to the scruffy man, he said, you may return to the tavern and claim your reward. Not long after, Cato spotted Beepo, the little white bear, approaching. Penguin and Shachi noticed him too and stepped forward. mocking. "Ah, it's you again, silly bear. Come back for another beating?" Beepo, red in the face with anger, retorted, "Humph. I'm here to seek revenge today." Their laughter only intensified at Beepo's words, and they jeered, "You think you can seek revenge? Get him." Though Beepo belonged to a naturally combative race, he was still quite young. Having set sail from the New World in pursuit of his older brother, he had unwittingly ended up on Swallow Island. Thus, he had yet to learn the art of combat and could only fight instinctively, making him no match for the two bullies, who soon sent him fleeing once more. Kato couldn't help but feel pity for the poor bear. Chapter 60. Luo boards the ship. Kato refrained from seeking out Beepo, aware that he would return the following day. Instead, he temporarily departed and returned to the ship. Upon seeing Kato, Anna was overjoyed and rushed to take his hand, proudly exclaiming, "Kato, brother, I have developed my abilities." "Ah, as expected of Anna. Let me see what you have accomplished," Kato replied, eager to witness her new power. Anna stepped outside, placing her hands against the door, not to open it, but to conjure a door of her own. This ability was reminiscent of Bruno's from a past life. "Well done, but do not become complacent. Your fruit possesses immense potential. Ensure you do not squander it," Kato advised. With a haughty demeanor, Anna retorted, "With my intellect, developing the fruit is merely child's play." Observing her prideful expression, Kato could only smile wryly as he returned indoors. Recalling the silenced devil fruit absorbed by his pendant, Kato felt compelled to experiment. He wished to discover if the powers contained within the pendant could be restored to a devil fruit for his companions to utilize, rather than hoarding them all for himself. After all, if he were to keep everything, many abilities would be of no use to him, which would be a waste. Furthermore, if he could enable others to wield these powers, the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew would possess a formidable weapon. If a crew member coveted a particular devil fruit, they need not fear it being consumed by another, for it could easily be retrieved and restored. To test his hypothesis, Kato seized a banana from the table, channeling his mental energy to guide the pendant's power into the fruit. Gradually, he observed the banana transforming, fueling his excitement. His theory was indeed correct. He increased the energy transfer, and soon the pendant's energy was depleted. The banana in his hand had undergone a complete metamorphosis. While its shape remained unchanged, its color had turned a vibrant pink, adorned with mysterious spirals. This newfound confidence bolstered Kato's resolve to recruit Luo. He contemplated how Luo would react if he were to divulge that Corazone's silence fruit was now in his possession. The following afternoon, Kato returned to the town, awaiting Luo's arrival. Before long, he spotted Luo emerging onto the street, his expression one of melancholy and despair. Kato understood that the loss of Corazon had profoundly affected him. It would take time for him to recover. After a brief stroll, Luo settled down in a secluded spot, enveloped in confusion, unsure of his next steps. And lacking both direction and funds, his situation was dire, even more so than Kato's in his childhood. Before long, Beepo appeared nearby, and, following the previous day's events, was soon knocked to the ground. At that moment, Luo sprang into action, effortlessly subduing Pekin and Shachi. This display of skill left them in awe, and they resolved to align themselves with him. Finding himself alone, Luo accepted their company. Kato recognized that it was time for him to make his presence known. With a swift movement, he appeared before the group, startling them with his sudden arrival. Luo instinctively shielded his companions behind him, regarding Kato warily. "Who are you?" he demanded, tension evident in his voice, fearing Kato might be an agent of Doflamingo sent to capture him. Kato, appreciating Luo's vigilance, replied with a smile, "You may call me Kato. The Navy refers to me as Yama, the King of Hell." A wave of unease washed over Luo as he processed this information. "You are Yama Kato, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million? As a native of the North Sea, he was well acquainted with the fearsome reputation of Yama, whose bounty surpassed even that of Doflamingo. He continued, "Are you here to capture me?" Raising an eyebrow, Kato chuckled, "Why would I wish to capture you? I admire your potential, and we currently lack a ship's doctor. I wish to invite you to join my crew. The surgery fruit is quite formidable, after all." Luo was taken aback. He had not expected Kato to be aware of his possession of the surgery fruit, a secret that should have been known only to the Doflamingo pirates. The fact that Kato had tracked him down filled Luo with trepidation. "Huh, what is this? There is nothing I cannot uncover. So what do you say? Will you join my ship? You cannot hope to seek vengeance alone. Do you not wish to avenge Corazon?" Kato activated his persuasive abilities, adopting an air of mystery to entice Luo aboard. Kato's words struck a chord within Luo, whose sole purpose for living was to avenge Mr. Corazon. Joining Kato presented the best opportunity, yet he wrestled with the desire to exact revenge personally. Sensing Luo's inner turmoil, Kato pressed on, by joining my pirate crew. Your affairs will become our concern. If you wish to pursue your vengeance, I will train you to become a formidable warrior and will not impede your quest. Consider this carefully. Furthermore, I must inform you that Corazon's silence fruit is currently in my possession. What? Luo could no longer maintain his composure. Kato's revelation stunned him. He had never imagined that mere days after Corazon's death, someone would acquire his devil fruit. The implications were staggering. I have decided to join, Luo declared without hesitation, gesturing toward Beppo and the others. However, I hope they can join as well. This is my only condition. Kato beamed at the eager expressions of the group. Of course, I would never turn away aspiring pirates with dreams. Haha. Now, let us return to the ship. Upon reaching the vessel, Kato summoned everyone to the deck. He intended to share the news with his crew and to discuss the pendant's capability to create devil fruits, a secret that could not be concealed for long. While he would not divulge the specifics of the pendant, he had formulated a plan for how to present the information. One by one, the crew members gathered. Noting the unfamiliar faces beside Kato and speculating on their connection to the young men. Once everyone had assembled, Kato began. Well, today I have several announcements. First, we have been without a ship's doctor, but that issue has now been resolved. Luo, please introduce yourself. Luo stepped forward, bowing. Hello everyone, my name is Trafalgar D. Luo, and I shall be your ship's doctor. I look forward to your guidance. What? Our ship's doctor is just a child? Indeed, does he even know how to save lives? While the crew had no doubts about Kato's decisions, their skepticism was palpable upon realizing their new doctor was so young. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Luo may not yet possess the skills to heal. However, he has consumed what is known as the ultimate devil fruit, the superhuman surgery fruit, with a bounty value exceeding all others at a staggering 4 billion berry. Have faith, and soon he will become an exceptional ship's doctor. Chapter 61. The Restoration Fruit 40 billion berries? It is utterly astonishing that the surgery fruit was consumed by a mere child. Such an exorbitant fruit, now wasted. All the crew members were in a state of turmoil, for that was indeed 40 billion berries. Raichi gazed at Law with eyes aglow, as if Law himself were worth that sum. Law, startled by the intense scrutiny, hurriedly retreated, while Kato interjected, Enough. It's merely money, no matter how valuable. It pales in comparison to our lives. With Law among us, survival is guaranteed, and that takes precedence. Observing the crew regain their composure, he continued, Moreover, I firmly believe we shall acquire even greater wealth in the future. Kato then introduced Pekin and Shachi, who were rather unremarkable, but when it came to Beppo, the atmosphere shifted. Hello everyone, I am Beppo from the Mink tribe. I look forward to your guidance. My dream is to become an exceptional navigator and return home. Beppo shyly introduced himself. The crew, astonished that this bear could speak, approached him eagerly, touching him from side to side. Teddy, too, circled Beppo, barking incessantly, seemingly indignant that he, a bear, could articulate words while he could not. Initially taken aback, Beppo soon realized there was no malice in their curiosity and joyfully allowed them to pet him, reveling in the warm camaraderie. Anna darted around him, suddenly asking, As fellow animals, why can you speak? Teddy nodded in agreement with her inquiry. Beppo, embarrassed, lowered his head and replied, I'm sorry. Anna and the others shared a silent understanding of his apparent lack of composure. Once the commotion settled, Kato stated, There is one more matter I must share. I once accidentally consumed a devil fruit. Upon hearing that Kato had also ingested a devil fruit, Anna could not contain herself and interrupted. What? Brother Kato too? What powers does it grant? Marx, Raichi, and the others were equally curious, having never witnessed Kato exhibit any abilities. They leaned in, eager to discern the nature of his fruit. Kato, having prepared his explanation, smiled and said, Indeed, it was an accident. Initially, I was unaware, as it was not listed in the index. However, after defeating a user of the Bone fruit, I discovered the next day that I had inherited his abilities. He demonstrated the powers of the Bone fruit, convincing the crew of his claims. The revelation that one could seize another's abilities was astonishing. Could they truly become invincible by eliminating others? Captain, that's incredible. Everyone was awestruck by Kato's powers, including Law, who recalled Corazon's silence fruit, pondering the implications had Kato chosen to eliminate him. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Kato added, I've also uncovered another ability. If I do not absorb the acquired powers, I can revert them back into a devil fruit. He presented the recently acquired silence fruit, the very fruit of Corazon, who had been slain by Doflamingo. Now, do you grasp the significance of this fruit? Silence enveloped the group as they contemplated Cato's words, their minds reeling from the revelations. First, it was Law's extraordinary surgery fruit, and now Cato's unparalleled abilities. Does this mean we can obtain any fruit we desire? Marx exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Cato confirmed, precisely. Even if a fruit has been consumed by another, we can still acquire it. The Dragon and Phoenix pirates had gained incredible insights today, first regarding the 40 billion surgery fruit and now witnessing the sheer power of Cato's abilities. Yet, they rejoiced that both fruits were within their ranks. It seems our pirate crew is destined to rise, Mona exclaimed, prompting a chorus of agreement as the crew cheered for their captain. Disregarding their astonishment, Cato continued, additionally, I encountered an individual whose past could be restored. Thus, I have named this fruit the restoration fruit. He presented this notion as a convenient guise for his prophetic abilities, deftly sidestepping potential complications. The crew, already in awe of Cato's powers, reacted with subdued surprise, while Lo reflected on Cato's prior knowledge of his surgery fruit, now convinced of its legitimacy. Finally, Cato cautioned everyone, we must keep our powers, both mine and Law's, confidential. It is not yet time to reveal them. If the Yonko, Navy, or world government were to learn of our abilities, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate us. His words prompted a collective understanding that the Dragon and Phoenix pirates were not yet invulnerable, and discretion was paramount for their continued growth. That evening, the crew celebrated aboard the ship, filled with elation at their captain's extraordinary powers, envisioning a day when the Dragon and Phoenix pirates would reign supreme upon the seas. For each member, being part of this crew was a source of immense pride. Law felt similarly, recognizing Cato's genuine camaraderie. Otherwise, he could have easily dispatched him to seize the surgery fruit for himself. Instead, Cato had spared him, allowing Law to fully integrate with the crew. Observing his crew's unrestrained joy, Cato smiled, pleased with his decision to share this information. He believed in their loyalty, confident that betrayal was not in their nature. Furthermore, he sought to instill confidence, fostering pride in being part of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates. However, Cato understood that this secret could not be concealed for long. He needed to elevate the crew's strength, and if he suddenly produced an enemy's abilities, suspicion would inevitably arise, even as captain. Thus, he crafted this narrative around his fruit powers to resolve any potential issues. As the crew reveled in their merriment, Cato took a sip of his drink and summoned Law to his side. Law, what are your thoughts on the silence fruit? Law pondered briefly before responding. If the captain wishes for our crewmates to use it, I have no objections. Cato discerned the underlying sentiment in Law's words, affectionately ruffling his hat. Fear not. I have no intention of selling it. I plan to give it to Kineman. He is an exceptional marksman, yet lacks self-defense capabilities. Consuming this fruit will not only enhance his sniping skills but also provide him with protection. Although he is not with us now, he will join once we resolve the issues in his homeland. This fruit was perfectly suited for Kineman. It would allow him to strike without a sound and facilitate his escape, rendering even observation hockey ineffective. Law agreed. Yes. I believe Corazon would be pleased to see his fruit in the hands of someone so deserving. That night, as the crew indulged in revelry, Cato naturally invited Kineman into his quarters. After a passionate encounter, Cato embraced her, savoring the lingering warmth of their shared intimacy. Gently, Kinsuk remarked, today, I am prepared to administer the silent devil fruit to you. No one is more suitable than you. Kinsuk did not refuse. At this moment, both her body and heart belonged to Cato, rendering any formalities unnecessary. Moreover, Cato's care and affection brought her immense joy, affirming that he did not regard her merely as an object for his desires. With a tender smile, she replied, indeed, I believe it suits me well. Before long, Cato facilitated her consumption of the fruit. Its power was quite straightforward. After a brief experience, Kinsuk would be able to generate a soundproof barrier. After finishing, she lowered her head to kiss Cato, leading to yet another passionate encounter. Cato was taken aback by the remarkable utility of the silent fruit. It was simply perfect. Previously, they had refrained from making excessive noise, as it would not bode well for a captain's reputation. However, now there was no cause for concern. Listening to Kinsuk's delightful moans, Cato felt liberated, convinced that this was the most pleasurable experience of his life. One could only wonder how Corazon would react if he discovered that Cato and Kinsuk were employing his fruit for such activities. Would he be infuriated? If Law were to learn of it, would he regret entrusting the fruit to Kinsuk? Cato mused that they were truly ingenious. Having just consumed the fruit, they had already devised a novel application for it. What else could they be but geniuses? Chapter 62. Twin Peaks Island. Early the next morning, Cato and his companions set off once more, their destination being the hometown of the Kinko and Robb brothers, Twin Peaks Island. Sinbad examined the map, estimating the route and time required for their arrival. He informed Cato, "Captain, if we do not make any stops along the way, it may take us a week to reach Twin Peaks." Cato glanced at those around him, particularly at Mona, primarily concerned about the food supply. He asked, "What do you think?" Understanding his concern, Mona replied, "We have more than enough provisions. We could last for half a month." Seeing no objections from the others, Cato directed Sinbad, "Let us proceed directly to Twin Peaks. After all, Kinko and the others are quite anxious." Once the ship was underway, Cato retained Marks and Solanka, assigning them the task of training the pirates aboard, particularly the newly joined Doma, Anna, Ro, and Beppo, as Cato recognized their potential. However, he understood that without rigorous training, no one could achieve greatness, except for the giants, of course. Marks and Solanka were perfectly suited for this role, as both were adept in their craft and possessed Conqueror's Haki, enabling them to swiftly enhance the crew's capabilities. Cato, on the other hand, took it upon himself to instruct them in swordsmanship, as no one was more qualified than he for this task, focusing particularly on Ro, Doma, and others interested in the art of the sword. The Dragon and Phoenix pirates boasted an abundance of equipment, so the crew commenced a rigorous training regimen, given that they had a full week ahead of them. Teaching others also served as a means of deepening one's own understanding of their abilities, benefiting everyone involved. Subsequently, Cato asked Kinko to test if outsiders would experience any side effects from consuming the devil fruit he had synthesized. The results surprised him, albeit they were somewhat expected. Kinko exhibited the same weaknesses as other devil fruit users. It appeared that Cato was indeed unique. In the North Sea, the ship Freedom's Wing sailed serenely across the calm waters. On deck, Ro and Anna were engaged in a friendly sparring match. Both possessed solid foundations and had recently acquired their respective devil fruits, yet were not quite adept at practical application, resulting in a physical contest that was evenly matched. Anna dashed towards Ro with a shave, and Ro, observing her approach, gripped the sheathed knife tightly. As Anna reached his side, she launched a thrust toward him. However, her Six Powers technique was not yet polished, allowing Ro to easily deflect her attack with his blade. Refusing to be deterred, Anna was determined to showcase her progress to her brother Cato. Employing both her hands and feet, she executed a gale foot attack. While Ro was occupied blocking her thrust, he was suddenly confronted by a slicing kick aimed at him. He swiftly leapt aside, rolling to regain his footing. He had not anticipated that this captain's sister, who was nearly his age, would prove to be such a formidable opponent, compelling him to engage her earnestly with his longsword. Anna deftly evaded Ro's assault with another shave, positioning herself behind him to launch another thrust attack. The two sparred joyfully, yet Ro, lacking mastery of the Navy's Six Powers, found himself at a slight disadvantage. Nevertheless, as a man, he had a physical edge, and after a time, Anna grew fatigued, unceremoniously sitting down on the deck, exclaiming, "I can't continue. This kid is too tough. I'm exhausted." Ro did not press the matter. He was not one to rely solely on brute strength to achieve victory. The onlookers, observing the prowess of the two youths, felt inspired to intensify their own training efforts. Having watched the sparring session, Cato joined a yawning Teddy on a sun lounge to bask in the sunlight. These matches were to be held daily, though the participants need not be the same each time. After all, practicing without application was of little use. Initially intrigued, Cato soon grew weary of the spectacle, finding it of no practical benefit to him. Even Teddy was nearly asleep, and Cato was no exception. A week passed amidst the training and sparring, during which they easily dispatched a few unwitting pirate crews that crossed their path. Before long, they neared their destination. Although Sinbad had estimated a 7-day journey, they arrived on the 8th day due to their encounters with the pirate crews. As they beheld the enormous island before them, Kinko and Robb were filled with joy. Cato and his companions were equally captivated by the towering peaks, one a glacier and the other a volcano. They were set to enter the side of the volcano. According to Kinko, these twin peaks were known as the Ice and Fire Pass, with the inhabitants residing between the two mountains. The area near the glacier experienced perpetual autumn, known as the Kingdom of Paris Autumn, while the vicinity of the volcano basked in summer, called the Kingdom of Paris Summer. Moreover, the contrasting temperatures of the two peaks caused cold and warm air currents to converge, resulting in rainfall, and thus several lakes and tropical rainforests formed between the two nations. Upon docking, Kato and his companions donned cool summer attire, with Kato wearing white shorts and a simple pink-patterned short-sleeve shirt. Stepping onto the deck, he beheld Mona and the other women, their striking outfits drawing his gaze. Their attire was undeniably alluring. Kinko sported a fitted mini-skirt, while Mona wore merely a bra and shorts, and both Lechi and Anna adorned themselves in princess dresses, each showcasing their unique charm. Once everyone was appropriately dressed, Kato and his companions ventured further inland, where they encountered a vast forest. However, they had not journeyed far before they found themselves surrounded, not by humans, but by beasts. And not ordinary beasts, but half-human, half-mechanical creatures. Kato's interest was piqued. This island was proving to be far more complex than he had anticipated. Observing the mechanical beasts, Kinko and the others quickly stepped forward to prevent any rash actions, declaring, "Do not engage. These are defenses against outsiders, the guardians of the Autumn Kingdom. They're allies." The metallic beasts relaxed their guard upon recognizing the trio, and a prominent half-mechanical tiger approached, exclaiming joyfully, "Roar. Feli, Feiji, I can't believe you're back. This is wonderful. The king has been worried about you." Kato and his companions were left speechless. These creatures could speak and exhibited emotions almost indistinguishable from humans. Feli stepped forward and embraced Kinko, stating, "Number 7, we worried you. The journey was quite the ordeal, but I'll explain everything upon our return. It's thanks to Kato and his crew that we were able to rescue Kinko." After a brief introduction, Kato learned that the tiger was called Number 7. Upon hearing that Kato had rescued Kinko, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Without you, we would have lost a skilled marksman. Since you saved them, you are my friends. Let us return and share this good news with the king." Kato and his companions followed Number 7 as they made their way back. And Kato noted that aside from Number 7, the other creatures seemed unable to speak. It appeared that while they had been modified, their abilities to communicate remained intact. Each creature was remarkable. They had detected Kato and his crew's presence almost immediately and gathered with astonishing speed, far exceeding Kato's expectations. What kind of challenges awaited them in the Autumn Kingdom, with which they had clashed for so long? What initially seemed to be a straightforward conflict between nations, easily resolvable, now appears to be far more complex. However, it is precisely this intricacy that adds to the excitement. Kato is filled with anticipation. Chapter 63, Summer City in the North Sea, on Double Peak Island. They traversed through the forest and entered Summer City. While the forest had not felt particularly oppressive, they immediately sensed a rise in temperature upon their emergence. Bepo, in a dispirited tone, lamented, the fur tribe abhors heat. I long to shed this coat of fur." To which Law, standing beside him, could not help but retort, "That fur of yours cannot be discarded." Bepo, instantly flustered, lowered his head and murmured, "I apologize." As they strolled down the bustling streets, the most striking sights were the stunningly beautiful women with brown or golden hair, fair skin, and long legs. The graceful Ukrainian ladies, with their exquisite attire and elegant demeanor, graced the streets of Summer City, creating a captivating spectacle. This overwhelmed Sinbad, who found himself at a loss as to where to direct his gaze for the first time. It was not just Sinbad. All the male members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, including Kato, were equally entranced by the alluring scenery. What could account for the abundance of beauty in this locale? There were two primary reasons. Firstly, the unique environment of Double Peak Island, despite its high temperatures, was characterized by frequent cloudy and rainy weather, resulting in minimal direct sunlight exposure. Consequently, many of the local women possessed remarkably fair skin. As the saying goes, a fair complexion conceals a multitude of flaws, and it is also true that the land nurtures its people. Thus, the women here held a distinct advantage in terms of their complexion. Secondly, as noted by Faley, Double Peak Island had once been home to various races, all of whom eventually coalesced and intermarried, leading to a rich tapestry of mixed-race beauty over time. Lastly, the prolonged warfare between the two nations had resulted in a significant imbalance in the male-to-female ratio, contributing to the impression of an abundance of lovely women on the streets. The conspicuous presence of Kato and his companions, particularly the many strapping young men in their group, naturally drew the attention of the beautiful women around them. Countless ladies approached, engaging in flirtation and casting coy glances, leaving the members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew utterly captivated. Kato mused that this truly was a paradise for men. He speculated that even a beggar would have no fear of remaining unmarried in such a place. As Kato and his companions made their way toward the heart of the town, he suddenly spotted a white-haired gentleman, at least 60 years of age, embracing 4 beautiful women. This sight made Cato marvel at the old man's tenacity for life. As Chow Chow once remarked, an old steed still longs to gallop, Cato thought to himself. You needn't long for anything. I admire you already. However, Cato was perplexed, having encountered the transformed animal soldiers in the forest. He had anticipated that this would be a technologically advanced nation. Yet upon entering the city, he found it no different from any ordinary country. Perhaps the ongoing war had diverted attention from such advancements? Even if his assumptions were slightly off, he felt they were not far from the truth. Without lingering on this thought, Cato and his group swiftly arrived at the Summer City Palace. This magnificent structure resembled a Western cathedral, with transformed animal guards stationed at the entrance, specifically lion-like creatures. Upon sighting Cato and his entourage, the lion guards promptly obstructed their path. Number 7 stepped forward to negotiate, growling a few commands that sent one of the lions scurrying into the castle. Moments later, a towering 3-meter-tall transformed lion emerged, playfully chiding Number 7. 7, you rascal. Why are you slacking off and wandering here instead of guarding your post? As he stepped forward, he spotted Cato and the others, exclaiming, Oh, am I seeing things? Is it my old friends returning? Number 7, visibly irritated, replied, 1, you lazy sloth. You lounge in the castle while I do the hard work. And you dare criticize me? 1 lazily retorted, 7, you don't understand. Guarding the palace is the most arduous task, and only someone of my caliber can handle it. The onlookers were left speechless by the exchange between the two colossal beasts. Meanwhile, Phaley intervened, saying, Enough of your bickering. Let us enter the palace to meet His Majesty the King. These are our friends who have come to assist us. Seeing that Phaley was serious, 1 quickly led them into the castle. However, only Cato and a few other officers were permitted to enter, while the rest remained outside. Upon entering the castle, they were greeted by cobblestone paths flanked by trees and flower bushes, with all the architectural features reminiscent of the medieval era. Even the guards and servants donned vintage attire, transporting Cato back to a bygone era in Europe. This would be an ideal retirement spot. When I grow older, I shall acquire a castle of my own. Cato mused as he surveyed the enchanting surroundings. Everyone, His Majesty and the Queen are inside. 1 reminded them before knocking on the door, announcing, Your Majesty. Brother Roberta has returned with young Kinka, along with some friends. Please enter, a resonant voice called from within. Following 1, Cato and the others stepped into the chamber, where the decor exuded an artistic flair, with medieval armor and sculptures adorning the corners, alongside a few golden ornaments. The walls were adorned with abstract oil paintings, which Cato found utterly inscrutable. It appears my fate is to be a pirate. Such refined matters are clearly beyond my grasp, he thought. The king, a man in his 50s, was clad in a snug suit, short in stature and lacking in height. Beside him stood the queen, tall and possessing a robust frame, appearing significantly younger than her husband. Although not without age, her past allure as a striking rose was still evident. Upon entering, Phaley and the others bowed, greeting, Your Majesty. Your Highness, well met. The king rose from his seat and approached them, saying, It is good to have you back. Our nation cannot thrive without the contributions of you young people. He then turned his gaze to Cato and the others, prompting Phaley to introduce them. Greetings. Your Majesty and Your Highness, Cato smiled warmly. Before the king could respond, the queen, with a hint of shyness, remarked, You are the pirates who saved Kinka and the others, are you not? Thank you so much. Oh, you are quite a handsome young man. As Cato took her gloved hand and bowed, he replied, I appreciate your kind words. The king offered a strained smile to Wang Zijuan and, during their handshake, said, Please, take a seat. As Cato and his companions settled down, beautiful maidens served delectable snacks and tea. While they savored the treats, Phaley recounted their recent experiences. The king, queen, and the 2 guards were astonished to learn of Cato and his comrades' remarkable capabilities and their intent to assist them. The king's demeanor softened considerably, and he spoke earnestly. Young ones, I had no idea you were such benevolent pirates. I apologize for my earlier prejudice. Chapter 64, Anecdotes on Double Peak Island. Within the confines of the Summer City Castle, Cato and his companions engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the king's apology, Cato, with a smile, reassured, Your Majesty. There is no need for such formality. After all, the majority of pirates have committed heinous acts, and it is not surprising to harbor such suspicions. We regard Phaley and his companions as friends, and when friends are in distress, we cannot stand idly by. There are no ulterior motives. Cato discerned the king's previous apprehensions and thus chose to speak candidly, recognizing that future collaboration required clarity to avoid misunderstandings. The king, feeling relieved by Cato's words, responded joyfully. Indeed, it is a privilege for them to have friends like you, and it is also a blessing for our kingdom. Seeing the amiable atmosphere, Cato decided to delve deeper. Inquiring, "Might your majesty enlighten us about the current situation?" "Very well, since you are eager to listen, allow me to recount the tale, which began 23 years ago." As the old king recounted the story, Cato and his companions gradually grasped the unfolding events. 23 years prior, two individuals claiming to be scientists arrived at the kingdom of Pylus. They expressed their desire to explore the unique geological formations of Double Peak Island in search of rare metals. Initially, the old emperor, the king's father, was reluctant. However, the scientists promised substantial financial compensation should they discover valuable metals, which were of no use to the island's inhabitants but could generate new revenue. The old emperor, swayed by the prospect, consented. After several months of exploration, the scientists indeed uncovered a rare and precious metal, which they joyfully reported to the old king. Subsequently, they expressed their intention to return to headquarters to relay this good news and to procure funding and personnel for extraction. The old king, eager to assist, provided them with a ship, provisions, and several guards for their journey. Half a year passed in anxious anticipation before the scientists returned. But only a handful of the original party returned. This bewildered the king, and upon inquiry, he learned that their organization had been annihilated by the Navy during their absence. Fortuitously, the scientists had not been at their base. Otherwise, they would likely have met a grim fate. Carrying a mix of sorrow and joy, the group returned with unfulfilled inquiries about their organization. Though their group had been destroyed, the scientists proposed a new collaboration. They would develop a military force to defend the kingdom of Pylus, while the kingdom would fund the establishment of their laboratory and base. Despite having their own defense force, the kingdom's strength was inadequate, often falling prey to formidable pirates, and thus the old king gladly acquiesced. Time flowed steadily, and the scientists' research yielded fruitful results. Leveraging the knowledge from the former base, they swiftly developed modified animal troops and robotic units. Their prowess was demonstrated in several battles against pirates, delighting both the old king and the populace, leading to increased support for their research. 3 years passed, and with ample funding, the scientists unveiled their first self-aware robot. However, this milestone precipitated a fatal conflict between the two. One insisted on destroying the robot, deeming it a potential threat that must be eradicated, while the other viewed it as their progeny and could not fathom its destruction, believing it incapable of harm. Their disagreement was intense, as the self-aware robot symbolized a monumental scientific achievement. At this critical juncture, the old king unexpectedly passed away, prompting a power struggle between his two offspring. The scientists, holding significant military influence, became targets for both factions. Consequently, the kingdom fractured into two, igniting a protracted 20-year conflict over legitimacy. Amidst the ongoing warfare, both scientists became increasingly dedicated to proving their respective theories correct, continually refining their research, resulting in a stalemate that persists to this day. The death and animosity spawned from 2 decades of war cannot be easily reconciled, despite their current desires for peace. As the king concluded, tears glistened in his eyes as he lamented, "Alas, the toll on our nation has been immense, with the male population dwindling. I feel a deep sense of shame towards our ancestors. I fervently hope for the arrival of peaceful days." Cato was taken aback by the parallels to cinematic narratives within the world of pirates. He found himself in agreement with the first scientist's perspective. After all, a self-aware robot poses an unpredictable threat to humanity. It is prudent to eliminate such risks at their inception. However, captivated by the tale of the two scientists, Cato pondered the implications of his hypotheses, finding the situation even more intriguing. Yet, he resolved not to rush to conclusions. Observing the king's demeanor, he offered reassurance, "Your Majesty, rest assured, our purpose here is to assist in resolving your civil strife. Should you require any support, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, kind friends. If we can end this internal discord, you shall be celebrated as heroes of our nation." The king glanced at Cato and continued, "However, we must proceed with caution, for our adversaries are formidable and seem to be on the verge of action. We must devise a comprehensive battle strategy." Cato wholeheartedly concurred with the king's sentiment, and after further discussion, they noted the king's evident fatigue and took their leave. Before departing, Cato requested the king's permission for Law to peruse their extensive collection of medical texts. Although Law had consumed a surgical fruit, he still required more knowledge. And Cato seized every opportunity to gather and study medical literature. The kingdom of Pylus, with its rich history, would undoubtedly possess a wealth of such resources. And Cato was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. As partners in close cooperation, the king readily acquiesced. During their farewell, the king arranged for them to stay in a residence within the castle. The dragon and phoenix pirates settled in, while the Faley brothers returned home. Kinko also departed, though she mentioned she would return soon, as having a familiar companion would facilitate her tasks. Cato did not object. Whether her words were a mere excuse or not was inconsequential, for he relished the experience. Dinner, prepared by the royal kitchen, was an extravagant feast that delighted Cato and his companions, whose appetites were thoroughly satisfied. The culinary prowess of the palace chefs rivaled that of Mona, much to her surprise. She declared her intention to master the chef's techniques so she could prepare meals for everyone in the future. The group, enthused by her ambition, readily raised their hands in support. Chapter 65. Inquiring about the enemy's situation, the night had passed in a tumultuous struggle between Cato and Kinka, leaving the battlefield in disarray. A clear testament to the ferocity of their confrontation. However, both individuals possessed extraordinary resilience, rendering the events of the previous day inconsequential to their well-being. After a hearty breakfast, Cato and his companions prepared to enjoy the picturesque lakeside, but their reverie was abruptly interrupted by a summons from the king. What could this possibly mean? Sindbad furrowed his brow in discontent. The pirate crew had eagerly anticipated a day of revelry, particularly Sindbad, who was most enthusiastic about the prospect of encountering beautiful women in bikinis. Just as he stood on the precipice of this delight, he was called away. For Sindbad, it felt akin to being on the verge of an intimate encounter only to be interrupted by an unexpected phone call from his mother or a superior. His frustration was palpable. Cato, understanding his companion's sentiments, offered words of comfort. Fear not, the ladies will not vanish. Once we resolve the matters concerning the two nations, we shall have ample opportunity to admire them. Patience is a virtue, after all. Cato's reassurances proved effective, allowing Sindbad to cast aside his earlier displeasure and channel his energy into the forthcoming challenges, eagerly anticipating the eventual reward of basking in the presence of bikini-clad beauties. Soon, the group arrived at the castle, where Cato noted the presence of not only the king and his queen, but also numerous individuals and mechanical beasts. They were the last to arrive, suggesting the gravity of the situation. As they settled in, Cato pondered the implications. The king's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. Now that everyone is present, I shall speak. This morning, we received alarming news from the front lines. The 4th Mechanical Serpent Brigade has gone silent. Upon investigation, we discovered the complete annihilation of the battalion, including the 4th itself, with no information relayed. The only clue we have is a deck of playing cards. I invite each of you to share your insights. As the king concluded, a young man seated beside him quickly responded, Father, this is clearly a premeditated act by the enemy. We have studied their tactics for years. It is implausible that they would leave no trace. The absence of any signs of confrontation suggests they must have enlisted external assistance. Upon hearing the prince's astute remarks, Cato nodded in agreement, impressed by the youth's perceptiveness. It appeared that the king's legacy was in capable hands. The others echoed the prince's sentiments, and the king beamed with pride at his son's display of wisdom. He continued, Given this situation, how shall we proceed? Understanding that the king was directing this question to his son, the assembly remained silent until the prince spoke again. In my humble opinion, since the enemy has secured outside aid and we are operating without any intelligence, we should prioritize defense and gather more information. The king nodded approvingly. Well considered. I am pleased that you did not advocate for rash actions. However, who shall we send to investigate? As soon as he posed the question, several individuals stood up, eager to volunteer. Your Majesty, allow me to undertake this task. The king found himself in a quandary, unsure whom to choose. At that moment, Cato interjected confidently, Let us not squabble. I believe I am the most suitable candidate for this mission. Observing the mixed expressions of surprise and indignation, Cato continued. It is not a matter of underestimating anyone, but the fact that our enemy's ability to silently obliterate an entire brigade indicates formidable external support. The likelihood of your safe return is questionable. Pausing for effect, he added, I, on the other hand, am a stranger in this land. Should I be captured, I can claim to be an adventurer merely passing through, allowing me to gather intelligence and relay it back to you. What do you think? Cato's compelling argument left no room for rebuttal. The king, recognizing Cato's exceptional capabilities, expressed his gratitude. Then I must impose upon you, Sir Cato. However, remember that your safety is paramount. If your sacrifice were to occur because of us, I would be deeply troubled. Cato replied lightly, Rest assured, Your Majesty. I would never jeopardize my own life so frivolously. Moreover, I have many awaiting my return. I cannot afford to perish easily. After sharing a reassuring glance with Marx, Lecky, Anna, and Kinka, Cato's confidence alleviated the king's concerns. The king then inquired, When does Sir Cato plan to embark on this mission? Cato rolled his eyes at the urgency, thinking it unnecessary to rush such an endeavor. Surely, one does not investigate in broad daylight. The cover of night is essential for such undertakings. The king chuckled awkwardly, realizing his oversight. Indeed, my apologies for my impatience. Before concluding their meeting, Cato remembered to introduce Lecky, the secretary of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Your Majesty, this is Miss Lecky, our esteemed secretary. She has consumed a devil fruit of the paramecia type, allowing her to transform into various animals. Though she has yet to enhance her abilities, I wonder if we might fulfill her request for training with our formidable beasts. Cato had long been intrigued by the mechanical creatures, envisioning Lecky's transformation into one of them as a significant augmentation of her powers. The king pondered this proposal, his brow furrowed with concern. I must consider whether this ability poses any risk to the original creatures. Cato, sensing the king's hesitation, assured him, You need not worry. Lecky simply needs to touch them to activate her powers, with no adverse effects. If there were any danger, we would not seek allies. The king, now reassured, replied, Very well, I shall ensure they cooperate with Miss Lecky. Afterward, Cato led the group back to their lodgings, leaving Marx to accompany Lecky in replicating the animal's abilities. Trusting her to work alone was not an option for Cato. Upon returning to their quarters, Cato prepared to rest, knowing the night would hold unforeseen events. Though last night's exertions had not significantly affected him, a slight fatigue lingered. Kinka, having decided to keep him company, planned to see him off later that night. This time, however, the two refrained from any mischief, recognizing the importance of their mission. Cato, therefore, embraced Kinka and soon fell into a deep, sweet slumber. They were awakened only at dinner time, and with ample time at their disposal, Cato enjoyed a hearty meal before embarking on their journey. Chapter 66. The beautiful maiden's bath. The reason Cato brought Kinko along this time was due to her ability derived from the silent fruit. This fruit grants its user an enduring power, while its effect on others is time-limited. With Kinko's current strength, she could only maintain it for half an hour, necessitating a considerable distance between them for a prolonged effect. Their route led them to the former site of the imperial city, flanked by lakes with only a solitary path ahead. The imperial city had long since devolved into a battleground for two nations, with military encampments established on either side. Soon, they arrived at the frontline base where soldiers and mechanical beasts were stationed. After imparting the fruit's ability to Cato, Kinko was sent back. As the area had become perilously dangerous, what if the enemy decided to mobilize today? Upon leaving the camp, Cato stealthily approached the opposing side, aware that he could not act recklessly, given the uncertainty of the enemy's capabilities. Nonetheless, his speed was remarkable, and he activated his observation hockey to survey his immediate surroundings. Before long, Cato spotted the enemy base, sensing numerous robots patrolling within its confines. However, as machines, they adhered to specific protocols, rendering them vulnerable to oversight. After observing their movements for a while, Cato seized an opportunity to slip through undetected. What a close call. This seemingly simple process would have been impossible without observation hockey and the silent fruit, particularly if the enemy possessed canine-like mechanical beasts that could detect him. Once past the enemy camp, the defenses thinned considerably, yet Cato remained vigilant, aware that caution never goes amiss. Navigating through the town, Cato made no stops, recognizing that no valuable intelligence could be gleaned here. He had long since resolved to infiltrate the palace, where he would surely uncover the identity of their foreign allies. The castle of Chio State was conspicuous, perched upon a mountain, resplendent with lights and grandeur, immediately visible upon entering the city. However, upon reaching the base of the castle, Cato faced a dilemma. The battlements were heavily guarded by robots, making entry seemingly impossible. Cato could only unleash his hockey and seek an opportune moment. Just as his frustration mounted, he sensed a carriage approaching the castle. Kato seized this chance, swiftly darting beneath the carriage. As the carriage progressed, drawing nearer to the guards, Kato felt his heart race uncontrollably, fearing detection by any surveillance mechanisms the robots might employ. Thankfully, the guards appeared to have received some directive, allowing the carriage to pass unimpeded, which alleviated Kato's anxiety, though curiosity about the occupants stirred within him. Faye, you must listen and not anger the adults. Do you understand? It could bring calamity upon our family. A venerable voice resonated from within the carriage. Yes, grandfather, I understand. I will not let you or our family down, replied a bright, youthful voice. Their exchange suggested a tender relationship between a grandparent and grandchild. Though Kato found it intriguing, time was of the essence. Quietly alighting from the carriage, Kato activated his hotkey to search for occupied rooms. He quickly assessed several chambers, but many were filled with servants and guards. Despite his swift movements, the vastness of the castle made it challenging to cover the ground efficiently. As he maintained his extensive hotkey, fatigue began to set in, and his perceptive range diminished. After examining yet another room, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a guard and a maid in a compromising situation. How unfortunate. Shaking his head, Kato moved on to the next room. However, just a few steps later, he heard footsteps approaching, startling him into hiding in an adjacent vacant room. This space had been previously sensed, so he felt secure it was unoccupied. Upon entering, he discovered it to be a bathing chamber, expansive and adorned with a clothing rack and a screen directly facing the entrance. A large pool, approximately 3 meters in width and length, lay within, with the heads of stone lions on either side likely serving as water inlets. A series of steps extended into the pool, which was scattered with colorful petals, their fragrance mingling with the warmth of the steam permeating the air. Upon entering, Kato was enveloped by a delightful floral aroma and quickly concealed himself behind the screen, reassured by the protective shield of the silent fruit. As the footsteps drew nearer, an inexplicable tension gripped him. He could only hope they were not coming to this very room. Yet, he seemed to forget that throughout his time in this world, his desires often led to unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, the individuals halted at the door. Maintain your positions outside, a melodious female voice commanded. Panic surged within Kato. Without a second thought, he leaped into the pool of petals. Fortunately, the shield on him muffled the splash, preventing detection. Initially irritated, Kato found an unexpected calm wash over him upon entering the water, pondering that anyone who bathed here must possess a noteworthy status. Was this fate leading him to opportunity? With a newfound grin, he awaited her entrance into the pool, envisioning how he would orchestrate events to his advantage. Not only could he observe a beautiful maiden bathing, but he could also accomplish his mission. Fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. As Kato's thoughts meandered, the young woman was not idle. Soon, he heard the rustle of clothing being removed, stirring a delightful anticipation within him, though he refrained from acting hastily, an impulse shared by many men in similar situations. The first sight to greet his eyes were her exquisite feet, flawless and translucent, causing Kato to involuntarily salivate. Could it be that he harbored a foot fetish? These delicate feet gracefully entered the fragrant, petal-filled hot spring, the warm water eliciting a soft sigh of pleasure from her as she settled in. This moment resonated deeply with Kato, who had personally experienced the perfection of Hancock's form. Yet this maiden was equally enchanting, possessing a flawless hourglass figure, skin that glowed like the dawn, and a delicate charm that surpassed even Hancock's. A surge of desire ignited within him, causing his damp trousers to tighten dramatically. Chapter 68. Preparations. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Beihai Paris Autumn. After Kato's departure, the golden-haired beauty awakens, a cunning glint illuminating her eyes. She murmurs, "Conqueror's hotkey. Is it? To think it could withstand my allure." It appears she is not as fragile as she presented herself in Kato's presence, managing to resist his formidable aura. Dressing herself, she rouses several maidservants from their stupor. The maidservants, still bewildered as to why they suddenly lost consciousness, hastily apologize, "My lady, we are sorry. We do not understand what happened." "Enough, it is of no consequence. Bring me the latest bounty notices." The golden-haired beauty refrains from disclosing the incident, and after issuing her command, she strides towards her chamber. At that moment, she hears the anguished cries of the perverse old man and turns in the direction of the sound. In a secret chamber within the castle, several figures gather. If Kato were present, he would recognize the golden-haired beauty and the twisted old man among them, alongside a man resembling a jester, not the comical appearance of Jester Baki, but one that is decidedly more sinister and unsettling. The golden-haired beauty holds a bounty notice aloft, declaring, "We can now confirm that this individual is none other than the notorious Yamakato. Who would have thought he would arrive here, aiding our adversaries? What are your thoughts?" She has perused Kato's dossier, yet last night, he was devoid of his signature hat, and thus, she did not recognize his face. The perverse old man, seething with hatred, retorts, "Such an ignorant wretch must be slain." His animosity towards Kato runs deep. It is not merely for having been killed once, for he is known as the undying mud monster, and few possess the means to truly end his existence. Moreover, Kato has abducted a young girl, thwarting his nefarious plans. His greatest vice is his predilection for delicate maidens, and this opportunity to eliminate an entire squadron was a rare gift, only for it to slip through his fingers. How could he endure such a loss? The jester's laughter echoes, but beneath his painted facade lies a visage of horror. His mirth fades as he adopts a stony expression, asserting, "All who obstruct our plans shall perish." In response to their declarations, the golden-haired beauty expresses her dissent. She believes that if Kato can be controlled, he would prove invaluable. Thus, she warns, "I care not for others, but Kato must remain alive. Such a figure will undoubtedly be of great use in the future." Her demeanor suggests a profound trust in the abilities of her companions, dismissing Kato and his allies as trifling. It seems she perceives their fates as already entwined in her hands. Moreover, remain vigilant in the coming days. I have informed our foes of your identities. Once they realize it is only the two of you, they will surely launch an assault against us. With that, the golden-haired beauty exits the secret chamber. The night passes in silence. The following morning, the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew gathers for breakfast. The young girl has awakened but appears timid, likely haunted by the events of the previous day. However, Kato stands as an exception. She seems to recall that this elder brother was her savior. Kato gazes upon her with compassion, saying, "Fear not, Phil, for they are my companions. No one shall harm you." He gestures towards Anna. "This is Anna, my sister, and she is of similar age to you. I believe you will become great friends." With a proud demeanor, Anna declares, "Rest assured, as long as you are with me, I shall protect you. I am quite formidable." Upon hearing that Anna is Kato's sister, Phil's apprehension dissipates, and she beams, "Brother Kato, I promise I will become friends with Anna." Laughter erupts among the crew, as if she has accepted a mission. Though Phil remains unaware of the reason behind their laughter, she senses no malice and joins in their merriment, filling the kitchen with joyous sounds and lightening the atmosphere. After breakfast, they all proceed toward the castle. As Kato observes the beautiful women adorning the street, he reflects on the years of conflict between their nations, with men risking their lives daily while women engage in frivolity. Consequently, he feels a disinterest in their antics. Recalling that Leichi should have succeeded by now, he cannot help but inquire, "Leichi, how goes your transformation into a mechanical beast?" Before Leichi can respond, Ming-Na interjects, "Leichi is now incredible. Even I can barely keep up. If she becomes any more proficient, I may not stand a chance." Indeed, while they are mechanical beasts, they are fundamentally still animals, which is why success is attainable. Leichi explains. Then, noticing Ming-Na's bashfulness, she adds, "It is not as exaggerated as Sister Ming-Na claims. They are indeed impressive, but my transformation lasts only a few minutes." Kato feels elated by her success but reflects on her limitations, suggesting, "In that case, during your free time, you should train with Anna and the others. It will at least enable you to navigate situations independently." After pondering this, Leichi replies earnestly, "I will strive to improve." Sinbad, however, disagrees vehemently, countering, "How can we burden Miss Leichi with such toil? With me around, who would dare harm her?" Kato gazes at the boastful Sinbad and sarcastically remarks, You can scarcely protect yourself, let alone Leichi. She may very well surpass you at this point." Kato's words elicit laughter from all, while Sinbad, embarrassed, awkwardly scratches his head, insisting, "I have been getting stronger, all right?" Kato pays him no heed, for they have arrived at the castle. Under the guidance of number 1, they enter the conference room, which is more crowded than ever before. Clearly, they are about to discuss the strategies and timing for the impending battle, as well as their respective roles. As the last of the attendees filter in, the king finally speaks. "First, let us hear from Lord Kato regarding last night's visit. We shall then formulate our plans." Kato had already organized his thoughts, omitting any mention of his peeping on the beauty bathing. Instead, he succinctly outlines the situation regarding the 2 foreign reinforcements. He concludes, "Though the veracity of the information remains uncertain, it is undeniable that these 2 individuals exist." Upon hearing Kato's account, a collective sigh of relief sweeps through the room. as the notion of only 2 foreign reinforcements appears far less daunting. Yet, Kato senses a deeper complexity. The abilities of these two are likely quite peculiar. However, he chooses to withhold this insight to avoid dampening their spirits, for such speculation could undermine morale. Thus, the discussion commences Chapter 69, the assault on the diverging fronts in the North Sea. On Double Peak Island lies the former Palace of Paris. IR-76 is the 76th self-aware robot developed by Dr. Eppel, a distinguished researcher in robotics. Over the past decade and more, he has created over 100 autonomous robots, albeit at a slow pace, as each possesses unique functions and personalities. Since gaining consciousness, IR-76 has been deployed to the front lines, assuming command amidst the tumult of battle, organizing his robotic battalions against the enemy. A fierce conflict unfolds here, even as the Kingdom of Paris has bolstered its defenses since dawn. However, IR-76 was unprepared for the enemy's offensive that commenced in the afternoon, involving a concerted effort from all their military forces. Mechanical beasts, resembling lions, tigers, wolves, elephants, and dogs, relentlessly advance toward their position. The air is thick with the cacophony of gunfire, missile launches, and explosions. Unlike the peacekeepers developed by Bait Pompey, the robots of Double Peak Island lack the technology for elemental attacks, being limited to conventional bullets and missile modifications, as they do not possess the specialized teams and equipment of a naval force. Despite the enemy's vigorous assault, IR-76 holds firm in his belief that they can withstand the onslaught, drawing from years of experience against their adversaries. Initially, this conviction proves correct. However, the battlefield soon shifts dramatically. A dense mass of ominous clouds suddenly converges overhead, growing larger and darker. Initially dismissed as a mere meteorological phenomenon, the robots soon realize the dire nature of the situation as the clouds continue to thicken without releasing rain. Before they can retreat, a series of blinding lightning strikes descends upon them. While robots are generally impervious to many threats, electricity is their Achilles heel, and those struck by lightning emit smoke as they succumb to destruction. Uncertain of how the enemy orchestrated this phenomenon, IR-76 can only issue a command for his troops to withdraw from the cloud's vicinity while awaiting reinforcements. This, of course, is the manifestation of Marx's devil fruit powers, effectively serving as a formidable weapon against the robots. With Marx's involvement, the challenge of confronting the robotic army diminishes significantly, and the battlefield gradually shifts toward the Kingdom of Autumn as the robots retreat. Simultaneously, while Marx and his allies launch their assault, Solanka and his team stealthily navigate the lake, exploiting the diversion of enemy forces to the central front. They encounter minimal resistance, easily dispatching foes with precision as they advance toward the local research facility. Soon, they arrive at their destination, an underground research base secured by a massive iron door, guarded by several robots. However, this poses no obstacle for them. In no time, the entrance is reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Just as they prepare to forcefully breach the door, it unexpectedly swings open, revealing a line of robots emerging from within. Among them, several towering figures step forward, their expressions devoid of emotion as they demand to know the identity of their intruders. "You dare to cause trouble here?" one inquires, his voice resonant and commanding. Solanka and his companions surmise that these must be self-aware robots, though they wonder if any of them are capable of displaying emotion. "Of course. We are here to dismantle your lair. Can you not see that? It appears your intelligence lags behind that of humanity." Solanka replies with a hint of excitement, having been deprived of a worthy opponent until now. Without further ado, the robots launch an immediate assault, unleashing a barrage of artillery upon Solanka and his comrades. Instinctively, they take cover as a rain of missiles descends upon them. In the wake of the initial barrage, a massive crater forms where they once stood, prompting a collective sigh of relief. It is clear that this adversary should not be underestimated. While they draw enemy fire, Chinka systematically eliminates robot after robot with her specialized explosive rounds, each impact leading to a spectacular detonation. Meanwhile, Lecky transforms into a mechanical lion, launching missiles from his maw toward the encroaching foes. The battlefield intensifies as combat rages on. Despite significant losses on the enemy's side, the robots continue to surge forward. Solanka, witnessing this, activates his observation haki, enveloping his form in armament haki, and charges toward a cluster of robots. Although his opponents tower over him, Solanka, a member of the Long-Leg tribe, meets them head-on. Dodging incoming attacks, he confronts one robot directly, delivering a powerful punch, imbued with haki, to its face. The robot, overconfident in its own strength, fails to evade, underestimating the might of the long-leg tribe, especially when enhanced by haki. With a resounding crack, its arm shatters, leaving it momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, Solanka follows up with a swift kick, sending the robot sprawling, effectively neutralizing one adversary. What follows is a swift and decisive victory. The remaining robots stand no chance against Solanka's full strength, and they are quickly eradicated. With the way cleared, the group advances deeper into the base. Meanwhile, as both factions experience relative success, Kato makes his entrance into the Kingdom of Autumn from the opposite side of the lake, only to find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Shortly after his arrival, he is intercepted by two individuals, revealing that his bold approach across the lake had not gone unnoticed after years of war between the nations. Among them is a figure reminiscent of the Joker King, with long, golden hair slicked back and lips painted a vivid crimson, resembling blood, a striking and terrifying sight. So, you are the infamous King of Hell, Kato? Will you surrender willingly? Or shall we be forced to subdue you? His taunts linger in the air. Kato remains silent, turning his gaze to the second individual, whose identity shocks him. It is the old pervert he thought he had slain just the previous night. To his astonishment, Herbert, the immortal monstrosity, stands before him, confirming the bizarre nature of his abilities. Kato begins to ponder whether Herbert's powers mirror those of Doflamingo's subordinate, the string fruit user, Pika. Chapter 70. The Duel of Swordsmanship. Kato observed the two men with a calm demeanor. They seemingly regarded him as a mere captive. However, he paid little heed to their disdain, recognizing his youth as a factor. The purpose of Kato's visit was to locate these individuals and delay them, and he was pleasantly surprised that they had come to him, sparing him considerable effort. Thus, he remarked with a grin, "Gentlemen, you are not quite qualified to make me surrender so easily. I do enjoy a little resistance." The King of Clowns, chuckled at his words. Yet his expression was anything but humorous, sending chills down the spine. The playing cards in his fingers shifted incessantly, signaling his intent to attack. "Wait, I see you wield a sword as well. How about a duel before we engage?" Kato suggested, uncertain of their capabilities but eager to buy time. Noticing the old man at his side armed with a crimson longsword, he felt compelled to speak up. Kato deliberately interrupted his desire for aggression, sensing that the elder was a formidable swordsman. With a clang, the aged warrior could no longer restrain himself and struck, revealing his prowess with the sword. The crimson blade unsheathed, he lunged forward, unleashing a powerful slash towards Munchi from several meters away. The force of his strike was immense, and the air was charged with a scorching wind. As he advanced, stepping on dry leaves, he bore a deep-seated grudge against Kato, having suffered a wound at his hands and thwarted in his endeavors. Naturally, upon encountering his nemesis, he was eager to retaliate. Moreover, Kato's challenge to his swordsmanship only fueled his desire to demonstrate his strength and avenge the previous humiliation. Kato, witnessing the surge of sword energy, felt exhilarated rather than alarmed. A true master reveals their caliber with the first strike. Since departing from his mentor, Rayleigh, he had yet to encounter another swordsman of such caliber, and this realization thrilled him, presenting an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate this old pervert, he opted to delay his vengeance until after the duel. In the past 2 years, Kato had devoted himself to diligent training, significantly advancing his swordsmanship. At last, he had found a worthy opponent. With a similar burst of sword energy, he intercepted the elder's strike. His long knife slashed diagonally, clashing with the elder's sword, the overwhelming force of the encounter causing a momentary drain of energy. The eccentric elder, Herbert, felt a chill run through him. Indeed, the reputation of a master was well-deserved. Kato's strike was impeccably timed. Too fast would be hasty, too slow would be inadequate, too heavy would lose its finesse, and too light would lack substance. As Herbert's longsword pivoted, transforming into a slanting ray of sunset, Kato executed another unadorned slice. The clash resounded once more. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes. Herbert unleashed 72 sword techniques, showcasing his skills with fervor, the air crackling with the force of their exchanges, leaving the forest in disarray. Kato remained on the defensive, his long knife responding with a mix of speed and cunning, consistently blocking Herbert's assaults. Herbert felt an exhilarating sense, as though he was experiencing the peak of his swordsmanship. It was as if his opponent could anticipate his every thought, guiding him towards the pinnacle of his art. However, observing the duel, was less impressed. He frowned, noting that Kato, the so-called King of Hell, seemed to be falling short against the aged and frail Herbert. unable to retaliate even after 72 strikes. Just as his dismissed the situation, believing Herbert could triumph without his intervention, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. After the exhilarating 72 strikes, Herbert felt his swordplay reach an unprecedented zenith, a surge of bravado igniting within him as he unleashed his ultimate technique, golden radiance. The long sword erupted with brilliance. A crimson glow captivating the eye, countless sword energies burst forth, resembling rays of sunlight, devastatingly powerful while obscuring Herbert's form and his blade. Watching in awe, thought to himself, if Kato does not unleash his ultimate move soon, defeat is inevitable. Having known the two for decades, this was the most potent display of golden radiance he had ever witnessed. The technique's variations reached their zenith, and the application of sword energy was transcendent, radiating a masculine vigor that seemed insurmountable, beyond the reach of any protective aura. Unbeknownst to Kato, the observers were mistaken as he unleashed his life and death blade. The shimmering light seemed to emanate from his very core, shifting with thought, fluid and elusive, with each part of the long knife, hilt, back, blade, and tip acting as if animated. He deftly deflected the onslaught of sword energies. With a resounding clash, the long knife, at its peak of momentum, struck the blade concealed within the torrent of sword energy, producing a sharp ring. The sounds of clashing blades resonated continuously. In the midst of their duel, Herbert suddenly found himself gasping for breath, the long sword faltering. After reaching a peak beyond his past, he felt the weight of fatigue. The whisper of inevitability echoed in his ears as he saw Kato's long knife sweeping towards his chest. Although he could have relied on his armed hockey to withstand the strike and recover to continue the fight, Herbert understood that his momentum had waned, and his spirit was flagging. Thus, he reversed his long sword, laughing heartily. "Old man, I concede." Though he declared his defeat, his laughter was filled with joy. This had been the most exhilarating sword fight he had ever experienced. Such worthy opponents were rare. Not to mention that Kato was a young master of the art. Despite harboring animosity towards Kato previously, encountering a true swordsman made defeat palatable. There were no regrets. At this moment, he stepped forward, hastily inquiring, "Herbert, what happened? I thought you were on the verge of victory. Why did you suddenly concede?" Herbert, aware that his lacked understanding of swordsmanship, quickly explained, "You are mistaken. I have lost. And I accept it wholeheartedly." "Ah?" His was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. 73 strikes, each perfectly synchronized with my swordsmanship. Step by step urging my technique to its zenith, simultaneously exhausting my stamina. I did not fall to the techniques but rather succumb to my own limitations, experiencing a level of exhilaration I have never known before. 73 strikes, and I was defeated without landing a single blow. Such swordplay is worthy of a grandmaster. This is the respect one pays to age and wisdom. Had Kato triumphed within just a few strikes, how would the provoked elder have borne it? His life's reputation would have been washed away. Therefore, Kato, adopting a defensive stance, crafted a magnificent display of swordsmanship alongside him, preserving his own honor. Is it truly possible to achieve such a result? His regarded Mingxi with newfound admiration, recognizing the greatness of a true swordsman. Today had indeed opened his eyes. He had not anticipated that stalling for time could yield such an outcome. He mused, "Indeed, I possess a kingly aura. No, rather a regal presence." Kato stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly relishing the moment, basking in the admiration of his. Internally, he reflected. Herbert, at first glance, seemed quite disagreeable. A pervert enamored with young girls. Yet, he was fair and objective, deserving of respect. Thus, Kato's initial murderous intent diminished significantly. After all, this was the world of One Piece, where everyone possessed both flaws and virtues. Moreover, Kato had not experienced such an exhilarating engagement in quite some time. Even in defense, he felt his swordsmanship advancing. His strength lay in defense. After all, during his daily sparring with Rayleigh, he often focused more on defense than offense, making him formidable in that regard. Although Herbert's swordsmanship was commendable, he still fell short of Rayleigh's prowess, not merely in technique but in the essence of sword intent, allowing Kato to adeptly counter his recent assaults. Chapter 71. The poker space. At this moment, Hubert felt similarly. Although he had previously harbored deep resentment towards Kato, he could not help but admire Kato's prowess and his respectful demeanor towards the elderly. Perhaps this was what they meant by mutual appreciation. Hubert was puzzled by Kato's remarkable swordsmanship and demeanor at such a young age, prompting him to inquire, "Your Excellency, the King of Hell, may I ask who your master is?" Kato did not conceal the truth and replied with a respectful gesture, "My master is the Dark King, Rayleigh. I have studied hockey and swordsmanship under him for 2 years." Observing the astonished expressions on Hubert and Heath's faces upon hearing Rayleigh's name, Cato felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the effect he had sought, proving the considerable influence of the Dark King's reputation. At that moment, Cato mused inwardly. The most lethal disguise is indeed the invisible one. Aha! To Cato's surprise, Hubert and Heath exchanged glances and bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We had no idea you were a disciple of our benefactor. We owe our lives to the both of you." This revelation momentarily stunned Cato, who was reveling in his own triumph. Noting Cato's confusion, they explained the backstory, allowing Cato to comprehend the situation. This tale dates back over a decade when Hubert and Heath's pirate crew was among the most notorious in the New World, striking fear into the hearts of many. However, their nefarious deeds drew the attention of the Marines, leading to their pursuit. Ultimately, only the two managed to escape with their lives, but they were cornered by the Navy. Just when despair seemed inevitable, the Pirate King, Roger, and the Dark King, Rayleigh, intervened and saved them, becoming their saviors. Surviving that ordeal, Hubert and Heath vowed to turn over a new leaf and abandon their wicked ways. Hubert reflected, "Who would have thought that so many years have passed? Roger is already gone." Upon hearing their words, Cato could not help but marvel at the twists of fate that intertwined their lives, causing his initial murderous intent to waver. He pondered whether he should grant them this one chance at redemption. However, recalling the old man's prior behavior, Cato resolved to clarify matters. Thus he asked, "Since you both vowed to be better men, what was the nature of your previous actions?" Simultaneously, Cato contemplated the vastness of the Pirate King's heart, realizing it was beyond his own comprehension. If he had encountered such vile pirates, he would have acted to eliminate them rather than save them. Cato understood that their intentions must be genuine, for even Roger was known for his magnanimity, earning the respect of countless adversaries who had fallen before him. This question left Hubert visibly uncomfortable, and he sheepishly admitted, "Well, I couldn't help myself last time. After all these years, it's just this one vice. I assure you, I had no intention of harming her. I merely wanted to indulge a little. Please forgive my lapse, Cato." Cato was thoroughly disgusted by such perverse tendencies, exclaiming, "You nearly harmed an underage girl. Do you realize the trauma you could have inflicted? What would my master think if he knew I had saved someone like you?" Hubert quickly swore, "Cato, it was truly just this once, and you interrupted me. I promise it will never happen again. Please, do not inform Rayleigh." He chimed in, "Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on him." Seeing the earnestness in their expressions, Cato decided not to pursue the matter further, stating, "Very well. I hope I never hear of such incidents again." Ultimately, Cato chose to spare Hubert, considering that he had not succeeded in his previous attempt, and that he had rescued Phil. Moreover, since his master had once given them a chance, Cato resolved to extend the same courtesy. However, he warned that should there be a next time, he would not hesitate to exact retribution. Curiously, Cato asked, "How did you come to be here? Shouldn't you be in the New World?" Hubert pondered for a moment before responding, "After we left, we encountered the queen of the festival, Stussy. She recognized our abilities and invited us to serve her. We found the arrangement quite agreeable, allowing us to abandon our pirate ways." He continued, "We learned from one of her subordinates that she intended to recruit 2 scientists from this place to build an army of robots, so we came here." Cato was taken aback. "Stussy? I have heard of her. She is one of the prominent figures in the underground forces of the New World." Hubert questioned, "Didn't he meet her last time?" Although Cato had seen her in a comic, he had never truly known her, as she had met her demise shortly thereafter. Suddenly, he recalled the striking blonde woman he had encountered the previous day and inquired, could it be that stunning blonde woman? Indeed, who else could rival her beauty? Hubert replied matter-of-factly. Cato could hardly believe it. It was no wonder she had seemed familiar. He could not help but jest, questioning how such a woman could remain so youthful and beautiful. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts on how others might compare, especially Hancock, who was equally captivating. He surmised that soon enough, Hubert and Heath would hear of the Empress Hancock's illustrious name. As for the 2 scientists, Cato was indifferent towards the one from Autumn Country. But he knew he had to protect the one from Summer Country. He could not allow them to be taken away, if they were. How could he trust that Kineman would be safe aboard? Thus, Cato declared, "It seems we are destined to clash." Hubert understood the implication and resolutely stated, "Indeed. We serve different masters now. However, if you can best us, we shall negotiate peace with the Queen on your behalf. She is particularly interested in the scientist from Autumn Country, yet she will not easily relinquish the other." Cato chuckled, "Very well. If I lose, I shall allow Summer Country to forfeit these robots, and you may take them with you." They all rose to their feet. Though they were no longer adversaries due to Rayleigh's influence, Their differing allegiances necessitated that they resolve matters through strength. Heath brushed his hair back and invited. "Are you brave enough to enter my poker space, Cato?" "Poker space?" Cato inquired. "Indeed. It is the manifestation of my devil fruit ability, the poker fruit. Within it lies my army of poker soldiers, along with several captives fighting on my behalf. Hubert will join shortly. As long as you either defeat us or manage to escape, you will be victorious," Heath disclosed candidly, understanding that Heath was prepared for a group battle. Cato realized he could not back down after having agreed earlier. He responded nonchalantly, "Of course, let us proceed." Without further ado, Heath summoned 2 playing cards that enveloped Cato and Hubert, transporting them into the poker space. Cato soon found himself on an arid expanse with only a distant house in sight, the surrounding area devoid of any vegetation. Before long, Cato noticed Heath and Hubert approaching with a throng of subordinates, initially believing they were merely facing these few combatants. He was astonished when Heath unleashed a deck of cards that transformed into over 50 individuals, each adorned in attire corresponding to their respective cards, wielding an array of weapons. Hubert then commanded, "Mud dolls, arise." Cato suddenly felt the earth begin to tremble and descend, and soon, more than 10 towering giants made of earth, each standing 10 meters tall, emerged beside him. Astonished by the unexpected reinforcements conjured by his companions, he realized they possessed such remarkable abilities. However, Cato remained unfazed. For a swordsman, numbers are mere fodder. Moreover, he wielded the Conqueror's haki. Drawing his life and death blade, Cato narrowed his eyes and unleashed his haki in an instant. An invisible aura emanated from him, spreading towards the surrounding foes. To Cato's astonishment, only a fraction of those who had initially accompanied him succumbed to the overwhelming presence, while the Earth Giants and the Card Legion remained unaffected. This revelation led Cato to understand that these summoned beings were likely devoid of will. Mere instruments of slaughter obedient to commands, akin to pacifists. Recognizing the futility of his conqueror's haki against them, Cato dismissed his concerns and swiftly unleashed several arcs of sword energy, then darted towards the Earth Giants. Naturally, striking first was paramount, and these colossal earthen monstrosities were his primary targets. Chapter 72. The Immortal Body Within the Realm of Poker Space. The battle had only just commenced. Cato stood before a colossal earth giant, and with a swift motion, unleashed a flurry of sword energy. Despite the formidable strength and impressive defenses of these earth giants, their sluggish movements rendered them incapable of countering Cato's piercing sword strikes. Before they could even raise their massive fists, they were reduced to countless fragments. Quickly, Cato evaded to the side, having activated his observation haki, sensing a multitude of bullets hurtling toward him. Just as he dodged the barrage, he spotted several enormous fists and feet charging at him. Without flinching, he unleashed another series of sword strikes, shattering them into pieces. Although outnumbered, Cato found the situation trivial and easily manageable. However, he soon realized something was amiss. These attacks seemed to have no lasting effect on the giants. Regardless of being dismembered or obliterated, they swiftly reformed. Sensing Cato's realization, Hubert smugly declared, "Cato, it's futile. These clay golems are immortal." Aha! Cato was taken aback by the old man's unexpected trick. While he harbored doubts about Hubert's claims, it became apparent that he could not defeat them so easily. Pursuing them would only deplete his energy. Given their sluggish nature, Cato decided to ignore them for the moment and activated his Shuanpa, vanishing from sight. Tornado. Reappearing behind the Poker Legion, Cato summoned a massive tornado that swiftly engulfed the unsuspecting foes. The sharp sword energy whirled around them, and soon, the Poker Legion was annihilated. However, upon witnessing the demise of his minions, he erupted into laughter. "Cato, did you think only Hubert's summons were immortal? If they were so easily dispatched, would I bother summoning them? Let me inform you, they too are immortal." With that, he flung another card, and the Poker Legion reappeared, while the scattered bodies vanished in an eerie manner. Damn it, these two seem intent on wearing me down. Truly, the old man is cunning. Cato realized the implications of facing seemingly invincible foes. If his pendant had not malfunctioned, he would have had no fear of them. However, that was no longer the case. If this continued, he would inevitably be the first to falter. An idea struck Cato, igniting excitement within him. If he couldn't kill them, he could eliminate their controllers. Without their oversight, the golems would naturally dissipate. Thus, Cato charged toward Hiss, but as he approached, Hiss vanished before his eyes. Yet, the taunting voice of Hiss echoed around him. "Haha, Cato, this is my domain. I come and go as I please. You shall find it impossible to eliminate me." Listening to Hiss's scornful words, Cato could almost see the malicious grin on his face, wishing to carve a few more lines across it. Hiss wielded the powers of the poker fruit, enabling him to draw anything into his card space. In the case of inanimate objects, this was effortless, however. Capturing a person required a more opportune moment. Furthermore, all the cards could transform into summoned beings, each possessing varied abilities and strengths. And he could continue summoning them until his stamina waned. Understanding the truth in Hiss's claim, Cato redirected his assault toward Hubert. Yet despair washed over him as Hubert burrowed into the ground, only to re-emerge from a distance. La la la, Cato, I am a user of the earth fruit. You think you can catch me as I dive underground? Hubert taunted before vanishing again and reappearing elsewhere, his silent mockery igniting Cato's fury. Helpless, Cato could only evade their attacks while conserving his strength and seeking a solution. Hubert, a paramecia-type user of the earth fruit, differed from the nature type, as he could not absorb objects like the swamp fruit user. Unlike the sand fruit, he could not disperse his form. Instead, he resembled the stone fruit user, capable of molding clay like a sculptor, shaping various forms, including humanoids, which he could control, akin to the creation of an army. He could also fashion weapons, though limited to cold arms, as heat-based weaponry would perish under the impact, rendering them one-time use. Most notably, he could traverse underground without being confined like the stone fruit user, rendering him difficult to eliminate. Thus, the battlefield fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, as Cato continued to annihilate wave after wave of enemies within the poker space, Marx and his allies had reached the outskirts of the Autumn Kingdom city. However, enemy reinforcements had arrived. Dozens of towering, sentient robots launched a fierce assault from the side, their firepower overwhelming the unprepared Marx and his companions, inflicting significant losses. Seeing this, Marx immediately began to conjure more lightning for a decisive strike. Yet, upon noticing the gathering dark clouds, several towering robots soared into the sky. Some absorbing the clouds while others unleashed powerful gusts of wind, dissipating the clouds in mere moments. Realizing the enemy was well prepared, Marx concluded that his plan would likely be ineffective this time. He decided to engage them directly instead. As he flew toward the adversaries, the robots, astonished by the boldness of someone soaring through the air, questioned whether he was foolish. With such intense firepower directed at him, he was essentially a target. Without needing orders, countless projectiles soared toward Marx. Seeing the barrage approaching, a smile crept across Marx's face as he remained unperturbed. "Danger! Get down!" cried his comrades below. The mechanical beasts and soldiers from Xia Kingdom, unaware of his composure, urged him to take cover, convinced he had been paralyzed by fear. "Marx, get down. It's too dangerous up there." The son of the king, commanding their forces, was alarmed to see the renowned hero ascend to the heavens, anxious for his safety, unwilling to see Marx sacrificed in vain. Yet, Marx appeared oblivious, either not hearing their cries or genuinely frozen in terror, not moving an inch. A shared thought coursed through the minds of all present. It was over. This man was doomed. However, as bullets whizzed past Marx, everyone stood in stunned silence. The battlefield fell into an eerie calm. What was happening? Only a few soldiers grasped the reality of the situation. The prince shook his head in awe, exclaiming, "I never imagined Marx was a user of a nature-type fruit. No wonder he exudes such confidence. We've been worrying for nothing." This revelation deepened his admiration for the Dragon Phoenix pirates, realizing they housed a nature-type devil fruit user. He understood the rarity and power of such fruits, and it clarified why Marx had been able to summon clouds and lightning. Had Cato witnessed Marx's audacious display, he might have felt a pang of envy, thinking how he was grappling with these immortal foes while Marx flaunted his nature-type abilities in the face of danger. As the prince pondered this, the robots, oblivious to the truth, assumed their firepower was insufficient, launching yet another wave of bullets toward Marx. This time, Marx did not squander his time waiting idly. Instead, he soared directly towards them. The bullets once again pierced through him, emerging unscathed amidst their ranks, unleashing his fruit abilities. Cloud veil. In an instant, countless clouds erupted from Marx, enveloping them while they were momentarily taken aback, rendering them blind to their surroundings. Outside, onlookers could only hear the sounds of fierce combat and the explosions echoing from within. Before long, the mist dissipated, revealing the scene within. There stood Marx, unharmed amidst the battlefield, while the multitude of robots lay vanquished. Despite possessing self-awareness, they were no match for humanity, easily manipulated by Marx's deft hands. Chapter 73, The Battle of Salanka. On Double Peak Island, the battlefield where Max and his companions are located. All eyes turn toward Max's position, and the battlefield falls into a hushed silence. These are the meticulously crafted robots of Dr. Apel, formidable not only in power but also in functionality. In the past, they could have altered the tide of battle. Who would have imagined that in such a brief moment, Max would render them all inoperative? Many of these robots were incapacitated by Max, but even more fell victim to friendly fire as their own comrades, unaware of the enemy's location, recklessly opened fire upon one another. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate their combat prowess and potential for development. After all, since their inception, they have had limited interactions with humans and lack understanding of the powers bestowed by the devil fruits. However, if each robot were to venture alone for a few years, one could confidently assert that none would be inferior to the initial Frankie. From this, we observe the significance of intelligence, emotional quotient, and strategy in combat. Sheer strength does not guarantee invincibility. A well-thought-out strategy can lead even the four emperors to their demise. Let us digress no further at this moment. Doma is also engaged in battle with the robots on the battlefield, aware of the immense power these colossal machines possess. He is nonetheless astonished to see them swiftly dispatched by Max. This marks Doma's first encounter with Max's formidable strength, prompting him to exclaim with delight, "Truly, Deputy Captain Max is remarkable." Seizing the moment, he commands a full-scale assault to breach the city. The prince has been closely monitoring this situation, witnessing the unfolding events. He cannot afford to miss this opportunity and promptly orders an all-out offensive. Only then do the others react, charging towards the enemy. Meanwhile, the morale of the opposing side plummets, unable to withstand the relentless tide of the Summer Kingdom's forces, which also outnumber them significantly. Before long, they are driven into the city. Upon entering, they discover that the streets of the Autumn Kingdom are eerily deserted. The citizens, aware of the impending attack, have taken refuge in their homes, fearing to step outside. Although they know the enemy is unlikely to harm innocent civilians, the chaos of the battlefield is unpredictable, and no one wishes to perish innocently. For most, the outcome of the war holds little significance. Safety will inevitably return once the conflict concludes. Nevertheless, they remain vigilant, peering through their windows to observe the events unfolding outside. The prince and his companions, pleased with the absence of bystanders on the streets, instruct their subordinates to refrain from harming the concealed citizens, leading them toward the castle of the Autumn Kingdom. He is certain that the final battleground lies within its walls. If the adversary possesses wisdom, surrender would be the most prudent course, otherwise, they shall meet a grim fate. In this moment, he envisions victory just within reach. Now, let us shift our focus to the Autumn Kingdom's research base. Upon entering this facility, Salenka and his companions are met with relentless assaults from robots. Though troublesome, these mechanical foes do not hinder their advance. After a grueling battle, they arrive before a metallic door, finally free from the onslaught of robots. Knowing they are nearing their objective, at this juncture, Faley conjectures, if all proceeds without unforeseen events, Dr. Apel should be just beyond this door. The group agrees with Faley's assessment, preparing to rest and strategize their next moves. Suddenly, the metallic door swings open, revealing a towering figure. At first glance, he appears indistinguishable from a human. However, a closer inspection of his arms and legs reveals him to be another robot, more imposing and formidable. Faley recognizes this individual immediately. Stepping forward to confront him, "Dr. Apel, you have transformed yourself into a robot." Initially, the group assumed this robot to be Dr. Apel's ultimate secret weapon. But upon Faley's revelation, they are taken aback to learn that this being is indeed Apel, who has undergone a transformation. Salenka and his companions do not underestimate Dr. Apel. Anyone capable of such self-modification is undoubtedly formidable. Hearing Faley's voice, Apel looks up and, with a hint of pride, responds, "Ah, a little one who recognizes me? Indeed. This robust form suits me well. After all, the human body is far too frail." Aha! Just as Salenka prepares to counter his words, Fiki steps forward. Addressing Apel, "Apel, I advise you not to court your own demise. We have formidable allies this time, and the Autumn Kingdom shall inevitably fall. It would be wise not to resist, otherwise you will meet your end." However, before Fiki can finish his warning, he is struck by a missile. Unable to evade in time, he raises his arms defensively, only to be hurled backward by the explosion. Whether the Autumn Kingdom will be uprooted, he does not concern himself with. That is a matter for the king and higher-ups to deliberate. Yet, since you dared to assault my base, how could I allow you to wreak havoc so easily? You underestimate me, Dr. Apel. With a hint of disdain, Dr. Apel retorts. Apel is now aware of the circumstances outside. He had not anticipated the strength of the reinforcements brought by his adversaries. Nonetheless, Apel remains unperturbed, confident in his own power. He believes that victory will ultimately belong to his side. After all, the strength of Queen Trissy of Joy Street is not to be trifled with. Moreover, he has already made arrangements with her to return to the New World once this matter is resolved. After all, a genius such as himself cannot be confined to this place for eternity. As these young challengers dare to invade his territory, they shall first receive a lesson. Enough of idle talk. Let us determine who prevails in this confrontation. Observing Apel's ruthless assault on Fiki, Salanka understands that further dialogue is futile and interrupts their exchange. Just as Salanka's words fall, Apel lunges at him with a powerful kick, recognizing him as the strongest in the room. If he can eliminate Salanka, the rest will be insignificant. He possesses unwavering confidence in his new form. With a swift movement, Salanka vanishes from sight, reappearing at the level of Apel's head, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. Though Salanka lacks the ability to fly, the Long-Leg tribe's incredible jumping ability more than compensates. Apel, familiar with the Long-Leg and Longhand tribes from his time in the New World, anticipated Salanka's speed, which is precisely why he acted first. It is only natural for Salanka to move with such swiftness, and the individual before him clearly embodies the strengths of both tribes. Thus, Apel seems to have foreseen Salanka's maneuver. As Salanka materializes, Apel promptly fires a missile from his mouth. A colossal missile. Salanka, caught off guard by Apel's remarkable combat skills and reflexes, reacts without hesitation, enveloping his fist in armed hockey, and continues his assault toward Apel's head. Buzz. In an instant, the missile collided with the fist, producing a low, resonant hum that persisted for a brief moment before erupting into a thunderous explosion. The immense shockwave propelled both Iper and Salanka backward. While Salanka and Iper engaged in fierce combat, the others were not idle. Fully aware that Iper was no ordinary adversary and exerting their utmost efforts, Kinko swiftly withdrew, brandishing a machine gun loaded with special ammunition aimed at Iper. Meanwhile, Lecky transformed into a mechanical wolf, unleashing a barrage of lasers toward Iper, while Mona wielded a long staff to strike at him. Even Simbat took the situation seriously, accelerating his assault on Iper. Feli employed his fruit abilities, conjuring a colossal balloon to envelop Iper. However, their efforts culminated in frustration. As every attack that struck Iper proved ineffective, his physical structure was evidently far beyond that of a typical robot. In gaming terms, Lecky and the others' attacks were utterly futile. Observing this, Salanka shouted to his comrades, urging them to retreat, declaring, "Your attacks are ineffective. Step back and leave this to me." Although it was merely a single strike, it was evident that Dr. Iper possessed immense destructive power, rendering their combat capabilities insufficient, hence their withdrawal. As they retreated, the battle between Salanka and Iper raged on. With surrounding structures reduced to ruins, yet both combatants remained relatively unscathed, locked in a fierce exchange. Though Iper was not a born warrior, his prowess as a scientist meant that each new research achievement added to his combat effectiveness. At present, his attacks were relentless and formidable, with even a glancing blow proving perilous. From the onset of the battle, Salanka found himself on the defensive, enduring a barrage of assaults. This overwhelming pressure was profoundly frustrating for the proud Salanka. While he possessed a limited array of combat techniques, each strike was potent. Yet, when compared to Iper, he fell short. Iper resembled a mobile fortress of war technology, his previous identity as an ordinary person completely obscured, seamlessly integrating a multitude of advanced weaponry for battle. The sheer power of his attacks compelled Salanka to reassess his perception of technology, realizing he could no longer underestimate any opponent. This individual was indeed a scientist capable of creating self-aware robots, and if the battle continued in this manner, it could extend for 3 days and nights without a clear victor. As Salanka continued to deflect Iper's assaults, he contemplated the situation. He sighed, acknowledging that without risking everything, victory seemed elusive. At the same time, Iper seemed to share this sentiment. Despite his dominance over Salanka, his capabilities were not limitless. He could not sustain this relentless assault indefinitely, as energy and ammunition were finite resources. Furthermore, it appeared that his attacks posed no genuine threat to Salanka, whose armed hockey was remarkably robust, rendering the current engagement merely a waste of time. Iper also could not guarantee how long Salanka could maintain this defense and could not rely solely on the hope that Salanka would exhaust his strength before he did. Thus, a change in strategy was imperative. After quietly accumulating a vast reservoir of energy, Iper abruptly retreated from a confrontation, distancing himself from Salanka. Simultaneously, a massive cannon protruded from the chest of his robotic form. However, what he did not anticipate was that Salanka's thoughts aligned with his own. As Iper withdrew, Salanka seized the opportunity to retreat a short distance, letting out a low growl. In that moment, his form swelled dramatically in midair, his muscles bulging outward, creating an imposing presence. His entire body became enveloped in armed hockey, and the formidable demon, reminiscent of his battle with Kato, re-emerged, albeit with greater clarity, indicating Salanka's progress. Devil's Kiss. Super Laser Cannon. As Selenka's colossal demonic silhouette surged toward Iper, the giant cannon on the robot's chest unleashed an astonishingly brilliant energy beam directed at Selenka's position. Yet, the energy beam halted abruptly midway, as though restrained by invisible hands of demons pressing it down. The fists and feet of those demons struck precisely at the center of the energy beam, while behind it, the massive cannon continued to discharge energy. The imposing demonic figure persistently pushed forward, gradually overwhelming the beam, inching it back with each thrust. Though this sequence of events may sound prolonged, all unfolded in the blink of an eye. From a distance, it appeared as though the energy beam shot forth from the robot was being torn apart by the demon strikes, ultimately shattering the cannon mounted on its chest and sending its metallic body careening away, leaving a gaping hole where its chest once was. Clearly, the victor had emerged. Meanwhile, the concerned comrades outside, hearing the sudden silence, cautiously returned. Upon entering, they discovered that Selenka had triumphed, and their joy was palpable, though they noted Selenka's weary state, indicating the intensity of the battle. Sinbad approached to support the exhausted Selenka, while the Feli brothers came forward to carry the unconscious Iper. The group then made their way toward the castle. Just as Max and his companions arrived at the castle, they encountered Selenka and his team, successfully reuniting before the castle's entrance. Chapter 74. Breakthrough. As Marx and Selenka successfully rendezvoused, Kato found himself ensnared in a grueling battle. This predicament intensified his longing for the former capabilities of his jade pendant. However, it appeared unlikely that he would regain the ability to replenish his stamina and mental fortitude in the future. The battlefield, already ravaged by their assaults, lay in disarray. With shattered rocks and fissured earth, this patch of land, possibly brought in from the outside by his, was not particularly vast and could scarcely withstand the intensity of Kato and his allies' combat. Despite the ferocity of the fighting, casualties were surprisingly minimal. As time progressed, Kato felt his strength waning. He was uncertain about the condition of his and Hubert, but he surmised they were faring better than he. He could not continue in this manner. Kato sighed inwardly. Although he was reluctant to reveal his trump card, he understood that the moment for concealment had passed. A decisive strike was imperative. He glanced at the two spectators, relaxed and observing from a distance, and a plan began to form in his mind. Consequently, Kato continued to engage the undead puppets, though with the passage of time, his attacks and speed seemed to wane. His changes did not go unnoticed by his and Hubert, who exchanged knowing glances. Hubert chuckled. Ha! It seems Kato is nearing his limit. I thought he would last longer. Youth does have its limitations, after all. His words could have sparked controversy, but fortunately, Kato was oblivious. Otherwise, for the sake of his dignity, he might have been unable to maintain his facade. His chuckled in agreement. Indeed, our fighting style is not something the young can endure. The two reveled in their misfortune, blissfully unaware of the subtle shifts occurring on the battlefield. Had someone been observing the situation closely, they would have noticed that, under Kato's deliberate guidance, the battlefield was gradually inching closer to Hubert. To make his performance more convincing, Kato pretended to falter under the weight of several enemy assaults. The sight of Kato sustaining injuries brought delight to the two onlookers. Hubert, laughing, advised, Kato, if you're struggling, just concede. Don't push yourself. If you're grievously wounded, we'll have a hard time explaining to Senior Rayleigh. His echoed the sentiment, yes, Kato, while self-improvement is commendable, sustaining serious injuries is not wise. Listening to their coaxing and witnessing their smug expressions, Kato barely managed to evade another wave of attacks. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he replied, rest assured, if I truly cannot continue, I will not force myself. These minor wounds are nothing to me. Internally, Kato chuckled, confident that his performance had successfully captured their attention. However, he was certain there would come a time for their lamentation. His and Hubert's belief that Kato was merely putting on a brave face only solidified their conviction that he was nearing his end. Ignoring their seemingly omniscient expressions, Kato remained focused on his act. After a while, the tide of battle began to shift. Just as Kato dodged a barrage of bullets, the colossal hand of a mud giant loomed dangerously close, prompting him to raise his sword defensively. Although caught off guard, Kato managed to guard himself. However, the mud giants were incredibly powerful, and he was still sent flying by a single punch, landing right next to Hubert, who had been watching the fray unfold. Once on the ground, Kato quickly sprang to his feet, disregarding the enemies before him, and turned to attack Hubert instead. Seeing Kato's condition, Hubert assumed he was out of strength and was about to urge him to concede. To his astonishment, Kato leaped up and swung his sword toward him. This left Hubert momentarily speechless. He had to suppress his instinct to retaliate, instead exclaiming, Kato, it seems you're still unwilling to yield. But I've already told you, Such attacks are futile against me. You cannot reach me. With that, Hubert dove underground. Is that so? Cato scoffed with a dismissive smile, ignoring Hubert's taunts as he continued his assault. However, Hubert's laughter abruptly ceased when he realized his once infallible strategy was now ineffective. What is happening? Hubert exclaimed. He had no time to evade Cato's sword and ignored his warning, instead glancing down at his feet. To his shock, he found himself standing upon a white, bony ground, and as he looked around, he noticed the earth was closing in from all sides. Raising his gaze to Cato, who was now upon him, Hubert understood he had lost. He did not resist, knowing it would be in vain. He stared at Cato in confusion. I never imagined you were a devil fruit user. So your earlier performance was merely a ruse to mislead me and his? Cato, resting his sword upon Hubert's shoulder, shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed. I never claimed I wasn't a fruit user. You can only blame yourselves for underestimating me. It's not too late to realize it now. Hubert smirked. Even if you captured me, you cannot win. This is his domain. Even as a fruit user, you'll find no advantage here. Cato smiled knowingly. Is that so? His retort caused Hubert, who was reveling in his confidence, to pause, suddenly recalling previous events and muttering to himself. Could it be he possesses another hidden weapon? However, Hubert quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was impossible. His abilities were likely bone-related, which could not contend with his powers. Thus, he firmly concluded, do not think you can deceive us again. Do you truly believe we are so easily fooled? If you had such prowess, you would have used it by now. Indeed, Cato, you should concede. Although we underestimated you, it is impossible for you to surpass me in my domain. At that moment, his arrived, confident in his abilities despite Hubert's unfortunate capture, he admonished Cato. Once the bony cage ensnared Hubert, Cato turned to his, retorting, you overestimate your abilities and underestimate the world. Do you truly believe no one can breach your defenses? Of course. His affirmed resolutely, trusting that someone could penetrate his spatial abilities but firmly asserting that it would not be Cato. Very well, today you shall witness my power. Cato declared, an intangible force emanating from him, swiftly enveloping his. As Cato charged forward, is prepared to utilize his ability to escape, but suddenly, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, robbing him of his capacity for thought and even control over his own body. What is happening? His was horrified to discover he could not even utter a word. Chapter 75, The Desperate Battle on Twin Peaks Island, within the realm of poker. As Heath regained consciousness and his abilities, Cato held his sword poised above him. To the outside world, it was but a fleeting moment, yet for Heath, it felt like an eternity. It was as though he had perished and was reborn. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow and steadying his nerves, he slowly inquired, what was the name of that last strike? King of Hell. What a splendid name. Though Heath had been vanquished, he expressed genuine delight. It corresponds perfectly with your title. And indeed, that strike is formidable. Aha. This technique was inspired by Cato's recollection of a scene from an animated series in his previous life, where Zaro effortlessly defeated the natural fruit user Monet with a single strike. Cato not only locked onto his opponent with murderous intent, but also infused it with Conqueror's Haki, rendering this move an upgraded version of Zaro's devastating blow. Thus, Cato aptly named it, for its execution signified death. However, in this instance, it bore a somewhat literal meaning. As Cato had no intention of killing Heath, he merely needed him to recognize his prowess and concede. The reason Cato refrained from using it earlier was not due to a limitation of one-time use, but rather because he understood that whichever of the two, Heath or Herbert, was attacked first would inevitably become wary and conceal themselves. In such a scenario, Cato would be at a loss, and victory would slip from his grasp, leaving him as the only one unable to endure. Hence, the prior machinations. Cato then declared, shall we consider this match my victory? Of course. Heath responded without hesitation, for he was not one to shy away from defeat. Although it was a redundant inquiry, Cato felt compelled to ask, as he did not know the two men well. Upon hearing his words, Cato felt reassured enough to release Herbert from confinement, and Heath subsequently led the group out of the space. No sooner had they emerged than Herbert eagerly questioned, so, Cato, I didn't expect you to concede so swiftly. Before Cato could respond, Herbert continued mockingly, aha, I thought you would endure much longer. What a disappointment. While Herbert could hear their conversation, he could not discern who had emerged victorious, and given the brevity of the encounter, he naturally assumed Cato had surrendered. Perhaps you are indeed disappointed. I was the victor. Cato replied nonchalantly, choosing to ignore Herbert's derision. It was only proper to respect one's elders, after all. Herbert turned to Heath, a look of skepticism on his face, as if awaiting a rebuttal from his partner. Yet to his astonishment, Heath did not contest Cato's claim, seemingly acquiescing to his words. This left Herbert incredulous. Could Cato's assertion truly be accurate? In a hurry, Herbert pulled Heath aside, and the two began to mutter amongst themselves. Cato, adjusting his colorful hat, found amusement in Herbert's ever-changing expressions, reflecting on the irony of the situation. Did Herbert truly believe he would not retaliate for the earlier mockery? It was simply a matter of timing. Cato reveled in his triumph, thinking to himself, surely, this old fellow has never experienced a shock as profound as what I have just delivered. He worried that Herbert might be overwhelmed by the excitement. However, Cato had significantly underestimated Herbert's resilience. The latter soon regained his composure and remarked, "The youth of today are truly remarkable. Perhaps it is time for us old bones to retire." Turning to Cato, Herbert self-deprecatingly added, "I just ridiculed you. I must look like a fool. Did you arrange for me to embarrass myself?" Cato, feeling slightly awkward, rubbed his nose, but quickly countered, "How could I dare? You are my senior. How could I possibly take pleasure in your misfortune?" Heh. Though Cato had indeed harbored such thoughts, he could not voice them outright. For it was only courteous to afford the elderly some dignity. Fearing that Herbert might cling to this matter, Cato hastily shifted the subject. "Let us depart. It has been quite some time, and we are unaware of how our crew fares on the battlefield." Herbert and Heath exchanged peculiar smiles at Cato's words, leaving him perplexed as to their meaning. Despite Cato's confidence in the abilities of Marx and the others, the expressions of Herbert and Heath suggested that unforeseen events were afoot, prompting him to hasten towards the Autumn Kingdom. When they arrived at the battlefield, Cato began to grasp the nature of the secrets Herbert and Heath had concealed. Let us rewind to the moment Marx and Solanka regrouped. Upon witnessing that the Prince of Summer had successfully captured Dr. Abel without any casualties, he felt elated. Believing the outcome was sealed, he offered a few words of comfort before leading everyone to the center of the battlefield. When the prince beheld his uncle, the King of Autumn, appearing atop the castle walls, he noted that the king was of a similar age to the King of Summer and bore a striking resemblance, accompanied by an alluringly beautiful blonde woman. The prince had never encountered this enchanting figure, yet he sensed her exceptional nature. He mused, could this be the reinforcements my uncle summoned? At that moment, all present on the battlefield were captivated by the blonde woman beside the King of Autumn, who radiated like a flame, drawing everyone's attention, especially Simba, whose eyes sparkled with desire as he incessantly called out, "Hello, beautiful. I am Simba. Have we met before?" Such a clutch pickup line. Everyone turned to Simba, thinking, who is this shameless individual? Yet Simba remained oblivious to the disdainful gazes, continuing, "Do you have any twin sisters you could introduce to me?" However, before he could finish, someone covered his mouth. It was Mona, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer. She feared that if he continued, the crowd would surely turn on him in anger, for their curious glances had morphed into hostility, primarily due to Simba's arrogance and disregard for others. Seeing Simba finally quiet down, the prince directed his gaze towards his uncle and boldly declared, "Uncle, given the current situation, do you still wish to resist? After all, we are family. Do you truly wish to witness the continuation of this conflict?" The prince had recognized the atmosphere and swiftly urged everyone to regain their focus. This was not the time for rivalry. The King of Autumn did not respond but gazed kindly at him, slowly stating, "Ewan, I remember the last time we met. You were still a boy. It is hard to believe how swiftly the years have passed." Upon hearing the king's words, Marx and the others learned that the summer prince was named Ewan. A rather fine name. The king's words seemed to transport Ewan back in time, prompting him to reflect, "Indeed, the days we spent together seem like they were just yesterday. Yet, I believe that starting tomorrow, we can return to our former way of life." "Indeed, I too believe that. I have long awaited this day." The King of Autumn concurred with Ewan's sentiment, though he added, "However, it may not unfold as you envision." Ewan was perplexed by the latter part of his uncle's statement. Yet the king offered no further explanation, instead turning towards the blonde beauty and bowing, "I beg of you." The blonde beauty, naturally none other than the Queen of Joy Street, Tracy, smiled sweetly in response, "Of course, as long as you remember your promise." Marx and the others were unaware of the woman's identity, her abilities, or the nature of the promise exchanged between her and the King of Autumn. Yet they promptly heightened their vigilance, eager to see what extraordinary feat the blonde beauty would unleash. Soon, they observed a stream of pink mist emanating from Trieste, rapidly expanding towards the crowd below the castle. Everyone hurriedly sought refuge, wary of a potential trick. Jivan sensed something amiss and quickly alerted the soldiers and mechanical beasts. However, they soon realized that the mist spread at an unimaginable pace and seemed to track them, inducing a state of panic as many found themselves enveloped by the fog. Just when fear gripped them, They noticed that the mist had passed through without causing them harm, prompting someone to exclaim, "Ha, I'm still alive." It seems this is merely a scare tactic. Their words reassured the fleeing crowd, for indeed, they were unharmed. Before long, the mist swept across the entire battlefield. Although it appeared that everyone, including Marx and his companions, was unscathed, Marx, ever cautious, activated the powers of the cloud fruit to shield the group, including the prince. It was not that he wished to protect fewer individuals, but rather the limitations of his ability and time dictated such constraints. The ensuing scene compelled Solanka and the others to admire Marx's composure. Otherwise, they might have faced total annihilation. The reason for their newfound respect soon became apparent. Those soldiers and mechanical beasts that had been touched by the pink mist suddenly exhibited glowing red eyes and indiscriminately turned on their comrades. Chaos erupted within the ranks of the Xia kingdom, as both man and beast seemed awakened to their deepest urges for slaughter, devoid of emotion and insensible to pain. The air was filled with screams and the clamor of battle, plunging Joven and Marx into despair. If this continued, it seemed that none would survive barring a few. Just as victory appeared within reach, an overwhelming reversal emerged. Was there anything more hopeless than this? Observing his despondent comrades, Marx urgently urged Joven, "Your Highness, we must surrender." He recognized the cruelty of such words to the fiercely competitive Joven, who dreamed of unifying Twin Peaks Island. Yet, if they persisted, it would only lead to greater casualties. Shaking Joven, who remained in a daze, he exclaimed, "Do not hesitate any longer. Will you stand by and watch them perish one by one?" At that moment, Cato and his companions arrived, surveying the battlefield's devastation. Cato comprehended the peculiar smiles of Hubert and his companion. This ability was akin to a nuclear bomb on the battlefield. Chapter 76. The Rescue. Cato cast his gaze deep into the battlefield, where he spotted Marx and others protected by white clouds. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed the worst had yet to come. Urgently, he shouted to the two people beside him, "Quickly, instruct that woman to retract her powers. Or do not blame me for being relentless. It's Cato. The captain has arrived. It appears we have a glimmer of hope." Cato's voice instantly reached the despairing group, reigniting a spark of hope in their eyes. To be honest, Cato felt utterly powerless against such abilities. He could only urge the two to stop Trissy. This was the world of One Piece, where no power was invincible and there were always counters to it. Observing the battlefield, it was evident that Marx's natural cloud fruit could counter Trissy's abilities. However, given that Marx had only recently acquired this fruit and was unaware of Trissy's capabilities, the current predicament was understandable. Otherwise, the situation would not have been so dire. At the very least, their defense should have held firm. "Your Majesty, please cease." Upon hearing Cato's furious shout, Hubert quickly called out to Trissy before vanishing underground. Trissy, clearly aware of their presence, chose not to retract her powers just yet, opting to wait and see what Hubert and the others had to say before making a decision. Before long, the vanished Hubert reappeared beside Trissy, and after a brief negotiations, Trissy slowly retracted her powers. With a wave of her hand, a wisp of pink mist flew back from the bodies that had lost their sense of self, awakening the disoriented individuals. As the revived individuals gazed upon the fallen and the moaning survivors, the memories of the recent events overwhelmed them, and they wept inconsolably. After all, nothing could be more heartbreaking than having to slay one's own comrades and loved ones. Cato observed them silently, offering no words of comfort, nor harboring any resentment towards Trissy. After all, this was war, and previously, they had been enemies. Trissy had shown restraint, for had she not, it was likely that none would have survived. Once Trissy retracted her powers, Marx dispersed the clouds, and Prince Ewan immediately went to console the survivors and assess the casualties. Meanwhile, Marx and the others gathered around Cato. Reiji rushed to Cato, bursting into tears. "Cato, if you had arrived any later, we would have never seen you again." "It's all right. I'm here now," Cato replied, realizing that the earlier incident had profoundly affected her, as if it had dragged her back to the harrowing scenes at the holy land of the celestial dragons. He quickly embraced her, offering solace. The presence of Cato seemed to anchor everyone, gradually calming their frayed nerves. At this moment, Marx sheepishly remarked, "Cato, blame me for this. I never anticipated the enemy's abilities would be so peculiar, leading to so many casualties." Before Cato could respond, Solanka interjected, "This is not your fault, Marx. After all, no one could have predicted her powers would be so twisted. If it weren't for your vigilance, we might not have had anyone left to survive." Indeed, thanks to Marx, there is no need for apologies. Seeing Marx's self-reproach, everyone chimed in to comfort him. Cato understood the situation and recognized it was not Marx's fault. Offering words of reassurance, "It's all right. This isn't on you. Besides, we are all comrades. there's no need for such sentiments. If anyone should be blamed, it would be me for not gathering sufficient intelligence on the enemy. Cato's words had a profound impact, prompting an embarrassed smile from Marx. How could I blame you? Haha. It's just that the enemy was so well hidden, and our intelligence capabilities are woefully inadequate. We didn't even know such a formidable opponent existed. Indeed, Marx's observations piqued Cato's interest. It was true. The Dragon and Phoenix pirates had no reliable sources of information besides the daily newspapers, which were often manipulated, leaving the authenticity questionable. This indicated that their only source of information might indeed be fabricated. This revelation ignited a fervor within Cato to establish an intelligence system for their group, for knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is the path to victory. Especially in the world of One Piece, where many abilities possess vulnerabilities, prior knowledge of the opponent's capabilities and weaknesses could have prevented today's calamity. However, creating an intelligence system was not something that could be done overnight. It required extensive accumulation of resources and time. Another approach would be to collaborate with news agencies. But these decisions could not be made at present. It seemed they would have to wait until they reached the New World. Cato. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind Cato and the others, jolting him from his contemplations. Following the sound, he saw a golden-haired beauty wearing a floral hat, accompanied by the old man Hubert. It was none other than Trissy, the future queen of Pleasure Street. Ah, hello, Trissy. Cato greeted awkwardly, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the embarrassing experience of having previously kidnapped her. He hoped she bore no grudges. Trissy shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to herself that he had not displayed such a demeanor during their last encounter. Cato, I've heard from Hubert about your agreement, and I have consented. Come here. I have other matters to discuss with you. Cato nodded with satisfaction, reassured that the queen would not hold a grudge over their prior incident. However, Trissy's mind was not as tranquil, having listened to Hubert's words. She had come to realize Cato's true strength, and considering his age, she felt compelled to regard him with newfound respect. Trissy had initially planned to send just his to defeat him, but for safety's sake, she had decided to send them both. Yet, the unexpected failure of both Hiss and Hubert forced her to reconsider, leading her to come and meet Cato as per Hubert's suggestion. Cato followed Trissy into a secluded alleyway, his thoughts drifting back to their previous encounter. Suddenly, Trissy stopped, catching Cato off guard as he collided with her. At that moment, Trissy turned around to see Cato barreling towards her, and without hesitation, she delivered a punch that sent him flying. Last time you ambushed me, and now you think you can take advantage of me again? Ouch. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Cato exclaimed, fully awake now and hastily apologizing. However, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, I've already seen it. What is there to fear? What did you say? Trissy's sharp ears caught his words, and she glared at him, furious. Cato hadn't anticipated her keen hearing, and he quickly stammered, nothing. Just nothing. Trissy, unwilling to argue further, shot him a weary glance and said, Cato, I'll be taking Dr. Eipel and those robots with me shortly. Are you in such a hurry? Cato asked. Surprised by her urgency, he had hoped for more time to engage with her. Well, there is nothing left for us here. I have matters awaiting me in the New World, Trissy explained. She then added, but I hope you can inform the King of Summer Country that they should continue extracting this memory metal. I will send someone to collect it annually, and rest assured, I will pay the market price. Rest assured, I shall convey your message to them. I believe the king would not refuse the allure of wealth. Cato was well aware that she undoubtedly possessed considerable riches. By the standards of her previous life, Stracy was undoubtedly a quintessential heiress. She would never default on such a trifling sum. After a moment of silence, Stracy slowly spoke. Moreover, my agreement with Hubert and the others is not merely due to your wager, but rather because I did not expect you to impress them with your prowess. It seems I have underestimated you. Therefore, I have decided to grant you this favor, and I hope that when you arrive in the New World, we may continue our collaboration. Indeed, after hearing Hubert's words, Stracy altered her strategy and resolved to partner with Cato. After all, Cato's abilities at such a young age were not to be underestimated. This was akin to an early investment. Upon hearing her words, Cato felt a surge of joy. For Stracy, as the future queen of Joy Street, wielded significant power and influence, making her an ally he would not refuse. He readily agreed, certainly. I shall venture into the New World. However, I am uncertain how to reach you then. Stracy retrieved a charming little telephone bug from her possession and presented it to him, saying, This is my telephone bug. You may contact me when the time comes. As Cato accepted the telephone bug, Stracy unexpectedly extended her finger towards him. Cato, puzzled, leaned in closer. only to be taken aback as Tracy placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. This sudden gesture dispelled all his previous grievances. Yet he barely had time to savor the moment before Tracy whispered playfully in his ear, "Consider this a previous apology, little Cato." Cato stood there, motionless, captivated by the delightful nickname she had bestowed upon him, enchanted by her charm. Just as he was lost in thought, Tracy paused. Turning back to him with a sweet tone, "Cato, do your best. I will be waiting for you in the new world." With that, she blew him a kiss, leaving him utterly electrified, as if his very soul had been set ablaze. He yearned to rush forward and claim Tracy then and there. Yet he was acutely aware that she was no fragile damsel. Although he had previously intimidated Tracy, that was before he knew her true identity. Now, a hint of caution lingered in his mind. Thus, Cato could only wish to hasten his journey to the new world. Tracy and Hancock were indeed two contrasting personalities, one alluring and enchanting, the other sensually charming. If asked which he preferred, Cato would confess an appreciation for both, as few could resist their beauty, with the exception of Luffy, of course. However, if he had to choose between the two, Cato found himself slightly more inclined towards Hancock. After all, Hancock lacked the intricate machinations that Tracy possessed. She was willing to sacrifice everything for the one she loved and was gentle and considerate. Tracy, on the other hand, was not easily managed. Her motives seemed heavily influenced by self-interest. In the absence of absolute strength, it was wise to tread carefully. If given the choice, it was likely that everyone would favor Hancock. Few would disagree. Yet for now, Cato could only indulge in fanciful thoughts, as Hancock had yet to be truly won over, and Tracy had only captured his attention fleetingly, a distant prospect. Thus, Cato resolved to cease his daydreaming, recognizing that he must maintain his composure, especially now that he held a respectable status. He promptly began his journey back along the path he had come. Chapter 77, The Sea Stone Weapon on Twin Peaks Island. Cato returned to the side of Marks and the others, briefly recounting the events that had transpired, particularly concerning Hubert and the alliance with Tracy. To everyone's astonishment, they learned of the formidable woman's hidden identity, which left them all quite taken aback. Despite lingering discontent towards Hubert, the newfound alliance prompted them to put aside their grievances. Furthermore, it was thanks to the efforts of both Hubert and Tracy that they were liberated. Otherwise, the outcome of the ongoing conflict remained uncertain. At that moment, Dr. Apel, who had awakened, wasted no time in following Hubert's orders. While Cato and the others conversed, he efficiently packed away the remaining robotic army. As for Tracy's sudden change of heart regarding her involvement with Twin Peaks Island, Apel wisely refrained from probing further, recognizing that someone of her caliber must have her own plans. When Tracy departed, Cato chose not to bid her farewell, likely mirroring her own sentiments, as she had previously sought him out for a private discussion. The remaining matters were considerably simplified. With the robots gone and only a handful of soldiers left in Autumn Country, the king had no choice but to surrender. Cato then explained the situation to the bewildered prince, who was still grappling with the sudden withdrawal of the enemy forces. Upon understanding that they had emerged victorious, Prince Ewan set aside his concerns and began to wrap things up. The concluding tasks no longer required Cato and his companions, allowing them to return to Summer Country. Thus, the 2-decade-long civil war on Twin Peaks Island came to an end, thanks to the assistance of Cato and his allies. That evening, however, there was no celebration. Fatigue from the day's battles led everyone to seek rest early. Additionally, the nation had just achieved unification, leaving many issues to address, with the most pressing being the reconstruction of the royal palace, which had been devastated during the turmoil. The following day, Cato accompanied Phil to her home, only to discover that her family held positions within the Autumn Country administration, suggesting they were not particularly virtuous officials. Displeased with Phil's family, Cato chose not to enter her home, instead opting to say his goodbyes at the doorstep. With a reluctant glance from little Phil, he departed alone. Meanwhile, nearly all members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew reveled on the beaches of Autumn Country. Some, like Luo, searched for medical texts, while Mona engaged in culinary discussions with palace chefs. Those who enjoyed physical activity swam, surfed, or rode jet skis, while others basked in the sun, sipping cold beverages and reading on beach chairs. Notably, for those seeking romance, the beach was teeming with an array of bikini-clad beauties, providing ample eye candy for the men present. Before long, Cato arrived at the beach and, after taking in the sights, could not help but acknowledge its charm. He quickly spotted Marks and the others, drawn to their gathering due to the predominance of men among them. Approaching, Cato noticed Lecky and Kinko lounging in bikinis, soaking in the sun. He greeted them with a light-hearted jest. "Ladies, do you require any special services?" I am dashing, tall, and strong, ready to accompany you for meals, drinks, or shopping. I can even serve as a bodyguard, ensuring a first-class experience. If you are unsatisfied, there is no charge, payment only after service. What do you think? In response, he was met with 2 sanitary napkins from the ladies, his attempt humorously thwarted. Disheartened, Cato found a beach chair and sat down. From his vantage point, he spotted Sindat charming a group of women nearby, their laughter indicating a lively conversation. He also noticed Teddy, Beepo, and Monkey swimming not far off, with Anna joining them. As he observed the revelry around him, Cato soon found himself lulled into a nap. Upon waking in the afternoon, Cato made it a point to visit a scientist from Summer Country named Durank. In his 50s, Durank sported oversized glasses and a disheveled hairdo. Projecting an image of someone lacking in zest for life, this was Cato's initial impression. However, Durank welcomed Cato warmly, expressing his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Mr. Cato, for saving our kingdom and driving away April." Surprised by Durank's enthusiasm, Cato humbly replied, "You are too kind. Our contributions pale in comparison to yours." Cato held scientists in high regard, perhaps influenced by his past life, which led him to admire those dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. Seeing Durank's lack of pretension encouraged him to reciprocate the kindness. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cato inquired, "Dr. Durank, might you be acquainted with Vegapunk?" "Oh, you know my mentor?" Durank responded, astonished. "That is not unexpected, as he is indeed the greatest scientist of our era. But are you seeking him? I regret to inform you that he has long been captured by the Navy. You misunderstand. I'm not looking for him. I merely wish to ascertain your connection." It seems I was right. Cato had suspected a link between the mechanical beast he encountered on the island and Vegapunk, and was surprised to find that they were indeed mentor and disciple. Cato continued, "So you and Dr. Apel were part of the same research group back then?" Durank's expression grew contemplative as he reminisced. "Yes, our team comprised nearly all the leading scientists of the time, and under Vegapunk's guidance, we developed a myriad of innovations." He was truly a polymath, a genius scientist. From artificial devil fruits to mechanical engineering, he excelled in every domain. Vegapunk pioneered legendary experiments like synthetic devil fruits and bloodline factors. Tragically, due to sensitive life design schematics being leaked, our team was dismantled, and Vegapunk was apprehended by the Navy. Alas, our mentor was most unfortunate. Durank sighed. "Fortunately, Apel and I were conducting field research at the time and managed to survive. I can hardly believe how many years have passed since then. I wonder how he is faring now." Cato discerned that Durank was unaware of Vegapunk's current status with the Navy and quickly reassured him, "Dr. Durank, your mentor has indeed joined the Navy, where he serves as their chief scientist. You need not worry anymore. Furthermore, not all your former colleagues perished. Some escaped, though they have yet to reveal themselves." "Really? My mentor is now the Navy's chief scientist? And there are still living comrades?" Durank grasped Cato's hand, excitement coursing through him. He had not anticipated receiving such uplifting news today. Witnessing Durank's elation, Cato felt a sense of warmth, realizing that such revelations were perhaps what could ignite such fervor within him. He assured, "Of course, how could I ever fabricate such a thing? I will inform you the moment I receive any news regarding them. You can rest easy now, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. I cannot thank you enough." Frank exclaimed good 3 times in succession, a clear indication of his delight. "Indeed, not only had you assisted the residents of Dawn Island, but you also brought me such uplifting news. I wonder what I can do to help. Please do not hesitate to ask." Upon being questioned, Cato suddenly recalled the sea stone he had purchased previously, which remained unprocessed. He inquired, "Well, there is one matter. I wonder if you could craft the sea stone we bought into weapons?" Though Cato had possessed the sea stone for some time, he understood that it not only can confine those with abilities but is also exceptionally hard, akin to diamond in the anime's explanation, rendering it impervious to ordinary methods of destruction. Thus, they had refrained from taking any action. Delighted by the prospect of aiding Cato, Durank responded with a smile, "The sea stone, you say?" "Certainly. I am just curious about what type of weapon you wish to forge." "Well, the quantity is not particularly large, so if possible, could you forge 2 sets of handcuffs? One long sea stone staff, and convert the remainder into sea stone bullets?" The staff was intended for Mona, while the bullets were, of course, meant for Kinka. The others had no pressing needs. Moreover, with such a limited quantity, it would hardly suffice for a larger group. Durank readily agreed. "No problem. If you are in a hurry, you may bring it over shortly. Your request is quite straightforward and will not take much time." After bidding farewell to Durank, Cato strolled toward the beach. Although he initially intended to invite Durank aboard, He realized through their conversation that Durank, unlike Eppel, harbored no ambitions. He was deeply attached to Bellies and would undoubtedly not join him in becoming a pirate. Nonetheless, even without extending an invitation, discovering that Durank was a person of deep emotions was a positive revelation. Although he could not board the ship, Cato knew he could seek Durank's assistance in the future if needed, and thus he felt no regret. Upon returning to the beach, Cato arranged for the sea stone to be delivered, and he began to revel in the company of others. After all, one could never be certain when they would encounter such a gathering of beautiful women again. Chapter 78. Encountering Kusi again and avenge the grievances the following noon. After declining the king and prince's pleas to stay, Cato and his companions bid farewell and departed from Shuangfeng Island. Naturally, the brothers Feli and Feiji, along with Chinka, were also aboard the ship, eager to embark on their own adventures now that the matters of state had been resolved. The reason for the midday departure was that it was only then that Mona and her team returned with an abundance of provisions, with the pirate crew being sizable. They had to prepare accordingly. After storing the food in the pantry, Simat summoned several crew members to the engine room, while another was directed to take the helm. And some were tasked with lowering the sails. With everyone assigned their roles, the ship, the Freedom Wing, swiftly turned and set sail towards the open sea. Simat busied himself with the navigation charts, while Mona organized the newly acquired provisions in the pantry. Reki recorded their expenses, and Chinka tinkered with his firearms. Each member had reaped considerable rewards from this venture, including Luo, Bipo, and Anna, who were all absorbed in their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Teddy and Cato were blissfully lounging on the beach, soaking up the sun. The days at sea were rather monotonous, despite the numerous members of the Longfeng pirate crew. The entertainment facilities were woefully inadequate, leaving little room for a lively atmosphere. Cato felt that something was amiss, and it dawned on him that they were lacking a musician. However, he had already identified a potential candidate and believed they would soon arrive. A month passed in this tedious manner, with occasional landings every few days to replenish supplies. They encountered numerous battles along the way, but Cato and his crew refrained from participating, leaving the opportunities for others, primarily due to a lack of interest. Yet, there were pleasant surprises. Among the pirate crews they encountered, 2 possessed devil fruit abilities, which Cato successfully absorbed. This was particularly fortunate, as they had not sought conflict with the pirate crews, for Cato was not a bloodthirsty killer who would seize abilities indiscriminately. Most of their adversaries were rather dim-witted pirates. And even so, they managed to acquire 2 devil fruits in the North Sea. Cato was thrilled with these newfound powers. One was the animal-type cat fruit. Snow leopard form, akin to CP9's Rob Lucci's leopard transformation, but this fruit transformed its user into a grayish-white figure adorned with black spots and endowed with enhanced cold resistance, though it had a significant weakness to heat. The other was the Paramecia-type true fruit, which could discern authenticity from deception. This fruit was somewhat useless in ordinary circumstances, yet it proved invaluable against certain special fruits, such as the mimic fruit and the mirror fruit's duplicates. It was truly infallible in such instances. Had Cato not sensed the jade pendant's unusual movement at the time, he would have remained unaware of the existence of a devil fruit user among them. Neither of these fruits was absorbed by Cato himself, as they held little utility for him. Ultimately, the snow leopard fruit was consumed by Doma, a swordsman. Cato was uncertain if this individual had previously consumed a devil fruit, but he believed that this fruit, which enhanced strength and speed, would quickly elevate Doma to a key combatant. The other fruit was consumed by Sinbad, who was not a primary combatant and whose potential had already been reached. No one contested this decision, as the fruit still held some value for him. With proper development, it could assist in deciphering treasure maps or navigation charts, which would be a significant boon for Cato and his crew. At that moment, Cato reclined on the captain's sofa, feet propped on the table, sipping fine wine. He mused to himself, no wonder the ship of Luffy's crew was so lively. In a small vessel, one cannot help but be in close quarters, making it impossible to avoid a bustling atmosphere. Boom, boom. Just as Cato was lost in thought, the sudden sound of cannon fire jolted him from his reverie, followed by the sound of cannonballs splashing into the water. It was Doma, who had been practicing on the deck, inadvertently slicing the cannonballs and sending them into the sea. Rushing out of the captain's quarters, Cato was startled to see 4 naval ships approaching from a distance, their presence a rare sight, as typically a single warship sufficed for capturing pirates in the seas. Whether the Navy was targeting them or had simply failed to recognize their crew remained uncertain. However, since they had opened fire, Cato seized the opportunity. Everyone, to the cannon room. Let's engage in some long-range bombardment, Cato commanded excitedly, instructing the crew to adjust their positions to aim more cannons at the Navy ships. The Longphone pirate crew had yet to experience a naval cannon battle. With so many cannons aboard the Freedom Wing, were they merely decorative? Today, with relatively few enemies, they finally had the chance to test their skills. The somewhat mischievous Sinbad and Doma dashed towards the cannon room, and the others soon followed suit. Realizing the limited number of cannon ports meant that the early birds would claim the best spots, Salenka, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed to the control room to take the helm himself. Meanwhile, Reki and the other women observed with keen interest from the deck, while Teddy remained oblivious, swimming in the pool without a care for the impending excitement. Boom, boom. The enemy's cannonballs continued to rain down, and Salenka, in the control room, excitedly maneuvered the ship's helm as if in a race. Dodging several cannonballs, he shouted out, "Sinbad, are you ready yet? Hurry up and fire back." Boom, boom. The Freedom Wing unleashed a series of thunderous roars, firing cannonballs in an impressive arc. However, before Kato could celebrate, he found that their shots went wide, missing the Navy ships entirely. How embarrassing. Huh. Missed again. Reki teased, while Marks chimed in, "Seriously, Sinbad, can you even aim? Should I take over? Focus, everyone. Fire again." Kato's irritation was palpable. How could they miss so badly? Sinbad, feeling the sting of the crew's mockery, especially from the women, bellowed, "Concentrate. Let's try again." Boom, boom. Another volley was launched, but only one cannonball found its mark, only to be easily intercepted by the enemy. The others splashed harmlessly into the sea. "Sinbad, get out here. We need new gunners. This is unacceptable. I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Kato shouted angrily into the ship. Moments later, the first group of Sinbad's crew emerged, perhaps shaken by their earlier failure. "Let me show you what true accuracy looks like." Marks grinned wickedly, cigar clenched between his teeth, as he followed Kato to the cannon room. Boom, boom. Soon, Kato had his sights set on the distant naval ships, firing 2 cannonballs in succession. However, he was only marginally better than Sinbad, as both shots missed their targets. Marks fared no better, both shots going astray. Surprisingly, the Faley and Feiji brothers achieved a remarkable feat, hitting their targets with both shots, causing plumes of black smoke to rise from the distant warships. It was evident that their childhood experiences had honed their skills considerably. At that moment, Kato stared incredulously at them, unable to believe his own failure to hit the mark. Frustrated, he loaded another cannonball into the cannon. Boom, bang. This shot struck true, hitting one of the warships, and Kato couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, his expression shifted abruptly as he noticed that, despite hitting the ship, the cannonball was intercepted mid-air. Unyielding, Kato reached out again, searching but failing to find any ammunition. What? No shells beside him. Kato muttered under his breath and made his way to the deck. Boom, boom. The two sides exchanged fire for a considerable duration until the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew exhausted all their ammunition, with nearly everyone having taken a shot. Aside from the 2 brothers, Feli, and a few others with notable talent, Kato believed that with proper training, they could certainly reach the brothers' level. As for the rest, it would be a waste of ammunition. Although the first naval battle ended in failure, the enemy suffered only minor injuries, while the Freedom Wing remained unscathed. Every shell that could have hit was effectively intercepted. Upon witnessing the futility of their attacks, the Navy made a swift decision to retreat, seemingly ready to flee. How could Kato allow that? After all the bravado, they thought they could escape? Ha! Tu Navii, young ones. Flame slash. Standing on the deck, Kato gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression icy. He slowly drew his long sword, aiming at a distant warship. Once the sword's energy reached its zenith, Kato released it with a cold smile. A fiery blade of energy shot forth at an imperceptible speed, striking the remaining naval vessel. Boom, boom, boom. The warship was instantly shattered by Kato's strike, igniting into a rapid explosion. The number of casualties was of no concern to Kato. He nodded in satisfaction. His swordsmanship proved to be exceedingly effective, instant annihilation. Meanwhile, as Kato launched his attack, Marks and the others did not remain idle. One of the warships was obliterated by Marks's lightning strike. Doma unleashed a colossal blade of energy, cleaving another ship in 2. As for the principal naval warship, no one engaged. They deliberately left it unscathed. To let them perish so easily would be too lenient, especially considering the treasures it surely held. After sinking 3 Navy vessels, Kato shouted to Salenka in the control room, "Chase after them. They think they can escape? Not on my watch." At that moment, aboard the naval warship, a man donned in a rear admiral's uniform was raging. If Marks were present, he would recognize this individual as his old acquaintance, Rear Admiral Kusi. Witnessing the instant destruction of 3 ships and the approaching Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, Kusi urged his men, Faster. Hurry up. Kusi now regretted his actions. He realized that artillery should not be recklessly fired. Without proper safety measures, he would regret this for a lifetime. In fact, after Kato and his crew battled the Peach Rabbit Tea Pig at Gourmet Island, Kusi had learned of Marx's whereabouts. However, he never anticipated that Marx had acquired a Logia-type devil fruit. This filled Kusi with envy and resentment. Had he possessed such a fruit, he would have been promoted to captain long ago. Moreover, he was wary of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew's strength, capable of escaping two candidate admiral subordinates. And Marx knew of his previous schemes. If exposed, Kusi would no longer have a place in the Navy. Thus, he had been gathering intelligence on the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, seeking an opportunity to catch them off guard with his warship. If artillery failed, he could always flee. However, he never expected the Dragon and Phoenix pirate cruise ship to be so swift. They were closing in on him, leaving him in despair. How could he possibly compare to the speed of the Freedom Wing, which operated systems far superior? Soon, the Freedom Wing intercepted the Navy's path, and at that moment, Mark spotted Kusi standing on deck, drenched in sweat and pale-faced. He teased, "Oh, I was just thinking about that foolish Navy who dared to target our Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Turns out it was my old boss. But your forces are rather underwhelming, aren't they?" Observing the cold expressions of the Dragon and Phoenix crew members, Kusi lost all his previous bravado and forced a smile, saying, "I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. We had no intention of causing any trouble, truly, none at all." Kato scoffed at Kusi's words, recalling Marx's tone. He realized who it was. This guy had some nerve, bombarding them for so long and depleting their ammunition, yet he claimed it was unintentional? Did he think they were fools? Ignoring the unfolding situation, Kato decided it was best for Marx to exact revenge himself, returning to the sofa, legs crossed on the table, sipping his drink. This cannon battle added some excitement to the otherwise mundane journey. It was merely a farce. Marx, upon hearing Kusi's words, laughed instead of growing angry. "Oh? Is that so? Well, let me inform you that we are indeed here with the intention of eliminating you. Are you prepared?" Upon hearing this, Kusi realized he could not escape today. After years of serving as a rear admiral, he quickly steadied himself and resolutely declared, "Very well, let us settle this." Kato glanced at Kusi soaring into the air, and then at the Navy below, instructing his crew, "This man is mine. The rest of the Navy is yours." The pirates, thrilled by his words, charged forward, while Marx flew to stand opposite Kusi. He regarded him slowly. "Rear Admiral Kusi, I should actually thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be an ordinary naval colonel. I wouldn't have become a pirate or gained my current strength." "Aha." Kusi laughed heartily. "Indeed, one cannot outsmart fate. I regret underestimating you, which led to your escape, ultimately resulting in this confrontation. It seems every cause has an effect. Come, show me your strength and let us see how much you have progressed over the years." Kusi's devil fruit ability was the net fruit, allowing him to emit sticky nets. Anything consumed could be transformed into nets, and the user's body could also morph into one. Eating iron would produce iron nets, drinking boiling water would release steam nets, and swallowing flames would yield fiery nets. However, against Marx, who possessed a Logia-type fruit, Kusi's abilities were rendered utterly ineffective, resulting in a swift defeat. The battle began rapidly and concluded just as quickly. After Kusi's demise, Kato absorbed his fruit ability, discovering it was indeed the net fruit. It appeared that even if he had not altered the course of history, this individual was destined to meet his end. Nonetheless, this fruit seemed exceptionally suitable for Bari, who already excelled in rope techniques. It would undoubtedly complement his skills splendidly. Chapter 79, The Establishment of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. In the vast expanse of the North Sea, shortly after Marx triumphed over Kusi, the skirmish aboard the naval warships reached its conclusion. Reki commenced organizing the crew to scour the naval vessels. However, it was evident that their spoils would be meager, for the Navy was not affluent. As for the surviving sailors who had fallen overboard, Kato and his companions chose not to eliminate them entirely, recognizing them as inconsequential pawns. If they managed to endure in the ocean, it was merely a testament to their luck. After the battle, the jade pendant exhibited no fluctuations, indicating the absence of any devil fruit users among them. This revelation left Kato disheartened, yet enlightened him to the rarity of such powers. Nevertheless, the possession of a net fruit was a source of considerable joy for Kato. Yet, one question perplexed him. Why had no members of the Pirate King Roger's crew consumed any devil fruits? Except, of course, for the accidental consumption by the infamous Buggy. For them, acquiring a devil fruit should have been a trivial matter, leading Kato to ponder if there existed some undisclosed secret. Furthermore, he mused on why the celestial dragons refrained from devouring devil fruits. For them, it was not merely a matter of accessibility, but rather a question of extravagance. Given that the celestial dragons could casually procure a fruit as extraordinary as the sweet fruit, one would assume they would not be lacking in such powers. Moreover, if they had no intention of utilizing these fruits, why not allow the world government or the Navy to benefit from them? This conundrum had long eluded Cato from his previous life, serving as the primary reason for his reluctance to consume a devil fruit. Caution, after all, is the mother of safety. Even without a devil fruit, Cato firmly believed he would never be inferior to the four emperors. However, now that he possessed the jade pendant, his outlook had transformed, allowing him to use it without trepidation. Following the encounter with Kusi, the dragon and phoenix pirates resumed their mundane adventures. If they did not provoke the royal powers, the North Sea was essentially a trivial quest for them. One day, while Cato was perusing the latest news delivered by the newsbird, he was taken aback to discover the Navy's announcement regarding the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hancock was prominently featured, being the sole female among them. Aside from her, the other members remained unchanged from his previous life. Cato recognized that the formation of the 7 warlords heralded the dawn of a new era. The 7 warlords, alongside the 4 emperors in the Navy headquarters, officially marked the 3 great powers of the Grand Line. Although the 7 warlords had been coerced into servitude by the Navy, they held both freedom and status within their grasp, rendering them undeniably perilous. While they outwardly presented a facade of neutrality, both the Navy and pirates regarded them as adversaries. The crew of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates expressed a mix of envy and frustration, lamenting why the Navy had not sought their captain for the position of a warlord. Cato, overhearing their sentiments, understood the futility of such aspirations. It was an impossibility. He had once fantasized about vying for such a position. Aware of the undeniable advantages that came with being a warlord, exemption from bounties, annulment of previous offenses, and the allowance of privateering endorsed by the world government. Although taxes would need to be paid upon discovery, the extent of tribute could be dictated by them. Moreover, the world government would grant individual concessions to maintain a cooperative relationship with the 7 warlords. For instance, allowing Boa Hancock to prohibit naval vessels from approaching the waters surrounding Amazon Lily, as well as pardoning the crimes committed by the Fishman pirates' crew. Don Quixote da Flamingo, in turn, leveraged the warlord's influence to expand his operations, even engaging in illicit trade. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Cato was inadvertently sold into slavery to the celestial dragons by Jack and subsequently assaulted one of them. It became evident to Cato that the world government would never extend an invitation for him to join the 7 warlords. Understanding this reality was one thing, but the Navy's failure to even inquire about his opinion confirmed their certainty that he would not be welcomed. Even if he declined, he could have extracted some benefits from them. Though somewhat disheartened, Cato remained unfazed. His true destination lay in the New World, a realm where the Navy's authority held little sway, and even the warlords were of limited utility. Establishing a foothold there would rely on sheer strength. Reputation alone would not suffice. Without the requisite power, one would merely be a stepping stone for others. After a while, Cato contacted Hancock to extend his congratulations, eliciting a lengthy series of complaints from her. He was well aware of Hancock's reluctance to become a warlord, but reality dictated otherwise, especially since her home, Amazon Lily, was situated within the Grand Line and under the Navy's vigilant gaze. If she refused, it was likely the Navy would not spare her island. After offering her some words of comfort and ensuring he would visit her upon returning to the Grand Line, he reluctantly ended the call with Hancock. Truth be told, Cato found himself missing her already, but he would have to wait until he returned to the Grand Line to see her again. As Cato and his crew absorbed the news, the fame of the 7 warlords spread like wildfire across the world, becoming the latest topic of conversation. Everyone was aware that a new force had emerged. Correspondingly, the 7 warlords became objects of admiration for many pirates, with Hancock, due to her breathtaking beauty, undeniably crowned as the goddess of the pirate world. This realization filled Cato with a sense of pride, as he mused that they remained oblivious to the fact that their goddess was already taken. Such as the allure of the brother, haha. After reveling in his elation, Cato began to contemplate the implications of the 7 warlords' establishment on his own situation. He surmised that the warlords would not be idle pawns for the government to manipulate, and even if they sought to create trouble, it would likely be minimal. The Dragon and Phoenix pirates had no reason to live in fear of them. If any dared to confront him, Cato was no pushover. Moreover, the strength of the 7 warlords varied significantly if a weaker one approached. Cato would not hesitate to ensure that their newly formed ranks were reshuffled. The four emperors would probably regard the warlords with indifference, as their might and influence far surpassed those newly minted warlords. Many of the 7 warlords were relative newcomers, lacking established power, with several being lost souls, such as Crocodile and Gecko Moria. Cato also understood that the disparity between the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors was monumental. Even a decade later, when Luffy set sail, the warlords would still be dwarfed by the 4 emperors. It was crucial to remember that during the Marineford War, only the Whitebeard pirates managed to devastate the Navy headquarters. Which of the 7 warlords possessed that level of strength? Chapter 80. An unexpected encounter with Germa. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, the ship Wings of Freedom sails steadily forward. According to Sinbad, only a few islands remain before we can return to the Grand Line. On the beach behind the ship, Cato and the key personnel are gathered. Cato reclines on a beach chair, sipping fine wine, clad in a simple t-shirt and beach shorts, his colorful hat resting beside him. Surrounded by Marks and others lounging or sitting nearby, Anna, dressed in a red princess gown, finds a beach chair next to Diamond, indulging in snacks and drinks, exuding a sense of contentment. On Cato's other side is Lechi, who incessantly scribbles in a small notebook. Cato is unaware of what she records, but Lechi seems to have an endless array of accounts to keep track of, occasionally sipping from a cold drink, clearly relishing the task. Marks, bare-chested and smoking a cigar, sits cross-legged on the beach, allowing the sun to bronze his wild-looking skin. Beside him, Barry devours food with gusto. Ever since consuming the web fruit, his appetite has significantly increased, likely a side effect of his newfound abilities. On Mark's other side sits Solanka, who unusually takes a break from training today, indulging in strong liquor. Among the crew, Solanka is known for his relentless dedication, which explains his formidable armament hockey. Without Cato's amulet, he would likely not stand a chance against Solanka. Mona, wearing stylish sunglasses and a revealing bikini that complements her golden locks, lounges on a beach chair. She occasionally touches the sea stone staff beside her, suggesting her fondness for this new weapon, while gently placing her drink on the table beside her. Not far away, Kinch sits with her legs together, clad in a fitted black tank top and her signature leather miniskirt, occasionally polishing her sniper rifle resting on her lap. Beside her are the Felifiki brothers, longtime comrades of Kinch, sharing a closer bond. Nearby, Sinat lies in his usual suit, sunbathing while adjusting his stylish hair, his gaze wandering towards the ladies, seemingly hoping for an opportunity to charm them. Cato wonders if this fellow is oblivious to the heat, as he stubbornly remains in formal attire, sacrificing comfort for gentlemanly decorum. Alongside Sinbad stands Doma, who idolizes him and is keen to seize this opportunity, quietly guarding his idol's side. On the opposite side, Law sits with his back against Bepo, cradling a long sword and smiling as he peruses a medical book. Bepo, shy and hesitant to move too much, fears drawing attention to himself. Meanwhile, Teddy and Monkey swim in the water, with Teddy occasionally showcasing his swimming skills to Monkey. Although they are all together, Cato notices that they have unintentionally formed small groups. This is inevitable, considering their limited time together. After all, they lack the close-knit familiarity that comes from long-standing relationships. He believes that with time, they will naturally grow closer, given that everyone is present. Cato rises from his beach chair, takes a sip of his drink, and addresses them. We are soon to enter the Grand Line, a realm teeming with formidable foes. Many of you still lack the strength necessary for survival. While I do not expect every one of you to become a master, each must be capable of fighting for self-preservation. Thus, the Grand Line shall serve as your training ground. Observing their expressions, Cato is pleased with their resolve. He takes another sip and smiles at Law, saying, if you seek vengeance against Don Quixote Doflamingo, you must double your efforts. Doflamingo has become one of the 7 warlords, and his influence will only grow. To avoid being manipulated, you must seize every opportunity to strengthen yourself. Understood, Captain Cato, Law replies with a firm nod, tightening his grip on the longsword. Reflecting on Doflamingo, he coldly thinks, just wait, I will avenge Corazon. Bepo, behind Law, playfully demonstrates martial arts, exclaiming, I'm quite formidable, Captain. Bepo, you will team up with Law and Anna. You are of similar ages and can grow stronger together, as your current capabilities are still lacking. Cato nods at Bepo, acknowledging his potential, though noting that he is not yet formidable. Yes, Captain, Bepo replies obediently, his strong sense of hierarchy evident. However, Anna interjects with disdain, Brother Cato, I refuse to team up with this clumsy bear. Apologies. Beepo quickly lowers his head in embarrassment. As for the Felifiki brothers and Kinchk, you must also strive together, especially Kinchk, who needs to undergo physical training. Kato stands, ignoring Anna's complaints, and addresses them with a gentle smile. Marks, you can teach them the Marine 6 styles. They can choose which techniques to learn. Although Leichi possesses the silence fruit, upon entering the new world, she will encounter many wielders of observation hockey. Her fruit ability is likely to be discovered easily. So training her body and mastering the Marine 6 styles will ensure she can at least defend herself. The reason for grouping them is also due to Kato's recognition of the Felifiki brothers' proficient marksmanship during the last naval battle. They can develop their shooting skills together while providing mutual support. Absolutely, I want to avoid being sold like last time. Kinchk smiles subtly, unfazed by the prospect of future battles. As for Doma, Barry, and Sinbad, you have newly acquired abilities. It's time to work hard on developing them. Lest you forget the responsibilities of a fruit user. Kato teases them with a sip of his drink. Although I am not particularly enthusiastic about combat. This seems like an exciting journey ahead. Sinbad smiles and nods in agreement. Finally, for Marks, Selenka, Mona, and Leichi, I need not say much. Seek out opponents that suit you. How thrilling indeed. Selenka stands, confidently raising his fist toward the horizon, and then turns to train. Mona, the fierce woman, tightens her grip on her staff, eager for the battles to come. Marks continues to maintain his stoic demeanor, focused on swiftly awakening his armament hockey. Leichi remains absorbed in her writings, seemingly indifferent to the upcoming battles, as her current tasks occupy her fully. As for Teddy, well, whatever he chooses is up to him. Kato glances at Teddy, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This glutton possesses some strength, but has little interest in fighting. After some thought, Kato decides not to bother arranging anything for him. Perhaps the recent encounter with Trish and others has instilled a sense of urgency in everyone. In the days that follow, they diligently train and develop their abilities, demonstrating remarkable progress. Of course, this improvement is still modest. After all, the time for sailing is limited, and thus the training period is equally constrained. In contrast to the diligent training of a few, Kato and Teddy are evidently enjoying themselves daily. Hey, everyone! An unidentified creature has appeared ahead. A crew member stationed in the lookout spotted something and promptly shouted into the nearby microphone. Upon hearing the crew member's warning, curiosity sparked among all, prompting them to exit the ship, speculating about the nature of this mysterious entity encountered by the pirate. What is going on? Kato inquired as he stepped out. The pirate who had raised the alarm quickly descended from above, wiping the sweat from his brow and nervously stating, "Captain, I am uncertain of what it is, but it resembles a gigantic snail." Kato pondered briefly before issuing a command. Steer the ship closer to investigate. Immediately, a pirate dashed to the control room to maneuver the ship in the direction indicated by the crew member. Could it be a pirate ship? At that moment, Max, sauntering from the rear of the ship while puffing on a cigar, remarked lightly to the others, "Well, who knows if it is indeed a pirate ship? Perhaps it is a colossal sea creature." He mused. "I suspect a grand battle may ensue. Uncle Max, please don't compete with me for the opponent later." Anna exclaimed with excitement, as real combat is the most effective way to enhance one's skills. "Have you not grown weary after practicing with me all morning?" Law smirked at Anna. "Of course I'm tired, but I must strive not to lag behind." Anna, while not particularly powerful, possessed a determination to grow stronger that surpassed most aboard the ship. Kato was surprised to discover this facet of Anna. He contemplated intervening to dissuade her, but seeing her enthusiasm, he refrained from speaking. Even if a battle were to occur, he believed that with her fruit abilities and a bit of caution, she would be safe from peril. As Kato and his crew advanced towards the unknown, it was evident that the other party had also detected their presence and was sailing towards them as well. Soon, the two vessels drew near. As they approached, the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew discerned the other ship clearly, leading Reki to exclaim, "Wow, it truly is a snail, but such a massive one." This snail was indeed enormous. While the Freedom Wings was not small, it paled in comparison to this creature. "Look, there is a castle atop that snail." As they neared further, new discoveries unfolded. "Isn't that a transponder snail? There are words on it. What does 66 signify? Could it genuinely be a pirate ship?" The crew members exchanged uncertain glances. "Well, it seems our guests have arrived." Kato grinned broadly. "This is Germa 66. We have detected the Dragon and Phoenix pirate ship of Kato's crew." Just as Kato finished speaking, a booming announcement resonated from the snail. "Germa 66? What is that?" The crew, evidently unfamiliar with the term, expressed confusion. Upon initially hearing about a gigantic snail, Kato had speculated it might be them, and upon seeing the number 66, he realized his guess was accurate. Germa 66 was a formidable military organization in the North Sea. A scientific combat unit led by the Vinsmoke family and representing the Germa kingdom, with the current leader being Vinsmoke Judge. Kato was aware of them because their existence had already been depicted in manga prior to his crossing over. Judge was also one of the members of the former Baroque Works scientific team and a survivor. Kato was astounded that after encountering two members, he was now face to face with another. Could it be that fate was intertwining their paths? As the most powerful military organization in the North Sea, Germa 66 certainly possessed its strengths. Firstly, it was their scientific prowess. Having returned to Germa Kingdom, Judge applied the theory of genetic manipulation to lead his research team in life replication and enhancement projects, utilizing the genetic traits of several elite soldiers to clone warriors. All soldiers, having undergone modification and cloning, exhibited fearlessness and absolute obedience, thus forming the fearsome new Germa 66 army that struck terror into nations worldwide. Secondly, there was the massive transponder snail before them, also known as the Warhouse. It had the capability to traverse the Red Line, boasting formidable and efficient combat capabilities. Thus, the Germa Kingdom was a unique maritime nation without a fixed territory. Typically, they operated with dozens of ships independently, merging them to form a kingdom. The populace comprised predominantly of males, all soldiers, creating a military force that instilled fear globally. Germa 66. At that moment, both ships had come to a halt, their sails furled. Finally, figures appeared on the side of Germa 66. Though the distance made it difficult to discern their features, one could see a tall figure adorned with a golden helmet, long hair cascading down, and cloaked in white. Kato surmised that this must be Judge. Guests have arrived. Why not descend for a discussion? Kato called out loudly. Despite Germa 66's formidable reputation, they were not without flaws. They were demons of war yet lacked high-end combat strength, which made Kato unafraid of them. Naturally, with an invitation extended, Judge could hardly refuse, though proud and valuing strength. Often dismissing the weak and regarding his subordinates' lives with indifference, Judge was also a visionary aiming to unify the North Sea, and would not recklessly engage in battle with Kato and his crew. Their recognition of the Freedom Wings indicated that Kato's reputation was formidable, and they were certainly no weaklings. Furthermore, Germa 66 was not a pirate crew, but rather mercenaries, with no conflicting interests with the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Before long, Judge leaped down from the towering transponder snail, not alone but accompanied by a young girl. Upon closer inspection, Kato recognized her as Vinsmoke Reiju, Sanji's sister. Chapter 81. Memories. Sanji's childhood on the ship Wings of Freedom in the North Sea. Kato gazed at the petite girl before him, with her pink hair adorned by an adorable hairpin. She was merely a little girl under 12, possessing a mischievous little nose and a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes. However, Kato knew that Reiju would eventually blossom into a mature and captivating woman. The moment he laid eyes on Reiju, he was reminded of the beloved Chef Sanji from the Straw Hat Pirates in his past life. He wondered if Sanji had left his family by now. Thinking of Sanji, Kato recalled his culinary spirit and chivalric ideals, along with his notorious lechery, the comical scenes of him nosebleeding at the sight of beautiful women, and his unwavering pursuit of dreams. Have you heard of All Blue? Every time the legendary sea, said to gather fish from all four oceans, was mentioned, Sanji's face would light up with a childlike smile. During the battle against Enel and Skypiea, Sanji selflessly sacrificed himself to allow Nami to escape, casually telling Enel, "I was just about to ask you for a light." That excuse was rather flimsy, yet Kato nearly shed tears at that moment. In the Water 7 arc, he once told Chopper, "Only a man who can forgive a woman's lies is truly a man." In his fight against Califa from CP9, Sanji clearly outmatched her in strength. Yet he remained loyal to his principles, refraining from striking her multiple times, only to be defeated by her bubbles. After being bested by Califa and falling to the lower levels, he told Nami, "I would never kick a woman." In the Thriller Bark arc, during his battle with Absalom, he released the unconscious Nami, stating, "I cannot allow my blood to stain your pure white dress." During the confrontation with the new Fishman pirates at Fishman Island, upon witnessing Shirahoshi's tears, he declared, "A man who cannot wipe away a woman's tears is unworthy of being called a man." In the Dressrosa arc, despite being gravely injured, he held steadfast in his belief that the tears of the dancer Violet were genuine, stating, "Even if I am criticized by a million people, I will not doubt a lady's tears." In the floating restaurant, surrounded by dozens of guns, he insisted on feeding the villains, saying, "In that case, go ahead and shoot." I know they are bad people and don't need saving. However, as a chef, it is my duty to feed the hungry. These fragments of dialogue and imagery flashed through Kato's mind, and he realized that Sanji, as a chef, could not tolerate the waste of food. As a man, he could not abide disrespect towards women, and as a pirate, he would not endure doubts cast upon his comrades. Perhaps, in the eyes of women and within the world of pirates, he was the epitome of gentility, politeness, elegance, and charm. Yet, all these traits were rooted in his childhood experiences. Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge, an ambitious and mad scientist, not only modified and cloned elite soldiers for the nation but also altered genetic factors through scientific research to cultivate 5 children with inherently extraordinary physiques. Among them, the eldest was a girl, followed by 4 boys, with Vinsmoke Rage being the little girl and Sanji being the third among the boys. Regardless of gender, they all shared curly eyebrows. Unlike his siblings, who were determined to become Germa soldiers from a young age, Sanji harbored no ambitions for power. Instead, he displayed a sensitivity and passion for cooking that surpassed that of his brothers. This was a primary reason for his eventual departure from home. When his mother fell gravely ill, Sanji personally cooked for her, and although the family maid deemed his culinary efforts unworthy, his mother joyfully praised his cooking, deeply moving him. In his desire to see his mother smile more often, he began honing his culinary skills while training, yet ultimately, his mother passed away. Even after her death, his passion for cooking remained undiminished. However, the Vinsmoke family upheld the belief that royalty should not serve others, leading Sanji's actions to be targeted by his siblings. Aside from Reiju, as the 5 siblings grew, they exhibited the superhuman abilities granted by their modified genetics, while Sanji remained unchanged, deemed an ordinary person by the family scientists. Much to Judge's disappointment, Sanji, unable to accept the family's ideologies and methods, endured years of humiliation and bullying from his father and siblings, suffering the effects of long-term neglect and emotional abuse. Ultimately, he was confined in an iron mask and imprisoned in the dungeon for 6 months. During his time in captivity, he stumbled upon books from the family servants and learned of the mythical sea known as All Blue, where all culinary ingredients from the 4 oceans converged. This sparked his desire to venture out and refine his culinary skills. One day, unable to endure the chasm between his beliefs and those of his family any longer, Sanji escaped the family prison with Rage's assistance in pursuit of his dream to master cooking and find All Blue. When Judge encountered Sanji escaping from the prison, he not only made no effort to retain him but also derided him as a disgrace to the Vinsmoke family, demanding that Sanji no longer refer to himself as Judge's son after leaving the family. Sanji departed with Reiju's blessing and subsequently met Redleg Zeph, who began teaching him the art of cooking. It could be said that the only true kindness Sanji received from the Vinsmoke family came from Reiju. While he faced bullying from his brothers and abandonment from his father, it was the kind-hearted Reiju who made every effort to care for him and ultimately helped him escape from the Germa kingdom. Without Reiju, Sanji would not have had the opportunity to pursue his dreams. Due to Germa's 60SIX's formidable strength and mobility, they were often hired as mercenaries, which served as their primary source of income. Kato encountered them just as they were returning from a mission in the East Blue. Unbeknownst to Kato, it was during this operation that Sanji made his escape, explaining how a young boy could traverse such a vast distance from the North Sea to the East Blue. At that moment, Judge looked at Kato and remarked, "I never expected you to appear even younger than your actual age. Truly impressive." Kato's abilities at such a young age were unparalleled, even compared to Judge's genetically modified children, earning Judge's admiration. This piqued his interest in acquiring Kato's genetic lineage, though he knew it was impossible. Beside Judge, Reiju gazed curiously at Kato, though she did not know him. The sight of this young man elicited praise from her proud father, filling her eyes with curiosity. The fact that he was continuously looking at her made the young Reiju feel a bit bashful, prompting her to quickly hide behind her father. Chapter 82. Little lowly Reiju on board the Freedom Wing. Vinsmoke Gaji's voice interrupted Kato's reverie. Although it seemed a long time had passed, in reality, it was merely a moment of distraction for Kato. When Kato regained his focus, he noticed the actions of little lowly Reiju and was momentarily taken aback, quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." "Haha, no worries. After all, you are young." Gaji responded with a carefree smile. Kato, not dwelling on it, invited, "Come. Let us converse inside." However, unbeknownst to Kato, Gaji, despite his outward nonchalance, was contemplating numerous thoughts. Has Kato taken a fancy to Reiju? This speculation thrilled Gaji immensely. If that were indeed the case, he would gain a formidable ally. Moreover, Kato was only a few years older than Reiju, possessed an appealing appearance, and his prowess and influence were undeniable. Since they were both from the North Sea, it could be deemed a perfect match. Yet, Gaji understood that such matters should not be rushed. After all, his daughter was still quite young, and Kato had yet to venture into the new world. The future remained uncertain, and what if he were to perish? Thus, he could afford to wait until Kato had firmly established himself in the new world before considering a union, thereby minimizing the risks. It was not surprising that Vince Smock Gaji harbored such thoughts. One must remember that in a decade or so, to fulfill his dream of once again conquering the North Sea under the banner of Germa, he would need to forge blood ties to harness the power of Big Mom. Yet, Gaji was reluctant to send his beloved son into Big Mom's clutches. This brought to mind his other son, Sanji, whom he deemed worthless. And thus he pondered how to bring Sanji back as a living sacrifice to marry Big Mom as 35th daughter, BRLE, thereby establishing a blood connection. The reason Gaji was so reluctant to part with his cherished son was primarily due to the Charlotte family's clan rules, which mandated that those who married must join the Big Mom pirates. In contrast, Kato's arrangement would not bear such constraints, allowing his precious daughter to return to him. And he believed Reiju would not refuse. With such sentiments, Gaji led his daughter, unaware that her father had already resolved to find her a suitor, into the dining area alongside Kato and the others. Soon, Mona served everyone delectable desserts and beverages. Kato spoke first. I did not expect to encounter the legendary Germa Corps here. It is indeed an honor. Is Germa 66 not the so-called army of evil? Does it truly exist? As a resident of the North Sea, Feli had certainly heard of Germa. Indeed, standing before us is the head of the Vince Smock family, is it not, Mr. Gaji? Kato inquired with a smile directed at Gaji. Is it truly the Germa 66 Corps? Feiji also gazed at Gaji with trepidation. The others were puzzled by the fearful demeanor of the Fei Li brothers, their expressions filled with confusion. Haha, Gaji chuckled lightly, not denying it, but instead probing. I wonder how you possess such knowledge of our Germa kingdom. We have not met, have we? Kato had already prepared an excuse. Thus he replied candidly. Well, it's not something I cannot share. This is my devil fruit ability. Devil fruit ability, you say? Gaji murmured softly, then gazed intently at Kato. I did not expect you to be a devil fruit user as well. You have concealed it quite well. While it was of little concern whether or not Kato elaborated, he nonetheless added, Haha, it's not that I've hidden it deeply. It's simply that this ability is ill-suited for battle, so the Navy is naturally unaware. Gaji nodded at this. In his view, Kato, at such a young age, should not possess such profound cunning, and thus he believed Kato's words to be genuine. However, he suspected that Kato's ability was not as simple as he claimed. Perhaps it held extraordinary powers. Could he foresee the future? Gaji found Kato increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, while Kato conversed, two young girls of similar age, Anna and Reiju, began chatting. Anna introduced herself. Hello, I'm Anna. What is your name? Feeling a bit out of place since no one recognized her, Reiju was delighted to have someone speak to her, especially someone of a similar age, and replied, Hello, I'm Reiju. Are you a pirate too? Anna replied with pride, Of course. I'm quite formidable. I will surely become as famous as Brother Kato in the future. Reiju, surprised that Anna, at her age, was already a pirate, expressed her admiration. Anna, you are truly impressive. Seeing the admiration in Reiju's eyes made Anna blush with modesty, and she quickly replied, I'm just average. For Anna, Reiju was the first person to idolize her, greatly satisfying her self-esteem. Thus her fondness for Reiju grew, and she offered, Here, try this. Sister Mona's food is delicious. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it. Reiju was initially skeptical, having sampled countless delicacies in the palace, but upon taking a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, It's really delicious. At that moment, Kato turned his attention to Reiju, who was indulging in the desserts, and asked, Is this young lady your daughter? Gaji smiled. Indeed, this is my little girl Reiju. He then kindly turned to Reiju. Reiju, have you not had your fill of the many delicacies in the palace? Shouldn't you greet Brother Kato? Humph. It is indeed delicious, but I've grown tired of the palace food. She thought, yet obediently said to Kato, Hello, Kato. However, her greeting was tinged with resentment, as she blamed Kato for her father's insistence on calling him brother. It's all your fault that I want to call you brother. Kato noticed Reiju's apparent displeasure but remained unbothered, finding her quite endearing. He squinted his eyes, attempting to maintain a friendly demeanor. Reiju is very well behaved. No need to worry. I will have Mona prepare some extra desserts for you to take home. Reiju stood up excitedly and exclaimed, Really? Kato, you are so kind. Of course. How could I possibly lie to Princess Reiju? Kato replied, winking at Mona, while inwardly reflecting, I never expected Reiju to have such a fondness for sweets. After all, children are easily pleased. Although Mona was unaware of Kato's motives for appeasing the little girl, she found Reiju undeniably adorable and rose to prepare in the kitchen. Kato's intention in indulging Reiju stemmed from no ulterior motives. He merely found her kind and charming, believing she would grow into a great beauty and thus deserved a bit of extra care. Little lowly Reiju votes. Chapter 83. Conversations and departures on board the Freedom Wing. The crew engaged in lively discussions. Kato felt indifferent, yet his demeanor only served to reinforce Gaji's convictions. Observing with a smile, Gaji waited patiently for Kato to finish before inquiring, What are your plans for the future, my friend? Kato was taken aback by the question, but, after a moment's contemplation, replied, Naturally, I intend to venture into the new world, for that is the realm all pirates aspire to. Gaji appeared dissatisfied with Kato's response, pressing him further, Are you not also in pursuit of the Pirate King's treasure, the One Piece? Certainly not. I have no interest in the treasure of the Pirate King. My aim is to carve out my own reputation, to be revered and feared like the four emperors. Kato declared resolutely. His words ignited fervor among the members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, who clenched their fists in unison, filled with a shared belief that their aspirations would be realized. In truth, Kato had never harbored such ambitions since arriving in the world of the Pirate King. He was no Na'vi pirate, having previously articulated that he chose this path for freedom and adventure, with the desire to gain the strength to protect those close to him. He had never believed in the treasure that Roger spoke of. After all, none of Roger's crew had become wealthy. Even Buggy, who was notoriously greedy, was still scouring the world for riches. Rayleigh had often resorted to selling himself, suggesting that, even if the treasure existed, it was unlikely to consist of berries or gold jewels. Kato speculated that the true One Piece might be an ancient weapon or some secret weapon capable of toppling the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Kato's words, Gaji seemed pleased. Laughing heartily, Excellent. You possess ambition, and I believe you shall succeed. However, he quickly tempered his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. But Kato, you must understand that to become a figure like the four emperors, absolute strength alone is insufficient. Influence is equally essential. I am well aware of this, Kato responded confidently. I believe that as long as I possess strength, these matters will resolve themselves in due course. It is merely a matter of time. He recognized that relying solely on the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew would not suffice. However, he was certain that once he established a reputation, countless pirates would flock to him. With gradual development, success was inevitable. Yet Gaji shook his head. Indeed, your thoughts are valid, but you are being overly simplistic. Once you enter the new world, do you think you can quietly develop your influence? Will the four emperors permit this? They will not grant you the luxury of time. Even if you offend no one, your reputation pales in comparison to theirs. If I were a pirate, I would choose to ally with a four emperor rather than you. In this scenario, you will forever remain in their shadow. You make a compelling argument, but I believe opportunities will arise. Gaji's words indeed struck Kato like a thunderbolt. He realized that he had been somewhat presumptuous. However, as a time traveler, he was aware of the course of history and could afford to wait until Whitebeard's sacrifice to rise to prominence. Indeed, Gaji continued, but remember, fortune favors the prepared. Kato seemed to grasp the underlying implication in Gaji's words, asking, Oh, do you have any good advice for me? Gaji was pleased that Kato had caught on. Nodding in affirmation, certainly. Seek alliances with formidable powers. By doing so, no matter which of the four emperors you face, they will hesitate to act rashly, as they are wary of one another. This will afford you the necessary time to conquer territories and recruit talented individuals. Germa 66? Kato finally understood Gaji's suggestion. Realizing that their communication had been somewhat roundabout, Gaji acknowledged, indeed, they could significantly bolster your weaknesses. After all, when it comes to attacking islands, few are as adept as we are. However, he added, but to ally with us, the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew must first establish a foothold in the New World. Kato understood that these individuals were driven by self-interest. Just as Queen Stussy of the Pleasure District had been, so too was Gaji, albeit more forthright. Very well. I believe this will not prove difficult for me. Having come to this realization, Kato held no grievances, understanding that they too had their own considerations. He would likely act similarly in their position. With the confidence bestowed by his pendant's powers, he felt assured. Seeing that his words had not deterred Kato, Gaji recognized that Kato must have some hidden strengths. He smiled. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Otherwise, I would not have shared this with you. With the primary discussion concluded, they shifted to light-hearted banter. Kato inquired, how did you find yourselves here? Gaji replied, we happen to be in the East Blue for a few trading tasks and have just returned from the North Sea. Gaji showed no concern regarding his son's departure, which Kato found prudent to avoid questioning. If he were aware of Sanji, he wondered how Gaji would perceive him. Before long, the desserts from Muna were finally prepared. Once Reiju accepted them, Gaji stood, declaring, well then, since all is settled, I shall take my leave. Haha. Indeed, it is our honor to converse with the leader of the Vinsmoke family. You are always welcome to return, Kato invited warmly. Reiju, having shifted her perception of Kato, tightened her embrace around the dessert, cheerfully responding, yes, I will certainly come again, and thank you, Kato, for the dessert. I truly enjoyed it. At that moment, Anna felt a pang of reluctance towards Reiju, urging, Reiju, you must come. You cannot deceive me. Reiju, her large eyes sparkling, nodded fervently. Yes, yes. I will. Anna, you are so remarkable. You will surely achieve your dreams. Kato watched the two little girls with a smile, shaking his head in amusement at their unexpected attachment. Soon, on the ship's deck, Gaji turned to Kato, saying, Kato, when you make your name in the New World, I will send someone to contact you. I eagerly await that day. Kato responded enthusiastically, excellent. I, too, look forward to that day. Safe travels. Safe travels. Kato stood on the deck, watching as Gaji embraced Reiju and boarded the transponder snail. After they departed, he gazed out at the endless sea, his spirits soaring with ambition for the journey ahead. Turning to his crew, he declared, let us continue our voyage. Chapter 84, the final stop on the vast expanse of the North Sea. The ship Wings of Freedom glided slowly, having bid farewell to Jamar 66. After several days of sailing, as Sinbad had indicated, their next destination was Chang'an Island, marking the final juncture before entering the Grand Line. At this moment, on the deck of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates, Law stood amidst several crew members. With his palm facing the ship's deck, he conjured an incessantly swirling, hollow white vortex resembling a typhoon beneath his hand. Once the vortex had completed several rotations, Law softly intoned, room. At the utterance of his command, the typhoon-like vortex erupted, enveloping the nearby crew members in a hemispherical space. Butchery. After shrouding the individuals, Law unsheathed his sword and, with a series of deft motions in the air, he did not physically touch the crew, yet to their astonishment, their bodies were indeed cleaved in half. Despite the terror etched on their faces, remarkably, the crew members did not perish, nor did they experience any pain or bleeding from the severed parts. Law continued his actions, his fingers dancing with precision, and to everyone's shock, the dismembered bodies began to recombine, not returning to their original forms, but rather exchanging the severed sections among themselves. Law, how incredible! Exclaimed Beepo, his eyes sparkling with admiration. It was the first time Max had witnessed Law's abilities, and he quietly remarked, what a peculiar power. Meanwhile, Anna joyfully dashed around within the room space, circling the individuals who had been sliced, exclaiming, wow, what a fascinating ability, even more entertaining than mine. Room. Butchery was the first fruit power Law had developed after days of research. It allowed for the transformation of objects within the hemispherical or spherical space he created, enabling him to slice living beings or objects into pieces and subsequently reassemble them within his controlled area, all without causing death, pain, or bloodshed. Furthermore, Law could utilize this skill to help specific patients eliminate harmful substances from their bodies, effectively aiding in their healing. It also provided him with the ability to teleport into buildings that would otherwise be inaccessible, although Law had acquired his fruit ability no later than Anna. The surgery fruit was far from ordinary, presenting considerable challenges in its development and necessitating medical knowledge. Thus, it was only now that Law had barely begun to wield this power. Soon, the crew bore witness to the effects of his newfound ability, and despite their astonished expressions, even Law, known for his cunning, aloof, and rebellious demeanor, could not help but smile with pride. However, he soon realized his stamina was waning and quickly restored the crew members, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily as he mused. It appears this ability is quite taxing. The previously stunned crew erupted into laughter at his plight, realizing that even the most dashing figures can falter. Although Law understood their teasing was lighthearted, he felt a pang of embarrassment and retorted, "Humph. That was merely a preliminary experiment. I am still unfamiliar with it. I shall astonish you all in due time." The crew's laughter only grew louder, much to Law's vexation. Unlike the others, Cato recognized the remarkable feat Law had achieved in such a short time. Approaching him, he affectionately tousled the hat atop Law's head and praised, "Well done. You've not only gained combat capabilities but also the potential for healing. Keep it up." Regaining his composure, Law nodded earnestly, "I will, Cato." As a pirate enthusiast, Cato understood the enigma and potency of the surgery fruit. While Law had only scratched the surface of its capabilities, in the future, he could not only sever bodies but also separate the mind from the body within his spatial domain. If applied to multiple targets, it could even facilitate a transfer of consciousness. Moreover, Law's power could manipulate high-frequency electric shocks within his space, causing internal damage to those struck. The ultimate manifestation of his fruit's abilities was said to grant eternal life through a procedure that would result in the practitioner's demise, thus being dubbed the ultimate devil fruit, valued at an astounding 4 billion berries. However, such an extraordinary ability came with drawbacks. It could not be utilized before the special space was created, and using it drained physical stamina. The more vigorous the application, the more rapidly one's vitality would deplete, potentially even shortening one's lifespan. This was the source of Law's earlier embarrassment, as he was still young and his capabilities limited. The experiment with Law's abilities was but a minor interlude, a commonplace occurrence aboard the Wings of Freedom, as many crew members had recently acquired their own fruits and, lacking opponents or battles, sought assistance from one another to test their skills. Not only Law, but also Anna, Doma, and Barry were engaged in similar endeavors, showcasing the fruits of their collective efforts. Sinbad, however, remained an exception, as he had yet to uncover the practical applications of his fruit in combat, leaving the crew perplexed, including Cato, who found no mention of it in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and had never encountered it in his previous life. Thus, Sinbad was left to research it independently. Afterward, the crew dispersed, with some training, others researching, and many continuing to enjoy their time. Before long, the following day at noon, Cato and the others arrived at Chang'an Island. As the last port of call in the North Sea, Chang'an Island was merely an ordinary commercial isle, lacking the grand figures and astonishing legends of places like Logue Town in the East Sea. Consequently, their stop here was simply for a brief respite and supplies. Chang'an Island boasted a substantial harbor, and upon docking, Cato and the crew disembarked, making their way into town. Eager to acquire a superior sword, Law felt a pressing need to replace his previous, rather mundane blade, which had proven inadequate for his cutting prowess. Naturally, Chang'an Island offered an abundance of weapon shops. With Cato having no pressing matters, he decided to accompany Law, hopeful that they might indeed discover a remarkable blade. Chapter 85. Luo's New Weapon on Chang'an Island. The group swiftly entered the town, with the crew members exclaiming, "What a grand town." Meanwhile, Kink and Faley remarked, "Let's see if there are any fine weapons available." Mona led several chef assistants, stating, "This place is vast. There must be an abundance of excellent ingredients." Sinbad, brimming with excitement, added, "Perhaps there will be many beautiful women." It seemed he was somewhat nostalgic for Schwanfeng Island. Thus, upon entering the town, everyone diverged to pursue their own interests. Cato and Luo, accompanied by Bipo and Teddy, commenced their search for a weapons shop. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a weaponry establishment, where a sign depicting 2 crossed swords hung prominently. Cato was certain they had found the right place and stepped inside first. Upon entering, they were greeted by a plethora of swords and knives adorning the walls and tables. But the proprietor was absent. Cato encouraged Luo to begin selecting weapons while he surveyed the assortment. However, Cato soon discerned that the weapons hanging from the walls were rather unremarkable. It appeared that not everyone possessed the fortune of Zaro. Turning his gaze to Luo, he noticed the young man was perusing a selection of sword sheaths. It was worth noting that the swords housed within these sheaths were typically quite inexpensive. Shortly thereafter, Luo seemed to have found one he fancied. As he drew the blade, Cato beheld its full form. The sheath was adorned with small cross-shaped engravings, predominantly black in color, with a furry guard and decorative tassels made of rope tied at the top. Cato felt a flicker of recognition and mused. Could this be the blade that Luo later wields, known as Kikoku? At that moment, a rather unkempt old man appeared, presumably the shopkeeper. Upon noticing the presence of several customers, he quickly assessed the situation. Aside from the 2 animals and a child, Cato was the only one who seemed likely to purchase a weapon. especially since Kato was visibly armed as well. Naturally, Kato bristled at the notion of being treated as a mere tourist. The old man hastily waved his hands and clarified. My apologies, I was preoccupied. What type of weapon are you seeking? Certainly a fine sword, preferably a great sword or even a supreme great sword. Kato blurted out, clearly still harboring his earlier irritation. The innocent Beepo was momentarily taken aback by Kato's audacity, exclaiming, my goodness. The captain is demanding a supreme great sword from this humble shop. The old man, astonished by Kato's words, rolled his eyes and his complexion shifted dramatically before he managed a feeble smile, saying, please, do not jest. In a shop like ours, even if such rare items existed, we could not possibly retain them. Kindly do not put me in such a predicament. Meanwhile, Teddy, feeling that the old man was wasting their time, approached him and playfully mounted his legs, bouncing up and down. Yet Kato refrained from stopping Teddy this time, instead casting him an approving glance, which only incited Teddy to exert even more effort. The old man was left utterly dumbfounded, staring at this unusual creature engaging in such indecent antics. His face flushed as he looked at Kato and stammered, this. At this juncture, Kato, realizing that Teddy had vented his earlier frustration, suddenly signaled for him to cease while pointing at Luo, addressing the old man, it's not me buying, it's him. The old man turned his gaze to Luo, who eagerly approached with the blade in hand, exclaiming, Kato, this is the one. I can sense that this sword is exceptional, it feels just right. Before Kato could respond, the old man interjected in astonishment, are you truly set on purchasing this one? Luo, seemingly enamored with the blade, caressed it gently and replied, indeed. What is wrong with it? The old man inspected the sword and, with a tinge of regret, remarked, it is indeed a fine blade. But it is known as a cursed sword, Kikoku. Those who wield it seldom meet a favorable fate. I would advise you to choose another. If you were to perish because of it, I would feel responsible for your demise. Despite the old man's disheveled appearance, his character proved to be commendable, as he genuinely wished to guide Luo away from misfortune. Kato was taken aback to discover that Luo's chosen blade was akin to one wielded by Zaro, also a cursed sword. Kato, lacking knowledge of such legendary blades, had not realized their significance, though Zaro's swords were certainly the exception. Just as Kato contemplated advising Luo, he remembered that in the anime, Luo had faced no dire consequences wielding this sword, and thus opted to remain silent, allowing Luo to make his own decision. Meanwhile, Beepo, upon hearing that the sword was cursed, promptly urged, Luo, there are plenty of swords here, perhaps you should select another. I have heard that cursed swords bring misfortune. However, Luo disregarded Beepo's warning. Upon learning that the blade he coveted was indeed cursed, he displayed no signs of fear or disappointment. Instead, he gazed intently at Kikoku and declared resolutely, I know not of any curses, but I trust my instincts. I want this one. Old man, what is your price? Though young, Luo's life experiences had imbued him with a remarkable sense of autonomy, surpassing many adults in maturity. Observing this exchange, Kato opted to withhold any further comment. The old man, recognizing Luo's unwavering determination, was taken aback by such decisiveness from one so young. Gazing into Luo's eyes, he perceived a spark of potential that suggested this young man could indeed become a true swordsman. Thus, he cheerfully declared, originally, this sword was priced at 50,000 berries. But since you have taken such a liking to it, I shall gift it to you. Just promise me that if any misfortune befalls you, do not blame me. The old man's generosity shifted Kato's perception of him, who had previously harbored a sense of annoyance towards the old man. It was clear that appearances could be misleading. While the old man might look unkempt, he was indeed a principled businessman. Nevertheless, Kato still paid for the sword, as 50,000 berries was a modest sum. And given the old man's kindness, Kato felt it prudent to reciprocate rather than be stingy. Chapter 86, Aspirations. On Chain Island, at the weapons depot, Kato had just finished paying and was about to lead his companions out when an elderly gentleman suddenly called out to him. May I take a look at your two swords, dear guest? The old man inquired. Kato had originally been carrying 3 swords, but he had placed the ordinary one left by his grandfather in the captain's cabin, fearing it might be damaged in battle. Along with it, he had also stored away his grandfather's pocket watch with a photo and the jade pendant from his birth. These items were better kept safe, leaving him with only 2 swords. Kato did not refuse the old man's request, for he had long wished to learn the origins of the blades. So he readily handed them over. I was just curious about their provenance as well, haha. The old man examined the swords closely. Pulling one from its sheath for a thorough inspection, and did the same with the other. However, he shook his head as he scrutinized them. Kato, puzzled by the old man's gestures, quickly inquired, "Is there a problem?" The elder explained, "Not at all. I simply have limited eyesight and can only recognize one of them, this one, which should belong to the famed 21 craftsman, known as Izumino Kami Kanesada. As for the other, its origins elude me, but it too must have been crafted by a master. In my experience, I can tell that this one is undoubtedly on par with the best of the 21. Kato had not harbored much hope, especially since his mentor, Rayleigh, had failed to identify it. Yet, to his surprise, the old man recognized one sword, confirming its authenticity. It seemed that mastery indeed lay in specialization. As for the old man's self-reproach, Kato paid it no mind. He preferred to call it his eternal life sword. After thanking the old man, Kato exited the weapons depot with Law and the others. To his delight, this excursion had yielded significant rewards. Not only had Law acquired the cursed sword, Demon Cry, but Kato had also learned about one of his sword's histories. Upon leaving, the group did not return directly to the ship, as the day was still young. Instead, they strolled through the bustling town, where they witnessed throngs of people filling the streets. While wandering, they fortuitously encountered Mona and her companions, who had just finished purchasing ingredients. And together they returned to the ship, the Freedom's Wing. Soon, once everyone was aboard, the Freedom's Wing set sail once again, this time towards the Grand Line. However, they still needed to navigate through Reverse Mountain. Although they spotted Reverse Mountain quite quickly, its immense size meant that they sailed for quite some time. Reverse Mountain served as the gateway to the Grand Line and was an essential passage, aside from the Calm Belt. There were 5 rivers in total, 4 connecting to the 4 seas, and the 5th, which led to the Grand Line, could only be seen after navigating to the mountain summit. The 5 rivers of Reverse Mountain were not particularly wide, and the currents were swift. Without a certain level of sailing skill, one might find their vessel swept against the mountain's wall, leading to destruction. Despite having previously sailed against the current, the journey this time was equally perilous. Thus, even though Sinbad was an adept navigator, Kato urged everyone not to let their guard down. This was also why there were not many pirates in the 4 seas. After all, it was easy to leave but difficult to return. Countless pirates perished here each year. As for the scene in the anime where Mihawk pursued the Krieg pirates, Kato speculated that the Krieg pirates were attempting to return to the East Blue via the Calm Belt, while Mihawk was merely passing time there. Their paths crossed, leading to Mihawk's entanglement. Otherwise, how could Krieg navigate the river at Reverse Mountain? Furthermore, it was likely that Krieg's escape from the Calm Belt was due to Mihawk's boredom, prompting him to slay Sea Kings. "Hey, comrades, what are your aspirations?" Kato called out, gazing at the tumultuous sea and the nearby northern river of Reverse Mountain. Adjusting his colorful hat, he raised his voice, reminiscent of the Straw Hat Crew's oath. "For me, it is undoubtedly to become a formidable warrior capable of realizing the justice I hold dear." Mark stated coolly, taking a puff from his cigarette. "I wish to spar with all manner of skilled fighters." Solanka exclaimed, raising his fist with excitement. "My dream is to navigate the new world aboard the Freedom's Wing," Sinbad said, absent-mindedly ruffling his hair and confidently addressing the roaring sea. Having previously ventured to the new world but met with failure, he was certain this time would be different. "I hope to truly live freely, unbound by any person or power," Leichi whispered softly. "I aspire to be the strongest sniper," the alluring Kinko declared, her eyes gleaming as she confidently brandished her sniper rifle. "I want to find the legendary Albul," Mona said, her face alight with anticipation and dreams. "My dream is to embark on adventures across the globe," Barry proclaimed, cigar in mouth, with an air of grandeur. "I aim to become a pirate whom others both admire and fear," Doma said, seemingly recalling Sinbad's arrogance, glancing at him as he spoke. "For me, I wish to make my father and brother Kato proud," Anna declared proudly, tilting her head with a haughty expression. I don't have much of an aspiration. I just hope to follow Captain Kato forever," Philly said slowly, feeling a twinge of envy as others shared their dreams. However, his brother, Fiki, nodded in agreement. "My dream is to find a female bear," Beppo shyly admitted, finally voicing his thoughts. "I'm sorry, you are still a lecherous bear. Is that really an aspiration?" The delightful atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by Kato, who angrily punched Beppo, causing a sizable bump to form on his head. Woof, woof. Teddy couldn't contain himself and barked twice at the sea, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, revealing that he had no grand ambitions. In his eyes, it was likely that only female dogs and food mattered. "And you, Law?" Kato asked, rubbing his head in exasperation. Turning to face Law. "To become the pinnacle of strength, to avenge Corazon. Law's succinct words conveyed his deep-seated hatred for Doflamingo. From the original text, it was evident that Law disliked being ordered around, which was why Cato never commanded him. Once all the crew members had shared their aspirations, Cato couldn't help but reflect on the diversity of their dreams. "You haven't shared yours yet, Captain Demon," Law remarked with a hint of curiosity, his demeanor shifting back to his usual calm self. "Me?" Cato paused for a moment, flashing a smile. "If I don't want to be outdone by others, I, of course, aspire to be a figure akin to the four emperors, or even surpass them and dominate the new world." Chapter 1. The return to Twin Gorges. Upon the vast ocean, the ship Wings of Freedom sailed onward. As Cato articulated his aspirations, the crew was left in awe. While the idea of becoming one of the four emperors might not seem far-fetched, the ambition to surpass them and dominate the new world was a thought too bold for many to entertain. With eager anticipation, Cato addressed his companions, asking if they would accompany him on this journey, acknowledging that each of their dreams were unique. His enthusiasm was contagious, igniting excitement in the eyes of his crew. "Indeed, it does not conflict with my purpose," declared Marx without hesitation, a determined smile beginning to grace his face. "The environment of the new world is far more unpredictable than elsewhere. You will still require a navigator." Simbat chimed in, revealing his navigational chart with a flourish. Curiosity sparked in Muna as she wondered about the exotic ingredients that the new world might offer. "Of course, Captain, there seems to be no contradiction with my dreams." She smiled, her excitement palpable. "It sounds exhilarating. I shall follow the captain." Though their responses varied, they all echoed a consensus of agreement. Cato felt a swell of emotion at their willingness to embrace his vision. After all, he had merely suggested the idea of becoming one of the four emperors without outlining what the future might hold. Their simple agreement was profoundly moving. Finding trustworthy crew members was no easy task, and those he had found were partners he could rely upon. As they approached Reverse Mountain, Cato declared, "Prepare for action." He made his way to the bow of the ship, calling out, "I refuse to let my dreams end at Reverse Mountain. Set sail, my comrades." With Simbat directing the crew to navigate the helm, everyone busied themselves with various tasks. Some unfurled the sails, while others rushed to the engine room to shut down the power systems. As a result, the Wings of Freedom reduced its speed to a minimum, relying solely on the ocean currents to guide them toward the mountain. The unique topography and currents of Reverse Mountain often led to torrential rain. Amidst the storm, the crew steered the ship toward the ascending river channel, guided by the lighthouse's beam. As they neared the channel, the crew members dispersed across the ship, collaborating with those in the control room to navigate the Wings of Freedom safely into the rising waterway. "Ah, the Grand Line, I have returned," Cato exclaimed, standing at the bow and nodding approvingly at the towering rock formations ahead. At that moment, Marx and the others braved the sea breeze to join him at the front. From the summit of Reverse Mountain, the view of the Grand Line presented an endless horizon of white clouds melding with the azure sea, evoking a sense of serenity and wonder. Cato, captivated by the breathtaking scenery, mused on the allure of the pirate world, where countless marvels existed only in dreams. He wondered if they, like the Straw Hat crew, might encounter Laboon blocking their path. A chuckle escaped him at the thought of that remarkable whale. Before long, the Wings of Freedom drew closer to the Grand Line. The anticipated sight of Laboon did not materialize, only the occasional calls of whales echoed in the distance. With a sudden jolt, the ship emerged from the currents of Reverse Mountain and splashed onto the Grand Line, sending waves cascading into the air. Glancing towards the nearby Twin Gorges lighthouse, Cato promptly commanded the crew to steer the ship gently toward the beacon. Observing the crimson landmass from the shore, Rowe and the others expressed mild surprise, while Marx's seasoned crew remained unfazed by the sight. As the sun began to set, they anchored the Wings of Freedom near the lighthouse. To their astonishment, they beheld a scarred whale repeatedly ramming against the red earth, none other than Laboon. Perplexed, the crew wondered if the whale was attempting to end its own life. However, Cato chose not to elaborate, believing that sometimes discretion was the better part of valor. He instructed Muna and the others to prepare dinner, intending to rest briefly before venturing onto the crimson soil. Rowe, Anna, and Beppo, curious about their surroundings, soon turned their attention to the lighthouse. There, they spotted an elderly man lounging on a beach chair, adorned in a colorful shirt and shorts, reading a newspaper. This was none other than the former crewmate of the Pirate King, Crocus. Despite his advanced age, Crocus's flamboyant attire and headgear presented a quirky sight. As Cato and his crew approached, he remained unfazed, continuing to read. If I am not mistaken, you are from the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates, am I right? Only when Cato and his companions stood nearby did Crocus lower his paper and gaze at them. The distinctive cloaks of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates were unmistakable, and Cato's vibrant hat had become his trademark. Crocus, accustomed to reading the news daily, quickly recognized them. Cato, delighted to finally meet him on this return to Twin Gorges, felt relief wash over him, grateful that he had not missed this opportunity. Sitting down in front of Crocus, Cato introduced himself. Indeed, I am Cato, the captain of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates. The old man merely grunted in response, returning to his newspaper, seemingly disinterested. Cato felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had intended to engage in conversation with this cool character, but chose to remain patient and silent beside him. Eventually, Muna and the others finished preparing the feast, prompting Cato to rise and direct them to bring the food onto the Red Land. Why not eat on the ship? Muna questioned, puzzled by the choice to dine below. Hey, old man, care for a grand meal? You should know that you won't find such delightful cuisine here every day. Cato called out cheerfully to Crocus, ignoring Muna's protest. What do you seek from me? Crocus replied, eyeing Cato with a measured gaze. To be frank, I am just an ordinary old man. Do not waste your efforts. Lord Cato. Cato frowned at Crocus's apparent wariness. Old man, you really are overly cautious. Do you think our Dragon and Phoenix Pirates are so formidable as to warrant such suspicion? I apologize. Crocus conceded, realizing he had misjudged the situation. He nodded in acknowledgement of Cato's generous invitation, but his expression remained stoic, lacking warmth. Hey, old man, I hear there's a whale named Laboon around here, right? Cato approached with a sizable piece of meat, offering it to Crocus. I happen to know someone who might interest you. Care to listen? Brooke? At the mention of the name, Crocus's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face reflecting astonishment. You have truly encountered him? Where is he? Grasping Cato's arms firmly, he exclaimed loudly, I must admit, I have never encountered such a situation. Yet, I am indeed aware. Cato remained unfazed, internally acknowledging the old man's prowess as a member of the Pirate King's crew. The way he instinctively infused his hands with hockey indicated that he was certainly a formidable opponent. He is dead, Cato remarked, curling his lips slightly as he subtly unleashed his hockey, forcefully shaking off Colex's grip. Shaking his head, he replied slowly, Dead? Dead? Kid, are you jesting with the old man? Colex stared at Cato, visibly perturbed by the revelation. Indeed, he is dead, Cato thought to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction at the old man's reaction. You thought you could act cool and disregard me. How infuriating. He chuckled, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he continued, but he is still alive. Kid, speak plainly. Colex began to comprehend that Cato was intentionally toying with him, so he chose to ignore the banter. He took the meat that Cato offered and settled into a chair, consuming it leisurely, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Though I have never met him, he is indeed deceased. However, I did not anticipate that he was the wielder of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, which has granted him resurrection. Cato rolled his eyes, eager to move past the topic. Although he has come back to life, he is merely a skeleton now. The Yomi Yomi no Mi. A skeleton? Colex's expression shifted as understanding dawned upon him, followed by a frown as he questioned, Wait, you mean a living skeleton? How intriguing. Cato recalled the animated scenes where characters would peek at the colors of a lady's undergarments whenever they encountered a beautiful woman, finding it amusing. Yet, he was currently trapped in a place from which he could not return. But worry not. He will be fine. Eventually, someone will come to rescue him. Colex fell into contemplation, suddenly perplexed. You claim to have never seen him, yet how do you know so much? Are you trying to deceive this old man? Cato rolled his eyes. If I were to deceive anyone, it would be a beautiful lady, not waste my time on you. With a blend of sincerity and jest, he added, Do you doubt my words? This is my devil fruit ability, and you should know that predicting these matters cost me my lifespan. You ought to be grateful rather than question me. Colex did not waver in his skepticism, responding defiantly, Why should I trust you? You are a stranger. Why would you expend your life for an old man like me? With that, he fixed his gaze intently on Cato. Chapter 2. Target Drum Island. At this moment in Twin Gorges, Cato was still entangled with Kureha, though he felt quite helpless. In Cato's eyes, Kureha was indeed no ordinary character. His thoughts were remarkably intricate, and his experience was profound. It is often said that with age comes wisdom, and this appeared to hold true. It seemed that no matter what Cato said, Kureha would remain skeptical. Therefore, Cato decided to forego any further circumlocution and stated directly, My master is Rayleigh. I have long known your identity. You are the ship's doctor of the pirate king, Kureha. Cough, cough. What? You are the disciple of that old coot Rayleigh? Kureha nearly choked on a piece of meat, exclaiming dramatically. Otherwise, do you believe this revelation would convince that whale of yours to cease its assault on the red line? Cato nodded, glancing at Laboon, who was preparing to strike the red line. Laboon? Kureha immediately comprehended, rushing towards Laboon while shouting, Laboon. Brooke is still alive. Stop now. Upon hearing this, Laboon turned abruptly, his eyes brimming with tears as he emitted thunderous whale calls. Laboon, do you see that person? He can deduce Brooke's whereabouts. Rest assured. Brooke has not died, nor has he forgotten you. He will return to find you. Kureha reassured Laboon with a gentle pat on the head, exclaiming with relief, Trust me. I can feel he is not deceiving me. With a resounding cry, Laboon arched his back and swiftly dove underwater, occasionally surfacing like a dolphin, though his massive size prevented him from leaping from the sea. Hey, Cato, I truly owe you my gratitude for this news. And thanks to Rayleigh for taking on such a fine disciple. By the way, your chef's skills are indeed impressive. Could you spare me another piece? Kureha remarked lightheartedly, observing Laboon frolicking in the ocean. Of course, let us go together to enjoy a meal. I was just about to pose a question to you, Kureha. Cato said with keen interest. Once they settled down again, Cato inquired, Why is it that, aside from you, Master Rayleigh, Shinx, and Buggy, the other members of the Roger Pirates seem to have vanished without a trace? Well, I am not certain. Perhaps those old fellows have chosen to live in seclusion like Rayleigh and me. Kureha did not find Cato's question surprising. He likely asked Rayleigh, who may have either withheld information or simply did not know, prompting him to seek answers from Kureha instead. Nonetheless, I believe they are watching this world. Perhaps one day, they will reappear. Kureha mused nostalgically, gazing into the distance. Cato scoffed, internally deriding that was as informative as silence. He shrugged and took a sip of soup. Cato, are they your new companions? They seem quite impressive. Kureha said, casting his gaze towards the other members of the Dragon Phoenix Pirates after sipping his fine wine. Indeed. They are exceptional. Otherwise, how could they be my companions? Cato laughed heartily, sipping his drink while surveying everyone with satisfaction. Cato, this old man seems to be quite a formidable character, remarked Marks, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Kureha and subtly reminded Cato. Of course, he is the ship's doctor on Roger's ship. Moreover, he is skilled in hockey. Cato nonchalantly disclosed Kureha's background, dismissing Marks's caution. Does that make him a companion of Rayleigh? Marks smiled slightly, nodding before finding a seat elsewhere. Cato, you don't intend to turn this old man into a wanted criminal, do you? Kureha jested, raising an eyebrow at Diamond. Oh, by the way, Ro, you could discuss medical techniques with this old man. His expertise is quite renowned. Cato remarked, turning to Ro. He is your doctor? It is quite hard to tell. Kureha glanced at Ro with disappointment, perceiving him merely as a wayward youth based on his attire. Ro, being quite proud, was about to seek advice but immediately retracted his words upon Kureha's remark, choosing instead to focus on his meal. Understanding Ro's temperament, Cato did not press the matter. He knew that staying there for long would yield little learning, so he allowed Ro to be. How is your master faring? And what of Shaki? Kureha inquired, taking a bite of roasted meat. Upon hearing Kureha's question, Cato felt a pang of longing for his mentors and replied with a smile. Master is in excellent health. I have never defeated him in combat. He is currently residing on Sabaody Archipelago with Aunt Shaki, who is opened in and specializing in information trading. Master has become quite carefree, often disappearing for long periods while gambling, which drives Aunt Shaki mad. Haha. Kureha burst into hearty laughter, seemingly reminiscing about their adventurous past, teasing, I never imagined Rayleigh would still be that gambling addict. Haha. Cato nodded in agreement, appreciating Kureha's jest. If you ever have the chance, do visit them on Sabaody Archipelago. They would surely be delighted. I shall. Kureha expressed his yearning for his comrades, though he was uncertain when they might reunite. After finishing his meal and sipping fine wine, Cato turned to Kureha and asked, Elder, do you know of any method to permanently remove scars? Cato had wanted to ask Kureha this question last time, and now he finally had the opportunity. Raichi, overhearing Cato's inquiry, perked up, nervously watching Kureha, fearing he might reveal something. Oh, are you wishing to remove the celestial dragon mark from your body? Kureha, recalling Cato's past as a captive, naturally assumed this was his intention. No. Although I was captured, I managed to escape before receiving the mark. I am seeking a solution for my companions, who are women, so I hope there will be no lasting scars. Cato clarified quickly, realizing Kureha had misunderstood. He primarily sought remedies for Hancock and the three sisters, as they were particularly concerned about the mark. Correa pondered for a moment before shaking his head. While my medical skills are exceptional, I am not proficient in this area. However, I can recommend you consult Correa from Drum Island. She should excel in this field. After all, that old woman has lived for over 100 years. Drum Island, Cato murmured to himself, then resolved, very well, our next destination shall be Drum Kingdom. Cato had long avoided the future path that Luffy would take, but for Hancock and Raichi, it seemed necessary to make the journey. Raichi initially displayed disappointment upon hearing Correa's inability to help, but upon learning of the recommendation, her eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she gazed at Cato. Filled with gratitude for his decision, though Cato had been trying to avoid significant alterations to the course of history, witnessing Raichi's expression reminded him of Hancock. And some matters were simply unavoidable, leading him to set aside his worries. As the sky darkened with the approach of dusk, everyone had eaten their fill. Cato and the others quickly tidied up their belongings and proceeded to the ship, the Freedom Wing. Cato even made a point to leave Correa a generous supply of delicacies and fine wine, ensuring he would enjoy them for a considerable time. Greetings, esteemed Khaleesi. Until we meet again. With the propulsion system activated, Cato stood at the bow of the ship, waving a farewell to Khaleesi. Indeed, I look forward to that day. Please extend my regards to your master and the others. Khaleesi shouted back, waving his hand. Before long, the ship, Freedom's Wings, gently departed from the shore, sailing towards the Grand Line. As the ship moved away, a creature named Labu trailed behind, howling in gratitude towards Cato, bidding farewell to Freedom's Wings. Cato glanced at Labu with a sense of nostalgia before casting his eyes upon Teddy, who reclined nonchalantly with his legs crossed. The disparity between the two pets was indeed striking. After bidding goodbye to Khaleesi and Labu, Cato made his way towards the captain's cabin. Hey, Cato, which route do you think we should take next? Should we use the eternal pointer or the record pointer? Not far from him, Sinbad approached, holding both pointers. Which route to take? Cato furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before reaching a resolution. Of course, we shall use the record pointer. As for the route, let us choose the path to Magnet Drum Island. Cato harbored intentions behind this decision. While the eternal pointer was commendable, it lacked the spirit of adventure. Utilizing the record pointer to navigate through the new world would undoubtedly foster the crew's growth. I understand. Although the unknown poses dangers, it also brings excitement. I knew you would choose this. Sinbad chuckled heartily, taking the record pointer and heading towards the cabin. What is that? Inquisitively. Kinka and the others pointed at the eternal pointer, genuinely unfamiliar with it. This is the nautical map of the Grand Line. The magnetic discrepancies in the Grand Line are vast, rendering standard nautical maps ineffective. Only this magnetically guided pointer can discern direction and facilitate navigation through the Grand Line. Cato patiently explained to them, recalling how Luffy and his companions had been equally clueless when they first arrived in the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, Kinka nodded, refraining from further questions. This topic did not pique her interest. Her continuous grip on her sniper rifle revealed her true passion. Now, allow me to share some heartfelt thoughts that readers must see. I initially hesitated to respond to certain comments, but I felt compelled to dedicate a chapter to address them. Although the performance of this book is lacking, and I myself feel a loss of motivation in writing, there are points that must be articulated. First, some have expressed disagreement regarding the protagonist's impressive abilities at a young age, deeming it somewhat unrealistic. However, one must consider that the protagonist is aided by a jade pendant. If progress were exceedingly slow despite such assistance, what would be the purpose of a golden finger? If we are to discuss abnormalities, how about Doflamingo, who was exceptionally formidable at a young age? Why not address Oda about that? Second, some have labeled this as a typical Dragon Slayer novel. Who is Dragon Slayer? I am unfamiliar. Yet I can assert that all fanfictions tend to be gratifying tales. If any exist that deviate from this, please enlighten me. If you seek depth, you have ventured to the wrong place. Kindly take your leave. Third, it is astonishing that some claim the protagonist is subjected to torment, unable to continue reading. I must inquire, how many chapters have you read to arrive at such a conclusion? Fourth, there are those who assert this is yet another harem story. I can confirm. Indeed, it is a harem narrative. Therefore, if you dislike it, it would be best to refrain from seeking discomfort here. I have a fondness for many female characters in One Piece, hence my decision to write this. I shall ensure that they do not endure the original tragedies. This is also one of my motivations for writing One Piece fanfiction, albeit it will not be excessive. Furthermore, while it is a harem, I assure you that I will not portray the female leads as inept. Lastly, I wish to express that I am open to feedback from those who genuinely appreciate the work and have read it thoroughly. However, for those who have barely glanced at it or have not read it all before casting judgment, I can only advise you to depart swiftly, lest we inflict harm upon one another. I do not seek anything from you, nor have I demanded anything. So, if you find this unappealing, pursue the books that resonate with you instead of seeking validation here. No author can fulfill every reader's expectations, so if it captivates you, enjoy it. If not, there is no need to linger. Finally, I would like to extend my gratitude, as this book has now reached 200,000 words. Thank you to the readers who have consistently supported me. I also welcome further suggestions. As for the daily updates of 6,000 words, I hope for your understanding. Thank you all. Chapter 3. Arrival at Little Garden. Not long after departing from Clock and Laboon, darkness descended upon the seas of the Grand Line. The ship, the Wings of Freedom, continued its swift voyage, retracing a path previously traversed on foot. Their first destination was, naturally, Whiskey Peak. The night passed in silence, and by dawn the following day, Cato and his crew arrived. However, the reality was far removed from Cato's memories. In his recollection, Whiskey Peak was a quaint town welcoming pirates, nestled between two mountains at their base. The truth, however, revealed it to be a haven for bounty hunters and a subordinate branch of the notorious criminal organization Baroque Works. They had congregated, lured by the bounties placed on pirates venturing into the Grand Line. Many inexperienced young pirates fell prey to their schemes, and atop the mountain resided former Baroque Works agents, bounty hunters Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. At this moment, Whiskey Peak appeared to be an ordinary town. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, had only recently attained that status, making the establishment of Baroque Works unlikely at this time. Thus, Cato and his crew merely replenished their supplies before preparing to set sail once more. However, a pressing issue arose. They needed to charge their log posts. While having a log pose alleviated concerns of losing their way, each island possessed unique magnetic fields, necessitating a period of local anchorage to fully charge the log pose before it could point to the next island. Should they reach an alternative island without fully charging, the magnetic data would be overwritten. Some islands required extended periods for charging, and should they wish to avoid waiting, they would need to utilize a permanent log pose to reach the designated island, thus replacing the magnetic charge before proceeding. Fortunately, Whiskey Peak required only half a day for this process. Their next destination, however, Little Garden, would necessitate a full year of charging, prompting them to procure a permanent log pose to Magnetic Drum Island. Yet, such matters were of little concern to Cato. Despite Sinbad's somewhat dubious character, he was diligent when it came to business. Once everything was settled, the crew set off again, their sights set on Little Garden. Within the Grand Line lies an ancient island, a remnant of the prehistoric age, teeming with dinosaurs. For the inhabitants, this island was akin to a quaint little garden. Thus, it was named Little Garden, a title popularized by the writings of the adventurer Lewis Anroth. Cato was well aware of the peculiar history surrounding this name. 90 years ago, in the year 1420 of the sea calendar, 2 captains of the giant pirate crew, Dory and Broggy, commenced a duel on Little Garden, competing to see who could capture the largest prey. The crew ultimately disbanded, and its members returned to their homeland, Elbath, the legendary village of giants. Over time, the reasons behind their duel faded from memory, leaving only the knowledge that they fought for honor and the favor of the gods of Elbath. The giant race, akin to the fishmen, belongs to the non-human entities of this world. However, they are more human-like, simply magnified versions of humanity. A single giant is a formidable force on the battlefield, capable of instilling fear in half of their foes merely by charging forward. Dory and Broggy, being exemplary giants, had already been placed under a bounty of 100 million berries long before, and after 90 years of rivalry, their skills had undoubtedly reached unparalleled heights. To allow such formidable beings to exist unchecked upon Little Garden would be a tremendous waste, yet Cato harbored no illusions of overpowering them. His purpose in coming here was not to subdue the giants, but rather to provide himself and his crew an opportunity for training. After all, Little Garden was an ancient island, home to many powerful beasts and nearly extinct dinosaurs, an opportunity too good to be missed. After 2 days of sailing, the Wings of Freedom finally approached this storied isle. Max gazed at the enormous island before him, taking a puff from his cigarette. Is this truly Little Garden? Solonika immediately retorted, hardly small. Mona, equally perplexed, added, this island is nothing like its charming name suggests. It appears more like a hidden realm. Suddenly, A thunderous sound erupted from within the island, akin to the roar of a volcano. The sheer magnitude of the noise indicated that whatever produced it was colossal. Is this the sound one would expect from an ordinary island? Surely, there are no monsters lurking, are there? Raichi exclaimed in terror. Anna, standing beside Kato and clutching his arm nervously, chimed in, indeed. The dense foliage all around looks terrifying. Can't we just head straight to the next island? Seeing the apprehension on their faces, reminiscent of Luffy's crew's first landing, Kato couldn't help but chuckle. In response to Anna's suggestion, he replied, we could. But since we are already here, how could we not take a look inside? I am quite intrigued by those two giants. Yes, from here, we can see many unfamiliar plants. Perhaps there are even rarer ingredients within. Mona expressed her enthusiasm for the mysterious island. Who knows, could there be mother bears? At that moment, Beepo hesitated, his expression troubled, clearly implying something ominous. You ridiculous bear. If you dare to think of mother bears again, I shall ensure you regret it. Understood? Raichi shot back, her mood darkening as she aimed to punch at Beepo, subsequently brandishing a dagger with a menacing demeanor. I apologize, Beepo replied, his expression filled with shame. Cough, cough, cough. Raichi, could you perhaps behave a bit more ladylike? Kato said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, trying to quell Raichi's antics, especially those that posed a threat to the male crew members. Do not worry, Captain Kato. Even if it comes to that, I possess the means to retrieve him. Law, seated at the edge of the deck, waved his left hand dismissively, a smirk forming on his lips. Unbeknownst to them, Law also harbored such a wicked sense of humor. Sinbad, the oldest among the crew, cautioned Kato, while it may be permissible to explore, we must all remain vigilant. This is the grand line. We must not let our guard down. Indeed, Sinbad is correct. I must warn you, this island is home to giants and dinosaurs. Do not venture off alone. Kato echoed the sentiment. Giants? Dinosaurs? Chapter 4. The Giants. On the Grand Line, aboard the ship Freedom Wing in the Little Garden. Giants? Dinosaurs? Woof. Everyone was left speechless by Kato's words. Both were legendary creatures, spoken of but never seen. However, apart from Marx and Solanka, who were also accompanied by Teddy, Marx had encountered a vice admiral at the Navy headquarters, while Solanka had seen countless races in the New World, being the most unique of them all. The difference between the two was that Marx remained remarkably composed, while Solanka was filled with eager anticipation for the opportunity to engage with the giants. As for Teddy, upon hearing about the dinosaurs, he nearly drooled, and it was clear to everyone what he meant. Kato found himself at a loss for words regarding this glutton. After briefly discussing the situation on the island, particularly the tales of the two giants, everyone began to understand Little Garden better, their previous fears somewhat alleviated. Subsequently, the Freedom Wing found a suitable place to anchor, and Kato and the others had barely disembarked when a deafening roar echoed, startling everyone. Boom! The volcano on Little Garden erupted, serving as a signal for the true clash of warriors as the Blue Ogre Dory and the Red Ogre Brogy wielded their distinctive weapons. The sword of Tralise and the axe of Brew, commencing an awe-inspiring duel. In that moment, the immense destructive power of the giant race was unmistakably revealed. Each clash of sword and axe produced visible sound waves that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Their colossal forms shifted with agility, sending birds and beasts scattering, trees bending, and the very landscape transformed in an instant. Although the crew had learned about this from Kato beforehand, they were still captivated by the exhilarating battle that unfolded before them. What colossal beings! Young Anna gasped in astonishment. What kind of battle is this? Both sides targeted vital points, aiming for a swift kill. These two titans were undoubtedly of strength beyond the level of 100 million. Marx declared, it is hard to fathom that such a battle has persisted for a full 90 years. What could they possibly be fighting for? Reiji pondered, both shocked and bewildered. This is a battle of true men, Kato remarked, likening it to each of them bearing a flag called warrior emblazoned upon their chests, a flag more precious than life itself. It is this very flag that has compelled them to engage in combat for 90 years. Do you understand? This is a battle of honor among warriors. A battle of honor among warriors? Reiji seemed to struggle with the concept. Yet, standing beside her, Solanka appeared to resonate with the sentiment. His eyes gleamed. And though he remained silent, an aura of fervent battle intent emanated from him, difficult to gaze upon directly. Battle intent? It bore a striking resemblance to the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Witnessing this, Kato's thoughts raced like a shooting star. He turned to Solanka with exuberance, saying, it seems that before long, these two will conclude their duel. Salanka, when that moment arrives, you and I shall invite them over. Such valiant warriors deserve to share a drink with us. Salanka's battle fervor momentarily waned, replaced by anticipation. He was captivated by the spectacle and longed to engage with them in combat. Naturally, he would not hesitate to invite them. As for the rest, feel free to explore. But do not forget to prepare fine wine. Uncle Marx, you shall be responsible for bringing back ample food. We shall feast on roasted meat today. With those words, Cato dashed toward the battlefield. What an extraordinary battle! Salanka murmured in admiration, his form suddenly flickering as he leapt with lightning speed, vanishing into the jungle in pursuit of Cato. At last, both giants, utterly exhausted from their relentless struggle, had no strength left to spare. Ahahaha, the 779th round. Brogy announced, crashing to the ground. Oh hee, a draw for the 779th time. Just as he finished speaking, Dory also collapsed. Truly, these two are the epitome of warriors. I am in profound admiration. Might I be fortunate enough to share a drink with you? At that moment, Cato and Salanka appeared beside Dory and Brogy, extending their invitation. The two giants, who had just moments ago been utterly fatigued, instantly sprang to their feet, warily eyeing Cato and Salanka. Though they appeared somewhat naive, their instincts as warriors were keen. They sensed that these two were not to be underestimated. Who are you? Dory inquired, puzzled. Haha. Cato, noticing their vigilant expressions, realized he had been abrupt. They had just finished a duel. Thus, he explained, I apologize for my intrusion. I am Cato, captain of the Dragon Phoenix Pirates, and this is Salanka. We were deeply impressed by your battle and wish to befriend you. Oh hee. Ahahaha. The giants, known for their simplicity, broke into broad smiles at Cato's words, joyfully exclaiming, Pirates are wonderful. Making friends is even better. We giants absolutely love making friends. Before long, accompanied by thunderous footsteps, the two giants followed Cato and the others to the Freedom Wing. At that moment, Mona, Marx, and the rest had prepared fine wine and roasted meat, the latter consisting of dinosaur flesh, which greatly pleased Teddy. Indeed, there is fine wine and dinosaur meat. Ah, and, of course, good friends. Hiya. The two giants, having caught the scent of the wine, twitched their nostrils, one drooling profusely. The wine was purchased by Cato from Whiskey Peak, at a time when the crew was unaware of the captain's intentions for such a large quantity. Now it all made sense. Thanks to the captain, otherwise, the usual meager supply of alcohol would have been woefully insufficient for the two giants. Many marveled at the captain's enhanced abilities. Cato laughed heartily, saying, Gentlemen, please do not hold back. I have plenty of fine wine. Drink to your heart's content. The giants have three loves: to befriend strong beings, to engage in fierce battles, and to indulge in robust wine. Cato understood their nature well. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. He intended for everyone to train here for a while, and naturally, he needed to befriend the two giants. After a hearty feast of drink, everyone was in high spirits, including the giants, who, having expended considerable energy in battle, soon succumbed and collapsed. Cato and the others, wishing to keep the giants company, also found themselves nearly intoxicated, with Cato scarcely aware of how he fell asleep. During the drinking festivities, when Cato mentioned leading everyone in training for a time, the giants were naturally ecstatic. Visitors were rare in Little Garden. Moreover, when Cato suggested that they join as sparring partners, they readily agreed. After all, they were born warriors. Besides, now that Cato and the others had become friends, they would never refuse. Chapter 5, The Cultivation in the Little Garden and the Grand Line. Cato and his crew arrived at their second island, the Little Garden. The following day, Cato awoke at noon, just in time to join everyone for lunch. After a brief tidying up, he indulged in a hearty meal, realizing he had scarcely eaten the previous day, having only consumed alcohol. While dining, he noticed that the two giants were no longer present and inquired about their whereabouts. He learned that they had left in the morning but had informed the crew that they could visit them at any time. With that, Cato resumed his meal. After lunch, Cato enjoyed a cold drink and summoned everyone to discuss their upcoming training regimen. Once assembled, he declared, This island is exceptionally suited for cultivation, so I have decided that we will train here for a while before setting off. The crew, already aware of Cato's decision, voiced no objections. With no pressing matters at hand, they felt no urgency and were committed to training diligently. As for their training methods, the island was home to a variety of formidable beasts and dinosaurs, providing ample opportunity to seek suitable opponents. However, They were cautioned to remain vigilant as many venomous creatures also inhabited the area. Kato advised those with lesser abilities to team up for mutual support, emphasizing, "I must stress that we should avoid killing them. Our goal is to hone our skills, not to annihilate." Sipping his cold drink, Kato continued, "Max and Selenka, you may seek out Dori and Bragi for training, while others can also approach them for guidance." Once the meeting concluded, the crew swiftly ventured into the forest to commence their training. Kato's words soon manifested as they delved deeper, encountering colossal beasts along the shore, including tigers comparable in size to the Mary. Enormous birds soared overhead, their wings casting shadows upon the ground, representing unnamed species. The crew was electrified with excitement, eagerly seeking worthy adversaries. Doma, Mona, and Barry also observed the unfolding events, but after dispatching their respective foes with ease, they chose to press onward. Before long, they encountered the dinosaurs Kato had mentioned, Tyrannosaurus rex, pterosaurs, and various ancient species, leading to fierce battles. Amidst the combat, they seized the opportunity to gather resources, for this land was a veritable treasure trove. Mona, for instance, carried a pouch, tirelessly foraging for edible rare ingredients. Meanwhile, Ro, Anna, and Bepo collected medicinal herbs during their intervals of rest. Barry led several shipwrights, meticulously observing the local timber to identify any unique species with special properties. Max and Selenka, adhering to Kato's instructions, sought out Dori and Bragi for practice. Even from afar, Kato could sense the residual energy of their clashes, hinting at the intensity of their duels. Kato harbored no concerns for Selenka, but he did caution Max to minimize his use of his devil fruit abilities. Only through genuine hand-to-hand combat could he swiftly awaken his haki. Although Max was a promising former naval captain with commendable physical prowess, he had focused on honing his devil fruit abilities in recent years without awakening his haki. This time would reveal if he could seize the opportunity. Kato, meanwhile, was not idle. He led Reiji and Teddy through the island in search of powerful dragon species for Reiji to absorb their abilities. This locale was a veritable paradise for Reiji's devil fruit powers. Although she had always been reluctant to engage in combat, such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed, especially under Kato's guidance, allowing her to reap the rewards effortlessly. While Reiji had absorbed numerous animal abilities on Dawn Island, the two experiences were distinct. The former primarily involved technological capabilities, while this island was populated by colossal, powerfully built creatures relying on their physical attributes. As Kato traversed the forest with Reiji, he showered her with care and affection, a reflection of their long-standing companionship. She had been one of his earliest followers, diligently managing the ship's affairs. Kato could never forget the first time he witnessed the despair in her eyes, a memory that etched itself in his mind and deepened his compassion for her, treating her with the tenderness of a protective brother. Whenever they encountered formidable creatures, Kato would effortlessly incapacitate them using his Conqueror's haki, ensuring that his crew refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering these rare beings. He allowed Reiji to absorb their abilities, resulting in remarkable efficiency. Teddy, too, was elated, as many of the species here were ones he had never encountered on Amazon Lily. He leaped about the enormous dinosaurs, even communicating with them in a language Kato could not comprehend. Notably, Teddy climbed atop the long-necked dinosaur, provoking it, which inevitably incited chaos among the herd. However, Teddy's speed proved advantageous, allowing him to evade any repercussions, much to Reiji's dismay. Kato anticipated trouble with Teddy, yet he understood the boy's capabilities and felt little concern. After assisting Reiji in absorbing a Tyrannosaurus's abilities, Teddy returned, exuberantly boasting about his earlier exploits, lamenting that Kato and Reiji had missed the spectacle. Kato chose to ignore Teddy's boasting, knowing that the more he engaged, the further Teddy would revel in his own bravado. Reiji, too, offered him no favors, and soon enough, Teddy quieted down. Thus, the day slipped by in a flurry of activity. By evening, save for Selenka and Max, the crew returned punctually. Kato harbored no worries, assuming they had found temporary lodging with Dori and Bragi. Each member returned with significant gains, marking a period of training unparalleled since the inception of the Dragon Phoenix Pirates. Dinner that evening featured exquisite dishes crafted by Mona using the unique ingredients of the Little Garden, a culinary delight unlike any they had previously experienced. As they gathered around the table, tales flowed freely about their encounters with various beasts, recounting epic battles and newfound abilities. Each story was as diverse as the individuals sharing them, yet a common thread emerged. The crew had grown fond of this island, shedding their initial trepidation. Seeing this transformation, Kato felt immense satisfaction, knowing his objectives had been achieved. Thus, the Dragon Phoenix pirates embarked on their journey of cultivation in this enchanting locale. Chapter 6. The Awakening of Marks, the Great Maritime Route, the Small Garden. In the forest beside the ship Wings of Freedom, Kato, after practicing with his sword for a while, suddenly came to a halt. He held the death blade with both hands, his eyes closed, as if he were attuned to some profound sensation. Had anyone been watching him at that moment, they would have noticed that, despite the absence of any visible sword energy, the surrounding trees and flowers swayed in harmony with Kato's movements. Is it still insufficient? Kato murmured softly. It had been 2 months since they arrived on this island. Throughout this time, although the crew practiced diligently every day, no one appeared discontented. On the contrary, smiles adorned every face, for in this place, each individual could distinctly feel their strength growing. Thus, every member of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew reveled in their training. If one were to identify the most leisurely members of the crew, it would undoubtedly be Kato and Teddy. Apart from occasionally seeking sparring sessions with the giants Dory and Bragi, Kato primarily devoted himself to solitary training and introspection regarding his swordsmanship. At his current level of skill, mere bouts would not suffice for advancement. Only upon achieving fresh insights into his sword technique would he seek the giants for practical application. In contrast, Teddy seemed to embody carefree ease. Initially, he would excitedly venture into the forest each day to frolic. However, as time passed, he appeared to lose interest, now spending his days either eating or basking in the sun aboard the ship. Kato, for his part, chose to ignore Teddy's shift in demeanor, finding solace in the fact that as long as Teddy did not cause trouble, he was content. At that moment, Kato was immersed in contemplating the essence of sword intent. This concept is not a mere figment of imagination. It genuinely exists, both in his past life and within the world of One Piece. What, then, is sword intent? 1,000 individuals would provide 1,000 different interpretations. It is an ineffable essence that must be personally comprehended. As the saying goes, a master may lead one to the door, but the cultivation must be undertaken by oneself. The essence of swordsmanship varies. Some wield it with poise and tranquility, others with wild ferocity, some with cunning and treachery, while others exhibit an impenetrable precision. Sword intent manifests the character of the swordsman at the moment of striking. Yet, it transcends mere personality. It encompasses the practitioner's martial foundation, combat experience, habitual preferences, and comprehension of martial arts, representing an intricate fusion of various interrelated factors. Furthermore, sword intent is not something that everyone can attain. Much like calligraphy, beginners remain in the stages of learning and imitation, unable to express a personal style and thus lacking the qualifications to grasp sword intent. Some individuals, constrained by talent or other factors, may study swordsmanship for years without developing a unique style or understanding sword intent. In summary, sword intent is the embodiment of the swordsman's spirit and essence, infused into the blade or the sword residing in the heart. When sword intent reaches a certain magnitude, it can transform the intangible into the tangible, exerting influence upon the world. Kato was currently navigating his own path of swordsmanship, yet he realized that while the concept is simple, its execution is arduous. After 2 months of diligent exploration, he had only begun to scratch the surface of understanding. As he concluded his training for the day, Kato made his way back to the Wings of Freedom, pondering that after 2 months, it was time to set sail once more. Upon boarding the ship, he was surprised to find Marks had returned, albeit in a battered state, with Law tending to his wounds. This unexpected sight intrigued Kato, as Marks had been absent for several days. With anticipation, Kato inquired, "Uncle Marks, have you already?" Sensing Kato's curiosity, Marks, despite his injuries, could not conceal his joy. He sat up, exclaiming, "Haha, indeed. I have finally attained it." However, his exuberance caused him to inadvertently reopen a wound, eliciting a pained shout. "Uncle Marks, I've told you to rest properly. Were you even listening?" Law chastised, exasperated that Marks had forgotten his admonition. "Haha, my apologies. I forgot." Marks chuckled nonchalantly, dismissing the pain from his torn flesh. Observing the severity of Marks's injuries, Kato could only imagine the sacrifices he had made, recalling his own awakening of the armament hockey. The triumph of every formidable warrior is never without cost. It is forged through relentless effort, sweat, and blood. Kato felt elated for Marks's success, recognizing that his dedication had borne fruit, strengthening not only himself, but also the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. As Kato prepared to depart, he was pleasantly surprised by this revelation. That evening, a celebration ensued, honoring Marx's awakening of hockey and acknowledging that it was time for the crew to continue their journey. Cato summoned Dori and Bragi, along with Selenka, who had also been absent for an extended period. While Selenka had not undergone a significant transformation, his aura had undeniably grown stronger, indicating substantial progress. Looking at the two giants, Cato expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Dori, Bragi, thank you both for your assistance over these past 2 months. Let's raise a toast. It was evident that the giants had greatly aided not only Marx and Selenka, but also others like Mona and Doma, enhancing the combat prowess of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Cheers to friendship, Dori and Bragi exclaimed, lifting their seemingly immense cups, which appeared diminutive in their hands, clinking them with the crew's glasses. Cato held a mixture of admiration and regret for the giants. He admired their true warrior spirit, having battled for honor over 90 years, with no sign of ceasing. Yet, he lamented that such formidable strength was confined to an endless duel sparked by a simple question from a little girl. Who among you hunts the larger prey? This inquiry had ignited a century-long rivalry. Moreover, it was disheartening that such tremendous power was relegated to a ceaseless contest, a lamentable waste indeed. Yet, witnessing Dori and Bragi reveling in their companionship brought Cato joy, for they each had found a worthy adversary in one another. Setting aside these musings, Cato raised his glass and announced, "Come, let's toast. Tonight, we shall not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Chapter 7. Setting off again. Drum Island. On the morning of the second day, Cato and his companions bid farewell to the equally reluctant Dori and Bragi as they set sail towards Drum Island. "Cato, farewell. I believe you will surely realize your dreams," Dori proclaimed, raising his great sword high. "Ahahaha, we will certainly keep track of your progress." "Safe travels," Bragi echoed, lifting his enormous shield in salute. Standing aboard the ship, his hand resting on his colorful hat, Cato recalled their parting words and couldn't help but smile. Although they could not become partners, he was delighted to have forged a friendship with brave souls like Dori and Bragi. Particularly, observing the crew, whose spirits had transformed dramatically, filled Cato with gratitude. 2 days later, as the ship Freedom's wings sailed swiftly, Cato and his comrades sensed a change in the weather. It was growing increasingly cold. Such fluctuating climates were commonplace in the Grand Line. "It's freezing. What kind of weather is this?" With the temperature dropping rapidly and snowflakes beginning to fall, everyone donned their winter attire, retreating inside the ship, save for the lookout crew. According to climate classifications, the islands in the Grand Line can be divided into 4 seasonal types, remarked Sinbad, gazing at the eternal compass while puffing on a cigar. Each island experiences its own seasonal changes, resulting in a total of 16 types of weather variations. Generally, the climate on an island is relatively stable. So if the erratic weather suddenly becomes stable, it often indicates proximity to an island. Many listeners were hearing Sinbad's insights for the first time, but no one questioned his words, given his expertise in navigation. Soon enough, as the weather stabilized, Sinbad's predictions came to fruition. A crew member rushed in to report, "Captain, an island has been sighted ahead." Everyone turned their gaze towards Sinbad, who, after examining the compass, confidently declared, "Indeed, it must be the Winter Island, Drum Island." In the One Piece series, upon entering the Grand Line, Nami contracted an unknown illness, prompting the crew to seek an island with a doctor. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Drum Island, renowned for its medical prowess. Unfortunately, due to the prior rule of Wapol, only one doctor remained on the island, Dr. Kareha, a witch residing in a castle atop the mountain. Additionally, a few months prior to the Straw Hats' arrival, Blackbeard Teach had led the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates to Drum Island, using his devil fruit abilities to oust the tyrant Wapol, granting the local populace a sigh of relief. However, the actions of pirates had left the villagers with deep-seated animosity towards them. Consequently, patrols were a daily occurrence, preventing pirates from landing, which nearly led to a conflict between Luffy's group and the guards. Ultimately, after Luffy and Princess Vivi knelt in supplication, the guards chose to trust them and permitted their landing. They not only succeeded in rescuing Nami, but also acquired a vital crew member, the ship's doctor, Chopper. However, the Dragon and Phoenix pirates had arrived at this island approximately 9 years prior, which meant that the encounters experienced by the Straw Hats did not occur, and no one was present to facilitate their landing. After anchoring at a suitable disembarkation point and leaving a few crew members to watch the ship, Cato and his companions officially set foot on Drum Island. "How beautiful! Snow covers everything," Anna exclaimed, thrilled to be visiting the Winter Island for the first time. What a colossal chimney! From their vantage point, they could see Drum Peak, which indeed resembled a chimney from a distance. Treading through the thick snow, Kato and his party ventured inland, navigating without a guide, thus relying on their instincts to choose a direction. Kato refrained from using his observation hockey, as he believed that perceiving everything might diminish the enjoyment of the journey. Look, a gigantic bear. Not far along their path, they spotted a towering snow bear, prompting Bepo to exclaim with excitement. Having been in search of a mother bear, he seemed to have found a promising locale. Approaching the bear, Bepo joyfully engaged in conversation. And despite his diminutive stature, the bear proved to be quite amiable. With the bear leading the way, Kato and his companions swiftly reached a village. However, upon arriving at the village entrance, they were surrounded by a group wielding weapons. A robust individual stepped forward, declaring, "We are the Drum Kingdom Guard. I am Dalton, the captain of the guard. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? You should know that this is not a place for your reckless behavior." Kato immediately recognized the kind-hearted and benevolent Dalton, who had become the king of Drum Kingdom, later renamed Sakura Kingdom, after Wapple's defeat by Luffy. Dalton possessed the abilities of the Oxox fruit, allowing him to transform into a bison. Nevertheless, despite being a devil fruit user, his combat prowess was rather lacking. "Oh, do you think you can stop us?" Saranka replied disdainfully, stepping forward from the crowd. "Oh, are you eager to test my strength?" Dalton retorted, revealing his devil fruit powers, contemplating that a lesson was necessary for them to understand the gravity of their situation. "Look, here it comes." Indeed, the Oxox fruit ability. "Captain, teach them a lesson." As Dalton transformed, his guards cheered, well aware of their captain's capabilities, imagining Saranka being sent flying. Kato made no move to intervene. Although Dalton was a good person, some lessons could only be learned through painful experience. He did not mind Saranka imparting a lesson to Dalton. "Devil fruit powers, you say?" Saranka clenched his fists, unfazed, rather intrigued. As Dalton charged at him, wielding a weapon resembling a wolf's tooth club, Saranka, seeing Dalton's speed as sluggish, rushed forward to meet him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dalton's weapon. Boom! Dalton was sent flying by Saranka's punch, crashing through two houses before finally coming to a halt, leaving Saranka feeling quite disappointed. He had anticipated a fierce battle, only to find his opponent woefully inadequate. TSK, how weak. How is this possible? Quickly, help Captain Dalton. Captain Dalton, are you all right? The Dragon and Phoenix pirates remained unconcerned by the outcome, finding their adversary rather feeble. In contrast, for the guards, the sight of their formidable Captain Dalton, a devil fruit user, being knocked out in a single blow was a shocking revelation. Chapter 8. The Search for Dr. Eva in the Kingdom of Drum, Dalton, who had been flung aside, rose once more with the assistance of his comrades. Seeing that Dalton was relatively unharmed and able to stand, the guards heaved a sigh of relief. Dalton approached Kato and his companions, looking at them with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, inquiring, "Who exactly are you? You do not seem like ordinary pirates." Kato stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, we are pirates, but we harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, with your limited capabilities, you would have perished long ago. Surely, this demonstrates our sincerity?" The youthful Dalton, yet to ascend to the throne, did not dwell on such matters. Although he did not recognize Kato and his crew, he understood the validity of Kato's words. He nodded and said, "Very well, please follow me." Thus, the group followed Dalton towards the village. However, Bepo chose a different path, departing with the snow bear they had encountered earlier. Kato did not stop Bepo, but simply advised him to be cautious. "Understood, Captain," Bepo cheerfully responded before accompanying the bear, presumably in search of its mother. As Kato and his companions walked and conversed, Dalton earnestly stated, "If you have any requests, we will do our utmost to accommodate them, as long as you do not harm the villagers." "We have no interest in these villagers," Saranka scoffed. Dalton smiled awkwardly, sensing the unique essence of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates. He sincerely addressed the previous misunderstanding, saying, "I hope you will not take our earlier misjudgment to heart. After all, the reputation of pirates is not particularly favorable. May I inquire what brings you here? Do you happen to know if there is a doctor named Dr. Eva?" Reki was the first to ask. "Haha, if you are looking for a doctor, you have indeed come to the right place. Our Kingdom of Drum is home to countless renowned physicians." Coughing a few times, as if reminded of his own injuries, Dalton continued, "As for Dr. Eva, I have heard tales of her, but but I advise you to think twice before seeking her treatment. Why is that? Reki queried, puzzled. Though Gurieva's medical prowess is extraordinary, her fees are exorbitant. She demands half of the patient's family's wealth as payment for her services. Furthermore, her temperament is volatile, eccentric, and boastful, earning her the title of witch among the populace. To be frank, no one knows her whereabouts. Noticing that Cato and his crew remained undeterred, Dalton explained, "Who knows where she might be? As for money, it is of no concern to us, as long as she possesses the necessary skills." Cato was surprised that they were unaware of Gurieva's residence. Dalton seemed to discern the urgency behind Cato's quest for Gurieva, yet he spoke candidly. "Gurieva is elusive, and I cannot say who might know her whereabouts. You may find yourselves disappointed." Reki felt disheartened upon hearing this and glanced at Cato. Cato quickly reassured, "Do not worry. As long as she is on this island, we will surely locate her." This was not mere bravado on Cato's part, nor was he attempting to placate Reki. The Dragon and Phoenix Pirates boasted several members skilled in observation hockey, making it feasible to find a living person on an island, should they choose to put forth the effort. Moreover, he did not believe that Gurieva would entirely shun contact with others. Furthermore, Cato realized that the current king of Drum Island was likely still the old king, with his son Wapol not yet ascended to the throne. Thus, there remained a multitude of physicians on the island. Even if Gurieva were ultimately elusive, other esteemed doctors could be sought instead. At that moment, a female villager rushed towards Dalton, calling out before she even reached him, "Hurry! Captain Dalton, please save my husband." "Calm down. First tell me what has happened," Dalton urged, approaching the distressed villager. If someone were ill or injured, they should be seeking a doctor, not him. The villager grasped Dalton's hand, trembling with tears as she exclaimed, "It's that quack, Bruluk. He insists on treating my husband. You must catch him, or my husband will be in grave danger." Dalton hesitated, casting a glance towards Cato and his companions, seemingly seeking their counsel, as abandoning them felt inappropriate. Cato, perceiving Dalton's unspoken concern, suggested, "Let us go check it out together." His heart was buoyant, for it suited his intentions perfectly. Although Cato was unaware of Gurieva's residence, Bruluk, a known associate of Gurieva, would surely know where to find her. A fortuitous development indeed. As they hurried towards the villager's home, Dalton sensed the curiosity of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates and explained as they ran, "Dr. Bruluk is also a physician on the island. However, patients treated by him do not improve. In fact, their conditions often worsen. He even forces treatment upon individuals, and despite not charging any fees, no one dares to seek his care." Dalton then lamented, "Our guard has been trying to apprehend him, but Bruluk is quite clever. Each time he fails to treat a patient, he slips away, allowing him to escape time and again. It is truly infuriating. Is there really such a doctor?" Anna giggled at Bruluk's antics, finding the character amusing. Mona also expressed curiosity about the quack. After hearing Dalton's account, the crew became increasingly intrigued by Bruluk. Encountering such a physician in their lifetime was rare. Thus, without needing further encouragement from Dalton, they quickened their pace. Cato, aware of Bruluk's complete story, held a deep respect for the man's spirit, despite his propensity for causing chaos rather than healing patients. He was eager to meet him. Soon, they arrived at the villager's home, only to find a man on the brink of death within. The woman rushed forward, embracing him in tears, clearly her husband. Yet Bruluk had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Dalton furiously swung his weapon, exclaiming, "Damn it, he escaped again. Next time, I will not let him get away." The crew of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates, realizing Bruluk had fled, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Cato, however, found amusement in Dalton's frustration, thinking, "If Oda does not wish for you to capture him, you shall never succeed, even if he were to vanish without a trace." Not disheartened by the outcome, Cato had anticipated this result. He discreetly employed his observation hockey and soon detected a figure hastily making their way outside. It could only be Bruluk. "You cannot evade my grasp," Cato mused as he turned to his companions and said, "I have a matter to attend to. You may enjoy your freedom for now, Marks. Perhaps Dalton can show you around." With that, he exited the house in pursuit of the figure he had sensed. Chapter 9. After bidding farewell to his companions and Dalton, Cato followed a swiftly fleeing figure, guided by his earlier instincts. However, he chose not to pursue directly, instead trailing behind at a measured pace. A grin spread across his face. He intended to make his appearance only after Brooke had returned home, believing he would then have nowhere left to run. Before long, Kato sensed that the individual had arrived at the base of a towering tree and began to ascend via a ladder. Realizing he had reached his destination, Kato hastened to the foot of the tree. At the top of the ladder, he discerned a small platform with an open door, which indicated that Brooke resided within the tree's heart. With a nimble leap, Kato landed on the platform, where he overheard a voice muttering within, "Damn it, I've failed again. But I shall not give up. One day, I will create a universal remedy for all ailments." Kato was aware that such a panacea did not exist in reality. Otherwise, what need would there be for doctors? Ultimately, Brooke's journey would end in tragedy, yet Kato admired his spirit and aspirations. Thus, upon entering, Kato refrained from contradicting Brooke, instead affirming, "I believe you will indeed develop that universal remedy." "Really? You actually agree with me?" Brooke exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. However, as he regained his composure, he swiftly grasped a tranquilizer gun from a nearby box, eyeing Kato with suspicion. At that moment, Kato observed Brooke's appearance, draped in a black cloak. He wore a green waistcoat and pink checkered trousers. Most striking were his hair, which sprouted in various directions, upward, to the left, right, and back, while a black top hat concealed the topmost strands. Understanding Brooke's reaction and noticing his defensive posture, Kato quickly introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Kato, a pirate. Please forgive my uninvited presence. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly support your dream and believe you will succeed." Relieved to hear that Kato was not there to apprehend him, Brooke lowered the gun. His heart swelled with joy at Kato's faith in his ambitions. For it had been ages since anyone had believed in his dream, not even his dear friend, Dr. Kureha. Consequently, Brooke invited Kato to sit and personally prepared a cup of tea. Once seated, Kato took in his surroundings. The room was modestly furnished, containing a bed, a table laden with experimental apparatus, and a large bookshelf brimming with various tomes and documents. A pirate flag hung upon the wooden wall. Kato recalled that Brooke had once been a notorious thief in a distant western land, afflicted by a severe heart condition. One day, moved by the sight of cherry blossoms in full bloom, he found healing and resolved to abandon his criminal past, returning to Drum Island with the intent of crafting a cure for all maladies. This tale, too, had been shared with Chopper, though Chopper remained unaware that Brooke was the protagonist of the story. After preparing the tea, Brooke said, "Thank you for supporting my words, young man. What brings you here today?" "Indeed, I seek your assistance in locating Dr. Kureha. I wish to consult her for medical reasons, but I am uncertain of her whereabouts. So I kindly ask for your guidance." Kato spoke candidly. "Huh, you're looking for Kureha? Few know her whereabouts, but I can take you there. However, whether she will assist you, I cannot say," Brooke replied with a smile. Although Kato anticipated Brooke's willingness to help, he was pleasantly surprised by the immediacy of his agreement. It seemed that the legendary kindness attributed to him was indeed true. Kato expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Brooke. You are truly a great help to us. Such trivial matters are nothing. It brings me joy to save lives." Brooke waved off Kato's thanks and continued, "Furthermore, do you doubt my medical skills? You could bring your companion here, and I would treat her free of charge. How does that sound?" Observing Brooke's enthusiasm, Kato felt a deep admiration for him, yet he hesitated to subject his comrade to an experimental treatment. He did not wish for his friends to live in constant apprehension. The irony struck him. Only moments ago, he had laughed at the villagers, and now he found himself in a similar predicament. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to decline. Perhaps it's best if we refrain from that. My companion is a woman, and it might not be very convenient for you to treat her. What does gender matter? Do you regard our doctors as anything less? In my eyes, there are only patients, regardless of gender," Brooke exclaimed, visibly agitated, feeling that Kato failed to understand their profession. Witnessing the sudden shift in the previously amicable atmosphere, Kato felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he had chosen the wrong excuse. Nevertheless, he clarified, "You've misunderstood. I meant no offense. Nor do I doubt your skills. It's simply that others recommended we seek Dr. Kureha's aid." "Oh, in that case, I shall indeed take you to find Kureha." Brooke finally relented, allowing Kato to exhale with relief. He had not anticipated that conversing with Brooke would be more daunting than engaging in combat. "When do you plan to seek Dr. Kureha?" Brooke inquired, oblivious to Kato's thoughts. "Well, I need to return and bring my companions with me. How about we go together?" Kato cautiously proposed, having developed a certain apprehension towards Brooke's eccentric demeanor. "That is entirely up to you. Why ask me?" I am indifferent to the matter, Brooke replied, clearly dissatisfied with Cato's inquiry. All right then, Cato retorted, realizing he had misspoken. After a brief exchange, he hastily bid farewell and departed. As he walked upon the snow-laden ground, Cato contemplated the intertwined fates of Chopper and Brooke. Had they not crossed paths, there might come a day, years hence, when Chopper, gravely injured and caught in a snowstorm, would encounter the quack doctor, Dr. Hiralik, who was then being pursued by a group of guards. At that time, Chopper had lost faith in humanity and, upon seeing the pistol, which was, in fact, a tranquilizer gun, in Hiralik's possession, had attacked him in a frenzy. To prove his innocence, Hiralik disrobed and declared, I will never harm you. Chopper, reassured that Hiralik bore no malicious intent, relaxed his guard but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness due to his injuries. It was only through Hiralik's emergency intervention that Chopper's life was spared. Upon awakening, he found bread and milk set aside by Hiralik, and as he took a bite of the bread, he was overcome with tears of joy at the realization that someone had finally accepted him. Subsequently, Chopper stayed at Hiralik's residence to recuperate. Rather than viewing Chopper as a monster, Hiralik cared for him with great affection, sharing his own life story and recounting the vastness of the sea and the merits of being a pirate. This encounter with Hiralik marked the first time Chopper experienced warmth and human connection. However, a year later, when Chopper had fully healed, Hiralik discovered he was afflicted with a terminal illness. To spare Chopper the burden of worry, he reluctantly expelled him from his home. However, when Dr. Hiralik sought medical assistance from the witch Doriel on Drum Island, little did he know that Chopper had overheard their conversation. Upon learning that Hiralik had but 10 days left to live, Chopper embarked on a perilous journey to find the legendary Ami mushroom, believed to be a panacea. Along the way, he encountered a herd of reindeer, and as he attempted to pass by, he was unexpectedly attacked by the reindeer leader. After defeating the leader and attempting to gather the Ami mushroom, he was once again besieged by the herd, resulting in the loss of one of his antlers. Nonetheless, after enduring great sacrifices, Chopper succeeded. He returned to Dr. Hilialik's home and prepared a concoction for him. Hilialik secretly implored Doriel to take Chopper under her wing, but she initially dismissed his request, thinking he was jesting. However, she later sensed something amiss. When Kureha arrived at Hilialik's residence, she found only Chopper recuperating, while Hilialik had already set off for the castle of Drum Kingdom to treat Dr. Kureha. Proudly, Chopper presented the Ami mushroom to Doriel, claiming he had cured Hilialik's grave illness with it. Kureha, observing Chopper's arrogance, refrained from praising him and instead chastised him severely. It turned out that the Ami mushroom Chopper had painstakingly procured was, in fact, a highly toxic fungus. Consuming it would only grant him half a day's life. Understanding Chopper's mistake, Hilialik, out of gratitude for his good intentions and unwilling to shatter his hopes, ingested the mushroom broth, thereby shortening his already limited life to a mere half-day. Upon reaching the castle, Hilialik discovered that the news of Dr. Kureha's illness was a trap set by King Wapol. Yet, instead of anger, he felt a profound relief that no significant calamity had befallen the nation, exclaiming, as long as no one is ill, that is what matters. Facing Wapol and his men, Hilialik boldly queried, when does one truly die? Is it when the heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when one succumbs to an incurable disease? Neither. Is it after drinking a toxic mushroom broth? Certainly not. It is when one is forgotten by the world. Even if I disappear, my dream shall come to fruition. That dream will surely heal the afflictions of this nation. This country can indeed be saved as long as someone inherits my dream. Hilialik firmly believed that even in death, he could cure the nation's maladies, and with a fervent shout, my life has been truly beautiful, he drank from the poisoned chalice and ended his life. Wapol, witnessing this outcome, felt no remorse but rather regarded Hilialik's death as a farce, igniting Chopper's fury. He charged at Wapol's soldiers, determined to perish alongside them, but was stopped by Dalton, who was the only one moved to tears by Hilialik's words. Dalton apologized to Chopper for Wapol's actions, expressing a desire to prevent further sacrifices like Hilialik's for the sake of peace. This prompted Chopper to relinquish his vengeful thoughts. After Hilialik's passing, Chopper embraced his mentor's legacy, vowing to become a universal remedy capable of curing all ailments. He began his medical studies under Kureha's guidance. Chopper's childhood had been fraught with misfortune, yet he was fortunate to have met Hilialik, whose influence was profound. The first pivotal moment came when Chopper, shunned by his family and cast out from the reindeer herd, sought acceptance among humans but was shot by one mistaken for a snow monster. Fortunately, Hilialik rescued him. Subsequently, Hilialik nurtured Chopper as his own son, dedicating a year to heal his wounds and reignite his hope. The second transformative moment occurred during their time together. As Hilialik shared his life stories with Chopper, revealing that his troubles were insignificant in the grand scheme, Dr. Hilialik, one day, you too shall venture to the sea. And then you will understand how trivial your worries are. The island of your birth is but a small speck in the vast world. This greatly influenced Chopper's decision regarding joining Luffy's crew. The third pivotal moment was when Chopper unknowingly served Hilialik the toxic mushroom broth. Upon realizing the truth, he resolved to create a true universal remedy, embracing it as his dream, and set sail alongside Luffy. A physician who could cure no ailments had healed Chopper's emotional scars with his compassion, and through his life, he brought hope to a nation believed to be beyond salvation. Chopper inherited the seemingly fanciful dream of the Quack Doctor. As Chopper departed, pink snowflakes danced like cherry blossoms blooming in the frigid winter, and on that enchanting, dreamlike night, the visions of the dreamer could miraculously manifest. With the hopes of his two mentors guiding him, Chopper embarked on the path to his dreams, believing that one day he would discover the panacea that could cure all diseases. Reflecting on these memories, Kato's eyes began to glisten with tears. The cherry blossoms blooming against the cold winter sky would surely make the list of the most heart-wrenching scenes in the saga of the Pirate King. As for Chopper, where could he be hiding now? Kato wondered if they would ever cross paths, and with this sentiment, he quickly returned to his previous village. Upon his return, he discovered his crew playing joyfully in the snow. Anna and Reggie were constructing snowmen. They had already crafted several, some resembling dinosaurs, others humans. And though it was their first attempt, they looked quite impressive. Seeing Kato return, Anna eagerly pulled him over to a dinosaur snowman, exclaiming, "Brother Kato, look at the dinosaur I made. Aren't I amazing?" Chapter 10, The Silent Brook in the Grand Line. At Drum Island, Kato was led by Anna to her snowman creation. Gazing at the towering Tyrannosaurus Rex before him, Kato could discern the significant impact that the small garden had on the Dragon and Phoenix pirates. Naturally, he could not dismiss Anna's work, and thus he exclaimed, "I never imagined you possessed such a plethora of talents, Anna. It is indeed quite vivid and lifelike." Anna, pleased with Kato's response, released him and turned to boast to others. Meanwhile, Kato approached Raichi, who was diligently constructing a snowman, and said, "Raichi, I have found someone who can lead us to Dr. Guriva. What do you think? When shall we go?" "Really?" Raichi's eyes widened. Upon seeing Kato nod, she gleefully leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Kato, thank you. You are amazing." The members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates watched Raichi's reaction with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend what the captain had said to elicit such excitement from the usually demure Raichi. Only Max, who was smoking, had an inkling of the situation but chose not to elaborate. Kato gently patted Raichi's back, reassuring her, "All right, don't let everyone witness this spectacle. Hurry and get up." At that moment, Raichi realized the peculiar gazes directed at her and quickly extricated herself from Kato's embrace, blushing as she quietly complained, "Kato, this is all your fault for embarrassing me." Looking at Raichi, Kato was reminded of the shy girl he had rescued from the celestial dragons not long ago. And he teased, "Haha, this is the Raichi I once knew. Don't you dare." Raichi lightly punched Kato before adding, "I can do this anytime. Captain, you decide. What on earth are you two whispering about?" The crew gathered around, and Solanka voiced the collective curiosity of the group. "Well, I have found someone who can take us to Dr. Guriva. Would you like to join us?" Kato did not reveal the identity of their guide, especially with Dalton present, and added mysteriously, "This person will undoubtedly pique your interest." "Of course we want to go." The crew responded in unison. Dalton then interjected, "I will accompany you as well. It might spare you some unnecessary trouble." In truth, he was also intrigued to meet the individual who knew where Dr. Guriva resided. However, Dalton could not join them. Should he encounter Brook, he would certainly seize the opportunity to capture him. Moreover, the destination was Brook's residence, and if Dalton were to learn of it, it would lead to considerable misunderstandings. Even the kind-hearted Brook might refuse to guide them to Dr. Guriva. Thus, Kato had no choice but to decline Dalton's well-meaning offer and led the group towards Brook's home once more. On the way, Kato informed them that the person who would lead them to Dr. Guriva was, in fact, the Quack Doctor, Brook, whom they had not previously met. As they trekked through the snow, the crew exchanged remarks about Kato's cunning in seeking out the Quack, while also feeling a surge of anticipation for the upcoming journey. Soon, they arrived at the base of Brook's treehouse. "This is the place," Kato declared. "What a clever fellow, living in a tree." Mona marveled at the towering giant. Indeed. No wonder Dalton and the others could never catch him. He is remarkably elusive. Kinshaw, a sharpshooter, acknowledged. Her expertise in finding hidden locations failing to account for a tree dwelling. Higi, this is fantastic. I have never lived in a house like this. Anna expressed her admiration for the treehouse. I only hope this quack is not a genuine quack. Laura remarked lazily, clutching his sword, ghost cry. Cato found their banter amusing but refrained from urging them to ascend, as Brooke's abode was too small to accommodate so many. Thus, he called out, Dr. Brooke. It is Cato. We are ready. Please come out. No sooner had Cato finished speaking than Brooke, dressed as before, emerged from his home. Upon seeing the dragon and phoenix pirates gathered below, he was astonished by the sheer number of visitors. This only heightened his perception of Cato and his companion's significance. As the legendary quack appeared before them, the crew encircled Brooke, inspecting him closely. Although he lacked extraordinary features, his hairstyle captured their fascination. Can hair even grow like this? Anna questioned, reaching out to touch Brooke's hair. Could he have used some special potion? Solanka speculated, his own hair styled in an upright manner akin to a super scion. Unable to comprehend Brooke's dreamlike hairstyle. Though your hairstyle is quite unique and certainly attracts attention, it pales in comparison to my coolness. Sanat smugly ran his fingers through his own hair. Cato observed Brooke, caught in a flurry of attention from the crew, and thought, Brooke, today is your day. Thanks to the incredible support of my comrades. Haha. Enough. You fools. Idiots. Brooke finally erupted, and Cato initially believed he was genuinely angry. However, Brooke then proudly declared, This hairstyle is natural. It is something you cannot envy. Who envies you? The crew retorted in unison. After Cato introduced Brooke to everyone, they finally settled down. Under Brooke's guidance, they began their journey to Dr. Guriva's residence. Mr. Brooke, do you possess medical knowledge? A crew member inquired. Of course. What kind of doctor lacks medical expertise? Brooke replied confidently. Then why have your patient's conditions worsened? Another crew member challenged. Brooke stuttered. Are you the legendary poison doctor? The crew member pressed further. Brooke fell silent. Brooke, why do you insist on treating others? Another crew member asked. Because I do not charge them. Brooke replied. But you don't charge for treatment. You take their lives. Exactly. Do you intend to use them as test subjects? Brooke was left speechless. Silence, however, was merely relative as Cato and his group made their way to Dr. Guriva's home. All the crew members seemed to transform into curious children, prompting Cato to endure an endless stream of such dialogues. Meanwhile, Brooke was left feeling both embarrassed and infuriated by their incessant inquiries. Chapter 11. Dr. Guriva amidst the laughter and merriment of the dragon and phoenix pirates. As well as Brooke's solemnity, Cato and his companions soon arrived at Dr. Guriva's abode. Observing the familiar treehouse before him, Cato felt a sense of incredulity. It was no wonder they were good friends, sharing similar interests. Although Guriva's residence was slightly larger than Brooke's, it still could not accommodate a large group. So only a few key individuals followed Brooke inside. Upon entering, Cato noticed Dr. Guriva seated leisurely, sipping plum wine. Clad in a simple, midriff-bearing short-sleeve top, her wavy, shoulder-length hair coupled with the navel ring gave her the appearance of a sorceress or witch, unperturbed by the sudden influx of visitors. Guriva cast a glance at Cato and the others before teasingly directing her gaze at Brooke, saying, Hee. So, you, the inept doctor, have finally given up on your ridiculous ambitions? Impossible, Brooke retorted with a sidelong glance at Guriva. Humph, what right do you, a morally bankrupt doctor who preys on the vulnerable, have to criticize me? You, a pirate of medicine. Taking another sip of her plum wine, Guriva replied nonchalantly. That is merely my style. You should know this by now. She dismissed Brooke's remarks with ease. Brooke, disinterested in continuing their banter, interjected, this time. I am not here for myself. They have matters they wish to discuss with you. He gestured towards Cato and the others. Guriva then regarded Cato and his companions once more, inquiring, Are you happy? The group remained silent in response to Guriva's seemingly nonsensical question. Reiji stepped forward and asked, Are you Dr. Guriva? Why, little girl, do you wish to learn the secret to eternal youth? Guriva replied, reciting her catchphrase. Indeed. I am Dr. Guriva. Are you in need of medical assistance? Be aware, my fees are quite steep. No, that's not it. I am here to seek your assistance. Reiji stated candidly. Old lady, are you really 130 years old? At that moment, Simbat curiously inquired. What did you just call me? Guriva questioned. Old lady. Simbat stammered in confusion. Boom. Next time, mind your words. Guriva swiftly kicked Sinbad out of the room. After taking another sip of her wine, Kariva continued. You should know. I am a vibrant woman in my early 120s. Ah, such an impressive old lady. Dodoma stood beside Sinbad. He had not clearly witnessed Kariva's swift action and exclaimed in astonishment. Kato and the others were equally taken aback. He had previously heard tales of Kariva's remarkable strength, capable of kicking through walls and easily launching Luffy and Sanji. However, at that time, Luffy and the others were still quite weak, so he did not take it to heart. Now, witnessing her prowess firsthand, Kato realized that Kariva was far more formidable than he had imagined. Her past identity must have been extraordinary. From Kariva's final gaze toward Chopper and her words and demeanor, it was evident that she possessed considerable knowledge regarding the D. The true nature of her identity and strength remained utterly inscrutable. Though Kato was filled with curiosity, he believed that even if he were to inquire, Kariva would not divulge any information, so he refrained from seeking futile answers. At that moment, the crew observed Sinbad, who had just tumbled from the wall, and understood that this peculiar doctor was best approached with caution. Silence was preferable. Sinbad was a living testament to this. Kato then stepped forward and addressed Kariva. Greetings, Doctor. Kariva, we are the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates. I am Captain Kato, and I apologize for any unintentional offense caused by my crew. We have come seeking your assistance on the recommendation of Curex. He. You're quite the charming little fellow. Kariva complimented Kato. Curex, you say? Does he not have the solution? Well, Curex said he is not adept in this area and suggested that you might be able to assist us, which is why we have come to disturb you. Kato explained, feeling exhausted by the conversation. Dealing with pirates and the Navy was far more comfortable. However, they were in need of help. Damn it. Endure it. He. So he admits my medical skills surpass his? Kariva seemed delighted at the mention of Curex, indicating a good rapport. Probably, Kato said, betraying his conscience. My apologies to Curex. Well, in that case, I shall make it my mission to fulfill your request. Otherwise, how can I prove that my skills are superior to his? Kariva declared joyfully, taking a large gulp of plum wine. And I have decided to assist you free of charge this time. Brooke, astonished, remarked, you, the pirate doctor, are offering your services for free. He. Of course, that's just my style. After all, the news you brought me has delighted me. Kariva stated matter-of-factly. Kato had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Although he was not concerned about the cost, who would refuse a free offer? He thought to himself, it seems that a few white lies can yield beneficial results. Then thank you. Enough chit-chat. Tell me what you truly need. Kariva interrupted Kato's attempt to express gratitude. Kato, unfazed by Kariva's abruptness, pulled Reiji closer, saying to Kariva, well, let her speak with you. We shall step outside. After giving Reiji an encouraging glance, he ushered the others out. After all, discussing the location of the celestial dragon mark required disrobing, and with so many men present, it would be inappropriate for Reiji. Furthermore, aside from Kato and Max, none were aware of Reiji's past as a celestial dragon slave, and it was best to keep that information confidential. He did not wish for Reiji to live under the scrutiny of others. Though the crew of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates would not treat Reiji differently, as the one directly involved, she surely harbored different thoughts. Just before exiting the room, Kato caught a glimpse of Reiji's grateful gaze and smiled gently at her before closing the door behind him. Everyone was puzzled as to why they were being ushered out. Sinbad, now fully conscious, expressed his concern. Kato, is it really all right for Miss Reiji to face that terrifying old lady alone? I still shudder at the memory of being kicked by Kariva. Rest assured, this time, Kariva is addressing matters of a more personal nature for the girls, and it would be inappropriate for us to be present, Kato replied, concocting a half-truth as he walked a few paces. At that moment, Brooke chimed in to reassure them. Do not worry. While Kariva may have an eccentric personality, she is quite devoted to her patients. She once stated, a patient disappears from my sight for only 2 reasons. 1. They recover, or 2. They pass away. Thus, I can assure you that young Reiji will be just fine. Chapter 12. Temporary residing on Magnetic Drum Island. Upon hearing the words of Kato and Brooke, the group finally felt at ease. Kato initially believed the matter would pass without incident, and just as he sighed in relief, Selenka, sitting in the snow, suddenly exclaimed, Captain, how did you know about Miss Leichi's secret illness? As all eyes turned toward him, filled with skepticism and confusion, Kato felt a torrent of anxiety surge through him. This foolish Selenka, usually not the brightest, solely focused on training and combat, had surprisingly shown such acumen at this critical moment. Ahem. I. Ah, I know. Did you secretly use your fruit powers on Miss Lechi to uncover these hidden matters? Cato wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just as he was about to concoct a story to mislead them, he was abruptly interrupted by Selenka, who had sprung to his feet. Selenka, wide-eyed, seemed eager to determine if his guess was correct. Cato was utterly astonished by Selenka's sudden brilliance. He had never anticipated that Selenka would be so astoundingly astute today. Thus, the scene unfolded with Cato and Selenka locked in a mutual stare, both wide-eyed in disbelief. After a moment, Selenka, no longer meeting Cato's gaze, proclaimed triumphantly, "See, I usually just refrain from thinking. Otherwise, nothing could escape my notice." Selenka, how remarkable. Indeed, to deduce that. I never imagined you had such depth. It seems my understanding of you has been insufficient. Driamna observed Cato's expression and assumed Selenka was correct, echoing the group's admiration. As they surrounded Selenka with compliments, he basked in their adoration like a hero returning from battle. Cato and Marx, who was smoking amidst the crowd, couldn't help but twitch their lips in amusement. Cato mused. It seems this was merely a false alarm, but it is indeed the best outcome. Clearing his throat to regain their attention, Cato spoke earnestly. Well, Selenka, I never imagined you to be so clever. In the future, whether in battle or otherwise, make sure to engage your mind as you have done now. Do not squander your potential. Cato emphasized the words clever and squander with gritted teeth. To the others, Cato's expression resembled that of a reluctant discovery, and they did not dwell on it. Ha! Marx, observing Cato's expression as if he wished to devour Selenka, could no longer contain his laughter. With Marx's contagious laughter, everyone joined in, unaware that their laughter stemmed from different thoughts. Selenka, filled with pride, began doing push-ups in the snow. Meanwhile, in the treehouse, after everyone had left, Gulewa turned to Lechi and said, "Young lady, may I inquire what assistance you seek?" Lechi remained silent. Turning her back to Gulewa, her voice choked. "It is this mark on my back. I wonder if Dr. Gulewa can remove it?" Qinshanglong's hoof? Gulewa gasped in shock at the mark on Lechi's back. It seems I cannot deceive you. But do you have a solution? Lechi's face was etched with bitterness. Lechi was not surprised that Gulewa recognized the celestial dragon mark at a glance. She also sensed the doctor's unique identity. "I never imagined you had such a tragic experience. Truly unfortunate," Gulewa lamented. "Though I have not studied it, I believe it can be removed. But it will require your cooperation during my research." "Wonderful, there is no problem. Please proceed with your research," Lechi exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. "However, do not rejoice too soon, young lady. After all, I cannot guarantee success," Gulewa added with a chuckle, sharing the worst-case scenario. "Understood. I will do my utmost to cooperate. The captain will too." Despite Gulewa's caution, Lechi could not suppress her happiness. After all, who would be pleased to bear such a mark? This was the greatest hope she had encountered. "Speaking of Cato, it seems you have a fine captain. I can see he possesses formidable strength. Yet he humbles himself before an old woman like me for your treatment." Gulewa expressed her happiness for Lechi's captain. "Yes, although he is young, he is exceptionally capable and treats every crew member with great kindness. I believe he will surely realize his dreams." Lechi felt a surge of gratitude, admiration, and reverence for Cato. In her heart, she silently vowed, "Cato, I will walk alongside you always." Before long, Lechi and Gulewa emerged together, with Gulewa carrying a bottle of liquor, exclaiming, "Cato, I just examined it, and although I have never treated it before, I am quite confident. However, it will require some time for research, so it appears you will need to stay here for a while." "Not a problem. You are indeed impressive, Dr. Gulewa, a challenge that even colics could not solve, and yet you have a solution." Cato praised Gulewa's medical skills, which was not mere flattery, it was the truth. "Haha, Cato, you flatter me, but I enjoy hearing it." Gulewa took a sip of plum wine and gave Cato a thumbs up. "Hee. I speak nothing but the truth. If you don't believe me, I can convey the same sentiments in front of elder colics." Cato, unfazed by being called a flatterer, boldly boasted, "All right, I believe you, why wouldn't I?" Gulewa chuckled helplessly. "By the way, Cato, where will you all reside next?" Cato pondered for a moment before responding. "Since we will be staying for a while, why not dig a few rooms in the nearby trees? This way, it will be much more convenient, and I can assist you." "Great. We can also live in tree houses." Anna cheered, her excitement infectious. Having never experienced living in a treehouse, they were eager to embrace the opportunity. Subsequently, they located several giant trees nearby and commenced construction. Meanwhile, Kato assigned Luo to assist Gulewa, under the pretense of helping her, but in reality, it was to allow Luo to learn medicine from her during this time. Gulewa, recognizing Kato's intentions, did not refuse, knowing that having assistance would expedite the work, but the extent of Luo's learning would depend on his own efforts. Chapter 13. The Journey of Beppo. On Magnetic Drum Island, Kato and his companions constructed several tree houses in just one day. Given that their stay was temporary, they did not build too many. This was hardly surprising, as the construction of these tree houses required little technical skill, and the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew was certainly not comprised of amateurs. By that evening, everyone had settled into the completed tree houses. Although the accommodations were somewhat cramped, the crew relished this new way of life. Kato shared a tree house with Max, Selenka, Shimbat, Doma, and Ro. Instead of beds, they had hammocks, and Kato found great pleasure in lying atop his, experiencing a distinct sense of comfort. Days slipped by swiftly. Besides occasionally assisting Gulliver in foraging for herbs or visiting the village for supplies, Kato and his friends indulged in leisure. After all, they had just endured 2 months of rigorous training, so Kato did not impose any restrictions on them, wishing instead to afford everyone a chance to unwind. However, as Kato and the others began to enjoy their leisurely lives, Beppo found himself in the midst of a tragedy. Rewinding a few days, Beppo had bid farewell to Kato and the others and made his way home. Through their conversation, Beppo learned that they were known as hiking bears, who observed etiquette by nodding in mutual respect upon meeting. The bear he encountered was named Lulu, a name bestowed upon him by his late grandfather. Lulu was overjoyed to welcome Beppo, a visitor from afar, and chattered incessantly about his tribe. Being a bear of the hiking clan, Lulu was amiable, sharing trivial tales such as his secret crush on a female bear and boasting about which bear hunted the most food each day. Although Beppo found little interest in these matters, he was nonetheless captivated by the mention of female bears, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Lulu, your tribe must have many single female bears, right?" "Indeed. We hiking bears are the largest bear clan on the island, boasting a population of dozens," Lulu proudly declared. Beppo's anticipation surged, and he eagerly inquired, "Do you think I have a chance?" Lulu cast a dismissive glance at Beppo and replied, "Given your small stature, it may be a struggle. Even I, with my robust build, have yet to win over Lily." Beppo glanced at Lulu's towering figure and then at his own, recognizing the stark contrast. If even Lulu struggled to find a partner, what hope did he have? Disheartened, Beppo sighed deeply. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Beppo rallied his spirits. As a bear with dreams and determination, he refused to surrender so easily. He repeatedly reminded himself, "Beppo, you can do this. Not every female bear is swayed by appearances. There must be one who will appreciate my inner beauty. I shall win her heart with my true love." His self-affirmation proved effective, and soon Beppo was brimming with resolve, his eyes shining with newfound vigor. Before long, he accompanied Lulu to the gathering place of the hiking bears, located by the seaside. Lulu explained that the hiking bears primarily preyed on marine animals, necessitating proximity to the coast for easier hunting. Upon Beppo's arrival, the hiking bear tribe extended him a warm welcome, particularly upon discovering that he was a talking bear, which piqued their interest even further. Dinner consisted of freshly caught sea fish and seals. However, as a member of the fur tribe, Beppo was accustomed to cooked meals and struggled with the raw fare. Despite their warm hospitality, he could only manage a few bites, though he knew he could endure a few days of hunger without issue. The most delightful aspect of Beppo's visit was meeting numerous female bears, especially one named Tong Tong, who captured his heart. Beppo thought the hunger was well worth it. Could this be the power of love? Tong Tong was unique among the hiking bears, as she was much shorter than her peers, who were all notably tall and robust. This disparity made her feel unloved and led to her being single for quite some time, regarded as a leftover bear. The hiking bears favored tall, voluptuous females, which left Tong Tong feeling insecure. Yet, she masked her vulnerabilities with a bright smile and a fierce demeanor, inadvertently deterring potential suitors. To Beppo, Tong Tong's perceived flaws were endearing attributes. Observing her solitude, he approached her. Seeing a guest of similar stature, Tong Tong felt a sense of camaraderie, which sparked a lively conversation between them. Beppo shared tales of his adventures as a pirate, and Tong Tong listened intently, laughing heartily at the amusing parts. She also recounted her experiences, framing them as humorous anecdotes, and they became engrossed in their exchange. Tongtong's enthusiastic responses led Beepo to believe she shared his feelings, filling him with joy as he envisioned a future together, making him too shy to look her in the eye, opting instead to steal glances. Tongtong soon noticed Beepo's furtive glances and teased, "Beepo, are you sneaking peeks at me? Do you have something to hide?" "Sorry." Beepo stammered, startled at being caught. "Why are you sneaking a look at me? Could it be that you secretly harbor feelings for me?" Tongtong laughed, taking a bite of the fresh fish with a casual demeanor. I. Beepo was so flustered by being caught that he struggled to find his words. Seeing Beepo's flustered expression, Tongtong assumed he was simply a kind-hearted bear unsure of how to reject her, fearing to hurt her feelings. With a carefree laugh, she said, "Oh, don't be nervous. I'm used to it. All you males prefer tall, curvy females." Although her words were light-hearted, Beepo sensed a hint of disappointment in her gaze. Realizing Tongtong had misunderstood his intentions and recalling her struggles over the years, Beepo summoned all his courage and proclaimed, "I'm different from the others. I like you just as you are." After uttering those words, Beepo himself was astonished at his boldness. Seeing Tongtong's surprised expression, he feared he had made another blunder and quickly covered his mouth with his hands, mumbling, "I'm sorry." Chapter 14. The Quest for the White Lotus on Magnetic Drum Island. Within the hiking bear tribe, Babel was engaged in a lively conversation with Tongtong. Initially taken aback by Babel's words, Tongtong quickly steadied himself and responded with a comforting chuckle. "Haha, no need for that. I know you're just trying to console me. The fact that this clumsy bear has such good intentions makes me quite happy. Thank you, Babel. I'm truly glad to have met you." "I feel the same," Babel replied earnestly, a rare moment of seriousness for him. Tongtong soon followed up with playful teasing. "By the way, I prefer real warriors, the tall and mighty type. You, with your petite stature, are not exactly my type." "Haha, don't underestimate bears. Though I may be small, I am quite formidable," Babel exclaimed, demonstrating martial arts with exaggerated enthusiasm. Tongtong erupted in laughter at Babel's antics. Aware that Tongtong would remain skeptical no matter what he said, Babel deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "So, Tongtong, do you have any aspirations?" "Haha, what aspirations could I possibly have? Isn't life just about eating well and sleeping soundly?" Tongtong jested, encapsulating the existence of a hiking bear. How could anyone live without aspirations? Babel pressed on, undeterred. "And what about you, Babel? What is your aspiration?" Tongtong countered, not directly answering Babel's question. "My aspiration is, of course, to find my homeland." Babel wiped away a bead of cold sweat, nearly letting slip his intention to find a female bear instead. Thankfully, he caught himself just in time. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of Tongtong's ridicule for eternity. After sharing his aspiration, he nudged, "Now it's your turn to share." "How pitiful," Tongtong remarked with a sigh before continuing, "Have you ever heard of the ice lotus?" Upon seeing Babel shake his head, Tongtong elaborated. "According to ancient tales, the ice lotus is a divine gift, growing on the snow-capped peaks of Magnetic Drum Island, at altitudes of several thousand meters. It is said that drinking water infused with the ice lotus can not only ward off evil and illness, but also grant eternal youth. Furthermore, the ice lotus symbolizes pure love, resilience, and purity, bringing hope to all." "Haha, but even a true warrior could not pluck it. If I had a true aspiration, it would be to witness the legendary ice lotus in my lifetime." Tongtong concluded with a smile directed at Babel. Though the ice lotus may merely be a legend, Babel firmly etched its name into his memory, vowing to assist Tongtong in its pursuit, resolutely stating, "You will surely see it." Thank you for comforting me, huh?" Tongtong giggled, giving Babel a playful pat. "I'm not comforting you," Babel mumbled under his breath, though Tongtong did not hear him. That night, Babel stayed at the hiking bear tribe, and the evening passed without further conversation. The following morning, Babel bid farewell to Tongtong and Lulu, departing from the hiking bear tribe. However, instead of seeking out Kato and the others, he resolved to embark on the quest for the legendary ice lotus. He wished to demonstrate his sincerity and strength to Tongtong. Before embarking on his journey, Babel returned to the Freedom Wing, informing the crew left behind that he had some matters to attend to. If the captain and the others returned before his return, they should wait for him. He would be back once he completed his task, leaving the pirate ship and treading upon the thick snow. Babel speculated that the most likely location for the ice lotus to grow would be at the foot of Magnetic Drum Peak, as it was the highest mountain on the island. Despite the presence of several peaks on Magnetic Drum Island, Babewa did not waver in his determination and decided to approach them one by one. Thus, he arrived at the base of one of the mountains. Gazing upon the endless expanse of the snow-covered mountain, Babewa murmured to himself, "Is it up there? Rest assured, I will find the ice lotus and fulfill your aspiration, Tong Tong." Though he understood that scaling these snowy peaks would not be a simple feat, he believed that such challenges would only serve to demonstrate his earnestness. However, shortly after beginning his ascent, he discovered that the difficulties far exceeded his expectations. The thick snow required Babewa to exert several times the usual effort with each step. And the blizzard, compounded by swirling snowflakes, made progress arduous. As he ascended, the dropping temperatures and thinning air further complicated his endeavor. Yet, Babewa did not falter. Whenever he found himself in a predicament, he would recall Tong Tong's joyful smile and her eager gaze when speaking of the ice lotus, reigniting a wellspring of strength that propelled him forward. After half a day's labor, Babewa finally reached the foot of Magnetic Drum Peak. After resting and recuperating a bit of energy, he began his search in the surrounding area. Despite scouring every inch at the base of Magnetic Drum Peak, he found no sign of the fabled flower. Though he had long anticipated the difficulty of his quest, disappointment still washed over him. Rumble! At that moment, Babewa's stomach growled. Having not eaten enough the previous day and having expended considerable energy today, he began to long for the delicious meals prepared by Mona. Perhaps it would be best to find something to eat first, to save time. Babewa opted not to descend to the village for food, but instead hunted a wild beast on the mountain, roasting it for sustenance. Days passed in a blur. Amidst repeated disappointments, Babewa found joy in the struggle, never feeling pain or boredom. Perhaps fate was moved by the spirit of this colorful bear. Or perhaps Babewa was simply fortunate, for at last, upon scaling another snowy peak, he discovered the legendary ice lotus nestled within a crevice. Cautiously, Babewa plucked it from its resting place. Feeling its coolness in his hands, he retrieved a small pouch to store it away. Allowing a smile of triumph to bloom upon his face, "Tong Tong, wait for a delightful surprise," he thought to himself, feeling accomplished as he prepared to return home. Descending was far easier, and soon Babewa reached the midway point of the mountain when he encountered a herd of reindeer. Though Babewa belonged to the fur tribe, he could still communicate with animals, so he approached to inquire about the nearest village. However, before he could speak, the reindeer leader took a defensive posture, prompting Babewa to halt and raise his hands in a gesture of peace. "I'm sorry. I mean no harm," he quickly explained. Despite his assurances, the reindeer leader showed no inclination to communicate, leading the herd past him without a word. As he watched their figures fade away, Babewa cautiously lowered his hands, pondering the strangeness of the encounter. Just as Babewa prepared to continue his journey, he suddenly spotted a small, blue-nosed reindeer stumbling towards him, its body covered in wounds. Its head hung low, appearing quite despondent. Chapter 15. Beepo and Chopper. On the slopes of Magnet Drum Mountain, Beepo gazed at the reindeer before him, feeling an inexplicable curiosity. Why was such a diminutive reindeer so far removed from its herd? If Kato were here, he would instantly recognize this as Chopper in his beast form. Chopper, originally a reindeer, had been cast away by his parents due to his naturally blue nose, which led to his abandonment and discrimination from the herd. Even as a newborn fawn, he often found himself trailing behind the group. Consequently, Chopper had to forage for food on his own, which led him to inadvertently consume the devil fruit, the human fruit. After consuming the fruit, Chopper had hoped his newfound abilities would earn him acceptance from the herd. But the opposite occurred. His ability to speak and transform only rendered him a monster in their eyes. They shunned him and even resorted to violence to expel him from their midst. As Zhao Gongzi once said, "There should be no such extraordinary reindeer among us." At that moment, Chopper had only recently consumed the devil fruit and unexpectedly encountered Beepo. Observing Chopper's pitiable state, Beepo felt a deep sense of empathy. Recalling his own life of wandering, unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward to block Chopper's path. Although Chopper was engulfed in despair, his animal instincts remained sharp, and he quickly detected the presence of other beasts. He lifted his head and spotted Beepo standing nearby. At this low point in his life, Chopper was filled with wariness and fear towards any animal. Seeing Beepo before him, he mistakenly assumed he was another solitary reindeer intent on capturing him. In a panic, Chopper transformed and hid behind a tree, though only half of his face was concealed, leaving the rest of his body exposed. To everyone's surprise, Chopper did not transform into a ferocious beast, but rather into a cute hybrid form, walking on two legs, as he felt this would be more terrifying. Peeking cautiously at Beepo, he asked, "Who are you?" Why are you blocking my way? Beepo was momentarily taken aback by Chopper's reaction and mused. Shouldn't I be the one afraid of you? You, the shapeshifter, seemed to be hiding rather awkwardly. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Chopper quickly adjusted his position, peeking from behind the tree with only one eye visible. This is too late now, hehehe. Beepo chuckled, lightly tapping his forehead in exasperation, noting Chopper's fearful demeanor. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I apologize, please don't misunderstand. I mean you no harm. Upon hearing Beepo's words, both creatures simultaneously reacted, astonished to gaze at one another, exclaiming in unison, how can you speak like a human? I asked first. After a brief silence, they again echoed, don't mimic my speech. Another pause ensued before they burst into laughter, dispelling the tension that had hung in the air. Eventually, the two similar beings sat together. Sensing Chopper's shyness, Beepo took the initiative. Hello, I am Beepo, from the Mink tribe. The Mink tribe? Chopper inquired curiously, as he had lived on the island with little knowledge of other tribes. Yes, we are a race akin to humans, and we are born able to speak like them and walk upright. You resemble us a lot, Beepo explained, noticing Chopper's confusion. Such a tribe exists? How remarkable. No wonder you're not afraid of me. Chopper expressed disappointment, having hoped for acceptance, only to realize it was due to Beepo's own nature. Why would I fear you? Beepo responded, puzzled. Naturally, I'm a reindeer with a blue nose, walking on two legs and capable of speech. Chopper lowered his head, feeling a mix of grievance and melancholy as he recounted his peculiarities. What? We minks also walk on two legs. We can talk too. What is so frightening about that? Beepo retorted dismissively, viewing it as entirely normal. But that's because your kind is like that. I, on the other hand, was abandoned by my parents. As Chopper shared his past, he began to weep. I'm sorry, Beepo, understanding the difference between them, feared he had inadvertently upset Chopper and hastily apologized. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Wiping his tears, Chopper's experiences had taught him resilience. Indeed, it's not worth dwelling on. By the way, you haven't explained how you can speak and transform. Beepo, intrigued by Chopper's abilities, asked, adding, did you perhaps consume a devil fruit? I'm not sure. I just ate a strange fruit, and now I'm like this. What is a devil fruit? Chopper inquired with childlike curiosity. A devil fruit is a peculiar fruit that grants special abilities upon consumption. It seems you must have accidentally ingested one. Beepo, knowledgeable from his time with the dragon and phoenix pirates, elaborated. I see. So that was a devil fruit. No wonder it was so odd. Are many people able to eat devil fruits? Chopper asked, eager to learn more. Certainly, but not many. Those who consume them are usually quite formidable. I didn't expect you to have eaten one. That's impressive. Beepo admired Chopper, recognizing his unique situation. Why you jerk? Even if you say that, I want to be happy. Chopper retorted, displaying his tsundere nature. Beepo's compliment caused him to tremble like a noodle, his big, adorable eyes squinting with glee, as he swayed back and forth. Chapter 16, The Yeti. On the slopes of Magnetic Drum Island, two adorable creatures were engaged in a lively conversation. One appeared utterly exhausted, while the other bore numerous injuries. Yet, both were immersed in their cheerful exchange. At that moment, Beepo observed Chopper's face, which radiated joy despite his insistence that he would not be pleased by others' compliments. Beepo was thoroughly defeated by Chopper's demeanor, and he thought to himself, truly, he cannot conceal his emotions at all. Given that your kind discriminates against you and bullies you, and considering you possess the powers of a devil fruit, why not become a pirate yourself? Beepo suggested. Pirate? Are you a pirate? Chopper asked with curiosity. Indeed, I am a pirate, Beepo declared proudly. Those who embark on adventures across the seas for freedom and ideals are pirates. Then, are pirates all very formidable? Chopper inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation. Of course, I am quite powerful. Though I have not consumed a devil fruit, I possess martial arts skills. Beepo exclaimed, and he could not help but demonstrate his martial prowess. Chopper, having never witnessed a bear adept in martial arts, was utterly captivated by Beepo's impressive moves, clapping his hands in admiration. Incredible. Beepo, haha, it's rather average. Within our pirate crew, I would rank in the upper middle. Beepo began to exaggerate, and if Kato were present, he would certainly deliver a few knocks to Beepo's head, admonishing him for tarnishing the reputation of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates with such mediocre displays. Upper middle? Pirate crew? Chopper queried, puzzled by this unfamiliar term. Certainly. Being a pirate cannot be a solitary endeavor. First, you must have a pirate ship to traverse the seas. You also require a pirate flag and numerous companions. This is why I encourage you to become a pirate. You could encounter many friends. They will not discriminate against or bully you. You will be able to assist one another. So, what do you say? Do you wish to become a pirate? Beepo gazed at Chopper with pity, hoping he might find companions like himself. Upon hearing Beepo mention companions, Chopper felt both fear and hope. Companions? Can I really? He stammered, but I am just a reindeer. Of course you can. I am a bear. After all, and I still became a pirate. You can join our ship, and our crew is wonderful. However, haha. Whether you can join depends on our captain's approval. Beepo, initially eager to invite Chopper aboard, momentarily lost himself in excitement and forgot his own identity. He finally acknowledged that this decision was not solely his to make. Chopper paid little mind to this, as he did not truly believe he could become a pirate. Instead, he asked, what other benefits are there to being a pirate? Why, there are many. First, you can visit different islands and meet various female bears. I mean, female reindeer. Once Beepo mentioned this, his enthusiasm surged, though he struggled to articulate anything substantial. Furthermore, you can feast upon a variety of delectable cuisines and encounter all sorts of races. Really? Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly envisioning female reindeer and delightful dishes. The naive Chopper was somewhat swayed by Beepo's exuberance. Absolutely, Beepo boasted. He then added dismissively, moreover, let me tell you, the world is exceedingly vast. This tiny magnetic drum island is but a mere speck in the grand scheme of things. As he spoke, Beepo formed a small circle with his thumb and forefinger to illustrate just how insignificant it was. Do you understand? What kinds of female reindeer are out there? What varieties of cuisine await? Looking at Chopper, who appeared utterly astounded, Beepo continued to boast. Gurgle. Just then, both of their stomachs grumbled in unison. For Beepo had long been hungry, and Chopper had not eaten in quite some time. Haha, let us go. I'll take you to the village to find something to eat, Beepo declared, rising with a flourish, now embodying the demeanor of an elder brother. Humans? Chopper exclaimed, filled with trepidation. Will they feed us, or will they see us as monsters? Fear not. With me, you will be safe. I am a pirate, after all, Beepo replied with a swagger. Under Beepo's guidance, Chopper not only departed from the reindeer herd, but also ventured toward the human village. Yet, would history change as a result? Soon, the two adorable creatures descended the mountain, and in order to blend in better with humans, Chopper transformed into his tall human-animal hybrid form. After scanning the surroundings, he discovered a human village nearby, though dusk was fast approaching. Nevertheless, many humans were still hard at work outside the village entrance. The villagers quickly noticed the pair, and one of them called out, "What are those two creatures?" His words successfully garnered everyone's attention as they beheld two hairy, upright walking monstrosities approaching them. Oh no, it must be the Yeti. One individual cried out in terror. We cannot let them enter the village. It's too dangerous. Quickly, take the children home. Hurry. Go back and grab your weapons. We must kill them. Those vile monsters. Eliminate them. Hey. The sight of the Yeti incited fear among the villagers. As dusk settled, visibility was limited. Yet the duo indeed bore a resemblance to the fabled Yeti, for the sake of the children and the village. The adults had no choice but to decide to eliminate the perceived threat. Thus, before Beepo and Chopper could explain themselves, the villagers took action, prompting Beepo to realize that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. He resolved to flee with Chopper. However, as they prepared to escape, several villagers armed with firearms approached. Seeing the two attempting to flee, they fired several shots and shouted, "We cannot let them get away. Kill them. Yes. Before they harm anyone, we must eliminate them. Those wicked monsters must not escape. Pursue them." A group of villagers chased after them, firing their weapons, resolute in their determination not to let the two creatures flee. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire rang out behind them, Beepo and Chopper were filled with dread. Both were timid creatures. Chopper's abilities were not worth mentioning, and though Beepo had some strength, he dared not confront the villagers armed with guns. Instead, they could only run for their lives. Wah, humans, so frightening. Chopper cried in terror, yet his feet dared not falter. Wow, a roll to dodge a bullet, Beepo exclaimed. Indeed, the villagers here are quite unfriendly. What is a Yeti, anyway? At that moment, he had completely lost the bravado he had earlier displayed. Chopper, various requests, Beepo, bring it all on, hey. Chapter 17, The Inertia of History. On magnetic Drum Island, deep within the forest, Beepo and Chopper were desperately fleeing, though Beepo was perplexed by the villagers' hostility towards himself and Chopper. This reaction was not difficult to understand. Previously, wherever Beepo went, he was accompanied by others, and thus no one would dare to speak ill of him. As a pet to humanity, he had never incited fear. Unfortunately, this time, Beepo had the misfortune of not entering the village with Kato and the others, leaving the villagers unfamiliar with him. Additionally, Chopper's innate aura of mockery coincided with the local legend of the snowman, making their appearances align perfectly with the myth. Consequently, both could only lament their misfortune. Alas, perhaps fate was indeed cruel. After a brief chase, Chopper, like a tragic figure from history, was struck. Observing this from a distance, Beepo did not flee but turned back, scooping up Chopper and continuing to run. "Don't worry about me, just go." Chopper, touched by Beepo's refusal to abandon him, insisted. "Enough of this. How could a member of the Heart Pirates forsake a comrade? The captain would have my head." Despite his own fear, Beepo was resolute in his loyalty. "Comrades?" Chopper did not resist this time. Bang, 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 ugh. With Chopper on his back, Beepo's speed and agility diminished considerably, and soon enough, he too was struck. However, to spare Chopper's concern, Beepo remained silent, gritting his teeth and continuing to flee. "Let us go back. It's dark now, and pursuing them further is futile." "Damn it. They got away. It's all right. The blood on the ground indicates they've been hit. They probably won't last long. One can only hope these two monsters meet their end soon." Finally, as darkness enveloped the land, the villagers ceased their pursuit and returned to their village, chattering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Beepo, still cradling Chopper, ran until he was certain they were alone, then collapsed into the snow, losing consciousness. Both he and Chopper were covered in blood, which continued to spread across the pristine white snow. On Magnetic Drum Island, after leading Kato and the others to meet Girwa, Brook began his unremarkable journey as a quack doctor. After dinner, Brook arrived at another village, strolling through the streets, relishing the sound of barking dogs while carrying his medical bag. Cough, cough. A man's cough caught Brook's attention. "Daddy, are you all right?" a little girl asked with concern. "Honey, your cold is getting worse. You shouldn't endure it any longer. I'll fetch a doctor," a woman urged anxiously. Cough, cough. "It's nothing. This little cold is trivial to me. I'll tough it out, especially since we can hardly afford a doctor." The man stubbornly refused medical assistance. Boom. "There is no need for that." Brook's voice echoed as he appeared before them. "Do not worry. I shall treat you. And there will be no medical fees." "Dr. Brook, did you come down the chimney?" the woman asked, astonished as she recognized him. "Don't mind the details. The patient comes first," Brook replied nonchalantly, striding towards the ailing man. "Wait." The man, drenched in cold sweat, waved his hands in terror, but seeing Brook approach without hesitation, he panicked. "And no, it's all right. I'll go see the village doctor soon. Fear not. I've recently developed a universal medicine. You are quite fortunate." Brook dismissed the man's objections, proudly introducing his new concoction. I'll fetch the guards." "Honey, hold on." The woman, in a panic, prepared to rush outside, shouting as she ran. Upon hearing her words, Brook quickly retrieved his tranquilizer gun. "Don't do anything rash." The man cried out in horror at the sight. Bang. The woman fell to the ground just as she reached the door. Brook set down his gun and assured, "Don't worry, it's just a tranquilizer. She'll wake up shortly." "Mama," the little girl cried, throwing herself onto her mother. "And no, please. Spare me. I'll pay you." The man pleaded once more, gazing at Brook in desperation. "Do not underestimate me. I never charge for my medical services." Brook retorted, "I merely wish to save you." "Then just leave me be. That would be the greatest help." The man continued to resist Brook's treatment. Unfazed by his protest, Brook produced a syringe, ready to administer an injection. "Please. I have a family." The man's cries of despair echoed as Brook completed the injection. Moments later, odd. The man's condition did not improve. Instead, he began to froth at the mouth. Brook was perplexed, pondering, could it be that I should have injected intravenously? Or perhaps I miscalculated the ingredients. I thought the frog extract would be effective. In frustration, Brook lamented, "Damn it, I failed again. It seems I've done something wrong. Papa. Mama." Upon seeing her parents unconscious, the little girl burst into tears. This sight filled Brook with guilt as he hastily consoled her. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Suddenly, voices and footsteps echoed from outside. "Damn it, it's the guards." Realizing the impending danger, Brook hurriedly packed his belongings and fled. Before long, the seasoned Brook evaded the guards' pursuit and found himself in the forest, walking through the snow. still vexed by the day's failures. Yet, after a short while, he stumbled upon bloodstains in the snow, suspecting someone had been injured. For Brooke, the impulse to save others overshadowed everything else, prompting him to follow the trail of blood. Though night had fallen, the bright white snow illuminated the blood traces. And soon enough, Brooke discovered two figures lying on the ground, Beepo and Chopper, both having succumbed to their injuries from excessive blood loss. What is this? As Brooke approached, the moonlight and the snow allowed him to discern the injured duo, especially recognizing Beepo's cape with surprise. Chapter 18. Awakening and Healing on a Night in the Forest of Magnetic Drum Island. Brooke began to examine the bodies of two individuals and noted their grievous injuries. He murmured to himself, have they suffered serious wounds? There is so much blood if I do not staunch the bleeding quickly. They may perish. His soft words inadvertently roused Chopper, who was being cradled by Beepo, though his injuries were less severe than Beepo's. Upon hearing the sound, Chopper struggled to open his eyes and glared at Brooke, issuing a silent warning. This left Brooke somewhat speechless. Even in such dire circumstances, Chopper still glared at him. Hastily, Brooke reassured, do not look at me like that. Everything will be fine. With that, he bent down to retrieve his tools, declaring, I shall save you. Seeing Brooke's medical kit, Chopper chose to trust this individual, as their conditions were indeed critical, and if matters continued as they were, they might truly face death. By the way, what are you? You do not appear to be human. Brooke, while gathering his supplies, continued speaking. Noticing Chopper's silence, he added, oh, judging by your appearance, you cannot possibly be the legendary Wildman, can you? Just my luck. A few days ago, I concocted a remedy for fractures. Your luck is remarkable. Chopper, who was already struggling to speak, opted to remain vigilant and silent, conserving his strength. Suddenly, he caught sight of Brooke retrieving a weapon, a gun, that had caused harm to both him and Beepo. Recalling their previous encounter, Chopper erupted in fury and lunged at the bewildered Brooke. How dare you? Brooke was sent flying, blood pouring from his mouth, and his black top hat was cast aside. Despite this, Chopper did not relent. He followed up with a powerful punch that sent Brooke crashing into the snow, leaving a deep crater in the ground. After ensuring Brooke was incapacitated, Chopper felt a sense of relief and struggled to approach Beepo, lifting him onto his back and slowly trudging away. However, not far from their departure, Brooke, who had been knocked into the pit, sat up, spat out blood, and pressed his hand to his head, muttering, that scoundrel, what a joke, what does he take me for? Then, in a startling move, Brooke stripped off all his clothing and shouted, hey, stop right there. When Chopper paused and looked back, Brooke, trembling, declared, I assure you I would never harm you. Chopper was taken aback by Brooke's actions. But then Brooke gritted his teeth and introduced himself. My name is Dr. Brooke. I am a physician. Finally, Brooke's earnestness touched Chopper, who lowered his guard. Just then, a wave of drowsiness enveloped Chopper's mind, and he fell into a deep slumber. In the meantime, Brooke hastily donned his clothes, realizing that if he did not, he might succumb to the cold before he could save anyone. He then struggled to drag the two creatures back to his home. The following day, Chopper awoke first and, relieved to find himself unharmed, glanced at Beepo lying beside him, seemingly all right as well. He felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Looking ahead, he saw Brooke asleep in a chair, wrapped in a blanket. Noticing milk and bread on the table, Chopper felt a warmth in his heart. He quietly approached and took a bite. As he chewed, memories of his own past flooded back to him, and tears streamed down his face as he realized that he not only had companions now, but that he was also accepted for the first time. Chopper spent the first day recovering in silence, but on the second day, unable to bear witnessing Beepo's unconsciousness any longer, he finally asked, Doctor, when will Beepo recover? Brooke, startled while preparing medicine, turned to see Chopper and exclaimed, What? You can talk? Why were you silent yesterday? Chopper momentarily hesitated before responding softly. I was afraid that if I spoke, you would dislike me. Brooke looked at Chopper in confusion, not grasping his meaning. Previously, Beepo spoke to a human, and as a result, we were pursued and shot at. Chopper explained, continuing, because talking animals are exceedingly rare. What of it? Chopper, there is nothing to be proud of in that. Brooke retorted dismissively, pointing at Chopper. I can talk too, and I do it better than you. Chopper was momentarily taken aback by Brooke's comparison, staring at him blankly, thinking, you are human. Of course, you speak better than I do. Besides, I am not proud of it. Well, rest assured about my medical skills. Your companion will probably awaken tomorrow. He lost much more blood than you did. Reflecting on Chopper's earlier question, Brooke finally replied, "Oh, thank you, Doctor." Chopper expressed his gratitude and then recalled Brooke had called him by name, inquiring, "Why do you call me Chopper?" "Tony Chopper. You are a reindeer, possessing strong antlers capable of felling trees." Brooke explained the significance of the name, adding, "It is a fine name, isn't it? I shall call you that from now on." Chopper repeated his name, feeling a sense of identity for the first time. He found it pleasing and could not help but giggle to himself. The next day, Beepo indeed awakened, sitting up and discovering himself wrapped in bandages, which startled both Chopper and Brooke awake. "Beepo, you are awake. That is wonderful," Chopper exclaimed as he approached. "Where am I? How long have I been unconscious?" Beepo inquired. "You have been unconscious for 2 days. It was Dr. Brooke who saved us." "This is his home," Chopper replied. "Let us eat something first. You must be starving." Brooke interjected, presenting Beepo with milk and pastries. "Thank you." Beepo replied gratefully, ravenously devouring the food. "I must find the captain and the others. I cannot remain here any longer." After finishing his meal, Beepo was eager to rise from the bed. "No, you need to rest for a few more days. Your injuries require care." Brooke firmly opposed Beepo's attempt to leave. "Indeed, Beepo, given your serious injuries, it would be wise to allow the doctor to examine you further before departing," Chopper advised. "No, it has been too long. The captain will be worried if they cannot find me." Beepo insisted, unwilling to stay any longer. Chapter 19. The Unfortunate Pirate on the Island of Magnetic Drum. In a small tavern within the town, Kato had grown weary of the monotony of the past few days, prompting him to invite a few companions to share a drink. As they indulged in fine wine, a palpable concern loomed over them regarding their bumbling comrade, Beepo. Days had passed since the crew left behind informed them of his predicament. Yet he had yet to return. Kato mused. Could it be that this foolish bear had truly found a female bear, reluctant to part ways? Rumor had it that a snowman had recently appeared in the village of Bighorn. The tavern was filled with dozens of villagers who, after a day of labor, gathered to enjoy hearty laughter and jovial banter, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, one man's words caught Kato's attention. Indeed, it was peculiar to hear of 2 such creatures appearing simultaneously. Two are hardly a concern, for they were driven away by gunfire, were they not? Just then, the half-open door of the tavern was forcefully kicked open, and a fearsome pirate, scruffy and menacing, strode in with an impassive expression. His disdainful gaze swept across the patrons, his towering figure emanating an unspoken pressure. Following him were several young men clad in thick coats, wielding long knives, evidently his subordinates, all wearing malevolent grins as they regarded the startled villagers. The patrons stared in terror at this unruly intruder, not daring to breathe. While the village may not have hosted a naval detachment, it was nonetheless a member of the world government and a renowned medical island, rarely troubled by disturbances. Typically, visitors sought healing rather than conflict. The villagers, living modestly without treasures to speak of, seldom encountered such brazen pirates. The fearsome pirate let out a cold grunt, relishing the terror he instigated, before swaggering toward the bar. With a resounding thud, he plopped down beside a young man engrossed in his meal, loudly demanding, "Bring me your finest wines at once. Or else, ha ha ha." His gaze turned lewd as he leered at the beautiful barmaid across from him. Startled by his gaze, the barmaid trembled, her complexion paling as she cautiously lifted the last remaining barrel of wine, stammering, I apologize, sir, but we only have this one barrel left." "See," she spoke with trepidation, fearful of provoking the fearsome pirate. "What? Only one barrel?" The pirate's voice deepened, his lips curling into a wicked grin, causing the barmaid to instinctively recoil. "Do you know who our captain is? He is the notorious pirate, Dragon Debon, with a bounty of 20 million berries. You dare to serve him but a single barrel of wine? Do you not fear for the lives of everyone here?" The threatening words from his subordinate cast a shadow of dread over the tavern, as if the very air had thickened. "Please, no." The barmaid's face drained of color as she clutched her mouth in terror. "Then hurry and find more wine. Do not attempt to deceive me with just one barrel." With that, the pirate slammed his hand onto the barrel before him, causing it to explode with a resounding crash, wine splattering everywhere. The villagers, witnessing the scene, were gripped with fear. The barmaid, pale and panicked, was at a loss for how to respond, tears of helplessness streaming down her face. "Hey, do not waste such fine wine, you scoundrel." Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Kato sprang up, his heart aching for the spilled wine, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the massive figure before the bar. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch. Kato had been listening intently to the villagers' conversation when this arrogant intruder interrupted, rousing his ire. Seeing him bully the villagers and waste good wine was intolerable, prompting Kato to take decisive action. Who dares insult our captain? Who? The pirate's subordinate shrieked in disbelief, unable to fathom anyone daring to challenge them. You dare challenge me? The pirate turned to see a young man wearing a colorful hat rise. Just as he intended to intimidate Kato, he was met with an enormous fist flying toward him. Bang! The ensuing scene left the villagers in stunned silence. For the once arrogant pirate was sent hurtling away by the slender youth's punch, crashing through several buildings before coming to an unconscious halt. This was a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries, effortlessly dispatched. The patrons, including the barmaid and the other armed subordinates, could only stare in shock. Particularly the one who had spoken earlier, who nearly wet himself in disbelief, stammering, I. Pathetic. Kato had hoped to hear some remarkable retort. But instead, the pirate's men fell silent in fear as he swiftly knocked them out as well. The remaining villagers, witnessing this spectacle, fled in terror. Hey, you haven't paid for your drinks yet. Salanka observed the fleeing villagers with a resigned shake of his head. At that moment, Kato retrieved a substantial amount of berries from his pocket and placed them on the bar, addressing the still-stunned barmaid. This is for our drinks and meals, as well as for the barrel of wine that the scoundrel destroyed. What? I cannot accept this. You have vanquished the pirate for us. Consider it our treat. The barmaid hurriedly protested. Please, accept this. I have a great fondness for fine wine. And it is truly a pity for such a splendid barrel to be ruined, Kato lamented. But the barmaid hesitated, feeling awkward about accepting the money from her savior. Perhaps this. If you could provide me with some information, I shall consider the excess as my reward. How does that sound? Kato suddenly recalled the earlier topic, confident the barmaid would know something. What information? The barmaid, assuming Kato sought to inquire about her, looked at him shyly. Kato recognized her misunderstanding, yet he remained oblivious to the hint of flirtation as he inquired. You must have heard about the snowman they were discussing earlier, correct? Chapter 20. Conflict on Magnetic Drum Island. The outside world was still enveloped in a relentless snowstorm, the wind howling furiously. Yet, the small tavern remained tranquil, its only patrons being a few unconscious pirates, Kato, and the enchanting bartender. Upon hearing Kato's inquiry, the bartender's expression shifted to one of disappointment, yet she still replied, Oh, you mean the snowmen? Indeed, many have been discussing them these past few days. Well, you must have heard about them. Could you tell me what ultimately happened to them? Kato pressed on with his questions. His urgency stemmed from a suspicion that the two snowmen might be Chopper and the long-missing Beepo, as they closely matched the physical characteristics attributed to the snowmen. Of course, I heard from the villagers who came to drink that it seems they managed to escape, the bartender continued. Kato sighed in relief at this news, but she added, however, it appears that both were shot. The villagers have no idea whether they are alive or dead. What? Kato was taken aback by this revelation. Hee. Do you intend to capture them, dear customer? The bartender asked with admiration. Having witnessed Kato's prowess, she assumed he sought to apprehend these monstrous beings, while most others were terrified of the snowmen. Thus, she held him in high esteem. Kato was at a loss for words regarding her assumptions. I'm not trying to capture them, I want to save them. But he could not voice this, instead opting to play along, saying, yes. Thank you for sharing this with me. We shall take our leave now. Kato, it seems you have forgotten something. Just as Kato was about to depart, Leichi suddenly stood up. What is it? Kato, momentarily bewildered, pondered before asking. It's about the pirate Daiben. He has a bounty of 20 million. Leaving him here is a waste. Leichi reprimanded him, evidently frustrated, as if unaware of the crew's financial struggles. Are you suggesting we take him to the Navy for the bounty? We are pirates. Kato scratched his head, finally recalling the unfortunate pirate from earlier. However, as a pirate, he had no interest in assisting the Navy. You fool. Although he is a pirate, it's clear he is no good. While we cannot claim the bounty, we can have the Drum Kingdom assist us in collecting it. Or we could sell him directly to the Drum Kingdom. Leichi declared triumphantly, finding Kato's stubbornness exasperating. I suppose you're right. Fine, you can handle this matter. Kato conceded, understanding that Leichi was unwilling to let go of the monetary opportunity. Offering a moment of silence for Daiben, he chose not to dwell on it further. Salanka, carry him over. Leichi commanded, eyeing Daiben's imposing figure not far away. Why must it be me? Selenka protested, reluctant to touch the scoundrel. You scoundrel! Do you wish to leave Miss Lechi, a delicate lady, to handle this alone? Sinbad interjected, assuming the role of the moral guardian, pointing accusingly at Selenka, as if his refusal to comply was a grave sin. Next time, don't come asking me for pocket money, Lechi remarked lazily, clearly aware of Selenka's reluctance. Fine, I'll go, Selenka relented, begrudgingly acknowledging Lechi's ability to intimidate him with the same excuse repeatedly. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up. Lechi, unable to tolerate Selenka's ramblings, delivered a swift punch to his head, her tone fierce. With that, the group exited the tavern, Selenka trudging behind, carrying Dibin, his expression one of indignation and a large bump on his head, a sight that made Cato stifle a laugh, inwardly lamenting, poor Selenka. As they walked, Sinbad curiously asked Cato, regarding your inquiry about the snowmen, are you truly interested in capturing them? Not capturing them. I am intrigued, but not for that reason. I suspect one of the snowmen might be Beppo. Cato explained, surprised that Sinbad shared his suspicion. What? You think one of the snowmen is Beppo? Lechi exclaimed in astonishment. There's a possibility. Sinbad pondered, realizing Cato's deduction was not baseless. He grew anxious. If that's the case, Beppo might be in danger. Exactly. We must hurry back and send the crew to search the forest near Great Horn Village for them. All right, Cato, let us split up. Selenka and I will find Dalton to contact the king of the Drum Kingdom. You all should head back to search for Beppo. Lechi proposed. Okay, take care, Cato replied, not wasting any more words. Don't worry. With Selenka here, everything will be fine, Lechi said nonchalantly. Of course. Selenka had completely forgotten the earlier conversation. Raising his head proudly, Cato observed Selenka's boastful demeanor with incredulity, cursing internally, I really shouldn't feel sorry for this guy. With that, he led Sinat swiftly back to the treehouse, while Lechi and Selenka set off to find Dalton. Meanwhile, at Brooke's home, Beppo insisted on leaving, while Brooke and Chopper attempted to restrain him. Beppo, is it? I learned your name from Chopper, Brooke said. Is your captain named Cato? Huh? How do you know that? Beppo looked at the doctor in astonishment. Humph. Can I not recognize this cloak you wear? Brooke pointed at Beppo's cape. Who knew the reputation of our Dragon Phoenix pirates had spread so far that even you, a doctor, are aware? Beppo glanced at his cloak, mistakenly believing Brooke had seen the bounty notice, feeling elated at the fame of the Dragon Phoenix pirates. Nonsense. I recently encountered your captain and some of your crew, Brooke retorted, recalling the shameless questions from the crew members he had met, his irritation evident. I'm sorry. Beppo, sensing Brooke's anger, quickly apologized. Forget it, Brooke sighed, realizing he had overreacted. Just rest here and recuperate. That won't do, even if you've met our captain. It's unacceptable for him to be absent for so long. Beppo firmly disagreed. Even if you return, you want to see your captain. Trust me. I know where your captain is, and I will make sure to inform them of your situation. Brooke, taken aback by Beppo's stubbornness, resigned himself to running errands. Really? You know where they are? Beppo eagerly grasped Brooke's arm, asking excitedly. Of course. Let go, you clumsy bear. Brooke winced in pain from Beppo's grip, scolding him. Oh. I'm sorry. Beppo quickly released his hold, lowering his head in apology. Brooke, now at a loss, replied, All right, you two stay put. I'm going to find your captain. Splendid. Thank you, doctor. Beppo expressed sincerely, feeling that Brooke was a genuinely good person. After bidding farewell to Chopper and Beppo, Brooke donned his attire and proceeded toward the direction of Guriva's residence. Since the distance was not great, Brooke arrived slightly earlier than Cato and the others. At that moment, Marks and the others were in the treehouse when they overheard a crew member mentioning that Brooke needed to see the captain. Marks, taking a puff of his cigar, stood up and said, I'll go see what he wants. What does Brooke need? Cato isn't here. Marks remarked upon observing Brooke's hurried demeanor. What? Your captain isn't present? Brooke exclaimed in surprise. Well, today is a rare occasion when Miss Recchi doesn't need to assist Dr. Guriva with treatment. So Cato and the others went out for drinks this morning, Marks explained. Well, I can speak with you instead, Brooke said, pulling Marks aside. What is it? Marks inquired, puzzled. Does your pirate crew have a talking bear? One named Beppo? You encountered Beppo? Where is he? Marks's face lit up with joy upon hearing Beppo's name, as everyone had been quite worried about him. No need to panic. He is currently with me, but he is injured and will need some time to recover. Brooke quickly conveyed Beppo's condition, understanding Marks's concern. Marks's expression immediately darkened, and he said coldly, What? Who had the audacity? Oh, please don't get agitated. This is all a misunderstanding, Brooke replied, startled by Marx's expression. The villagers mistook the two of them for snowmen, believing them to be monsters, so. He chuckled. The villagers are unaware of your relationship. It's a misunderstanding. Observing Marx's fluctuating demeanor, Brooke, despite lacking the strength to prevent them, boldly declared, I absolutely will not allow you to harm the villagers. Their quarrel had already attracted nearby pirates, who gathered around. What happened, Uncle Cato? Anna inquired curiously. Yeah. Why are you arguing with the quack? Mona, who was preparing lunch, also stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Hee. Brooke, are you trying to force Marx to receive treatment? Guriva, accompanied by a bottle of wine and Law, emerged, speculating without knowing the context. Law stood silently beside her, having learned much from Guriva in recent days, which deepened his admiration for her. Guriva's recognition of Law's intelligence and medical talent led her to treat him with special regard. Noticing that everyone was drawn in, Marx realized that he could no longer keep this matter hidden and briefly explained how Bepo had been injured after being mistaken for a monster. These foolish villagers actually mistook Bepo for a monster. What kind of fool would believe in such a creature? Though Anna often teased Bepo, she regarded him as a companion and felt quite displeased with the villagers who harmed him. Oh dear, poor Bepo. I must hurry to prepare a nutritious feast for him. Mona exclaimed, reminiscing about the joy Bepo brought to everyone before heading inside to prepare. Which village are these villagers from? At that moment, Law, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Though his voice was calm, everyone could discern his anger, knowing that he and Bepo shared a close bond. Moreover, when Law got angry, he didn't care whether one was a villager or not. Indeed, we must find out who they are and teach them a lesson. Pekin and Shachi echoed, as they too were eager to avenge Bepo. What do you intend to do? Brooke discerned their intentions and firmly stated, I absolutely will not allow you to bully ordinary villagers, and I need to discuss this with Cato. All right, Law, behave yourself. We will discuss this when Cato returns. Guriva, having understood the situation, gave Law a light punch on the head to restore some sense. All right, everyone, let us not rush. We will wait for Cato to return. As he is the captain. Finally, Marx decisively stated, temporarily quelling everyone's anger. Uncle Marx, what is it that we need to wait for you to discuss when I return? Cato and Chambart, who had been hurrying back, overheard Marx's last words. Captain, brother Cato. Cato, you're back. Everyone turned to see Cato and Chambart, calling out in unison. Cato, feeling bewildered, wondered what had transpired, sensing something significant must have occurred, which made him anxious. Cato, I need to speak with you. Brooke hurriedly approached Cato, grabbing his arm. Brooke, what is it that has you so anxious? Cato, somewhat dazed by Brooke's urgency, recalled Brooke's fearsome reputation and, along with Guriva, wondered if he truly intended to conduct experiments on the Dragon Phoenix pirates. He firmly opposed, saying, You aren't thinking of. I assure you that is impossible. Just as Brooke was about to mention Bepo, he misinterpreted Cato's words, believing Cato had already heard and was rejecting his plea. Angrily, he retorted, Let me tell you, Cato, I previously helped you immensely, and now I have saved the life of your crew member. I ask for no reward. But you must promise me that you will not harm the villagers here. If you are determined to harm them, then you may as well kill me first. Wait a moment. This is getting confusing. Cato was bewildered by Brooke's barrage of words, wondering what it all meant. Did he misjudge the situation? However, Cato quickly grasped the key point and urgently asked, You said you saved the life of one of our crew members? Who? Bepo. The bear. Brooke, though puzzled why Cato was asking again, responded without hesitation. Chapter 21 Reunion on the snowy shores of Magnet Island. Everyone gathered outside despite the harsh weather. Finally, Cato reacted with delight, exclaiming, Are you saying that Bepo is with you? You rescued him? It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Bepo had been mistaken for a snowman. Well, of course, if it weren't for me, that bear on your ship would likely be dead by now. Brooke also realized that he might have misunderstood earlier. Is he seriously injured? Cato inquired, concerned. Not excessively, but he did lose quite a bit of blood after running for a long time post-injury. Brooke explained Bepo's condition. He has regained consciousness and is fine now, though he will need a few days to recover. He was worried about you all and insisted on finding you. Recognizing him as a member of your crew, I thought it best to inform you. Humph, that foolish bear knows we worry about him, Anna remarked, evidently displeased with Bepo's absence for so long, yet relieved to hear he was all right. Bepo may be a bit foolish, but he wouldn't cause trouble. It must have been those wretched villagers. Captain, we must avenge Bepo, someone shouted. Indeed, how dare they bully him? Do they think we are easy prey? With the knowledge that Bepo was safe, the crew felt compelled to seek retribution, expressing their outrage. Kato, I don't ask much of you, but I hope you can handle this matter calmly. Brook could only hope that Kato would not act recklessly like some of his crew and would show leniency, considering his past assistance. All right, we will discuss this later. First, let us see Bepo, Kato decided, recognizing the importance of assessing Bepo's situation. Okay, wait for me. My nutrient package is almost ready, Mona called out. Soon, they all made their way to Brook's home. Upon arrival, Kato and the others entered to witness Chopper and Bepo, two adorable creatures, engaged in conversation. Bepo, is your captain really that amazing? Chopper asked. Absolutely. Our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. Even the admirals of the Navy are helpless against him. He is at least 10 times more formidable than I am. Bepo boasted, proudly exaggerating his captain's prowess. Wow, that's incredible. Chopper, though unfamiliar with the concept of a 500 million bounty or the Navy admirals, was nonetheless in awe at the thought of someone being 10 times stronger than Bepo. Wow, Bepo, you are impressive. As the group entered, they overheard Bepo's words. Sinbad expressed his incredulity, while the stoic Marx and Luo wore equally bewildered expressions, astonished that Bepo, despite his injuries, was still boasting. They were curious about whom he was conversing with, clearly captivated by the scene. Bepo, relishing Chopper's admiration, nearly fainted upon hearing Sinbad's voice, particularly embarrassed that he had been caught bragging. Seeing the others enter made him feel sheepish, yet he managed to say, "Hee, you all have arrived." Suddenly, Chopper spotted the unfamiliar faces and hastily hid behind Bepo, only to inadvertently switch positions again. Haha, what an amusing raccoon. Everyone, initially intent on teasing Bepo, found themselves amused by Chopper's antics. Realizing his error from the laughter, Chopper quickly corrected himself, indignant at being called a raccoon. Idiot. I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. A reindeer. Idiot. Haha, this raccoon is too entertaining. He can even talk. It seems Bepo was indeed conversing with him. Sinbad chuckled, recalling their earlier exchange. Chopper, offended by being called a raccoon again, growled, Idiot. I told you, I'm a reindeer. Haha. All right, you are a reindeer. Chopper's fierce expression appeared endearing to the others, prompting another round of laughter. At that moment, Chopper donned the hat that Brook had given him, which made him resemble a raccoon even more. Kato looked at the two peculiar companions, surprised that it was indeed them, and noted that while history had advanced, nothing had truly changed. How can you talk? Are you also a fur tribe? Anna inquired curiously. Idiot. I'm not a fur tribe member. I merely consumed a devil fruit that granted me the ability to speak. Chopper replied, his fear subsiding as he gathered courage, reassured by the fact that they were Bepo's companions. All right, this is Chopper, a reindeer who simply ate the human fruit. Brook intervened, coming to Chopper's aid. Bepo, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Kato asked, redirecting the conversation. Hearing Brook and Kato's concern, the group ceased their playful banter and turned their attention to Bepo, who was adorned with bandages. Upon witnessing their worried expressions and recalling his recent tribulations, Bepo could not help but shed tears, choking out, I'm fine, Captain. And everyone, I'm sorry. Why are you crying? Bepo is a man, after all. You must be hungry. Here is the nutrient package I prepared for you. So hurry and eat. Mona's words alleviated the awkward atmosphere. Yes, eat quickly. It's good to know you are safe. But please, do not act so recklessly again and cause us worry, Kato said, noting the tears on Bepo's face, realizing the suffering he must have endured. Yes, come eat with me. Chopper, Mona is our chef, and her cooking is delicious. You must try it. Bepo invited his good friend to join him. It's so delicious. Chopper took a careful bite, his eyes sparkling with delight, and he quickly lost his inhibitions, devouring the food eagerly. As everyone watched the two adorable creatures feast, they all relaxed. After they finished eating, Kato finally asked, Bepo, what do you plan to do about the villagers who harmed you? Everyone is eager to avenge you. I didn't expect the captain to let me decide, Bepo said, taken aback. Reflecting on the previous events, he realized that although the villagers had misunderstood him and Chopper, they were only trying to protect their village and children. They were not truly malevolent. With a gentle heart, he could not bear the thought of his friends actually killing them in pursuit of vengeance. He cautiously replied, Captain, perhaps we should let it go. It was merely a misunderstanding, and those villagers are not bad people. Is that all right? Chapter 22. Heartbroken Bepo. At the home of Brook in Drum Island, Kato was not surprised by Bipo's request. He had anticipated such a statement and replied, "Well, since you have expressed it, I believe there will be no further objections from anyone. However, they have indeed caused you harm. Even if you do not seek revenge, an apology must be rendered. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." By the end of his words, Kato's tone had grown cold. "All right, I will heed the captain's words." Bipo did not refuse this time. Those present, upon hearing Bipo and Kato, offered no rebuttal. After all, this was Bipo's own wish. And Kato's commitment to ensuring an apology was firm, leaving no room for further discussion. Chopper, observing Kato's support for Bipo, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. However, reflecting on his own identity, he bowed his head in disappointment, an expression that did not escape Brook's notice, leaving him contemplative. "Kato, rest assured, I will arrange for everyone to apologize to you. If they refuse, I will not hinder your actions." Brook discerned this was indeed the best solution and assured them. Very well, Kato naturally accepted. "Bipo, will you return with us to recuperate, or will you remain here?" At that moment, Luffy, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. He had little faith in Brook's medical skills. Bipo scratched his head, contemplating before responding. "I think I will stay here a few more days before heading back." In truth, Bipo was considering the ice lotus beside him and felt hesitant to voice his thoughts. Thus, after some deliberation, he concluded it would be best to resolve the matter before returning. Soon, the group chose to bid farewell, and Bipo emerged to meet the crew outside, alleviating their concerns. Seeing Bipo in this manner, everyone felt reassured, and the group returned in high spirits. Not long after their return, Reiji and Selenka also arrived, having been worried about Bipo. They entrusted the pirate Daibin to Dalton and returned, as Dalton assured them he would handle the payment, eliminating the need for them to wait there. Upon learning about Bipo's condition, the duo felt relieved. Reiji resumed her collaboration with Yuriva on the research, claiming that the medicine was nearing success, which delighted Kato and filled him with anticipation for that day. Thus, following this minor upheaval, life returned to normal. Today, while Brook led Chopper to the village for medical treatment, Bipo took the opportunity to sneak out with the Ice Lotus to find Tong Tong. Walking through the snow and battling the blizzard, Bipo felt invigorated at the thought of Tong Tong's reaction upon seeing the Ice Lotus, unconsciously quickening his pace. When Tong Tong saw Bipo's state, she exclaimed, "Bipo, how did you sustain such serious injuries? Are you all right?" "Haha, I'm fine. There was just a little incident," Bipo replied, scratching his head, omitting details that might worry her. He then presented the bag containing the Ice Lotus and said, "Tong Tong, look what this is." "What is it?" Tong Tong questioned, perplexed as she took the bag and opened it to reveal the crystalline Ice Lotus, identical to the one described in legends. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Ice Lotus. Do you like it?" "It's a gift for you," Bipo said, somewhat shyly. "Ah, really?" Tong Tong was still in disbelief, overwhelmed by the reality of the situation. "Of course. I specifically picked this for you. Now your dream can come true," Bipo exclaimed joyfully. As she gazed at the injured Bipo and the Ice Lotus in her hands, Tong Tong could envision all that he had sacrificed for her. Tears flowed freely as she grasped the Ice Lotus, feeling not a chill but a surge of warmth. However, she quickly wiped her tears, tossing the Ice Lotus back to Bipo and coldly declared, "Bipo, what I said about my dream was merely a ruse. I do not like Ice Lotuses. All that talk of pure love was a lie. I have already told you that I prefer strong and imposing types. Even if you acquire the Ice Lotus, I will not come to like you. You should give up." Bipo was utterly stunned by Tong Tong's words, having seen her moved to tears moments ago. He believed he was on the verge of success, only to be struck by Tong Tong's words like a bolt from the blue, plunging his spirits from a blazing summer into a frigid winter. Tears streamed down his face as he incredulously shouted, Why did you deceive me?" "Haha, what does it matter? I merely found your naivety amusing, you silly bear. I never imagined you would take it seriously. Did you really think a bear could possess a love as pure as that of humans? How childish. How laughable." "Haha," Tong Tong replied with scorn, despite her words. If Bipo could see her face, he would witness that her eyes were already brimming with tears. Each word she uttered seemed to require all her strength, as she aimed to conceal her true feelings from Bipo. Tong Tong's harsh words, silly bear, childish, laughable, chilled Bipo's once passionate heart, making him realize how naive, immature, and self-important he had been. Did he truly deserve love? Lowering his head to wipe his tears, he mustered the strength to say, "I'm sorry." but I will still give you this ice lotus as a memento. With that, Bepo walked away with heavy steps toward Brooke's home. Hearing Bepo's departing footsteps, Tong Tong turned to watch his retreating figure, unable to contain her grief any longer as she broke down in sobs. Picking up the ice lotus he had left behind, she whispered, Bepo, you are a true warrior. I believe you will achieve your dreams and find someone truly deserving of you. I truly do not deserve you. After gathering her emotions, Tong Tong returned to her clan, seeking comfort from her beloved grandfather, the chieftain. Upon seeing Tong Tong's despondent state, the chieftain was taken aback and quickly inquired, What is the matter, Tong Tong? Grandfather. Wah. Oh. Tong Tong threw herself into his embrace, crying bitterly as she recounted her affair with Bepo. Finally, she choked out, Grandfather, did I do something wrong? Foolish child, why must you torment yourself so? You have done nothing wrong. The chieftain reflected. You know Bepo's dreams lie upon the vast ocean, vibrant and colorful, while you are merely an ordinary wandering bear, destined to live your life on Drum Island. You two are not meant to be. This is the best outcome. I only hope Bepo can comprehend your good intentions. Yes. Tong Tong nodded vigorously, recalling the joyful smile Bepo had worn while holding the ice lotus. From that day forth, Tong Tong embraced happiness every day. The wandering bear tribe was graced not by a violent Tong Tong, but by a gentle, kind-hearted girl who wore a charming smile and remained eternally youthful. This newfound charm endeared her to many male bears, yet Tong Tong turned away from all, for her heart had no room for another. Chapter 23. The Arrogance of Walbo. On magnetic Drum Island, Bepo trudged through the blizzard. Despite the frigid temperatures, he felt that no external cold could compare to the chill within his heart, for he was acutely aware that he had suffered a heartbreak. Upon returning, the combination of his previous wounds and this latest blow led him to succumb to a high fever. Each day, he found himself devoid of appetite, leaving Brulik at a loss, who, sensing Bepo's emotional turmoil, confided in Kato about the situation. Kato, equally helpless when it came to matters of the heart, decided to seek the counsel of the oldest and most experienced member, Sinbad. Thus, Sinbad set forth on his important mission. Upon arriving at Brulik's abode, he discovered Bepo lying alone on a boat and jested, Oh dear, Bepo, could it be that you've experienced a heartbreak? Haha. Unbeknownst to him, his words struck a nerve, causing Bepo's fragile heart to shatter further, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Realizing he had inadvertently made Bepo cry, Sinbad acknowledged that Kato had indeed chosen the right person to offer solace. Isn't it merely a heartbreak? Who hasn't he gone through such an experience? Come, share your feelings with me. Allow this emotional expert to analyze your plight. After Bepo recounted his tale, Sinbad grasped the full extent of the situation. He marveled, Bepo, you've grown. You're learning to pursue romance. Bepo, feeling a flush of embarrassment, mumbled, Not really. I just felt a strong affection for her and a bit of sympathy, wanting to do something for her, haha. Well, if you're not merely chasing after girls, why then are you so heartbroken after being rejected? Sinbad inquired. I don't know. It just feels so sorrowful, Sinbad. Am I truly experiencing a heartbreak? Bepo questioned, bewildered by his own feelings. What heartbreak? You were never in a relationship to begin with. Sinbad chuckled, amused by Bepo's predicament. Oh, I feel so dejected. To think that I don't even qualify for a heartbreak, Bepo. You shouldn't be sad. You ought to feel happy instead, Sinbad asserted. Why? Bepo asked, perplexed as to how anyone could feel joy after rejection. Of course you should feel happy, for you encountered a wonderful girl. Tong Tong knew that you two wouldn't have a future together, so she decisively rejected you. This was all for your benefit, do you understand? In fact, she might be more upset than you are, Sinbad patiently explained, struggling to convey the nuances of the situation to the oblivious bear. So you're saying Tong Tong rejected me for my own good? Bepo pondered, struggling to comprehend. Just understand this, Tong Tong likes you. However, in order for you to freely pursue your adventures as a pirate and find your home, she didn't want to hold you back, which is why she had to endure the pain of rejection. Do you see? Sinbad endeavored to simplify his words, hoping Bepo would grasp Tong Tong's good intentions. Oh, I think I understand a bit. So does this mean I still have hope of being with Tong Tong in the future? Bepo concluded with newfound optimism. Well, you're not entirely wrong, but that will have to wait until you find your home and we finish our adventures, Sinbad remarked, taken aback by Bepo's understanding. Not to worry, I am quite devoted, Bepo boasted, casting a proud glance at Sinbad. Sinbad, feigning fury, tapped Bepo on the head, exclaiming, "What kind of look was that? Are you implying I'm the unfaithful one?" Truth be told, Beppo muttered under his breath, but upon encountering Sinbad's fierce glare, he quickly covered his mouth. "Enough. Don't let your mind wander. We'll be setting off again soon. We've been here for quite some time now," Sabat declared before taking his leave. "Ah, has Miss Lachey's medicine been developed?" Beppo asked excitedly, fully aware of the reason for their extended stay. "Indeed. It's almost ready, so you must hurry and recuperate, understood?" "Yes, I will." Beppo nodded earnestly, determined not to delay their journey any further. Upon returning, Sabat found the others gathered outside, and to his astonishment, Dalton had arrived. Was he there to deliver a bounty? However, after inquiring, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? How dare he refuse to pay the Dragon and Phoenix pirates?" It turned out that Dalton was not there to deliver funds, but rather to convey troubling news. Debin had been seized by the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Yet Prince Walbo stated unequivocally that he would not compensate these pirates. Sinbad was taken aback by Walbo's audacity and coldly remarked, "Cato, this insolent prince must be shown the consequences of his arrogance. Money is trivial. We cannot afford to lose face." Cato, too, had not anticipated that Walbo would dare provoke him. When he first arrived on Magnetic Drum Island, he contemplated whether he should eliminate this scoundrel, but refrained, as he was seeking medical aid and preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, it seemed that this fool was intent on courting disaster. "Ha ha," Cato chuckled darkly, pressing his hand against his colorful hat. "Rest assured, I shall not allow him to see the dawn of tomorrow." Dalton remained silent. Having previously warned Walbo and the former king of Cato's formidable strength, advising them not to provoke such powerful pirates. Yet Walbo was entirely indifferent to these warnings. Dalton could only hope that Cato and his crew would refrain from harming the villagers. Walbo, who would later become the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, was nicknamed White Iron. He possessed the powers of the swallow fruit and was known for his tyrannical and brutal rule. Once he ascended to the throne, he prioritized his own interests, enacting laws that benefited himself at the expense of his subjects, including the inhumane decree to hunt doctors, leading the once great medical nation of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to its decline. Following the assault on the Magnetic Drum Kingdom by Blackbeard, Walbo abandoned his citizens and fled to the sea, becoming a pirate and eventually the captain of the White Iron Pirates. 2 years after the great incident, he gained recognition from the world's nobility and ascended to become the nefarious king of the Dark Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Cato could hardly tolerate such a scoundrel as Walbo. He was not one to procrastinate. Having made his decision, he set off alone towards Magnetic Drum Island's highest peak, where the castle, later inhabited by Gulewa, stood. Unlike Luffy, Cato did not climb. The situation was different now, with numerous massive chains connecting to the castle. Thus, Cato traversed the chains. Upon reaching the end, he discovered a multitude of guards stationed there. It was unclear whether Walbo anticipated trouble or if the guards were a constant presence. Upon spotting Cato charging towards them, the guards quickly sounded the alarm. Unfazed, Cato dismissed them as utterly inadequate, swiftly dispatching them with a few sword strikes before leaping into the air and landing in the snow before the castle. Chapter 24. The demise of Walpo atop the summit of Magnetic Drum Peak. Upon his descent, Cato discovered that a throng of soldiers had emerged from the castle gates. Rather than assaulting him immediately upon sight, they encircled him in silence, parting to create a pathway. A tall figure mounted on a hippopotamus appeared. It was none other than the despicable Walpo, adorned in a heavy coat made of hippopotamus hide. He leisurely traversed the ground atop a rather foolish-looking hippopotamus. Beside him were his loyal subordinates, the explosive-haired boxer Chromalaman and the eccentric archer Jess. Upon seeing Walpo, Cato felt a sense of relief. He was glad to find him here, fearing that Walpo might have fled beforehand, making him difficult to locate. However, Cato had evidently overestimated this future king, for the notion of escape was far from Walpo's mind. He was anticipating Cato's arrival, eager to capture him and hand him over to the navy. The slow-moving hippopotamus took its time, and Walpo took an eternity to finally position himself before Cato. In his hand, he held a half-eaten gun, gnawing on it with the same fervor as one would sugarcane, producing a crunching sound with each bite. Walpo muttered between chews, gazing lazily at Cato. "You are the pirate seeking the bounty, are you not?" Cato, disinclined to engage with him, merely frowned at the sight of Walpo devouring metal. His devil fruit power indeed allowed him to consume anything. Yet, Walpo persisted, his eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, "Mwahaha! You pirates are truly delusional, thinking you can claim a bounty from me. You even delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Such audacity." Cato found himself amused by Walpo's absurdity. He had not anticipated such foolishness. Unable to contain his laughter, he retorted, "Pray tell, who bestowed upon you the gall to speak to me in such a manner?" Truth be told, it was just Walpo's ludicrous demeanor, akin to that of his hippopotamus steed, or his laugh reminiscent of the beast that incited Cato's desire to deliver him a sound thrashing. This fool had not only seized the bounty of Cato's crew but also sought to capture them for a reward, truly a fool courting his own demise. Though Magnetic Drum Island was recognized as a member of the world government, Cato harbored no fear of the government itself. Why then would he fear the son of the king of Magnetic Drum? Thus, Cato had no intention of speaking courteously to him. This provocation, however, enraged Walpo, who spat out a piece of metal he had been chewing and furiously declared, "I am a prince, soon to be king. In this realm, I hold dominion over all." The current king was nearing his end and rarely intervened in affairs. Otherwise, Cato's predicament would not have come to pass. In just over a year, Walpo would ascend to the throne, and he had already begun to regard himself as king. Indeed, this was the domain of His Majesty Walpo. Cromalomon and Jess echoed his sentiments, believing Walpo was already a king in every respect, merely awaiting his coronation, to secure their own futures. They were inclined to heed Walpo's every word. Cato felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face in disbelief. How could one find themselves amidst such utter imbeciles? Engaging in dialogue with these fools seemed to drain his intellect. They had a peculiar talent for lowering one's mental acuity to their level, only to subsequently overpower one with their misguided experience. Thus, Cato resolved to cease the banter and provocatively asserted, "Many wish to capture me, but I doubt you pathetic lot would even rank among them." Walpo, incensed by Cato's disdain, erupted in fury, for no one had dared to treat him so. He bellowed, "All of you, attack! Eliminate him! I shall make him regret provoking me." Walpo. Upon hearing Walpo's command, Jess immediately drew his bow and aimed at Cato, thinking to himself, "If I can slay Cato, I shall surely earn Prince Walpo's admiration." However, Jess had grossly overestimated his abilities. Cato, without even activating his observation hockey, merely tilted his head slightly to evade the arrows Jess unleashed. Cromalomon, harboring similar thoughts, charged at Cato, launching a flurry of punches, yet not a single blow landed. The two of them combined their efforts against Cato, but Cato found no need to retaliate. He merely yawned while evading their attacks, unrelenting in their pursuit of glory. The duo continued their futile assault, but their enthusiasm soon waned as Cato abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, both Cromalomon and Jess were left reeling, blood gushing from their chests, having been felled by Cato's swift blade. "You dared to strike down Cromalomon and Jess?" Walpo seethed. His teeth clenched as he glared at Cato. "I will have you dismembered. Open fire. Kill him." Yet, after issuing his threats, Walpo turned tail and fled toward the castle. Though Walpo's intellect was lacking, he was not without sense. Witnessing Cato dispatch Cromalomon and Jess with such ease made him realize that this pirate was no ordinary foe. He was formidable. Without hesitation, Walpo ordered a retreat back to the castle. However, as he fled, he soon sensed something amiss. Why was there no sound of cannon fire? Curiously, he glanced back, and his blood ran cold at the sight. The soldiers who had been so lively moments ago now lay scattered on the ground. Cato, wishing not to waste time or harm the innocent, had utilized his conqueror's hockey to render them unconscious. Unaware of the true circumstances, Walpo perceived Cato as a malevolent overlord, vanishing at a speed beyond his comprehension from sight. This unexpected escape startled Cato. He had not anticipated Walpo's swiftness. Upon entering the castle, Walpo rushed to the armory, frantically shoving every weapon he could find into his voracious mouth, his speed astounding. Did he not fear choking? When Cato arrived and beheld him, it was evident that Walpo had devoured an astonishing amount. With a belch, Walpo, noticing Cato's lack of previous panic, arrogantly proclaimed, "Umph. Do you truly believe I fear you? Now, allow me to demonstrate my capabilities." Chapter 25, The Successful Development Within the Majestic Confines of the Maguire Peak Castle. Under Cato's discerning gaze, Walpo grew increasingly colossal, manifesting numerous weapons from his form: knives, spears, clubs. Everything he had consumed earlier seemed to sprout upon him. Yet Cato merely marveled at the capabilities of the munch-munch fruit, pondering whether one could regurgitate what was swallowed. As for Walpo's transformation, even if he were endowed with tenfold the weaponry, it would hardly concern Cato. With a swift draw of his blade, he leapt into the air, unleashing a myriad of strikes upon Walpo. By the time Cato landed, the once massive Walpo had been reduced back to his original state. The weapons lay scattered on the ground, leaving Walpo dumbfounded at the center of it all. "Ha, ha." Walpo forced a tearful and unattractive smile. "I was merely jesting with you." "Ha ha, just joking. Is that so?" Cato retorted with a disdainful smirk. followed by a cold laugh. Is your sense of humor truly so sophisticated? Prince Walpo? I apologize for your embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Walpo realized he was utterly terrified of Cato and dared not retort. Whether you laugh or not is inconsequential, but I suspect you are about to meet your maker. Cato's tone was icy, as if he were addressing a corpse. Please. Cato did not indulge in idle chatter. He would show no mercy to one who courted death. With a finality that shocked Walpo, he ended the princess life. After successfully absorbing the powers of the Munch fruit, Cato departed, having no intention of confronting the old king. Killing Walpo was sufficient. Unbeknownst to Cato, shortly after their departure, the old king, enraged by his son's demise, succumbed to a fit of bloodshed. Moreover, Walpo's elder brother was summoned from the Land of Fire to inherit the throne, plunging Maguire Island into a new predicament, which would only be resolved upon the arrival of Luffy and his crew. However, such matters were of little concern to Cato. Acquiring a fruit of considerable potential was his utmost joy. With this sentiment in mind, Cato swiftly returned to the treehouse. His comrades had no apprehensions regarding his prowess, and upon learning of his acquisition of yet another fruit, they rejoiced, for it seemed the strength of their pirate crew had significantly bolstered. Yet, the question of who would consume this fruit lingered. Ultimately, they decided to bestow it upon Feki, as the fruit's developmental potential leaned more towards technological advancements. Feki's proficiency with artillery was commendable, ensuring that the fruit would not be squandered. The Munch fruit was indeed a remarkably potent entity, granting the ability to consume anything, assimilating it into one's body or even synthesizing new forms. Amusingly, it could even allow the user to engulf themselves, and most astonishingly, it possessed the capability to devour other ability users. This aspect could be regarded as somewhat overpowered, albeit with inherent limitations contingent upon the user's skill. Cato firmly believed that if Feki utilized it adeptly, he would rival Frankie. As for consuming other ability users, that was a matter of chance. One could only hope that no one would be unfortunate enough to fall victim to Feki's appetite. After Feki consumed the fruit, Shinbei informed Cato of Beepo's situation. Cato was surprised to learn that the timid bear had indeed ventured forth to woo a lady. However, Cato would not discourage anyone from pursuing their affections. As long as one possessed the capability, he would remain indifferent to their endeavors. After all, pirates are human too. And Cato himself had Kinemon aboard. Following this romantic escapade, Cato believed Beepo would mature significantly, evolving into a true gentleman. A night passed without incident, and by noon the following day, Dr. Gyurwa finally delivered the good news. The herbal remedy for the celestial dragon mark had been successfully developed. Cato, having anticipated the success within a short time frame, was nonetheless pleased by its swiftness. After all, he had slain the son of the king of Maguire, and he suspected the navy would soon arrive. While they were not afraid of the navy, they would not be foolish enough to await their arrival. Dr. Gyurwa, I cannot thank you enough. You are the most remarkable physician. Cato expressed his gratitude profusely. The success of this remedy was not merely about healing the mark. It was more about mending the psychological scars of those who had been enslaved by the celestial dragons. Of course, this remedy could not erase their past experiences, but it would at least allow them to reintegrate into society and reclaim their humanity. Cato, you needn't thank me. My primary motivation for developing this remedy was my pity for the young girl, Reiji, and not for you. Dr. Gyurwa, however, remained unfazed by Cato's flattery and gratitude. Haha. Yes, I spoke out of turn, but I must express my thanks for your assistance to my crew. Cato understood Dr. Gyurwa's straightforward nature, which was far from overly sentimental, yet as captain, expressing gratitude was essential. In the afternoon, possibly sensing that Cato and his crew were preparing to depart, or perhaps aware of Cato's actions against Prince Walpo, Brook approached, announcing that the villagers had agreed to apologize to Beepo and Chopper. Cato and his crew accompanied him, not out of fear of any potential schemes from the villagers, but rather to witness the moment that their arrival altered the future. Soon, they made their way to the village in a grand procession. Upon seeing Cato and his crew, the villagers felt a twinge of fear, especially upon spotting Beepo and Chopper. However, once they realized the two were indeed friendly toward humans, their apprehension began to dissipate. On behalf of the entire village, I sincerely apologize for the harm and misunderstanding we caused you that day. We are truly sorry. Under the direction of the village chief, the villagers stepped forward to offer their apologies to Beepo and Chopper. It's quite all right, hehe, Beepo replied, a bit bashfully. Chopper beamed at the villagers' acceptance of him. Seeing their expressions, the villagers became increasingly convinced that the two would not bring them harm, and instead found them endearing. The children, too, gathered curiously around Bepo and Chopper, fascinated by the talking animals standing and walking among them. In the end, Cato delivered a vital address, vehemently condemning the villagers' prior actions. He expressed appreciation and commendation for their sincere apologies and warmly welcomed their timely decision to reform, urging everyone to roll up their sleeves and work diligently. For together they could pave a path toward overcoming the racial prejudices of their generation. In a harmonious atmosphere, the meeting concluded. Although brief, both the villagers and the dragon and phoenix pirates left satisfied, believing the villagers would earnestly implement Cato's intentions and resolutely oppose any future misunderstandings. Chapter 26. Chopper joins the crew. On their way back, the group walked together, with Cato accompanied by the injured Bepo and Chopper and the eager Teddy, who was seeing Chopper for the first time. Teddy was quite intrigued by yet another talking animal. Cato noticed that Chopper occasionally cast curious yet fearful glances at him, his demeanor somewhat awkward, as if he might flee at any moment. This left Cato puzzled, prompting him to ask with a smile, "Are you interested in me? Or are you afraid of me?" "No, it's just that you all are different from others. You don't see me as a monster," Chopper replied, lowering his head in a dejected manner. It seemed that while Cato's apology had made some impact, it would take time to fully heal Chopper's emotional wounds. Cato had grown fond of the little fellow, so he offered some comfort. "To me, you are merely a reindeer who has consumed a devil fruit, not a monster. There are many individuals with various abilities on the Grand Line, so don't take it too much to heart. Didn't you see that everyone has already accepted you? Really? Is that true?" Chopper's eyes widened in surprise as he excitedly turned to Cato. "I heard from Bepo that you are a pirate, and a very formidable one at that." Ian glanced at Bepo, recalling the boastful remarks he had overheard earlier, and smiled at Chopper. "Well, I suppose so, but there are many who are far more powerful than I." "Is there really that many who are stronger than you?" Chopper asked in disbelief. Cato chuckled softly before explaining. "Of course. For instance, the 4 emperors, the marine admirals, and some of the 7 warlords, not to mention numerous hidden figures. Achieving absolute invincibility is impossible." "What are the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords?" Chopper innocently inquired. In response to this question, Cato chose not to elaborate but instead playfully asked, "Why are you so interested in pirates? Why not consider becoming one yourself?" "Me can I?" Chopper asked, a glimmer of hope in his voice. "Absolutely. You are so adorable. Which pirate crew wouldn't he want you?" Cato said, affectionately ruffling Chopper's cute antlers. It was evident that Cato's praise resonated deeply with Chopper. "Why, you jerk. Even if you say that, I want to be happy." Chopper's thunder in nature surfaced again. Though Cato had witnessed this behavior many times in his previous life, it was the first time he had seen it in this incarnation, causing him to burst into laughter. "Bah." Teddy also mocked Chopper's inability to conceal his feelings. "Hiki." Chopper felt a bit embarrassed at being teased by a dog. "Captain, can Chopper join our pirate crew?" Bepo suddenly asked, having listened intently to their conversation. He was very fond of Chopper as a companion, and joining the crew would make him a senior member. "Of course, Chopper. Do you wish to join our pirate crew?" Cato did not refuse. Cato certainly wouldn't turn him away, as he was very fond of Chopper, and the crew also adored him. As for altering history, he chose not to dwell on it, having already changed a significant part of history by eliminating Walpole, let alone taking Chopper with him. In truth, Cato had not anticipated this outcome. He originally planned to resolve the celestial dragon issue and depart, but through a series of fortunate events, he not only killed Walpole but also found Chopper through Bepo, forming a deep bond, even if he did not take Chopper with him. Returning to the status quo was no longer an option. "I want to think it over," seeing the eager expressions of everyone. Chopper felt an overwhelming urge to agree right away, yet his past experiences left him hesitant. "All right, we will set sail tomorrow morning. We'll bid farewell to Brooke then. So you must make up your mind quickly. The doors of our Dragon Phoenix pirate crew will always be open for you." Cato did not interfere with his decision. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and Cato could not guarantee that Chopper would be as happy on his ship as he was on Luffy's. After parting ways, Chopper and Brooke returned to Brooke's home, where Chopper sat on the bed contemplating the events of the day. Brooke, understanding his thoughts, spoke up. "Chopper, once you're out at sea, you will realize how trivial your worries are. The island where you were born is but a speck in the vast world." The same words he would later impart to Chopper in history echoed once more. "Is that true, Doctor?" Bepo said the same thing to me, Chopper questioned, though his tone reflected a belief in their words. "Of course, Chopper. You are not just a reindeer, you are a man. You must be brave, understand?" Brooke advised, although he felt a pang of reluctance at Chopper's departure. He He genuinely wished for Chopper to pursue his dreams on the open sea. He could see that Kato and his crew were good people, making this the best choice for Chopper at this moment. It was certainly 100 times better than spending a lifetime on this small island. Moreover, Chopper's previous reactions indicated that he longed for a group of companions, so Brook naturally encouraged him to take that brave step forward. Chopper nodded earnestly, having made up his mind, evidently influenced by Brook's words. The next morning arrived, marking the time for farewells. Kato and the others bid goodbye to Dr. Guriva as they headed to Brook's home. Although it was a farewell, it was accompanied by Guriva's playful scolding. Dr. Guriva, thank you for your care and teachings. I will return to visit you. Law bowed respectfully to Guriva. The past days had allowed Law to learn much from self-study, and he respected Guriva greatly for providing him with many medical texts before leaving. Brat, hurry up and leave. I haven't had a chance to settle the score with you for wasting my time. You think you can come back? I certainly want to welcome you. Get out of here. Guriva huffed angrily after taking a swig of alcohol. Well, that's just how Guriva is. Everyone can only understand it that way. Brook Chopper soon they arrived at their destination, where the crew called out from below. Hearing their voices, the two stepped outside. Chopper, come with us. Yeah, join us as our companion. Being a pirate is fun. The crew stood below, extending their invitation to Chopper. Touched by their words, Chopper turned to look at Brook. Go ahead, Chopper, take this with you, and don't forget what I told you about being a true man. Brook reminded him one last time. Thank you, Doctor. After expressing his gratitude, Beepo quickly climbed down the ladder. Chapter 27, setting off again. Go on, Chopper. Carry this and remember what I told you about becoming a true man. Brook reminded him at last. Thank you, Doctor. Chopper expressed his gratitude before swiftly descending the ladder. Upon seeing Chopper's arrival, Kato realized that history had indeed changed. However, rather than fearing the unpredictability of the future, he felt a sense of joy that Chopper had chosen the Dragon and Phoenix pirates, as it indicated that their allure was perhaps not inferior to that of Luffy and his crew. This revelation bolstered Kato's confidence. The one who was most delighted by Chopper's joining was undoubtedly Beppo, who rushed over and lifted Chopper in a joyful embrace, exclaiming, Wonderful, Chopper. You are now part of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates. We can be partners forever. He. Yes. Chopper was equally eager to be with Beppo. Meanwhile, the teddy monkey expressed its dissatisfaction at being cast aside during their celebration, bouncing around and making a fuss. After all, they were all adorable companions, weren't they? Kato observed them with a sense of nostalgia, realizing that the Dragon and Phoenix pirates had gained yet another animal companion. With these four, they could be quite the formidable mahjong team, though it seemed they had yet to acquire a set. Perhaps one day, when time allowed, they could explore that avenue. Barry would surely enjoy it, haha. After their celebration, Chopper approached Kato and called him Captain. Just like Beppo. Just call me Kato. There's no need to imitate that fellow Beppo. Kato preferred to hear everyone address him by name. All right, Kato. Chopper agreed, finding this more endearing. As everyone reveled in Chopper's inclusion, Brook's voice rang out. Kato, I'm leaving Chopper in your care. You must look after him well. Rest assured. I won't let him come to harm as my crew member. Kato replied coolly, his right hand resting on his colorful hat and his left hand on his sword. Doctor, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. Chopper waved vigorously at Brook. After bidding farewell to Brook, the group set off towards the Freedom Wing. On the way, Kato noticed Chopper carrying a small medical bag and was pleasantly surprised. After all, Chopper had only started carrying one after studying medicine. How did he come to possess it before meeting Dr. Kureha? Thus, he inquired, Chopper, why are you carrying a medical bag? Oh, you mean this? Chopper said, removing the small bag. It's because Dr. Brook told me that as a pirate, I should contribute. Since my combat abilities are lacking, I've decided to learn some medical skills and become the ship's doctor. That's a great idea. Keep it up. Kato was taken aback by Chopper's decision, yet he acknowledged Chopper's talent in medicine. With numerous medical books aboard and support from Kureha, he had no doubt that Chopper would succeed, although it would take time. Thank you for your support, Kato. Chopper beamed. Although there would be 2 ship doctors aboard, their areas of expertise would be quite distinct. Law, due to his devil fruit powers, excelled in surgery, while Chopper specialized in pharmacology. The two could be likened to the differences between Western and traditional Chinese medicine, and their paths would not conflict. Moreover, both were still novices in their fields. While Law had started learning earlier than Chopper, his skills likely weren't vastly superior. Kato saw no reason to hinder their progress. Before long, they arrived at the Freedom Wing. Chopper gazed at the ship in awe, exclaiming, "Is this our pirate ship? It's so big. What do you think? Impressive, right? This will be your home from now on." Beppo replied proudly, pleased by Chopper's reaction. Once aboard, Chopper was filled with curiosity about everything. Kato instructed Beppo to guide Chopper in familiarizing himself with the surroundings and to arrange accommodations. The ship's amenities and recreational facilities left Chopper starry-eyed. Especially when he saw the beach, he yearned to enjoy it immediately. But given that it was winter, that indulgence would have to wait. Soon, the Freedom Wing set sail once more. After half a day of navigating, the weather finally normalized, and the sun shone brightly, prompting everyone to change into cooler attire. At this moment, the crew was enjoying themselves on the beach, having spent a considerable amount of time on Magnet Drum Island. The nostalgia of this long-awaited freedom captivated everyone. And the newly joined Chopper lay back on a beach chair, sipping champagne in blissful contentment. Suddenly, a cry broke through their revelry. "Someone's coming!" With a thud, a massive figure landed on the beach, drawing everyone's attention. Kato turned to see a towering individual, resembling a bear. Standing at an impressive height of 6 to 7 meters, clutching what appeared to be a sacred text. It was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, the new warlord of the sea, known as the Tyrant. In this form, Kuma was nearly the same size as he would be 9 years later. The only difference being his eyes. Now they were not the robotic, glowing kind, but rather living orbs. His scholarly appearance, complete with a hat adorned with barriers, belied his fearsome reputation as a pirate. Kato recognized Kuma, and so did the other crew members, though they had never witnessed his strength. The aura he exuded was as intimidating as that of Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy. The previously relaxed crew immediately shifted into a state of alertness, for none could ascertain whether this sudden appearance was friend or foe. In the world of One Piece, Bartholomew Kuma was an enigmatic figure, seemingly the most obedient to the world government among the warlords, yet secretly a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. His willingness to cooperate with the Navy and become a human weapon, PX-0, at the expense of all his past memories was nothing short of astonishing. Though it was possible that this was a scheme or collaboration between Vegapunk and the Revolutionary Army, Kuma's spirit of self-sacrifice for the revolution was truly moving. Moreover, his assistance to the Straw Hat crew was unparalleled, garnering him admiration from every pirate enthusiast, including Kato. While Kato was fond of Kuma, he chose not to delve into the complexities of his identity, as he felt a certain unease regarding Kuma's formidable strength. Chapter 28. Acting with Kuma aboard the Thousand Sunny, the sudden appearance of a warlord of the sea instilled a sense of trepidation among the crew. Kato, in particular, harbored a strong aversion to positioning himself as an adversary to two figures, Dracul Mihawk, the world's mightiest swordsman, and Bartholomew Kuma, the Tyrant. Mihawk, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, was a force to be reckoned with, and Kato pondered how anyone could dare provoke such an individual. Kuma, equally formidable, possessed a disconcerting ability to send others on journeys, a skill that Kato found both impressive and intimidating. Although Kato did not fear Kuma, he acknowledged that the latter could easily dispatch others without a second thought. Thus, Kato wished to avoid enmity with both. Kato's apprehension towards Kuma was palpable, despite the bounty of 290 million on Kuma's head remaining unchanged since his induction into the warlords. This did not diminish the threat he posed. The sheer strength of Kuma could be gleaned from his past encounters. His initial appearance was summoned by the world government to discuss the successor to Crocodile, following Luffy's defeat of the former warlord. Kuma later appeared aboard Moria's ship and nearly annihilated the Straw Hat crew, who had just battled Moria. It was only upon being moved by Zoro's determination that Kuma granted them a fleeting opportunity. The government found themselves powerless against him, and after a few scoldings from Sengoku, Kuma was left unscathed. During the Marineford War, the Whitebeard pirates Oz charged forward with relentless vigor, nearing the execution platform when Kuma intervened. With a single strike known as Ursa's Shock, he rendered Oz unconscious. In Sabaody, Kuma approached Rayleigh and Admiral Kizaru, whispering to Rayleigh. One must recognize that neither of these figures could afford to engage without substantial power backing them. Admiral Kizaru, visibly agitated, struggled to comprehend Kuma's intentions, questioning him yet receiving an answer that left him humiliated. Nevertheless, Kizaru refrained from attacking, swallowing his frustration. Kuma's response was striking, unless ordered by the government. We are under no obligation to cooperate with the Navy. I shall not answer your inquiries. With that, Kuma left Kizaru in a state of bewilderment as he continued to assist others, allowing the Straw Hat crew to escape one by one before the Admiral's eyes. Why did Kizaru not retaliate against Kuma? Was it because he lacked the authority to act against a warlord? Or did he believe he could not thwart Kuma's abilities? Kato suspected the latter to be more likely. Kuma's strength primarily stemmed from his devil fruit ability, the paw fruit, which granted him the power to repel anything, including physical objects and accrued damage in battle. This ability rendered him nearly invincible. Kuma could teleport, rebound attacks, and heal himself, showcasing extraordinary resilience and offensive capabilities. Such overwhelming prowess rendered even Oda powerless to counter him, resulting in Kuma being sidelined. Perhaps his transformation was his destined fate. Kato was uncertain about Kuma's current strength or whether his swordsmanship or haki could harm him, yet he preferred to avoid conflict with Kuma. His favorable impression of both Kuma and the Revolutionary Army led him to desire a peaceful coexistence. However, should Kuma harbor hostile intentions, Kato would not hesitate to retaliate. He was also aware of Kuma's status as a revolutionary cadre. If Kuma dared to recklessly harm his crew, Kato would ensure he faced consequences. The distinction between ally and enemy rested solely on Kuma's whims. With such thoughts, Kato regarded Kuma with gravity, inquiring, "What brings a prominent figure like you? A warlord of the sea, here uninvited?" Kuma's expression remained inscrutable as he surveyed the tense atmosphere. Kato pondered what event could elicit even a hint of humanity from Kuma, whose demeanor might foreshadow his eventual transformation. "The world government has sent me to kill you, and the Navy has instructed me to capture you," Kuma replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Kato immediately tensed, realizing the Navy's pursuit was likely due to his previous actions against the Prince of Drum Kingdom. Such a trivial matter might not warrant a warlord's involvement. Thus, it was evident that the world government had orchestrated this. Kato then wondered who bore such animosity towards him. A sudden realization struck him. He suspected it to be the celestial dragon, Charles Saint. Only this celestial dragon, whom Kato had once bested, could wield such influence. It was shocking to discover that this individual held such a grudge, enlisting a warlord to execute him rather than merely detain him. Clearly, the lines of friendship had been erased, and Kato remarked, "I did not anticipate you would so swiftly become a lackey of the celestial dragons." Kato's indignation was palpable. His previous admiration for Kuma and the Revolutionary Army had been shattered. He had hoped for future collaboration. Even if Kuma sought the Navy's trust, Kato could comprehend that motivation. However, the notion of Kuma siding with the celestial dragons, those he despised most, was intolerable. Prepared for battle, Kato drew his sword, the Saimai Kikken. Kuma's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "It is not necessarily a matter of enemy or friend." Kato, exasperated by Kuma's stoic demeanor, demanded, "What do you mean? Clarify." Kuma continued, "They ordered me to kill you, but whether I succeed is not my concern." "Oh, are you suggesting I should play along with your charade?" Kato grasped the implication. "Indeed, it is contingent upon your willingness," Kuma affirmed. With the prospect of avoiding hostility, Kato was amenable to the performance. Yet he remained curious about Kuma's motives. "Why? I harbor a certain appreciation for your actions against the celestial dragons. As for other reasons, I prefer not to disclose," Kuma replied. Though Kuma withheld further explanation, Kato quickly deduced his other identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army's mission to overthrow the celestial dragons aligned with Kato's own enmity towards them. Thus, one could say that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Having discerned the essence of the situation, Kato ceased his doubts and smiled. "Very well, I agree. However, we must find a more suitable location. This place is rather inconvenient." "Follow me," Kuma responded before soaring into the air, leading Kato and his crew in his wake. Chapter 29. The Red-Haired One-Legged. Upon departing from the ship Freedom Wings, Kato followed Kuma. While he was not well acquainted with the Grand Line, Kuma, who incessantly inquired about others' travel desires, was intimately familiar with every island. Kato speculated whether Kuma had traversed the globe. Soon, they arrived at an uninhabited isle. Despite the fact that it was merely a performance, they needed to engage earnestly, otherwise, they could not fool the Navy. As Kato landed, Kuma wasted no time, suddenly appearing beside him in an instant. Since his arrival, Kato had activated his Kinbunshika haki, deftly evading Kuma's paw. He had no intention of indulging in a leisurely journey, and thus he drew his sword and charged at Kuma. To Kato's astonishment, their duel extended over 3 days and nights. Upon returning to the pirate crew, their anxiety was palpable as they beheld his tattered attire. Had they not known it was a ruse, they might have gone in search of him. Kato felt quite embarrassed, although it had started as an act. The thrill of encountering such a worthy opponent ignited his enthusiasm, and Kuma felt the same. Unbeknownst to them, they had become engrossed in their battle. Had the island not been on the verge of submerging from their relentless onslaught, they might still be engaged in combat. That evening, Mona prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate, especially since Chopper, the new addition, had yet to receive a proper welcome ceremony, which Kuma's arrival had delayed. However, it was not too late. Everyone reveled in the festivities, and Chopper had seamlessly integrated into their midst. Kato, having consumed a fair share of alcohol, opted for an early slumber, refraining from seeking any inappropriate activities with Kinsuk. The previous days of sparring with Kuma had left him rather fatigued. Engaging with Kuma required constant vigilance against his elusive teleportation ability, as well as caution regarding his formidable hands, demanding Kato's undivided attention. Although Kato could not inflict harm upon Kuma, the latter equally failed to injure Kato. Their attire bore the brunt of their encounters, but they had not unleashed their full powers. Kato refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities and did not resort to lethal sword techniques, and he believed Kuma had done likewise. Nevertheless, the experience proved immensely beneficial for Kato. Before drifting into slumber, Kato recalled Kuma's expression upon discovering a hidden secret. "Kuma, wait!" Kato called out to the departing Kuma. "Kato, do you have something to say?" Kuma turned slowly, his voice gentle. "I wish to meet Dragon." Kato adjusted his attire and donned his multicolored hat, speaking slowly. Kuma's eyes brightened at the words. He suddenly teleported beside Kato, swiftly removing his gloves and inquiring, "Travel? Where do you wish to go?" As he spoke, Kuma struck with a powerful blow. Yet, Kato, equally swift, evaded the attack with remarkable agility. "I am a pirate. I want to divulge anything to the Navy." "Cease your assault, Bartholomew Kuma," Kato urged hastily. Upon hearing this, Kuma halted, donned his gloves once more, and remained silent, patiently awaiting Kato's next words. "Kuma, if I intended to expose you, I wouldn't tell you now. Why the eagerness?" Kato, startled by Kuma's intensity, decided to provoke him further. "For what purpose do you seek to gain the Navy's trust at your own expense?" After a prolonged silence, Kuma remained unresponsive. Kato, feeling disheartened, remarked, "I wish to meet Dragon, with no time constraints. I can relay a message, but whether Dragon chooses to meet you is beyond my concern." As soon as he finished speaking, Kuma vanished in an instant. Kato gazed at the spot where Kuma had disappeared, a faint smile gracing his lips. As long as he agrees. After all, Dragon is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Not leveraging this opportunity would be a grave error. Although the Revolutionary Army had only recently commenced its activities, it was destined for greatness in the future. Hence, it was prudent to cultivate this relationship. The night passed without incident. The following day, the crew accelerated their journey, for Kato and Kuma's performance had delayed them for several days. While there was no immediate urgency, they still needed to consider their food supply. On the beach of Freedom Wings, the crew watched as Teddy and the monkey competed in a swimming contest. Notably, Teddy's swimming prowess was on par with the finest, swiftly reaching the finish line while the monkey lagged nearly halfway behind. Observing Teddy's boastful demeanor, the monkey screeched in frustration. Yet there was little he could do. This fellow truly relished showing off. Kato, lounging on a beach chair, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, pondering whether the peculiar behavior stemmed from the name he had given Teddy. "Hee, Beepo, why don't you join Teddy in the competition?" Reiji playfully teased, her demeanor more carefree after resolving her past issues, as she snatched a snack from Beepo and inquired. "Teddy is my senior. He boarded the ship long before I did. How could I show disrespect?" Beepo replied, gazing at the snack bag snatched by Reiji, his expression blank. Deep down, he mused, "Am I still a patient? Is it fair for you to bully me like this? Stop watching. Just look at how much fatter you are than me. It's time for you to shed some weight. We'll help you finish this snack." Reiji, ignoring Beepo's pitiful gaze, devoured the snack she had taken from him, sharing with Chopper, who relished the delicious treat. "Delicious!" Chopper exclaimed, savoring the delightful flavors. Beepo, observing their antics, felt increasingly speechless, reflecting on the vast disparity between their experiences as fellow patients. Nevertheless, he held a healthy respect for Reiji, not only because she was his senior, but primarily due to her control over the ship's finances. Even Sarenka and the others dared not provoke her, let alone him. "Here, have some of mine, Beepo." Mona, with her eyes slightly narrowed and a smile on her face, offered her snacks to him. "Thank you," Beepo replied dazedly, accepting the snacks cautiously while glancing at Reiji before slowly indulging. Meanwhile, the others showed little interest in competing with Reiji for snacks, having turned their attention to other pursuits after witnessing Teddy's victory. Kato sat, perusing newspapers from recent days. Having been on Magnetic Drum Island, he had been unaware of recent events, but the station pirates had compiled the news. Thus, Kato retrieved the newspapers from earlier in today, settling onto a beach chair to read. The initial pages contained trivial matters, which Kato quickly skimmed over. However, his hand paused as he came across an image of Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. To his surprise, Shanks was depicted missing an arm. Furthermore, he was without his ever-present straw hat. The headline read, "For Emperor Red-Haired Shanks returns to the New World, but loses an arm. Reason unknown." Is it beginning? Kato mused to himself. Chapter 30, A Personal Encounter. Is it about to begin? Upon seeing the newspaper, Kato couldn't help but exclaim. While others remained oblivious to the circumstances, Kato was well aware that during the red-haired pirates' recent adventure in the East Sea, they had passed through Windmill Village, where Luffy resided, and in the process, met young Luffy, inadvertently leading him to consume the devil fruit, Gomu no Mi. Later, in a bid to save young Luffy's life, Kato lost an arm to a sea king. Following this, Luffy idolized Shanks, the red-haired pirate, who entrusted his straw hat to Luffy upon leaving Windmill Village, igniting Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate. Much to the chagrin of his grandfather, marine hero Garp. Although Shanks had lost an arm, his prowess remained undiminished. In fact, he had grown even stronger. Anyone hoping to take advantage of this situation would surely find themselves in dire straits. Dismissing such thoughts, Kato continued to peruse the paper, but found no mention of his battle with Kuma. It seemed the Navy was intent on concealing the truth. The Navy was not foolish. If Tyrant Kuma had emerged victorious, they would have broadcasted it widely. Naturally, they would not report a stalemate against Kato. Setting the newspaper aside, Kato closed his eyes to rest, as the continuous battles had left him somewhat fatigued. "Captain, we've spotted someone in the sea." A crew member rushed over shortly thereafter. "Oh, let's bring him aboard and see," Kato lazily replied, indicating that he wouldn't mind saving a life if the individual was still alive. "Yes." The crew member responded and hurried off to rescue the person. Before long, a young man of average build and ordinary appearance, completely bald, was fished out of the water. Kato and Max did not approach. Kato remained resting with his eyes closed, while other curious crew members gathered around. The young man carried a kitchen knife, prompting speculation that he might be a cook, and remarkably, he bore no injuries despite his mysterious presence in the ocean. The crew members rushed to administer aid, and with each firm press on his abdomen, he expelled seawater from his mouth, indicating he had consumed quite a bit. After several coughs, the bald young man finally awoke, gasping for air, and managed to stammer, Thank you all." He took quite some time to express his gratitude. And while the crew initially dismissed it as the ramblings of someone just regaining consciousness, they soon realized their error. They were gravely mistaken. "Who are you?" a crew member inquired. To their surprise, the young man ignored the question entirely, his eyes lecherously darting towards Reggie, Mona, and Kinko, his expression utterly lascivious. He sat up and stuttered, "Be beautiful, ladies, you are so lovely. Enough. Let's talk in the kitchen. Mona, please prepare him a cup of tea." One crew member began to reprimand him but was halted by Sinbad, who found the young man rather amusing and decided to invite him along. Once in the kitchen, the young man made himself at home, plopping down into a chair and eagerly gulping down the tea Mona had prepared, clearly parched from the seawater. After finishing, Kato asked, "Brother, can you finally tell us who you are?" I am known as the Bounty Supreme Star," he stammered, the words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. Sinbad's interest piqued. He silently observed the peculiar individual with amusement. Though he possessed a passable appearance, his demeanor was exceedingly off-putting. His eyes roamed hungrily over the kitchen's beautiful maidens as he refilled his cup time and again. "Delicious tea. This is definitely the finest red tea, sourced from young maidens, gathered at dawn amidst the morning glow." A tinderbutt next to him, Fiki, unable to contain himself, bellowed in frustration. "Let me articulate that for you. I'm about to suffocate listening to your inane babble." The exceedingly awkward young man nodded vigorously. "Why, yes, that's exactly the right way to say it." How infuriating. Fiki, his patience exhausted, slammed his teacup down and stood, declaring, "If I have to endure another moment of your drivel, I will either suffocate or die from sheer annoyance." The self-proclaimed Bounty Supreme wore a scornful expression but was still too inept to convey his disdain properly, watching Fiki's retreating figure with a mix of irritation and bewilderment. "Is everyone leaving?" The awkward young man stood, attempting to retain their attention. "Quickly, before you suffocate us." Even the mild-mannered Feely turned on his heel in annoyance. The room was left with only the composed and equally lecherous Sinbad, along with his loyal follower Doma and the busy Mona preparing tea. Sinbad felt a strange kinship with the lewd young man, prompting him to stay, while Doma, seeing Sinbad's lack of departure, chose to endure the discomfort. Though his expression betrayed his struggle, Mona, too, would likely have left already if not for her obligations, her fierce gaze indicating her displeasure at the young man's lascivious glances. Such a lack of decorum. The lewd young man slammed his palms on the table, exclaiming, "Absolutely no refinement, no manners, no morals." With that, he seized the teapot and began pouring it into his mouth like a whale consuming water, utterly disregarding the nature of tea drinking. Wiping the tea from his lips, he turned to Cato, exclaiming, "You tell me, right? Brother, you may call me that. I am certainly older than you," Cato chuckled, amused by the young man's antics. Who? The stammering young man gasped for breath, indignantly retorting, "Be brother. Brother." Chapter 31. The Legend of the Mysterious Island. On the ship named Freedom's Wing, a rather peculiar young man incessantly called brother, even making the thick-skinned Sinbad feel somewhat embarrassed. "All right, enough with the calling. Just be a bit polite," Sinbad hurriedly intervened. I didn't call. I was just saying. Brother, bro, mate." The awkward stutterer clapped his hands on the table, finally managing to articulate the word mate. "I have something to discuss." Domar, unable to tolerate the absurdity any longer, fled the scene. Haha. Mona was indeed amused by this character. He was simply too bizarre. "You should really tell us who you are and how you ended up at sea," Sinbad prompted, requesting another pot of tea from Mona and pouring a cup for the stutterer, as well as one for himself. I have already said I am a bounty, supreme," the stuttering man declared, "and no. But you saved me, I won't capture you." After uttering this, the stutterer fell silent, seemingly awaiting Sinbad's inquiry, his dreamy eyes fixed on Mona as she prepared the tea. Sinbad found this fellow rather intriguing. He had nothing pressing to attend to and was in no hurry. Sipping his tea leisurely, he too gazed at Mona with a glimmer in his eye. Thus, they spent an hour in silence, enjoying the tea, with 3 pots consumed without a word exchanged. After an hour and a half, the stuttering man could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Why you're too boring. You haven't said a word for half a day. It's too dull." "Wasn't I waiting for you to speak?" Sinbad replied, puzzled. Everyone else's, typically, silenced by me. Today, I feel like I'm suffocating." Sinbad could not have anticipated that this awkward stutterer was a member of the most notorious assassin organization, the Bounty Guild, in the world of One Piece. Bounty hunters are not necessarily part of the guild, and the guild does not consist solely of bounty hunters. They undertake any task for a price, not limited to capturing pirates. Only exceptionally talented or renowned bounty hunters are invited to join, gaining access to invaluable intelligence and authentic assassination techniques. It is indeed a feared organization that elicits trepidation. However, members of this organization are known for their ability to conceal their identities and operate discreetly. This individual was a true anomaly for revealing himself. "You are an assassin, yet you dare to expose yourself in broad daylight? Do you not fear the end of your career?" Sinbad inquired curiously. That S4. Ordinary assassins. Who am I? I am the future, supreme assassin," the stutterer proclaimed, brimming with self-importance, and continued, I am a killer, in the sunlight. I can live a life like a common person. I am unique." A peculiar assassin known as the Flower Monk, bald-headed and stuttering, appeared unassuming, seemingly devoid of any deadly aura. Suddenly, Sinbad recalled a notorious assassin named the Flower Monk who had assassinated a powerful king 2 years prior in the Grand Line, despite the king's numerous formidable subordinates. "It's you," Sinbad chuckled. The Flower Monk stared intently at Mona's silhouette, almost entranced, yet still absent-mindedly stammered, "BB brother. Mate. Can you remember who I am?" Future Supreme Assassin." Sinbad struggled to contain his laughter at the absurdity of this stuttering character aspiring to be the Supreme Assassin. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely impossible. After all, anything is feasible, and the Flower Monk seemed rather exceptional. "All right, quickly bring me paper and pen. With your manner of speaking, it would take 2 hours to convey anything." With impressive dexterity, the Flower Monk produced a pen and notebook from his robe, though the notebook was damp, prompting Sinbad to hand him a dry one. "To repay you for saving my life, I can offer you a chance to gain wealth. It's up to you to decide if you dare to pursue it." The Flower Monk swiftly inscribed a line of text in the notebook. showcasing his proficiency in this form of communication. Sinbad inwardly cursed the stutterer's earlier antics, which were infuriating. What opportunity for wealth? He muttered, albeit intrigued. Have you ever heard of the mysterious island? The flower monk continued to write. The mysterious island? I have not heard of it. Sinbad pondered before shaking his head. I think I have, Mona interjected suddenly. Having previously traveled the Grand Line as a chef, she had encountered many others and naturally had more knowledge than Sinbad. Noticing Sinbad's gaze, she elaborated. It is said that the mysterious island is overflowing with riches, beautiful women, exquisite food, and breathtaking scenery. Everyone who sets foot there chooses to stay rather than return, referring to it as paradise. Wow, such a place exists? Sinbad exclaimed, nearly drooling with excitement. However, it is rumored that the mysterious island is a constantly shifting landmass, and its magnetic force is sporadic. Without luck, one cannot reach it, even with a compass. It is of no use. Mona continued to relay the tale she had heard. Ah, damn it, what a disappointment. Sinbad cursed, naturally inclined to believe Mona's account. He turned to the flower monk, glaring fiercely. Little monk, are you trying to deceive me? And no, I wouldn't. The flower monk stammered, quickly jotting down. I happen to have obtained a permanent compass for the mysterious island from the guild, and it has been reacting these past few days. After finishing, he produced a permanent compass from his robe for both to see. In truth, the flower monk had longed to explore the mysterious island ever since hearing about it, but had never found the means to do so. After completing a recent mission, he finally acquired the information about the island and the permanent compass. However, possessing a compass is futile if the island's magnetic force is erratic. Yet, just days prior, he had noticed unusual activity with the compass and had followed its guidance, only to encounter a sea tornado, from which he was subsequently rescued by the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Chapter 32, A Decision. To the Mysterious Island. Inside the cabin, as the flower monk revealed the permanent compass, Sinbad and Mina were largely convinced, especially since they had rescued him, he had no reason to deceive them. Nor would he gain any advantage from it. However, this matter was beyond their jurisdiction. Sinbad addressed the flower monk. Please wait a moment. I shall seek out the captain. With that, he dashed away, leaving no trace. With a swift motion, the flower monk pinned down. Is he not the captain? Who is your captain? He appeared rather disheartened. The flower monk mused. I thought the person dressed so ostentatiously was the captain. What a waste of my breath. Mina, noticing the shift in his demeanor, smiled enigmatically and said, You will find out shortly. Soon, Cato and the others arrived. Upon hearing Sinbad's words, Cato immediately became intrigued, not only by the mysterious island but also by the flower monk, for he bore a striking resemblance to a character from a novel he had read in a past life. As they entered the room, Cato observed the monk staring intently at Mina while she seemed accustomed to his gaze, showing no concern. Upon hearing the sound of the door, the flower monk turned his head, and, upon seeing Cato and his companions, shuddered. He spilled tea all over himself, but paid no mind, quickly bouncing up and exclaiming, Why you? After several stammered attempts, he could not articulate his thoughts. Cato, already aware of his identity, felt a sense of empathy for him. Fearing that he might faint from the shock, he swiftly interrupted, No need for such hesitation. Indeed, I am Cato, the king of hell, the captain of this ship. As a member of the Bounty Guild, the flower monk recognized him, understanding the reason for his astonishment. The flower monk nodded, shifting his gaze to Max and Selenka beside Cato. He took out his pen and paper, writing, I did not expect to encounter the renowned Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. My apologies. He appeared considerably more subdued. Though the flower monk was arrogant, he recognized that Cato's strength exceeded his own, not to mention Max and Selenka, who were also formidable opponents. Rest assured, as long as you do not trouble our pirate crew, we can cooperate fully, particularly regarding this mysterious island. Cato was indifferent to the flower monk's affiliation with the Bounty Guild. The flower monk then recounted the information he had about the mysterious island, which aligned closely with the rumors Mina had heard. I must be candid. According to our guild members, this mysterious island is not as simple as it appears. It may harbor unknown dangers. If you truly intend to venture there, we must not be careless, the flower monk warned. Well, it is undoubtedly a paradise, exclaimed one crew member. Indeed, I can already envision the glistening treasures. And the food. The beautiful women. What woof. The flower monk's final remarks were selectively ignored as the crew became lost in their fantasies of beauty, delicacies, and wealth. Coughing, Cato could no longer bear the spectacle, feeling it tarnished the image of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. The crew, reminded by Cato, regained their composure. Kato, reflecting that they still had some sense of dignity, was soon met with a chorus of voices. Captain Kato, we must go to the mysterious island. One could hardly blame them. Such an opportunity was rare, with a landing on the island being more challenging than reaching Sky Island. Kato understood this, but as captain, he could not make a hasty decision. He turned to the somewhat dubious flower monk and asked, how can I be assured that you are indeed the flower monk? The flower monk squinted, and in an instant, an aura of death emanated from him. The chilling killing intent caused several weaker crew members to faint immediately. Enough. There is no need for further testing. This is undoubtedly an aura unique to assassins. The Bounty Guild truly possesses remarkable skills. If this killing intent were even stronger, it might rival the might of Conqueror's Haki. Brother, it's settled then. We shall together attain great wealth. Very well, it is agreed. With his identity confirmed, Kato no longer hesitated. The ship, the Freedom's Wing, altered its course, accelerating towards the direction indicated by the permanent compass to the mysterious island. After all, no one knew when the compass might fail, so they had to make haste. The rather lecherous flower monk took temporary residence aboard the Freedom's Wing. Nana, your cooking is truly delicious. The flower monk shamelessly flattered. Of course. Do you need a lecherous stutterer to sing your praises? Sinbad retorted, visibly displeased. You understand. Understand what? Nonsense must be spoken. The flower monk scoffed. Understand? You? Humph. With that stuttering demeanor, you still think you can woo women? Sinbad shot back mercilessly. Why you? Do not be so defiant. If you do not believe me, shall we test it? The flower monk looked at Sinbad with considerable annoyance. With your pitiful appearance, unloved by both your father and uncle, you wish to test me? My charm is beyond your comprehension. Sinbad tossed his hair nonchalantly. I despise you. Aye. At this point, the flower monk, in a fit of desperation, grabbed his pen and paper, writing rapidly to avoid suffocating from his own words. Let us not resort to violence. Instead, we shall see who is the true man. Once we reach the mysterious island, I, the flower monk, am not merely a name without substance. Is that so? A monk with a weak constitution would be more fitting. Sinbad scoffed, his usual gentility evaporating in the heat of their banter. Kato and the others listened with laughter, allowing them to bicker while everyone enjoyed the meal. Initially, they shared a mutual disdain, but once the flower monk realized that Sinbad was overshadowing him, their rivalry intensified. Especially with so few women aboard, it was only natural they would engage in verbal sparring. The night passed without incident. The flower monk's predictions proved true. The mysterious island was nearby. By noon the following day, Kato and his crew spotted the outline of an island. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, for this was the legendary paradise. They rushed back to the cabin to prepare for disembarkation. As they drew closer, the island revealed lush mountains and clear waters, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, adorned with several cascading waterfalls, truly a breathtaking sight that captivated all. Soon they reached the island's edge, docking the Freedom's Wing at the harbor. The crew could hardly contain their eagerness, leaping off the ship with palpable excitement. Kato did not hinder them but followed suit, eager to witness what made this mysterious island so extraordinary, and whether it truly harbored the unknown dangers as the flower monk had suggested. Chapter 33. A terrifying discovery. Upon disembarking at the port of the mysterious island, Kato and his companions set forth along a cobblestone path. Kato, along with Shindat and the monk, walked at the rear. The roadway was meticulously maintained, flanked by an array of flowers and trees, reminiscent of a modern urban landscape. It was evident that there were individuals employed specifically for upkeep, indicating that not everyone here belonged to the leisure class, suggesting a complexity beyond mere appearances. After a short distance, they indeed encountered sanitation workers, clad in uniforms and pushing carts, akin to contemporary janitors. However, Kato noted an anomaly. These individuals were notably overweight. Logically, one would expect those engaged in such strenuous and unclean work to have a more modest physique. Yet, every one of them appeared quite portly. Pondering this peculiarity, Kato continued onward. Paradise! Paradise! Shibat suddenly exclaimed. Kato and the monk turned to him, curious about what had sparked such an exclamation. To their astonishment, they discovered that Shindat had been fixated on a rather plump female cleaner, his eyes nearly glazing over in admiration. No, I never expected you, of all people, to have such tastes. The monk sneered, his face adorned with mockery. Kato's reaction only bolstered the monk's confidence. Huh? Is it wrong to appreciate beauty? Shinbat queried, bewildered. Haha. Kato and the monk erupted in laughter, having previously regarded Shinbat's aesthetic sensibilities as quite standard. What had caused such a shift in his preferences? Was there something uniquely alluring about the women here? Even the cleaning staff are stunning. Imagine the allure of those within. Shinbat mused, entirely oblivious to the laughter he provoked. Cough, cough. Shinbat, I underestimated you. I never imagined you would dare to pursue someone of such stature. I truly worry for your fragile frame, remarked Zelenka, unable to contain a smirk at Shinbat's audacity. What are you talking about? Where do you see her as overweight? Shinbat retorted, finally grasping the jest. She has an exquisite figure, perfect. Haha. Shinbat has clearly lost his senses in his infatuation, the monk observed, noticing that Shinbat seemed entranced by his own fantasies. At that moment, Shinbat broke from the group, striding toward the woman. The others did not intervene, eagerly anticipating the impending folly. Hello, beautiful. My name is Shinbat. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner after your shift? He proclaimed as he approached her, bowing slightly. The woman, upon hearing his words, merely stared in shock. What did you call me? She asked, her expression a mix of astonishment and horror. Beautiful. Shinbat replied, perplexed by her reaction. Without warning, the woman seized Shinbat's hand and whispered urgently, You must leave this place at once. It is hell here. Hurry. Why? He inquired, bewildered. Leah, what are you doing? Are you allowed to engage with guests? Suddenly, a sharp, caustic voice pierced the air. An unattractive woman wielding a whip approached, her demeanor menacing. The unsightly woman regarded Leah coldly before inquiring, What is the matter? Leah, her head bowed in apparent fear of the woman, stammered, This guest. He professed his affection for me and would not relent. The group, having overheard, was rendered speechless. Shinbat had been far too candid. The unattractive woman then turned to Shinbat, bowing politely, yet her words were firm. I apologize, sir, but our workers are prohibited from engaging with strangers. I must ask you to refrain from pursuing her. Despite her politeness, her tone was resolute. However, their rules are quite peculiar, Shinbat began, but Kato swiftly covered his mouth and smiled at the unattractive woman. Ah. This one is rather straightforward. Please disregard him. When in Rome, we will certainly abide by the customs. Why are you still standing there? Move. Kato commanded, leading the group past Leah and the unattractive woman. As they walked, he whispered, Let us discuss this later. Once they were a distance away, Kato turned serious. Shinbat, what did that woman say to you? Tell me every word without omission. The others were puzzled by Kato's sudden gravity, though Shinbat recounted the exchange verbatim, concluding, I sensed she had something troubling to conceal. It felt off. She insisted you repeat her title and then urged you to leave? What did you call her? Kato inquired. Beautiful, Shinbat declared. Do you truly perceive her as beautiful? What kind of beauty do you see? Kato pressed further. Shinbat, now thoroughly confused, surveyed the group, exclaiming, What else could she be? Of course, one like Mona or Reki. What? Old Kato, are you hallucinating? Marx exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, they are all quite portly. Zelenka echoed, equally baffled. Yu the monk glared at Shinbat in disbelief. Enough. Do you truly believe she was a stunning beauty? Kato asked earnestly, gazing intently at Shinbat. Absolutely. I swear on my honor. Where are you seeing fat? Shinbat retorted, incensed by their doubts regarding his taste. It is you who are being peculiar. They all chorused. All right. I believe Shinbat is telling the truth. Kato interjected, sensing the impending outburst from the group. I also believe your claims hold some weight. How could both perspectives be valid? Both factions exchanged bewildered glances at Kato, questioning whether he too had succumbed to hallucinations. Shinbat, are you sure the cleaning woman was not overweight? Of course not. I saw no fat. Shinbat affirmed resolutely. Then there you have it. Have you all forgotten about Shinbat's unique abilities? Kato concluded. Chapter 34. The Mythical Beast Species. Upon Kato's reminder, the others suddenly grasped the situation. Shinbat, Marx, and Zelenka exclaimed in astonishment. It was no wonder they reacted this way. The fruit had seemed utterly useless. And even Shinbat had nearly forgotten about it, leaving only the flower monk in a state of bewilderment. Kato nodded and analyzed. Consider why what we see differs from what Shinbat perceives, and why he refers to Leah as a beauty, while she herself appears equally astonished. This indicates that he is aware he has been affected by a certain fruit's ability, and that Shinbat can see her true self. This is why she urged him to leave the island promptly. That ugly woman is likely one of their persecutors, wishing to prevent them from interacting with outsiders and revealing the truth. So it was. This island seemingly harbored many secrets. I told you so, the flower monk interjected, a look of triumph on his face. Kato, we must rescue those individuals. These villains are utterly detestable. Shinbat exclaimed with indignation. You mean you wish to save that beauty? The flower monk bluntly exposed Shinbat's deceit. This time, Sinbad refrained from retaliating, instead gazing dreamily. Not only is she beautiful, but her heart is also kind. All right, everyone. Let us exercise caution and act according to the circumstances. After all, we are newcomers and cannot afford to act recklessly. Cato advised before swiftly moving to the front of the group to offer further reminders. Though puzzled, the others heightened their vigilance upon observing Cato's serious demeanor. Soon, they entered the city, which was vast and bustling with people whose attire was markedly different from the cleaners outside, and the number of portly individuals had diminished significantly. The buildings, including the city walls, were predominantly constructed of metal, though it was a composite of various metals rather than a single type. They quickly found an inn to settle in, disguising themselves before dispersing to carry out their respective tasks. Cato donned a wizard's robe, completely obscuring his figure beneath it. Upon stepping out, he saw Cinda wearing a hat with a fake mustache, while Solanka had wrapped her hair in a scarf, leaving only her face exposed. Marx also wore a hat, and they all concealed certain features to avoid recognition. Only Teddy remained unchanged, but Cato was confident that no one would recognize him. To gather more intelligence, they sought out a luxurious hotel near the inn, named Drunken Flower Pavilion. It had 3 floors and was opulently decorated. They ascended to the 2nd floor, which was teeming with patrons, and found a place to sit down. After summoning a beautiful waitress and ordering some food, Cato presented her with some berries and inquired, "Miss, could you enlighten us about the conditions of this island?" The waitress eagerly accepted the money and replied, "Of course. What aspects would you like to know about?" Through her explanations, Cato and the others began to form a general understanding of the island. It was governed not by a king, but by a church that managed the entire island, with nearly all its inhabitants being followers of this church known as the Omnipotent Church. The church's leader, known as the Divine Emperor, named Podine, was said to be centuries old. The island had thrived under his mysterious leadership. Podine was revered for his extraordinary abilities, able to fulfill any desire of the people, and his miracles instilled awe in all. The island's mobility and its fluctuating magnetic field were attributed to the Pope's influence. The Omnipotent Church also had a holy son and a holy daughter, both of whom were significant figures, admired by the populace. Numerous priests, each possessing unique abilities, managed the island's affairs. Citizens were stratified into several levels based on their contributions and reverence for the Pope and the Church. It was not merely strength or wealth that determined one's status and privileges. The first tier consisted of primary citizens, who were not only citizens, but also wielded power and took on administrative roles. The next tier, the nobility, comprised secondary citizens who could engage in trade on the island. Following them were the tertiary citizens, the ordinary populace, who worked to earn their livelihood. Finally, there was the slave class, despised by others, subjected to the humiliation of any citizen and forced into grueling labor without any earnings. Their fate rested solely in the hands of their overseers, akin to the outside cleaners. Many inhabitants of the island were outsiders who willingly chose to remain after arriving, including former Navy personnel, pirates, and merchants, representing a diverse array of races. Thus, one could witness various races and savor the culinary delights and wines from different cultures on the island. Aside from slaves, everyone was treated equally, free from unfair discrimination. After absorbing the waitress's account, the group fell into contemplation. Rather than feeling relieved from their newfound knowledge of the island, they felt an increasing weight of pressure. Rescuing Leah would likely be far from a simple task. Failure could mean antagonizing the entire island. Dismiss the waitress, Cato instructed, turning to his companions. "What are your thoughts? Do we even need to think? This Omnipotent Church is undoubtedly a cult." Sabat voiced his disdain for the church. "It seems a bit perilous that Pope, along with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, might all possess fruit-based powers. We must tread carefully," Marx cautioned, his mind racing with possibilities. "What are we afraid of? If it comes to it, we'll simply fight," Solanka declared, seemingly unfazed, eager for a confrontation. Meanwhile, the lecherous flower monk leered at the alluring figure of the waitress, oblivious to the others' conversations. "I've heard many newcomers have arrived these days," a lavishly dressed young man exclaimed. "Indeed, with Navy personnel, pirates, and merchants. It seems this influx surpasses previous times," another responded. "Even if there are many, we need not fear. Just the other day, a troublesome pirate crew was swiftly dealt with by the Holy Son." A burly man spoke in admiration. "Of course, the Holy Son possesses the devil fruit of the mythical beast type, specifically, the fallen angel fruit. How could any pirate dare to oppose him?" remarked a mature gentleman with a disdainful expression. Upon hearing this, Cato and his companions exchanged glances, finally catching wind of valuable information. They had not anticipated that the Holy Sun was in possession of a mythical beast-type devil fruit, rarer than even the natural awakening devil fruit. Truly remarkable. Chapter 35. A fatal disregard. In the opulent establishment of Drunken Flower Pavilion, Cato and his companions continued to eavesdrop on the fervent discussions surrounding them. An elderly man with white hair lamented, "I had the fortune of seeing the Holy Sun in person. He is currently dining on the 3rd floor. Alas, if only I had arrived a bit earlier, I could have beheld his true visage." A man beside him sighed, his face marked by disappointment. As the crowd's adulation for the Holy Sun grew increasingly unbearable, Sinbad could no longer contain himself. He called out to a nearby waiter, "Hey, come here." "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" The waiter hurried over, fully aware that any customer willing to spend money in this lavish venue was treated like royalty. "Bring me a cocktail." The waiter was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't you hear? This is reputed to be the most luxurious restaurant on Mysterious Island. And you expect to find cocktails here? Well, do you have any or not?" The waiter's face paled as he glanced nervously upstairs, where the Holy Sun was present. This man seemed to confuse angels with mere mortals. "Just bring me a few bottles. And wait, I'm not finished." Seeing the waiter attempt to retreat, Sinbad called him back. "Also, grill me some chicken wings and bring a large platter of sauce-coated chicken carcasses. Oh, and don't forget a whole roasted chicken." The waiter stood speechless, bewildered by the audacity of this patron. If the Holy Sun upstairs were to hear of this, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. All eyes in the upper chamber turned towards Sinbad, shock etched on their faces. This was the domain of the omniscient church, their sacred stronghold. How could this man act so brazenly, so unafraid? "What are you staring at? Never seen someone so handsome?" The flower monk, noticing the attention, proudly adjusted his robes and tossed his head, though it was regrettable that his bald crown displayed no flowing locks. "Truly talented, these two," some murmured. Do they truly wish to oppose the Holy Sun? Yet, by their appearance, they seem no match for him. This monk is truly something else, drinking and feasting with abandon. They must be tired of living, daring to wreak havoc on Mysterious Island. "I believe you will soon meet his end. You are all so mundane." "I can't be bothered with your triviality," Sinbad declared, exuding an air of self-adoration. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase as a young man ascended. Flanked by 2 formidable guards, his presence commanded respect, and his gaze instilled fear in those who dared to meet it. He was undoubtedly a figure of immense power. "That man is terrifying." "Shoo, keep your voices down. He is the Holy Sun's son, known as the Little Holy Sun, and possesses remarkable strength." "Ah, I didn't expect him to be here. Is he searching for his father?" With the true heir present, discussions hushed. The patrons of Drunken Flower Pavilion exchanged incredulous glances. The Little Holy Sun was said to be a formidable figure capable of instilling dread, and many seasoned individuals would retreat upon his arrival. His wrath was known to spill blood without hesitation. Rumor had it that the Little Holy Sun had already attained the rank of mid-general at such a young age. Unbelievable. "Indeed, it is the Little Holy Sun. I once saw him from afar. There was an incident when a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million caused trouble, and he single-handedly dismantled the entire crew." "Quiet. The main figure is here. How dare you discuss him?" The chatter within Drunken Flower Pavilion diminished significantly, a palpable discomfort settling over the crowd. Yet, amidst this tension, someone brazenly remarked, "He is quite ugly." Laughter erupted, disbelief echoed through the room. Who was this audacious individual, emboldened enough to speak such words before the Little Holy Sun? All heads turned to find the source of the comment. "What are you staring at?" "Ha ha ha, I am just this handsome, and your jealousy is futile," the monk boasted, eliciting eye rolls from the crowd, who silently cursed his audacity. "Are you referring to me?" The Little Holy Sun's cold gaze swept over the flower monk, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that could paralyze the heart. The celestial beings were naturally radiant, while the fallen angels bore a fierce countenance. His appearance, a legacy of his father, was undeniably grotesque. Despite the fruit of his powers, the inherent traits remained, and he despised being called ugly. "Don't take it to heart. My brother merely spoke the truth. Come, let us drink together," Sinbad enthusiastically invited. The crowd was left speechless. How had these two managed to survive thus far? It was nothing short of a miracle. They were truly extraordinary. Where did these two peculiar individuals come from? Do they truly possess significant backgrounds? Indeed. Otherwise, how would they dare disrupt the peace here? Looking at their attire, it's hard to discern their origins. Could they genuinely be formidable experts? The crowd was captivated by the antics of Sinbad and the flower monk, their whispers growing louder. To their astonishment, the monk's thick skin seemed impervious to their murmurs. With an air of narcissism, he declared, "You only just realized? I am a prodigy of unparalleled greatness. You are doomed." The little holy son's voice rumbled like a mountain as he advanced, a palpable pressure engulfing the drunken flower pavilion. Terrifying. No wonder he is the little holy son. His strength is indeed formidable. Witnessing the little holy son's might left everyone astonished. After all, he was merely a teenager. As he absorbed the crowd's admiration, the little holy son took a seat at the table occupied by Cato and his companions, positioning himself directly across from the flower monk and Sinbad. "I will take my time to eliminate you." Shock rippled through the room. Truly, he was a powerful figure, nurtured by the Holy Son and the Divine Emperor himself, embodying unparalleled combat prowess. Indeed, he must be the strongest of his generation, the whispers continued, marveling at the little Holy Son's exceptional talent and diligent efforts, which were undeniable. At this moment, the little Holy Son reveled in the attention, casting a disdainful glance at Sinbad and the flower monk across the table. Chapter 36. The first strike in today's younger generation. It seems that the little saint's son holds the highest respect. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, remarked. However, it is said that there is a remarkably formidable figure among the pirates. A young person who successfully escaped from the hands of the candidate generals. Such a terrifying individual. Could it possibly be the recently famous Yama? The elderly man replied, "Of course, who else could it be? It is rumored that he recently battled one of the 7 warlords, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, for several days and nights without a clear victor." Upon hearing this, many gasped in shock. Although the Navy did not report on the matter, numerous well-informed individuals were privy to the news, as there were indeed many undercover agents from various factions within the Navy. Could it be that those legends are true? Despite the myriad versions, they all seem to feature Yama. It is said that Yama has even taken action against the celestial dragons. Yet, the Navy and the world government have been unable to do anything about him. I have also heard that the celestial dragons once boasted that one day they would kill that Yama. What is Yama's real name? If I recall correctly, it seems to be Cato, the elderly man stated. At that moment, the flower monk interjected, seemingly a bit impatient, stammering, I say. Little saint's son, brother, you are, truly, terribly, boring, sitting there like a door god, affecting my appetite. If you want to make a move, do it quickly." The crowd was left speechless. This person was truly audacious, completely disregarding the little saint's son. However, listening to him was exceedingly laborious, and everyone was holding back their frustration. To be honest, the Yama you speak of is my brother. As long as I recite a few incantations, I can summon him here. The flower monk boasted shamelessly, continuing with his stammering, back then, I was just too low-key, otherwise, today there would be a Yama duo. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Who would believe such bragging? You are truly seeking death. The little saint's son could no longer tolerate this lecherous stammering. He intended to first intimidate the flower monk into submission, then gradually torment him. But to his astonishment, this fool seemed unaffected. A terrifying killing intent suddenly enveloped Simba and the flower monk across from him. The little saint's son's fist, enveloped in armament hockey, surged toward them, influenced by the discussions around him, fearing that this fellow might possess some strength. Thus he did not hold back with this punch. All Buddha's return. The flower monk bellowed with great vigor. Everyone expected him to unleash his true power, as the name itself suggested a formidable move. However, to everyone's astonishment, the flower monk's so-called all Buddha's return was merely a sweeping motion that pulled a large group of people behind him to shield himself, forcing them to confront the little saint's son, among them being Cato and others beside him. Damn it, what a scoundrel. This guy is utterly shameless. Many of those pulled over erupted in curses, incensed by his actions. Cato, equally infuriated by the flower monk's lewdness, contemplated for a moment but decided to assist him. Although both the flower monk and Simba were troublemakers, they were still on the same side for now. It was uncertain how strong the flower monk truly was, but he certainly had mastered the deadly techniques of the Bounty Guild. Nevertheless, the little saint's son, being exceptionally powerful, found that the others were reluctant to confront him and were all pushed back. At this moment, Cato strode forward, calmly launching a punch imbued with armament hockey, perfectly meeting the unstoppable fist of the little saint's son. Bang! What occurred next shocked everyone. The little saint's son spat blood and was sent flying out of the window, tumbling dozens of meters before stabilizing himself in midair. Cato's hat was blown off by the force of their punches, and he hurriedly replaced it. Impressive, the flower monk exclaimed in admiration upon witnessing Kato's formidable display. Everyone was stunned into silence. The little saint's son wore a serious expression as he flew into the drunken blossom inn, fixating his gaze on Kato. At that moment, Simba hollered, "Buddy, where's my cocktail? Also, is the roast chicken ready? And don't forget the most important dish, the whole roasted chicken." The innkeeper and staff of the drunken blossom inn were on the verge of cursing. Such loud shouting would surely disturb the saint's son upstairs. Everyone in the drunken blossom inn could not help but marvel. What a gem this fellow was. "Who are you? Surely you're not an unknown figure?" The little saint's son inquired of Kato. However, Kato was reluctant to reveal his identity. Pulling along the still shouting Simba and the flower monk, he planned to retreat. For the saint's son was just above, and now was not the time for a confrontation. The group quickly left the scene, leaving a multitude of bewildered onlookers. Meanwhile, the elderly man with white hair trembled as he said, "Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? He has also come to the mysterious island?" "Old man, who is this he you speak of?" Everyone nearby urgently inquired. "Stop right there," the little saint's son bellowed, pursuing Kato and the others. In the drunken blossom inn, the crowd buzzed with speculation, quickly surrounding the elderly man and pressing for answers. Who was that person just now? They clamored, eager for insight into Kato's identity. The old man, appearing to hold knowledge of the situation, stroked his beard and shook his head. "I must have been mistaken. I do not know his identity." Yet, how could the crowd believe such a statement? They all sensed he was concealing something. Could he be the legendary Yama? This theory sent a wave of gasps through the crowd. In recent years, the tales of Yama had proliferated. He was known to be a lawless individual who had come here in opposition to the saint's son. Was he perhaps targeting the Pope? "I have heard someone dares to provoke me here." At that moment, the saint's son descended from upstairs, having been roused by the commotion. The crowd could not help but gaze towards the staircase, witnessing a tall figure draped in black robes, his face obscured, rendering his expression invisible. However, the voice and overwhelming aura he exuded compelled everyone to tremble in fear. Chapter 37, Individual Circumstances, 1. On the Mysterious Island. Kato and his companions hurriedly exited the Drunken Flower Tavern, returning swiftly to their inn. This sudden departure caused the young saint following them to lose track of her target, leading her to retreat with a sullen expression. "Father." Upon her return, she encountered her father, who had just disembarked. His prompt arrival, however, merely served to rescue those in the tavern, who were too frightened to even breathe. Incompetent, the young saint, upon revealing her injuries, received not a word of concern from her father. Instead, he scolded her and stormed off. Clenching her fists in frustration, she vowed to track down Kato and his companions, vowing to make them pay for the humiliation she suffered before her father. With this resolve, she too departed from the Drunken Flower Tavern. At last, the tavern grew quiet, allowing its patrons to exhale in relief. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mysterious island, Lecky led Beepo, Chopper, and a group of pirates toward a street dedicated to clothing. Beepo and Chopper trailed behind Lecky, their heads bowed under the weight of the curious gazes surrounding them. Before long, Lecky discovered a large clothing store and, satisfied after a brief glance at the entrance, ushered Beepo and the others inside. Unlike Nami, who would only purchase garments for herself, Lecky intended to buy clothing for the entire crew, including winter attire and bedding. Such tasks were ideally suited for Lecky, who bore the dual role of a girl and a steward. In no time, she had selected a vast array of garments, which included outfits for both men and women, as well as for adults and children, clearly intended for everyone on board. "Excuse me, how much for these suits?" Lecky inquired cheerfully, pointing at several suits on the counter. The store owner, with a smile that narrowed his eyes, replied, "These suits are made from fabric sourced from the Sabeti archipelago, so they cost a total of 5 million berries." "And what about those casual outfits?" Lecky asked innocently, indicating a set similar to what Law wore. "Oh, you have a keen eye, young lady. These are unique designs from world-class masters. Each set costs 3 million berries. 4-5 sets, that would total 15 million berries." The owner, noticing that Lecky was not negotiating, became even more amiable. "Very well." Lecky nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the clothing on the counter. She then turned and walked deeper into the store, declaring, "I no longer want them." Wait. Young lady, are you sure you don't want them? I'll give you a 10% discount." The owner, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, hurriedly called out to Lecky, eager to lower the price. "Hee. You truly are amusing, dear owner. I'll go look for other clothes, but for those, 2 million berries would be a fair price." Lecky replied with a cunning smile, dragging Bepo and the others toward the merchandise racks. Before long, Lecky had selected a variety of summer and winter clothing. Although the world of pirates often overlooked the harshness of winter, only the truly powerful could disregard the elements. Individuals like Lecky and Anna, not yet strong enough, could not afford to ignore the natural challenges posed by heavy snowfall. "Look at all I've bought," Lecky exclaimed, playfully patting the clothing piled on the counter while mischievously threatening the owner. "Hee hee, our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. I'm helping him with these purchases, so you ought to offer me a good deal." Of course, of course. The owner wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that Lecky's words held weight. Just before, one of his employees had mentioned the arrival of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates on the mysterious island. With Lecky accompanied by a group that clearly looked formidable, the owner could hardly remain calm. "No need for payment. This is a small token of appreciation for this esteemed guest. You must accept it," the owner insisted. "You're truly a kind person. I will convey your goodwill to our captain." Lecky smiled broadly, slowly pulling out several bills from her pocket and presenting them to the owner. "Our pirate crew is not unreasonable. You needn't worry. This 2 million berries will cover the clothing." With that, she paid no further mind to the owner's increasingly anxious expression. She patted the embarrassed Bepo on the shoulder and tossed a large bundle of clothing onto him and the pirates behind him, striding confidently toward the exit. Clearly pleased with her haul. "Take care, esteemed guest." The owner sighed in relief only after Lecky and her companions fully exited the store. Finally, he had rid himself of this troublesome patron. Fortunately, losing 2 million didn't seem too great a loss. In truth, Lecky was not devoid of funds. But recent earnings had been scarce, forcing her to exercise restraint as the steward. She could only hope that this visit to the mysterious island would yield fruitful returns. As she walked ahead, a sense of pride surged within her. She hadn't anticipated that Cato's bounty would hold such value. She resolved to make good use of it in the future. While Lecky engaged in her mischievous antics, elsewhere on the island, in a bar, Doma, Barry, and Law lounged on a sofa in a secluded corner. Doma, with a monkey perched on his back, sipped from his drink, seemingly at ease. Barry, puffing on a cigar, grumbled, "I wonder what the captain has discovered. They're so secretive, leaving us in the dark. Perhaps it's for the best. Too many people might attract unwanted attention." Law replied casually. With his hands resting on the back of the sofa, Law held a long knife in one hand and a drink in the other, occasionally taking a sip. His lazy eyes scanned the bar, occasionally curling into a slight smile. Though still a youth, he exuded a certain aura. Observing the diverse pirates in the bar and listening to their conversations, Law would often shake his head and smile or reveal a hint of disdain. This perspective of being an observer fascinated him, contributing to his calm demeanor as he remained unfazed regardless of the circumstances. "Ha! We've finally arrived at the mysterious island," exclaimed a young pirate, raising his wooden cup and laughing heartily. "We're lucky to have such a powerful captain." "Indeed, our captain is a legendary devil fruit user," chimed in a bearded pirate, nodding in agreement. "With him, we can sail freely across the Grand Line." Chapter 38. Individual Circumstances. 2. Within the bar, two pirates were engaged in conversation when a group of over a dozen pirates made their entrance. Leading the pack was a short, stout pirate with a round face, flanked by several imposing companions. "Ah, Captain, what brings you here? Such a noisy place hardly suits you." Upon the arrival of these newcomers, the two chatting pirates immediately rose to their feet, their faces contorted with obsequiousness. "What about the inquiries I asked you to make?" Despite his diminutive stature, the round-faced pirate bore a menacing countenance. He swaggered over to the sofa occupied by the smaller pirates, gulping down a glass of rum before fixing his gaze upon them. "We've ascertained the facts, Captain." The smaller pirate glanced around, ensuring the attention had shifted before leaning closer to the round-faced pirate to whisper, "This island is quite affluent. However, it seems many influential figures have recently arrived, pirates and navy alike, but their intentions remain unclear." "Oh." The round-faced pirate narrowed his eyes and inquired further. "Do you know who they are?" "According to my subordinates, there have been sightings of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, along with numerous pirates boasting bounties in the hundreds of millions. As for the Navy, it is said that Vice Admirals Peach Rabbit and T-Pig are leading the charge, although they seem to be maintaining a low profile." "Ha! This mysterious island is bound to descend into chaos. With so many people around, it will grant us ample opportunities." With a sweeping gesture, the round-faced pirate displayed no fear, instead radiating an air of dominance as he made his declaration. He then downed another glass of rum. Reclining back on the sofa with an expression of sheer pleasure, who cares about the Pirate King? The treasures I seize will come even faster. Though their voices were hushed, they did not escape the ears of Barry and his companions. Barry took a sip of his drink and chuckled. The Navy has come as well, and its old acquaintances. How fascinating. Before long, several of them exited the bar, primarily due to the discomforting words of the pirates. While they held no interest in the so-called Pirate King, they were disdainful of sharing drinks with such lowly pirates. On the opposite side of the mysterious island, with nothing to occupy their time, Chinka and his companions found themselves in the company of the gourmet Muna. Soon, they arrived at the food street. The unique delicacies of Sky Island are guaranteed to be authentic. The giant race's barbecue technique. If it's not delicious, you won't pay a penny. The teppanyaki from Fishman Island will allow you to experience the culinary treasures hidden deep within the ocean. Don't miss out as you stroll by. Oh dear. With so much food, how do I choose? Muna's sister, Anna, lamented even before she had a bite. As they walked through the bustling food street, the cacophony of hawkers filled the air, each showcasing culinary specialties from various regions. The group was uncertain about what to try, but ultimately, a decisive way from Muna led them to sample dish after dish. I'm stuffed. I can't eat another bite. Chinka complained as he patted his round belly, wishing he had an enormous appetite simply because the food was too delicious. Give me another 10 of these. Beside him, Fiki had no such reservations. After consuming the swallow fruit, his stomach had become an endless pit, eliciting envy from his companions. Boss, what fun activities are there on this mysterious island? Muna asked, taking a bite of her food and glancing up. You all seem to be newcomers, the boss chuckled. If you're seeking adventure, the haunted house is a must-visit. For those who wish to test their limits, the metal maze is the perfect choice. If it's just amusement you're after, the amusement park is a splendid option. The boss then glanced at the men, Faley and his companions, with a sly grin, providing them with a look that only men would understand. And of course, if you wish to see beautiful women, you must head to the sanctuary of the Holy Maiden. However, only the affluent can afford entry there. It's not a place for just anyone. Indeed, upon hearing about the beautiful women, Faley and Fiki's eyes sparkled with excitement, already contemplating dragging their captain along for a visit. Observing their expressions, Muna and Chinka exchanged disdainful glances. Oh wow, are there so many places to visit? It sounds incredibly interesting. Anna exclaimed joyfully, utterly engrossed by the boss's descriptions, completely oblivious to the thoughts of the two brothers. After indulging in food for a while longer, everyone except Fiki had lost their fighting spirit, departing the food street amidst Fiki's forlorn gaze. This place is truly remarkable, Anna remarked as they walked back. She felt as though she had nearly been conquered by the island. Indeed, with food, drink, and entertainment in abundance, it feels like paradise. Muna concurred. I wonder if Kato and the others have made any discoveries. They seem so mysterious. Chinka expressed concern for Kato and his companions. Of course they have. Brother Kato is incredibly capable. Anna felt no worry for Kato. In her eyes, he was invincible. Faley and Fiki nodded in agreement as they greatly admired Kato. We'll find out when we return. Aha, Muna laughed. As they each made their way back, Kato and his comrades had already returned to the inn. Standing by the window, Kato gazed out at the mysterious island below. From this vantage point, he could observe many aspects of the island. Innocent children frolicking in the streets, couples strolling hand in hand in the park, elderly individuals exercising and resting, and merchants hurrying along their paths, with shopkeepers diligently enticing customers. Soldiers patrolled ceaselessly. Were it not for the initial events, Kato would have considered this a desirable haven. However, knowing what he did now made the scene send shivers down his spine. What dark secrets lay hidden behind such a vibrant fade? It was evident that those pulling the strings were formidable indeed. If they did not provoke him, he would not seek out trouble with them. Although Simmet yearned to rescue Leah, Kato never believed himself a hero. Too many others suffered greater misfortunes than Leah, and he could not afford to lend aid to everyone. Though Simmet might be displeased by this stance, Kato recognized that as captain, he could not jeopardize the entire crew for the sake of an unrelated individual that would be irresponsible to his comrades. He could not act impulsively like Luffy and his crew, challenging the hidden puppeteer in the name of righteous fervor. They dared to do so because they were the protagonists. Had it not been for this, Kato could not imagine how many times Luffy and his friends would have met their demise. While Kato pondered these matters, a peculiar group of masked individuals suddenly came into view. Clad in white garments and adorned with masks, They were familiar to Kato. Indeed, they were none other than CP0. Chapter 39. CP0 and the mysterious island. Standing before the glass window of the hotel, Kato never anticipated encountering CP0 in this place. CP0, the clandestine Supreme Intelligence Agency directly under the control of the world government, operates independently of the Navy and oversees CP1 to CP8. Its emergence was notably late, only revealing its presence in the Texas arc. However, from the available intelligence, one can surmise that CP0 possesses formidable strength, undoubtedly on par with the highest echelons of naval admirals, though the exact number remains uncertain. Let us delve into this further. 2 years following the Summit War, the Navy's authority was firmly held by Akainu, who was then a figure of immense power and influence, while Kazuru displayed a lack of ambition. Fujitora and Green Bull were mere rising stars, their individual prowess overshadowed by their collective weakness. During a meeting with the five elders, Akainu showed them little respect, earning the reputation of being the king of the Navy. It is well known that the Navy serves as the primary military force for the world government, akin to how the United States relies on its naval power. Yet, the Celestial Dragons, the five elders of the world government, are not Na'vi. Even a powerful figure like Akainu would warrant caution from a shrewd ruler. Thus, it is often concluded that the world government must have other forces to counterbalance the Navy. Regarding these alternate forces, one can infer from the manga that they manifest in the form of the government's intelligence and assassination agency, CP. The strength of CP is formidable. 2 years ago, the mightiest CP9 member, Rob Lucci, nearly reached the average level of a vice admiral, decisively eliminating 5 admirals and instilling fear that prevented interference in CP's affairs, which allowed Luffy and his crew to escape unscathed. Fast forward 2 years, and CP0 makes a grand entrance, the most anticipated entity on Dressrosa Island. Operating directly under the Celestial Dragons, they completely bypass the Navy, leaving even Akainu and Fujitora in the dark. This suggests that they are the government's ultimate trump card, and such a prestigious department cannot lack commensurate power. Therefore, I postulate that CP0 consists of 1 or 2 individuals with the strength comparable to admirals, referencing the formidable vice admiral strength of CP9. However, a pertinent question arises. If CP0 is indeed a powerful espionage organization, does this not overlap with the established role of CP9? Historically, CP9 was characterized as an organization distinct from typical intelligence agencies. If CP0 shares this distinction, would it not be more efficient to merge the two departments? Or is there truly a need for their separation? This leads us to some subtle distinctions between CP0 and CP9, which many may not be aware of. 1. Affiliation. CP0 is comprised of government officials directly subordinate to the Celestial Dragons, operating under their direct jurisdiction. It is crucial to note that they are officials, not agents. In contrast, CP9 is a covert department ranked below CP1-8. Although they possess certain privileges, they remain a group of agents. 2. Light versus darkness. This aspect delineates the most significant difference between the two organizations. CP9 operates shrouded in secrecy, their actions necessitating discretion, even with the authority to kill. They can only engage in assassination. The very fact that the existence of CP9 is unknown to the public illustrates that they are a group that cannot be seen in the light. Conversely, CP0 is a publicly acknowledged entity. When they clarified the rumors regarding Doflamingo's abdication, they did so brazenly aboard a Navy vessel, easily recognized by the crowd as CP0. In essence, CP0 operates with impunity, free to act without concern for the public eye. When we consider both points together, we arrive at the conclusion that the terror instilled by CP0 is indeed significant. Clad in white, they starkly contrast CP9's dark attire, striding confidently in broad daylight, solely responding to the commands of the Celestial Dragons. Although their prowess has yet to be displayed, I am convinced they possess the authority to eliminate individuals in daylight without consequence, much like the Celestial Dragons themselves. CP0 represents an extension of the power wielded by the Celestial Dragons. The reappearance of Rob Lucci after 2 years is nothing short of a surprise. Not only has he become a member of CP0, but he now outranks his former superiors and stands on equal footing with the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Sabo. Transitioning from years of covert operations in CP9 for a singular mission to now confidently traversing the streets as a member of CP0, Lucci has indeed emerged from the shadows. Kato's encounter with CP0 heightened his caution. He remained unaware of their intentions, Whether they were engaged in some transaction with the island's enigmatic inhabitants or pursuing a significant individual, he leaned towards the former. Considering the vastness and wealth of the island, concluding that it was implausible for it to thrive in the Grand Line without the oversight of the world government. If the mysterious island was enigmatic to pirates and the Navy alike, Cato found it hard to believe it was equally inscrutable to the world government. Their awareness, coupled with inaction, stirred his imagination. Cato felt fortunate for not having acted impulsively earlier. He reminded himself that he was still in the first half of the Grand Line, not yet in the New World. If he were to provoke the world government, they might dispatch individuals of admiral caliber, and while he could perhaps escape, others would be in grave peril. Even if they were not of admiral strength, a few powerful individuals with unique devil fruit abilities could pose a significant threat. Didn't he expect you all to return so soon? The others quickly returned, surprised to see Cato among the first to arrive. Cato cast a helpless glance at Sinbad and the monk, who feigned ignorance. He sighed and said, I encountered a minor issue and had to return early. Cato, we heard in the bar that the Navy is also here, and they're familiar faces. Can you guess who it is? Barry said, puffing on a cigar with a mysterious expression. Oh, who? Cato, not indulging Barry's theatrics, asked directly. Barry found Cato's lack of enthusiasm dull, yet he smirked. It's Peach Rabbit. Aren't you always thinking about her? Really? Cato exclaimed, excitement washing over him as he recalled Peach Rabbit's alluring figure, her stunning legs and alluring curves. However, just as his excitement peaked, he caught the disapproving glance of Kinchiko, prompting him to regain his composure and assert, I haven't yet settled the score from our last encounter. If I see her again, she had better watch out. Silence fell over the group as they regarded Cato with peculiar expressions, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Do I have a grudge against her? Anna remarked innocently. If I see her too, I want to let her off easily. Chapter 40, to the Santa's Palace. In the mysterious island inn, thanks to Anna's words, Cato managed to avoid another embarrassing moment. Indeed, last time we were nearly caught. At that moment, Sinbad, recalling his previous misdeeds, hastened to defend Cato's, which earned him a look of appreciation from Cato. My previous efforts to assist you both were not in vain, and I refrained from divulging your mishaps. Rabbit? Suddenly, the monk leaped up in delight, speaking without stuttering. Is it the Navy's Peach Rabbit? She is my dream goddess. Cato was taken aback. He thought he was shameless enough. Yet this fellow seemed utterly devoid of shame. Who knows how many goddesses he dreams of? Just looking at his lewd expression made Cato want to give him a good beating. Captain, I know a splendid place. I wonder if you would be interested? Just as Cato was about to lash out at the monk, Fiki mysteriously whispered to him. This piqued Cato's interest, and he quickly responded in a hushed tone. What place? So mysterious. The Saintess Palace. I wonder if you have heard of it? Fiki replied. Cato had indeed heard of the Saintess, but was unaware of the palace itself. I have done my research, and it is indeed related to the Saintess. She is the mastermind behind the Saintess Palace, where there are beauties of various races. Many wealthy and powerful individuals frequent this place. It seemed that Fiki had thoroughly investigated the Saintess Palace and knew quite a bit. Before Cato could respond, Fiki continued with a mysterious smile. Moreover, I have heard that Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit has been invited to the Saintess Palace today. If we go tonight, we might not only meet Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, but also the legendary beauty of the Saintess. Damn it, we must go. Cato was completely enticed by Fiki's words. No one on this island refrained from praising the Saintess's beauty. Although Cato and his companions had not been there long, they had certainly heard the rumors. Especially since there was a chance to see the Saintess and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit again, he could not refuse. This made Cato feel as though he were sneaking out on a date with a romantic interest, which was both fresh and thrilling. However, this matter must be kept discreet. They needed to be low-key. Thus, Cato wholeheartedly agreed with Fiki's caution and whispered, let's discuss this tonight. After chatting for a while, everyone expressed great interest in the fun places on the mysterious island that Anna mentioned. Beepo and Chopper, the two timid souls, were particularly excited about the haunted house and wanted to go right away. Ultimately, they agreed to visit together the next day. This left Beepo and Chopper feeling rather disappointed. Cato couldn't understand why they, the most timid members of the crew, were so eager for such a place. Could it be a way to build courage? Everyone enjoyed the lively conversation and seemed quite satisfied with the mysterious island, except for Cato and a few others. Finally, Cato kept a few people back, saying, this mysterious island is far more enigmatic than I had imagined. I hope everyone can control their emotions and avoid conflicts with local forces, especially with that all-powerful sect. Sinbad, do you understand? Why? Sinbad was puzzled, then angrily retorted, Are you afraid, Kato? You could say that, for I cannot put the entire crew in danger. Kato did not deny it. Let me tell you, I just saw members of CP-0. Until we understand their intentions, it is best not to act rashly. As for rescuing Leah, we can discuss that later. CP-0, Sinbad, not being young and impulsive, understood that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. All right, I will heed your advice. With CP-0 involved, it was indeed unwise to act rashly, especially since we are regarded as thorns in the side of the world government and the celestial dragons. Max, a former Navy colonel, possessed as much knowledge and wariness of this organization as Kato did. Who would have thought CP-0 would make an appearance? I loathe them. The monk complained on paper. Who cares about CP? Just don't provoke me, or my fists are itching for action. Selenka, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned about the other's apprehensions. His focus was solely on battle. Once everyone had reached a consensus, Selenka was directly ignored. Kato spoke quietly. Tonight, we shall visit a certain place. I wonder if you would be interested? What place? The others perked up with interest. The Saintess Palace. I'm not interested. Selenka immediately turned to head back to rest. It was clearly a place for women, and he had no inclination to go. Such a lack of interest. Sinbad teased him before rushing over to Kato, asking, "What is the situation, Kato? Hurry and tell me." He could not afford to miss out on such an opportunity. All right, my good brother, I must bring me along." The monk, with an utterly lewd expression, demanded to go without even asking what it involved, claiming it was his instinct that called him to the Saintess Palace. Max remained still, preferring to hear the details before making a decision. It is said that the Saintess Palace boasts an array of beauties. Moreover, the main attraction today is the chance to see the Saintess of the Mysterious Island and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Kato did not conceal this information and shared it openly. Let us go, wait, what are we waiting for? The monk's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Oh, such a delightful place. Kato, you are indeed a true brother. Sinbad praised him, acknowledging Kato's selfless spirit. Then, everyone turned to the silent Max, who pondered for a moment before saying, I suppose I shall join as well, given the old acquaintance. I cannot forget what happened last time. He was thinking of T-Pig, wanting to reunite with the fellow. However, the lewd companions nearby completely misunderstood his words, believing that the old acquaintance referred to Peach Rabbit. Little did they know that even the usually cool Max was a man of similar tastes, revealing expressions that men understood. Max instantly recognized their misunderstanding, but felt no need to explain himself to such lewd fellows. Fine, then let us act discreetly around dinner time. Just say we are going out to savor some delicacies. You all must not give yourselves away. Kato finally set the time. The others gave Kato a disdainful glance and then departed. Kato also stealthily went to Fiki's room to inform him, for Fiki had played a significant role in this matter, and he could not forget him. After all, he was a conscientious captain. Thus, everyone took some time to rest before dinner, and a few individuals slipped out under the pretext of going out to eat. However, they soon discovered a problem. No one knew the way. But since the Saintess Palace was quite famous on the mysterious island, they soon inquired and arrived at the destination. Chapter 41. The struggles of the penniless man as they traversed the path on the mysterious island. Kato admonished his two companions to refrain from acting impulsively. Initially, it was only the monk, but recently, Sinbad had become equally irritable, engaging in constant disputes with him. The Saintess Palace resembled a royal garden, sprawling across a vast expanse, evoking the image of an ethereal heavenly realm. One could easily fathom the esteemed position of the Saintess on this enigmatic island. Otherwise, how could she have been granted permission to construct such a magnificent palace? Those who frequented this place were either affluent or of high status, and stepping into any of the opulent chambers would likely reveal a luminary of the island or a notable visitor. Ascending the resplendent metallic staircase toward the grand hall at the center, one was greeted by an opulence that was nothing short of breathtaking, with intricately carved beams and resplendent golden embellishments. As dusk approached, the crystal chandeliers cast a dreamlike glow, enhancing the palace's ethereal atmosphere. Towering screens adorned with jade vases, each standing nearly 2 meters tall, sparkled with a brilliance that signified their immense value. Even before reaching the entrance, the intoxicating fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and petals danced gracefully throughout the palace, creating an ambience reminiscent of a fairyland. They had previously spoken of a contest, and this moment presented the perfect opportunity. After all, the flower monk was renowned for his prowess. Upon arriving at the entrance, recalling their earlier agreement, Kato hastily scribbled on a piece of paper, clearly fixated on the matter. Bah, you perverse fellow, 13 seconds would be more fitting, remarked Sinbad, whose seemingly gentle demeanor belied a sharp tongue. Cato laughed heartily, allowing them to engage in their banter. However, their conversation sparked a troubling realization in him. They had stealthily ventured out with very little money. Given the grandeur of the Sanctus Palace, even a modest drink would likely exceed their meager funds. He quickly halted the others, asking, "Wait, do you all have any money?" I, the flower monk. Never carry cash, replied the monk unabashedly. The others, being acquainted with the dragon and phoenix pirate crew, were well aware of his character. So Cato only directed his question at him. To his surprise, the monk's audacity knew no bounds. He claimed to never carry money, and he said it with such conviction. The group chastised the monk, leaving him speechless. With the only potentially wealthy member of their party proving unhelpful, the others found themselves squatting at the entrance of the grand hall, contemplating their predicament. It was a humiliating situation for a group of men to be bested by their lack of funds. Cato gazed at the throngs of people entering and exiting, lamenting, indeed. It is a challenge to find oneself a man of means in such dire financial straits. Suddenly, Fiki sprang to life, snapping a metal fragment in his hand and declaring, "Captain, why don't we just dine and dash? It's utterly humiliating to sit here like this." Cato covered his face, pondering the wisdom of Fiki's audacious suggestion. Sinbad, however, was incensed, retorting, "You fool. If we do that, Cato would be no different from the flower monk. We just scolded him. And you want to make a spectacle of us? What then shall we do?" Fiki sulked, pouting. "If we can't dine and dash, then let's borrow. I've heard that all who enter and exit here are either wealthy or noble. We can ask them one by one. If they refuse, we'll show them the power of our abilities and ensure they cannot decline." Cato clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this isn't piracy, but rather banditry." Fiki's face flushed at this remark, questioning, "If we can't dine and dash, and we can't borrow, then how do we acquire funds?" Suddenly, inspiration struck Cato, and he sprang to his feet, slapping his thigh. "I've got it." The others rejoiced, asking in unison, "Captain, what is your plan?" "To borrow," Cato replied with a grin. "Excellent idea," Sinbad instinctively chimed in. Fiki smirked, muttering, "Sinbad, you didn't support me when I came up with this plan, yet here you are, celebrating it." Cato laughed. "Not quite, Fiki. What you suggested was borrowing, but we don't know anyone here who would lend us anything. Ultimately, it would still come down to theft." Sinbad quickly inquired, "Cato, where do you propose we borrow from?" Cato snapped his fingers, revealing a nostalgic expression, to the Grand Hall, to seek out Vice Admiral Tao Tuesday. Fiki scratched his head. "Tao Tu? I'm not familiar," but Sinbad, who joined earlier, recognized the name and exclaimed, "He is a Vice Admiral. Surely he possesses wealth. However, aren't we enemies? It would be a miracle if he doesn't capture us." Cato, however, remained optimistic, confident in his ability to persuade Tao Tuesday. Fiki, taken aback, hastily turned to Sinbad. There must be some secret arrangement between them? Sinbad nodded vigorously in agreement. Yet, Cato shook his head once more, leaving everyone perplexed. The flower monk scratched his head and scribbled, "Without kinship or friendship, and being enemies, how could he assist us?" He then sheepishly added, "Moreover, Tao Tu is, after all, a dream goddess to many. How awkward it would be to ask her for money." Cato, irritated by the monk's frivolous demeanor, delivered a punch and said, "You want to be borrowing. There's no need for your bashfulness. Why don't you come up with a solution?" The monk, intimidated by the scrutinizing gazes of his companions, fell silent and retreated to the corner to count stars. Fiki, stroking his chin with a knowing look, declared, "Captain, perhaps we need to employ a charm offensive. Not only could we secure funds, but we might also win the hearts of the fairer sex without spending a dime. Truly, a masterstroke." With that, Cato smacked Fiki onto the staircase. "Damn it. I wonder if having more fools around me will one day drive me to insanity. A charm offensive? Really? What a ridiculous notion." Initially, Sinbad and the others found merit in Fiki's analysis, but upon witnessing his subsequent misfortune, they quickly sided with Cato. "Fiki, how could you even entertain such thoughts about Cato? He would never stoop to such disgraceful tactics." Sinbad gazed at Fiki with disappointment. "Exactly," the flower monk chimed in, sensing a shift in focus and quickly joining in with disdain. You guys." Fiki, sprawled on the ground, was infuriated by their ridicule, stammering in frustration. Cato was equally at a loss for words, pondering the audacity of humanity. Since they had devised a plan, despite uncertainties regarding its effectiveness, They could not remain idle outside the grand hall. Thus, under Cato's guidance, they ventured into the opulent hall together. Chapter 42. The trio of maidens. Upon entering the grand hall, a well-endowed and enchanting woman appeared, draped in a delicate veil, gracefully approaching, accompanied by several youthful and radiant maidens of diverse ancestries. The Western maiden possessed a porcelain complexion that seemed to glisten like fresh snow, her tall figure accentuated by flowing golden tresses that shimmered like eternal sunshine. The Eastern maiden, with cascading black hair, bright eyes, and a graceful neck, exuded an exquisite charm, her curvaceous form captivating all who beheld her. The angelic beings from the Sky Island, with their pristine wings and delicate instruments, radiated an aura of noble purity that was simply irresistible. Among them was a vixen from the Fur tribe, whose alluring gaze could render even the most stoic hearts weak. The playful flick of her furry tail added to her beguiling allure. To Cato's surprise, he also spotted a mermaid among them, though this one had evidently reached an age where she could walk on legs. This revelation left him in awe of the extraordinary powers that this mysterious island possessed. The 8 maidens, each representing a different race, were enchanting in their own right, adorned with smiles that could bewitch the most resolute of souls. However, appreciation was all that could be afforded, for the sanctuary of maidens was no ordinary establishment. These women were artists, not courtesans. To partake in their company or to engage in an intimate encounter would require a demonstration of one's own prowess. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The voluptuous beauty chimed, ushering the 8 maidens forward. Sinbad murmured, "Why the veils? Are they not to be seen?" The flower monk quickly jotted down notes. "Writing with swift strokes, I disdain your ignorance. Clearly, you lack understanding. This is a tantalizing display of allure, a half-revealed invitation to desire." Sinbad scoffed. "When I was out and about, you were likely peeping at women bathing. Save your breath. I don't need your introduction." As if recalling something, he added, "I heard the young saint is also at the sanctuary. It would be amusing if he knew we were here." Upon hearing this, Cato chuckled softly. "I have matters to discuss with him. Your idea is quite astute." He turned to the leading beauty and inquired, "Might you assist us in this regard?" "Of course. It would be our pleasure. Guests such as yourselves are akin to deities in our eyes," the voluptuous beauty replied with a charming smile. As Sinbad envisioned the young saint, who had previously been the source of much ire, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then, recalling another thought, he said, "I also heard that General Taro has arrived at the sanctuary. She is a paragon of beauty. Perhaps we should invite her as well." The voluptuous beauty stifled a giggle, and the 8 enchanting maidens behind her erupted in laughter, finding Sinbad's gentlemanly demeanor amusing amidst his rather outrageous propositions. At that moment, Sinbad noticed the flower monk casting him a sly smirk. Simultaneously, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him from the street behind. Turning to investigate, he was met by none other than General Taro. Accompanying her were not 1, but 3 figures. The recognizable general, swathed in a naval cloak that barely concealed her provocative ensemble, and 2 others, one a captivating lady with lively eyes, curiously observing Cato and his companions, and the other, a magnificent maiden donned in regal attire, radiating elegance that drew the eyes of all in attendance. Cato couldn't help but admire her beauty, exclaiming, "What an exquisite vision." As the trio arrived, they overheard Sinbad's words, leaving them to ponder who among them could be so audacious. Upon recognizing Sinbad, Marx, and Cato, General Taro gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Despite their efforts to disguise themselves, Cato's identity was unmistakable to her. "Why are they here?" she muttered, recalling Cato's brazen invitation to join his pirate crew. "Ah, Taro, oh no, I meant dear sister, it has been ages. Your beauty surpasses all. Truly a celestial being gracing us mere mortals," Sinbad proclaimed, oblivious to the ire he was inciting. Suddenly, a golden hairpin whizzed past, silencing him. Taro, blushing furiously, glared at the trio. "Your beauty is unparalleled, Taro." The flower monk chimed in, but the words slipped awkwardly from his tongue, causing Taro to bristle at the unintended intimacy implied in his address. Standing at the grand hall's entrance, Taro seethed, feeling humiliated by the advances of these 3 rascals. I wish to greet the maidens, but this lecherous man stutters. Nana, you are also quite beautiful," he continued, much to the chagrin of the maiden named Joanna, whose name he mispronounced, drawing gasps from their companions. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines at his audacity. However, to Joanna's relief, she escaped his immediate attention, only to find herself confronted by the flower monk, who stammered under her scrutiny. "Why have you not acknowledged me, princess? Is it that you look down upon me?" Cato and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the identity of this self-proclaimed princess who was now demanding attention. The flower monk, caught off guard, could only stammer, "PP princess, you are also quite lovely." Chapter 43. The disheartened young saint before the grand hall of the saintess palace. Upon hearing the words of the flower monk, the princess was filled with rage yet simultaneously came to a realization, leaving her in a state of bemusement. Cato and Max could not contain their laughter, marveling at the talent displayed. The two uncouth fellows, Sinbad and Fiki, were already doubled over in laughter, pounding the ground in amusement. The self-proclaimed assassin of the sun, the flower monk, stuttered before the saintess palace, uttering names like Tao Tao, Na Na, and even addressing the eunuch, while the plump beauty and 8 maidens erupted into fits of giggles, tears streaming down their cheeks, much to the delight of passers-by on the street. This spectacle left Tao Tu, the saintess, and Princess Kunya of the Fire Nation, as well as several handmaidens, seething with indignation, their faces flushed, yet they found themselves powerless to act. After all, it would be unbecoming to engage in a scuffle here. If they were to truly resort to violence, their reputations would surely be tarnished across the world. The lecherous flower monk, unfazed and unabashed, lightly kicked the laughing Fiki, saying, "GG. GG. Lecherous man, 13 seconds. You stop this." Fiki immediately jumped up, feeling utterly humiliated by being addressed in such a manner. "I am, speaking to you, GG. GG. GG." The infamous gold 3 billion, either genuinely stuck in his stutter or deliberately prolonging the humor, elicited further laughter from the onlookers. However, Fiki's gaping mouth, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast, sent the crowd scattering in fright. "Are you calling GG or GG?" the plump beauty teased, swaying her hips as she approached. Same. The flower monk grinned lecherously. Fiki, with a wide-open mouth, looked as if he could swallow the monk whole. "Please, this way." The plump beauty gestured for the 8 maidens to follow, realizing they could not linger in front of the grand hall any longer, lest it become a spectacle. "Tao Tao. Tao Tao, Na Na. Na Na, eunuch. Princess, farewell." As the flower monk sauntered inside, narcissistically waving goodbye, he suddenly recalled that Cato was still searching for Tao Tuesday. Thus, he audaciously proposed, "How about you all join us too?" With a whoosh, several glimmers of cold light shot towards the front hall of the saintess palace, causing the flower monk to retract his neck and flee, with swords and ornaments embedding themselves in the walls of the hall. "This accursed stutterer, that detestable lecher, is insufferable." Tao Tu fumed. "Indeed. I wish to give him a good thrashing." Even the usually good-natured saintess Joanna clenched her delicate fists in frustration. Princess Kunya of the Fire Nation found the situation amusing. In her esteemed position, no one dared jest with her. Thus she found the flower monk quite entertaining. At that moment, a tall figure approached, flanked by several guards, a figure whose countenance was unsightly and whose expression was dark. It was the young saint who had been humiliated earlier that day. Naturally, the young saint was not in high spirits. Not only had he been toyed with by 2 fools, but he had also received a punch from another, the latter being of lesser concern compared to the humiliation he faced before his father. Moreover, following subsequent investigations, he discovered that his adversary was likely a member of the recently infamous Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, a fact he dismissed as mere exaggeration by outsiders and the incompetence of the Navy. The young saint seethed at the thought of who had played him for a fool. Yearning for immediate revenge, yet his father had advised against rash actions, leaving him feeling quite stifled, convinced his father was overly cautious. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to heed his father's counsel. Thus, in a bid to alleviate his frustration, he made his way to the saintess palace. "What is this fellow doing at the saintess palace?" A Bing inquired with suspicion. "Who could possibly concern Anna?" Tao Tu giggled, feeling quite surprised. "He doesn't seem impressive at all. Is Anna perhaps of a peculiar taste?" Princess Kunya jested. "What? It is the son of the saint," Saintess Joanna replied, disregarding the jest of the others. Although the young saint held equal status with the saintess, Joanna understood that in reality, this was not the case. The young saint had remained unchanged since the first generation, a testament to his fruit abilities that prevented aging, as well as a sign of the Pope's unwavering trust, something not to be compared with her relatively recent tenure as saintess. Furthermore, the young saint's formidable strength was beyond Joanna's capacity to contend with, thus she held a certain trepidation toward his only son. The group exchanged pleasantries before the young saint led the 2 individuals inside. The princess smiled and suggested, "Shall we also enter?" That group was quite entertaining. Perhaps we should seek them out? This princess was a carefree spirit, always in pursuit of amusement. Ah, not going. How dull. Princess Kunya remarked before following the others inside. The young saint strode confidently into the palace, where a familiar beauty, accompanied by several maidens, immediately surrounded him, exuding charm and laughter. Yet, in response to their joviality, he wore a cold, menacing expression, his face appearing even more grotesque in its severity. The aura of terror that enveloped him sent shivers down the spines of the maidens, leaving them pale and bewildered at the unusual demeanor of the young saint that day. Young saint, what is this? Without the need for the saintess to intervene, the lead beauty of the saintess palace, a woman of keen intellect, maintained her composure, still smiling at the solitary swordsman. Do not approach me, the solitary swordsman replied, his tone icy. I am here today to find Maria. Maria was a renowned beauty within the saintess palace, not only for her stunning appearance and diverse talents, but also for her understanding and gentle nature. The young saint favored her primarily because she never flattered him nor treated his unattractive visage with any special regard. She was unlike any other woman, soothing his often troubled spirit. While the saintess palace may have offered companionship without a price, it was clear that the young saint's status would have garnered him many admirers without effort. However, he sought Maria today merely for music and drink, lacking the inclination for anything more. Understood. The lead beauty gestured for the maidens to step back and personally guided the young saint further inside. Meanwhile, Tautu, Joanna, and the others observed the unfolding scene without any intention to intervene. Chapter 44. A Gesture of Reconciliation. Within the grand hall, after the young sage was escorted away, several guests nearby witnessed the scene. It was indeed the young sage who dared to display disdain towards them in the sacred maiden palace. Yet it was puzzling why he seemed disinterested in women today. Why not give it a try yourself? Perhaps you might catch the sacred maiden's eye and gain entry into her private quarters. I still have much to live for. I certainly do not wish to cause trouble here. However, I heard that the young sage has encountered setbacks at the hands of several outsiders today. Oh? Who was audacious enough to bring embarrassment to the young sage? I'm not certain, but the rumors suggest they are quite formidable. Ah, I see. Hush. The principal is here. Let us cease our discussions. As the young sage entered the hall, visibly perturbed, Cato and his companions were already reveling within. The atmosphere was vibrant, with fine wines flowing. Several enchanting maidens, adorned with charming smiles, stood beside the jade tables, serving delicacies and libations to Cato and his entourage. Sinbad and the flower monk's eyes roamed over the nearby beauties, their expressions betraying a certain lewdness, while Cato savored the exquisite food and drink. Though the expenses were steep, the experience was undoubtedly worthwhile. Initially, Cato had intended to seek assistance from Tautu, planning to negotiate using Virgil as leverage, but with the flower monk's interference, that seemed unlikely now. Nevertheless, since the situation had unfolded, Cato deemed it inconsequential and decided to await the young sage. If all else failed, he could simply defer the payment until tomorrow. Upon entering, the young sage was quickly spotted by Marx, who leaned down to inform Cato, who promptly halted his actions and looked over. Indeed, it was the young sage. Cato chuckled, exclaiming, "The principal has arrived." His words caused everyone else to pause. Sibat, following Cato's gaze, noted the young sage's stern demeanor as he trailed behind the lovely head server and remarked, "This fellow must still be feeling down." Aha. Cato, observing the excitement of both Sinbad and the flower monk, hastily cautioned, "You two, behave yourselves. Today's expenses rest upon him." After this warning, Cato waved at the young sage, saying, "Ah, young sage, I trust you're well. It seems fate has brought us together again today." The young sage, puzzled by the voice, turned to discover Cato and his companions, drawing his sword in response. After hearing Cato's words, his taut expression twitched as he thought, "Are we so acquainted? I would sooner slay you all. I cannot bear the sight of you." Fate, indeed. Young sage, do put down your sword, urged Sinbad, gesturing for him to relax. Today, we shall drink and discuss matters of the heart. What reason do you have to brandish a weapon? Hearing this, the young sage turned his gaze to Sinbad, his brows furrowing in indignation as he gripped his iron sword, glaring at Sinbad and the flower monk. Yet, recalling his father's words, he ultimately relented, striding over to discern the intentions of the gathering. "Now, that is more like it. Do not perpetually scowl as if the world is your enemy," Sinbad said warmly, appearing amiable as he poured a glass of wine for the young sage and placed it on the table. The lewd flower monk tilted his head, leaning to the side as he stammered, "Little sage to touch." His clumsy speech sounded almost offensive, and as he uttered the words, He reached towards the young sage, perhaps to pull him closer. The young sage, expressionless, felt his temper rise at the words. And with a swift motion, his sword was drawn across the flower monk's neck. Cato promptly intervened, using the sheath of his own sword to halt the young sage's blade, while swiftly stuffing a chicken leg into the flower monk's mouth to silence him. Enough. You, the stammering lewd one, do not provoke trouble. And young sage, do temper your fury. Haha, a misunderstanding. Young sage, I apologize for earlier. The flower monk hastily produced paper and pen, scribbling in a flamboyant script. I too. Let us not dwell on today's events. As the saying goes, one does not know a friend without a fight. Sinbad added from his seat. With this, the young sage finally sheathed his weapon, recognizing that the others were making an effort to reconcile. He could not be excessively harsh, especially as the atmosphere had not yet warranted hostility. He lifted a drink from the table and began to partake. The lovely head server, realizing her presence was no longer required, discreetly withdrew. Thus, they truly sat together. Undoubtedly, their intentions were not entirely sincere, yet none were ordinary individuals. And a semblance of decorum was necessary. I believe you have discerned my identity, Cato remarked, observing the young sage's expression soften slightly. Come, let us eat and converse. The delicacies here are truly remarkable. Even the 4 emperors would find it challenging to sample such fare. As he spoke, he helped himself to a piece of whale meat, savoring it with an expression of utmost delight. He then poured himself a cup of the finest wine, its intoxicating aroma wafting gently as it flowed into his glass. Excellent wine. This sacred maiden palace is renowned for its exquisite liquor. Newcomers ought to relish it. The young sage chuckled in response, glancing at Sinbad and the others. Noting their friendly demeanor toward him, he surmised that they might indeed be seeking reconciliation and recognized that they understood he was no easy target. With this thought, the weight of his earlier frustrations began to lift, and he engaged in conversation with the group. Though the young sage maintained an air of pride, Cato was undoubtedly more formidable, and he believed that had today's incident not occurred, they could have forged a strong friendship. For now, however, he would adopt a cautious approach and proceed step by step. So, even the king of hell enjoys wine? The young sage inquired, observing Cato's relentless drinking. Indeed, life is fleeting. How could one not indulge in fine wine? Cato exclaimed. The most famous brew of the sacred maiden palace is the 100-flower wine, crafted personally by the maiden herself. Aside from here, one would struggle to find it elsewhere. Oh, such a treasure exists? Cato's enthusiasm surged as he turned to the serving maiden, instructing, quickly, bring us several jars. Once she departed, Cato raised his cup to the young sage, saying, Thanks to you, we are fortunate not to have missed out on such exquisite wine. Let us toast. Haha, you are too kind. As the king of hell visits our mysterious island, I, as the host, must extend my utmost hospitality. Moreover, I too am a lover of fine wine. So I fully understand your sentiments. Excellent. I am resolved to befriend you, dear young sage. Indeed, it is an honor to count the king of hell among my friends. Modesty is unnecessary. Now, let us drink. Chapter 45. Unbeknownst, the holy maiden palace was bustling with energy, filled with laughter and joy. Despite the throngs of people, no one dared to cause a disturbance. After all, this was the domain of the holy maiden. Even those of high status wore smiles, hoping not for preferential treatment from the goddess, but merely for the holy maiden's tolerance. At Cato's table, the atmosphere was equally delightful. The 100-flower brew had been served. And according to the young saint, this exquisite drink was crafted from petals of 100 different flowers. Not only was it challenging to find such a multitude of blossoms, but it was nearly impossible for so many to bloom simultaneously. Ultimately, the young saint clarified the mystery. The holy maiden Joanna possessed the power of the petal fruit, enabling her to conjure various petals, and the brew was a product of her unique ability. Upon hearing this revelation, the guests were enlightened. No wonder the holy maiden palace was adorned with so many flowers, and the 100-flower brew was indeed a manifestation of a devil fruit's power. Cato found himself fascinated by this fruit. The ability to summon petals suggested it might belong to the nature type. Considering that the saint was a mythical beast-type devil fruit user, it was not far-fetched to think the holy maiden could wield a nature-type fruit. Further deepening Cato's intrigue about this mysterious island, he recalled that Robin possessed the flower fruit, which allowed any part of her body to sprout like a flower on any tangible object within her line of sight, used for both offense and other purposes. Clearly, this petal ability was entirely different. After several hours of merriment and indulgence, the party was both satiated and visually delighted. Simba and the flower monk could no longer pursue their earlier intentions of seeking out beautiful women, for they had never heard of flirting for money or refusing to pay. Thus, they resolved to postpone such endeavors for another time. As they prepared to leave, Kato turned to the enchanting waitress and inquired about the total bill. "Please hold on a moment, dear customer," she replied with a sweet smile. After a brief pause, she announced, "The total comes to 12 million berries. Is it truly this exorbitant? Surely you are not attempting to swindle us on our first visit?" Feki exclaimed, nearly taken aback by the price. Kato and the others were equally shocked. Such an astronomical sum for a meal seemed utterly outrageous. "Dear customers, you're mistaken. With the young saint present, how could we possibly deceive you? The main reason for the high cost is the 100-flower brew, which is priced at 10 million berries per jug. You consumed 10 jugs in total," the waitress swiftly clarified. Everyone turned to the young saint, who nodded with a smile, confirming her statement. Indeed, Kato, upon witnessing the saint's grin, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. This fellow must have been seeking vengeance. Knowing full well the steep price and yet allowing them to order so liberally without a word of caution. How cunning. Simba, ever astute, recognized the situation and gritted his teeth as he addressed the young saint. "You. Wait, no need for concern. Such fine wine is indeed worth the price." Kato interjected, raising a hand to quell Simba's rising temper. He turned to the young saint and declared loudly, "Today, we celebrate the joy of having made such a friend as you, dear saint. This meal shall be on us. You may depart first." Kato intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of many, for the young saint was a renowned figure on the mysterious island. Acknowledging the gathering interest, the saint, who valued her reputation, felt compelled to respond graciously. "How can that be? You are the guests, and I am but the host. It is only fitting that I treat you," she insisted, her face beaming with goodwill as she awaited Kato's reply. "Very well, then we shall not stand on ceremony." Kato replied without hesitation, agreeing to her terms. "Such benevolence from the young saint," Simba remarked with a smile. "You, this." The flower monk raised his thumb in admiration for the young saint. "Indeed, such generosity towards friends." Another chimed in. "Oh, how I wish we could befriend the young saint." One lamented. "Just you? Dream on." Those nearby, overhearing the conversation, murmured in admiration of the young saint's magnanimity, while Kato and his companions felt a pang of envy and jealousy. At that moment, however, the young saint's smile faltered. Realizing the irony of the situation, how had the script gone so awry? She had merely intended to extend courtesy, expecting them to reciprocate. Her heart sank as she listened to their discussions, unable to voice her frustrations. Kato, observing the young saint's reaction, reveled in his triumph, savoring the irony of the situation. Yet he maintained a composed facade, bowing respectfully to the young saint. "Your generosity is commendable. I find myself unable to match your kindness, and shall have to await another opportunity to repay it." "Indeed, commendable," echoed the others, mimicking Kato's gesture. "Higi, you were too kind." The young saint felt as if she had swallowed a fly. She realized the group was intent on making her cover the bill. Nevertheless, knowing her predicament, she had no choice but to swallow her pride, regretting ever extending such pleasantries. "By the way, dear lady, may I request 2 more jugs of 100-flower brew to take back for my crew?" Kato asked without a hint of embarrassment. "You wouldn't mind, would you, dear saint?" "Higi, such a trivial matter. How could I mind?" The saint gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. "Is it not enough that you have me pay? But now you wish to take more home?" She had never encountered such shameless individuals. "Did you not hear? We are in a hurry to leave, so please expedite our order." Feki urged the waitress, worried the young saint might reconsider. Once they received the drinks, Kato and his party joyfully bid farewell, leaving behind a thoroughly disheartened young saint. Yet, rather than departing, the young saint sought out Maria, for only her gentle and caring nature could soothe her troubled spirit. While the sum of over 12 million berries was not particularly burdensome for her, the entire experience had left her feeling utterly humiliated. She had thought she could settle the score for earlier grievances, only to find herself the one wounded in the end. Had it not been for the presence of so many witnesses, she might have been driven to vomit in frustration. She had never endured such indignity in her life. Meanwhile, Kato and his companions were reveling in their triumph, utterly delighted. "Aha! Just thinking of the young saint's expression makes me want to laugh," Simba exclaimed. "Indeed. The captain is quite clever. As if he could trick us. Dream on," Feki added, laughing heartily. The flower monk continuously gave Kato thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive." Even Marx found humor in the situation, reflecting on how they had enjoyed a lavish meal worth over 12 million berries for free while compelling their adversary to foot the bill. It was a level of mischief unmatched, and he couldn't help but relish the experience. Chapter 46, Amusement After a Night of Silence. The next day, everyone embarked on their journey of amusement. Their first stop was the metal maze. Initially, Kato and the others complained about the maze's appeal, but upon arrival, they discovered that the metal maze was no ordinary labyrinth. This maze on the mysterious island was not only vast, resembling a fortress crafted entirely from metal, but it also had multiple layers beneath the surface. The challenge was indeed formidable. As they ventured inside, the group began together, but gradually diverging opinions led to their separation, leaving Kato to walk alongside Kodo. After several encounters with dead ends, Kato found himself unable to continue, primarily due to the maze's complexity. With Kodo's consent, he activated a device resembling a remote control. This device was a switch that allowed one to exit the maze upon giving up. Indeed, shortly after Kato pressed the button, a passageway appeared, guiding them back to their original entry point. Upon exiting, they discovered that they were not the first to concede. Saranka and a few crew members had already emerged, which brought Kato some relief. However, the mechanism that facilitated their exit piqued Kato's curiosity. Constructing such a colossal metal maze was no small feat, and the ability to create an immediate exit was even more remarkable. Could it be the work of a special devil fruit user? After contemplating for a moment, Kato decided to dismiss the thought, as whether or not it was a devil fruit power was irrelevant to them. As more people exited, they gathered outside, chatting while waiting for the remaining members. After 2 hours, everyone had finally emerged, with the last to return being Raichi and Bippo. Upon exiting, Bippo collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "I'm finally out." That nearly exhausted the bear. The group couldn't help but inquire if they had managed to escape. Not at all. This maze is immense. And this foolish bear kept insisting on exiting. Otherwise, we could have succeeded. Raichi complained. You haven't had enough walking yet? Everyone was astonished by Raichi's resilience. Not at all. How about we try again? Raichi exclaimed with enthusiasm, displaying a determination that suggested he was unwilling to concede defeat. Let us not, Raichi. This maze is far too large. Without utilizing observation hockey, we'd likely wander for an entire day. We should move on to the next attraction. The others have been waiting for quite some time. Kato hurriedly intervened, fearing that Raichi might impulsively re-enter the maze. All right. Bippo perked up at the mention of the haunted house. Aren't you nearly dead from exhaustion? Such remarkable recovery abilities. Raichi remarked in disbelief at Bippo's sudden enthusiasm. My apologies. Bippo quickly apologized, realizing his slip, but the maze had indeed been tedious, and this was his only way to cope, due to the previous experience. Kato recognized the advantages and disadvantages of being together, concluding that it was best to allow everyone to choose for themselves. Consequently, not many opted to visit the haunted house. Kato, having nothing pressing to attend to, was curious about the haunted house, eager to see how it compared to those from his past life. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a sign stating, "Heart patients and elderly individuals are prohibited from entering." Once inside, a staff member approached to explain, "Here, we have the medical department." Literary Chapter 47. The mysterious old man on the enigmatic island. Kato and his companions had explored nearly all the delightful spots over the past few days. Since deciding to avoid trouble, they had cast aside all other concerns. One evening, after dinner, Kato ventured out for a solitary stroll, only to discover that the streets were nearly deserted. Even the surrounding shops had closed their doors, enveloping everything in an eerie silence. As he wandered aimlessly along the desolate streets, he inadvertently found himself in a shadowy alley. Beneath the moonlight, he spotted a mysterious old man sitting there, indulging in a drink, which piqued Kato's curiosity, prompting him to approach. In this secluded corner, the tranquility was palpable, broken only by the sound of Kato's footsteps. The old man, seemingly oblivious to Kato's presence, did not even glance in his direction as he neared. Kato scrutinized the figure before him. The old man was clad in ordinary attire, with disheveled hair and a beard, both as white as the moonlight itself. Beside him rested a sword, and in his hand was a gourd from which he drank alone. Kato sensed that this man was someone with a story to tell. Taking a seat beside him, Kato casually inquired, "Old man, where have all the people on this mysterious island gone? It's so deserted." The old man turned his head, fixing his gaze on Kato's, and replied in a gravelly voice, "Every month at this time, the Universal Church holds a gathering. Were you not aware?" The raspy tone suggested he seldom conversed with others. But Kato dismissed this observation, explaining, Please don't misunderstand. I've only just arrived here and truly had no idea." That explains it," the old man remarked after taking a sip from his gourd. "Hey, old man, I've noticed this island is mostly inhabited by followers of this Universal Church. Why aren't you one of them? Is it because you are too old for them?" Kato teased. My affairs are not for you to pry into. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own matters, the old man retorted. Why do you say that? Are we in some sort of danger? Cato detected an underlying meaning in the old man's words. Whether there is danger, I cannot say. That depends on the choices you make, the old man replied, leaving Cato even more perplexed. What do you mean? Danger involves choice. Can you clarify? This is quite frustrating. The old man surveyed Cato and then stood up, saying with a smirk, why should I enlighten you? You seem rather unremarkable yourself. Seeing the old man attempt to leave, Cato quickly blocked his path, convinced that this man harbored many secrets. Old man, it would be prudent to clarify your words before you depart. Are you intending to fight, young man? The old man expressed no alarm at Cato's obstruction, speaking slowly. I have no such intention. As long as you elucidate your thoughts, I shall let you go without harm. Cato asserted. And if I choose to remain silent? The old man queried, narrowing his eyes. Then you might endure some discomfort. Do not blame me for lacking respect for the elderly. Cato replied defiantly. You have quite the bravado, young man. Let me see if you possess the skill to warrant my explanation. With a swift motion, the old man drew his sword and lunged at Cato, despite appearing frail. His strike was as swift as lightning, reaching Cato in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Cato hastily unsheathed his sword to parry while retreating. Just as he regained his footing, the old man's blade was perilously close to his lower body, sending a chill of sweat down Cato's spine as he scrambled to evade. After narrowly escaping, Cato couldn't help but think that this old man's swordsmanship was astonishingly quick, especially as the strikes aimed at his vulnerable areas. Should he fail to evade, he would face dire consequences. However, Cato found no opportunity to voice his frustrations, as the relentless onslaught of attacks left him scrambling to defend himself. Unexpectedly, he realized that this seemingly ordinary old man was a hidden master, forcing Cato into a purely defensive position, a sensation he had only previously experienced with his mentor, Rayleigh. What misfortune had led him to encounter such a formidable opponent today? Had he neglected to consult the auspicious omens before setting out? Though they exchanged numerous blows, the surrounding buildings remained unharmed, as neither combatant unleashed any lethal sword energy. After all, they bore no enmity towards one another, and this was not a life-or-death struggle. Moreover, unleashing such potent energy would surely attract unwelcome attention, something they both wished to avoid. Thus, they were free to immerse themselves entirely in their duel. In the midst of the skirmish, Cato barely managed to fend off or evade each of the old man's attacks. Internally, he felt a growing sense of frustration, as it had been a long time since anyone had pressed him so fiercely. The feeling of being unable to unleash his own strength was stifling. Despite his eagerness to counterattack, the old man provided no opening, his strike sharp yet without flaw, thwarting Cato's every attempt to retaliate. Gradually, Cato found himself retreating until he reached the end of the alley. At that moment, he sensed a release of pressure. Looking up, he saw that the old man had ceased his assault and was now sipping from his gourd. Cato, seizing the opportunity, sheathed his sword and resumed Chapter 48, The Truth After a Fierce Confrontation. Cato and the old man began to perceive each other in an entirely different light. Cato had naturally discerned the old man's identity as a hidden master, while the old man regarded Cato with newfound respect. Thus, they settled down together to engage in conversation. Upon hearing Cato's inquiry, the old man chuckled and replied, No need to concern yourself with me. If you wish to know, I shall gladly share. This tale traces back 30 years. At that time, the old man claimed to be a pirate, and not just any pirate, but the captain of a remarkably talented crew, akin to the infamous supernovas of Luffy's era, with boundless potential ahead. They, like Cato and his companions, ventured into the Grand Line in pursuit of their dreams. By a stroke of serendipity, they stumbled upon the legend of the mysterious island, a dream destination for any pirate crew promising untold treasures, exquisite feasts, fine wines, and beautiful maidens, all of which are the quintessential desires of a pirate. The old man, being a rising star of that era, felt an immense pride and, upon hearing tales of the mysterious island, was resolute in his determination to reach it. Perhaps fortune favors the bold, for after considerable effort, they finally discovered the island and joyously made landfall. Upon arrival, they found no trace of gold or jewels. But the rest of the island lived up to its legendary reputation, resembling paradise itself. Consequently, the old man and his crew indulged in a life of unrestrained revelry, savoring the delights of their surroundings. However, it was long before they encountered a grave predicament. They had run out of money. As a well-known pirate crew, they could typically afford to accrue debts or refuse payment, yet the old man was not one to act in such a manner. Hence, they needed to devise a way to replenish their coffers. For a pirate crew, this inevitably meant resorting to robbery. with many affluent individuals on the mysterious island. They quickly set their sights on a target. With this plan in mind, they swiftly initiated their operation, which initially went smoothly. However, their success was short-lived. They had severely underestimated the island's defenses. Although they managed to seize some money, they were soon apprehended by the island's guards. The old man, relying on his formidable strength, managed to escape. Yet, he could not bear the thought of leaving his comrades to languish in prison and sought every possible means to rescue them. Unfortunately, despite multiple attempts to infiltrate the prison, he failed to liberate his companions, which filled him with self-loathing. If only he had possessed greater strength, such misfortunes could have been avoided. He regretted that he and his crew should never have resorted to robbery on the mysterious island, which led to the capture of his friends. Nevertheless, the old man recognized that self-reproach would yield no results, and thus he began to conceal himself on the island, diligently honing his skills while seeking opportunities to rescue his crew. However, before he could act, a month later, some of his crew members astonishingly emerged from the prison. This left the old man in disbelief. Had they managed to escape? With a heart full of questions, he inquired, only to receive an answer that nearly shattered him. It turned out that his comrades had not escaped. Rather, a portion of them had been released under certain conditions by the all-powerful church. They were required not only to join the church but also to remain on the mysterious island indefinitely. The old man could hardly believe the truth, demanding, "How could you betray your comrades? Have you forgotten your dreams?" One crew member replied with a bitter smile, "Captain, we had no choice. Their strength is far beyond our capabilities." Another chimed in, "Indeed, the punishment they impose is beyond human endurance. It's terrifying." A third added, "Moreover, the Pope of the all-powerful church is practically a deity, omnipotent. Joining the church has its benefits. All our aspirations can be realized here." They continued, "Captain, you should also join the all-powerful church. That way, we can still be together, and the others in prison need not endure any longer." These crew members had evidently undergone a transformation during their imprisonment, emerging not only as different individuals but also expressing a fearful admiration for the newly joined all-powerful church. Some even attempted to persuade the old man to join their ranks, becoming fervent advocates for the church. The old man, still in disbelief, gazed vacantly, muttering to himself, "This cannot be. You cannot be my comrades. They must still be waiting for me in prison." At that moment, one of his companions sneered, "Rescue? What means do you possess to effectuate that? We waited for you, but you never arrived. Even if you had, could you have bested them?" The old man looked incredulously at this companion and then at the others. Although they remained silent, their expressions seemed to tacitly endorse the words of their fellow crew member. A chill gripped the old man's heart as he declared, "Even if you do not believe in me, I shall never join you. One day, I will rescue them." From that point onward, the old man devoted himself even more fervently to his training. The all-powerful church easily discerned his hiding place but refrained from capturing him. Seemingly eager to observe his plight, the released crew members enjoyed a carefree existence, while the old man persevered in his arduous training. Time passed swiftly. Although the old man made considerable progress, he remained no match for them. Meanwhile, many of those still incarcerated began to succumb to despair, choosing to abandon hope and join the all-powerful church, inspired by the examples set by their liberated shipmates. As time raced forward, ultimately, all but one of the crew members opted for the same path, while the old man remained steadfast, vowing to press on as long as even a single companion remained. He would not forsake anyone. A decade passed in the blink of an eye, and the old man had transformed significantly, believing in his newfound strength to vanquish his foes. Indeed, he easily defeated the prison guards, only to be met with the even greater power of the church's holy son, a being possessing the terrifying abilities of a mythical zoan fruit, leading to yet another failure. Another decade elapsed, and he finally managed to secure a narrow victory over the Holy Son. However, this triumph was short-lived, as he soon encountered the legendary Pope. The Pope, without lifting a finger, effortlessly subdued him and extended an invitation to join the all-powerful church, offering him considerable authority. Yet, as the old man thought of the crew members still imprisoned and reminisced about the freedom and dreams he once had as a pirate, he resolutely declined the Pope's offer. The Pope, undeterred by his refusal, allowed him to leave, stating, "The doors of the all-powerful church will always remain open for you. I believe that you will ultimately make a wise choice." The Pope's formidable presence left an indelible impression on him. To this day, the old man harbored no confidence in his ability to overcome such power. Thus, he refrained from any attempts, convinced that this might be his final opportunity to grow stronger. Chapter 49. The Old Man's Counsel. After listening to the tragic tale of the old man, Cato quickly discerned that his current predicament bore a resemblance, albeit with notable differences. to that of the elder. Moreover, Cato sensed numerous questions arising within him and thus inquired, "Old man, what did you mean when you mentioned that we are in danger?" "Ah, that brings to mind my discoveries on the mysterious island." The old man reminisced. It turned out that alongside his training, he had been observing this enigmatic isle, ultimately uncovering a terrifying truth. Aside from the Navy, anyone who set foot on this island never returned, not due to a lack of attempts, but because he had witnessed their ships depart only to see them reappear on the mysterious island, now as part of its inhabitants. This horrifying revelation enlightened the old man to the true nature of the Universal Church, easing his regrets about his earlier decision to commit robbery. After all, regardless of circumstances, they too would likely meet a grim fate. This discovery prompted the old man to reflect on past events, particularly what transpired in the prison that could have transformed his steadfast companions into such a state. Thus, he approached his former allies to voice his perplexities, only to receive responses of ignorance or forgetfulness, as if recalling those events instilled an overwhelming dread. The ambiguity of their answers deepened the old man's confusion. While some may have genuinely forgotten, or were reluctant to discuss such matters, the sheer number of individuals who remained unaware struck him as peculiar. He pondered whether there existed a devil fruit user within the Universal Church capable of altering memories. This question continued to haunt him, as he realized only the higher echelons of the Universal Church might possess the answers he sought. "Have you never entered the prison to see your companion?" Cato asked. The old man shook his head in disappointment, although he had made other discoveries. He noted the peculiarities surrounding the new slaves arriving each time the mysterious island reopened. Many were notably overweight, with no one knowing their origins or recognizing them. This was indeed strange. Careful observation revealed the abnormality. The old man had secretly sought out these individuals to inquire about their circumstances, unlike the others who claimed ignorance. These individuals stated that they were coerced into joining the Universal Church and, upon refusal, were transformed into their current state as slaves, only to regain their former selves upon compliance. Upon learning this grim reality, the old man refrained from seeking out the devil fruit user for their rescue, reasoning that without addressing the main antagonist, such efforts would be futile and merely serve to alert them. Cato recalled the earlier incident involving Leah and concluded that the perpetrator was indeed the Universal Church. He wholeheartedly agreed with the old man's approach, suspecting that enslaving these individuals was merely one of the many methods employed to subjugate them. After all, those with even a modicum of resolve would not be easily intimidated, implying the existence of even more nefarious forms of punishment. Nonetheless, these matters were not Cato's primary concern. He was far more intrigued by how those who had previously departed managed to return, and by what means. Regrettably, the old man had no answers to this query. Yet the very uncertainty underscored the unpredictable and insidious tactics of the Universal Church, rendering them utterly indefensible. "Old man, does your implication suggest that we are doomed?" Cato inquired. "Not necessarily," the old man replied cautiously. "As far as I know, this mysterious island is closely linked to the world government. If you are acquainted with someone from there, you might be able to leave unscathed." "The world government? They would relish the idea of my demise. Do you truly believe that the Universal Church would spare me?" Cato retorted, initially expecting the old man to suggest a viable method of escape, only to find the idea of seeking assistance from the world government to be the least plausible. Cato felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had already resolved not to oppose the Universal Church. They had intended to linger for a few more days before departing this mysterious island. Who could have fathomed the multitude of secrets hidden here? Had the old man not as this is my inaugural endeavor in writing a book, I am hesitant to rush the process, fearing that it may lead to a collapse of my narrative. The chapters you see before you have been meticulously crafted, as my sole desire is to weave a compelling tale. I kindly ask for your understanding, as I prefer to focus on quality over hastily increasing the pace for the sake of mere quantity. I earnestly seek your initial support. With the readiness of my 7 Dragon Balls, calling upon my fellow readers from QQ Reading and Zue Shushinchi to lend their assistance. A first subscription would be greatly appreciated. Furthermore, I urge you to consider bestowing your monthly votes and recommendations upon this work. For the protagonist has renounced the allure of beauty, and instead, I would be delighted to introduce you to the enchanting women of One Piece. Chapter 50. Scheming. After bidding farewell to the old man, Cato returned to the inn without waking the resting crew members. After all, no matter how urgent the situation, it would not hurt to wait until the morning. As dawn broke, Cato summoned the bewildered crew into his room, sharing the old man's words along with his own speculations. The reactions were varied. "I never expected the true secret of the mysterious island to be like this." Marx exhaled a puff of smoke slowly. "Wonderful. Now we can finally make a bold move." Selenka, who had previously seemed half asleep, instantly became animated, shaking off any remnants of drowsiness. I told you that the all-powerful sect was not to be trusted. Now we can act without restraint. Sibat had long desired to rescue Leah, and now his wish could finally be fulfilled. Since we are aware of their intentions, we must show no mercy. My new weapon has been lonely for far too long. Mona twirled her sea prism stone staff with flair. Hiki, when it comes to plundering, we should target the wealthiest. I trust the all-powerful sect will not disappoint us. Leichi, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of the treasures of the all-powerful sect, as the funds of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew were dwindling. Kato, you can't leave me out this time. They must witness Anna's prowess. Anna excitedly raised her small fist in challenge. Leave their sharpshooters to me, Kinka declared coldly, hoisting her sniper rifle. Beside Anna, Luo, clutching his sword, chimed in, Kato, I too wish to join the battle. And us. Beepo, Chopper, and others quickly reminded him, fearful of being overlooked. Of course, given the enemy's overwhelming numbers, every member would need to take to the battlefield. None of you can escape, haha. Kato could hardly refuse them. Fantastic. At last, we can showcase our skills. Seeing no one intimidated by the enemy's strength, but rather eager to fight. Kato felt a surge of joy. It was evident that everyone had been awaiting this day after their long training. It would serve as a testament to their hard-earned progress. And, don't forget me. The flower monk interjected. Fearless and undaunted, he declared that though the mysterious island was splendid, a bounty star must aspire to be the ultimate bounty hunter. He could not remain here forever. Realizing there was no retreat, it was time to fight with all his might. As one of the few strategists among the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, Sinat soon calmed himself and asked Kato, do we have a plan? The enemy outnumbers us by dozens. Upon hearing Sinbat's words, the others also settled down, looking to Kato, confident that their captain would not lead them astray. Since returning last night, Kato had been formulating a plan, and he replied, we certainly cannot foolishly engage them in direct confrontation. The enemy is in the open while we remain hidden, thus, strategy is paramount. Come on, Kato, spill it. They urged, eager to know his scheme. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Since we are destined to confront them, we must first ascertain the enemy's strength. Therefore, our first step is to secretly investigate their key members and their abilities before proceeding. Kato explained slowly. Solanka, known for his combat skills but not his intellect, grew impatient. Can you just get to the point? How do we investigate? Exactly. We know nothing about them. Feiji scratched his head in confusion. Kato glanced at the two dimwits and smiled. We are not entirely uninformed. We can start with the priest overseeing the prison and the one managing the slaves. This time, Kato revealed his plan without hesitation, continuing, we can stealthily infiltrate the prison and capture a few soldiers to glean information about the priest's weaknesses and preferences. Then tailor our approach accordingly. As for the slave overseer, we can gather information from the slaves. I believe we will yield valuable insights. The crew nodded in agreement, realizing they would need to take small steps. However, Marx interjected, Kato, who should we send? Kato had already considered the ideal candidates for gathering intelligence who could operate right under the enemy's noses. First, they must possess the ability to use observation haki, and second, they should be capable of seamlessly blending into the enemy ranks. Thus, Kato decided to lead Anna to the prison, confident that with her door-door fruit powers, they could accomplish the task with ease. As for the slave overseer, Kato chose to send Marx and Luo, knowing Luo's abilities could prove crucial in a pinch. And with Marx's mastery of observation haki, safety concerns would be mitigated. Regarding whom they should seek, Kato provided them with the old man's address, assuring them that he would guide them upon arrival. And what about us? After Kato outlined his plan, the others expressed dissatisfaction. Kato reassured them. You all have tasks as well. Tell us, Captain, they urged. Relying solely on the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew will not suffice against such a multitude of foes. We need allies. Many formidable pirate crews have arrived. Your job is to discreetly contact them without revealing our intentions. Simply invite them here tomorrow for an urgent discussion. Lastly, Kato cautioned, remember, only allow their captains to come. Inform them that I, King Yin, invite them to partake in a grand scheme of prosperity. It must remain confidential, so that the all-powerful sect does not catch wind of it. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the crew felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Aware that significant events were on the horizon, the most excited and anxious among them was Chopper, who had never participated in such matters before. This would mark his first battle alongside his companions, and it would be disingenuous to say he was not looking forward to it. Soon, Kato led Anna, Marx, and Luo to seek out the old man. It dawned on Kato that he did not know the prison's location, a detail that could be difficult to ascertain without raising suspicion. Fortunately, the old man was well informed, making their journey fortuitously aligned. Meanwhile, the remaining crew members, uncertain of which pirate crews had also arrived on the mysterious island, deliberated for a while. Sabat ultimately instructed everyone to gather intelligence on which pirate crews were present, planning to reconvene afterward. The more allies they had, the better, even if their strengths varied. In critical moments, numbers could prove invaluable. Thus, the group swiftly dispersed, each heading to different locations to gather useful intelligence. Chapter 51. Infiltration. Soon, Kato and his companions arrived at the old man's residence. Although it was located within the city, it was nestled in a rather dim corner. The house was spacious and impeccably tidy, yet it was inhabited solely by the elderly gentleman. He was taken aback by Kato's prompt visit and invited them inside, offering no refreshments as he inquired, "What brings you here in such haste?" Understanding the old man's straightforward nature, Kato wasted no time and directly stated, "I need to gain information about the prison. I hope you can guide us to its location." He gestured towards Marx and Luo, adding, "They wish to investigate the status of certain captives outside. You've previously visited there in secret, so I trust you possess the knowledge to share with them." "Ah? Have you all made your decision so swiftly?" The old man expressed his surprise. "Old man? If not now, then when? Should we wait until we are captured?" Kato replied with conviction. "The sooner, the better." However, upon finishing his sentence, Kato noticed the old man had fallen silent. A sudden recollection of the old man's past struck him, realizing he may have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. He hastily clarified, "Old man, please don't misinterpret my words. I mean no offense." The old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Rest assured, I have long come to terms with my past. But even if I reveal the prison's location, how will you gain entry? Beware, there are numerous guards present." "Fear not on that front. We won't charge in as you did," Kato remarked, introducing Anna. "This is my sister Anna, a user of the door fruit. She can create doors to any location she knows, rendering us impervious to barriers. Do you believe me now? Such a fruit exists?" The old man exclaimed in astonishment, then added eagerly, "That is splendid. I shall accompany you." "What? Why do you wish to join us?" Kato asked, astonished. "Naturally, to rescue my comrades." The old man replied matter-of-factly, "That is not permissible. While merely observing and conversing is acceptable, attempting a rescue is out of the question." Kato understood that the old man's hope over the years had been to liberate his companions, though he was unaware of their current conditions. Although Kato surmised that the old man's comrades may have perished long ago, he recognized that without a personal visit, the old man would remain unconvinced. However, Kato and his group intended only to gather intelligence. If they were to rescue one individual, their presence would likely be discovered, raising the enemy's alertness and jeopardizing their mission. After discussing the pros and cons with the old man, Kato assured him that they would rescue his comrades once they were adequately prepared for battle. Finally, the old man agreed to postpone his rescue attempt but insisted on checking on the condition of his old companions. Kato had no objections to this, recognizing that the old man's strength and extensive experience would enhance their safety. Furthermore, Anna's abilities would remain unaffected regardless of the number of individuals involved. Subsequently, the old man shared his prior experiences with Marx and Luo, informing them of whom to seek out. The group then separated to commence their respective tasks. On the way, Kato learned that the prison of the all-powerful church was situated beneath a chapel, with its entrance concealed within. Previously, he had always launched frontal assaults on the chapel. The defenses were formidable, with skilled guards stationed there. Yet, with Anna's capabilities, they no longer needed to employ such brute force. The old man led them to the chapel's side. Kato observed that the chapel was immense, towering several dozen meters high, obscuring its full structure. However, according to the old man, this was indeed the venue for their gatherings, suggesting it was substantial. In a secluded corner, the group donned dark clothing, ensuring that even if they encountered foes within, their identities would remain concealed. Upon reaching the massive wall, Anna gently pressed her hand against it, revealing a door. Ensuring no one was present, they stepped inside to find a changing room. "Brother Kato, shall we descend directly?" Anna asked excitedly after closing the door. This was her first operation alongside Kato, and she felt exhilarated by her significant contribution. Kato remained silent, glancing at the old man, who replied, "Don't look to me. I have no knowledge of what lies below. It should be the prison, but I cannot ascertain which room we will access." Time was of the essence, and Kato understood that lingering would increase their risk of detection. Using his observation haki, he sensed several individuals below, though he could not determine whether they were guards or prisoners of the all-powerful church. However, a solution presented itself. He instructed Anna, create a small door to scout the individuals below. If they are enemies, close it promptly. I trust that even if discovered, they will likely dismiss it as an illusion. The old man nodded in agreement, realizing there was no alternative. Anna pressed her hand against the ground, and as Cato and the old man concealed themselves on either side, a small door materialized. Cato peered through and found a damp space, spotting several disheveled individuals whose haggard appearances confirmed they were indeed prisoners. He turned to Anna, saying, "It appears safe. Proceed with opening it." Complying, Anna enlarged the door, and one by one, they descended. The individuals below quickly noticed the change above. Yet none were foolish enough to shout. It was clear that those descending were not affiliated with the all-powerful church. A glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes as they gazed up at Cato and his companions. One slightly older man, summoning his courage, inquired, "Are you here to rescue us?" "Indeed, but we cannot free you just yet. Once we are adequately prepared, we will come back for all of you. For now, we are here to gather information," Cato explained. "Wonderful. Finally, someone has come to save us." The prisoners erupted into tears of joy. Cato could only speculate how many years they had endured confinement, but it was evident that their conditions had been dire. Surveying the surroundings, Cato noted that many prisoners were confined within a single room, with walls constructed of metal alloys, making escape impossible without considerable strength. The man who had initially posed the question quickly regained his composure, urging everyone to remain calm. He then encouraged, "We have waited this long. We are not afraid of waiting a few more days. Ask us whatever you wish, and we will respond truthfully." Cato appreciated their cooperation and began, "All right. I have some inquiries, and I hope you won't take offense. Rest assured, as long as we can escape, we will answer any questions you have. Can you recount your experiences since your imprisonment? What forms of torment have they inflicted upon you? What abilities do you know your captors possess?" "We lack sufficient intelligence on our adversaries," Cato asked, demonstrating his keen curiosity with a series of inquiries. Chapter 52, The Terrifying All-Powerful Cult on the Mysterious Island. Within the confines of a prison, Cato and his companions gradually gleaned insights into the all-powerful cult through the accounts of those imprisoned. According to them, upon being captured, one is first asked whether they wish to remain on the mysterious island and join the cult, pledging allegiance to His Holiness the Pope. Those who consent are taken away and informed of the numerous advantages of being a citizen of the island. Conversely, those who refuse are subjected to torment and anguish. The tormentors are primarily two individuals. One, referred to as the fat and thin priest, possesses the unsettling ability to manipulate others' bodies, causing them to become either grotesquely overweight or emaciated, with the former often relegated to servitude. For many women and those with strong vanity, the prospect of bodily distortion, especially when forced to perform menial labor and subjected to ridicule, would be unbearable. The second tormentor is known as the soul snatcher priest, whose sinister talent allows him to extract souls from bodies for enslavement and torment, only to return them later. It was revealed that the apparitions within the haunted house on the island are, in fact, the souls of those held captive. Cato was astounded to learn that the phantoms he had encountered were indeed genuine souls. Had he known this beforehand, he would have been utterly terrified. No wonder he had found the experience so vividly realistic. However, the authenticity of their existence was beyond his expectations. This peculiar ability was undeniably bizarre, which perhaps explained why so many had chosen to surrender. Additionally, they mentioned the existence of methods to deal with powerful individuals, though they were unaware of the specifics, claiming only those on the third level possessed such knowledge. Cato then learned that the prison comprised 3 tiers, with those housed in the lower levels exhibiting significantly greater strength. Indeed, even the weakest on the third level possessed the prowess of a minor general. Curious, Cato inquired how they had been captured. "We do not know," they replied, leaving Cato astonished that they were unaware of their own capture. "Surely, you must recall what transpired before your arrival here?" One woman recalled. "We had just departed by boat when suddenly a dark cloud enveloped us, and then we lost all memory. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves in this prison." This seemed to be the common experience of those imprisoned, leading Cato to speculate that this might be the result of some fruitability of an individual associated with the all-powerful cult, though he could not bring himself to believe in the existence of true deities. "By the way, have you ever considered feigning allegiance to the all-powerful cult to escape?" Cato asked. "Ah, sir, that idea has been attempted by others, but to no avail." They chuckled. "Why not?" Cato pressed. "Because anyone who agrees to join the cult has their memories sealed by the Pope himself. Thus, upon leaving, they would not recall their experiences here. Moreover, a seed of loyalty to the Pope is sown within them. Cato was taken aback. They conceal memories? And even alter them to plant seeds of loyalty? No wonder those who escape appear to be unwaveringly devoted to the all-powerful cult. Such prowess of the Pope is formidable. Why not employ this ability on you directly? Cato pondered. Perhaps his power is not all-encompassing. It may require cooperation to manifest. Otherwise, he would not need to subject us to such torment until we capitulate. Cato considered this. If he could directly modify or seal memories, it would indeed be excessively cruel, rendering any form of resistance unnecessary. Yet, the current situation was already sufficiently grotesque. Finally, Cato asked, "What do you know about these two individuals? I mean, their weaknesses or perhaps their interests. I know that the soul snatcher priest is a lecher, often preying upon the beautiful women here. Does that count as a weakness?" One woman suggested. "Indeed, that certainly qualifies." Cato replied, "I also know that the soul snatcher requires a whip to extract someone's soul before he can utilize his powers. I believe this is another of his weaknesses, right?" "Certainly. This is a critical weakness," Cato exclaimed, pleased with their revelations. "The fat and thin priest is a rather corpulent woman. Her power seems limited to controlling others' bodies, while she cannot manage her own. Hence, she derives pleasure from transforming others to resemble her own size. Indeed, and her passion lies in gluttony." Cato mused that this could be a side effect of consuming a devil fruit. Subsequently, Cato learned of the guard's shifts. Besides delivering meals, they would patrol each night before resting. The tortured individuals typically endured torment at intervals of 6 or 7 days, with exceptions for those receiving special treatment. Having gleaned no further useful information, Cato and his companions cautiously proceeded to the next level, sensing that the number of inmates here was considerably fewer, approximately over 1,000, yet their strength was markedly superior. These individuals were poised to become the main force in future battles. The old man had previously mentioned that his companion possessed considerable strength, leading Cato to believe she must be on the second level. While Cato stayed to inquire further, Anna accompanied the old man in search of his companion. Upon their return, after an hour and a half, Cato observed the old man's exhilaration and wondered if his companion had indeed survived. "So, did you find her?" Cato inquired. "Yes." The old man nodded vigorously. "I truly did not expect her to be alive. Thank you all. Otherwise, I may never have seen her again." "Oh." "There's no need for gratitude. Our understanding of the all-powerful cult was largely due to your insights." Cato responded with a smile. "Alas, it is my fault for coming here in the first place," the old man lamented, seemingly still haunted by past decisions. "Dear old man, there are no remedies for regrets in this world," Anna chimed sweetly. "Enough reminiscing. As one ages, one tends to dwell on memories. Let us proceed to the next level." The old man sighed. Cato found the circumstances on the second level to be quite similar to the first, and upon the return of the old man and Anna, they descended to the third level. The third level was eerily silent. Standing in the corridor, not a sound could be heard. The rooms here were sparse, numbering only in the dozens. Cato peered into one of the darkened chambers, which was shrouded in complete darkness. He attempted to sense the interior using his hockey, but found it utterly unresponsive. His observation hockey had failed him. This environment conjured memories of the dark cloud described by the individuals above. Could these rooms contain the same? Cato stepped forward to investigate. Chapter 53. Returned to the mysterious island in the depths of the prison's third level, Cato found himself intrigued by a peculiar black cloud. After observing it for some time, he concluded that it was neither a cloud nor air, but rather a strange form of energy. Despite Kiss's attempts to comprehend its nature, time was of the essence, and Cato decided to focus on more pressing matters. He called out, "Can you hear me, my friend?" After a long pause, silence ensued, leading Cato to wonder if the individual inside was either unresponsive or perhaps not present at all. He approached the next room's entrance and inquired, "Is anyone there?" Yet, moments passed with no response. The old man, noticing the silence, remarked, "Could it be the black mist that is obstructing sound?" This thought struck Cato as plausible. He instructed Anna to create an opening in the door, intending to enter and bring the person out. Both the old man and Anna sensed the unusual nature of the cloud and were reluctant to allow Cato to proceed. But eventually, Anna relented to his insistence. "Once I enter, attempt to communicate with me. If I do not reply, it will signify that I cannot hear you," Cato declared before stepping inside. Upon entering, Cato discovered that indeed, he could hear nothing and see nothing. He was as blind as a bat. Relying solely on his instincts, he navigated the space, occasionally reaching out to feel for any presence. Soon, he encountered a person, Saya, a former captain of a pirate crew with a bounty of 80 million berries. Known for her fiery temperament and alluring physique, often clad in a striking red gown. Several years prior, her crew had stumbled upon the mysterious island, and like many others, she had been captured for refusing to remain there. While the physical torment was negligible for someone of their caliber, the psychological strain was another matter entirely. The black mist was no ordinary phenomenon. It stemmed from the powers of the all-powerful sun fruit, capable of obscuring one's senses, which explained why captives were often unaware of their abduction. Those confined within these walls were creations of the sun, designed to sever their visual and auditory perceptions. The terror of this place surpassed even the most infamous black rooms, and despite the formidable prowess of its inhabitants, many succumbed to madness or chose to end their own lives. Had Saya not been a recent arrival, she might have faced a similar fate. Yet, even in her short time here, Saya felt herself on the brink of insanity. This existence was unbearable. On this particular day, she valiantly resisted the suffocating solitude when suddenly, she felt a hand grasp her ankle, startling her profoundly. However, having been trapped here for an extended period, her mind faltered, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. As the hand crept up her leg, reaching her thigh, realization struck. She leaped up, seizing the hand and exclaiming "pervert." But as the words left her lips, she remembered that no sound could escape this place. To her astonishment, the hand tightened its grip, pulling her forward. Confused and uncertain, Saya followed the unseen figure without resistance. Kato, upon discovering he was in contact with a person, discerned it to be a leg. Unable to see anything, he cautiously traversed upward in search of a hand. In such an environment, he had no inclination to contemplate the identity of his companion. However, before he could fully explore, the individual grasped his hand. Kato was momentarily taken aback, but soon elated. He led the person towards the exit. With some careful navigation, they finally located the door and emerged into the light. Kato. Brother. Chapter 54. The Pirate Resistance Alliance. The woman is timid and fearful. I made it clear that if our plan were to be exposed, regardless of whether she was at fault, we would crush her heart without hesitation. I doubt even the most loyal would choose to sacrifice themselves under such circumstances. Besides, we have done nothing wrong. Indeed, we have directly captured our target. Tomorrow, you should inquire about the key personnel and combat capabilities of the Omnipotence Church from her. She must divulge every detail. For added security, ensure that the slaves you are in contact with keep her under constant surveillance. Complacency is not an option. Subsequently, Zinbat shared the details of the prominent pirate captains who would be present the following day, namely, the executioner axe, Castor, immensely powerful, wielding a massive axe, with a bounty of 210 million berries. The lightning swordsman, Kanus, a dual-wielding swordsman, with a bounty of 150 million berries. The bloodthirsty werewolf, Nate, possessing the canine form of the zoan-type dog fruit, with a bounty of 120 million berries. The arms expert, Catfiwo, with a bounty of 120 million berries. The Red Rose, Catherine, a former Navy officer, adept at the 6 powers of the Navy, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Kato observed these individuals and noted their impressive backgrounds. Some hailed from the New World, while others had recently arrived in the Grand Line. Among them, Castor and Kanus were from the New World, unexpectedly appearing here. The White Rose and Bloodthirsty Werewolf, being newcomers with such high bounties, were evidently formidable as well. Castor, known for his immense strength and proficiency in armament hockey, preferred to behead his foes directly, reminiscent of Solanka. Although not particularly cerebral, his power is undeniable. Kanus, the lightning swordsman, was reputed for his unparalleled speed, rivaling lightning itself, thus earning his moniker. He is aloof and difficult to engage in conversation. The arms expert, Catfiwo, was the short pirate they had previously encountered at the bar. His combat skills were mediocre, but his title indicated expertise in weaponry. Their crew was adept at robbery, yet his survival and high bounty suggested he possessed unique talents. According to Zinbat, Catfiwo excels in intelligence gathering. Always acting only when certain of success, he is not to be underestimated. Kato had heard of some of these individuals, while others were new to him. However, since they were all gathered, it was essential to learn more about one another. After absorbing the information collated by Zinbat, Kato gained a general understanding of their abilities and personalities, leaving the rest to be revealed upon their meeting the next day. The following day, Kato led them to the designated location, an abandoned warehouse outside the city, an exceptionally secure locale. The city was firmly under the control of the Omnipotence Church, and Kato and his crew could not afford to gather openly without arousing suspicion of their conspiracy. They arrived early, and soon, Pirate captains with bounties ranging from 50 million to 100 million began to trickle in. The invitation from the King of Hell was not one to be taken lightly. They understood that Cato's displeasure could lead to their swift demise, prompting their punctuality and respect towards the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Cato was pleased with their demeanor. Obedience was as valuable as strength. Shortly after, he noticed a woman in a white skirt adorned with a red rose in her hair enter the room. Her alluring figure and captivating gaze drew the attention of Zinbat and the monk. Among the captains, she must be Catherine. Catherine, possessing high emotional intelligence, noticed the vacant chairs and chose one to sit without uttering a word, her eyes frequently scanning Cato, revealing her interest in him. Next came the bloodthirsty werewolf, Nate, and the arms expert, Catfiu, both of whom remained calm and patiently awaited further developments. Surprisingly, the second-to-last arrival was not the lightning swordsman, Kanus, but rather the executioner axe caster, whose towering height rendered traditional seating impractical. He simply seated himself on the ground without a care. Having encountered giants before, Cato was unfazed. After a while with no sign of Kanus, he began to think the swordsman would not attend. Just then, Kanus entered, clad in samurai attire, dual swords at his side. His long hair cascading down, his demeanor was composed yet indifferent. The others were displeased with the tardy arrival, noting that he was even later than Castor, showcasing a certain arrogance. However, seeing Cato remain silent, they refrained from provoking him, as seasoned individuals do not foolishly invite enmity. Clearing his throat, Cato addressed the assembly with gravity. I have gathered you here discreetly to discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding our very lives. The group listened intently. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited his words, confident that Cato would not waste their time with frivolities. Cato continued. You have been on the mysterious island for a few days now. I wonder how well you truly understand it. I must admit, not very well, one replied. The cuisine here is delightful. It certainly appears splendid, though rather expensive, another commented, eliciting laughter from the group. Indeed, my crew has also grown fond of this place. Catherine chimed in with a charming smile. As Cato posed his question, the assembly shared their thoughts, revealing their collective impression of the island's allure. This indicated what? It suggested that the Omnipotence Church had masked its true nature exceedingly well, captivating their attention with indulgence while planning to ensnare them all upon their departure. Leaving no opportunity for resistance, Cato felt a twinge of disappointment. None had discerned any issues? Such a lack of vigilance was troubling. I have some insights, Catfiu interjected, drawing the group's attention. This mysterious island is under the control of the Omnipotence Church. This church is no ordinary one. The fact that it has garnered the allegiance of nearly everyone on this island raises significant concerns, which is why I have refrained from acting thus far. Cato nodded in acknowledgement. This individual was indeed astute. His high level of vigilance was evident, discerning the abnormality of the Omnipotence Church from this singular observation. It was clear why he had survived despite his lackluster combat prowess. Such keen insight was not commonplace, and Cato admitted that he too lacked such perceptiveness. Chapter 55. Performing surgery on the pirate captain at that moment. Within the abandoned factory outside the mysterious island, Cato nodded in response to Catfiu's words. It seemed that not all pirate captains were solely preoccupied with indulgence. Intelligent individuals exist at all times. The other pirate captains, upon hearing Catfiu, fell into contemplation. Such matters, once brought to attention, could easily be recognized by those who exist on the precipice of life and death without needing Cato's prompting. Moreover, just a few days prior, I discovered the connection between the Universal Church and the World Government's secret spy organization, CP0. The World Government does not harbor friendly sentiments towards us pirates. Catfiu continued to divulge the intelligence he had gathered. Given this, it appears we have indeed underestimated the situation. Indeed, I never anticipated the world government's reach extending to the mysterious island. Our safety seems compromised. What should we do? Everyone was taken aback by his statements, filled with agitation. Pirates harbor a deep-seated apprehension towards CP0. Once they set their sights on you, life becomes exceedingly difficult. The fact that such overt agents of CP0 had appeared on the mysterious island without their notice left them in self-reproach. Are they planning to ensnare us all at once? We are not mere prey to be harvested. Exactly. With so many of us, should we truly fear them? Although the pirate captains recognized the looming threat, disbelief lingered regarding whether CP0 would dare to act against them. After all, this gathering comprised numerous pirate crews, including the notorious Lord Yama with a bounty of 500 million. Cato found their ignorance utterly perplexing. The audacity of the uninformed is remarkable. Not to mention, the strength of the mysterious island could easily obliterate them. Yet they persisted in their self-assuredness. However, As Cato reflected, he could not entirely blame these individuals. There is an old Chinese saying, when the sky falls, there will be someone tall to support it. It is only natural for them to harbor such thoughts. Could Lord Yama's invitation be due to the Universal Church? At this juncture, even the notoriously proud Canis lowered his demeanor. Cato observed him, thinking, this individual is not as aloof as he seems. He certainly knows when to seek powerful allies. Yet, in contrast to the others' panicked reactions, he maintained his composure. Cato's fleeting thoughts subsided as he realized it was time to address the matter at hand. Indeed, the situation is far more severe than any of you can imagine. No one can escape this predicament. Then, amidst the incredulous gazes of the assembly, Cato unveiled the information he and his companions had gathered. Upon finishing, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, clearly indicating that Cato's revelations had genuinely shocked them, leaving them to process the gravity of the situation. After a brief moment, a plump captain, still struggling to grasp the reality of the situation, revealed a smile that was more mournful than joyful. He cautiously inquired, Lord Yama, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? Do you think I would jest about such matters? This information is derived from our own pirate crew's investigations. Cato understood their trepidation. Yet he needed to instill a sense of urgency regarding the seriousness of their plight. Now is not the time for complacency. What does Captain Cato wish for us to do? As long as we can survive, we will comply with any request. Catfew was a man of determination. For the sake of survival, he would undertake any action, even at the cost of abandoning his crew. Naturally, we will retaliate against them. The Universal Church does not wish us well, so we must ensure they suffer, Castor declared with a fierce countenance. Indeed, now is not the time for complacency. It's either you perish or I do. Unless you wish to join the Universal Church, Cato concurred. Impossible. Even in death, I would never serve them. Absolutely. We shall fight to the bitter end. Captain Cato, please instruct us on what we should do. We shall follow your lead without question. Indeed. Once Cato articulated the actions of the Universal Church, the gravity of their situation finally dawned upon them, and a sense of unified indignation began to emerge. Being a pirate is never a simple endeavor, especially for these captains. Without some cunning, how could one tame the unruly crew? Now, united, they possessed sufficient strength to challenge the Universal Church. However, since they were collaborating, it was essential to instill hope within them. Otherwise, how could they be motivated to exert themselves? Thus, Cato spoke, let us not be so dismal. The enemy may be in the light while we remain in the shadows. As long as we possess intelligence and weaknesses of our adversaries, victory is not out of reach. Moreover, the prospects are promising, but it requires everyone's assistance. What is it? Captain Cato? Please, speak freely. Do not hesitate. Indeed, we shall strive to fulfill your requests, they affirmed. Anyone unwilling to give their all shall be seen as our enemy. Excellent. I have great faith in all of you. However, for us to truly unite, I believe certain measures must be taken. Upon saying this, Cato gestured towards Law, who stood beside him. This is our crew's physician, Law. He possesses the surgery devil fruit, which I trust you have all heard of. What? He wields the surgery fruit? Haha, the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew is indeed filled with hidden talents. Captain Cato, we are not unwell. Do we truly need a physician? The pirates expressed astonishment at the young man's possession of the surgery fruit, yet they were somewhat perplexed by Cato's introduction. Haha, the surgery fruit is not merely for healing. Cato exchanged a glance with Law, prompting him to demonstrate. Room. With his palm facing down, Law swiftly enveloped himself and a crew member within a transparent semicircular barrier. He then brandished his cursed blade, and, in an instant, the crew member's heart appeared in Law's grasp. The heart pulsated rhythmically. While the crew member remained standing as if nothing had happened, a surreal spectacle that left the uninitiated pirate captains wide-eyed. Captain Cato, you cannot be suggesting. One captain nervously ventured. Indeed, while your words are commendable and I believe in your sincerity, this matter pertains to our very lives. I believe this is the only way to ensure everyone feels secure. If you genuinely trust me, do not resist. After the battle, I assure you Law will return your hearts. Cato disclosed his intentions, realizing this was the only way to genuinely collaborate with them. After all, pirates are not known for their trustworthiness. Cato would not easily fall for their deceptive words. Chapter 56, Compromise and Arrangement. Cato's reasoning was sound. These pirates were not to be trusted. However, the converse was equally true, convincing them to believe Cato's words would be a Herculean task, even without treacherous intentions. No one relishes the prospect of having their life controlled by another. Thus, after Cato finished speaking, the pirate captains in the room fell into a profound silence. Cato did not disturb them. It was an unavoidable situation. After all, Kato's strength surpassed theirs, and with the powers of the surgery fruit residing within the Longphone pirate crew. And given that Kato was the organizer of this endeavor, they had little choice, either surrender their hearts or face dire consequences. Kato would not allow them to leave freely. If news were to leak, their lives would be forfeit. This was the significance of power. Had Kato lacked absolute strength, it would likely have been he who faced coercion today, prompting his resolve to show no mercy. Everyone understood the underlying principles and weighed their options, cooperate with Kato or face mutual destruction. After a prolonged silence, as no one spoke, Kato discerned that the allure of profit might still be insufficient. He continued, "During your stay here, you may have learned of the wealth of the mysterious island. And as for the omnipotent church that has controlled this island for centuries, I need not elaborate on their riches. I can assure you, if we succeed, the Longphone pirate crew will not monopolize the spoils. We shall share them amongst us." The very mention of the island's wealth quickened their breaths. Should this endeavor succeed, the rewards would be unfathomable, eclipsing even the legendary treasures of the Pirate King. Very well, I agree. I still trust Lord Yin Wang's character. The first to acquiesce was Catfiwu, whose affinity for riches was well known. After all, his purpose in coming here had been robbery. However, the formidable strength of his adversaries had deterred him from acting, and now, with no retreat possible, he was eager to join Kato in a reckless gamble. I also concur. Count me in. Yes, let's go for something grand. With one individual leading the way, the rest soon followed suit, leaving only Red Rose and Kanu silent. As Red Rose felt the gaze of her peers upon her, she flashed a seductive smile, causing many of the captains to be momentarily entranced. In a playful tone, she declared, "Of course, I shall join. I look forward to Lord Kato taking good care of me." With a wink directed at Kato, she left him feeling somewhat uneasy, forcing an awkward smile as he internally chastised her for being such a temptress. Finally, only Kanus remained, who slowly spoke, "I too can join, provided Captain Kato ensures we do not meet our demise." "Rest assured, I will not let that happen," Kato replied earnestly. Subsequently, Kato instructed Law to utilize his abilities to collect everyone's hearts. They complied readily, though curiosity about Law's powers was palpable. Once the task was completed, Catfiwu inquired, "Captain Kato, may we now discuss the plan?" "Indeed," Kato responded. "It is clear that our small number cannot contend with the omnipotent church. Without true experts, we would be worn down. So we must seek reliable allies." "Oh, who might they be? Could they possibly be the slaves?" "Precisely. But not solely the slaves. There are also individuals within the prison, many of whom possess considerable strength. With their addition, we shall not be lacking. Moreover, we have already secured control over those who command the slaves. Once we eliminate the guards, they will instantly become formidable forces." "Splendid. What about the prison?" Kato continued, "As for the prison, you need not worry. We are confident in our ability to liberate them. We have already infiltrated once to communicate with them." "Impressive. The Longphone pirate crew truly lives up to its reputation. It seems this collaboration will yield significant gains for us, haha." Everyone was astonished by the Longphone pirate crew's prowess, having accomplished so much discreetly, saving them considerable trouble. However, even with these two problems resolved, the true strength of their enemies and the identities of their formidable opponents remained unknown. Which was the next inquiry Kato intended to address. "What do you require us to do?" Kato replied, "We can glean information from that plump priestess. But I fear she may be deceitful if left alone, so we must also secure the soul priestess. By comparing the two, we will ascertain the truth." Castor laughed heartily. "Captain Kato, your foresight is commendable." Everyone nodded in agreement. This would indeed ensure their success. They were already aware of the soul priestess's proclivities, her insatiable lust thus. It was decided that Captain Red Rose would take the lead in this endeavor. Kato had considered employing the art of seduction, but using his own crew was unthinkable, and he feared they would falter in executing such a plan. Upon encountering Red Rose, he realized she was the perfect choice. Not only was she alluring and experienced, but her strength was also formidable. No one could rival her for this task. Upon hearing Kato's proposal, Red Rose feigned a look of dismay, yet Kato was unimpressed. "All you need to do is extract the information. No monumental sacrifices are required." "Very well." Red Rose reluctantly agreed, adding, however, "I cannot guarantee success." Kato understood he could not compel her to ensure success. He merely acknowledged her concerns, then stated, "The rest of you should remain vigilant regarding the movements of the omnipotent church. You may discreetly gather information, but do not act recklessly. If you lack confidence, refrain from engaging. Enjoy yourselves without revealing any significant vulnerabilities." Once all nodded in agreement, Kato continued, When Red Rose successfully gathers the information, we shall convene to discuss the allocation of our actions. Shall we conclude for today? Absolutely. Everyone replied in unison. Be cautious as you depart, Kato advised. Once they had left one by one, Kato and his crew returned as well. Chapter 57. News in the days that followed, Kato and his companions continued their routine, ensuring their actions did not arouse the suspicions of the all-powerful church. They indulged in daily pleasures, and after a few days, Luo and Marx had obtained the desired intelligence from the portly priest. As time passed, P0 had departed by ship. However, according to the crew, it seemed the Navy had also left, while Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral T Pig had not yet made their exit. Kato paid little heed to them. For P0 and the Navy were fundamentally different. Mission conflicts were commonplace, and perhaps Peach Rabbit and his cohort were also investigating the mysterious island. Finally, after another 2 days, news arrived from the Red Rose. Intelligence had been secured. Kato cross-referenced the intelligence from the two sources, and the discrepancies prompted Marx to confront the portly priest, ultimately yielding a relatively detailed report. The intelligence concerning the all-powerful church is as follows. Pope Peter, who claims divinity, is the supreme leader and founder of the all-powerful church. His ability stems from the superhuman type Yuyan fruit, which enables his spoken words to come to fruition. Though this power is not limitless and operates within a certain range of strength, akin to the legendary sages of ancient China, it is said that he wields both conqueror's haki and observation haki. No wonder this individual exudes an air of omnipotence. However, his abilities seem rather perverse, leading Kato to speculate that he possesses the strength of an admiral. Such formidable fruit powers, coupled with dual haki, would render him nearly invincible. Thankfully, he does not wield armament haki, otherwise he would indeed be invulnerable. Kato surmised that his fruit ability likely obviates the need for close combat, which explains the absence of armament haki. The son, named Naga, is the second in command of the all-powerful church, characterized by a cold and ruthless demeanor. His fruit ability, previously mentioned, is the mythical Zoan-type fallen angel fruit, which grants him mastery over armament haki and observation haki. This fallen angel fruit not only bestows the power of flight but also allows Naga to unleash a binding domain, the dark clouds previously witnessed by Kato and his team. Within this binding domain, any living being that enters loses all senses and perceptions, rendering them utterly defenseless, a truly grotesque ability, provided one can envelop their target within it. Next in line is the Holy Maiden, endowed with the nature-type petal fruit, who does not possess any haki. Her ascension to the role of Holy Maiden is attributed to her fruit's capacity to create miracles, serving as a spectacle. Additionally, Joanna's striking beauty and purity led to her selection as the Holy Maiden. Yet, her fruit possesses considerable combat potential. She can transform her body into petals and launch attacks with them. These petals are not only remarkably resilient, rivaling blades, but can also ensnare foes or provide protection, showcasing a well-rounded fruit ability. Kato contemplated strategies to deal with her, but Marx interjected, noting that while the Holy Maiden appears to be the third in command, she is not a core member and may even be subordinate to some guards, unaware of the clandestine operations of the all-powerful church. In summary, she is merely a decorative figure, a vase. Upon hearing this, Kato had a sudden realization. This enchanting lady could be swayed to their side. The focus now shifted from priests to generals, who command the primary military strength of the all-powerful church, encompassing guards, defensive forces, and the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders represents the core of their combat capabilities, primarily consisting of individuals from the third level of the prison, those who could not endure the torment and join the all-powerful church, holding a status akin to ancient devotees, many of whom were former pirate captains, known for their ruthlessness. Among these generals, there are 4, the Left General, the Right General, the Left Marshal General, and Chapter 58, Preparations before the battle in the inn. Kato continued to study the intelligence reports, which detailed not only the abilities and strengths of their adversaries but also their residences. Both the Pope and the Holy Son were located within the church, while the others were dispersed in the surrounding area. The Guard Legion stood vigilant outside the church, and the majority of the elite guards and the Council of Elders were also present, safeguarding this pivotal location, which concealed the greatest of secrets. Having acquired precise and comprehensive intelligence, the next step was to strategize their confrontation. Thus, the following day, Kato summoned everyone once more. Once all had gathered, Kato instructed the distribution of the printed reports on the Universal Church to the captains present, urging them to examine the contents thoroughly. Silence enveloped the room, save for the rustling of paper as the captains perused the documents. After some time, once everyone had finished reading, Cato smiled and inquired about their thoughts. Isn't our enemy rather formidable? One pirate captain lamented, his spirit dampened by the overwhelming power of the universal church. Can we truly challenge an entity that has persisted for centuries? Indeed, it feels as though we have no chance, another captain echoed, his confidence waning as he considered the might of a force that surpassed even the 7 warlords, feeling as though they were trapped in a nightmare. Many captains shared similar sentiments, largely intimidated by the prowess of the universal church. Cato did not chastise them. He too had felt the same trepidation upon first receiving the intelligence. However, retreat was no longer an option. Let us not succumb to despair, Cato encouraged. For our own strength is considerable. As the central figure and leader of this impending conflict, he understood the necessity of bolstering morale. We're not being pessimistic. Our opponent is simply too powerful, Cartifida remarked, puffing on a cigarette, equally convinced of their futility. Cato continued, do not forget our allies. I neglected to mention earlier that there are many formidable individuals imprisoned. With their assistance, our chances of victory would significantly increase. Do you truly believe they can rival the Council of Elders? Absolutely. Most of the elders emerged from those very ranks. Reassured by Cato's words, the captains regained their confidence. Cato then proposed they discuss their battle strategy and identify their respective opponents, with intelligence on their enemies' abilities and strengths already established. He encouraged each to declare whom they wished to challenge, emphasizing the importance of choosing wisely. I shall select the monk. I enjoy a direct confrontation, Karst declared, brandishing his hefty axe, eager to secure his choice before anyone else could claim it. To his dismay, Selenka shook his head and replied, big guy. I already have my eyes on that one. Choose someone else. Why must you pick first? Karst grumbled, clearly displeased that he was not the sole claimant. Oh, do you wish to settle it with a fight? Selenka stood, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he faced Karst. Do you think I would fear you? Karst shot back, rising to his feet with a fierce glare. Enough. With so many adversaries, do you really need to brawl amongst yourselves? Cato interjected, swiftly intervening. Selenka has indeed informed me in advance. You should select another. With so many strong opponents, you won't lack for challengers. How about facing the Pope instead? I think I'll reconsider. Let someone else deal with the Pope. Karst awkwardly responded, realizing the daunting nature of that challenge. I'll choose the archer, Kinko said coolly. I'll take the one with the 4 swords. Doma exclaimed with enthusiasm. I'll go for the soul-calling priest. Mary said, cigarette in mouth. In the end, the main participants had selected their opponents, leaving the Holy Sun and the Pope unchosen, as both were far too formidable. I shall challenge the Holy Sun, Marx declared, his tone confident. His choice was not without reason, as his fruit abilities countered the Holy Sun's strengths. However, Cato mused that Marx might not truly stand a chance alone, thus assigning the flower monk to assist him in this endeavor. Cato concluded, those who have made their selection shall proceed to confront their respective foes tomorrow. The routes and locations have all been detailed in the intelligence reports. Our pirate crew will first venture outside the city to eliminate the fat and thin priests, consolidate all slaves, and then hasten back to the church with utmost speed. Their primary aim is to obstruct the residents of the mysterious island from interfering. The remainder of the crew would head to the prison to liberate the captives, vanquish the guards, and prepare for a decisive showdown. Any objections? None, came the unified response. Excellent. We shall commence our operation at dawn, catching them off guard. At 4 o'clock in the morning, even the usually bustling mysterious island lay cloaked in silence, the streets largely deserted. However, this night was unlike any other, as a group stealthily made their way toward the city outskirts. While most of the island's inhabitants slumbered, the guards at the city gates remained vigilant, ensuring no pirate crews attempted to escape under the cover of darkness, adhering strictly to the Pope's orders to report any such occurrences. Little did they know that Cato possessed the ability of Conqueror's Haki, which allowed him to approach the gate undetected. With a mere exertion of will, he incapacitated the guards, ensuring they would not awaken for quite some time. One might wonder why, if the method had proven so simple, they did not simply flee instead of risking a confrontation with the universal church. Cato had indeed contemplated this. But with so many powerful pirate crews failing to escape, he surmised that formidable foes or uniquely powerful obstacles lay in wait at the port. Cato's intuition was correct. The mysterious island's mobility was due to the Pope's capture of numerous sea kings, tamed to guard the island and facilitate its movement, while also monitoring those attempting to depart. Should anyone attempt to leave, they would alert the Pope through a special method, ensuring that even those who sought to fly away would be detected. Thus, Cato's decision to avoid a hasty escape had spared the entire Dragon Phoenix pirate crew from imprisonment. with the Sea Kings safeguarding the area. The guards were little more than a FAAD, primarily there to deter any troublemakers attempting to leave the city. Having neutralized the guards, Cato and his crew proceeded outside the city with renewed assurance, hastening toward their destination. Chapter 59, Prelude to War. Upon departing from the city walls, Cato and his companions swiftly arrived at their destination, locating the corpulent and slender priest. Once all the enslaved individuals were gathered, Cato exchanged a glance with Luo, a moment that did not escape the notice of the priest, who quickly beseeched, "My lord, please do not kill me. If you spare my life, I shall join you in your fight against the all-powerful church." However, Cato, having no mercy for one who could betray the very institution that nurtured him for years, refused to harbor such a coward, knowing that this individual would inevitably betray them as well. Thus, Cato commanded Luo to crush the priest's heart, and in that instant, all present reverted to their original forms. Although their arrival here did not signify defeat, it did not diminish their longing for their former physiques. The joy and exhilaration were palpable on their faces. They were not only elated to regain their original appearances, but also ecstatic at the prospect of no longer enduring suffering. They yearned for a true battle against their foes, even if it meant death, for they refused to live in humiliation any longer. As they reveled in their newfound liberation, Cato silently absorbed the priest's devil fruit powers, the primary reason for his presence here. The distance had previously hindered him from doing so, and the fruit itself was quite remarkable. He had no desire to let it go to waste. After assimilating the powers, Cato comprehended their true potential, beyond its initial abilities. The fruit's most formidable aspect lay in its capacity to sap an opponent's muscular strength and exceptional skill against adversaries like Salanka and Castor, rendering them as frail as reeds, significantly diminishing their combat efficacy. Unfortunately for the priest, he encountered the nature-based Max, rendering his abilities utterly useless. Cato shook his head, pondering the whims of fate. Subsequently, Cato and his group hastened towards the church with their liberated companions. Meanwhile, others were not idle. They convened at the location of Cato's previous visit, where Anna opened a grand door in the wall, allowing the group to stealthily enter the prison and commence their rescue of the enslaved. Despite the numerous chambers, many within possessed unique abilities, ensuring that progress was swift. Upon rescuing individuals, they informed them of the dire circumstances they would face. None hesitated, knowing that without defeating the all-powerful church, survival was impossible. While others freed prisoners from the first and second floors, Max, Anna, and Fiki ventured to the third level. Fiki was brought along for his ability to consume everything, a necessity given the repugnant powers of the sun within. The individuals here were no ordinary characters. Yet Cato felt assured in releasing them, for regardless of their personalities, they had no choice but to stand against the all-powerful church. Otherwise, they would not be confined in this prison, as they could have easily joined the council. Upon freeing all the chambers, Max counted approximately 20 individuals. This, combined with the pirate captain outside, would more than suffice for a confrontation with the council. Fortunately, these individuals were on the brink of madness from the all-powerful church's oppression, and upon learning they would face their oppressors, their excitement was palpable, a fitting celebration for their newfound freedom. As they exited, they did not follow Anna's path, but instead forcefully kicked open the prison's main door. Although numerous guards awaited them outside, they were swiftly obliterated by the might of the liberated. Without lingering, they pressed onto the second floor, easily dispatching their enemies and reuniting with those from the second level. The old man was also present, engaged in jovial conversation with a middle-aged woman. Should Cato have been there, he would have been astonished to discover that the one awaiting the old man was a woman. Though no longer youthful, her beauty from years past was still evident. After clearing the first floor, they charged into the church, where the sounds of battle previously fought by Max and the others had already alerted the guards inside. As Max and his companions emerged, they found themselves encircled by the guards. In the ensuing clash, no words were exchanged. They plunged directly into combat. The initial wave of soldiers, albeit more numerous, proved no match for Max and his allies, who quickly carved a path to the exit, igniting chaos in the process. Amidst the fray, Cato and his group finally arrived. The guards, witnessing the thousands of Cato's forces outside and the insurgents within, grasped the gravity of the situation. Their superior, not one to be idle, promptly sounded the alarm. The resounding clang echoed across the mysterious island, awakening all within. Each member knew that the sound signified an imminent threat. However, since their induction into the all-powerful church, they had not heard it ring. Thus, they stood momentarily stunned before hastily jumping from their beds, donning their attire, and seizing their weapons. Though unaware of how these foes had suddenly appeared, A deep-seated loyalty to the all-powerful church and the Pope compelled them to respond. As the residents emerged, word quickly spread that the church was under attack. To them, the church was sacred and inviolable, housing the Pope himself, and they rushed forth, intent on safeguarding it at all costs. Upon arriving, they were met by the prepared army of former slaves, their strengths varying, yet the majority were of lesser capability. Though numerous, their numbers did not confer a significant advantage in battle. Cato commanded them to show no mercy, be they commoners or otherwise. Anyone who dared to charge forth was to be slain. In previous encounters, Cato had refrained from allowing his crew to harm the impoverished. However, the destitute of this mysterious island were different. They were not only adversaries but traitors to their ideals, willing to forsake their comrades for mere survival, devoid of any dignity. Furthermore, failing to eliminate them would pose a significant threat in the future. Given Cato's lack of goodwill toward them, he issued such orders without hesitation. These liberated slaves, most of whom were former pirates, wholeheartedly embraced Cato's directive. Thus, the battlefield became a site of sacrifice. Chapter 59, the terrifying sniper Kinko on the mysterious island. Amidst a stalemate on the battlefield, Max chose not to continue the fight. His opponent was none other than the sun, and if that individual entered the fray, with his devil fruit abilities, it would pose a grave threat to their group. Thus, after creating an opening, Max led the monk towards the church. After effortlessly defeating several reckless guards, Max and the monk finally encountered the sun, Naga, who was hastening towards the battlefield. Max did not engage immediately but took a moment to assess this figure. Naga was tall, shrouded in a black cloak, with his face obscured by dark clouds, rendering him unrecognizable. The monk, filled with enthusiasm, gazed at Naga and stammered, "Why you hideous creature, don't you feel ashamed to show your face?" Naga, who was also scrutinizing the two audacious individuals blocking his path, recognized Max at once as a user of a nature-type fruit. He intended to ponder the identity of the lecherous monk when he was suddenly provoked by the monk's words. Naga despised being called ugly, a reason he had long concealed his true visage. This insecurity was compounded by the torment he felt after consuming the fruit, which endowed him with formidable power but also rendered him a grotesque figure. His initial love had abandoned him, leading him to murder her in a fit of rage, an act that left an indelible scar on his psyche. For years, he had refrained from seeking companionship until he fathered a son a few years prior. Having not faced such disparagement in years, Naga was momentarily taken aback, triggering his fruit's power. 3 pairs of black wings erupted from his back as he coldly declared, "You seek death." In a blink, Naga vanished, reappearing beside the monk and delivering a fierce punch towards him. Though Max and the monk could not see Naga's expression, the fury in his voice and the chilling aura he exuded were palpable. The monk, terrified, swiftly dodged to the side. Upon glancing back at his previous position, he was horrified to find it obliterated by Naga's punch, exposing the scene below. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. This adversary was truly terrifying. Fortunately, the monk was no ordinary individual. Had he been, he would have been dispatched in a single blow. This was precisely why Cato had enlisted the monk's aid for Max. Knowing his expertise in assassination, speed, and attack power would provide sufficient self-defense, while also complementing Max's capabilities. Thus, Naga's strike marked the beginning of the battle. On the other side of the mysterious island, a group of individuals was frantically fleeing. Ahead of them stood a figure, General Yu, who had been enjoying a peaceful slumber until the blaring alarm jolted him awake. Clad hastily, he gathered a few comrades and rushed outside. As they sprinted, a sniper, positioned 4,000 to 5,000 meters away, took aim and fired. The shot, silent and sudden, nearly claimed Yu's life had one of his subordinates not fortuitously intervened, absorbing the bullet meant for him. However, the bullet did not cease its deadly trajectory. Upon striking the subordinate, it detonated, leaving the group in disarray. Realizing the caliber of the sniper's skill, Yu refrained from retaliating immediately. He sensed that the sniper was flanked by 200 armed bodyguards, and more alarmingly, the sniper's range exceeded 5,000 meters. It was well known that even the most accomplished marksmen, at their peak, could only achieve perfect accuracy at 1,000 meters. The sheer distance was terrifying. Yu chose not to confront the sniper head-on, as his own quiver contained a mere 100 arrows, while his adversary boasted double that number. This was part of Cato's precautionary measures to ensure Kinko's safety, bolstering his protection with additional personnel. For once on the battlefield, time for reinforcements would be scarce. Bang! Yu swiftly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a bullet that grazed his skin. The sniper had fired again, and the proximity of the shot sent shivers down his spine. With no other recourse, Yu dashed into a narrow alley between shops, hoping to create obstacles for the sniper. Had it only been the bodyguards, he would have already dispatched them, but the sniper's presence loomed too ominously. Should he attempt to flee into the open, he would likely meet his demise. However, Yu's years of experience as a marksman endowed him with heightened awareness and instinct, allowing him to evade the sniper's attacks with careful vigilance. Kinko, observing the scene, smirked disdainfully. He calmly retrieved more powerful ammunition from his backpack, swiftly reloading his weapon and assuming a classic sniper stance, aiming at a shot nearly 7,000 to 8,000 meters away. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The moment the bullet was released, Yu's instinct screamed danger, prompting him to dive forward instinctively and roll away. The shop he had just passed was instantly transformed into ruins by the explosion, revealing the devastating power of Kinko's specially crafted ammunition. With an air of composure, Kinko removed the specialized scope from his nose and instructed his bodyguards to advance toward the explosion. Using his observation hockey, Kinko had locked onto Yu's presence. Although Yu had narrowly escaped death, his vitality was evidently waning, indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Kinko opted not to fire again, instead urging his subordinates to close the distance. Not far from the blast site, Yu coughed as he rose from the ground. The bullet's explosive force had been tremendous. Had he not fortified himself with armed hockey in time, it might have cost him his life. He suspected that his adversary believed him to be on the brink of death. Rising to his feet, Yu brushed off the dust and turned to face the direction from which the bullet had come, furrowing his brow as he tightened his grip on his longbow. This sniper was indeed formidable, but what motivated this attack? Was he among the enemies invading today? It seemed he must find the Pope at the church for answers. Despite his grievous wounds, the Pope's abilities could heal him in mere moments. Chapter 61. The Soul Reaper and Barry on the Mysterious Island, the Right Martial Deity. Believing he had narrowly escaped a calamity, lifted his gaze towards the group before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the very individuals who had previously safeguarded the sniper. It appeared they were aware of his survival and sought to capture him alive. It seemed he was indeed destined to face his doom. The Right Martial Deity made no attempt to resist. His combat prowess had nearly vanished. And with so many opponents surrounding him, any effort to fight back would be futile. Thus, he relinquished his bow and allowed himself to be bound. A bitter smile crept upon his lips, for it was a source of humiliation to be unable to even glimpse his adversary. Not to mention being unaware of whether they were male or female. This opponent was truly a source of dread. Meanwhile, Kiche sensed that the crew had successfully apprehended the Right Martial Deity and subsequently retracted his observation hockey. A habit cultivated over many years, he would not relax until the very last moment. The reason Kinche refrained from issuing a kill order for the Right Martial Deity was not due to an order from Kato, but rather his own belief that keeping him alive might yield unexpected surprises, considering the complexity of the individual's identity. Having fulfilled his task, a smile graced Kinch's lips as he gathered his belongings and proceeded towards the periphery of the battlefield. On the other side of the mysterious island, within the city, the Soul Reaper found himself at a loss after searching for several alluring women. Bored, he returned to a bar to indulge and drink. This establishment was not as raucous as those found on the outer islands. Patrons here were less likely to stir trouble. For the might of the all-powerful church was not to be underestimated, and few would dare to act recklessly while sailing. Seated in a corner of the bar, the Soul Reaper savored a glass of red wine. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, and he occasionally cast glances at the other patrons with a sly smile. At this hour, the clientele had thinned significantly, as most had retired for the night. Those like him, nocturnal creatures, were indeed rare. How dull it was. The Soul Reaper yearned for a captivating woman to pass the time, yet he had already exhausted the offerings of the local red light district. He reminisced about a particularly enchanting and seductive fairy he had encountered previously. She was indeed a rare gem. However, she had only lingered for a few days before disappearing, leaving him to wait for the actions of the Pope and his subordinates to resume his enjoyment. With this thought, the Soul Reaper took a satisfied sip of his wine. At present, the tedium weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to savor each drop of wine while reclining comfortably on the sofa, observing the remaining patrons of the bar. Meanwhile, the alarm on the mysterious island had been triggered, yet the Soul Reaper remained unmoved, confident in the capabilities of the Pope and the Holy Son. He believed it prudent to remain quietly in place. Indeed, it was a rather uninteresting island. However, today promised some amusement. Just then, a languid voice drifted in from the entrance of the bar. The ability to overhear the Soul Reaper's musing from such a distance suggested a formidable presence. In the next moment, a casually dressed man, cigar in mouth, strolled into the bar. This individual was none other than Barry of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Barry had been tracking the Soul Reaper for quite some time, but he had not anticipated that the Soul Reaper would remain awake at such an hour. Having waited in vain for the alarm to sound, Barry found this character intriguing enough to approach. Yet, he was in no rush. He decided to enjoy a fine drink first. "Hey, bartender, a glass of rum, please," Barry called out as he settled onto a bar stool, rubbing his cheeks. "Cheers to this dreary night, young man," Barry exclaimed, raising his glass as the bartender handed him the rum. The Soul Reaper, with a broad smile, lifted his glass in response, saying, "I am Philcus. And what might your name be?" "Barry," he replied with a playful grin, raising his glass slightly. "It seems you were specifically seeking me. I hope your abilities do not disappoint, for otherwise, this evening may prove rather meaningless." The Soul Reaper Philcus wore a sly expression. Chapter 62, The Battle Between Swordsmen. In the quaint tavern on the mysterious island, only Barry and Fiarchus remained, accompanied by a group of motionless guards. As Barry concluded his remarks, the skirmish commenced. The first to strike was Fiarchus, who, with a flick of his right hand, elongated his whip, which slithered towards Barry like a serpent, exuding an eerie aura. Having prepared for this encounter, Barry was well aware of Fiarchus's abilities and wisely evaded the whip's advance, sending a rope to intercept it with a swift flick of his own hand. The crack of the whip and rope entwining resonated through the air. However, the whip, seemingly animated, continued its relentless assault towards Barry. What an uncanny weapon, Barry mused, yet he did not hesitate, swiftly transforming into a net to evade Fiarchus's lethal strike. Indeed, this is becoming intriguing. Fiarchus smirked lecherously as he pressed his attack on Barry. Unlike the swift conclusion of the battle with Kinko, this confrontation devolved into a stalemate, with both men, masters of their respective whips and ropes, reveling in their duel. On the other side of the mysterious island, Doma and the lightning swordsman Kanus confronted the right divine general, Salif, who was en route to the church. Initially, Doma intended to face Salif alone. However, Cato would not permit such a reckless endeavor. Salif, being one of the leaders of the elders, possessed formidable prowess, despite Doma having consumed a devil fruit. Defeating Salif was a daunting task. Kanus, too, aspired to challenge Salif but recognized his own limitations. The thought of teaming up with others did not sit well with his proud disposition, prompting him to seek a different partner. Ultimately, Cato decisively instructed them to join forces. They could take turns, and if they failed individually, they could combine their strength. With Cato's directive, they had no choice but to acquiesce. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path?" Salif, clad in a suit and draped in an overcoat, narrowed his eyes as he approached the pair, observing them with a nonchalant expression. "Heh, we are merely here to end your life," Doma retorted coldly. "Oh, it seems you are all in cahoots. You come to our island, partake of our hospitality, and yet you plot our demise. How utterly shameless of you," Salif exclaimed, his fury palpable as he gazed at the duo. "Heh, the truth of the matter is clear to you. Spare us the pretense. The truly shameless ones are you." Doma shot back, taken aback by Salif's audacious reversal of blame. One might mistake his innocent wrath for genuine grievance. Salif's acting skills were truly wasted if not showcased. "Oh, what is this? Is there some misunderstanding?" Salif, bewildered by Doma's words, gazed at him with a dazed expression. TSK. Your performance is commendable. The slaves and prisoners of the mysterious island have already been released. Yet you still feign ignorance? You are quite the talent." Doma mocked Salif for his continued denial. "It appears you are indeed aware of the truth. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I wish to see just how capable you two younglings are to dare ambush me," Salif declared, loosening his tie with a grave demeanor. The swiftness of his mood shift was remarkable. "Shall you go first, or shall I?" Doma inquired of Kanus, who had been silently listening to their exchange. Upon hearing Doma's question, Kanus unsheathed his sword and charged forward. "What a proud fellow," Doma muttered, understanding that Kanus was unwilling to take a back seat and sought to confront Salif at his peak. As dawn broke, Kanus, unfazed, surged towards Salif. Unlike Zaro, whose sword techniques were self-taught, or Doma, who combined fruit abilities with swordsmanship, Kanus' style could be summarized in one word: speed. This was the origin of his title. The lightning swordsman, reminiscent of the legendary Shimin Shuei of a bygone era. His approach was one of one strike to conquer all, without the need for elaborate techniques. Kanus effortlessly unleashed a flurry of sword strikes towards Salif, swift as lightning. Initially, Salif had dismissed the young swordsman, but after parrying the first strike, he was immediately confronted with the second. He hastily drew another sword to defend himself, but just as he deflected one attack, another bore down upon him. Moreover, after withstanding several blows, Salif discerned that the young man's strikes not only maintained their speed, but seemed to accelerate. "Little brat, do not be so arrogant," Salif realized that this could not continue. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, he was a practitioner of the four-sword style. As his words fell, Salif adeptly parried Kanuz's strikes with both hands, simultaneously stamping his feet down. From the tips of his shoes, 2 half-meter-long short swords sprang forth, glinting menacingly. The ensuing battle instantly transformed. Armed with 2 additional swords, Salif not only deflected Kanuz's rapid attacks with ease, but also launched counterattacks, appearing thoroughly at ease. The disruption in rhythm caused Kanuz's speed to wane, his earlier momentum dissipating. This was indeed a flaw in Kanuz's swordsmanship, if uninterrupted. His strikes would grow progressively faster until he vanquished his opponent. Yet, once interrupted, he would have to restart the cycle. Haha, little brat, it seems you are faltering. Salif, with years of experience, quickly recognized Kanuz's weakness and laughed boisterously. Humph. Kanuz, realizing that Salif had easily exploited his vulnerability, knew that victory was unattainable if he continued. With a scowl, he cleaved through Salif and retreated from the battlefield. Seeing Kanuz's abrupt withdrawal, Salif was soon confronted by Doma, who instantly grasped their strategy and scoffed. What? Are we resorting to a wheel battle? What, is that a problem? Doma, unable to tolerate Salif's smug demeanor, retorted, feeling irked by his pretentiousness. After all, Doma had honed the art of pretense daily with Sinbad, and seeing this old man outdo him in arrogance was simply intolerable. Of course, it is acceptable, Salif replied, oblivious to Doma's thoughts, and continued, shaking his finger at Doma, but with the 2 of you, I doubt it will be effective. For swordsmen, numbers matter little. Enough with the empty rhetoric. We can outlast you, old man. Doma, genuinely provoked by Salif's theatrics, vowed to teach him a lesson today. Chapter 63. The battle persists on the mysterious island. Upon concluding their conversation, Doma approached Salif. Halfway through, Doma suddenly propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear right before Salif. With an expression of calm determination, Doma raised his sword and struck. Salif, without a moment's hesitation, met Doma's blade with a fierce slash of his own, opting for a direct confrontation. Crash! Doma was sent flying 3 or 4 meters back by Salif's strike, while Salif himself staggered back over a meter due to the force of the impact. Remarkably, Doma sustained no injuries as soon as he regained his footing. He launched another assault. Dual-wielding, aye slash. Salif, puffing on a cigar, unleashed a powerful strike towards Doma. As Doma neared him, he sprang off the ground, narrowly evading Salif's sword energy, and leaped upwards to continue his attack. Roar! In midair, Doma let out a thunderous roar. His suit torn apart by a surge of grayish-white fur and a muscular form, resembling a lion pouncing on its prey. With claws poised, Doma wielded 2 blades. Slicing downwards at Salif, the ferocity of his sword energy significantly amplified. Salif felt the pressure intensify, yet it was not insurmountable for him. However, having discerned the intentions behind Doma and his companion, Salif decided to conserve his energy. Without further hesitation, he enveloped his arms in the armor of hockey. Bang! 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 The 2 combatants clashed repeatedly in quick succession. Although Doma's fruit abilities were formidable, they paled in comparison to Salif's years of honing his hockey. Gradually, Doma found himself being pushed back, and ultimately, a misstep allowed Salif to slice through Doma's chest with a hockey-infused strike, blood spilling forth. The attack was both cunning and swift, leaving Doma momentarily vulnerable. Doma, however, was not one to be easily subdued. He executed a nimble twist in midair, narrowly avoiding a grievous injury, and landed several meters away, next to Kanuz. The only remnants of his previous position were a few strands of dark gray fur gently drifting to the ground. So it was the cat fruit. If that is all you can muster, then you may as well perish. Salif took a draw from his cigar, elegantly removed his coat and set it aside, then strode purposefully towards Cardlander, clearly intent on serious combat. Humph! Doma, unperturbed, charged at Salif once more. Now, a crown of dark gray fur adorned Doma's head, revealing his transformation into the form of a leopard. The cat fruit, leopard form. In this nearly complete beast transformation, Doma's speed surged. In an instant, he appeared before Salif, slashing downwards with his sword. Bang! Salif was sent flying, dusting himself off with no visible wounds. The previous encounter had been too brief for Salif to anticipate Doma's true speed. It was only at the last moment that he activated his hockey, mitigating the damage. Kanuz also drew his sword, directing it towards Salif. The 2 realized that alone, they could not overcome him and were left with no choice but to collaborate. Thus, the 2-against-1 battle commenced. Meanwhile, in another part of the mysterious island, unlike others who waited or stalked, Salanka boldly intruded upon the abode of the left divine general. Entering the courtyard, Salanka beheld a figure towering around 3 meters, with dark skin. Unlike the bald monk, this ascetic sported long golden hair, nearly reaching his own height, prompting Salanka to ponder how long it had taken to grow. In contrast to the peculiarities of the bald monk, the left divine general, Roy, was entirely devoted to his training. Even on this enigmatic island, he maintained a rigorous practice regimen, seemingly indifferent to the responsibilities of his position as leader of the Elder Council. His home was solitary, devoid of servants. Upon entering the courtyard, Salanka observed Roy in deep meditation. Recognizing the essence of the man, Salanka felt a kinship with his own interests and pursuits. Encountering such a worthy opponent made his journey to the mysterious island worthwhile. Salanka approached Roy and, upon seeing him finally open his eyes, spoke. "I am Salanka, and I wish to challenge you to a duel. Might I have the honor?" Of course, Roy did not refuse nor question how Salanka had found him or why he sought a challenge. Such matters seemed trivial to him, as he appeared to be a battle enthusiast. "Well then, shall we find a suitable location for our bout, or shall we proceed here?" Salanka, pleased by Roy's swift acceptance, offered him the choice of venue. "Please, follow me," Roy replied, leading the way to the rear of the house. Soon, they arrived in a spacious room, where Roy stated, "This is where I usually train. It should withstand our destructive capabilities." "Very well, after you," Salanka agreed. Neither combatant initiated an attack immediately. They observed one another, each bracing for the impending clash while building their respective energies. After several minutes, Salanka could no longer bear the mounting tension and charged at Roy, delivering a powerful punch. Roy, observing Salanka's advance, did not retreat but instead countered with a punch aimed directly at Salanka's fist, preparing for a head-on clash. Salanka felt exhilarated by this response. This was the kind of fight he relished. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound. Chapter 64. The Saints on the Mysterious Island. The battle between Salanka and Royer was evenly matched. Their fighting styles were not only similar, but their personalities also mirrored each other. Each strike resonated with the sound of flesh colliding, brimming with passion, making it impossible to determine a victor in the short term. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Mona had found the newly awakened saintess, Joanna. Yawning, Joanna curiously regarded Mona and asked, "Who are you?" Her confusion was understandable. She was unaware of Mona's identity and presumed she was a resident of the mysterious island. If that were the case, she should have gone to investigate the source of the alarm rather than seek her out. Mona gazed at the saintess before her, who was indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggested, and could not help but admire her for a moment. Hearing Joanna's question, she smiled and introduced herself, saying, "I am Mona, the chef of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Our captain is Cato." Joanna had not heard of Mona, but she was familiar with Cato. The last time at the Saintess Palace, the monk beside Cato had left a deep impression on her, prompting her to investigate him afterward. The results were surprising. To her astonishment, the young Cato was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. No wonder his subordinates had dared to jest with him that day. However, since then, they had not crossed paths again, leaving her uncertain as to why Mona sought her out. Thus, she inquired, "Does your captain have business with me?" "Yes. There is indeed something I wish to discuss with you," Mona affirmed, nodding. Her current mission was not one of combat. "You are the saintess of the Universal Church. Yet you remain unaware of its true nature, do you not?" "What true nature?" Joanna asked, perplexed. "Of course, it is." Just as Mona was about to explain, Princess Yuanya and Vice Admiral Taodao emerged, arm in arm. They had been staying with Joanna and were roused by the loud alarm. Upon seeing Mona, Taodao paused and remarked, "You are the chef from the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, right? I believe we have met before." "Indeed, I am Mona." "Vice Admiral Taodao, your memory is quite remarkable." Mona responded. Since Taodao's last encounter with Cato, she had been keenly interested in the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, though she would not disclose this. Observing Mona's presence, she playfully teased, "Such a commotion could not possibly be caused by your pirate crew, could it?" Of course, Mona did not deny it. Why? Taodao had initially spoken casually, but was taken aback when she realized her words held truth. She found it hard to comprehend why Cato would stir trouble on the mysterious island, as she believed he was not one to make enemies recklessly. Taodao did not understand the Universal Church, viewing the mysterious island merely as a weakling. Although she held differing views from Cato, she admired his character. She had not anticipated that Cato could engage in such actions, which disappointed her. Had he set his sights on the wealth of the island? Mona was aware that Cato intended to recruit Vice Admiral Taodao into his crew. Although she was uncertain of his motivations, she chose to trust him and thus maintained a favorable attitude towards Cao Dao. Hearing her query, she explained, "It is a long story. The Universal Church is not as simple as it appears. Many things, I suspect, even the Saintess is unaware of. If we could avoid provoking them, we would. Quickly. Tell me, have you discovered something? Is there a remarkable treasure here?" Xuanya's interest was piqued, and she eagerly pulled at Mona, her big eyes fixed intently upon her. Mona, unfamiliar with Xuanya, found her exuberant demeanor endearing. Joanna quickly interjected, pulling Xuanya aside, and admonished, "Do not act recklessly." Turning to Mona, she added, "Please forgive her. This is Princess Xuanya of the Fire Nation. This is just her nature. It is all right. I find her character quite delightful," Mona replied with a smile. She proceeded to recount the matters regarding the Universal Church. As Mona spoke, Joanna's complexion grew increasingly pale, culminating in an incredulous exclamation. "How is this possible? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Both Cao Dao and Xuanya were equally unsettled, shocked to learn that the Universal Church was covertly engaging in such heinous deeds. Especially for Vice Admiral Cao Dao, who, as a candidate for the Naval Admiral, had remained in the dark. It was evident how deeply the Universal Church had hidden its true intentions. Yet, they struggled to accept this reality. At that moment, a naval officer burst into the room. Sweat beading on his forehead as he anxiously reported, "Vice Admiral Cao Dao, a great battle has erupted on the mysterious island. The Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, along with all the pirate crews they brought, are engaged in combat with a large contingent of reinforcements that have emerged from nowhere, all against the Universal Church. What should we do? Do you know why?" Cao Dao inquired. "I do not know, but they are attacking the Universal Church's cathedral. Almost all the residents of the island have joined the fray. It is quite brutal, and many have already perished. Those reinforcements are individuals imprisoned and enslaved by the Universal Church. Do you still not believe me?" Mona asserted. "Are you suggesting that I betray the Universal Church?" Joanna questioned. "Yes and no," Mona replied cryptically. "I came to you in hopes that, leveraging your powerful influence as the Saintess, you could persuade these residents not to sacrifice themselves in vain. Once the battle concludes, the truth will naturally come to light. If we lose, you will have saved countless defenseless civilians, earning you great merit. If we win, you will witness the true nature of the Pope and his ilk. You will remain unharmed. Will you not?" Joanna, with her kind heart, found Mona's words somewhat persuasive. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze and said, "Very well. This is within my duty. I shall do what I can." "Vice Admiral Cao Dao, what shall we do?" the naval officer inquired. "We shall remain spectators for now. I will speak with Admiral Sengoku," Cao Dao concluded, turning back toward the room, seemingly to report to Sengoku. "Well then, since all is settled, I shall take my leave. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again." Mona decided to depart, feeling an itch for action amidst the ongoing battle. Her mention of a future meeting implied that the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew would emerge victorious. Joanna left Xuanya at home without a second thought for Cao Dao, taking several handmaidens with her as she headed toward the cathedral. Having made her decision, haste was of the essence. These defenseless residents were innocent and, indeed, the hope for the future of the mysterious island. Chapter 65, Transformers? As everyone sought their respective opponents on the mysterious island, Feiji, having completed his task in prison, emerged to find his adversary, the mechanical priest, Manfuz. Manfuz was a towering figure with a rugged visage, adorned with a full beard that lent him an air of endearing clumsiness, unmistakably embodying the essence of a diligent and uncomplaining character. Hastening towards the church, Manfuz encountered Feiji, who blocked his path. Scratching his head, Manfuz inquired, "Why are you stopping me?" "Of course, I am here to challenge you to a duel," Feiji replied with a smile. "That is not possible. I'm pressed for time. Can we do this another day?" Manfuz responded, feeling somewhat apologetic, as he was not adept at turning people down. "That's simply won't do. I am here to impede your progress," Feiji exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over at the mention of a delay. As the captain's mission was to thwart Manfuz, there could be no postponement. "Why do you wish to duel me?" "I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps you should seek out the sun. He is far more formidable than I," Manfuz suggested after a moment of thought. Feiji was incensed by this remark, musing that if he could best the sun, he wouldn't be seeking out this fool. Yet, he replied, "They already have their opponents. So you are left with no choice but to fight me. Is that so? Then I shall engage you in battle. But let us make haste, lest I incur the Pope's wrath." "Do you still aspire to meet the Pope?" "I believe that opportunity has slipped away," Feiji remarked, holding the captain in high esteem, firmly convinced that he would not falter against that so-called cult leader. Moreover, This dimwit seemed to underestimate him, suggesting he would surely be outmatched. In truth, Feiji was overthinking. Manfuz merely believed this to be a straightforward contest and had yet to grasp that Feiji was a mortal enemy. However, despite Manfuz's somewhat simplistic demeanor, he approached battle with utmost seriousness, never shirking from exerting his full strength. As the conflict commenced, Feiji's form morphed, sprouting numerous machine guns and cannons, which he unleashed upon Manfuz without hesitation. Manfuz swiftly evaded, leaping beside a metallic structure, pressing his hand against the edifice. It collapsed and melted into a pool of liquid metal, which began to coalesce into a massive metallic arm, enveloping Manfuz's own limb. This arm dwarfed even the famed ZC Tower stone arm, being twice the size of Manfuz's own, yet he wielded it with remarkable grace, devoid of any hint of clumsiness. Boom! The barrage of cannon fire from Feiji struck the metallic arm, producing a thunderous cacophony. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, Manfuz remained unscathed, having effortlessly deflected the projectiles with his arm. Afterward, he swung the colossal arm towards Feiji. Even before it descended, Feiji sensed the fierce wind generated by the impending strike and instinctively leaped backward. Boom! The ground where Feiji had stood was transformed into a deep crater by Manfuz's blow. Observing the gaping hole, Feiji broke into a cold sweat, realizing that had he been struck, he would have been reduced to a mere pancake. Nonetheless, he was not surprised by this display, for he had anticipated Manfuz's capabilities. Once again, Feiji transformed, conjuring several massive flamethrowers. A host of gigantic fire dragons surged toward Manfuz, their intense heat palpable even from a distance, causing parched throats among passers-by who scurried to safety. "Wow, it's so hot!" exclaimed a distant observer as the fire dragons approached, prompting Manfuz to leap up, unable to withstand the searing intensity. Chapter 66, The Pope's Theory on the Mysterious Island. Due to his own arrogance, Feiki ultimately paid a bloody price. However, it did not significantly impact the battle. Rising once more, Feiki began to seek alternative strategies. Since the flamethrower had proven ineffective, it was only natural to explore other means. Glancing at the colossal structure he stood beside, an idea sparked in Feiki's mind. If you can transform, then so can I. With that, he dashed toward a metallic building, opened his mouth wide, and commenced eating. Indeed, his ability could not devour as effortlessly as Manfuz, but it could still consume. Manfuz, witnessing Feiki's bizarre act of gnawing at a house, was utterly astounded. He was unaware of Feiki's fruit abilities, yet he could not help but marvel at the sheer capacity of his jaws and stomach. After all, that was a structure made of metal. Was he not concerned about indigestion? "Look at that poor man. What must he be feeling to eat a house?" one bystander remarked. "Are there really such inhabitants on the mysterious island? It seems unlikely." Others nearby were equally bewildered, speculating whether Feiki had lost his sanity by resorting to devouring buildings. Fortunately, the homeowners had retreated to the church, but one could only imagine their bewilderment upon returning to find their indestructible metallic homes being consumed. Disregarding the commotion surrounding him, Feiki continued his feasting, all the while digesting. The power of the munch-munch fruit allowed him to assimilate whatever he consumed into his own body. As he devoured more and more, his physique expanded, soon matching Manfuz's towering stature. The sole distinction between them was that Feiki's body genuinely grew larger while Manfuz's true form remained concealed within, merely appearing to increase in size externally. At this moment, Manfuz realized the nature of Feiki's fruit ability. As Feiki halted his consumption and tested his unfamiliar physique, he turned his gaze toward Manfuz. Noticing that Feiki had finally ceased his eating, Manfuz faced him as well, and without further ado, the two giants clashed. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, the destructive force of their battle reverberating throughout the mysterious island. As the confrontation raged on, buildings crumbled around them. Initially, Feiki found himself at a disadvantage. But as he became more adept at maneuvering his enlarged form, the less agile Manfuz began to falter, falling into a disadvantageous position. This development irked Manfuz, who believed his abilities to be supreme. Convinced that he required more metal to triumph, he abandoned Feiki and resumed dismantling structures, resolving to grow even larger to overpower him. Observing Manfuz's actions, Feiki understood that organization was futile. "If you can continue growing, so can I. My abilities know no bounds," he declared, lifting a house to consume it as well. What manner of beings are these? Are they perhaps from the demolition department? Rumors had not suggested any impending renovations in the area. Is this a new approach to demolition? The residents passing by speculated about the identities of the two, their conversations rife with gossip. Consequently, the two ceased their duel, opting instead to compete in size. They would eat for a while, then resume fighting, only to eat again. Meanwhile, Within the church on the mysterious island, as everyone fought their own battles, Cato led his group upward. The Pope resided at the top floor, while those below were his subordinates. Thus, Cato could only rush upstairs with a large entourage, swiftly dispatching the weaker foes, but requiring his comrades to fend off the more formidable adversaries. At last, as dawn broke, Cato and his companions reached the uppermost level, where they encountered the legendary Pope. Yet he was not alone. Several guards accompanied him, along with a peculiar creature resembling a dog, adorned with a singular horn standing beside him, likely his pet. The Pope, with flowing golden locks and a benevolent demeanor, donned spectacles. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was neither overly stout nor thin, exuding the presence of a scholar devoid of regal intimidation. He bore no semblance of a centuries-old monster. Instead, he appeared as a mature and charismatic gentleman. Any girl enamored by older men would surely swoon at his sight. Yet Cato and his group remained vigilant, for this man was known as a ruthless killer. Each individual observed him warily, as the terrifying tales of the Pope were too numerous to dismiss lightly. As Cato scrutinized the Pope, the latter returned the gaze, taking note of Cato's nearly 1.9-meter height. Although he seemed quite slender, the well-defined musculature hinted at explosive strength. With his pink tousled hair and sharply chiseled cheekbones, Cato radiated a certain allure. His piercing eyes, filled with curiosity, assessed the Pope, while the colorful hat atop his head revealed his identity. The Pope then glanced at the others before smiling and saying, "So it is you, the mischievous king of hell, Cato." Cato replied with a sardonic chuckle, "I did not wish for this. It is merely that your unyielding existence has become intolerable. Had circumstances been different, I might have unknowingly fallen into your grasp." With an enemy established, Cato felt no need for pleasantries. Living for centuries without death, was that not the very definition of an immortal? How dare you speak to his holiness in such a manner? A guard reprimanded. The rest of the group glared at Cato with hostility. The Pope raised a hand to quell the guard's ire. Cato's words did not incite anger. Rather, the Pope responded with a smirk. "Indeed. My greatest desire is to embrace death sooner. Perhaps the Grim Reaper has simply forgotten about me. Whoever the Grim Reaper may forget, he will not overlook a person as deeply sinful as you," Cato retorted. Feigning ignorance or perhaps genuinely confused, the Pope inquired, "And what sins have I committed?" "In your view? Humph. You imprison all pirates and merchants arriving on this island, coercing them to join your omnipotent church. Does that not count as wrongdoing?" Cato challenged vocally. "Ah, but I am saving them. They're lost sheep, and my actions are noble, not nefarious," the Pope responded calmly. Cato was nearly driven mad by the Pope's shamelessness. "Are you jesting? You call this benevolence?" "Of course." The Pope gestured grandly to the window overlooking the vibrant island below. "I provide them with sustenance and comfort, allowing them to enjoy a splendid life, free from sorrow and hardship, liberated from the cycle of life and death. Should they not be grateful?" Cato momentarily found himself at a loss for words, only to erupt with exasperation. "But have you ever inquired about their true feelings?" Chapter 67. The Terrifying Pope. "Have you ever inquired about their feelings?" Cato questioned. They are lost lambs. How could they comprehend my benevolent intentions? Yet, they need not know. Over time, they will naturally understand my goodwill and express gratitude." The Pope elucidated. "But isn't it true that many people remain unconvinced until their dying breath? Do you genuinely believe that your actions serve the best interests of everyone?" Cato, who had previously assumed that this self-proclaimed divine individual was merely arrogant, was surprised to discover otherwise through their brief exchange. The Pope's words revealed that he was not motivated by greed or any ulterior motives in detaining these individuals. Rather, it was to save them. Observing the inhabitants of the mysterious island town, it was evident they led fulfilling lives, reveling in their carefree existence, indeed a paradise. The Pope's assertions held some truth. However, the Pope overlooked the dreams of each individual. Not everyone desires a tranquil life. It is problematic to impose one's beliefs upon others. Otherwise, there would not be so many who prefer to endure torment rather than join the omnipotent church. If the Pope only accepted those who genuinely wished to join, Cato would undoubtedly support him. Yet, that was not the case, and thus, their paths diverged. What does it matter? To sacrifice a few for the happiness of the many is a trivial cost. The Pope acknowledged his displeasure at those who refused to join. Yet he would not relent. Words failing to resonate, let us commence battle. Cato unsheathed his sword and spoke slowly, feeling further discussion was futile. There is no necessity for conflict. The Pope suddenly interjected. "If you choose to join the omnipotent church now, I shall offer you a significant position. What do you say? Will you contemplate this?" The others, listening intently to their conversation, grew tense at the Pope's unexpected invitation to Cato. Should he accept, their chances of victory would diminish. Do not harbor such delusions. My aspirations do not involve remaining on an island forever. Even if you offered me the position of Pope, it would be impossible. Cato resolutely rejected the proposition. Setting aside his ideals, he found the actions of the omnipotent church detestable. How could he possibly join them? What is so wrong with the mysterious island? Do you truly believe the new world is as easy as you envision? You are being overly simplistic. You may not survive. I only suggest this because I see your potential. Think carefully. The Pope, taken aback by Cato's lack of awareness, exclaimed, "Dying on the journey is preferable to living a life of misery under your rule," Cato asserted with unwavering conviction. "Very well. If you choose not to walk the path to paradise, then you and your rebellious ilk shall perish here." The Pope sneered. "Sword." The Pope uttered the command. And a colossal sword energy materialized above Cato and the others, its power rivaling that of Cato's own strikes. Freeze. Sensing the impending danger, the others attempted to evade. But at that moment, the Pope commanded another freeze, rendering them immobile, Cato included. He suddenly felt an unknown force restraining him, paralyzing his movements. As the sword energy descended, Cato unleashed his conqueror's haki without reservation. Bang! It was as if two formless energies collided, violently expanding outward, dispersing even the sword energy summoned by the Pope. Those behind Cato and beside the Pope fell unconscious amidst the clash. Only Cato and the Pope remained standing, the latter gazing at Cato with astonishment, acknowledging, "I did not expect your conqueror's haki to be so formidable. You managed to break free from my devil fruit ability." Although Cato had momentarily withstood the Pope's assault, he felt no relief. Instead, he became increasingly cautious, realizing the Pope's strength was far greater than anticipated. A mere statement required Cato to employ his conqueror's haki to counter. In a true battle, would he need to maintain it indefinitely? Despite Cato's exceptional mental fortitude, he pondered how long he could sustain such a combat style. "Shall we battle above? I trust you wish to avoid destroying this place?" Cato suggested. Glancing at the unconscious individuals behind him, he did not want the repercussions of their fight to harm them, especially with Phaley and several other members of the Dragon Phoenix pirates present. "Haha, of course." The Pope chuckled. Soon, they arrived at the top of the church, a spacious platform devoid of other structures. This time, Cato did not hesitate. He initiated the assault, unleashing two blazing sword energies towards the Pope. Fiery slash. The Pope, observing Cato's movement, remained unmoved, simply uttering a shield incantation. The sword energies appeared to be spatially isolated, unable to penetrate. Sword, sword, sword. Simultaneously, the Pope retaliated, launching three sword energies from three different directions towards Cato. This time, Cato refrained from a direct confrontation and utilized shave, vanishing from sight. Upon reappearing behind the Pope, he struck with a sword enveloped in armament haki, aiming for the Pope's neck. As Cato emerged, the Pope sensed his presence, promptly uttering a shield command. Cato's sword struck mere centimeters away from the Pope's neck, unable to breach the invisible barrier that shielded him. Despair washed over Cato as he realized that such a simple shield rendered his haki-infused strike utterly ineffective. Just how potent was this shield? Nonetheless, despite his concerns, Cato's hands remained in motion. Following his initial failed strike, he swiftly delivered a second blow aimed at the Pope's waist, yet the outcome was unchanged, unyielding. Cato continued to slash at various parts of the Pope's body. "Futile. My shield encompasses all. With your strength, you are far from capable of shattering it. My power is invincible," the Pope remarked, not even glancing back, yet perceiving Cato's thoughts. Cato had to concede that the Pope's defenses were indeed formidable. Yet he refused to accept the claim of invincibility. Since swordsmanship had proven ineffective, he resolved to explore alternative methods. Chapter 68. The Infuriating Pet. On the rooftop of the church on the mysterious island, Cato engaged in combat with the Pope for a short while. Soon realizing the Pope's abilities were overwhelmingly formidable, an impeccable blend of offense and defense, with no discernible flaws. Nonetheless, Cato was not one to concede easily. As his sword proved ineffective, he contemplated utilizing his fruit abilities. Extending his left hand, 5 bony fingers sprouted forth, enveloped in a layer of armament haki, and he launched an attack at the Pope. The outcome was predictable. He could not breach the Pope's defenses. Despite having anticipated this result, disappointment washed over Cato. With no immediate solution, Cato abandoned thoughts of a swift resolution, instead engaging in a protracted stalemate with the Pope. Whenever the Pope attempted to control or seal him with his abilities, Cato countered with his conqueror's haki, deftly evading the Pope's strikes using his observation haki and the shave technique. It was not an easy task for the Pope to land a blow on Cato, and thus, they found themselves locked in a deadlock. After some time had passed, the previously dazed allies of Kato, including Feli, regained consciousness. Naturally, they joined the fray, and Feli found himself facing the Pope's canine-like pet. The creature regarded Feli with a look of wariness, its hind legs slightly bent, forelegs guarding its chest, head lowered, and eyes narrowed, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. To Feli's astonishment, the pet exhibited the ability to fight, determined to teach it the true art of boxing. He grumbled, "How dare I be forced to battle a dog?" With fists clenched before him, Feli began to shuffle forward, mimicking a boxer. The ground was littered with corpses, at least 10 of Kato's comrades lay slain, seemingly all dispatched by this very pet. "You truly are a vicious creature. Come forth and let me deal with you." Feli scowled, glancing at the fallen bodies as he cautiously approached, throwing taunts with his left fist. Woof, woof, to Feli's surprise. The once watchful canine stood upright, mimicking his stance, bouncing on its hind legs, occasionally swiping at Feli with its paws. "You insolent cur. Is this an affront to me? You wish to play, do you? Come on, let us have at it." Feli, initially wary of the anthropomorphic dog, was incensed to see it adopt a challenging posture. Thus, the two circled the corpses on the ground, exchanging provocations yet neither daring to charge forward. The creature stood over 2 meters tall, a size that matched Feli's own, making him hesitant to take the initiative. "Fine, you rascal. Shall we engage together? Round 1 begins." An impatient Feli suggested as he approached the anthropomorphic dog with a scowl. As he drew near, Feli unleashed a rapid right hook aimed at the creature's head. The dog, displaying remarkable speed, darted behind Feli and lashed out with a claw. Searing pain shot through Feli's right shoulder as the creature's claws raked his skin, and with a swift retreat, it evaded the counterattack. "You scoundrel. This is boxing. Using claws is against the rules." Feli protested, spinning around in anger, his left fist sweeping back in retaliation. Unfortunately, the dog was quicker, already at a distance. Watching Feli as if he were a fool, Feli glared at his wound, fuming at the anthropomorphic dog. The dog, disdainfully sticking out its tongue, chose not to advance, instead bouncing in place, waiting for Feli's next move. "Humph." Feli scoffed, unwilling to remain idle any longer. He clenched his fists to protect his face and charged at the canine. Raising his left foot, he executed a spinning sweep. The dog, using its hind legs, leaped into the air, shielding its head with its forepaws. Bang! The instant the dog leapt, Feli's speed surged. Fully turned, he delivered a powerful right punch to the airborne creature, sending it hurtling away. "You insolent beast. I am the champion who has consumed the boxing fruit. How dare you underestimate me?" Feli exclaimed, raising his arms to display his muscles, feeling triumphant as he glared at the creature that had been knocked back. Woof, woof. The anthropomorphic dog shook its head, flinging its forepaws, and stood back up. Had it not been for its impressive defensive prowess, it would surely have been severely injured by that punch. Though slightly dizzy, its forepaws were mainly numb. Once more, the creature assumed a boxing stance, bouncing toward Feli with exaggerated movements, taunting him with its antics. Feli, amused, charged toward the dog. As he closed in, the dog suddenly leapt back, extending a paw and striking a pose. "What? You still consider yourself a dog?" Feli shouted in exasperation, retreating slightly, resigned to the situation. All right, round 2. The dog nodded knowingly at Feli, retreating a few meters to assume various boxing poses in a challenge. Unfazed, Feli threw a couple of punches at the air, proudly flexing his muscles like a champion. Suddenly, as Feli turned around, he discovered the creature had scampered far away. It was fleeing. "You coward!" Feli yelled, picking up a corpse from the ground and hurling it at the retreating dog. With his speed already lacking, chasing after the dog proved futile, leaving him to vent his frustrations by throwing corpses in anger. After a while, Feli ceased his futile pursuit, deciding to utilize his fruit abilities. He conjured a balloon in his hand, which grew larger until it neared its limit, then shrank down to the size of a stone before he launched it at the fleeing dog. Taken by surprise, the dog was struck directly, and upon impact, the balloon exploded with tremendous force, sending the creature flying. This was Feli's newly devised technique, the compressed air balloon bomb. In his first encounter, he had achieved victory. Chapter 69. The targeted Reki and Bepo on the enigmatic island. Feli glared at the anthropomorphic dog, which lay on the ground, injured by the compressed air cannonball. He was thoroughly vexed to have been outmaneuvered by a mere dog. Nevertheless, he managed to prevent its escape, thus regaining a semblance of dignity. Woof, woof. The anthropomorphic dog barked disdainfully as Feli approached, implying that Feli's actions were cowardly and dishonorable for employing a hidden weapon to secure victory. Woof, woof. How dare you mock me when you fled first? Feely, now infuriated by the dog's taunts, retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, causing the dog to yelp in protest. After delivering a thorough reprimand, Feely refrained from ending the creature's life. Instead, he ordered it to be bound. Finding the dog rather amusing, he believed keeping it around would not disrupt the larger scheme and planned to release it post-battle. Meanwhile, beneath the church, a fierce battle raged on, with Reki and Bepo joining forces against the island's inhabitants. One should not underestimate these residents, as many among them possessed formidable combat skills. The reason only the two of them were present was that Luffy, Chopper, and Anna were occupied with rescuing the injured, as the number of casualties was overwhelming, necessitating the gathering of the pirate crew's medical personnel. This situation left Anna, who yearned for combat, quite displeased. However, her kind-hearted nature compelled her to comply, leaving her to await a more opportune moment. At this moment, Reki had transformed into a half-mechanical lion, an ability derived from the animal transformations of Double Peak Island. While the combat prowess of the small Garden-S animals might be superior in one-on-one encounters, the chaotic nature of the current melee, coupled with the generally lower strength of the adversaries, rendered firepower the most effective option. Boom. Boom. After her transformation, Reki unleashed multiple rocket projectiles towards the densely populated enemy lines, sending foes flying in all directions, save for a few who had managed to flee in advance. Yes, Reki exclaimed with exhilaration, clearly pleased with her destructive prowess. Bang, bang, bang. Reki, be careful. Bepo, who had been trailing behind Reki, was not as distracted as she. Utilizing his animal instincts, he swiftly dashed in front of her, pulling her down to the ground just as a barrage of bullets riddled the structure behind them with countless holes. Without hesitation, Bepo hoisted Reki and rolled behind the entrance for cover. Onward. Eliminate them. Outside, Muller shouted, brandishing his firearm as he led the charge towards Reki and Bepo. They had been acutely aware of Reki, primarily due to the immense lethality her artillery had inflicted upon their ranks. Yes, behind Muller stood the island's garrison, comprising 200 uniformed soldiers armed with rifles, who responded in unison as they followed Muller forward. Beside Muller was a scruffy-looking man named Charles, who, with his hands in his pockets, smirked and strolled leisurely into the fray. However, moments later, he vanished in a series of swift movements. Quickly, Bepo. Reki, regaining her composure, urged, leading Bepo towards the church at a brisk pace. It was crucial to note that despite their combat abilities, facing the concentrated fire of 200 soldiers was no trivial matter. These were not the same pirates they had previously encountered, who relied more on swords than firearms. Moreover, Reki did not believe she could evade the onslaught of bullets raining down upon them, prompting her to hasten towards the sanctuary. Hey, you two run rather swiftly. You nearly eluded me. A scruffy figure perched atop a wall ahead was none other than Charles, who, resting his chin on his left hand while twirling a dagger with his right, gazed at Reki and Bepo with a teasing expression. Humph. Gelfoot. Encountering him, Reki was not one to back down. Chapter 70. The Chaotic Battlefield. Prepare. As the menacing figure of Chahichi drew ever closer, a pallid Sakichi, her trembling lips barely whispering, uttered those two words. Raging wind. Moonstep. The fallen Sakichi grasped Bepo's arm and rose to her feet. She unleashed a flurry of wind slashes around her, sending plumes of ash swirling into the air. Without glancing at Chahichi, Sakichi leapt into the sky with Bepo, employing her moonstep to escape upwards. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they ascended, a barrage of gunfire rained down upon the pair. Undeterred, Sakichi propelled herself and Bepo higher, fleeing towards the harbor. Observing their escape, Earl felt a flicker of satisfaction. Glancing at the retreating figures of Sakichi and Bepo, he mused that, indeed, the crew of Diamond was not formidable. With their combined strength, they would easily vanquish Diamond. A smirk graced Earl's lips at the thought. What a pity, Earl. That bear belongs to me next time. And for the love of all that is holy, do not let me catch a whiff of your foul stench again. Chahichi glared at Earl, his displeasure evident as he recalled the earlier offense. My sincerest apologies, Earl replied awkwardly, nodding at Chahichi. Though we may have escaped, they were merely two insignificant pawns. I trust the others have succeeded. It is truly vexing. Had the conditions not been so dire, I would have dispatched them myself. Seeing Earl's apology, Chahichi decided against further rebuke. After all, Earl was easy to intimidate, unlike his sister. With a resigned glance towards the direction Sakichi and Bepo had fled, Chahichi stepped outside, muttering complaints under his breath. On the other side of the underground market, Mika wandered aimlessly, boredom etched on his face. Contrary to his expectations, the black market lacked a bustling food street. and there was no sustenance to be found. It was hardly surprising. Perishables had no place in such a realm. With a sigh, Mika continued to roam alone. What a stunning beauty, he thought, nearly consumed with envy as he prepared to turn down another alley. Just then, a sultry voice, delicate yet commanding, reached his ears. Approaching him was a voluptuous woman, flanked by a cadre of security personnel clad in black suits and sunglasses. Early, dressed in a revealing, form-fitting mini-dress, exposed her ample bosom and shapely thighs to the sun's rays. "Is there something you require, sister?" she inquired sweetly, casting a glance at her imposing entourage. "Sister? You dare address me as sister? Kill her, I command you." Early seethed, her fury palpable as she pointed at Mika. Fury igniting her voice. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, 100 security guards drew their firearms, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets at Mika. Empty hand, 1,000 blades punch. Mika's expression shifted as he struck the air with a powerful fist, summoning a gust that shielded him from the incoming projectiles. With barely a moment to spare, he sprinted towards the nearest building. Humph, you think you can escape? Stay here. Early, unfazed by the missed shots, fixed her furious gaze on Mika's fleeing silhouette and surged forward, her speed rivaling that of a racing gale. Mika's heart sank as he sensed Early's rapid approach. Her speed was alarming. It would not be long before she caught up with him. He needed a strategy, though he was baffled by her aggression. He understood one fundamental truth. Anyone who attacked him was an enemy. Water strike. While running, Mika swiftly gathered droplets of sweat in his palm, spinning around to hurl the collected water at the rapidly closing Early. Boom. The area where Early had just stood erupted in an explosion of dust and debris. Yet she leapt gracefully into the air, sporting a playful smile. In midair, Early's skin shimmered with golden patterns, her limbs transforming into claw-like appendages. With a swift motion, she closed the distance between them. Die. Early accelerated, her claws poised to strike. The wall ahead crumbled under her ferocity, collapsing like a fragile tofu. With a resounding crash, Mika stumbled backward, rolling away from the debris. Rising swiftly, he darted into an alley, wiping the sweat from his brow. This Early must be a Zoan-type devil fruit user. That was perilously close. Should I be captured, I would likely meet the same fate as that wall. Mika did not flee in a panic, but instead nimbly navigated through the maze of buildings. Early, relishing the chase, followed the scent of Mika's lingering presence, occasionally slashing at the walls, evoking the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. Such a clever little mouse. But ultimately, you will be my treat. Early halted abruptly, a cold smirk gracing her features as she sensed Mika's scent vanish ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side of the underground market, Grass Mudhorse stood warily, his gaze fixed on a burly man opposite him. His hind legs slightly bent, he lowered his head, squinting his eyes, ready to spring into action. "How dare you make me fight a dog, you bastard?" Bobo complained, fist clenched defiantly against his chest. He hopped closer to Grass Mudhorse, adopting a boxing stance. Between them lay numerous corpses, at least 100, all security personnel dispatched by Bobo, now fallen to Grass Mudhorse. "You really are a vicious creature. Come here and let me deal with you." Bobo sneered, glancing disdainfully at the lifeless bodies as he cautiously approached Grass Mudhorse, taunting him with a jab from his left fist. Woof, woof. Suddenly, Grass Mudhorse, who had been poised for an attack, sprang to his feet. With two horns jutting from his head, he mimicked Bobo's stance, bouncing lightly on his hooves, playfully swiping at Bobo with his front paws. "Bastard, are you insulting me? You want to play? Come on, let us go." Bobo, initially wary of Grass Mudhorse, was incensed to see him adopting a boxing pose, his patience wearing thin. Thus, the two circled the corpses, occasionally taunting each other without engaging directly. Grass Mudhorse, standing nearly a meter tall on all fours, towered over Bobo and upright, making the latter reluctant to initiate. "All right, you bastard. Shall we go at it together? Round 1, commence." Bobo, lacking patience, suggested grumpily as he approached Grass Mudhorse. As he closed the distance, Bobo swiftly threw a right hook aimed at Grass Mudhorse's head. In an agile maneuver, Grass Mudhorse evaded to Bobo's rear and struck with a claw. Yikes. Bobo winced as several gashes tore through his shoulder, while Grass Mudhorse retreated, having struck successfully. "Bastard, this is boxing. You dare use claws? That's against the rules," Bobo exclaimed, reacting instinctively as he turned his body, swinging his left fist behind him. Alas, Grass Mudhorse was already too far away, gazing at Bobo as if he were a fool. Bobo examined his wound, his face contorted with irritation as he glared at the alpaca in protest. The alpaca, disdainful, merely stuck out its tongue and refrained from any offensive action, instead choosing to bounce in place, awaiting Bobo's next assault. "Humph, Bobo snorted coldly, deciding against prolonging the stalemate. With his fists clenched to guard his face, he swiftly charged towards the alpaca, lifting his left foot to execute a sweeping kick. The alpaca, with a powerful leap, curled its limbs around its head to evade the blow. Bang! At the very moment the alpaca soared into the air, Bobo's speed surged dramatically. Fully turned, he unleashed a fierce right punch aimed at the airborne alpaca. Consequently, the alpaca was sent flying by Bobo's strike. You wretch! I am the champion who has consumed the punch fruit. How dare you underestimate me? Bobo, having sent the alpaca tumbling, raised his hands to showcase his muscles, casting a disgruntled glance at the airborne creature. Woof! Woof! The alpaca shook its head and, after flailing its front limbs, stood back up. Had it not activated its iron block ability just in time, that punch could have inflicted serious damage. Although feeling slightly dizzy, the primary issue was the numbness in its forelimbs. The alpaca resumed its boxing stance, bouncing toward Bobo with each leap covering considerable distance, its claws swinging provocatively as it taunted him. Bobo, smirking dismissively, charged at the alpaca. Just as he approached, the alpaca suddenly leaped backward, extending a paw and making a yay gesture. Huh? You rascal! Are you still a dog? Bobo, prepared to attack, shouted furiously at the alpaca before reluctantly retreating, exclaiming, All right. All right, round two. The alpaca nodded knowingly at Bobo, then retreated a few meters to strike various boxing poses and provocation. Unfazed, Bobo responded with 2 punches into the air, proudly showcasing his muscles like a champion. Whoosh! Suddenly, after spinning around, Bobo realized that the alpaca had dashed far away. It was fleeing. You scoundrel! Bobo shouted, picking up a corpse from the ground and hurling it in the direction of the escaping alpaca. Given his already sluggish speed, how could he possibly catch up to the alpaca now? Frustrated and humiliated, he continued to vent his rage by throwing corpses at the retreating figure. Chapter 71. Barry's victory on the battlefield of the mysterious island. The sudden assault by the Carter V pirate crew and the unexpected return of Chinko significantly altered the previously stagnant situation, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Kato and his allies. Reki and Beepo rejoined the fray, though amidst the chaos, Reki incessantly complained to Carter V. Did you know about the battle here all along? After sending an enemy flying, Reki remarked, Haha, indeed. What do you think? Impressive, right? Carter V, oblivious to Reki's intent, proudly boasted, You scoundrel! Do you have any idea how revolting the one who attacked Beepo and me today was? Upon hearing Carter V's acknowledgement, Reki erupted in exasperation. Could you not have acted sooner? Do you realize Beepo and I nearly succumbed to his foul stench? Is that so? I truly apologize. I shall be more vigilant next time. Carter V chuckled, only to be caught off guard by Reki's retort, nearly choking on the smoke. Such an incident left even Saki, observing the exchange, skeptical of the truth. Was there truly such a potent foul odor? You fiend, do you even dare to contemplate it next time? Reki's displeasure intensified, the memory of the earlier scent causing her stomach to churn once more. My apologies, my apologies. There will absolutely be no next time. Carter V wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily assuring her. With that, and recalling Carter V's significant contributions earlier, Reki chose to let the matter slide, redirecting her focus back to the battlefield. Within the bar of the mysterious island, the clash between Barry and Fiarcas escalated to a fever pitch. Is defense all you can manage, boy? Fiarcas taunted furiously. His anger stemmed from Barry's exceptional rope skills combined with the powers of the net fruit, which rendered Fiarcas' efforts futile. He had yet to land a single hit on Barry. Moreover, his stamina was rapidly depleting, as he lacked Barry's youthful vigor. If this continued, defeat was inevitable for him. Thus, he provoked Barry, hoping to elicit a flaw in his defense. Are you so eager for death? Barry retorted, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Fiarcas, expecting Barry to be unmoved, was taken aback when Barry continued. Fine, I'll oblige you. Prepare yourself. With that, Barry maneuvered the rope to ensnare Fiarcas' neck. Haha, splendid. Fiarcas laughed, astonished at Barry's gullibility. Leaning back, he easily evaded Barry's attack while continuing to mock him. Is that all you've got? Barry remained unfazed, for this was merely a probing strike. He redirected the rope towards Fiarcas' lower body. The roles had swiftly reversed, with Fiarcas now on the defensive, searching for Barry's weaknesses. After exchanging blows for a while, Barry launched another attack, this time swinging the rope down towards Fiarcas' head. Seizing the moment, Fiarcas thought, opportunity. He did not evade this time, instead extending his left hand to grasp the descending rope while his right hand swung a whip towards Barry's face. Recognizing the imminent danger, Barry quickly extended his right hand, activating his fruit ability to conjure a sticky net that he hurled at Fiarcus. Fiarcus had awaited this moment, a cold smile gracing his lips as the whip halted midair. To Barry's astonishment, the whip's tip elongated, swiftly reaching behind Barry to strike at his back. Barry, taken aback, paled at the realization, yet his right hand did not hesitate, continuing its advance towards Fiarcus. Sensing Barry's movements, Fiarcus knew this was merely a desperate struggle before his demise. His fruit ability could directly extract Barry's soul, while Barry's ability merely ensnared him, leaving Barry vulnerable. However, was reality truly as Fiarcus envisioned? Was Barry truly out of options? The whip approached Barry's back, and as Fiarcus prepared to claim victory, he suddenly realized that Barry's soul had not emerged. Barry stood before him unscathed. This was due to a hidden net that had materialized behind Barry, blocking the whip's trajectory. In that moment of distraction, Barry's net descended upon Fiarcus, who collapsed to the ground. Why? What on earth just happened? Fiarcus exclaimed incredulously. Hee. Barry grinned. Your whip failed to reach me, thus it bore no effect. How could it not have struck? You clearly possess no defensive capabilities. Fiarcus refused to accept Barry's assertion. You think I can only conjure nets with my hands? Barry took a slow drag from his cigar. Indeed. Is it not so? Fiarcus retorted, convinced of his reasoning. What you know is merely what I allowed you to see. The truth is different. I can also produce nets from my body. Do you grasp it now? Barry observed Fiarcus' expression, realizing that without clarification, Fiarcus might never find peace. Thus, he elaborated, from the very beginning, I intentionally restricted my net conjuring to my hands, fostering the illusion that I could only summon nets in that manner. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to attack, knowing that patience would lead to his victory. It appears luck has not favored him today. Is that so? It can be done this way? Fiarcus muttered, lost in thought. Even if it were not, you would have no chance of victory. I possess intimate knowledge of your abilities. While you remain oblivious to mine, this underscores the significance of information. Barry, sensing Fiarcus' resentment, offered an explanation. How could you possibly know my abilities and weaknesses? The realization struck Fiarcus, prompting him to inquire. Ah, you revealed them yourselves. Barry chuckled. Of course. It must have been her. This is my fault. Fiarcus suddenly recalled the alluring figure from days past, finally grasping the source of his defeat. He burst into laughter, though it was tinged with melancholy. Chapter 72. The conclusion of the swordsman's battle in the dimly lit bar on the mysterious island. Only Barry stood alone. Upon realizing that Philcast had finally grasped the entirety of the situation, Barry's heart did not soften. He approached Philcast, drew a knife, and swiftly ended his life. For such a scoundrel, even though Philcast had come to his senses and expressed deep regret, his previous transgressions were unforgivable. Cato had long advised him not to show mercy. After dispatching Philcast, Barry ambled out of the bar, cigar in mouth, as the streets were nearly deserted, with everyone having flocked to the church. He quickened his pace towards the church, pondering the fate of the others. Barry versus the soul-reaping priest, Philcast, Barry emerged victorious. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Doma and Kanus against Salafu had reached a critical juncture. Kanus, with swift footwork, lunged towards Salafu, resuming his rapid swordplay. Salafu remained unfazed. Drawing from his previous experience, he prepared to launch a counterattack using his legs. However, he was met with disappointment. Just as he intended to strike, Doma, with a cold smirk, vanished, only to reappear beside them, his knife poised to block Salafu's retaliation. Salafu attempted several more strikes, yet each time Doma intervened, thwarting his efforts and preventing him from countering Kanus' swordsmanship. As the battle intensified, Salafu sensed Kanus' speed increasing, and his irritation grew. Surrounded by both opponents, he, even as a master of the four-sword style, began to feel overwhelmed. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. For sword-style secret technique, Black Dragon Rising. Salafu enveloped his hands and feet in armament hockey, spinning like a top and gradually ascending, deflecting Doma and Kanus' assaults, effectively removing himself from the battlefield. This sudden turn of events caught both Doma and Kanus off guard. Suspended in midair, Salafu unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Doma's head. Doma swiftly raised his left hand, blocking Salafu's foot with his sword, while his right hand swung towards the airborne Salafu. Bang! Doma's grip on his longsword tightened as he forced back Salafu's attack. However, Salafu's assault was no trivial matter. It was enveloped in hockey. Consequently, Doma was sent flying, crashing through several nearby shops. In the moment Doma was propelled away, Salafu's upper body contorted unnaturally, evading Doma's retaliatory strike. Upon landing, Salafu dashed towards Doma, aiming to capitalize on the opportunity to inflict serious injury. Yet, Kanus Having regained his composure, rushed in to intercept. Salafu, noticing Kanus, unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy from his longsword, preventing Kanus from advancing. A chasm, extending for dozens of meters and seemingly bottomless, opened before them, forcing Kanus to halt and proceed with caution. Meanwhile, Salafu eerily materialized behind Doma, launching an attack. "Be careful!" Kanus shouted, helpless to intervene as Salafu appeared behind Doma. Yet, Doma, having regained his footing, instinctively swung his longsword backward upon hearing Kanus's warning. Swish! Bang! Boom! Salafu disregarded Doma's hasty counterattack, raising his left hand to block it, while his right hand continued its assault, the longsword swiftly closing in on Doma. Doma was sent crashing away, blood flowing profusely from his wounds. Nevertheless, having transformed, his defenses held firm, and he managed to rise again after a brief moment. Salafu, standing before the chasm, narrowed his eyes at Doma and Kanus, neither party daring to advance. Recognizing that the moment of reckoning had arrived, all three warriors focused intently, refraining from idle chatter. For sword-style secret technique, ghostly aura, Salafu launched himself into the air, hands and feet moving rapidly. Each swing of his sword unleashed a wave of lethal energy, with ghostly threads entwined alongside, targeting both Doma and Kanus. 2 sword-style secret technique, spatial slash. Doma leapt, aiming to strike Salafu midair. Yet, whether it was an illusion or not, he suddenly appeared beside Salafu, slashing at his neck as if traversing space itself. Eerie blade. In an unexpected display, Kanus stood still, eyes closed, gripping his sword at his left shoulder. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and executed a swift diagonal slash. However, the strike produced no sound nor even a trace of sword energy. Kanus's invisible blade sliced through the myriad of sword energies, effortlessly cleaving through Salafu's hands and feet. Had Salafu not been enveloped in haki, it is likely that this strike would have pierced through. Nevertheless, inflicting injury on Salafu was no small feat and provided Doma with a crucial opportunity. Everything transpired at an astonishing pace. As Salafu sensed Doma's sudden appearance and prepared to retaliate, he was wounded by Kanus. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Doma's blade found its mark on Salafu's neck. Boom! Salafu crashed to the ground. Though he had not managed to defend himself, haki enveloped his body. Doma's forceful strike, while inflicting severe injuries, did not prove fatal. Caught off guard by the duo's sharp and cunning attacks, Salafu recognized his earlier complacency and shook his head, preparing to rise for another bout. "Did you think we would let this opportunity slip away?" As he spoke, Doma descended upon Salafu, aiming a fierce strike at his heart. Simultaneously, Kanus accelerated to the edge of the pit, thrusting towards Salafu's throat with lightning speed. Salafu, relying on his observation haki, barely evaded Doma's lethal strike, but sensed Kanus's impending attack. Yet, his body had no time to react. The long sword pierced his neck, blood erupting forth. Gasp! Before he could utter a word, Salafu's head drooped, lifeless. With Salafu vanquished, the duo paid no heed to the terrified resident. Chapter 73, Consume the Mechanical Deity? Alas! The deity Salafu has perished. Surrounding witnesses, inhabitants of the mysterious island, shrieked in terror upon witnessing Salafu's demise. Yet, Domar and Canis disregarded their cries and proceeded towards the cathedral. Domar and Canis triumphed over the right deity, Salafu, with ease. In stark contrast to the obliviousness surrounding Domar and Canis's battle, there were many spectators observing another fierce confrontation. The reason for their attention was evident. The intensity of the clash between Feki and Manfuz was impossible to overlook. Both fighters had ascended to titanic proportions, towering at approximately 50 meters, rendering their battle visible even from a great distance. The battleground where Feki and Manfuz clashed had been stripped bare, with nearby structures reduced to mere remnants, consumed or obliterated during their ferocious skirmish. Their combat was primal and elementary, akin to a brawl between children, each delivering clumsy yet devastating blows. Despite the simplicity of their movements, the sheer scale of their colossal forms amplified the destruction, especially given that both were metallic giants. How astonishingly immense! "I've never seen anyone who could rival the stature of Manfuz," remarked an onlooker from the distant crowd. "Indeed, the destructive power is unparalleled." Others nodded in agreement. "That must be some form of devil fruit ability. The adversary is formidable," commented a perceptive observer. "This is the domain of Lord Manfuz. I have faith he shall emerge victorious," exclaimed a resident of the mysterious island, rallying support for Manfuz. In contrast, Manfuz himself harbored doubts. The enemy's abilities mirrored his own too closely, and as a fellow giant, the opponent's agility starkly contrasted with his own cumbersome form. Manfuz felt the weight of his limitations. If he continued to grow, he feared he might suffocate before his foe even struck. Though he had ventilation pipes, the prospect of further expansion was daunting. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Manfuz resolved to attack, lifting his massive arm to strike at Feki. Confident from previous exchanges that his adversary was not a match for him, Feki did not hesitate to respond with a powerful punch, prepared for a direct confrontation. The clash of their metallic fists produced a thunderous resonance, akin to the tolling of a bell, sending shockwaves through the air and causing the onlookers to cover their ears. Both titans were momentarily disoriented by the impact. However, Feki, exhibiting remarkable agility, swiftly targeted Manfuz's chest with a ferocious kick. The blow caught Manfuz off guard, toppling him to the ground and creating a crater upon impact. It was crucial to note that Manfuz's true form resided within his chest, which was now reeling from the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Feki advanced, delivering successive strikes to Manfuz's vulnerable chest, seemingly aware of his opponent's weakness. With each kick, the battle escalated, and the titanic confrontation continued unabated. Chapter 74. Fortunate Yuri, a member of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, has just turned 18 years old. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, he possesses a handsome visage that belies his past as a small-time delinquent. He joined the crew during its inception in Water 7 and has been a witness to its rise. Although Yuri's strength was initially modest, a year of rigorous training alongside formidable comrades has significantly enhanced his abilities, especially through numerous battles. As the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew prepared to engage in combat against the omnipotent church, each member was assigned specific tasks, and Yuri was no exception. Every principal combatant in the crew had an opponent, and it was inevitable that their safety would be monitored. Thus, Kato arranged for a couple of individuals to accompany each group to prevent unforeseen incidents and to ensure timely reports. Yuri was assigned to follow Solanka. Despite being tasked with shadowing the combatants, Captain Kato had instructed them to remain concealed, especially from the fighters themselves. This strategy aimed to encourage the crew members to fight with utmost fervor, honing their skills without the assurance of a retreat that could hinder their true potential. By the afternoon, while others celebrated their victories, Solanka's area remained ominously silent. Were it not for the persistent sounds of battle echoing from within, Yuri would have rushed in long ago. After a couple of hours, silence finally enveloped the space, leaving Yuri anxiously awaiting news. When Solanka did not emerge, panic gripped him. Had something happened to Solanka? The Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew was small, and they shared strong bonds, treating each other as equals regardless of strength. Solanka, known for his rigorous training and formidable prowess, was admired by all. Unable to suppress his concern any longer, Yuri dashed into the fray. Upon entering the battlefield, he was met with a scene of devastation, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. His heart sank as he spotted Solanka, battered and unconscious on the ground, drenched in blood. Yet, in a glance further afield, he saw another figure lying motionless, which brought him a measure of relief. Perhaps both had been equally vanquished. Rushing to Solanka's side, Yuri assessed his condition. Solanka lay in a state of unconsciousness, his clothing in tatters, and his body riddled with wounds that continued to bleed profusely. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Yuri knew that without prompt medical attention, Solanka might succumb to his injuries. He hoisted Solanka onto his back and began his hurried trek toward the church. Despite Solanka's imposing size, his weight was no burden for Yuri in this moment of urgency. The intensity of their battle had been fierce, with Solanka and Roy exchanging blows that would leave them both grievously wounded. Their conflict, characterized by relentless strikes, had escalated into a brutal contest of endurance. As the day wore on, the toll of their high-stakes combat became evident, culminating in a particularly savage final hour. Upon regaining his footing, Solanka adjusted his disheveled tie and grimaced at the long, crimson gash that marred his left shoulder, blood seeping from the wound. This pain was trivial to him. He merely furrowed his brow before addressing Roy with a steady voice. Earlier, when Roy had struck him, Solanka had relied too heavily on his armament hockey to withstand the blow. While he had emerged unscathed, Roy had deftly transformed his strike into a piercing jab, inflicting a wound that served as a stark reminder of the technique's limitations. Solanka's injury, while painful, was not without consequence for Roy, who bore the mark of Solanka's own powerful strike on his chest, an unmistakable black imprint, evidence of the impact of Solanka's palm cannon. Solanka, shaking off the pain, resolved to no longer waste time, preparing to unleash his full strength. With a fierce determination, he launched his palm cannon, enveloped in armament hockey, towards Roy. In response, Roy propelled himself away, leveraging his surroundings to gain speed with each powerful leap. In a heartbeat, Solanka was upon him, his feet striking the ground with such force that he seemed to teleport into Roy's path. Anticipating his approach, Roy extended his claws towards Solanka. But Solanka countered with a devastating punch, imbued with armament hockey. The impact reverberated through the air, sending Roy hurtling backwards. Blood staining his arm, a clear sign that even a glancing blow was far from inconsequential. Die! Solanka shouted, launching himself at Roy with the ferocity of a springing tiger. His feet cloaked in armament hockey, ready to deliver a lethal strike. However, just as Solanka prepared to land a decisive blow, a sudden shift in his expression revealed his realization of an imminent threat. He pivoted mid-air, directing his attack away from Roy and retreating, all while keeping a watchful eye on the location of his intended strike. In that moment, Solanka's instincts had alerted him to an approaching presence, which he had mistakenly assumed to be Roy's reinforcements. However, his strike inadvertently felled a hapless guard who had come to investigate, sealing the unfortunate fate of the unsuspecting soul. Had Yuri not acted on his concern and rushed in, he too might have found himself in a perilous situation, a narrow escape from disaster. Chapter 75. Fierce Battle on the Mysterious Island. When Solanka realized that his opponent was merely a pawn, Roy, who had been sent flying by a kick, swiftly steadied himself and propelled towards Solanka. Diamond palm. In an instant, Roy appeared beside Solanka, narrowing his eyes as he raised his right palm to strike. A phantom of a hand enveloped Solanka in an instant. Sensing the imminent danger, Solanka concentrated his hockey, bracing himself against Roy's palm. Although he managed to withstand the blow, the force of Roy's strike sent him staggering back a considerable distance. Coughing softly, Solanka halted, though no blood was shed. Roy's attack, reminiscent of Solanka's own, had not breached his defenses but had transmitted a significant portion of its might. While it did not injure Solanka, it caused a discomfort in his abdomen. Your defense is formidable, but do you truly believe you can defeat me? Roy remarked with a calm demeanor, unaffected by the earlier kick from Solanka, indicating his own resilience. Adjusting his attire, Solanka disdainfully shook his head. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped towards Roy once more. Battle axe. His right foot, cloaked in hockey, aimed fiercely at Roy. Quick to respond, Roy raised his left hand to intercept Solanka's assault while simultaneously extending his right hand, revealing 5 elongated fingers aimed at Solanka. With a resounding impact, Roy effortlessly defended against Solanka's strike, while Solanka, undeterred by Roy's claws, pressed forward, both warriors rapidly exchanging blows. Failing to land a kick, Solanka swiftly pivoted on Roy's left hand and unleashed a powerful right punch, imbued with hockey. Roy, despite his imposing size, evaded the punch with feline agility. As he dodged, he swung his left leg towards the airborne diamond. Aware that Roy's attack would carry a shockwave, Solanka, with a cold smirk, raised his left hand to grasp Roy's sweeping leg. The collision emitted a muted thud as Solanka disregarded the tingling sensation in his left hand, seizing Roy's leg and swinging him around. Palm cannon. Grasping Roy's tail, Solanka spun him in midair and struck with his right palm. Roy's defenses were robust, yet Solanka's palm met its mark. The impact sent Roy flying, unable to regain his balance, as Solanka's attack landed squarely upon his right shoulder, propelling him into the distance. Observing Roy's flight, Solanka exhaled slowly, unconvinced that a single strike could inflict grave injury. Rising slowly, Roy pushed aside a massive stone slab and approached Solanka. Aside from a trickle of blood from his mouth, he bore no visible wounds. Though he had taken a hit from Solanka, he appeared only lightly injured. Without uttering a word, Roy rapidly closed the distance to Solanka. Dragon Claw. He roared, lunging towards Solanka with his right claw. The mighty roar momentarily stunned Solanka, allowing Roy's claw to rake across his body, leaving 5 shallow gashes. Despite the pain, Solanka merely snorted in disdain and vanished, reappearing above the back of Roy's head. Battle axe. Dozens of strikes, infused with hockey, surged towards Roy, who leapt forward without so much as a glance. The ground erupted in a violent explosion where he had just stood, a clear indication of the devastating potential had he been struck. Upon realizing his attack had missed, Solanka swiftly positioned himself next to the airborne Roy and executed a palm cannon. The invisible shockwave emanated from Roy's back as he was struck, causing him to cough blood as he fell to the ground. The previous blow to his shoulder was manageable, but a direct hit to his back was far more severe. Seizing the moment, Solanka dashed behind Roy, launching another fierce strike aimed at his neck. With another resounding roar, Roy countered, causing Solanka's assault to falter as he swiftly kicked at Solanka's right foot, sending him sprawling. In a swift turn, Roy launched himself at Solanka with all his might, executing a mammoth charge. That sent Solanka flying once more. Quickly regaining his footing, Solanka spat blood, acknowledging Roy's hockey. This knowledge had long been established prior to Solanka's arrival. Although he had successfully defended against Roy's assault, The powerful recoil had sent him reeling. How curious that individuals like you reside in the early stages of the Grand Line. Salenka remarked, brushing dust from his attire, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he regarded Roy. You need not concern yourself with the Pope's intentions. As for the matters you have uncovered, let us ensure you descend into the depths of hell to keep our secrets, Roy replied matter-of-factly. Charging once more at Salenka. Humph. Salenka scoffed, executing a rapid movement to evade. He launched another palm cannon from a distance. Roy skillfully evaded the attack and, with claws poised, lunged at Salenka once more. Unfazed, Salenka mirrored the action, his 5 claws clashing against Roy's in a fierce confrontation. Roy, perplexed by Salenka's audacity to challenge him, smirked disdainfully, unperturbed as their powers collided. Chapter 76. Pyrrhic Victory and Healing on the Mysterious Island. Salenka's claws collided with Roach's. And unexpectedly, Salenka's 5 fingers sank deep into Roach's palm. With a cold laugh, Salenka forcefully pulled the bewildered Roach closer. Palm cannon. Salenka swiftly raised his left hand, unleashing another palm cannon aimed directly at Roach's head. Roach, caught in Salenka's grasp, barely managed to dodge, tilting his head just in time. Bang. Though the palm cannon did not strike Roach squarely, it nonetheless dented half of his cheek. As Salenka observed Roach being sent hurtling away, his right hand gradually changed color. Blood flowed from Roach's palm, revealing not the usual transparent color of hockey, but rather a darkened version of it, indicating Salenka had also employed the technique of finger guns. It was no wonder that Demon's finger gun, infused with hockey, had pierced through Roach's palm earlier. With enhanced hockey, combined with the finger gun technique and the innate talents of the long-handed tribe, such an attack must have been unprecedented for you, right? Salenka flicked the blood from his hand and grinned as he approached Roach, declaring, "It seems victory is mine. What a pity." As he advanced, Salenka launched a palm strike toward Roach, who narrowly sidestepped the attack. Humph. Salenka sneered, forming his hand into a fist and delivering a powerful blow to Roach's exposed left shoulder. Bang. The resounding impact did not send Roach flying, but rather obliterated his entire left shoulder. Salenka's physical strength was no mere jest, despite having previously relied on energy attacks. His hockey-infused punch decimated Roach's shoulder, illustrating that while energy attacks like the palm cannon and battle axe possessed formidable destructive power, they lacked the concentrated lethality of Salenka's ordinary punch. Of course, Salenka's ordinary punches were no different from his full strength, after all. A single strike encapsulated the entirety of his force. Ignoring Roach's anguished cries, Salenka grinned and raised his right foot for a downward kick. However, he failed to notice the fierce expression on Roach's face as he lay on the ground. Aware that escape was impossible, Roach prepared to fight back, resolving that if he was to fall, he would take Salenka with him. When Salenka's foot descended, Roach did not evade. Grabbing Salenka's leg, he unleashed a claw-like hand, enveloped in hockey, which struck Salenka's unguarded chest with ferocity. Cough. Cough. Salenka spat out a mouthful of blood, stunned by Roach's sudden counterattack. With his leg held fast, he absorbed the blow entirely and was gravely wounded. Yet, in this critical moment, he refused to yield. His instinct honed from years of battle compelled him to retaliate, delivering a kick that sent Roach's head deep into the ground. Roach finally fell silent, his grip on Salenka's arm loosening. Salenka, with great effort, pried Roach's hand from his chest, resulting in a spurt of blood. Haha, what a relief. Salenka staggered back 2 steps and collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily before losing consciousness. Fortunately, Yuri's timely arrival saved his life. Salenka versus the Divine General Roach, a Pyrrhic victory. Upon Yuri's return to the church, carrying the unconscious Salenka, the battle raged on, though the number of combatants had significantly dwindled to merely a handful of the original 10 or 12. The remnants of destruction and countless corpses littered the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Perhaps this was the true essence of war, where no victor emerges. At this time, only scattered skirmishes persisted, while the Holy Maiden led a group to rescue the injured residents of the mysterious island, striving to halt further hostilities. With the return of Kinko, Mona, Doma, and others, who had emerged mostly unscathed, it became evident that the mysterious islanders stood no chance. Continuing the fight would only result in needless casualties. If the islanders refrained from attacking, Kato and his group would not trouble them, prompting the Holy Maiden to urge everyone to exercise restraint, advocating for a pause until the Pope and his allies concluded their battle. There was no need to sacrifice lives unnecessarily. However, Yuri, arriving at the scene, had his own priorities. His sole focus was to locate his companions and urgently attend to the unconscious Salenka. Without a second glance, he maneuvered through the crowd and entered the church. where he was spotted by Reki and Bepo resting at the entrance. "Yuri, what happened? Why is Solanka so gravely injured?" Reki exclaimed, immediately recognizing Solanka's condition. "I don't know. When I entered, Solanka was already unconscious," Yuri explained. As he spoke, anxiety overtook him. "Oh, we can't waste any more time. Please, lead me to a doctor." He insisted that they could discuss everything once Solanka regained consciousness. "Right. Follow me quickly." Reki, reminded by Yuri's urgency, led him toward the area where the ship's doctors were located. Before long, they arrived at what turned out to be the lower level of the prison. Upon entering, Yuri was met with numerous patients occupying every room. Bepo immediately sought out Ro, while Yuri searched for an available room for Solanka. After a brief search, he finally found a less crowded room to place Solanka in, where there were no beds, and he laid him on the floor. At that moment, Bepo returned with Ro, who promptly entered. Without wasting time, Ro crouched down to examine Solanka, standing up after a while to report, "Thankfully, we arrived just in time. He is not in life-threatening danger. 10 ribs are broken, his lungs are injured, and he has various external wounds, primarily due to excessive blood loss. We need to start with a blood transfusion." Soon, under Ro's care, Solanka was wrapped like a mummy and received a blood transfusion. The group felt a sense of relief as they observed Solanka's breathing stabilize. "What about the others? Are there any injuries?" Yuri inquired, finally recalling the well-being of the rest. "Everyone else is fine. They have returned. However, Marx, the Flower Monk, and Kato's group are still engaged in battle," Reki replied. "I wish I could help, but my strength is insufficient," Bepo murmured, voicing the sentiments of everyone present. Chapter 77, The Frantic Saint Boom. As Lei Chi and the others were preoccupied with concerns for Marx, Kato, and the others, a tremendous sound abruptly interrupted their conversation. The group hurried outside, eager to discover the source of the commotion. Upon exiting the church, they found a throng gathered at the entrance, drawn by the noise. "Isn't that the Cloud Knight of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates, Andre Marx?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, it's him. I've seen his bounty notice. I recall that Lord Marx is a user of a natural-type devil fruit." To their astonishment, he was indeed present. Who was that fighting against him? He seems formidable as well. Observing the man's attire, one speculated, if I am not mistaken, that must be the Saint Naga of the Omnipotent Church. What a spectacle! How fortunate we are to witness their duel. Through their discussions, Lei Chi and the others soon realized that Marx and his companions had taken their skirmish outdoors. However, visibility was limited, so Bepo, the large fellow, led them through the crowd. Upon reaching the front, they beheld Marx, enveloped in a swirling mist, alongside a monk wielding a massive cleaver, facing off against Saint Naga. To their surprise, another figure stood among them, the young Saint Duno. At that moment, all parties bore minor injuries, each warily observing the others, refraining from initiating further attacks. Marx felt a surge of frustration. He had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the young saint. Nevertheless, recognizing Duno's limited strength, he resolved to deal with him first. In a flash, Marx darted toward the cold-faced young saint, unleashing a fierce strike imbued with armed haki, aimed directly at Duno, while a blinding mist surged forth, accompanied by countless dark tendrils. Nothing could impede or resist such an onslaught. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Few could withstand such might, even against a true admiral-level expert. Saint Naga stood some distance away. Although he might have been quicker than Marx, the latter's unexpected assault made it impossible for Naga to reach Duno before him. Many spectators believed that the young saint was doomed, certain of his demise. Yet, as events unfolded, an unforeseen twist occurred. Just as Marx believed Duno was destined for death, a wave of energy surged and Duno's figure flickered before vanishing without a trace. The multitude of tendrils shattered the young saint's afterimage, yet ultimately failed to claim his life. Allowing him to escape, Duno reappeared in the distance, a cold smile gracing his lips, clearly dismissing Marx's attack. Gasps erupted from the crowd. None anticipated that the young saint was also a devil fruit user. Even Marx and his companions were taken aback, as their intel had not indicated that the young saint possessed such powers, nor did it suggest he wielded a particularly rare devil fruit. It was undeniable that the young saint had concealed his abilities so well that even his allies were unaware of his secret. The oversight lay with Cato and the others. As the son of a saint and under the careful guidance of the Pope, who had no offspring of his own, Duno was treated as a son. It was inconceivable that someone of his status had not consumed a devil fruit. Duno possessed the superhuman-type flesh fruit, granting him the ability to instantaneously appear at any location within sight. This ability was both a means of survival and a powerful offensive tool. While it may initially appear similar to the technique of shave, the two were distinct, Shave relied on physical prowess and required time to execute. Whereas the flash fruit operated as a devil fruit ability, conserving stamina and enabling swifter movement. Only someone of Duno's stature could attain such a remarkable fruit. Having missed a strike, Mark swiftly vanished using Shave, while the enraged Saint Naga lunged forward only to find emptiness, releasing a furious roar in response. Chapter 78, The Terrifying Strike of Marks outside the Church of the Mysterious Island. All eyes were transfixed upon the figure that emerged in the sky, wielding an enormous knife, several times the size of an ordinary kitchen blade. From his eyes emanated a chilling light, as frigid as the eternal snow-capped mountains. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of death and a palpable cold-killing intent that could not dissipate. This aura was nearly tangible. The dark mist that surrounded him was the manifestation of death and ominous menace. Undoubtedly, he was a quintessential assassin, embodying a deathly presence akin to a hellish apparition, the result of enduring countless life and death trials that had coalesced around him. The words Bounty Guild echoed in the minds of the onlookers. For it was said that this organization had existed since time immemorial, taking on various assassination contracts, each one a perilous endeavor that flirted with the Grim Reaper. The assassin hovering high in the sky was undeniably a figure of dread. Not far away, Marks felt a jolt in his heart, instinctively. He recognized that the person shrouded in black mist was the flower monk. He was astonished to discover this side of him, the so-called assassin who seemed so unassuming in the light of day, had transformed into a figure of cold ruthlessness and overwhelming menace. Perhaps this was his true nature. After all, he was an assassin striving to surpass his predecessors. Though the flower monk's strength was not particularly formidable, his greatest skill as an assassin lay in stealth and evasion. His mastery of invisibility had reached its zenith, allowing him to ambush the adept saint with ease, demonstrating his formidable prowess. At the entrance of the church, the most astounded were undoubtedly Lecky and his companions, who whispered inaudibly, "That creep." Even the haughty and arrogant Luo could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, struggling to reconcile the lewd, despicable figure of the flower monk with the grim reaper-like presence before them. The ambushed Saint Naga wished he could strike himself for his embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated in front of so many people. The flower monk had previously concealed his strength, evading Naga with ease. To discover that he had such a hidden talent was infuriating. "I'll kill you," he shouted, charging forward. The flower monk's gaze was as cold and piercing as ice, his eyes scanning the saint with lethal precision before he vanished without a sound. "What is stealth to me? Come out," roared Naga in anger, unleashing a mass of black clouds that surged through the sky, seeking the whereabouts of the flower monk. The daylight dimmed instantly. As the search unfolded, it became evident that the flower monk was retreating into the distance. Remaining calm, he did not engage further, knowing he could not contend with Naga's strength head-on. Laughter erupted from below. Even the young saint felt a flush of embarrassment. This was indeed a disgraceful moment. At that instant, Marks took action again. But his target was not the young saint, it was the injured Naga. He appeared like a brilliant cloud, swiftly approaching the black clouds above. Countless dark mists emanated from his form, enveloping the black clouds as flashes of lightning flickered above. While others were unaware of the saint's location, Marks was keenly aware. For the mist that clung to the saint allowed him to track him no matter where he went. Soon, the lightning struck down into the black clouds. How bold! Naga seethed with anger, feeling insulted after his recent humiliation. A massive fist of energy materialized and collided with the lightning, shattering it and scattering the dark clouds. After all, Naga was a saint. His power was not something Marks could easily match. He could only rely on his fruit abilities for a chance of victory. Surrounding Marks were numerous bolts of lightning, akin to a thunder god, striking down towards Naga, while Marks himself was ensconced within the storm, preventing the saint's black clouds from encroaching upon him. Ultimately, Naga was ensnared within the lightning, akin to being trapped in quicksand, unable to extricate himself. Thick bolts of lightning penetrated his body, coursing through him in relentless cycles. Now, Marks was no longer the same as he had been during the battle at Twin Peaks Island. His fruit abilities had significantly strengthened, and the lightning he unleashed was far more formidable, rendering him an unpredictable adversary. Naga felt an immense pressure as his bones cracked under the strain of the lightning. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, and the most terrifying aspect was that his body seemed unresponsive, leaving him numb and unable to wield his abilities or haki. Regret flooded Naga's mind. He should not have underestimated his opponent. He had not anticipated that the seemingly mundane cloud fruit could be developed to such an extent, proving to be so powerful. The spectators below gasped in shock. Although they could not see the saint, they knew he was ensnared by the lightning. They were astonished by Marks's prowess. The cloud fruit, which appeared so ordinary, was capable of such extraordinary feats, temporarily incapacitating the saint. Despite Naga's high strength, he was not immune to the torment inflicted by the terrifying lightning. The forces of nature were indeed beyond human resistance, especially the mightiest of all, lightning. What he could not endure most was the agonizing torment of his wounded posterior. Adding insult to injury, the blood had vanished, leaving a hazy impression that threatened to cook him alive. Being defeated was one thing, but to perish in such a manner was more than the saint could bear. He felt that death by lightning would be a disgrace too great to endure. With a primal roar, Naga let out a sound akin to a wolf's howl, shaking the very heavens. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The onlookers saw the lightning intertwining within the black clouds above, and then, suddenly, the clouds dissipated, revealing the anguished Saint Naga, who let out a scream before reappearing in the sky. The young saint was taken aback. He could not fathom that his father, possessing such formidable strength, could be in such peril. As he activated his ability, he vanished, intent on rescuing his father and vanquishing Marx. It was not that the young saint had been unable to act earlier. Rather, they had been ensconced in the black clouds, making it impossible to intervene. And they were unaware of the battle's progression. Discovering that his father was at a disadvantage filled him with urgency. Below, regardless of ally or enemy. The crowd was electrified by the spectacle. Marx had defeated the saint, inflicting wounds upon him, and astonishment rippled through them all. The young saint flashed beneath the storm clouds, unleashing a massive sword strike aimed at the thunderclouds. Yet, it did not harm Marx. Instead, a crack of thunder echoed as a bolt of lightning struck towards him. However, the young saint, being a user of the flicker fruit, vanished instantaneously, causing the lightning to miss its target, striking nothing but emptiness. Yet, it seemed futile to hope for his father's rescue. Marx, be cautious. Just as Marx reveled in his triumph, familiar voices echoed towards him. Chapter 79, The Clash. Marx, be cautious. Just as Marx had successfully dealt a significant blow to Naga and rendered the little saint helpless, he abruptly received a warning from Lecky and Bipo. Instantly, Marx heightened his awareness, utilizing his haki to sense an impending threat, unbeknownst to him. An unexpected figure had appeared above him. The urgency in Lecky's voice indicated that this individual was certainly not an ally. Disperse. Before Marx could react, the newcomer uttered a single word, reverberating like thunder, causing the storm clouds encircling Marx to vanish in an instant. With the clouds dissipated, the accompanying lightning ceased, allowing Naga to escape, aided by the little saint. Although Marx was initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, executing a shave technique to vanish from sight. In that moment, he surmised the identity of the intruder. Anyone capable of wielding such power with a mere word could only be the Pope of the omnipotent church. What puzzled him was that the Pope was supposed to be engaged in a duel with Cato. How had he suddenly appeared here? What had transpired with Cato? Marx's thoughts raced, but as he reappeared at a distance, he spotted Cato approaching through the air, accompanied by Naga and a handsome middle-aged man who regarded him with a cold stare. What is happening? Marx inquired as Cato reached their side. The noise you made was too great. That old man decided to intervene, and I couldn't stop him. Cato explained, clearly frustrated. The Pope, Peter, possessed an unfathomable ability. Previously, Cato and the Pope had been locked in a stalemate atop the church, but the sudden commotion caused by Marx and the others had drawn their attention. Confident in their own capabilities, they had dismissed it as inconsequential. However, neither Cato nor the Pope had anticipated the astonishing outcome of Marx's sudden surge in power. Upon witnessing the little saint's condition, the Pope could no longer remain passive. With a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared by Naga's side, assessing his injuries. He uttered a simple command, heal. Miraculously, all of Naga's wounds healed almost instantly. This spectacle enraged Cato and the others watching from afar, particularly the flower monk, who pointed an accusatory finger at Peter, stammering, "WWW. What a shameless act." It was no wonder the flower monk was incensed. He had played a pivotal role in severely injuring Naga. Had his surprise attack not succeeded, Naga would not have faltered, granting Marx the opportunity he needed. The chance he had meticulously awaited had now been snatched away, and he knew that Naga would not provide him with another. How could the flower monk not be furious? Cato, however, contemplated the implications of Peter's ability, deeming it virtually unbeatable. With such formidable support, it would be nearly impossible for them to succeed. They needed to separate the Pope from their group to stand any chance. Who could rival your shamelessness? Resorting to ambushes and targeting others' vulnerabilities, truly disgraceful. Dunmo, witnessing his father unharmed, recalled the earlier ambush on Naga and retorted loudly, You. Though Dunmo's argument held merit, the flower monk would not concede. Yet you remained silent for so long. To eliminate scoundrels like you, one must adopt unscrupulous methods. Is that wrong? Marks interjected, fearing the flower monk might choke on his indignation. Kill. Naga was nearly driven to madness, humiliated before so many onlookers. He was the first to pursue the flower monk, the instigator of his disgrace. The little saint, Dunmo, understood his father's intent and swiftly positioned himself beside the flower monk, ready to restrain him and deny him an opportunity to escape. Marks could not merely stand by as the flower monk faced such intimidation. He summoned a mist to envelop the two, obstructing their advance. Kato recognized the urgency of the situation and swiftly launched an assault on Peter. He needed to restrain Peter. Otherwise, the Pope's powers could spell disaster for both Marks and the flower monk, leaving them no chance of survival. Moreover, Kato aimed not only to hold Peter at bay but to separate them entirely. With the Pope's overwhelming presence, they would have no opportunities. Kato found himself envious of those with spatial abilities. Had he possessed such a power, he would have confined the Pope without issue. Yet, to Kato's surprise, the Pope exhibited no intent to attack Marks or the flower monk, instead rising to meet Kato's assault, re-engaging in combat. As the Pope, he had a reputation to uphold. Intervening to save the saint was already a significant breach of decorum. He would not strike at Marks and the flower monk in front of such a large audience, even if Kato sought him out. Meanwhile, Naga demonstrated a clever approach. Observing Marks and the flower monk concealed within the mist, he refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, he activated his fruit's powers from a distance, attempting to ensnare them within dark clouds. He was confident that his abilities were superior to Marks's. As age and experience were on his side, no matter how talented Marks might be, he could not surpass him. This time, Naga was correct. Marks discerned Naga's strategy and began expanding the mist while maneuvering toward its edge, preparing to escape. However, Naga was not alone. Dunmo had been stationed outside, ready to intercept. Each time Marks and the flower monk neared the mist's boundary, Dunmo would suddenly appear, launching an attack to hinder their progress, compelling them to retreat. In this manner, both soon realized they had been ensnared within Naga's dark clouds. Although they found temporary refuge, the uncertainty of their situation bred anxiety. Who knew what measures Naga might employ next? They were left in a state of desperate concern. Chapter 80, The Fray on the Mysterious Island. While Marks and the flower monk found themselves ensnared, Kato and Pope Peter ascended into the skies above. Kato was taken aback by how swiftly the two were trapped within Naga's domain. He longed to provide assistance. Yet the Pope's relentless assault left him with no opportunity to divert his attention. The spectators were equally astounded. Moments ago, Marks and the flower monk had severely wounded Naga. How had the tides turned so quickly? Naga's earlier state hardly suggested he was holding back. It appeared that Marks and Kato were in dire straits. What could be done? The only capable ally, Selenka, lay gravely injured and unconscious. Was there anyone else who could lend aid? The bond between Lechi and Marks was well known, and seeing him in peril brought her to the brink of tears. Surely he would be fine after all. They had just wounded the Son of God. Beeple murmured words of comfort. It's different this time. Their previous success was due to a surprise attack when the enemy was careless. Who knows what tricks the Son of God possesses? Lechi, with a clearer understanding than Beepo, felt the weight of despair. I'm sorry, Beepo whispered, lowering his head. Allow me. Suddenly, a crisp voice pierced through the tension, prompting everyone to look up and behold Kinka, sporting glasses and wielding a large sniper rifle. She spoke coolly before dismissing the group and searching for a suitable vantage point. The onlookers realized that if Kinka were to strike now, her chances of success were indeed high. Even if her attack failed, it would likely distract the enemy, and thus, they did not intervene. Haha, die. Naga's triumphant laughter echoed as he successfully ensnared the two. The relief was palpable after having been evaded and ambushed previously. Now, he finally had the opportunity for a direct confrontation to demonstrate his might. Naga's fists, imbued with armed haki, surged toward Marks, who, aware of his inferior strength, had no choice but to confront him head-on to buy time. After all, even with Naga's formidable haki mastery, it was unlikely he could defeat Marks in a single blow while using the same armed haki. With a thunderous impact, Marks met Naga's advancing fist with a punch of his own, resulting in a loud crack. Marks was sent reeling several meters back, while Naga barely staggered. The disparity was undeniable. Yet, undeterred, Marks charged at Naga once more, unleashing a flurry of armed haki-laden finger strikes. Foolish. Naga sneered at Marks's audacity, swiftly dodging his attacks and landing a kick to Marks's side. Caught off guard while executing his skill, Marks realized he had underestimated Naga. It was too late to pivot. He could only envelop himself in armed haki for protection. Despite this, Naga's kick sent Marks hurtling through the air, perilously close to being swallowed by Naga's dark clouds. As Marks soared, he quickly steadied himself with his fruit abilities, watching Naga warily. However, Naga chose not to press the advantage, waiting for Marks to regain his footing before launching another attack. This time, the assault was faster and more ferocious, leaving Marks with little choice but to defend against the relentless blows, each one forcing him further back. With another crash, Marks was once again sent flying. Just as he regained his balance, Naga appeared above him, aiming a kick at his head. Marks hastily raised his arms in defense, only to feel a numbing shock as his limbs absorbed the impact, causing him to descend rapidly. Naga relentlessly rained kicks upon Marks's arms, intent on pushing him into the ominous black clouds below. Marks understood Naga's intent, to drive him into the abyss. The sensation of despair washed over him once more, reminiscent of the first time he had felt such hopelessness on Peace Island at Kato's hometown when Jack had come for him. Being consumed by the black clouds meant certain death, and Naga's cruel smile suggested he envisioned Marks's demise. Just as Marks was about to succumb to the encroaching darkness, an unexpected shift occurred. A sudden surge of murderous intent erupted from the clouds, and a swift, vicious strike cleaved through the air, landing forcefully upon Naga's rear. The unexpectedness of the attack momentarily halted Naga, providing Marks with a fleeting chance to escape. In that moment, Marks realized the flower monk had succeeded once more. However, a troubling thought struck him. Why hadn't the flower monk fled? And why was Naga not roaring in fury? Something was amiss. Haha, little brat. Did you think I would allow you to succeed again? Naga's cold voice cut through the air. You were waiting for me to strike? The flower monk, now free of his stutter, comprehended the situation. He had not chosen to stay behind. Naga had firmly grasped his hand. Haha. Naga laughed maniacally before continuing, of course. You are the one I despise the most. You embarrass me in front of so many, and I long to flay your skin. However, you are too adept at hiding. Marks can be dealt with at any time, but you, without an opportunity, how could you possibly strike? In that moment, Naga was the embodiment of ruthless savagery, the true embodiment of the omnipotent Son of God. Everything he had orchestrated was a ruse to draw out the flower monk, seeking retribution for the prior wound inflicted upon him. Although the flower monk had indeed struck Naga's rear once more, Naga had already enveloped himself in armed hockey at the moment he kicked Marks, hidden from the eyes of the flower monk and Marks alike. Run. At last, Marks understood the gravity of the situation. He executed a swift maneuver to Naga's side, aiming a punch at his head in a desperate attempt to rescue the flower monk. Yet, after such meticulous planning, Naga would not permit him to escape. Dark clouds billowed from Naga, advancing toward the flower monk while simultaneously blocking Marks's attack. No. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Marks watched in disbelief as the black clouds swiftly enveloped the flower monk. Chapter 81. In the North Sea. Aboard the ship Wings of Freedom, Kato gazed at the young girl before him, with her pink hair adorned by a charming hairpin. She was merely a child not yet 12, possessing a mischievous little nose and a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes. Yet, Kato foresaw that Reiju would mature into an elegant and sophisticated woman. The moment he laid eyes on Reiju, memories of the beloved chef Sanji from the Straw Hat Pirates surged forth. He wondered if Sanji had finally departed from his family. Thoughts of Sanji conjured images of his culinary spirit and chivalrous nature, his unabashed infatuation with beauty that often left him nosebleeding, and his relentless pursuit of dreams. Hey, have you heard of All Blue? Each mention of that legendary sea, where fish from all four oceans converge, would elicit a childlike smile on Sanji's face. During the battle against the god Enel on Skypiea, Sanji selflessly sacrificed himself to allow Nami to escape, cheekily stating, I was just about to borrow a fire. Such a flimsy excuse nearly brought tears to Kato's eyes. In the Water 7 arc, he told Chopper, a man who can forgive a woman for lying is a true man. In his battle against the CP9 member Khalifa, Sanji clearly possessed superior strength, yet remained loyal to his principles, refraining from attacking her and ultimately being defeated by her bubble attacks. After being vanquished by Khalifa and falling to the lower levels, he told Nami, I would never kick a woman. During the Thriller Bark arc, while facing Absalom, he let go of the unconscious Nami, proclaiming, I cannot let my blood stain your pure white dress. In the Fishman Island arc, upon witnessing Shirahoshi's tears, he declared, a man who cannot wipe away a woman's tears is unworthy of being called a man. In the Dressrosa arc, despite suffering grave injuries, he steadfastly believed in the tears shed by the dancer Violet, stating, even if I am criticized by a million people, I will never doubt a lady's tears. At the Baratai, surrounded by dozens of guns, he insisted on serving meals to his adversaries, declaring, if that's the case, then shoot. I know they are villains, and I need not save them. However, as a chef, it is my duty to feed the hungry. These snippets of dialogue and imagery flickered through Kato's mind, highlighting Sanji's unwavering disdain for food wastage, his respect for women, and his fierce loyalty to his comrades, perhaps to women in the world of pirates. He epitomized the essence of a gentleman, polite, elegant, and undeniably charming. Yet, all these traits were rooted in his childhood experiences. Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge, an ambitious mad scientist, not only modified and cloned exceptional soldiers but also altered genetic factors to produce 5 offspring with extraordinary abilities, among them the young Reiju and the eldest son, Sanji. Regardless of gender, they all bore distinctive curly eyebrows. In contrast to his siblings, who aspired to ascend the ranks of Germa, Sanji exhibited no desire for power. Instead, he demonstrated a sensitivity and passion for cooking that surpassed his brothers. This was a primary reason for his eventual departure from home. When his mother fell gravely ill, Sanji personally prepared a meal for her, which was harshly criticized by the family maid. However, his mother joyfully praised his cooking, inspiring Sanji to hone his culinary skills further. Though she ultimately succumbed to her illness, even after her passing, his passion for cooking remained undiminished. The Vinsmoke family upheld a belief that royalty should not serve others, rendering Sanji a target for bullying by his siblings, save for Reiju, who compassionately cared for him. As the siblings grew, their enhanced physiques became apparent, while Sanji retained his ordinary state, disappointing Judge. Sanji's refusal to conform to the family's ideals led to conflicts with his father, who subjected him to relentless humiliation and neglect, leaving deep emotional scars. Eventually, in a fit of despair, Judge imprisoned Sanji in a dungeon for 6 months. During his confinement, he stumbled upon books from the family servants that spoke of a mythical sea known as All Blue, where all culinary ingredients from the 4 oceans converged. This ignited within him a desire to venture out and refine his culinary skills. One fateful day, unable to bear the chasm between his dreams and his family's beliefs, Sanji escaped with Reiju's aid. Upon encountering Sanji, Judge not only showed no desire to retain him but mocked him as the disgrace of the Vinsmoke family, demanding that he no longer refer to himself as Judge's son once he left. With Reiju's blessings, Sanji departed the family and subsequently met Redleg Zeph, beginning his culinary journey. Truly, Reiju was the only one in the Vinsmoke family who genuinely cared for Sanji, while he faced bullying from his brothers and abandonment from his father. Only kind-hearted Reiju sought to protect him and facilitated his escape from the Germa kingdom. Without her, Sanji's pursuit of his dreams may never have come to fruition. Due to Germa 60's formidable strength and influence, they were frequently employed as mercenaries, a principal source of their income. Kato encountered them as they returned from a mission in the East Blue. Unbeknownst to Kato, it was during this operation that Sanji escaped, explaining how the young boy traversed such a vast distance from the North Sea to the East Blue. At this moment, Judge regarded Kato with admiration, exclaiming, "I never expected you to appear even younger than your actual age. Truly impressive." Kato's prowess at such a young age was unmatched by Judge's genetically modified offspring, earning him Judge's deep respect. However, Judge knew that acquiring Kato's genetic lineage was an impossible dream. Chapter 82, The Death of the Young Saint, and the final confrontation. The sudden intervention of the mysterious elder astounded everyone present. The inhabitants of the mysterious island could scarcely believe that their saint had departed this world so quietly. Meanwhile, Kato and his companions, unfamiliar with the elder, speculated about the identity of this unexpected ally. It is the elder. How astonishingly powerful he is. Anna, one of the few who recognized the elder, gasped in amazement upon witnessing him slay the saint with a single strike. "Who is he? Do you know him, Anna?" Reiki inquired with curiosity while the others stared wide-eyed, eager to learn more about the elder. Anna herself was not well acquainted with him. She recalled that he was the elder mentioned by her brother Kato, who had provided much information. "Have you all forgotten?" She reminded them. So it is him. With Anna's reminder, they recalled the elder Kato had spoken of. Yet disbelief lingered regarding the elder's formidable prowess. Father. The most shocked of all was the young saint, for in his heart, his invincible father had passed away in silence. Only now did he grasp the reality of the situation, rushing to the side of Naga's lifeless body and weeping bitterly. Bang! At that moment, the young saint's head suddenly exploded, for the ever-watchful Chinshin seized the opportunity, striking down Dumo when he least expected it, his bullet obliterating Dumo's skull. Dumo's devil fruit ability was said to counter snipers, leaving him no chance to retaliate, yet he perished at the hands of Chinshin. Dumo died without understanding how, his body collapsing while still in the embrace of his father. Could it be that I truly erred? Is this the retribution? Peter, who had just contemplated confronting the elder, witnessed Dumo's demise and trembled, silent tears cascading down his face. He had not anticipated the death of his most vital ally, nor that his beloved son would follow suit, leading him to question whether he had been wrong from the very beginning. Both deaths occurred so abruptly, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. Although his devil fruit ability was renowned for its omnipotence, it was evidently incapable of resurrecting the dead. Indeed, this is retribution. You have harmed countless lives, and they curse you. Do you believe you will escape unscathed? Cato, standing beside Peter, responded to his murmurs. No, that cannot be. I am not in the wrong. It is you who have caused their suffering. I shall slay you in vengeance. The Pope glared at Cato and the elder, his eyes aflame with fury, his teeth grinding. He attributed all blame to them. His long-held dreams would not be so easily dismissed. Cato, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Earlier, he had felt some pity for Peter's plight, but now, seeing Peter's obstinate denial, he sneered. The omnipotent church has but one member left. Do you truly believe you still have a chance? As long as I am here, the omnipotent church shall not perish. My subordinates are expendable. I can raise more. Peter, ever the cunning strategist, quickly composed himself, his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, the elder approached Cato, overhearing Peter's words. He scoffed. Is that so? I fear you may find your own life in peril today. The elder brimmed with confidence, having reached a new realm of mastery with his previous strike. Believing that even Peter might not withstand his wrath, prepared to settle an old score. I truly regret not having slain you before. You have become a source of calamity. Did you truly think you could pose a threat to me? Peter gazed at the elder with regret for not having eliminated such a menace earlier, though he remained confident in his own abilities. Without further ado, the elder unleashed a straightforward strike, seemingly unadorned yet compelling Peter to treat it with utmost seriousness, hastily conjuring an invisible shield. The intangible blade collided with the unseen barrier, warping the very space around them as ripples cascaded throughout. Yet, it appeared the elder's sword had the upper hand, as Peter uttered a single word, shield. Peter had thought a mere shield would suffice to withstand the elder's assault, but he underestimated him, quickly summoning another shield only to be horrified as it shattered. He swiftly evaded to the side, refusing to engage further. Initially, he merely sought to test the elder's might, although it seemed the elder's attack had been effortlessly avoided. Cato was left agape. He had never seen Peter retreat from an attack in all their time fighting together. Clearly, the potency of his and the elder's strikes had risen to an entirely different echelon. Not lingering on this revelation, Cato pressed the attack after Peter evaded, slashing at his shield but making no progress. Undeterred, Cato continued his onslaught, hoping to stall Peter and create an opening for the elder. After so long in battle, Cato had discerned a critical weakness in Peter. Once he summoned his shield, his movement was severely restricted. Indeed, after Cato's assault, Peter conjured another shield. But the elder was not idle, delivering another strike. Having just experienced the elder's formidable power, Peter dared not meet it head-on, swiftly retracting his shield and preparing to flee once more. Yet Cato had awaited this moment, and with his armament-colored hockey, he swung down with all his might. However, Peter's speed eclipsed even Dumo's fruit ability, and with a mere utterance of flash, he vanished, leaving Cato to slice only at his afterimage. This realization struck Cato. Eliminating Peter would not be so simple. Careful planning would be essential. Peter's devil fruit powers rendered him nearly invincible. Reappearing at a distance, Peter no longer remained on the defensive. He launched a direct assault against Cato and the elder. Countless sword energies surged towards them, filling the sky with a formidable onslaught. With no refuge, the duo could only respond with their own sword energies, and for a moment, the sky became a tapestry of dazzling sword strikes, magnificent and resplendent. Chapter 83, The Pope's Ultimate Killing Move. At the mysterious island's church, the residents of the island and Cato's group halted their conflict, all breathlessly observing the celestial battle above. It was universally acknowledged that the true victors of this contest were the few combatants in the sky. The myriad of sword energies illuminated the heavens, appearing both dazzling and enchanting. Even as mere spectators, the onlookers felt enriched by the spectacle. Yet, the sheer power of these strikes was unmistakable. Should they land upon any of them, survival was unlikely, and crippling was almost certain. Initially, Cato and his companions matched their opponent's strength, but gradually, the scales of victory began to tip in their favor, largely due to the old man's prowess. Each seemingly ordinary strike from him was imbued with sword intent, each blow possessing the might to cleave mountains. The Pope found himself needing several sword energies to counter a single attack from the old man. Against one adversary, this was manageable, but against two, it became evidently taxing. Pope Peter incessantly uttered the character for sword, his speed resembling that of a machine gun. However, even the most formidable of warriors must pause for breath. And soon Peter's face turned a deep shade of purple, signaling his inability to sustain the onslaught. Although Kato and the old man could not discern Peter's expressions amidst the storm of sword energies, they could perceive a decline in both the intensity and velocity of his attacks. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously escalated their counteroffensive. Kato unleashed a torrent of sword energies, akin to a tempest, while the old man adopted a more aggressive stance, reminiscent of their previous confrontation, manifesting a flurry of sword shadows. Their sudden surge of power overwhelmed Peter, causing his already precarious situation to collapse. In a moment of desperation, Peter retreated several kilometers, gasping for breath, his countenance a mask of fury as he glared at Kato and the old man. 2 against 1, how fair is that? Peter protested after regaining some composure. Combined, our ages might not even match your youth. Kato chuckled in response, countering, and yet, you dare to accuse us of taking advantage of our youth? Peter's indignation faltered momentarily, as he struggled to formulate a retort, ultimately resorting to a petulant, then why do you not show me respect for my age? Oh please, old man. We are enemies now, and my sole purpose is to defeat you. Respect? Have you lost your senses? Kato mocked. Do not underestimate us, boy. Do you truly believe victory is assured? I assure you, no one can conquer me. Though Peter bristled at Kato's derision, his sense of dignity as a man of stature prevented him from engaging in a public quarrel, forcing him to endure the humiliation. Is that so? Then why do you waste breath? Defeat us already. Kato's disdain for hypocritical bravado flared. He could see through Peter's facade of confidence, and his words further incensed the Pope. Very well, you have pushed me to this. What will you do about it? Bite me? Kato dismissed Peter's bravado with amusement. But then Kato sensed a shift. Peter had fallen silent, closing his eyes and raising his hands to the heavens, murmuring incantations that were inaudible from such a distance. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened ominously, enveloping the entire mysterious island in thick, low-hanging clouds. A fierce wind arose, sharp as blades, lacerating anyone who ventured into its path. Ah, it hurts. We must flee. What kind of wind is this? The abrupt change in weather incited panic among the onlookers, especially those outside, who were battered by the maelstrom and began scrambling for shelter. Yet the winds only intensified, obliterating all but metallic structures, leaving everything else in ruins. Those within were swiftly swept away unless they possessed exceptional strength. Kato and the old man, suspended in the sky, quickly enveloped themselves in their armed color hockey, descending to the ground, reluctant to linger in the turbulent air. Kato initially believed the chaos would end there, yet he gravely underestimated Pope Peter. A torrential downpour soon descended, merging with the hurricane to create a tempest of unimaginable ferocity, each raindrop carrying the force of a bullet. The resonance of raindrops striking metal echoed ominously, and the sight of buildings succumbing to the deluge was harrowing. At this rate, even the metallic structures would not withstand the storm. But Kato's astonishment did not cease there. From the darkened sky, a cacophony of thunder erupted, and bolts of lightning coalesced in the clouds, poised to strike at any moment. Kato finally grasped why Peter had refrained from unleashing this cataclysmic power until now. It was not only immensely taxing but also bore a destructive capacity that could obliterate everything in its wake. It was a move that would lead to mutual annihilation. Even if he could endure the onslaught of lightning, Kato realized that the inhabitants of the mysterious island were unlikely to survive. Presently, everyone huddled within the metallic structures, which were inherently conductive, and the impending storm promised dire consequences. Moreover, it was evident that these buildings could not endure for long. Please, no. As the ominous flashes illuminated the sky, despair settled over the crowd. Even the old man, faced with such overwhelming calamity, found himself grappling with his own survival. He pondered that while he might escape the tempest with injuries, he could never abandon his companions after so many years apart. He would rather face death alongside them than flee alone. Kato, you must escape. You are still young, and there will be time for vengeance later, the old man urged, his voice hoarse yet filled with a glimmer of hope. My comrades are here, and now is the time they need me most. Can we truly abandon this place? Kato resolutely rejected the old man's suggestion. His loved ones, his closest allies, the most significant people in his life, were present. The notion of fleeing alone was beyond him, and he believed there might still be a chance to prevail. Chapter 84. The Death of the Pope. On the mysterious island, after Pope Peter unleashed his formidable power, despair engulfed everyone. Although they could temporarily seek refuge in insulated places, once the storm shattered their shelters and exposed them to the elements, it would spell their doom. In such a brutal environment, even the strongest defenses proved futile. Kato and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament. In this moment of desperation, Kato began to reflect on his abilities. He recalled that amidst the battles, he had absorbed various powers, particularly the fallen angel fruit ability from the Holy Sun Naga. By surrounding himself with dark clouds, he could obscure others' haki perception, which would undoubtedly be advantageous in this scenario. However, Kato soon confronted another pressing issue, the relentless lightning that was impossible to evade. Even the dark clouds would be powerless against it. He vividly remembered Naga's tragic encounter with lightning at the hands of Max. Moreover, Peter's fruit ability was far superior to Max's. Its potency would be even greater. If Kato charged headlong into the lightning, he would likely be struck dead before reaching Peter. He contemplated the other fruit abilities he had absorbed, but none seemed particularly useful. Just as he was engulfed by frustration, he suddenly remembered his sole remaining fruit ability, the seemingly useless bone fruit. This ability, which Kato had deemed quite trivial, was rarely utilized in his battles. He believed that had he known the power of the Jade Pendant beforehand, he would have certainly chosen not to absorb this ability. Yet, at this moment, he realized the potential of this seemingly insignificant fruit. It is noteworthy that not only rubber is impervious to lightning, but bones are equally resistant. After this revelation, Kato nearly erupted with excitement, reigniting his fighting spirit. He hastily absorbed Naga's fruit ability, and while this process felt slow, it transpired in an instant within Kato's mind. The old man had been watching Kato, and after his failed attempts to persuade him, he fell silent, observing with a sense of gratification. However, the old man suddenly noticed a smile at the corner of Kato's mouth. Initially, he thought Kato had found a solution, but soon saw Kato's brow furrowed again, indicating that the idea had faltered. Yet, moments later, Kato burst into laughter. The old man was bewildered, wondering if Kato had lost his mind. How could he laugh at such a time? He gently patted Kato's shoulder, offering comfort. Kato, are you all right? It's normal to feel helpless. This is not your fault. I know you have done your best. Ignoring the old man's words, Kato exclaimed, haha. I have a solution. Wha? What? The old man thought he must have misheard. I said I have a plan. Just wait here. I'll be right back. Aware of the urgency, Kato wasted no time to explain. He activated the fallen angel fruit ability, enveloping himself in dark clouds, and soared into the sky. Hey, Kato, you. Before the old man could inquire further, he watched Kato ascend, enveloped in clouds similar to those of Holy Sun Naga, leaving him even more perplexed. As Kato flew out of the building, he saw the lightning beginning to descend. He quickly donned a layer of bony armor over his body within the dark clouds and activated Moonwalk, ascending towards the lightning. Crack! The sky crackled with thunder as the dense bolts of lightning struck Kato. Just as he had anticipated, the current flowed over him without causing harm to his inner self, allowing him to exhale in relief. Although he had believed it would be fine, only a true test could confirm it. Once reassured, Kato sensed Peter's location and flew stealthily towards him from behind. Approaching Peter, who was still unleashing his powers, Kato noted that Peter did not appear as formidable as imagined. He hunched over, panting heavily. Without needing to see his face, Kato knew Peter must be utterly exhausted after unleashing such a vast array of powers. Particularly after having battled Kato and the old man, he was clearly at his weakest. Given that Kato had managed to approach so closely without raising any alarms, it was evident that Peter had not only depleted his physical strength but had likely exhausted his mental faculties even more. At this moment, Peter's combat effectiveness was at its lowest, especially since he had not even set up a shield. He could not have fathomed that someone would silently approach him under such circumstances. The storm of wind, rain, and lightning was under his control, leading him to believe there was no need for vigilance. Yet Kato had succeeded in doing what seemed impossible. Without hesitation, he swiftly reached Peter's back, extending his hand to press against Peter's unguarded head while simultaneously activating the dark clouds. The Pope, engaged in unleashing his abilities, was caught off guard by the sudden pressure on his head, uttering a few rapid words that Kato could barely comprehend. Almost immediately, the dark clouds enveloped Peter, rendering him completely disoriented. Without a moment's hesitation, Kato sliced off Peter's head, blood splattering several meters away as his body plummeted to the ground. Holding Peter's severed head, Kato found himself momentarily stunned, astonished that he had actually killed the Pope, and so effortlessly at that. Yet, gazing at Peter's head, he affirmed that he had indeed slain the omnipotent Pope Peter and had not mistaken his target. As the Pope fell, Kato noticed the dark clouds beginning to dissipate, the lightning gradually fading, and the rain slowing to a stop. The winds, no longer bolstered by Peter's powers, diminished and eventually vanished, restoring the sky to its previous clarity. Wonderful! I am alive. Haha. Meanwhile, the survivors on the mysterious island also sensed the change outside, initially astonished, then emerging from their shelters, joyously exclaiming. Men and women, young and old, many of whom wept tears of joy, embraced one another, regardless of familiarity. Members of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates stood in the street, equally ecstatic. It must be the captain who saved us. Bepo and Chopper firmly believed that this miracle was wrought by Kato. Humph, what a given. Who else could it be? Feki grumbled at their remarks, thoroughly admiring Kato. Indeed, it's obvious. Brother Kato is invincible. Anna chimed in, her face alight with pride and agreement. Chapter 85. The end of war on the mysterious island. After the rain, the sky cleared, and everyone eagerly breathed in the fresh air, allowing their spirits to soar. The Dragon and Phoenix Pirates shared this sentiment, engaged in discussions about Kato. By the way, where is the captain now? Raichi interrupted, her voice tinged with curiosity. Indeed. It should have concluded by now. Why hasn't he returned? Could something have happened to him? Raichi's words sparked worry among the crew. Shall we go look for him? Someone suggested. Fear not. The Pope's powers have dissipated. This indicates that he is either unconscious or deceased. Kato should be fine and will likely return shortly. Let us wait a moment, the steady Sinbad reassured them, calming the anxious group, though concern lingered in the air. At that moment, Kato had descended to the ground, holding Peter's severed head. He had not returned to his crew because he first approached the old man, presenting him with the trophy. To Kato, Peter's head bore little significance. In truth, there was no deep-seated grudge. His confrontation with the all-powerful church was a matter of necessity. However, for the old man, it was vastly different. The all-powerful church had not only shattered his youth and companionship, but had also obliterated his dreams. Thus, delivering this trophy to him was entirely fitting. Thank you, Kato. This is the finest gift I have ever received. The old man exclaimed, laughter erupting from him, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. In that moment, years of resentment were finally reconciled, leaving him without regrets. I am glad you were pleased. And who might this be? Kato inquired, glancing at the attractive middle-aged woman beside the old man. Lost in joy, I see. The old man chuckled, pulling the woman closer. Allow me to introduce you to Lena, the chef from my former pirate crew. Lena, this is the young man I mentioned, Kato. Greetings. Congratulations on your reunion, Kato said warmly. Hello, Kato. We owe you our gratitude, Lena replied sincerely, casting a playful glare at the old man. Otherwise, we might never have escaped. Indeed, the old man responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Kato observed their expressions, pondering. There must be some romantic undertones. However, he refrained from probing further, respecting their age and status as elders. Shall we be off? He suggested, leading the way towards the church. Upon their arrival at the church, they found the crew resting outside, aside from those severely injured, like Solanka. Kato approached, unnoticed, as they appeared to be engaged in conversation. How are you all? Any casualties? Kato called out from a distance. Captain Kato, you have returned, the crew exclaimed, joy illuminating their faces. Kato, did you kill the Pope? Chopper asked, brimming with curiosity before Kato could respond. Of course, the head is right here, the old man declared, lifting the trophy high. Impressive. Truly, you're Kato. Chopper and Beppo gazed at him with starry eyes. The others shared in their joy, proud that such a formidable foe had fallen to Kato's prowess. Hey, what about the casualties? Kato prompted again, eyeing the excited crew. Our pirate crew has suffered no grave losses, though we did lose a few members. And many are severely injured, especially Solanka, who remains unconscious. Chapter 86. A new member on the mysterious island. Upon receiving the gratitude of Saint Joanna, Kato Ichihui grasped the crux of the matter. Yet, he felt no remorse. They had erred from the outset, placing their faith in erstwhile adversaries, thus deserving their guilt. As for those who perished, one might crudely assert that their lives held no significance for him. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the Pope for his ruthless actions. Were it not for the Pope's relentless demeanor, Kato would not have risked his life in opposition to them. Kato's perennial belief was that people could do as they pleased, for he had neither the time nor inclination to concern himself with others' fates, provided they did not provoke him. Otherwise, it would end in mutual destruction. Do not mention it. Our actions were solely for our own benefit, Kato declared, having come to an understanding. He chose not to engage further with the conflicted Joanna and turned to depart. Wait. Joanna suddenly called out to Kato as he turned, a look of confusion on his face. She continued, in gratitude, we are willing to offer a portion of the wealth accumulated by the omnipotent church over the years. We hope you will accept. Then thank you, Kato replied with an indifferent demeanor. He certainly would not decline her offer, even had Joanna remained silent. He and his crew would have plundered the treasures, as he had promised the other pirate crews, and his own crew was in dire need of funds. Joanna, being astute after years of being a saint, understood that without her intervention, Cato's crew would have emptied the church's coffers. By making the offer, she inadvertently made it awkward for them to act upon their initial intentions. However, Cato was unconcerned. A smaller sum would suffice, serving as compensation for the mysterious island. One must not act too ruthlessly, and Joanna likely dared not offer too little. Otherwise, Cato would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. Humph! How can you be so ungrateful? Sister Anna was kind enough to express her gratitude, and you respond with such disdain. Princess Xiuanyo remarked, observing Cato's lack of appreciation. What? Am I to kneel and thank the saint for her immense kindness? Cato retorted, astonished that the princess would seek to champion justice, her naivety evident. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Xiuanyo pondered seriously, nodding in agreement. Dream on. Cato dismissed her innocent musings with a wave of his hand, turning to his crew and instructing them to depart. Xiuanyo was indignant at Cato's rudeness, preparing to reprimand him when Joanna intervened, saying, It's fine. It's not entirely their fault. Let us leave. Though Princess Xiuanyo did not fully grasp the nuances of the situation, she did not pursue the matter further. And they turned to depart. Shortly after Cato and his crew left, they were encircled by captains of other pirate crews. Upon learning of the Pope's demise at Cato's hands, they first lavished him with praise, expressing their gratitude, as their survival was largely due to his actions. Cato exchanged pleasantries with them and instructed them to gather the next day at the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew to divide the spoils before they dispersed to find their respective crews. Later, Cato encountered a large group of individuals, the rescued slaves and prisoners. Their sincerity far surpassed that of Joanna and her companions, many of them overwhelmed with emotion and shedding tears. Cato felt profound sympathy for them and admired their resilience, treating each with utmost respect and never neglecting a single one. He graciously accepted their expressions of gratitude. Among them, he recognized several individuals of significant strength, akin to naval vice-admirals. But one stood out in particular, a man named Heller, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. With an unremarkable visage yet sporting numerous small braids in his hair and a pirate hat, he turned out to be the captain of a pirate crew. Cato was particularly struck by Heller's early arrival at the forefront of the crowd, silently observing Cato's every move while he conversed with others. Initially, Cato assumed Heller was mute. But as the crowd began to thin, Heller approached with a group and introduced himself, expressing a desire to join the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. When Cato inquired why, Heller articulated, First and foremost, you saved us, and we wish to repay that debt. Second, we have nowhere else to go, as many have lost their families, making joining you a favorable choice. Third, your strength is undeniable, deserving of our loyalty. And fourth, we are aware of your impending journey to the New World, which surely requires more manpower. You need us, do you not? Is that not sufficient? It is indeed adequate, Cato responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Heller's analysis was astute, leaving little room for rebuttal. However, Cato ultimately refrained from allowing them to join the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew immediately. Instead, he resolved to permit them to form their own pirate crew, encouraging gradual development, with the intent to unite when the time was right. Cato's decision stemmed from careful consideration. The New World was currently dominated by the four emperors, who were at the zenith of their power. Even if they were to join him, they would remain no match for the four emperors. Thus, it was prudent to develop in obscurity for the time being. Should they join the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew at this juncture, Cato knew the four emperors would not allow their existence to threaten them, seeking opportunities to extinguish such a threat. Moreover, accommodating such a large number of individuals aboard the Free Wings was impractical, especially lacking a secure base. It was best to wait for a more opportune moment. Ultimately, Cato assured them that they were now considered members of the pirate crew, albeit discreetly, awaiting the right moment to surprise their enemies, even though their identities remained unknown. Having embraced them, Cato engaged in further discussions regarding the fate of the rescued individuals. Many had known one another after years of confinement, with most desiring to return home. Cato ultimately decided to establish 2 pirate crews, facilitating the return of those wishing to go home, while those wishing to join the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew could remain aboard, returning to the New World to reunite with their comrades afterward. In the end, all agreed to Cato's plan, for after years of confinement, returning home felt like a long-awaited respite, akin to a relaxing holiday. There could be no better outcome. Chapter 87. Not dead? At the port of the mysterious island, aboard the ship Freedom's Wing. After bidding farewell to everyone, Cato and his companions returned to the Freedom's Wing. Following an intense battle, they were all exceedingly fatigued. Once aboard, they had dinner and then retired for the night. The following morning, they awoke early, enjoyed breakfast, and lingered over tea, savoring this rare moment of leisure. With the flower monk also present, how shall we deal with the mechanical priest and right martial god we captured? Reki inquired, sipping her tea while jotting notes. Cato did not respond directly but turned the question back to them. What are your thoughts? Of course, we should kill them. What purpose would they serve alive? The others nodded in agreement, with only Fiki asserting this conclusion. Then it is decided. We shall execute them. Cato, after a moment of contemplation and seeing the silence of his crew, made the judgment. There was no dissent regarding this. Very few among pirates could claim the title of true saints. Although Cato had not originally intended to kill them, a sudden realization compelled him to make that choice. This realization stemmed from the events of that morning. Cato had intended to revert the absorbed powers from the battle back into their respective devil fruits. Upon completion, he discovered he had only regained 6 devil fruits: the paramecia-type fat and thin fruit, the note fruit, the soul-snatching fruit, the flash fruit, 1 stinky fruit, and finally, a zoan-type wild rabbit fruit. The fallen angel fruit of Naga had been absorbed, and the emergence of the stinky and rabbit fruits was not surprising, given the casualties they had inflicted. However, the Pope's word fruit had not materialized. Cato had been too preoccupied to notice previously. But the jade pendant possessed an automatic absorption capability, so its absence was inexplicable. The only conclusion was that the Pope had not perished. Reflecting on the moment he had slain the Pope, Cato recalled that the Pope had uttered a few rapid words, which he had failed to catch. Moreover, he felt the act had been alarmingly effortless, an indication that those words were significant. The Pope's fruit was indeed the word fruit. And Cato found it hard to believe he lacked any life-preserving abilities, especially as he had offered no resistance at the moment of his death, which was exceedingly strange. While the Pope was not truly dead, but feigning death, the restoration of the mysterious island's residents' memories indicated he had paid a severe price. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to maintain his skills. Thus, upon discovering that the Pope was alive, Cato, though unaware of the Pope's current state or whereabouts, was certain that this adversary would seek revenge on him. Hence, Cato would not leave his core members behind. They could potentially be found by the Pope, which would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Cato believed that having defeated him once, he could do so again. Although not fearful, he would not underestimate the threat. However, Cato could not express these thoughts openly, given the presence of the flower monk. There were many matters that were better left unexplained. While he had faith in the flower monk, some core secrets, particularly those regarding the absorption and restoration of devil fruits, must remain undisclosed. After slaying 2 individuals, Cato had gained an additional mechanical fruit, marking this as a significant haul. The worth of these fruits could easily amount to billions of berries, a fortune that must be kept discreet until their next voyage. Wait for me, Cato. I swear you shall meet a grim fate if I do not kill you. Meanwhile, aboard a pirate ship in the Grand Line, a furious figure was devouring a feast while hurling curses at Cato. Hurry up, chef. Are you seeking death? I cannot sustain this alone. You are all worthless. Yes, great one. I have already urged them, a trembling crew member stuttered, glancing nervously at the lifeless body nearby, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That body belonged to their former captain, now deceased by the hands of this man, who had dispatched their once invincible captain without a fight, leaving them in disbelief. Yet this demon spared their lives, declaring his intent to take over the ship, proclaiming himself its new captain. While they breathed a sigh of relief, the thought of living alongside this monster filled them with dread. No one dared to resist, for his power was overwhelmingly terrifying. With merely a word, their vice-captain had fallen to his wrath. To them, he was a devil, a true demon. You have not guessed incorrectly. This man was indeed Pope Peter, who had survived and fled here, commandeering a pirate ship and declaring himself captain. At the moment Cato had aimed to slay Peter, he had reacted swiftly. However, in that fleeting moment, Peter was more familiar with Naga's abilities than Cato. Recognizing there was no chance for resistance, death was certain. Thus, he activated his life-preserving skill. Peter's skill was the ability to create a clone, akin to the primordial spirit of ancient Chinese Taoist practitioners. The newly manifested Peter retained only the powers of the fruit, conqueror's haki, and observation haki, but at a diminished capacity. His physical form was entirely new, resulting in a significant loss of ability. Consequently, he could only activate the clone while uttering the words for concealment and escape. The disappearance of his previously utilized memory seal stemmed from both his halved abilities and the nature of his fruit-S power. which would dissipate if the distance became too great. This was why the residents of the mysterious island were forbidden from leaving its confines. Aware he was outmatched, Peter fled. And just as he was on the brink of exhaustion, he encountered this pirate ship. He swiftly eliminated the captain and vice-captain, claiming the position of captain himself, now indulging in a hearty meal to regain strength. However, the composed, learned, and gentlemanly Pope was no more. He had transformed into a ruthless, bloodthirsty demon. Evidently consumed by hatred, now embracing the life of a pirate. Cato, you seek the new world, do you not? I shall await you there. And I promise you a grand surprise. Peter chuckled coldly after taking a swig of alcohol, envisioning the day Cato would tremble in fear at his return. This elicited a shiver from his cautious crew, uncertain of what nefarious plans their new captain might concoct, praying fervently that they would not be the next victims. Chapter 88. The division of spoils on board the Freedom's wing. After Cato had restored the mechanical fruit, Joanna promptly arrived with a token of gratitude, primarily consisting of gold, silver, and jewels, along with a substantial sum of berries. Lechi meticulously documented the items, estimating their total worth to be over 20 billion berries. Cato and his companions were utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of numerous chests brimming with wealth. Cato speculated that this treasure might represent no more than a third, or even less, of the all-powerful church's riches, highlighting the immense wealth possessed by the organization. This bounty was acquired through their exploits, and given that the all-powerful church was under the protection of the world government, it was likely they also had to pay tribute. Cato found himself enviously contemplating the Pope's fortune, realizing that robbery was indeed one of the swiftest means to acquire wealth. However, today, the spoils would favor Cato and his crew. One must not underestimate this amount. It represented several centuries of the all-powerful church's wealth. Cato himself felt it was somewhat inadequate, considering that merchants frequented the island in droves, and surely they must have amassed considerable fortunes. The reason for the limited haul, Cato deduced, was likely due to the substantial tributes paid to the world government each year, ensuring their safety. The sight of berries sent Chopper and Beppo into ecstatic fits of joy as they rolled about in the pile. I like it, exclaimed the flower muck, clutching the gold and jewels with an unyielding grip. It's all ours. Lechi, the avaricious treasure seeker, sparkled with delight, finally relieved from financial woes. This was a trove of wealth unlike any she had ever managed. Ahem, but we must remember to share. Lechi's daydream was abruptly interrupted, her expression shifting to one of annoyance as she glared at Solanka, exclaiming, "Damn you. Can't you let me enjoy this for a moment longer? Why must you bring up such matters?" Meanwhile, Cato discreetly summoned Joanna aside, informing her of their recent acquisition of a devil fruit, presumably the mechanical fruit, and inquiring if she had any interest. This was an obvious question, considering that the majority of the island's structures were metallic and in dire need of repair, a concern that had been troubling Joanna immensely. Thus, Cato sold the fruit to her at a friendly price of 1 billion berries. Though Joanna was displeased, she had no choice but to accept, knowing she could not overpower him and had to part with her coin. Upon Joanna's departure, Cato returned to find his companions engrossed in animated discussions about the newfound wealth. Shortly thereafter, various pirate captains, including Cast and Catherine, arrived with their crews. Even the notoriously proud lightning swordsman made an appearance. Their eyes widened in glee upon witnessing the troves of riches on deck, a clear indication of their exceptional fortune. This windfall is thanks to the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Otherwise, we might have lost our lives, let alone any treasure, a burly captain remarked sincerely. Another captain echoed. Indeed, without Lord Yama, we would have perished long ago. Therefore, I propose that the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew take at least half. I cannot in good conscience accept otherwise. The first captain continued. Not at all. Everyone has played their part. It would have been impossible for us alone to defeat the all-powerful church, Cato interjected promptly, recognizing the necessity of humility despite their shared truth. Cato could assure them that none of the praise was orchestrated by him. He did not even know the captain who had spoken. Yet this captain exhibited commendable awareness of the situation, indeed, a talent. With so many captains present, how could the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew claim half for ourselves? Let us speak no more of this matter, Cato asserted with righteous indignation, his expression suggesting that any further discussion would provoke his ire. Taking half would be just. Let us put it to a vote. If everyone agrees. You need not be modest, proposed the pirate captain. Very well, let us see a show of hands, the captain declared, raising his own first. I agree. Me too. I as well. Before long, nearly all the pirate captains had raised their hands, with only a few billion berries bounties remaining silent. Of course, I agree, Cato is my idol. Catherine giggled, her tone laced with affection. Agreed, uttered the bloodthirsty werewolf Nate succinctly, valuing brevity. This is the most reasonable course. Had you not suggested it, I would have. Carter Few proclaimed, puffing on his cigar, though his true intentions remained veiled, and Cato harbored doubts about his sincerity. Carnus remained silent, merely raising his hand to indicate agreement. All that was left was Cast, who, unlike the others, surveyed the room before exclaiming, "Why do you all look at me? You've all agreed. Would my dissent matter?" Indeed, it would not. Well, since everyone has consented, Cato cannot refuse this time, can he? It would be against the will of the people. The previous captain chuckled, his laughter echoing. Fine, since everyone insists, if I were to disagree, it would be a slight against you all. I shall agree, Cato relented, though his reluctance was palpable, as though the decision was forced upon him. The art of subtle pretension was not lost on Sinbad, who quietly acknowledged Cato's predicament with a thumbs up, prompting Cato to roll his eyes in exasperation. Blasted, you saw right through me. Half of more than 100 billion berries. Cato mused that he would not need to worry about finances for a long while. This could serve as starting capital, allowing him to prepare for numerous ventures ahead. A heartfelt gratitude was owed to the all-powerful church. The remaining wealth and treasures were distributed among the other pirates, with each crew receiving their share, naturally. The stronger factions received a greater portion, an unavoidable reality, as power equated to status. Cast, Carnus, and the other crews boasting bounties exceeding 1 billion each claimed half, leaving the rest for the others to divide. Once the spoils were apportioned, the captains bid each other farewell, with many preparing to set sail immediately, while some required additional time for preparations. With newfound wealth, a few wished to indulge for a few more days. However, the island of mystery lay in disarray, undergoing reconstruction under the guidance of the saint. Thus, entertainment was likely scarce. Yet some seemed to harbor ulterior motives, though Cato believed they would soon find themselves outmatched. For Saint Joanna was no ordinary figure. She was a wielder of natural powers. Chapter 89. Farewells and plans aboard the Freedom Wing, once everyone had departed. The air was filled with exuberant cheers as each individual embraced their newfound wealth. With the pretense of modesty now set aside, they reveled in the moment. Each joyous shout a testament to their shared triumphs, all earned at the cost of their very lives. Cato observed their radiant smiles, his heart swelling with happiness. Choosing not to interrupt their celebration, after all, this joy was well-deserved. I am preparing to leave tomorrow. I have greatly enjoyed this time spent with you all. Not long after, the flower monk, having set aside the gold and jewels, approached Cato and scribbled on a piece of paper. In such a hurry? Cato replied, surprised. The flower monk aspired to become the greatest bounty hunter, a path distinctly different from Cato's piratical pursuits. Yet, he had not anticipated departing so soon after the war's conclusion. Despite their brief acquaintance, the flower monk had a remarkable ability to uplift those around him, his presence an unending source of joy. The dragon and phoenix pirates regarded him as a comrade, and Cato felt a pang of regret at his imminent departure. Indeed, so much has transpired here, and I must return to report back. Otherwise, my elders will surely worry, the flower monk admitted, his reluctance evident. Well then, I won't hold you back, but remember, we shall always be partners. Cato extended his fist in camaraderie. The flower monk reciprocated, their fists meeting with a satisfying thump. Haha, of course. For life, my brother. Now I can boast about being the brother of the king of Hell, Cato. Tonight, let us celebrate until we are inebriated. You should bid farewell to everyone. Cato decided to see him off, refraining from any objections. All right. The flower monk chuckled mischievously. He then took the time to say his goodbyes to each member of the crew, their sentiments mirroring Cato's. Even Sinbad, with a cheeky grin, disregarded the glances of others and slung an arm around the flower monk's shoulder, exclaiming, "Without you, it's bound to be a bit lonely. But fear not. We shall have the opportunity to indulge in festivities together again." The crew exchanged glances filled with incredulity towards Sinbad and the flower monk, particularly the women, whose eyes brimmed with disdain. The flower monk, being youthful and less brazen than Sinbad, quickly distanced himself from the remark, writing, "Hey, mind your language. Who has ever indulged in such activities with you? And what does that even mean?" Sinbad, initially hoping for a heartfelt exchange before the flower monk's departure, was incensed by his innocent demeanor. "You think I don't see through your act? Trying to play coy, are we? Watch it. I might just accuse you of slander. I am pure, you know," the flower monk declared defiantly, ignoring Sinbad's threats. "With that lecherous face of yours, who would believe you are pure? You can't even look away from a pretty girl," Sinbad retorted, pointing at the flower monk's face. "That's a personal attack. I cherish inner beauty, unlike you, who only sees the surface." The flower monk shot back, scribbling rapidly in response. Their banter continued, momentarily dispelling the farewell atmosphere, drawing laughter from the crew. That evening, a feast was held at the port, and Cato summoned an elder to join them. Chapter 90. A new bounty on board the Freedom Wing. Cato was still deep in thought. After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to bestow the soul fruit upon him. The rabbit fruit lacked combat prowess, the note fruit required musical knowledge, and was thus unsuitable. The stinky fruit was simply repulsive, and the fat-thin fruit had excessive side effects. Only the soul fruit remained, undoubtedly fitting. Such a unique fruit would ensure Bodhi's significant utility following its consumption. It is crucial to understand that the Navy is not as just as they appear on the surface, and the soul fruit indeed possesses numerous applications. Hey, Cato, Teddy, it's time to eat. As Cato leisurely sipped his fine wine while observing Teddy swim, a loud call rang out from the deck. Setting down the bottle, Cato rose slowly and shouted back, "Coming." However, despite Cato's swiftness, Teddy proved even quicker, leaping out of the water and vanishing from Cato's sight in an instant. Cato mused to himself that it was only during mealtime that this fellow would exhibit any of his abilities, and he promptly made his way to the dining hall. How are Ro and Solanka faring? Upon entering the dining hall, Cato nodded to everyone and turned to Ro, inquiring. Most of the others are fine now. And Solanka awoke today. Her condition is stable with no significant issues, Ro replied, taking a sip of his drink, his expression relaxed and jovial. I shall go check on them. Cato nodded in satisfaction, taking some broth and food from the table before heading towards the infirmary. The Freedom Wing was vast, with many rooms, and despite the number of people on board, several rooms remained unoccupied. This was due to Ro utilizing several rooms for the operating and medical facilities since coming aboard. Now, he and Chopper jointly managed the infirmary. Go ahead, Ro nodded, appreciating Cato's promptness in attending to the injured. After all, not everyone in this world is as eccentric as Luffy, who would dare to run around after surgery. Before long, Cato arrived at the infirmary, which housed both the medical room and the beds. Currently, only Solanka and Bepo were present, while the others rested in the adjacent room, as a tranquil environment is vital for a patient's recovery. Bepo, you should go eat something. You seem to be injured as well. I'll keep watch here. Upon entering, Cato noticed Bepo sitting quietly beside Solanka. Nodding at Bepo with a slight smile, he encouraged. Go ahead, after your meal. You should rest too. Hey, Cato, what brings you here? Solanka grinned at Cato as Bepo nodded and stepped outside. Despite having bled significantly and sustaining multiple fractures, he appeared remarkably spirited. You are a mainstay. As captain, I naturally must come to offer my regards. It's all about formality, right? Cato chuckled widely, bringing a bowl of soup over. You're just going through the motions, aren't you? Solanka, unperturbed by Cato's jest, allowed him to gently prop her up against the headboard while handing her the soup. Her arms remained largely unharmed, so Cato did not need to feed her. Cato, I heard from Bepo that you killed the Pope. The gap between us is growing ever wider. You truly are a monster. Not long after sipping the soup, Solanka gazed at Cato with envy. I doubt you'll surpass me. However, the Pope is likely not dead yet. Cato shared his thoughts candidly with Solanka. Even if he is alive, he is probably incapacitated. If he dares to show his face again, I'll be ready to deal with him. And it'll be the perfect opportunity to test whether his fruit abilities are as formidable as Bepo claims. Truly a battle enthusiast, even while bedridden. Solanka was already contemplating a confrontation with the Pope. Very well, let us wait until your injuries have healed before we discuss this. Cato replied, bemused. Solanka chuckled, not denying it. Seeing that Solanka was fine, Cato then checked on the other injured crew members before turning to leave. In the afternoon, after a hearty lunch, Cato, in high spirits, sat by the bed reading a newspaper. Indeed, the Navy headquarters operates with remarkable speed. Just 2 days ago, they annihilated the omnipotent cult on the mysterious island, and today a new bounty notice is already published in the paper. After examining the bounty notice and the detailed report nestled within the newspaper, Cato scoffed, not angered. The Navy certainly knows how to exploit opportunities while feigning righteousness, clearly coveting the mysterious island while maintaining an air of justice. King of Hell, Cato, bounty, 650 million berries. Cloud Knight, Marks, bounty, 400 million berries. Demon Child, Solanka, bounty, 350 million berries. Beast Swordsman, Doma, bounty, 110 million berries. Sharpshooter, Chinchao, bounty, 100 million berries. Devouring Monster, Fiki, bounty, 50 million berries. Shapeshifting Sorceress, Leichi, bounty, 20 million berries. Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, bounty, 18 million berries. Boxer, Feli, bounty, 15 million berries. Bearman, Beepo, bounty, 10 million berries. Little Sorceress, Anna, bounty, 5 million berries. Upon reviewing the bounties, Kato was not surprised by the increases for Marks and Solanka. Chinchao, having claimed numerous lives with precise shots, and Doma, having consumed a Zoan fruit, experienced rapid enhancement, making their high bounties unsurprising. The others, like Mona and Sibad, received token increases of only 5 million. Kato scoffed again, tossing the bounty notice onto the nearby table. He found no fault with the bounties of others, and his own was acceptable as well. However, Kato saw through Sengoku's intentions at a glance. Previously, Kato had battled the tyrant Kuma for several days and nights. Yet this only attested to Kato's formidable strength without inflicting any damage on the Navy. No one bore witness to the fight, allowing Sengoku to conceal the information to maintain the reputation of the Seven Warlords. After all, the Seven Warlords are acknowledged pirates by the Navy, and their status must remain unshaken. Unless Kato had killed Kuma, Sengoku would certainly have kept the matter under wraps. This explains why, for Crocodile, the Navy attributed the accomplishments to Smoker, the Smoke Man. Furthermore, following the defeat of Moonlight Moria, Sengoku did not increase Luffy's bounty due to Moria's failure. Instead, he dispatched Kuma to eliminate all witnesses to the event. Thus, the cunning of Sengoku is laid bare. Chapter 91. Setting sail again, in the competitive island on the wings of freedom, Kato pondered the recent bounty. Having arrived at the mysterious island and vanquished the omnipotent church, the Navy had reported the island as a testament to their strength, thus justifying their pursuit of Kato and their claim to the island. Previously, they had even killed Max's former superior, Kuss, without any Navy report, which was why Kato smirked. He was indeed a cunning strategist of the Navy. What's wrong? Who has offended you? Just then, Reki entered and noticed Kato's sardonic smile, looking perplexed. Haha, nothing. It's just that our rest period might turn out to be rather lively. Kato grinned and casually replied, returning to his reading of the newspaper. Hey, Kato, I've collected some rare surgical instruments from the island. Is that all right? At that moment, Luo entered, holding a long knife with a cheerful expression directed at Diamond. What's there to fear? You're a doctor. Do as you see fit. By the way, congratulations on also being wanted. Kato chuckled, handing over the bounty notices scattered across the table as Luo entered. Haha, I didn't expect our initial bounties to be quite substantial. Not bad at all. Luo examined the notices one by one and then looked up at Kato and Reki, laughing heartily. The Death Surgeon, that has quite a fitting moniker. But why has Reki's title become the Shape-Shifting Witch? It suits you well. Though, haha. Indeed, it's quite fitting. Reki chuckled, momentarily taken aback by Luo's boisterous laughter. She unexpectedly accepted the title with a nod and a smile. Yours is excellent too. The Death Surgeon. Quite fitting. Reki smirked, as if recalling something, shooting a subtle smile at Luo. The Navy rarely bestowed pleasant titles upon pirates. Kato's initial title of the Evil Star was rather disgraceful, if he hadn't revealed it himself. The Navy likely wouldn't have changed it. Titles like Reki S and Luo S were pleasant, while others like Fei G's Devouring Monster, Fei Li S Boxer, and Doma S Beast Swordsman lacked any flair or gravitas. However, there were also appealing titles like Max's, which he had earned while concealing his identity. Otherwise, he would probably still be called the traitor. Kato, we've indeed gained quite a lot this time. Reki suddenly remarked. Indeed, Kato and Luo were puzzled by her meaning. Yet the sheer amount of berry was undeniably significant. If we had raided the omnipotent church ourselves, we would have surely amassed even more, not just berry but gold, silver, jewelry, and probably many other treasures. Such a pity. Reki expressed her disappointment. Kato and Luo exchanged glances, speechless. Her avarice was evident, as even with so much, she still yearned for the riches of the omnipotent church. However, given the devastation they had already inflicted upon the mysterious island, Kato couldn't bring himself to further exploit it, so he remained silent while Reki left, looking disheartened. Kato then retrieved a devil fruit, contemplating who to bestow it upon. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shouted toward the ship's upper deck. Beepo. What is it, Captain? Beepo soon appeared, looking curiously at Kato. Hiki, Beepo. I have something wonderful for you. Kato grinned, presenting the devil fruit to Beepo. You've seen Luo's devil fruit power? Haven't you? Aren't you envious? Look, here is your chance to become a superhuman. How about the plum slimming fruit? It'll make your opponents emaciated during your fights. Who could possibly stand a chance against your skills? Bepo stood there, momentarily stunned, his mouth agape. Suddenly, Kato chuckled and squeezed the fruit, forcefully shoving it into Bepo's mouth. Tada! This fruit is no ordinary one. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with it. I'm truly generous. With satisfaction, Kato patted Bepo's head, hastily scribbled the fruit's information on a piece of paper, handed it to Bepo, and made his way to the upper deck. Poor Bepo was unwittingly turned into a novice, left to ponder whether this was a blessing or a curse. Nonetheless, this fruit was indeed well-suited for Bepo. The plump slimming fruit would cause one to gain weight, which posed no adverse effects for Bepo, who was already quite stout. Moreover, as he relished combat, this fruit would significantly diminish his enemy's strength, granting Bepo a considerable advantage. Thus, Kato had cleverly persuaded Bepo to consume the plump slimming fruit. Later, Kato distributed the animal-type rabbit fruit and the stinky fruit among the crew. Although these fruits were not particularly impressive, Kato desired each member to possess remarkable abilities, which, while unattainable, still surpassed the ordinary. As for the final note fruit, Kato chose to withhold it for the time being, awaiting the arrival of a musician on board. In the days that followed, Kato and his crew opted to remain, allowing their comrades to recuperate while engaging in training, primarily awaiting Sarenka. Following the recent battle, everyone had gained much insight into their shortcomings and flaws, making the most of this time for improvement. Thus, the days were far from dull, and everyone remained earnest in their efforts. They lingered on the island for over a month, during which Navy ships patrolled the vicinity of the mysterious island. However, any vessel that ventured too close was swiftly dealt with by Kato and his crew. They were still not far from the entrance of the Grand Line, and Sengoku had no intention of dispatching elite forces to pursue Kato and the others, recognizing that it would require at least an admiral's strength to contend with them. And even then, one alone would not suffice. Sengoku understood the futility of such a massive endeavor. Meanwhile, other pirate crews had departed, and even those rescued had set sail, leaving the mysterious island with a multitude of ships, mostly former pirates or merchants, selecting a few suitable vessels to make their escape. Of course, Yuri had also consumed the flash fruit and left with them. Kato's proposal to establish an intelligence agency received overwhelming support and gratitude from everyone, as he had provided them with ample berry sufficient for operations. The elderly duo also decided to leave, and Kato resolved to establish the headquarters of the intelligence agency in the Sabaody archipelago, a place teeming with activity and abundant sources of information, making it ideal for selling intelligence. However, as this was the backyard of the celestial dragons, it required someone to oversee it. Although Master Rayleigh was present, Kato wished to keep the agency's connection to himself discreet. Thus he hoped the elder would settle in the Sabaody archipelago to protect the agency while also having something to occupy himself with. Without hesitation, the elder agreed and set off with them. Additionally, Kato enlisted the help of the Flower Monk to investigate the whereabouts of Bodhi. It was known that the Bounty Guild's intelligence was unparalleled, and soon news arrived confirming that Bodhi had indeed joined the Navy as a recruit, currently undertaking missions on an island unknown to Kato. Kato entrusted the soul fruit to Yuri, instructing him to deliver it to Bodhi when passing through that island, along with a separate transponder snail for future communication. This task was discreetly assigned to him, unbeknownst to the others. The enigmatic world of pirates remains a mystery, particularly the Long-Leg tribe, exemplified by Salanka, who astonishingly healed within mere days. Following his recovery, Salanka engaged in restorative training alongside Kato and his companions. Kato, now focused on mastering his sword intent, eagerly joined their sessions. He gazed enviously at the old man's swordsmanship, yearning for the day he could cultivate his own. Thanks to Kato's sale of the mechanical fruit to Joanna, the mysterious island's architecture was swiftly restored, regaining its former visage. However, the loss of inhabitants was irreparable, leaving the streets desolate and forlorn. Nonetheless, Kato remained optimistic, believing that from destruction comes rebirth. With the absence of the Pope, the island's sea kings were no longer under control, making it accessible for all. Given the island's reputation, he anticipated an influx of settlers. Moreover, the virtuous Joanna was no ordinary figure. She was well acquainted with influential individuals, including the Vice Admirals Peach Rabbit and Tea Pig, as well as a princess, all of whom would undoubtedly offer significant assistance. That morning, the ship Wings of Freedom set sail early, activating its power systems for departure. After a prolonged period of rest, Kato and his crew were ready to embark on their journey once more. No one was there to bid them farewell. They had essentially said their goodbyes to everyone. The relationship with Joanna was delicate, hence her absence. Let us set off. Kato bellowed from the bow of the ship before turning back towards the beach. At that moment, his call was met with enthusiastic agreement from the crew, evidently strengthened by their shared experiences in battle. The camaraderie forged through war is unparalleled. Hearing their responses, Kato smiled silently, cherishing his companions. As the post-battle fervor gradually subsided, it rivaled that of Luffy and his crew, leaving Kato thoroughly satisfied. Thus, the Wings of Freedom ventured forth once more into the Grand Line. With their previous route altered, they were no longer following Luffy's path and were uncertain of their next destination, allowing fate to guide them, aiming to reach an island before making further plans. However, they were in no rush, lacking a specific goal, and found joy in this adventurous uncertainty. Along the way, they encountered various unpredictable weather patterns, all effectively managed thanks to Shinbat's presence. One day, the ship approached an oddly shaped island, and as Kato and his crew docked, night had already fallen. On board, Mona was preparing dinner while Reichi and Beppo had gone ashore to gather information. The others were either training or relaxing in the dining area. Inside, Ro was idly lounging on the sofa, while Kinko polished his sniper rifle. Kato reclined on his designated sofa, savoring fine wine, with Teddy sitting amicably beside him. Mona, is dinner ready? I'm famished. Theki lazily shouted towards the kitchen, his appetite insatiable. Almost there. We can start as soon as Reichi and the others return. Mona's gentle laughter and the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Here we are. Reichi's voice called out not long after. He and Beppo entered with cheerful expressions. Reichi smiled at everyone before taking a seat at the bar, while Beppo obediently settled back onto the sofa. So, what did you find out? Kato asked, taking a sip of his drink and grinning at Saki. This island is called Competition Island, a place dedicated to various contests. Reichi explained, taking a sip of his drink with a slight smile. The island features a multitude of competition events, and its peculiar shape is due to the numerous tracks and arenas. The locals are passionate about sports, hosting frequent grand tournaments. The record pointer will take 7 days, so we have time to explore. And if anyone wishes to participate, they shouldn't miss out. Upon hearing about the entertainment island, Kato's interest peaked. In his previous life, he had seen Luffy and his crew visit several such islands and had wondered why he had yet to encounter one. Sounds great. Our pirate crew is filled with all sorts of talents. I wonder what the rewards will be, he remarked with a grin. Rest assured, the rewards include not only berries but also special medals from Competition Island and the admiration of beautiful women. Reichi provided detailed information, emphasizing the latter, causing the men present to exhibit longing gazes, while the children and Solanka remained indifferent. All right, we must visit tomorrow. Shinbat loves sports, Shinbat exclaimed, tossing his hair back earnestly. Kato shot him a scornful look. Just you? I bet you're more interested in the ladies. Fantastic. The others shared in the excitement, especially Anna, Beppo, and Chopper, who were overjoyed. They thrived on lively atmospheres, anticipating not only thrilling activities but also delectable treats. After enduring a fierce battle, there was no better destination for the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew than this island, and Kato was equally eager for what lay ahead. Chapter 92, Teddy's Participation. In the days that followed, Diamond and his companions focused on training and caring for the now-conscious Mika and Saki. Having spent over a month on the island, they noted the occasional naval vessels patrolling the vicinity of the Shilon Islands. However, any threats that ventured too close were swiftly dealt with by Diamond and Luo. They were still relatively near the entrance to the Grand Line, and the warring states had not deployed high-tier forces to pursue Diamond and his group. It was curious how the denizens of the pirate world fared. Saki healed within a mere few days, while Mika took over a month to fully recover. Once healed, Saki joined Diamond and the others in their training, while Diamond intensified his own cultivation of energy. One morning, the war god set sail early, activating its power systems for departure. After a lengthy period of rest, Diamond and his comrades were finally embarking on their journey once more. Let us set sail. Diamond bellowed from the bow of the ship, turning to walk towards the beach. With his call, a chorus of agreement erupted from the others, suggesting that the recent battle had deepened their bonds. The camaraderie forged through shared conflict is undeniably the most potent. Diamond smiled silently at the enthusiastic responses, feeling a sense of pride in his companions. As the fervor of battle slowly dissipated, their spirits soared, rivaling even the Straw Hat crew's exuberance. Speaking of the Straw Hats, news had reached them through the papers that 20 days prior, the Straw Hat crew had defeated the dragon and received a bounty of 30 million berries. Just a week ago, Diamond had read that Monkey D. Luffy had been awarded a staggering bounty of 100 million berries. This indicated that Luffy's crew had concluded their battle in Alabasta about a week earlier and were likely either in Skypiea or on Gaia Island. Given the unpredictable nature of maritime travel, it was indeed time to set sail. Thus, the war god once again charted a course towards the Grand Line. Along the way, they encountered several unpredictable weather changes, but with Saki's presence, each challenge was effectively managed. On this particular day, the war god gradually approached an oddly shaped island. And by the time Diamond and his crew docked, night had fallen. On board the war god, Mika was preparing dinner while Saki and Beppo had ventured into town to gather information. In the dining area, Luo lounged idly on the sofa, while Billy polished his dragon bow nearby. Diamond reclined on his designated sofa, enjoying a cigar, while the llama sat anthropomorphically beside Luo. Mika, is dinner ready yet? I'm absolutely starving. The llama called lazily towards the kitchen, its cheerful voice surprisingly resonant for a creature of its kind. This transformation was a result of the surgery Luo had performed on the llama, and the outcome was indeed impressive. Almost done. Just waiting for Saki and the others to return before we dig in. Mika's gentle laughter and the tantalizing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. We're back. Saki's voice soon echoed from outside. Moments later, Saki and Beppo entered with bright smiles. Saki flashed a grin at Diamond and the others before finding a stool at the bar, while Beppo obediently returned to the sofa. So, what did you find out? Diamond inquired, puffing on his cigar and smiling at Saki. Well, this island is called Racing R, a recreational island dedicated to racing, Saki explained with a sip of her drink. Her smile widening. The island boasts a unique type of motorcycle, and its peculiar shape is due to the racetracks. The locals are passionate about racing, so motorcycle competitions are frequent. The record pointers require 2 days, which means we have time to explore, she added with a playful giggle. Chapter 120, The Motorcycle Race Entertainment Island? Billy looked at Saki, perplexed, as she explained. The Grand Line is home to a myriad of islands, akin to the purely commercial islands of the West Lanao archipelago we encountered earlier. Each island is unique due to the influence of magnetic forces. RC Island is a particularly peculiar one. Saki, well-versed in the Grand Line, effortlessly elucidated its wonders to Billy and the others. Indeed, Saki is correct. Just as I previously mentioned the Sky Island, there is also the City of Seven Waters, renowned for its unparalleled shipbuilding technology, which is a city afloat on water. You may encounter these places in the future. Diamond, with a cigar in hand, casually crossed his legs atop the glass table and continued, however. I've never heard of Racing Island before. Let us take advantage of these 2 days to have some fun. Dinner is served. Just then, a light chuckle echoed through the air as Mika, beaming with a smile, approached the dining table with a platter of dishes. Fully healed, Mika retained her alluring appearance. And miraculously, her wounds had left no scars. It was evident how skilled Luo was in the healing arts, given that Mika had recovered from near-fatal injuries within a month. Unblemished. I'm starving. The llama on the sofa complained, visibly displeased, before hastily rushing to the kitchen to assist Mika. I do feel a bit embarrassed. Mika smiled gently as she walked toward the kitchen, unbothered by the llama's complaints. After dinner, Diamond and the others did not immediately log in. Instead, they busied themselves aboard the war god. At the stern of the ship, the llama leisurely basked in the moonlight while Luo diligently controlled several pins, creating diverse artworks. The concentration on Luo's face revealed the difficulty of such training. In the training room, only Saki and Beppo remained. Saki was honing her physical endurance, while Beppo focused on his martial arts. Since Beppo's laser fruit abilities could not be effectively practiced on the ship, he followed Diamond's advice to prioritize physical techniques with his fruit abilities as a complementary skill. Meanwhile, Mika was training her martial arts near the seaside. Having comprehended the observation haki and the essence of karate during the last battle, currently, Mika was in a state of rapid improvement, which prompted her to enter the sea to practice her techniques akin to a fisherman. Even Diamond, who had been lax in his training, spent the past month diligently honing his skills, now immersing himself in the depths of the ocean to enhance his martial abilities. Had it been daytime, one would witness ripples on the ocean's surface, emanating from Diamond's efforts to control his energy, striving toward the realm of breaking the river. This breaking was not merely about cleaving the sea, but rather achieving a profound separation. Of course, such a division could not last indefinitely. After training until midnight, Diamond and the others finally washed up and retired for the night. The war god rested peacefully at the port through the night. The following day at noon, after finishing their training and breakfast, Diamond and the others set off lightheartedly towards the island. Within 5 minutes, they witnessed a fleet of uniquely designed motorcycles whizzing past them. These motorcycles, aside from their colors, were identical in form. The handlebars towered nearly 2 meters high, slanting at an angle, While the distance between the front and rear wheels spanned a full 2 meters, yet the seat was barely half a meter high, despite the tall handlebars. They sloped down to less than a meter above the seat. Each side of the motorcycle featured a long, trumpet-like exhaust pipe. And the overall design bore a striking resemblance to the outdated Harley motorcycles of a bygone era. RC Island was peculiar, with roads sprawling across its surface, some even winding around rugged peaks. From a distance, the entirety of RC Island appeared to be a vast network of roads. Diamond and his companions had no choice but to navigate these roads toward the town. This RC Island is quite a hassle. It was so apparent when we arrived last night. Saki pouted in annoyance, recalling that she and Beepo had not encountered such a situation upon their arrival. Who could have guessed that it would look like this in the daytime? I thought it was intriguing last night. Isn't this quite fascinating? Mika remarked with a slight smile, observing the swiftly passing motorcycles before teasing Saki. Since we're here, we might as well experience it. By the way, who among you is interested in these motorcycles? Billy chuckled, pointing at the distant motorcycles. I am. They look fun. I'll go grab one to try it out. As soon as Billy finished speaking, the llama's eyes sparkled with interest. Aren't you only interested in food? Surprised you have an interest in play as well? Diamond paused, cigar in hand. Looking at the llama with curiosity, Diamond could hardly imagine the scene of the llama racing. It might end with the vehicle wrecked and the llama unharmed. Fool. Life is about eating, drinking, and having fun. The llama shot a disdainful glance at Diamond, replying impatiently. Whoa, you rascal. Ever since the llama learned to speak, its mischievous nature had been fully exposed. Diamond, feeling insulted by the llama's contempt, shouted and swung a punch at it. Moments later, a bump appeared between the llama's horns. Don't hold me back. I want to challenge this rascal, the llama exclaimed, raising its hands as if to box, taunting Diamond, though it had already scurried behind Luo for safety. Hey, I wonder, is your name, llama, derived from your catchphrase? Luo rubbed his head, a smirk forming on his lips as he inquired curiously. My true name is Tibetan Mastiff. Llama is the ridiculous name that Diamond forced upon me. The llama glared at Diamond, raising 2 middle fingers in annoyance. Tibetan Mastiff sounds much better. Such a lack of culture is truly frustrating. Goodness. Hearing this, Diamond fought to suppress his urge to pummel the llama. Ever since it had learned to speak, it had been a constant source of trouble for him. His composure could rival that of a warlord. Heh, llama. Try to tone down the vulgarity. You sound like a thug. Saki laughed heartily, watching the playful banter between Diamond and the llama. I like it. The llama shot Saki a scornful glance, responding with 2 middle fingers. Llama, if you continue like this, you'll lose your charm. Mika, smiling, intervened to calm the fiery Saki, gently advising the llama. Understood. So annoying. The llama, initially poised to retort, rolled its eyes but ultimately succumbed to Mika's influence, mumbling in resignation. If anyone could keep the llama in check, it would undoubtedly be Mika. Not because she was more attractive than Saki, but rather because she controlled the llama's food supply. Chapter 93, The Beauty Pageant on Competitive Island. Multiple contests may occur simultaneously. However, the diligent turtle competition is evidently the most captivating. Shortly after taking their seats, Kato and his companions witnessed the contestants entering, not in their own right, but cradled in the arms of their owners. The diligent turtles, measuring a mere 20 to 30 centimeters, are vibrant and adorably enchanting. As Kato surveyed the scene, he noted a commonality among the entrants. They all appeared rather rotund, their limbs and heads plump, suggesting that the contestants might indeed prefer them to be even heavier to achieve their sluggish intent. Oh, how utterly charming these turtles are! Anna exclaimed excitedly as the diligent turtles made their appearance. Indeed, not only charming but also rather foolish-looking. Feki laughed, pointing at the turtles. Huh, Feki. You might as well compete with the turtles to see who is more foolish. Leichi chuckled, and others nodded in agreement, for Feki was often the subject of their jest, especially since consuming the swallowing fruit had seemingly intensified his foolishness. This left Feki feeling hurt, and he lowered his head in a pitiful display, though his friends were not swayed by his poor acting. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The monthly Diligent Turtle competition is about to commence. Have you placed your bets? A tall, elegantly dressed hostess with a melodious voice announced from the central podium, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Our rules are quite simple. The last turtle to reach the finish line will be crowned the champion. Now, let us welcome our contestants, Ming Ming, Nana, and Benben. Each name was met with resounding applause, and the grand screen displayed each diligent turtle. Kato and his friends, unfamiliar with the contestants despite Zenfia's informative commentary, refrained from placing bets, uncertain of whom to support. Zinfia, a consummate professional, demonstrated her expertise as a top-tier guide, effortlessly recalling details about each diligent turtle. Bang! With the sound of a starting gun, the competition officially began. There was no rush. The grand screen revealed the turtles' expressions as they trudged forward. To call it a run would be a misnomer. It resembled a slow walk. Kato, with his penchant for perfectionism, found himself increasingly anxious. Yet, regardless of his impatience, the turtle's short, pudgy legs could not hasten their pace. The audience's chants resonated not with encouragement, but with pleas to slow down. The competition proceeded at a leisurely pace. It took a full 20 minutes to traverse the 100-meter distance. Ultimately, the title of champion went to the turtle named Binbin. The hostess declared, "Congratulations to Binbin for winning this competition and breaking the previous record of 19 minutes and 50 seconds. Let us applaud him." Binbin proved to be an exceptional contestant. Despite his earnest attempts to accelerate, he remained distinctly slower than his peers, yet he emerged victorious. The applause also extended to the other contestants for their commendable performances. "Now, let us cheer for our Binbin," the crowd chanted. In the midst of the jubilant cheers, Binbin ascended the podium in his owner's embrace. Kato observed through the grand screen that Binbin's expression was not one of elation but rather of sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. Throughout the competition, Kato had watched Binbin struggle to catch up to the other diligent turtles. Perhaps in Binbin's heart, this was not a badge of victory but rather a mark of disgrace. However, the audience remained blissfully unaware of Binbin's true feelings, reveling instead in the joy of his owner. Chapter 94. Live after everyone had viewed the individuals favored by Fiki. Sabat could no longer contain his jesting and remarked, "Fiki, are you selecting a mother or a dream lover?" "Of course, a dream lover," Fiki replied, momentarily taken aback, as if he had not quite grasped the implication. Yet, he soon retorted loudly at Sinbad. "What do you mean by that?" His expression was one of pure indignation, suggesting that Sinbad's comments could lead to an honorable duel between them. Do not misconstrue my words. I genuinely admire your dedication. Your loyalty is commendable." Sabat, ever the tactician, would not concede any ground nor afford Fiki the opportunity to retaliate. Instead, he feigned earnest flattery, which finally led Fiki to relent, allowing him to place a wager on his favored contestant, number 10. Contestant 15 is rather unimpressive, lacking both physique and beauty, though she is indeed quite versatile. After watching for a while longer, Simat finally found someone to his liking, addressing the group, of course, excluding the contestant chosen by Fiki. Upon hearing Sinbat's words, Kato's interest was piqued. This was a beauty pageant, and if what Sinat claimed were true, the competition might indeed be lackluster. Kato also scrutinized contestant 15, who, unsurprisingly, resembled a young girl in the photographs. Her looks were quite ordinary. One might mistake her for a child who had yet to mature, but upon reviewing her profile, he was astonished to discover that she was already 22 years old. As Kato continued to peruse the details, he became increasingly astonished. Contestant 15, named Liv, harbored the ambition of becoming a beauty pageant champion to validate her attractiveness. Remarkably, Liv had participated in over 60 beauty contests but had never placed, yet she remained undeterred, entering each competition with the belief that someone would eventually recognize her worth. In an effort to enhance her presentation, particularly in the absence of striking looks, Liv had devoted herself to mastering a variety of musical instruments, having learned over 10 by now. This revelation immediately caught Kato's attention. The Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew was currently in need of a musician. To find such a talented individual participating in a beauty contest seemed an egregious waste of potential. Initially, Kato had intended to venture to Sky Island in search of Conies, the girl with the pale yellow hair styled in twin braids and angelic wings, who played the harp on Angel Beach with an innocent disposition. However, the appearance of this girl named Liv presented an equally compelling choice, if not more so in terms of versatility. Yet, Liv's aspiration to be crowned a beauty queen left Kato wondering whether she would consider joining his crew. Moreover, it is worth noting that Sky Island was not under the dominion of Enel, the god of thunder. Kato's interest in visiting the island was primarily due to Enel's rumble fruit. He had little regard for the gold there and was disinterested in historical texts. Thus, even if he intended to go, it would be prudent to wait until Enel was present on the island. However, the duration of that wait remained uncertain, which is why Kato fervently hoped that Liv would choose to join them. The rules of the beauty pageant were akin to those of a past life but more structured. There were no judges. Every audience member had the right to vote. The contest was divided into 3 segments, with the highest scores across these segments determining the champion, alongside the runner-up and second runner-up. The first segment was the swimwear showcase, a favorite among the audience, where each contestant donned swimwear to display their figures. followed by audience voting. The second segment involved a talent display, where each contestant performed an act of their choosing, such as singing or dancing, also followed by audience voting. The third segment featured a fashion showcase, allowing each contestant to wear their preferred attire for the runway, culminating in audience voting. Importantly, there were no restrictions on voting for multiple participants, nor was there any obligation to vote at all. Before long, after Kato and the others had reviewed the contestants' profiles, the host's introduction heralded the commencement of the competition. Now, let us welcome contestant number 1. As the host concluded, contestant number 1 took the stage to thunderous applause. Kato, observing her, could not deny her formidable presence as a contender for the crown. Her figure was statuesque, her complexion fair and beautiful, truly without flaw, especially in her swimwear. She was irresistible, causing Sinbad to remain transfixed, his gaze unwavering as if entranced by the contestant's allure. The contestants merely paraded across the stage, striking a pose before swiftly returning backstage, a rapid-fire succession that delighted the audience. Kato also noted Fiki's favored contestant, number 10, who appeared even more voluptuous in person than in her photographs. Fiki was evidently ecstatic, and Kato found himself perplexed by Fiki's peculiar tastes. He also witnessed the entrance of Liv, contestant number 15. Her youthful appearance had indeed attracted the attention of several less than reputable admirers. Yet it seemed improbable that she would secure a notable ranking. As the beauty pageant unfolded with great fervor, one lovely contestant after another completed her turn. Once the final contestant had finished, the host returned to the stage, inviting all the participants to join her. Excellent. Today's runway was swift. This edition of the beauty pageant has showcased many remarkable beauties, and I suspect the audience is quite dazzled. The host complimented each contestant, even the least favored number 10, whose expression improved slightly. Now, it is time for your votes. Please cast your ballots for your favorite contestants. Remember, you have only 1 minute. As soon as the host finished speaking, Sinbad began pressing the buttons on his voting device frantically, leaving Kato to wonder how many votes he intended to cast in such haste. Meanwhile, Fiki cast only 1 vote, and the others followed suit, selecting their favorites. However, Kato urged them, all of you must vote for number 15. Surely not, Kato. Are you not succumbing to Fiki's influence? How could you develop such peculiar tastes? Sinbad expressed his distaste, and the others echoed his astonishment. Nonsense. Just trust me on this one. I will explain later. Kato, intent on recruiting Liv for his crew, felt it imperative to show his support, though he refrained from elaborating to the others. Reluctantly, the group complied, acknowledging Kato's authority as the captain and his superior strength, casting their votes for number 15, with the exception of Sinbad, who, having already voted numerous times, was indifferent to the outcome. The first round concluded without a tally of the votes. They would be revealed only after all 3 rounds had been completed. Thus, the host promptly announced the start of the second round. Chapter 95, The Monster Feki on the Competition Island. The beauty pageant was in full swing, and the second round was soon to commence, revealing a different facet of these lovely contestants. Each beauty showcased her unique talents, even the voluptuous contestant number 10, who surprisingly performed a dance. Kato watched her ample form sway on stage, fearing the stage might not withstand her weight. Fortunately, it held firm against the challenge. It was perplexing, however, that this beauty contest seemed to lack preliminary rounds or elimination stages. Observing contestant number 10 left Kato feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, he was not the organizer, merely a spectator, as the program continued seamlessly until it was time for contestant number 15, Liv. Liv's talent display was a self-accompanied song, a performance that could be deemed as 2-in-1. Her voice was exceptionally sweet, likely a reflection of her youthful appearance, reminiscent of a child, yet undeniably melodious. Had it been solely about talent, Kato would have undoubtedly championed Liv. However, despite the audience's enjoyment during the voting phase, Kato glanced around and noted that very few were casting votes for contestant number 15. Understandably, many had come to admire the beauties, and even contestant number 1, who merely executed a few casual moves, garnered abundant votes. It seemed Liv had merely chosen the wrong venue. Had she participated in a competition like The Voice or Sing China, she would have undoubtedly thrived. In the second round, Kato encouraged everyone to cast a vote for Liv. Although it would not elevate her standing, it served as a form of acknowledgement. The third round promised even more excitement, as many of these beauties hailed from various islands, each adorned in distinctive attire, some even designed by themselves, which greatly broadened Kato's horizons. Once the third round of voting concluded, the host took to the stage after a brief pause, clearly aware of the results. Thank you all for your support of this beauty pageant. The results are now in my hands. Feel free to guess who the winners are, but do shout out loud. the host proclaimed from the center of the stage. Number 1. Number 1. Number 2. Number 10. The host skillfully stirred the atmosphere as the audience shouted out names, with the cheers for contestants 1 and 2 rising notably. Unexpectedly, Kato heard someone calling out for number 10, a display of audacity indeed. Turning to see who it was, he found none other than Feki, who, undeterred by the curious glances of others, stood up enthusiastically waving his arms, seemingly eager for everyone to know he was supporting number 10. Kato and his companions felt embarrassed under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, wishing to rein in Feki but lacking justification. After all, he was merely supporting his favored contestant. However, the surrounding audience evidently disapproved of Feki's eccentricity, vocally rallying for other contestants in an attempt to drown out his voice. The saying "unity is strength" proved true, as Feki's voice was quickly overshadowed by the cheers, leaving him feeling quite disgruntled, lamenting the unfairness of numbers. Yet, Feki was far from meek. He immediately activated his fruit ability. Drawing in a deep breath, he opened his mouth to an extraordinary size of approximately 1 meter and bellowed, "Number 10. This proclamation was so thunderous it stunned the crowd, silencing the entire arena. All eyes turned in astonishment toward the source of the sound, where they beheld a mouth of immense proportions. Wow, a monster. Run. The monster is going to eat us. After a moment of stunned silence, the audience quickly regained their senses, shrieking and fleeing in panic, particularly those who had been watching Feki with disdain, many fainting from fright, leaving Kato and his companions nearly alone in an instant. Even the contestants on stage were drenched in cold sweat, with contestant number 10 trembling in fear. Realizing that the monster had called her number, a thought crossed her mind. Could this monster have set its sights on my beauty? Oh no, I'm done for. And indeed, she fainted. Unbeknownst to her, she had accurately guessed Feki's intentions. Kato, taken aback by the chaos, quickly delivered a punch to Feki and scolded. Have you lost your mind? I'm sorry. Feki had not anticipated the turmoil his shout would cause, especially with his crush having fainted. He promptly retracted his ability, bowing his head in apology. The host, though initially surprised, was seasoned enough to handle such situations, not like the average crowd. He quickly addressed them. Please do not be alarmed. This is not a monster, merely the result of a devil fruit ability. Stay calm. Trust me, he means no harm. Kato echoed the sentiment, attempting to quell the panic. Although some managed to regain their composure, many continued to flee in terror. Eventually, the arena quieted, albeit with a diminished audience. The competition had to proceed. After the host announced the results and presented the prizes, the beauty pageant concluded hastily. As expected, contestant number 1 claimed the championship, though her smile resembled more of a grimace. One could easily surmise that tomorrow's headlines would be dominated by the big-mouthed monster, leaving little room for the actual winner to bask in glory. The runners-up, numbers 2 and 5, fared better in expression, exhibiting a hint of schadenfreude, relieved that the misfortune had not befallen them. Conversely, Liv, despite not securing a position, felt a sense of joy, as the support she received was evidently greater than before. Her efforts had not gone unnoticed. However, unbeknownst to her, the majority of her supporters were votes cast by Kato and his companions, quite the tragic irony. As the event wrapped up, security personnel rushed toward Kato and his friends, led by a complainant who pointed at Feki and the unconscious individuals nearby, exclaiming, "That's him. He is the monster. Look at the people who fainted. They were scared by him. You must apprehend him." Kato was taken aback by the report but did not resist. Instead, he allowed Feki to accompany them, recognizing that clarity was necessary. Being a member of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, it was unlikely they would dare take action against him. Chapter 96. The showy Teddy. Due to the delays caused by Feki's affairs, Kato was unable to search for Liv, who had already vanished into the vast crowd. Reluctantly, Kato had to proceed with a few others to the swimming competition venue, where Teddy's event was about to commence. As the captain and Teddy's owner, Kato could not afford to be late. Prompted by the others, Kato and his companions arrived at the swimming arena, and after some effort, they quickly located the crew members who had already gathered. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our biannual swimming competition. Let us all cheer. A robust host shouted energetically from the stage, directing his finger towards the lined-up competitors. The duration of each swimming competition is brief, yet the contest is incredibly intense. Will there be a formidable contestant who will outpace all others and seize the championship today? Let us await the outcome. Attention participants. The race course on Competitive Island is monitored by phone bugs throughout, so any form of cheating will not be tolerated. Otherwise, you will face a permanent ban from the competition. The host, with a flushed face, raised his voice through the microphone, warning the racers while attempting to quell the audience's cheers. All right. Contestants, prepare. At the host's signal, the whistleblower at the starting line bellowed into the horn. 3, 2, 1, go. With the blast of the whistle, over 300 participants, including Teddy, surged forward. In this first round, dozens of swimming pools were contested simultaneously, a stark contrast to the separated events of previous eras. Adorned with sunglasses, Teddy appeared relaxed, assuming an early lead, though not by a wide margin. Nevertheless, he occasionally extended a paw towards the audience, showcasing his skills. Remarkable. He has even striking poses during the competition, Mona remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips as she observed the playful Teddy. If only you trained as diligently, Kata scoffed, unimpressed by Teddy's frivolity. Yet, he harbored confidence in Teddy's abilities, having wagered 10 million berries on Teddy's victory, an amount that was already the maximum permissible. Should we watch from here or move closer for a better view? Suggested Luo with a smile, glancing at the enormous screen and then at the direction Teddy had taken. Eager for a closer look. Let us stay here. If we go over, that guy will be even more full of himself. Reki protested loudly against Luo's idea, insisting that watching the competition comfortably was preferable. I agree, the atmosphere here is quite pleasant, Mona nodded with a gentle smile. Thus, swayed by the majority, they remained seated in the audience, engrossed in the unfolding race. Meanwhile, Teddy, with a gleeful expression, was vigorously propelling himself forward, seemingly without effort. The competitive island's preliminary race course spanned 200 meters, yet these seasoned swimmers were no novices. Teddy adeptly shifted through strokes, darting ahead like an agile eel, covering the distance in mere moments. It was not that Teddy's swimming technique surpassed the others, rather, he had simply accelerated to his maximum speed. Though Teddy typically refrained from any combat, his strength made such competitions trivial for him. The other racers, on the other hand, were far too cautious to treat the event so lightly. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that Teddy was leading the pack, as Teddy maintained his first position. A competitor behind him scoffed and immediately increased his speed, unwilling to accept being outpaced by a dog. However, he could not catch up to Teddy, and in a fit of frustration, he reached out towards Teddy, seemingly willing to risk a foul. Bang! Teddy smirked and dived away in a peculiar manner, evading the grasp while simultaneously accelerating like a rocket, leaving no opportunity for the other competitors. The audience was caught off guard, realizing that Teddy had not even reached his top speed, and the gap created was insurmountable, rendering any attempts at cheating futile. The first round concluded swiftly, with Teddy effortlessly securing the championship. Amazing! Chopper exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, having not anticipated Teddy's swimming prowess, especially given his relatively short tenure with the crew. That's all he is good for, Kato retorted, unable to resist commenting. Teddy is only good for swimming and eating. Teddy's triumphant first-round victory elicited thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Hearing the roaring approval, Teddy's tail wagged exuberantly as he waved at the crowd, his expression radiating as if he had already clinched victory. Such a show-off. Kato sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, feeling a tinge of frustration within. He wondered if the peculiar name he had given Teddy had contributed to his eccentric behavior. Hee, Beepo, why don't you go up and compete against Teddy? Reki teased, playfully tugging at the snack in Beepo's hands as she inquired. Teddy is my senior. He joined the ship long before I did. How can I disrespect him? Beepo replied blankly, glancing at the snack bag that Reki had snatched away. Don't look at me like that. Just look at how much fatter you are than me. I've told you before, you need to lose weight. I'll take care of that snack for you, Reki said dismissively, devouring the snack she had taken from Beepo. Since consuming the chubby fruit, Beepo had indeed gained quite a bit of weight, much to Kato's surprise. Yet this chubbier version of Beepo was undeniably more endearing. Here. Have mine, Beepo. Mona smiled, narrowing her eyes playfully as she offered her own snack. Thank you. Beepo replied dazedly, accepting the treat with gratitude, casting a wary glance at Reki before slowly enjoying it. Meanwhile, Kato and the others were uninterested in competing for snacks with Reki. Kato reclined in his seat, dozing off, confident that Teddy would claim victory. The others, however, remained captivated by the large screen. Even though they could easily match Teddy's level, the image on the screen shifted, now focused on the champion of the first round, Teddy. Chapter 97. Champion Teddy. Ladies and gentlemen, before you unfolds the replay of the first round featuring the champion Teddy, who has left all other competitors far behind. The host on stage suddenly raised the microphone and exclaimed, pointing at the large screen, this is a scene captured by the talkbug. Although Teddy is an animal, it is evident that his speed and swimming skills surpass those of any past competitor, exhibiting an elegance and swiftness that is truly remarkable. Let us cheer for him. Oh, 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 oh. Upon hearing the host's introduction, many in the audience shouted Teddy's name, illustrating the immense popularity he has garnered in just over a minute. It is worth noting that Teddy is the first animal to participate in a swimming competition and has effortlessly claimed victory in the first round. While it remains uncertain whether Teddy will swim flawlessly in the subsequent rounds, his achievement of winning the first round in just over a minute is nothing short of miraculous. It is no wonder the audience erupted in fervent applause for Teddy. Goodness, how can anyone sleep through this? Grumbled Kato, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. You're missing such an exciting competition and all you do is sleep. What a pig. After finishing her snacks, Leichi swiftly grabbed the treats from Kato's lap and called out to him. Hey, you're the one who resembles a pig, always eating. Kato retorted loudly, shaking his head in disapproval. Call me a pig, and I'll show you who's really a pig. Do you have a problem with that? Leichi stood up with a scowl, delivering a punch to Kato's head. Kato yelped, attracting the attention of nearby spectators, which explained Leichi's explosive reaction. Couldn't he care less? Kato, unfazed by Leichi's punch, simply continued to rest his head, dismissing her. Humph, what are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Leichi exclaimed impatiently. Noticing the onlookers. She really is a fiery woman, murmured Solanka with a subtle smile. Just as her words left her lips, Leichi shot a fierce glance in her direction. Not wishing to embarrass herself, Solanka promptly sealed her lips and turned her serious gaze back to the large screen. Such a scene elicited a bemused shake of the head from Ming-Na, acknowledging Leichi's tempestuous temperament. After a brief respite, the second round of the competition commenced. Numerous contestants were ready to challenge Teddy, each determined to ensure that an animal would not lead the race. They were eager to redeem themselves, though their intentions were commendable. Teddy swiftly doused their ambitions as the race began. Like a dart, he shot forward, seizing the lead once again, decisively proving that his initial victory was no mere stroke of luck. Teddy, Teddy, Teddy. The fervent cheers rose in waves, echoing throughout the venue as the race neared its climax. Teddy maintained his commanding position, flawlessly surging towards the final stretch, leaving his closest competitors trailing by a significant margin. Ultimately, he once again emerged victorious. Teddy, Teddy. This time, the applause was even more thunderous, as Teddy's triumph captivated the hearts of all present. Everyone understood that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Teddy was destined to claim the championship today. After another brief intermission, the finals arrived, and anticipation filled the air. If Teddy were to win, it would undoubtedly spark numerous discussions. Soon, the match commenced. Although only 10 competitors advanced to the finals, they were undoubtedly the most formidable of the two rounds. It was clear that the ensuing competition would be intense. However, once the race began, it became evident that Teddy was in a league of his own, as the other contestants seemed to have already conceded defeat. Chapter 98. The Star Teddy. A dark horse emerges in the swimming competition. The competitive island swimming championship witnesses the most unprecedented upset in history. The championship was surprisingly won by a dog. Animals competing in swimming events, shattering historical records to claim victory. These are some of the headlines from the newspapers, complemented by captivating photographs of Teddy standing on the podium. Other newspapers reported similarly. Has competitive island been invaded by monsters? What could this mean? The truth behind the appearance of monsters at the beauty pageant. Are monsters targeting beautiful contestants for malicious intent? These articles were paired with images of the astonished Feiji Zhang, capturing the chaotic moments that surprisingly someone managed to photograph. The following morning, Kato and his companions chuckled heartily at the news regarding competitive island, which prominently featured Teddy and Feiji as their stories piqued the public's curiosity. While Teddy's achievement of winning the swimming championship was largely met with positive coverage, emphasizing his status as an animal that broke records, Feiji's reports were somewhat exaggerated. Kato skimmed through the articles, finding them mostly to be sensationalized fabrications. Feiji had returned promptly after making a statement to the security personnel, clarifying everything. It was shocking that the news outlets would sensationalize the event so shamelessly. This reminded Kato of his past life, where sensationalism reigned supreme. If there were no photos, there was no truth, and the only ones deceived were the public. After breakfast, Kato chose not to rewatch the competition with the others, but instead led Reki and Teddy to seek out the competitive island work group, with the intention of finding Liv's residence. Having missed the opportunity the previous day, locating a single individual in such a vast place as competitive island proved to be quite challenging. Thus, Kato and his companions decided to seek assistance. Since their large bus had been driven off by someone else, they were left with no choice but to walk to the location where they had rented a car the day before. They rented a vehicle suitable for 4 people once more, with Kato as the driver. although it was his first time driving in this life. The vehicle was exceedingly simple for Kato, who had obtained his license during university in his past life. He navigated effortlessly to the arena. Upon parking, Kato and Reki exited the vehicle and headed toward the arena. "Wow, isn't that the contestant Teddy from today's news?" exclaimed a girl with a few freckles, who immediately recognized Teddy among a group of girls eager to watch the competition. "Yes, it really is him. I saw the news. He is incredible," another girl exclaimed excitedly. "I really regret not attending the live competition. This morning, I was just boasting to Karaji," remarked another girl, visibly displeased, referring to her brother who had watched the swimming event yesterday. "So what? Let's go over and take a photo with him. Your brother will be so envious," suggested the freckled girl. "Sounds good. Let us go together." The girl quickly agreed. Though feeling a bit shy, she invited the others along. "Let us go." The rest readily accepted, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. They approached Kato and stated their intentions. Kato and Reki turned their gazes towards Teddy, astonished to see how popular he had become on competitive island, even attracting fans for photographs. Teddy basked in the adoring glances from the girls, instantly striking poses and enthusiastically agreeing to their requests, much to the girls' delight. "Ah, what a world it is. Even dogs can become celebrities," Kato and Reki observed from a distance, unable to restrain their sarcasm. Indeed, even the infamous King of Hell is left unnoticed at the sidelines. "Isn't that a blow to his ego?" Reki chuckled, glancing at Kato with a teasing expression. "Humph, do I need such fans?" Kato would never admit to feeling a twinge of jealousy over Teddy's newfound fame. He could only blame the girls for their ignorance and naivety. "Haha, that is good." Reki, noticing Kato's displeasure, decided not to expose him, considering Kato's position as captain warranted a bit of discretion. Suddenly, a well-dressed woman exclaimed, "Oh, Teddy, I love you. May I take a photo with you too?" Kato and Reki had thought the excitement would end with the departure of the girls, but to their surprise, more individuals arrived, including a glamorous lady whose admiration drew the attention of many onlookers. What a slap in the face. Kato had just dismissed the admirers of Teddy as Navi girls, only to be proven wrong by the emergence of a mature woman among the throng, leading to an increasing crowd that made it difficult for Teddy to move. Seeing Teddy's triumphant expression through the crowd directed at him and Reki, Kato felt an urge to stew him for a meal. Before he could act, Reki suddenly suggested, "Why don't we find someone first? It seems like Teddy will be occupied for quite some time." Reminded of their original purpose, Kato nodded at Teddy and departed with Reki. Upon arriving in the hall and inquiring about the location of the beauty pageant's behind-the-scenes team, Kato and Reki soon found themselves standing outside a door marked Beauty Pageant Registration. Kato gently knocked a few times, and a man's voice called from within, "Come in." They pushed the door open and entered. To Kato's astonishment, he recognized the host from the beauty pageant yesterday. The host immediately recognized Kato as well, although he did not know his name. He recognized him as the companion of the person with the devil fruit ability from the previous day. He quickly extended his hand in a warm greeting, introducing himself. "Hello. You can call me Urgent. How may I assist you?" After glancing at Reki, he was instantly captivated and exclaimed, "Are you perhaps here to sign this lovely lady up for the beauty pageant?" Urgent had not encountered a beauty like Reki in quite some time. Not only was she stunning, but her aura was even more impressive. With some training, winning the championship would be a mere formality, sure to revitalize the beauty pageant's popularity. Reki was utterly bewildered by Urgent's words, as Kato had not disclosed their intentions. She immediately believed Urgent's words. Feeling a surge of anger directed at Kato for not discussing this plan with her, her eyes blazing with questions. Chapter 99. Awkward Conversations and Surprises. What do you mean by Urgent? Kato was bemused by the name, thinking to himself, why not call him earlobe or earwax? However, he quickly sensed the killing intent emanating from Leichi and realized she had misunderstood him. He hurriedly clarified, "Please don't take it the wrong way. I have no intention of entering you in a beauty pageant." Seeing Leichi finally relax, Kato turned to the host and continued, "I am here to inquire about contestant number 15 from the last beauty contest. Is there any way you could get in touch with her?" Although Urgent was disappointed that Leichi couldn't participate in the beauty pageant, he reflected for a moment before responding, "Oh, you mean Liv? Certainly. We have detailed information on every contestant. Just a moment, let me check." With that, he stood up and walked into the back room. "Are you interested in that beauty?" Leichi remarked disdainfully after Urgent left. "I didn't expect you to be that kind of person." "What? Is that what you think of me?" "I was merely hoping to invite her to join our pirate crew." Kato explained his intentions. Yet, observing the skepticism on Leichi's face, he added, "If I were truly after a beauty, Would I bring you along? Am I that foolish? Upon consideration, Leichi found this logic somewhat convincing, and she reluctantly began to trust Kato's words. However, she was still puzzled. You want to invite a beauty contestant to join our crew? We already have musicians. This contestant would fit perfectly, but I wonder if she would agree. Kato decided to be straightforward and revealed his purpose. Oh, everyone here knows Liv. What do you need her for? Urgent emerged from the back with the information in hand, casually inquiring as he walked. Liv has participated in so many competitions that it's hard not to know her. Nonetheless, I admire her tenacity, and everyone loves this talented girl. It's nothing. Kato replied, taking the materials from Urgent's hands. After all, dragging a perfectly good girl into piracy would be akin to pulling a student into a gang in the real world. Just as Kato prepared to read through the documents, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Turning around, they were surprised to see Liv herself peeking in. Well, look who has arrived. Liv always comes back the day after a competition to re-register. Urgent chuckled. What's up, brother Urgent? Liv entered, seemingly aware that they were discussing her, and promptly asked. Hello. I'm Kato. I watched your performance yesterday, though you probably don't remember me. Kato quickly introduced himself. Oh, hello. May I ask what you need from me? Liv pondered for a moment, unable to recall ever meeting Kato, as she hadn't paid much attention the day before. I have a matter I would like to discuss with you privately. Would you mind sparing me a few minutes? Kato asked. Feel free to talk here. I'll just step into the back. Don't worry, I won't hear a thing. Urgent wisely excused himself. Once Urgent had left and Liv was seated, Kato gathered his thoughts and began. Liv, I was truly impressed by your talent yesterday. Thank you. Liv responded politely, unaware of Kato's true intentions. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Kato to ask again, by the way, besides beauty contests, do you have any other aspirations? Not really. Liv rested her chin on her small hand, seriously considering the question, but coming up empty. Clearing his throat, Kato felt the tension thicken. He finally understood what it meant to engage in awkward conversation. Hello, Liv. I'm Leichi. Leichi, sensing the uncomfortable silence, interjected directly, the truth is, we are pirates. And he is the captain of our Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. We have come to invite you to be our ship's musician. What do you think? Really? Liv exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course, we. Kato and Leichi, taken aback by her enthusiastic reaction, seemed to fear Liv might doubt their sincerity. Just as he prepared to elaborate, Liv interrupted with an exuberant sure, leaving him utterly bewildered. What just happened? What do you mean sure? Kato asked incredulously. Are you really agreeing? Yes. You invited me to be a pirate, didn't you? I'm in. Liv declared joyfully. But then, noticing the expressions on Leichi and Kato's faces, she added warily. But you can't back out on me. Kato was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, utterly confused as to how Liv had latched on to them. He asked, why did you agree so readily? However, upon finishing his question, Kato realized it sounded somewhat foolish. He had invited her, after all, and had no right to be surprised by her acceptance. He quickly rephrased, what I meant to ask is why you agreed so easily. I understand. Liv chuckled at Kato's bewilderment. My dream has always been to be a pirate. Unfortunately, I have no skills, which is why no crew would want a burden like me. But you actively invited me, so how could I refuse? Kato was astonished to learn that Liv's dream was to become a pirate. Recalling that she had not mentioned this before, he exclaimed, but didn't you say you didn't have any aspirations? Feeling somewhat deceived, he was hurt. Well, when you asked me so suddenly, I didn't know your intentions, so I couldn't answer honestly. Liv fidgeted with her fingers, cautiously explaining, as if fearing Kato might change his mind about her. As Kato learned more about Liv, he discovered that her parents had once been pirates. They had met and fallen in love on the competitive island and had ultimately chosen to leave piracy behind for each other. Yet, although they no longer sailed the seas, they often reminisced about their past adventures. In the presence of their beloved daughter, they could not show any regret, instead emphasizing the hardships and dangers of a pirate's life to hide their true feelings. However, Liv, being a perceptive child, sensed her parents' nostalgia for their former lives as pirates, especially when she often saw them gazing at old photographs and newspapers from their pirating days, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Thus, Liv harbored the dream of becoming a pirate since childhood, yearning to fulfill the uncompleted journey of her parents. Yet, her parents, having experienced the dangers of piracy firsthand, were resolute in their disapproval. They refused to teach her any skills, insisting she participate in beauty contests instead, stating, only if you achieve a ranking will we consider allowing you to pursue a life of piracy. Chapter 100. The musician joins. The agreement between Liv and her parents has been the driving force behind her participation in beauty contests over the years. Although Liv is fully aware that her looks alone will not secure her victory, she remains undeterred, seeking a pirate crew that will embrace her while continuing to compete. However, despite her efforts over the years, she has yet to achieve any ranking, let alone the championship, and no pirate crew has shown interest in her. Just when Liv was on the verge of giving up, she unexpectedly encountered Kato and his companions. Perhaps fate works in mysterious ways. The more one strives for something, the more elusive it becomes, and just as one is about to surrender, it may suddenly appear. To Liv's surprise, their journey unfolded with remarkable ease. Kato joyfully led Reiji and Liv away from the arena. Upon exiting, they discovered Teddy surrounded by fans. Kato and his companions observed from a distance. Noting that Teddy's smile appeared somewhat strained, yet he still seemed to relish the attention. Choosing not to disturb Teddy, they decided to return to the ship, the Free Wing. As for Teddy, he could find his way back alone. Law when pirates are carefree, when pirates are filled with passion, law when pirates have no worries. When pirates joyously worship. That evening, a silly melody drifted from the Free Wing, and upon hearing it, Kato nearly toppled from his chair. Beepo. Change the song. In the next moment, Kato was beside Beepo, delivering a punch without hesitation. With a furrowed brow, Kato glanced at the others who were laughing uncontrollably before swiftly using a shave technique to return to his seat. This song was unbearable, and the lyrics were utterly dreadful. Kato truly could not fathom where Beepo had learned such a tune. The Dragon and Phoenix pirates were celebrating the addition of the musician Liv aboard the Free Wing. And with her presence, the atmosphere naturally turned festive. I'm sorry. Beepo quickly lowered his head in apology after receiving Kato's punch. In truth, he had no desire to sing. The enthusiasm of the others was simply overwhelming. The song was one he had heard a pirate sing when he first emerged, with lyrics and melody that were easy to remember, which was why he had unwittingly picked it up. He had never anticipated being met with such a reaction, and Beepo felt quite disheartened. This silly song is truly suited for you. Kato continued to tease Beepo, delivering another jab. What are you all talking about? A light laugh echoed from afar. Moments later, Liv and Mona approached. Hee hee Beepo, I'll sing with you. After listening to Reiji's recounting, Liv covered her mouth with a slight smile and walked towards Beepo. Seeing someone willing to join him, Beepo cautiously glanced at Kato before bravely handing a microphone to Liv. La when pirates are carefree. When pirates are filled with passion. La when pirates have no worries. When pirates joyously worship. With Liv, a professional singer, joining in. The song resonated beautifully, bringing a sense of ease to Kato and the others, who could almost envision a languid scene. However, after finishing the song, Liv suddenly burst into tears. Though crying, she still wore a smile as she explained, "This is my first time singing with others." Hey Liv, why are you crying? Aren't you singing now? Kato, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples as he attempted to reason with her. Hee, I'm not crying. It just feels wonderful to sing with friends. Upon hearing Kato's words, Liv quickly wiped away her tears and, with a beaming smile, asked Kato, as the captain, "You should sing a song too." "Oh no, how could I possibly sing?" Kato, caught off guard by this unexpected challenge, lamented. He truly had not learned any songs in this life, and in his childhood, he had never had the opportunity. Oh, as soon as Kato finished speaking, Liv's expression fell. Really? Today marks the day our great musician joins us. You must sing a song. Mona, glancing at Liv who appeared on the verge of tears, suddenly nudged Kato with her eyes. After some contemplation, Kato reluctantly furrowed his brow in deep thought, and suddenly, fragments of memories long buried resurfaced in his mind. Have you thought of something? Liv, with a mischievous glint in her eye, asked Kato slyly. Haha, I actually have. It's been so long that I almost forgot. Kato gazed at the sky, his expression one of nostalgia. Those unaware of Kato's age might easily mistake him for an elder based solely on that remark. Sing. Sing. We're all eager to hear the captain sing. The crew, aware of Kato's deep contemplation, urged him impatiently. Oh. Are you all sure you want me to sing? You've definitely never heard this. Kato, snapping back to reality, looked at the surrounding crew in astonishment. The less you've heard, the better. Liv encouraged. Go ahead, Captain Kato. I'm quite curious about your singing prowess. Seeing Kato's lack of confidence, Law smirked, urging him on. Then listen closely. Kato rolled his eyes, stepping up to the microphone with a grin. Two old tigers, running fast. One has no ears, one has no eyes, how strange, how strange. With a smirk, Kato belted out the tune. Many memories from his previous life had faded. And having never been skilled in singing, this was the only song that came to mind. That was actually a song, Reiji said, still in shock. After Kato finished singing, "Hiki, that was amusing. The tune is rather nice." Liv chuckled and picked up the microphone, singing the same song again. Yet, from Liv's lips, it felt as if they had transformed into bumbling tigers. Turns out the song is quite good, it's just the singer. Marx nodded in realization, glancing at Kato but choosing to remain silent. His meaning was clear, even if unspoken. Not bad, not bad. The others nodded in agreement, praising him, though their expressions belied any genuine admiration. "Oh, come on. I'm not a professional singer. How can I compare? My strength lies in combat." Kato, feeling awkward, protested loudly. "Now, let us toast to our pirate crew for finally having a musician join us." Kato laughed heartily, raising his cup high. "Cheers." The others followed suit, raising their cups and clinking them together with equal fervor. Time flies swiftly in moments of joy, especially with Liv's presence, which invigorated the atmosphere. A true celebration was finally taking shape. Chapter 101. Setting sail again. The following morning, as everyone gathered for breakfast, the camaraderie fostered by the previous day's banquet was palpable, with laughter and lively conversation filling the air. "Kato, where shall we head next?" Sinbad inquired, wiping his mouth after finishing his meal. "We have two options. We could return to the original route to Water 7. Or we could take a new path to an island called Bilia." Kato found himself momentarily at a loss. The truth was, he was uncertain of their next destination. Having traversed the Grand Line back and forth, he felt little challenge remained for the Dragon and Phoenix pirates given their current strength. The experiences at Little Garden and Mystery Island had significantly enhanced the crew's abilities, and they had trained sufficiently. Initially, Kato had intended to visit multiple locations in search of more devil fruits, but the unexpected bounty at Mystery Island had exceeded his expectations. He had always hoped to reach Skypiea, yet he had no knowledge of Enel's whereabouts, leaving him somewhat perplexed. However, as captain, Kato knew he had to make a decision. After some contemplation, he proposed, "How about we return to Water 7? It has been quite a while since our last visit, and then we can proceed to Amazon Lily." "What do you think?" "Water 7? Many of us have never been there," the crew expressed, their faces reflecting curiosity. Water 7 is where our pirate crew was established, and it is also the birthplace of the Going Merry. It is a magnificent city upon the water, and for many of our crew, it is home, Reiji explained. "Fantastic. I have yet to visit a city on the water. It must be fascinating," Livy exclaimed joyfully, as it was her first experience of such a place. However, Water 7 clearly intrigued her the most. "I want to go too. This is where our pirate crew was founded. I must see it," Anna added eagerly. The crew members who had not yet visited Water 7 were particularly enthusiastic about the journey, given its sentimental significance. As members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates, it felt essential for them to experience this place. Kato's suggestion was unanimously accepted. For Kato, Max, Solanka, and others, the desire to return was equally strong. It had been over a year since they last set foot there, and they were naturally keen to see how things had changed. Thus, their next destination was firmly set on Water 7. Time passed swiftly on Combat Island, and soon a week had elapsed. This morning, the Going Merry was finally ready to sail once more. The crew had largely spent the week in leisure. Fiki had fulfilled his dream by participating in a racing competition, though regrettably, his skills did not secure him a place among the winners. Others, however, participated in various contests. For instance, Kinko excelled in a shooting competition, easily claiming the championship title. Meanwhile, Mona took part in a cooking contest, also emerging victorious. While the culinary competition at Combat Island lacked the prestige of that at Gourmet Island, it still provided Mona with invaluable experience, leaving her in high spirits. The Going Merry glided gracefully across the sea, while Kato and the others basked in the sun on the beach. Livy was aboard the ship, having secretly slipped away despite her parents' disapproval of her piratical aspirations. At that moment, Livy was playing the violin, and the crew relaxed in their beach chairs, savoring the soothing melodies. The presence of a musician made the atmosphere distinctly different. As her performance concluded, the crew felt a sense of longing for more, but Kato interrupted. "Livy, this is for you. I hope you like it." He handed her a peculiar fruit, adorned with intricate spirals. Confused, she asked, "Kato, what is this?" "This is a devil fruit, specifically the paramecia-type sound fruit," Kato explained. "What? This is a devil fruit?" Livy exclaimed in astonishment, examining the sound fruit closely. Having heard of the rarity of Logia fruits, she looked to Kato for confirmation, still unsure. "Are you suggesting I eat it?" Of course. Kato nodded affirmatively. No, I can't accept this. Livy suddenly returned the fruit to Kato, resolutely refusing. Why not? Don't you want to eat a devil fruit? Kato asked, puzzled, wondering if Livy was unwilling to transform into a duck. It's not that. I've just joined the crew, and I haven't contributed anything yet. How can I accept such a precious devil fruit? It wouldn't be right. You should give it to someone else. Livy finally revealed her reasoning, earning the admiration of Kato and the others. A seemingly delicate girl had decisively rejected the devil fruit, which led the crew to fully embrace her as one of their own. Previously, some may have harbored reservations about bestowing such a gift upon a new member, but in that moment, all discontent dissipated. Kato, though bemused, urged her. The name of this fruit indicates its connection to music. It's not that I don't want to give it to others, but no one else has the ability to harness its powers. Seeing Livy's reluctance to accept, he continued. You are our musician and a delicate young lady. Consuming it would grant you some means of self-defense, which would put us all at ease. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. You should eat it. Reiji chimed in, nudging Livy. Don't let everyone's kindness go to waste. Mona added, winking at Livy. Indeed, eat it. Right now? They all urged. Upon hearing their heartfelt encouragement and gazing into their sincere eyes, Livy finally accepted the sound fruit and took a bite. As she did so, memories of her journey flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her face as she realized she now had companions who cared for her selflessly. Though the devil fruit tasted unpleasant, Livy felt a warmth in her heart as she choked out, Thank you. Thank you all. Remember, this is now your home. Everyone here is your ally, and having so many companions should bring you joy, right? No more tears. Mona comforted her, noticing Livy's tear-streaked face. Yes. Though Livy's eyes were still glistening with tears, a smile broke through as she nodded vigorously. Ah, this atmosphere is so awkward. Why not have one of our lovely ladies perform a dance for everyone? Sinbad suggested with a laugh. Do you genuinely wish to see a dance? Or do you have some ulterior motive? Reiji playfully threatened, clearly having seen through Sinbad's nature. Unexpectedly, Livy, now invigorated by the fruit, interjected, How about I perform a dance? Absolutely. Yes. Sinat seized the opportunity, enthusiastically supporting her. Thus, Livy stepped onto the beach and presented a solo dance. Although her appearance was unremarkable, she danced with an undeniable charm that captivated the audience, who applauded and cheered. From that moment on, Livy truly became a part of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates. Chapter 102, The Return to Water 7. Chapter 159, Water 7, Third Update. After bidding farewell to Jia, Diamond and his companions resumed their journey. The war god slowly sailed upon the tranquil sea, where the only sounds that remained were the gentle whispers of the waves and the caress of the sea breeze. The starry sky above the ocean was indeed a sight of exquisite beauty. Mika leaned against the side of the ship, gazing at the stars, a look of rapture gracing her features. Quite splendid, she remarked. Lo sat beside her on the deck, tilting his head back to admire the celestial display, nodding in agreement. Yet, nearby, the serene atmosphere was occasionally disturbed by the soft snores of Bepo, who had fallen asleep on Lo's shoulder. Lo, if one day all our dreams come to fruition, what will you do? Mika asked softly, glancing down at him with a gentle smile. I don't know. It seems too distant. Perhaps I will open a hospital and become an ordinary doctor, Lo mused, casting a wistful gaze towards the night sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then I shall open a restaurant next to your hospital. Mika replied playfully, unfazed by Lo's jest. Then I will be a frequent patron of Mika's restaurant. Came the light-hearted interjection from the nearby alpaca, who flashed a grin at Mika. What about you, Diamond? Inquired Saki, who was beside the alpaca, her curiosity piqued. Diamond had only shared his dreams with her and a few others, yet had remained reticent about other matters. When we become transcendent beings, I imagine this world will be unrestrained for us. Perhaps I will live in seclusion with the woman I love, but we will always be together. Won't we? Diamond replied, his brow slightly furrowing as he pondered. Of course. As members of the War God Pirates, we shall stick together until the very end, Lo declared, a smile gracing his face as he spoke loudly. Having forged such valuable friendships, he had no desire to lose them, especially considering that for decades, Bepo had been his only companion. Yes, together until the very end. Billy, perched on the edge of the ship, raised his dragon bow and affirmed resolutely. Let us continue our journey. The adventure has only just begun, and you all seem to be contemplating the end, as if you've aged decades. Saki chimed in with a giggle, though her left hand discreetly reached for the dagger at her thigh. revealing her true intentions. Now is not the time for lamentation. The future holds far more excitement, and our battles have yet to conclude. Diamond laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. However, if that day truly comes, I believe we will retreat to Music Island, Drake remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, our companions are there as well. Diamond responded earnestly, to which Billy and the others nodded in agreement. Under the blanket of a starry night, Diamond and his companions succumbed to slumber on the grass. Even Mika and Saki joined in, with only Chelly sitting against the side of the ship, asleep. The ship was much livelier than before, due to the increase in crew. After leaving Music Island, the war god had resumed its regular course. Now, 2 days into their maritime voyage, they were nearing Water 7. Everyone, a fierce storm is approaching. Saki's panicked voice crackled over the intercom that night. What's happening, Saki? Drake exclaimed as he dashed out of the cabin, calling out to her on the lookout. I feel the wind speed rising rapidly. Diamond, should we press on? Saki replied, turning to him with urgency. The storm. Aqua Laguna. Diamond's expression shifted instantly upon hearing Saki's alarm. He rushed to the side of the ship, observing the menacing waves beginning to surface. Internally, he chastised himself, cursing, damn. How could I forget that Aqua Laguna would strike Water 7 at this time? A tide capable of nearly submerging the city. Fall back. Change course and retreat. Saki. We must exit the storm's center. Once it's passed, we can resume our journey. Diamond declared decisively. After all, Lucci and the others would not truly perish. There was no point in rushing now. He could only hope they would manage to catch up the next day at Judicial Island. With Diamond's loud commands, Alpaca and the others hastily made their way to the control room and pressure chamber. Before long, the war god was swiftly turning back. As the wind speed gradually normalized, the ship finally came to a halt. At Water 7, the train station, a group of intelligence agents was escorting Miko Robin towards the sea train, while Lucci and his companions approached, carrying 2 bags. Thank you for your hard work during this long mission. A middle-aged man in a black suit greeted Lucci with a bow, promptly draping a coat over him. Lord Lucci, your coat. What an extravagant display. I hope to see less of this in the future, Lucci replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued forward. Yes, this is not a game. Focus, everyone. All aboard. Lucci commanded, glancing at the surrounding Navy and intelligence personnel. All aboard the sea train, preparing to head to Judicial Island. The middle-aged man echoed immediately. Let me go? Bruno shouted, shouldering a bag that contained a certain iron-nosed man. Be quiet. Kaku, standing behind Bruno, punched him lightly, his voice cold. Before long, Lucci and his companions, alongside the intelligence agents and Navy personnel, boarded the sea train. In less than half an hour, the train slowly began its journey towards Judicial Island. As the sea train departed, Sanji, with his curled eyebrows, also boarded the train. Ouch! Exclaimed Frankie, the iron-nosed man, as 2 agents tossed the bag containing him onto the floor. Another bag beside him contained Usopp. Stay put. The agents ordered, glaring at the 2. Hey, you 2. Behave yourselves. Frankie retorted, expressing his displeasure. Exactly. Jerks. Usopp echoed, also voicing his frustration. Scum of the government. Don't say that. It sounds a bit. Usopp silenced Frankie, gesturing for him to refrain from further insults as the 2 agents approached, visibly annoyed. Our mission has mostly been accomplished. In another carriage, Lucci and his companions sat calmly in their seats. We haven't truly completed the task. Let us not be complacent, you fool. Lucci remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. A hint of exasperation in his tone. Apologies. Khalifa pouted, finding a seat. As the sea train ventured further away, the wind and waves grew increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, the shipwrights of Water 7 were scouring the city in search of the Straw Hat crew. After searching for over half an hour, the crew finally gathered, only to find that the sea train was no longer available, and more critically, Aqua Laguna had arrived. The waves surged perilously close to breaching Water 7's defenses. Unable to set sail, the Straw Hat crew found themselves in a heated dispute with the shipwrights, with conflict looming on the horizon. Stop it. You're mistaken, Straw Hat, shouted Kokoro, the mermaid, as she approached Luffy and the others, taking a sip of her drink. Wari and the others are not wrong, you fools. Enough noise. Upon hearing the words from the mermaid grandmother, Luffy, filled with ire, turned sharply to admonish her. Does this have nothing to do with me? Truly. If you let things be, you shall meet your demise. Listen well, if there exists a vessel capable of navigating Aqua Laguna, it is none other than the sea train. The mermaid grandmother interjected loudly, cutting off Luffy's words. However, we do not possess a sea train. For now, we must rely solely on ships, Luffy replied impatiently, utterly disregarding the terror of Aqua Laguna. If you are not afraid of death, then follow me. There is another sea train in Water 7. The mermaid grandmother proclaimed, her eyes glazed with intoxication, and she took a swig of her drink before making her way toward Water 7. Before long, the mermaid grandmother led Luffy and his companions to a dilapidated dock, where an old sea train lay dormant. This sea train has moved in 12 years. Whether it can function again, I cannot assure you, she remarked softly, casting a glance at Luffy and his companions. Fear not, for I have already repaired the sea train. Water and coal have been loaded. It is currently accumulating steam. Just then, a man emerged from the engine compartment. It was Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7 and president of the Galley Lock Company. Haha. Thank you, old man, Luffy exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon hearing this. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until you return alive to celebrate, Iceberg responded, moving aside to take a seat, wiping the sweat from his brow. He cautioned Luffy and his companions that no matter how the sea train was adjusted, the steam system could not control its speed. This is merely a defective model of the sea train. I cannot guarantee your safety. Ah, thank you, Uncle Iceberg. Luffy laughed nonchalantly and stepped aboard the sea train without hesitation. Luffy, is your leg all right? It's been swaying since we began, Chopper, the reindeer, expressed concern as he observed Luffy's trembling legs. Perhaps you have lost too much blood, Zoro remarked, crossing his arms and glancing at Luffy. Understanding the recent fierce battle they had endured, I'm feeling a bit weak. If only there were some meat to eat, Luffy complained, clutching his stomach with a grimace. Rest assured, there is plenty of meat and fruit here. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed from afar. Before long, Nami arrived, accompanied by 2 train attendants dragging a cart laden with food. Ha ha ha. Nami, your timing is impeccable, Luffy exclaimed as he dashed toward the food. As he devoured the provisions, he mumbled through mouthfuls, with this food, I will surely send them flying. While Luffy indulged, Zoro also joined in, savoring a bottle of fine wine. Meanwhile, the mermaid grandmother was bidding farewell to Iceberg, likely preparing to accompany Luffy's group to Enies lobby. Straw Hat Luffy. We shall also be heading there. At that moment, a group of oddly dressed, battle-scarred individuals approached from the front. The sight of their numerous weapons made it evident that they too intended to journey to Enies lobby. Chapter 103, Eruption, Confronting the Gods of the Sea. Chapter 38, The Gods of the Sea in a Secluded Inn. High-ranking officials of the Black Flag Army gathered. The young man, Lloyd, was idly practicing handstands, while even the most serious sniper, Dempsey Gale, had polished his sniper rifle several times. It's quite peculiar. Why has Lord Crocodile returned yet? Night is nearly upon us, Lloyd remarked while maintaining his inverted position. The burly man, Gustav, rose to his feet and glanced at the darkening sky, feeling an urge to venture outside. Suddenly, he noticed a figure approaching in the twilight, unmistakably Crocodile. There he is. The boss is back, Gustav announced, though a note of confusion crept into his voice. Wait, it seems there is someone else with him. Young Lloyd promptly abandoned his impressive set of 345 pull-ups, rolled over, and sprang to his feet. Ah, the boss is back. Where is he? As the others exchanged words, Crocodile entered the inn, accompanied by the young girl, Ivy. The sight of her surprised Crocodile's subordinates, who were accustomed to his stern demeanor. It was unexpected for him to bring a girl along. Even the lively Lloyd hesitated to approach, uncertain of the situation. He feared that disrupting the boss's affairs might lead to dire consequences for himself. Fortunately, Crocodile remained oblivious to Lloyd's less than noble thoughts. Had he known, the repercussions would have been severe. Noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Crocodile chose to ignore it. He had an inkling of the reason behind the strange mood, but, true to his character, he would not offer an explanation. Have all the tasks been completed? We shall prepare to depart from Water 7 tomorrow. Make the necessary arrangements tonight. After receiving affirmative responses, he pointed at Ivy and declared, This girl will be our ship's apprentice doctor. Find someone to arrange her accommodation for the night and educate her on the ways of piracy. With that, Crocodile surveyed the now-stunned group and turned back to Ivy, confirming, Have you thought this through, girl? Being a pirate is not merely child's play. Once you join, it's not a decision you can easily reverse. Crocodile was unaware of why he asked this, but having spoken, he continued, perhaps believing the young girl acted on impulse. However, Ivy shook her head resolutely and responded, Yes, I will become an exceptional ship's doctor. Oh, a pirate's doctor. Having relinquished the matter of Ivy to his subordinates, Crocodile decisively departed. Good night, Crocodile, Ivy called, lifting her head with a gentle smile. Well then, I entrust my matters to you, esteemed seniors. Ah, Lloyd. It's your time to step up. We have matters to attend to, right, Victor? Dempsey Gale remarked, retracting his sniper rifle as he addressed the silent Victor. Despite his usual reserved nature, Victor was no fool. He understood the implied message and joined Dempsey in leaving. Sensing the awkward situation, the others quickly fabricated excuses to slip away. After all, if the formidable crocodile could retreat, they were merely following their leader's example. You guys, you can't just leave like this. Lloyd, though slow to catch on, finally reacted, bewildered. Then I shall rely on you, Senior Lloyd, Ivy said, bowing respectfully, leaving Lloyd flustered and flailing. The following morning, thanks to last night's meeting and Lloyd's playful banter, Ivy had already begun to integrate into the group as a new member. This development even surprised Crocodile. Soon, Crocodile and his crew gathered their supplies, and the recording pointer marked their next destination. Crocodile ordered them to the harbor district to rendezvous with the remaining subordinates, since Water 7 lacked what they sought. Lingering here was unnecessary. However, before they could reach the harbor, the station personnel returned with news for Crocodile. The harbor has been closed. It is said that the gods of the sea have arrived. The gods of the sea? Ivy exclaimed in astonishment. What exactly are the gods of the sea? Lloyd inquired. Puzzled, Ivy spoke gravely. Every year, Water 7 is besieged by a colossal tsunami known as Aqua Lagna, or the gods of the sea. Thus, the local residents pay close attention to meteorological reports concerning them, preparing for disaster before their arrival. Temporary shelters are provided for the populace. She gestured, and indeed, the streets were shuttered, while the enforcement teams of Water 7 were deployed to maintain order. Shifting to a lighter tone, Ivy continued, however, the arrival of the gods of the sea is not entirely negative. After their onslaught, they leave behind high concentrations of seawater salt on rooftops, which the residents of Water 7 utilize for culinary purposes. For instance, the delectable sea-flavored mead is enhanced with this salt. The gods of the sea, you say? Let us ascend to the tower of Water 7 and witness for ourselves what force prompts such reverence as the wrath of a sea deity. A tsunami? Crocodile mused, observing the rapidly changing climate of Water 7 with keen interest. Ah, the tower by the coast? That is quite dangerous, Lord Crocodile, Ivy swiftly cautioned. Regrettably, once Crocodile made a decision, it was unyielding. As he strode forward, Lloyd chimed in with a smile, fear not, Ivy. Our captain is a formidable force upon these seas. His title as one of the 7 warlords is no mere fade, and since the captain has issued an order, as his subordinates, we must comply, Dempsey Gale added. Following suit, seeing the others trailing behind Crocodile towards the tower, Ivy hurried to catch up, calling out, wait for me. Chapter 104, Reunion. Lord Crocodile, awaken, awaken. A faint voice reached Crocodile's ears, coaxing him to open his eyes. His head spun with confusion. What had transpired? It seemed he had lost consciousness. But why was he unscathed now? Shaking his head, he finally discerned his surroundings. Dempsey Gale stood nearby, gun in hand, vigilant. The young man, Lord, was beside Crocodile, while Gustav sat with his eyes closed. Only Victor gazed at the sky, attentively observing the changes around them. Upon seeing Crocodile regain consciousness, everyone turned their attention to him. I'm fine. What exactly happened? Crocodile rubbed his temples and inquired. Ah, it is such a relief that Lord Crocodile is unharmed, exclaimed the young girl, Ivy, her voice brimming with joy. The young man, Lord, interjected, thank goodness Ivy is a doctor, otherwise, we would have been at a loss. As they conversed, Crocodile grasped the situation. Initially, it appeared he could not withstand the onslaught of the water gods, but unexpectedly, he had experienced a surge of power that repelled them. This account, however, was a dramatic embellishment recounted by the young lord. Crocodile gazed at his right hand. A sudden eruption? The sensation sand. His pupils contracted as he felt the grain swirling around his fingers, realizing that the world had transformed. Previously, the powers bestowed by the sand fruit allowed him to manipulate sand indirectly, but now he felt an intrinsic connection to the winds and sands of the world. It was as if they were a part of him, and this was no mere illusion. Crocodile sensed a newfound strength coursing through him, surpassing any previous moment. Is it safe to say that the water gods have retreated? Crocodile mused, observing the still dim sky. For the 7 water cities, the water gods had been a calamitous force at a specific time. Ivy explained, generally, the first wave they unleash is the most destructive. However, this is relative. A significant tide will follow for some time, continuing until dawn. Oh, I see. So, the most destructive wave has passed, and only the aftermath remains, Crocodile remarked. glancing at the now calmer sea compared to before his unconsciousness. Well then, having assessed the situation, let us depart for the harbor and leave this place. Wait, Lord Crocodile. Are you suggesting we set sail? Lord replied, instinctively responding before realizing the absurdity as he looked up, puzzled. Ah, Lord Crocodile, is it truly wise to sail now? The remnants of the water gods are still present. We could face a tsunami. Ivy urgently cautioned. Nonsense. While the most destructive wave is past, the aftermath should not be underestimated, she added. Relax. Did I not say the water gods have receded? Crocodile stood, brushed off his coat, and placed a cigar in his mouth, laughing heartily. Let us go. A few insignificant waves cannot deter me. Ah, wait. Ivy stumbled, feeling as if Crocodile was deliberately ignoring her warnings. Just as she attempted to persuade him again, she noticed he was already striding away, with their leader's orders issued. The rest reluctantly followed Crocodile toward the harbor, and Ivy hurried to catch up. Soon, Crocodile and his crew arrived at the harbor, where he issued the command to set sail to his still-dazed subordinates. Hey, hurry and prepare to depart, he shouted, and by the end, several senior officers nearly yelled. Under the urging of the senior officials, the crew of the Black Flag began to react, braving the storm to ready their supplies. Thankfully, they had prepared in advance before the water god's arrival, so they merely needed to inventory their supplies and ensure all crew members were present. Before long, everyone boarded the pirate ship. The sea, while not as tumultuous as before, remained restless. Set sail. Forward. Crocodile commanded, his gaze intense as he faced the horizon. The fleet of pirate ships slowly raised their anchors, unfurled their sails, and engaged their propellers at full power, finally embarking on their journey through the storm. This departure went unnoticed by any onlookers, with only the howling winds bearing witness to their voyage. As the fleet gradually accelerated, they began to escape the waves' turmoil, steering into a controlled path. The waves crashing against the ship still caused it to sway, instilling fear among the lower-ranked members aboard. Yet, Crocodile paid no heed to these unfavorable maritime conditions. If they were afraid of such trivial matters, what business did they have in the seas as pirates? Remnants of the water gods? Crocodile observed the emerging tsunami, a scaled-down version of the previous calamity. Despite his words, the towering waves still reached nearly 10 meters. A terrifying force for the lower-ranked members of the Black Flag. Come forth, Sandblade of the Sand Fruit. Crocodile distinctly felt the change in his powers. The once elusive energy of the winds and sands now flowed more readily in his command, possessing greater destructive potential. Merging it with his formidable haki, he unleashed a colossal sand blade toward the oncoming tsunami. The clash between Crocodile's sand blade and the tsunami instantly captivated everyone aboard. A massive wave of sandy energy collided violently with the residual tsunami, and this time, Crocodile's sand blade effortlessly cleaved through the waves, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Is this the might of the natural sand fruit? Truly monstrous power. The crew aboard stood in awe. Crocodile's sand blade parted the sea, creating a fissure. As the fleet sailed into this cataclysmic gap, a ray of sunlight streamed through from the other side of the ocean. The crew, momentarily blinded by the gentle sunlight, instinctively shielded their eyes. They discovered that beyond this fissure, there were no storms or tsunamis, only the soft embrace of sunlight. However, when they turned back, they saw that the direction of the 7 water cities remained shrouded in the darkness cast by the water gods. Feeling the vibrancy of the natural elements of wind and sand, Crocodile confirmed that his earlier sensations were not mere illusions. His powers had indeed grown stronger. There existed a legend that all fruits could undergo profound development, potentially leading to his second awakening, rendering them even more formidable. Crocodile had only heard of such tales and was uncertain if his current state constituted a second awakening, but one fact was undeniable: he had become more powerful. Removing the cigar from his lips, Crocodile's spirits lifted, mirroring the brightness of the sun above. The encounter with that monstrous entity in the new world was indeed a memorable experience. Let us consider this a draw, shall we? Slightly inferior. However, next time, I shall undoubtedly claim your life. Crocodile's gaze suddenly grew profound. Chapter 105, The Royal Magic Pirate Crew. That evening, Kato and Tom's crew gathered at Dock 1 to commence a grand feast. Kato introduced the new members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, and the creators of the Free Wings, who had long been objects of admiration. This opportunity to share a drink together was met with great enthusiasm. In the following 2 days, Reiji and Max took the newcomers on a delightful exploration of Water 7, where everyone reveled in joy, particularly Beepo and Chopper, who fell in love with the enchanting aquatic city. 2 days later, when all were assembled, they bid farewell to Tom's crew, and the Free Wings set sail once more. During this time, Muna had prepared an ample supply of provisions, with the next destination being Amazon Lily. At this moment, the sea was no longer the tempestuous entity it had once been, yet it still held a degree of turbulence. Set sail, Cato commanded, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The pirate fleet began to lift anchor slowly, unfurling the sails, while the propellers below initiated their full power, propelling the fleet into the stormy embrace of the ocean. This voyage commenced without alarming any onlookers. Only the howling winds bore witness to their departure. As the fleet gradually accelerated, the tumult of the waves no longer hindered their progress. However, the continuous crashing of the waves against the hull still invoked trepidation among the less experienced crew members. Yet, what did that matter? Cato disregarded such unfavorable conditions. If they were to fear even these challenges, what business did they have at sea, claiming the title of pirates? This was merely the aftermath of the deities of the sea. Nonetheless, for the free wings, even the harshest of environments posed little threat as they continued their steady advance. On board the Free Wings, as the silhouette of Water 7 faded into the distance, Fiki lamented, I wonder when I shall savor that delectable water meat again. This trip to Water 7 has left me with the fondest memories of that dish, and it seems unlikely I shall have the chance again. Indeed, Bipo chimed in, hastily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth in agreement. The others shared similar sentiments, albeit with less dramatic flair. You two are quite pathetic, Reiji teased. But I bring good news. Sister Muna has mastered the craft from an old master and has prepared a plethora of essential ingredients. Is that true? The crew turned to Muna with expressions of delight and anticipation. Muna simply smiled and nodded, causing a wave of joy to sweep through them, erasing any lingering disappointment. Cato was pleasantly surprised that Muna had acquired such skills. It seemed the crew was in for a treat. However, he pondered further upon their next visit to Water 7. It would likely be a different scene altogether, and Tom, upon completing the sea train, might meet a fate reminiscent of history, orchestrated by the world government. Yet, Cato felt powerless in this regard. It was not that he lacked the ability to save Tom, but rather that it was Tom's own choice. He would prefer to live boldly or face a grand demise than to be saved by Cato and merely exist on the vast expanse of the sea. The Free Wings sailed onward. On the beach behind the ship, Cato and the others were present. Cato reclined on a beach chair, perusing the newspaper, while others lounged or sat nearby, surrounding Reiji. Reiji, adorned with sunglasses, wore a short-sleeved yellow shirt and ultra-short denim shorts. Occasionally, he would caress the dagger strapped to his left leg with his left hand, while his right hand gently set his drink on the table beside him. The rare notebook conspicuously absent from his side. Chapter 106, a long-awaited reunion on the Grand Line. The Dragon and Phoenix pirates encountered the Royal Magic Pirates. The spectators, anticipating a fierce battle, were left rather disappointed. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Faced with William's beaming countenance, everyone felt utterly helpless. Listening to Solanka's words, William remained unperturbed. He tossed his golden hair with a graceful flourish, causing the maidens nearby to gasp in delight. His blue eyes narrowed in mirth as he clasped his hands together and exclaimed, I sincerely apologize for disappointing you all. We are quite self-aware. His demeanor and words only served to incite Solanka's frustration, who ground his teeth in irritation. Cato, too, had never heard of the Royal Magic Pirates. Although he was familiar with magic, he wondered if such a thing truly existed in the world of pirates. Observing the attire and demeanor of the opposing crew, they resembled aristocratic young gentlemen more than pirates. Despite the lack of conflict, Cato inquired, May I ask what brings you here? We are the Royal Magic Pirates hailing from Kirin Island in the West Sea. While we are termed a pirate crew, we primarily undertake commercial tasks for Kirin Island, akin to mercenaries. In truth, we are not a conventional pirate crew, William explained, recognizing the lack of knowledge regarding his crew. He continued, Although we have not been in the Grand Line for long, we have often heard of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates' esteemed reputation. It is serendipitous that we meet. And I hope you do not mind our intrusion. Cato, having some understanding of mercenary-type pirate crews, recalled how the Straw Hat Pirates and the Don Quixote Pirates had joined forces after their battle, forming the 3rd Division of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet with the 8th Treasure Navy. This navy, a recognized pirate faction from the Land of Flowers, was responsible for protecting the islands and undertaking various missions, albeit not without compensation. Cato had surmised some of the implications of William's words. Realizing that a pirate crew acknowledged by local authorities must possess considerable strength, otherwise, they would have long been vanquished. He recalled the current leader of the 8th Treasure Navy, Green Pepper, whose bounty during his prime had reached an astonishing 500 million berries, a legendary figure known to have once breached an icy continent with his head. Furthermore, he had even clashed with Carp, sustaining injuries yet still proving his formidable prowess. Thus, William, as a member of a similarly formidable pirate crew, surely did not possess the simplicity he claimed. Setting aside these thoughts, Cato decided to reciprocate William's courtesy. I did not expect to meet a pirate crew from the West Sea. I have yet to visit, but I certainly look forward to the opportunity. Indeed, it would be our honor if the King of Hell were to visit. William replied with a gentle smile. Since you are the magic pirates, you must possess magic, correct? Anna, standing beside Cato, interjected. Magic, much like the techniques of ninjas, piqued the curiosity of many. Cato turned to observe, noting not only Anna's inquisitive expression but also the curiosity reflected in the faces of the others, all eager to hear William's response. Since everyone is so intrigued, allow me to demonstrate, William proclaimed, unfazed by Anna's curiosity. With that, he extended his hands, causing all present to widen their eyes in anticipation, fearful of missing any crucial moment. Even Cato felt a surge of curiosity, for this was the world of pirates where abilities were typically derived from consuming devil fruits. Could it be that someone could wield true magic? With his hands raised as if grasping an invisible basketball, William closed his eyes, seemingly communing with something unseen. Suddenly, a fireball materialized between his hands, initially small, akin to a ping-pong ball, but it rapidly expanded to the size of a basketball. When William opened his eyes, the fireball remained intact, resting in one hand, and even from several meters away, Cato and the others could feel the intense heat radiating from it. Remarkably, William himself remained unscathed, as did the maidens around him, who gazed at him with awe, exclaiming in unison, "Behold, the magical fireball! Wow, how impressive!" exclaimed Beepo and Chopper, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Seeing the admiration on their faces, William couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He began to manipulate the fireball, making it dance around him with playful elegance. "Is there more? Show us another," Anna exclaimed, her earlier curiosity now transformed into eager anticipation. The unexpected display of magic had astonished everyone, and they clamored for William to perform again, particularly the women, who were the most enthusiastic. Upon hearing their requests, William nearly stumbled. It felt as though he were a performer in a circus. However, he couldn't refuse, especially with several lovely ladies present. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball vanished silently. He executed the same gesture, this time conjuring a water sphere. But he did not stop there, seemingly intent on dazzling his audience. William conjured 10 water spheres, each the size of a basin. Even with the creation of 10 water spheres, William appeared completely unfazed, as if expending no effort whatsoever. He then commanded the spheres to dance gracefully in the air, eliciting applause from the members of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates, who found the spectacle utterly enchanting. It was a sight that rivaled the powers of devil fruits, yet it appeared to surpass them in its sheer wonder. For no natural elemental user had ever been known to master 2 distinct elemental abilities. Encouraged by the cheers, William poured even more energy into his performance, swiftly altering his display. In a stunning flourish, the 10 water spheres split into 100, only to recombine into 10, and finally into a single sphere, which gradually compressed to the size of an egg. To Cato, at that moment, William truly embodied the essence of a street performer, perfectly igniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. Ultimately, the final water sphere transformed into a heart shape, solidifying from liquid into a tangible form, prompting William to cease his display. Chapter 107. Awaiting Hancock, the gem resembling a droplet of water rested quietly in William's hand, appearing crystal clear and resplendent under the sunlight, captivating all who beheld it. The women present could not suppress their glances of eager anticipation. Though none spoke, it was evident that they all yearned to possess it. Observing their expressions, William smiled gently and remarked, "As I previously mentioned, our meeting is serendipitous, and though I bear no other gifts, let this small crystal serve as a token for the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. I hope Captain Cato will not find it lacking." Cato, who had been silently seething at William's charm, was filled with a tinge of jealousy. This man was not only strikingly handsome and exuded an air of nobility, but he also wielded magic, making it difficult for anyone to overshadow him. This sentiment resonated with all the men present, particularly Sinbad, whose frustration was palpable. However, upon hearing William's words, Cato's perspective shifted, recognizing the depth of William's emotional intelligence. At that moment, had William chosen to bestow the crystal upon any of the beautiful women present, he would likely have garnered their favor. Yet, he opted instead for the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, demonstrating his astuteness. While showering affection upon one woman could alienate others, his choice ensured that no one would be offended, earning him goodwill from all, even the men of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. who had previously harbored disdain for him, found themselves silenced. After all, how could they criticize someone from whom they had accepted a gift? Of course, they could refuse. But Cato realized that declining the crystal would imply disdain for its quality and reflect poorly on his character. Thus, he had no choice but to accept it graciously. Once Cato accepted it, the decision fell upon him regarding whom to bestow it. This conundrum was what Cato admired about William, even if he wished to vent his frustration. He had to wear a smile while expressing gratitude. After bidding farewell to the Royal Magic pirate crew, the ship, Free Wing, set sail once more. For the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, this incident was merely a minor interlude. Everyone returned to their routines of cultivation and research, undeterred by the events that had transpired. As for the small crystal, Cato fashioned it into a necklace for Teddy, who was in need of an accessory. Initially, the women watched Cato closely, curious about his decision. But he swiftly rendered them speechless with his remark, Teddy could use a decoration. This crystal will do nicely. Although the women desired the magical crystal, they could not bring themselves to compete with the dog for it, so they departed in frustration. Cato laughed heartily at their retreat, relieved that his cleverness had spared him from William's cunning ploy. At that moment, Cato reclined on a beach chair, engrossed in a collection of books he had gathered, reminiscent of the historical and geographical texts of his previous life. The stories and places within were captivating, providing Cato with a broader perspective, though he remained uncertain of their authenticity, as many were merely legends. Teddy, meanwhile, slept beside him, the crystal dangling from his snowy white neck. Cato could not help but acknowledge that it suited Teddy quite well. In his slumber, Teddy occasionally pawed at the necklace, his discomfort evident at the unfamiliar adornment. Initially, he bristled at the notion of wearing something typically associated with females. However, after several enlightening lessons from Cato, he ultimately acquiesced. Cato's methods were not merely lectures, rather. Through a series of playful yet assertive encounters, Teddy came to appreciate Cato's good intentions. Casting aside distractions, Cato approached the ship's deck, gazing out at the tumultuous sea. His thoughts turning to the imminent meeting with Hancock, igniting a fervor within him. Over a year ago, he had been a mere footnote, too timid to even approach the Isle of Women, not out of arrogance but rather to spare Hancock any discomfort. Yet, a year had elapsed, transforming him from an inconspicuous youth into the formidable Cato, feared by both the Navy and fellow pirates alike. His crew had also flourished, and Cato could finally enter Amazon Lily with confidence. He eagerly anticipated their forthcoming reunion, wondering if Hancock had changed, perhaps becoming even more enchanting. Throughout the past year, Cato and Hancock had communicated via transponder snail, their voices resonating through the air, yet the longing remained unquenched, heightening his desire to see her. He could discern Hancock's dependence and melancholy through their exchanges. Previously, Cato had informed Hancock that he would reach the vicinity of the Isle of Women in 3 days. Though navigating the calm belt would likely require an additional half-day due to their lack of sea stone on the ship's hull, while simultaneously warding off attacks from sea kings. Despite Cato's warnings, Hancock insisted on coming to meet him, ensuring a safe passage to the island. Cato could only acquiesce, secretly delighted at the prospect of seeing Hancock sooner. The days swiftly passed, and Cato and his crew remained diligent, striving to enhance their skills in preparation for their entry into the New World, where the challenges would be far more daunting than the relative ease of the first half of the Grand Line. Since Cato's announcement, the crew members who had yet to awaken their haki were understandably anxious, maintaining their focus in hopes of awakening their powers. Fortune favored the diligent. Just yesterday, Doma successfully awakened his armament haki, sparking joy among the others, who saw a glimmer of hope and redoubled their efforts, eager to follow suit. The Free Wing anchored in the calm belt, awaiting Hancock's arrival. After breakfast, Cato perused the newspaper when suddenly the transponder snail at his side rang. Without turning, he answered casually, "Who is this?" "It's Cato." Those who could reach him were familiar acquaintances, so he felt no need for formality. "Cato, where are you?" "We've exited the calm belt." Hancock's voice chimed through the transponder snail. Upon recognizing it was Hancock, Cato quickly set aside the newspaper, turning his attention to the device. Hancock's face radiated joy, clearly thrilled at the prospect of reuniting with him. Cato considered their current location as Hancock abruptly ended the call, a testament to her eagerness. He sighed, acknowledging her impatience, and stepped out of the captain's quarters. Chapter 108, The Splendor of Hancock. Outside the calm belt of the Grand Line, the Freedom Wings ship floated serenely on the tranquil sea, with Cato and his companions standing on the deck, gazing at the approaching pirate ship in the distance. "Lady Snake." "It's Cato and the others." A crew member from the Kuja pirates, who had previously encountered Cato, called out excitedly as the two ships drew near. He waved enthusiastically. Kato, it's been a long time. Kato smiled and nodded, not out of aloofness, but simply because he had forgotten the crew member's name. As the Kuja ship came to a halt, its crew gathered around. Kato recognized several familiar faces, the imposing figure of the heavy-set pansy, who was smoking a cigarette and wielding a rocket launcher, and the laughing Daisy, among others. However, Hancock was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing Hancock gracefully rising from her seat on the back of a snake, making her way toward the bow of the ship, her enchanting gaze fixed intently on Kato. Following her were her two sisters, Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold. One was the girl who had recently escaped from the celestial dragons, now the newly crowned empress, the other, the current warlord of the sea, a woman of years and experience. Their reunion felt entirely different. Her hair shimmered like silk, flowing elegantly as she moved, radiating a brilliant light. She possessed a stunning figure, tall and statuesque. Even without her red high heels, her bare feet would still measure over 1.85 meters. Clad in a red chipao, her snow-white shoulder and a delicate area above her bosom were exposed, accentuating her breathtaking curves below. The chipao hugged her slender waist, highlighting her astonishingly trim silhouette, captivating all who beheld her. The hem of her dress fell just to her thighs, complementing the exposed shoulder above, revealing her long, straight, ivory legs that were utterly arresting. Without question, her bare legs drew the eyes of many, their ivory sheen gleaming attractively, appearing flawless and resilient. Any notion of the legendary nine-head proportion paled in comparison to Hancock's current allure. Her red high heels not only elongated her legs but also set her apart as an ethereal beauty. It was evident that anyone with a penchant for long legs was utterly spellbound, their gazes fixated. Indeed, whether it was her radiant legs or her exquisite waist, her lower half alone possessed before Kato could admonish the two. Hancock, already at the bow of the ship, could no longer tolerate their lewd and frivolous remarks. With her hands forming a heart shape, she unleashed beams of light in the same form, instantly enveloping the two. As the light struck, Sinbad and Doma were petrified in an instant. Despite knowing that they were members of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates, Hancock felt compelled to teach them a lesson, after all. The dignity of the Empress was not to be trifled with. This unexpected turn of events left the onlookers astonished, as they had not anticipated Hancock would take such decisive action against the two, turning them into stone, their fates now uncertain. Oblivious to the relationship between Kato and Hancock, tension filled the air, especially given the peculiar nature of Hancock's abilities. Kato was surprised but not concerned. As he was well aware of the sweet fruit's properties and understood that there was no real danger, he recognized Hancock's actions as merely a lesson for the two. Seeing the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates on high alert, Max quickly reassured them. No need to be anxious, they're allies, they won't come to harm. Indeed, added Leichi from the side. Their words eased the tension among the crew, and as they observed Captain Kato's nonchalance, they finally relaxed, realizing they had been overly apprehensive. However, some remained in awe of Hancock's displayed powers. The ability to turn a person to stone, rendering them utterly defenseless, was astonishing. Sinbad's lack of strength was one thing. But Doma, who had just awakened his haki, was a formidable pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Who would have thought he would meet the same fate? The crew, previously captivated by Hancock's beauty, now regained their composure, particularly Fiki, who was sweating profusely and silently grateful to Sinbad and Doma, had it not been for them. He might have been the one turned to stone. A beautiful woman she may be, but she was a rose with thorns, and he had no desire to become a statue. Kato, my dear, I am so pleased to see you again. Hancock had now approached Kato. Her earlier fierceness replaced with shyness as she gazed at him. Kato, momentarily entranced by Hancock's proximity, quickly regained his composure and, filled with bravado, opened his arms wide. The meaning clear. The onlookers were puzzled. Could it be that the captain and the Empress were involved? Yet the ensuing scene compelled them to believe it. Hancock, casting a shy glance around the gathered crowd, mustered her courage and leaped into Kato's embrace, clinging tightly. This feeling, long absent, brought her immense joy, and she feared Kato might vanish again, reluctant to let go. Oh, I see now. The Dragon and Phoenix Pirates finally grasped the nature of Kato and Hancock's relationship. It was evident in the way she held him so tightly. Lady Hancock, you must maintain your composure. Lady Hancock, how regal and powerful. In contrast to the curious gazes of the Dragon and Phoenix Pirates, the women of the Kuja Pirates had long been aware of the pair's relationship and cheered excitedly. Some supported the union, while others found Hancock's display a tad too unrestrained. This left Kato feeling quite embarrassed. He had merely intended a simple embrace after such a long separation. With so many eyes upon them, he felt the weight of their scrutiny. Especially as he sensed a chill from within the crowd, he knew it was from Kodo. Kato felt a pang of guilt. After all, Kodo was also his woman. Though his relationship with Hancock had been established earlier, his intimacy with Kodo had occurred first, and he had shared countless nights with her. To behave in such a manner before everyone felt disloyal. Thus, Kato was not enjoying the moment, but rather felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, quite uncomfortable. "Hey, Hancock, the day is waning. We should continue our journey." While Hancock was lost in her infatuation, Kato understood that now was not the time for indulgence. He urged her to rise. Hancock tilted her head, puzzled, glancing at the sun, which had yet to reach its zenith. "But it's not even noon yet." "That's not the point," Kato silently chided. "We still have quite a distance to reach Kuja Island. Don't you want to prepare a welcoming feast for us tonight?" "Oh, how foolish of me." Hancock finally stood, a bit embarrassed, and waved her hand, commanding, "Set sail for Kuja Island." "Yes, Lady Hancock." The crew, witnessing her return to her imperial demeanor, prepared to follow her lead. Once the ship was underway, Kato suddenly recalled Sinat and Doma were still left behind. However, there was no need to call Hancock to reverse their petrification. They would soon arrive at Kuja Island, and this could serve as a fitting punishment for the two. Taking advantage of the time, Kato and Leichi shared their relationship with Hancock with the Dragon and Phoenix pirates to prevent any further misunderstandings. Leichi spoke primarily, as it was better for an outsider to explain, with Kato occasionally adding his insights. In truth, both Leichi and Max were not entirely informed. Kato's time spent training on Kuja Island was a tale only he could tell. Who would have guessed the captain trained on Kuja Island for 2 years? Fiki exclaimed. The others were equally surprised to learn that Kato had spent his disappearance on the mysterious island, their anticipation for the enigmatic Kuja Island growing. The journey proceeded smoothly, guided by the Kuja pirates, and they encountered no sea kings, reaching Kuja Island in just a few hours. Chapter 109, sharing the same bed as night fell. The beach of Nine Snake Island shimmered with bioluminescence. Beneath the towering trees of the forest, the Dragon and Phoenix pirates and the Nine Snake pirates gathered, where Amazonian women busily transported barrels of fine wine. Before the bonfire, an array of fragrant meats sizzled enticingly. Kato and his companions refrained from entering the island directly. While Kato might have ventured alone, the presence of numerous men from the Dragon and Phoenix pirates rendered such a move impossible, making the beach the most suitable gathering place. Kato had spent nearly 2 years on this island, and upon entering the forest, he noticed numerous animals peering curiously. However, upon recognizing him, they rushed excitedly towards him, nuzzling against him, clearly having not forgotten him. Teddy also followed, albeit his petite frame was quickly overwhelmed by the larger beasts. After some playful moments, Kato returned to the banquet, while Teddy ventured deeper into the woods to find his mother, as this was his home. Upon returning to the beach, Kato wasted no time in grabbing a piece of grilled meat. "Hancock, how's it being a warlord? Has the Navy assigned you any tasks?" Kato bellowed, observing Hancock with damp hair, freshly emerged from a bath, as he took a swig of the fine wine. "Better than I anticipated. The Navy hasn't imposed any strict demands on me. I've dealt with a few minor tasks effortlessly," Hancock replied. Life as a warlord was indeed different from what she had expected. It was quite relaxed. "That's wonderful to hear." Kato felt a sense of relief seeing Hancock accept her new identity. Being a warlord is quite prestigious. Some aspire to it but cannot attain it. With a playful smile, Reiji winked at Kato, laughing heartily. "Enough of that. Cheers," Kato exclaimed, shaking his head in resignation as he raised his glass towards Simbart and the others. After arriving at Nine Snake Island, Kato had Hancock release their devil fruit powers, leading to an awkward moment when they both realized the implications of their actions. Now, Kato felt an overwhelming sense of caution around Hancock. He was meticulous even in mere glances. Yet, Hancock voiced her grievances, expressing that Kato should have revealed the truth sooner to avoid their awkwardness. Since regaining their freedom, they had continuously scolded Kato for putting his brother in a difficult position, thus deciding to get him thoroughly drunk that evening. Cheers. They laughed heartily, while Kato and his companions indulged in wine. Members of the Nine Snake Pirates also toasted to Solanka and Marx. Unlike the islanders, these pirates had little hesitation around men, for a strong figure was always welcomed. However, Chopper and Beepo were particularly adored by the female warriors. Laughter and merriment filled the air, and as the flames of the bonfire dwindled, the festivities began to wind down. Hancock, leaning against Kato's shoulder, flushed and sipping her drink, was unfazed by Kato's focus on his own revelry, as he too had indulged a bit too much. Largely due to the persistent encouragement from Simbart and Doma, Kato discerned their intentions but felt compelled to join the revelry given their shared embarrassment. After some time, Kato noticed Hancock had fallen asleep against him and decided it was time to escort her back. Gently shaking her, he said, "You're drunk." "Kato, I am not drunk." Hancock lazily opened her eyes, gazing at him. "You're not drunk? Come on, I'll take you back to Nine Snake Island." Kato replied, shaking his head as he set down his glass and helped her to her feet. "No." Hancock frowned slightly, clinging tightly to Kato's shoulder, refusing to let go. Without waiting for Kato's response, she blinked dreamily and said with a slight smile, "I want to stay by your side." "Kato, this is the captain's wife as command." Simbart winked at Kato, nodding to Doma and the others. They shared mischievous smiles before vanishing from sight. "These guys," Kato murmured. "Hancock, why are you holding on so tightly?" "I really miss you," she softly sighed, hearing her whisper. Kato's lips curled into a smirk as he swept her up in his arms and strode towards his ship. "Rest here," he said as he entered his cabin, casually tossing Hancock onto the bed. However, his attempts to throw her onto the bed met with resistance. With a thud, Hancock suddenly opened her eyes, inadvertently bringing Kato down with her. Seeing him pinned beneath her, she mischievously winked and giggled, playfully stroking his face. "Kato, did you miss me?" "Of course. You're my woman. Who else would I think of?" Then, Before Hancock could finish, Kato pulled her close, capturing her lips with his own. Though she had anticipated this moment, the suddenness of his affection caught her off guard. Morning arrived with mist enveloping Nine Snake Island, and the Freedom Wing was moored on the beach, where Mona and others had already risen to prepare breakfast. Inside Kato's captain's quarters, Hancock lay peacefully asleep atop Kato. In her slumber, a faint smile graced her lips, her left hand exposed beyond the covers. Suddenly, Kato, pinned beneath her, slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at the smiling Hancock lost in her dreams, he couldn't help but smile back. Shaking his head in resignation, Kato pulled back the covers, revealing her exquisite form. Startled by the sudden exposure, Hancock gasped and quickly covered herself with the blanket. "Then you keep sleeping." "I'm hungry." Knowing Hancock rarely drank, unlike him, Kato remarked as he rose to retrieve his clothes. Dressed only in his underwear, Kato mused that they had not crossed the final threshold the previous night. Chapter 110, The Thoughts of Kinko-clad. Kato strolled towards the door without glancing at Hancock, who peeked out from beneath the covers. Last night had been a whirlwind of passion fueled by wine, yet both Kato and Hancock had tacitly agreed to abstain from completing the act. After all, it was Hancock's first time, and it was best reserved for their wedding day, making it a more meaningful occasion. Moreover, the location aboard a pirate ship with so many others around was hardly ideal. Kato wished to avoid drawing attention. Despite this, their shared moments of intimacy had significantly deepened their connection. Soon, members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates began to stir, and it was only after breakfast that Hancock emerged from the captain's quarters. Naturally, her presence in Kato's room did not go unnoticed, and many were taken aback, as only a select few were privy to the fact that the Empress Hancock had spent the night there. Faced with the curious gazes of her crewmates, Hancock felt a tinge of embarrassment. She quickly greeted Kato and the others before hastily returning to Nine Snake Island, lacking the courage she had displayed after her drunken night. As they watched Hancock's hasty retreat, laughter erupted once she was gone. Solanka gave Kato a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Haha, truly the captain." Now, what transpired with that person yesterday? Naturally, Kato was displeased with Solanka's mockery and promptly delivered a punch to his head, scolding, "Get back to your training. What a ruckus you're causing." Haha, Kato is blushing. Despite the light-hearted banter, the teasing continued unabated. Unable to endure the crowd's antics any longer, Kato retreated to the captain's quarters. However, on his way, he spotted a solitary Kanako standing at the edge of the deck. He turned and approached her. "Why are you here alone?" Kato inquired, glancing at Kanako and then at the expanse before them. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted some quiet," Kanako replied softly, brushing back her wind-tousled hair. Kato placed his hands on her shoulders, gazing into her beautiful eyes. "Kanako, are you upset with me for being fickle? Even with you, I still have feelings for Hancock?" Understanding Kanako's feelings, Kato, no longer a naive rookie, realized he had never had an earnest conversation with her. He decided to seize this opportunity for a heartfelt discussion, hoping to help Kanako let go of her feelings for him, even if it felt unfair. "No, Kato, you're overthinking it. This was my choice. I don't blame you. Hancock is stunning and has known you longer than I have. It's only natural for you to like her." Kanako shook her head. "But Kato began. "I've come to understand your situation. I don't expect much. All I desire is a small place in your heart," she said earnestly. hastily covering his mouth with her hand to silence him. Caught off guard by Kanako's earnest plea, Kato felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Her selflessness and willingness to place herself in such a humble position deeply moved him, yet guilt surged within him. Grasping her shoulders, he implored, "Kanako, why put yourself through this? I will surely marry Hancock. I don't care. I've decided that you are the one for me. If you disregard me, I'll leap into the sea to end it all, sparing myself future pain," Kanako declared, suddenly breaking free from Kato's grasp and sprinting toward the water. Startled, Kato rushed to catch her, wrapping his arms around her just in time. Kanako struggled fiercely, demanding, "Let me go." Kato was not easily intimidated by women. Rather, he often acted with a sense of self-importance, sometimes disregarding their feelings. Yet, holding a woman who loved him enough to contemplate such drastic measures softened his heart. In a previous life, where could one find a woman willing to be a lover, even to the point of sacrificing her life? "All right, stop crying. You'll get wrinkles on your face," Kato said, holding her close, offering comfort. After a moment of struggle, Kanako ceased her resistance, allowing Kato to relax. However, she unexpectedly turned, propelled herself off the ground, and wrapped her legs around his waist, fervently kissing his face. Having been aflame with desire after last night's encounter with the captivating Hancock, the proximity of their bodies ignited an uncontrollable passion in Kato. His rationality succumbed to primal instincts, and he found himself reciprocating Kanako's kiss. As Kato's tongue explored Kanako's mouth, she responded with fervor, her heart racing with joy. It was evident to her that Kato still held feelings for her, prompting her to engage even more passionately. Their kiss lingered for several minutes, leaving onlookers aboard the ship blushing and ultimately turning away, unable to bear the sight. Subsequently, Kato carried Kanako back to the captain's quarters, tossing her onto the bed and pouncing upon her. Kanako did not shy away. Instead, she began to unfasten her clothing while activating her silence fruitability, rendering them isolated from the world. After the fervor subsided, Kato lay beside Kanako, gently brushing away the tears on her cheeks. "Promise me you won't act foolishly again," he murmured. "So, does that mean you accept me?" Kanako asked in a soft tone, a stark contrast to her usual cold demeanor. What man wouldn't he desire multiple partners? Yet, that would be detrimental to both you and Hancock. You are still young, barely 20, your journey ahead is long, and there are things you do not yet comprehend. Kato sighed. Kanako, with a teasing smile, retorted, "And what about you? You seem to be only slightly older than I, speaking as if you possess great wisdom." Kato struggled to find a suitable response, unable to divulge his past life as a traveler from another world, fearing she might think him mad. Kanako, undeterred by his expression, reassured him, "Rest assured, I want to disrupt your relationship with Hancock. I simply wish for a fragment of your affection. I want to be your little woman, without seeking to claim you entirely." Upon hearing Kanako's words, Kato found her too understanding to refuse. He longed to hold this gentlewoman close, showering her with care and affection. He couldn't help but reflect on the world of pirates, where nobles and royals often had multiple partners. Why should he not have a lover? Chapter 111. Erasing the brand 9. Snake Island resembles the kingdom of women from Journey to the West. Or perhaps it is a direct inspiration from it. Some even suggest it draws from the matriarchal societies of the Amazon. In this narrative, Luffy assumes the role of the monk Tang Seng, with the queen of the kingdom of women hopelessly enamored with him, though currently it is Kato in the spotlight. In Journey to the West, the kingdom of women is said to possess a magical river that grants fertility to women who drink from it, resulting in daughters. One might recall the pregnant Beiji, yet 9 Snake Island lacks such miraculous waters. Thus, how do these children come into existence? Some somewhat careless individuals have begun to speculate that these children are the result of Snake's influence, with even more outrageous claims suggesting they possess immortality. In truth, those who observe closely will understand the source of these children, as it has been addressed within the manga. Women who venture out to sea occasionally return with child. Yet astonishingly, all the offspring are female. Closer scrutiny of the anime reveals some women visibly pregnant, but their appearances leave much to be desired, likely leading to little attention from the audience. The writings of the Amazons naturally prohibit men from entering, yet today, Kato finds himself within. Gazing at the structures around him, Kato feels a sense of familiarity, as Oda drew heavily from various Chinese elements during the design process. The attire of the women also reflects this, with many donning traditional Chinese kipayos. The women of 9 Snake Island regard Kato, an unfamiliar man, with great curiosity, especially the residents who have never encountered a male. Their expressions mirror those one might see when observing lions and tigers at the zoo, leaving Kato feeling quite uneasy. However, he simultaneously feels fortunate to be awake and aware. contrasting his situation with Luffy's, which sends a chill down his spine, prompting him to tighten his legs. The residents of Nine Snake Island, having never seen a man, are astonished to witness one tearing at Luffy's treasured heirloom, which is not being handled by a beauty but rather a figure resembling a gorilla, leading Kaido to question any possible relation to Dayton. Under the guidance of a warrior from Nine Snake Island, Kaido proceeds relatively safely to the arena. The arena, located beneath Nine Snake City, features a circular fighting platform with 3 tiers, designed akin to an ancient Chinese altar. The audience encircles the central stage, separated by a deep trench lined with sharp blades. A special seating area for the Empress to observe the battles is situated at the front of the platform. Atop a multi-tiered tower, adorned with a massive backdrop inscribed with the name Sabo. Typically, the arena hosts martial contests between warriors, with spectators permitted to place bets. Those sentenced to death are also brought here, facing execution by battling a giant black panther, Bachura, until they are slain and devoured. Another extreme punishment, known as martial, involves the condemned fighting both of Hancock's sisters until they perish. Today, however, no events are scheduled, and after a cursory glance, Kaido continues onward. Soon arriving at Nine Snake City, the residence of the Amazon Lily's emperors, situated at the highest point of the village. Kaido's purpose for visiting today is to assist Hancock in erasing the brand upon her back, which also extends to her 2 sisters. Though he only intends to assist Hancock for the moment. Earlier in the day, Kaido had discussed this matter with Hancock, who could hardly believe that the mark on her back could be permanently removed. This topic is a painful memory for her. It was only after Kaido cited the example of Reiju that Hancock began to accept the possibility, overwhelming her with joy and causing her to collapse into Kaido's arms, weeping with elation. After Kaido offered her comfort for quite some time, Hancock finally calmed down. Initially, Kaido intended for her to apply the ointment herself, but Hancock bashfully insisted that he do it for her. Faced with the delicate Hancock, Kaido readily agreed, deeming tonight's bath the most opportune moment. Due to the celestial dragon's brand upon her back, whenever Hancock prepares for a bath, all must vacate the premises. Entry into the city is forbidden for 2 hours. This custom is based on a clan legend. Hancock and her 2 sisters once defeated the monstrous Gorgon during an adventure, yet they were cursed, developing enormous eyes upon their backs. Should they remove their clothing and reveal these eyes, those nearby would be petrified. Though merely a legend, the clan holds it in high regard, believing the sisters' prohibition during bathing is a protective measure for their kin. Ultimately, this is a desperate attempt to shield outsiders from witnessing the celestial dragon's brand on their backs. The bathing area designated for the Empress is located at the pinnacle of Nine Snake City's keep. Upon arrival, Kaido finds Hancock and several residents of Nine Snake Island, including the elderly Nyu, who is equally stirred by the prospect of Kaido's remedy for the brand. After engaging in conversation for a while, everyone bids farewell, leaving only Hancock and Kaido. Despite the events of the previous night, Hancock cannot suppress her shyness. Stealing a glance at Kaido, she remarks, "Aren't you going to turn around? Do you wish to watch me undress?" Kaido, feeling a flush of embarrassment, scratches his nose. He indeed harbored such thoughts, yet he dutifully turns away, lamenting the loss. Hearing the faint sounds of clothing rustling behind him, Kaido feels a stirring of curiosity, struggling to resist the urge to look back. Yet he manages to maintain his composure out of respect. It is only when he hears a splash that Hancock calls out, "Kaido, come here." Turning around at last, Kaido sees Hancock submerged to her waist, her enticing back exposed above the water. As he gazes, he feels a warmth rising to his nose, as if something were about to spill forth. Quietly reciting a mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, he approaches Hancock, positioning himself behind her. Kaido retrieves the ointment and begins to apply it to Hancock's skin. To resist temptation, he focuses intently, though the smooth texture beneath his fingers stirs feelings within him that are difficult to quell. Yet, Kaido is no ordinary individual. His mental fortitude allows him to adapt swiftly. Meanwhile, Hancock, in front of him, is rendered restless, her skin flushed a rosy hue as she tightly grips her hands, her body writhing in discomfort, overwhelmed by an unusual sensation coursing through her. Chapter 112, The Inquisitive Women of Nine Snake Island in the Verdant Forests of Nine Snake Island. The majority of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew members were diligently honing their skills, accompanied by the island's formidable fauna. The creatures here possessed considerable strength, allowing everyone to find suitable opponents. For those of lesser strength, a collective effort sufficed, fostering not only personal growth but also enhancing their team combat capabilities. This locale was an exemplary venue for cultivating haki. Otherwise, Rayleigh would not have chosen this very place to train Kaido. It was not Kato who organized their arrival, but rather the crew's voluntary decision to train here upon learning that Kato had once honed his skills in this very location. This delighted Kato immensely. The current prowess of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew did not breed complacency or arrogance, which was precisely what Kato cherished. Observing his crew's unwavering dedication, Kato resolved to let them train here for a while longer. The previous night, after tending to Hancock, nothing significant had occurred. They merely shared fleeting kisses and gentle touches. Kato found himself yearning for a deeper connection, yet he understood the need for patience, as Hancock required several days to heal properly before engaging in more vigorous activities. Most of those training were men, while the few women of the pirate crew had ventured off to train with the female warriors of Nine Snake Island, who were renowned for their swift mastery of hockey. Kato certainly did not wish for them to miss this opportunity. As for the men, it was not Kato's reluctance that prevented them from participating, but rather Hancock's assertion that only women could learn this unique method, a sentiment echoed by historical attempts from men that had invariably failed. If it were truly attainable by all, such a technique would have long since been coveted by various factions. The female warriors of Nine Snake Island approached their assigned tasks with meticulous attention, demonstrating a commendable commitment. Likewise, the women of the pirate crew were earnest in their training, aware that they might awaken their armament hockey at any moment, making the opportunity all the more precious. As Kato observed the fervent training, he too remained engrossed in his own practice. Hancock's full recovery would take a few more days, and Kato was curious about how the legendary tale of the three sisters would unfold. However, his primary focus was on mastering the essence of his swordsmanship. Since the last time he grasped a glimmer of sword intent in Water 7, considerable time had elapsed, and Kato felt he was nearing full mastery, capable of wielding it in combat, albeit with occasional inconsistencies. He believed that by the time they set sail again, he would have fully mastered this skill. Casting aside distractions, Kato immersed himself in his training. Meanwhile, Kato's previous visit to the town had piqued the curiosity of the island's inhabitants, who had never encountered men before. Today, they formed groups to sneak a glance at the male members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew as they trained in the forest. Although many had noticed their presence, they paid them no mind. Are these all men? Let me see. Let me see. I want to see too, they clamored, their eyes wide with wonder at the unfamiliar beings before them. Wow, what is that? A man's body can transform into a net. How fascinating, exclaimed one woman, her voice brimming with incredulity as she observed Barry deftly using the net fruit in combat with an animal. Look, that man can open his mouth so wide. How terrifying. Is he eating metal? Do men eat metal? Echoed another, as they marveled at Fei Chi, who was consuming metallic machinery beneath a tree, a peculiar sight indeed. The women's excitement was palpable, with one even taking notes, writing observations such as, men can open their mouths remarkably wide and consume metallic machinery. This misunderstanding was rather amusing, especially since the others remained oblivious. Hey, are those also men? They have fur like animals, they exclaimed, spotting Beepo and Chopper. Look at that one. He can transform into a leopard. Another pointed out, referring to Doma. As the women chattered away, their voices soon caught the attention of a vigilant warrior tasked with their protection. What are you doing here? Don't you know everyone is worried? She called out. We're just watching the men, they replied in unison, enthusiasm evident in their voices. The warrior's expression changed abruptly. Men are extremely dangerous creatures. Come back with me at once. The women, unsure of the truth behind the warrior's warning but sensing her earnestness, complied, albeit reluctantly, glancing back at the men with evident reluctance. Kato, engrossed in his sword practice, had long been aware of the women from Nine Snake Island observing him, but he paid them little mind. Their curiosity was understandable, after all. They had never encountered men before. However, if Kato had overheard their definitions of men, he might have been left speechless. These female warriors were utterly charming, attributing the unique abilities of Doma, Fei Chi, and Barry to all men. Not to mention, they had even classified Beepo, a member of the furry tribe, as a man. While Beepo was indeed male, his species was a different matter entirely. Half a month quickly passed. In the forests of Nine Snake Island, food was abundant, with numerous animals and a plethora of sea kings. The Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew enjoyed a life both leisurely and fulfilling. The crew members, having recognized the area as a sanctuary for cultivation, wasted no time in their training, resulting in a fruitful experience. After training, they relished delicious roasted meat, basked in the sea breeze, or took refreshing swims, leading to a life of great contentment. Though no one had awakened their hockey yet, Kato could easily discern the progress they had made. During this time, he too had achieved a complete mastery of sword intent, and he spent his days accompanying Hancock, their bond blossoming rapidly. After lunch, Cato checked the time and concluded that it was time to prepare for their departure. Chapter 113. Farewell. Sailing in the calm belt. On the forested shores of Nine Snake Island, the weather was splendid today, with gentle sea breezes and a sun that shone softly. The group had decided to forego their training, as Cato had announced their departure for the next day, prompting everyone to prepare for the journey ahead. Mona was busy preparing provisions, while the others tended to their belongings. The few women who had accompanied the warriors of Nine Snake Island to learn hockey had returned, and Cato inquired about their progress. The unique method of mastering hockey exclusive to Nine Snake Island was not easily acquired. Even among the island's residents, many struggled with it, as it required both training and a certain level of foundation. Only Mona had awakened her armament hockey, attributed to her innate strength and the guidance she had received, allowing her to grasp the technique swiftly. The others had not yet succeeded, particularly Liv, who had only just begun her training. However, the girls from the Kinka group had learned the methods and simply needed time to master them. That evening, after dinner, Cato and Hancock strolled hand in hand along the beach, enveloped in silence as they savored their final moments together. During the preceding days, Hancock had often accompanied Cato around Nine Snake Island, engaging in numerous conversations, leaving Cato feeling as though there were no secrets left on the island. Yet, as the time for departure approached, Hancock fell into a contemplative silence. Cato relished the atmosphere, enjoying the sea breeze and the romantic sunset, feeling an unexpected sweetness in his heart as he held Hancock's delicate hand, wishing for this moment to last forever. Soon the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the sky, signaling the time to part ways. Although Hancock had mentally prepared for this moment, she could not suppress her sorrow. She gazed at Cato, her lips trembling with unspoken words, as she silently committed his image to memory. Cato, equally reluctant to part, understood that farewells were merely a prelude to future reunions. This was not the time for sentimental reflections, as there would be ample opportunities ahead. He stepped forward, embraced Hancock, and softly urged her to remember him. The following day, after everyone had returned, including Teddy, they bid farewell to Hancock and the others. Their next destination was the Sabaody archipelago, but instead of taking the conventional route, Cato and his crew opted to sail directly through the calm belt. While this would slow their progress, it promised to be an exhilarating adventure. Standing at the bow of the ship, Cato watched Nine Snake Island recede into the distance, his thoughts swirling. He felt a deep weariness from navigating the complexities of two relationships, a sentiment he had never experienced before and one he did not relish. Cato was not devoid of interest in women. Upon arriving in this world, he had envisioned establishing a harem. Yet, reality proved harsh, without a halo of luck. He was merely a man among many, and others were not puppets to be manipulated at will. He refrained from discussing Kinka with Hancock, knowing it was wrong but feeling compelled to keep it hidden for the time being. Guilt gnawed at him regarding Kinka. He understood love all too well and recognized that no one wished to remain in the shadows, despite Kinka's insistence that she was content. Cato knew she would feel heartache upon witnessing his affection for Hancock. As he navigated the delicate balance between the two women, Cato pondered how challenging it was to manage their emotions. He feared that if more complications arose, he might find himself overwhelmed. As a warrior, he thrived on the challenges this world presented and cherished freedom. He had no desire to expend excessive time on matters of the heart. His focus was firmly set on ascending to the pinnacle of power in this age of exploration, unassailable and supreme. With Hancock as his beautiful partner and Kinka as thoughtful presence, he felt he had little else to desire. Having departed from Nine Snake Island, the absence of Sea Kings was a relief, yet the ship, the Freedom Wing, still faced attacks. Solanka, Max, and others stood ready on deck, some to train, others to protect the ship, while Cato observed from the sidelines. Most of the crew, including Doma and Mona, engaged in the defense, many of whom had just awakened their hockey, providing them with an invaluable opportunity for growth, one of Cato's reasons for choosing the calm belt route. We should prepare to install the Sea Prism Stone. The Sea Kings in the New World are likely formidable, Cato remarked, watching Solanka dispatch 2 Sea Kings. The creatures here were not as feeble as those in the Four Seas, easily vanquished by Luffy, nor were they as powerful as those in the New World. But they still posed a significant challenge. However, with so many capable individuals aboard, Cato believed it would be manageable. Leave it to me. We just need to process the Sea Prism Stones, Cato said, acknowledging the rarity of the material, which was predominantly controlled by the Navy. They could only acquire it at major commercial islands like Sabaody. No rush, we can sort it out before entering the New World, Cato replied nonchalantly. recognizing that while he feared the Sea Kings, their presence could impact their sailing speed. Only with the Sea Prism Stones could they navigate the calm belt swiftly and enhance their efficiency in searching. This appears to be an uninhabited island. It doesn't seem like anyone resides here, Kato observed, gazing at the island before them, turning to the crew who had disembarked. Do not misunderstand. The calm belt is not solely home to Nine Snake Island. Many islands, though sparsely populated, support life. After several days of sailing, Kato and his crew passed through multiple islands, taking brief rests before continuing their journey. Upon arriving at another island, they found it completely blanketed in snow, devoid of both people and animals. Should we explore this island? It might harbor rare creatures, Shimbat suggested, casting a glance at Kato. Such islands could either yield treasures, like devil fruits, or prove fruitless, leading to wasted efforts. No, we lack for nothing at present. Let us move on. After several days of sailing, I truly hope to reunite with my master soon, Kato declared, waving his hand dismissively before heading into the cabin of the Freedom Wing. With ample funds and over 10 devil fruit users among his crew, including his own abilities, Kato saw no need to venture ashore. Chapter 114. Casual conversation in the 13GR region of the Shambadi archipelago. At the bar owned by Shaki, the atmosphere was lively. It has only been a year since we last met, and you have already gained a reputation as a notorious pirate worldwide, Diamond. Shaki remarked with a slight smile while preparing drinks. Ah, Shaki, you still look as youthful as ever. What about Uncle Rayleigh? Diamond, feeling at ease, took a swig from a bottle of rum before turning to inquire, feigning ignorance. Rayleigh? The Dark King Silver's Rayleigh? Law raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on his sword. He is merely a coding technician now. Do not be so agitated, young man. Shaki continued mixing drinks without turning around, her smile indicating that she was not easily fazed by Law's demeanor. I didn't expect the owner of this establishment to know such a legendary figure, Law commented, resting his hands on the sofa, a subtle grin forming on his lips. There are quite a few newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million here now, including 15 from your war god pirates, Shaki stated, signaling to Drake and the others to take the drinks. As she spoke, she pulled out a stack of wanted posters from beneath the bar and pointed at them, chuckling softly at Diamond and his crew. Oh, so many? Drake asked, intrigued, as he picked up a wanted poster to examine it closely. Excluding the 6 from your war god pirates, there are 9 more newcomers with bounties over 100 million in the Shambadi archipelago. Shaki smiled at Diamond and continued, the second highest bounty belongs to Eustace Kidd, captain of the Kidd Pirates, with a bounty of 315 million berries, followed by the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 300 million berries. The others with bounties over 100 million include the magician Basil Hawkins, the Sea Howler Scratchman Apu, the Killing Warrior Killer, the gluttonous woman Jewelry Bonnie, the Godfather Capone Beach, the pirate hunter Rorano Azaro, and the monster Monkurki. That Basil Hawkins from the North Sea, has he also arrived at the Shambadi archipelago? And that Straw Hat Kid, is he the one with the straw hat from Eni's lobby? Law pondered, recalling their origins. This person has a bounty of 300 million. He appears to be rather average, Billy remarked after downing a glass of rum, shaking his head in disbelief. The world government issues wanted posters based on the threat level posed by individuals or pirate crews. For instance, Eustace Kidd, who ranks second, has a high bounty due to his actions harming civilians. Shaki smiled knowingly, teasing Diamond. You, my friend, have certainly made a number of admirals quite resentful, haven't you? Let them hate, it matters not. Diamond replied nonchalantly, then inquired, but Shaki, you mentioned the Straw Hat crew is also here? Yes. They left my place not long before you arrived, Shaki nodded, her expression softening. That boy is quite a good soul. You must not cause him any trouble. Don't worry, Diamond assured her with a grin. We must take our leave now. I am here to find Uncle Rayleigh for some coding. With that, Diamond led his group out of the bar. The era of great pirates has revived, with so many newcomers boasting bounties over 100 million. Shaki mused curiously, watching them depart. Moses, it is me, Kos. Where are you now? I have arrived at the Shambadi archipelago. We are in the 1GR area. Wait for me. I will be there shortly. Billy, return to the ship and bring the training blueprints along with 1 billion berries. After concluding the call, Diamond turned to Billy. As Billy nodded and left, Diamond and his crew remained in place, awaiting Kos's arrival. Kaku had gone to process sea stone, while Beppo stayed on the war god ship. Meanwhile, Sachi and Mika had gone shopping, leaving Diamond and a few other men behind. With so many formidable pirates appearing, I am eager to witness their prowess, Lo remarked cheerfully. leaning against a tree root and stroking the hilt of his sword. Once Kos arrives with the money, we will head to the auction house, Diamond replied, slightly pouting. Drake's crew had grown stronger than in the original tale, but Diamond's presence had caused their bounties to be significantly lower, being close to the Navy headquarters. The sudden emergence of so many new pirates is amusing. Drake chuckled softly, glancing at Diamond. Do not worry. As long as the 3 admirals do not arrive together, I, along with Chopper, can still hold off 2 admirals, Diamond said casually, not overly concerned about the forthcoming admiral's arrival. Hearing this, Chopper confidently touched the hilt of his sword. Before long, Billy returned, carrying several boxes. Shortly after Billy's return, Kos arrived as well. Long time no see. Drake greeted Kos, who was dressed in a suit, with a smile and a wave. You too, Kos replied, his voice booming with joy upon seeing Diamond and Drake. Ever since witnessing the dark side of the world government, Kos had lost his sense of belonging to the Navy. During his time undercover, he had always upheld his sense of justice. Kos, be careful while you are alone in the Navy. Just let us know when you want to return. You have always been a member of the War God Pirates, Diamond said, patting Kos on the shoulder with a grin. Yes, I will, Kos nodded seriously. He had once been an ordinary Navy captain, but thanks to Diamond's offer of a devil fruit and conditions, he had advanced much faster than he would have otherwise. Of course, he no longer cared about the title of captain. Here, take this, aside from training your 6 powers. Focus on the exercises outlined in this document, Diamond said, accepting the blueprints from Billy and handing them to Kos. Armament hockey? This. Thank you. Kos's expression changed as he examined the contents of the blueprint. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to accept it. Diamond had previously shared knowledge about hockey with him, but Kos had struggled to master it. Now that he had a clear method, he was quite intrigued. All right, you rascal. And here, take this money to bribe those old geezers in the world government, Diamond said impatiently, noticing Kos's guilty expression. Kos's reluctance had always frustrated him. I understand. I will inform you of any news, Kos nodded, accepting the documents and berries from Diamond. Ah. I presume you have seen the wanted posters for the War God Pirates? This is our ship's doctor, Trafalgar Law. This is our swordsman, Chopper. This is our archer, told Billy. And I assume I need not introduce Drake, Diamond said, grinning as he pointed to Law and the others. There are a few others who are not present. I will introduce them to you next time. Kos, intelligence officer of the War God Pirates. Bird Fruit, Eagle Model. Kos introduced himself formally. Standing straight as Law and the others nodded in acknowledgement. You need not be so formal, Diamond said, exasperated by Kos's overly polite introduction. I will take my leave now. The celestial dragons have arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. If I delay too long, the other rear admirals stationed here will surely notice something amiss. Kos scratched his head, chuckling as he swiftly made his way back with the treasure chest. Indeed. Kos has not changed at all. One must wonder if appointing him as an intelligence officer is too great a challenge. Watching Kos depart, Drake furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, there is little to be done. After all, Kos is rather unremarkable. Enough of this pondering. He can return whenever he wishes. Diamond grinned broadly and set off, suggesting they pay a visit to the auction house to see Old Man Rayleigh. As Diamond and his companions headed to the auction house in the 1GR area, the Straw Hat Pirates were also racing towards the same venue, having uncovered a lead on the mermaid, Cammy. Suddenly, papers began to rain down from the sky. Ah, finally here? Diamond exclaimed, reaching out to catch one. He briefly furrowed his brow before quickly relaxing. This world is truly beginning to stir, he noted, as Drake, having finished reading his own paper, looked up at Diamond and smiled faintly. Isn't this an opportunity for our God of War Pirates? Law's lips curled slightly. Once the fighting begins, the God of War Pirates will surely benefit. Let us go. For now, we must do what we ought to, Diamond said, casually tossing the newspaper aside as he strode towards the auction house. The God of War Pirates, upon entering the auction house, Kid, standing at the back of the auction, playfully waved his right hand in the air, intrigued as he watched Diamond and his group. La, the atmosphere is quite delightful. Diamond glanced at Kid and smiled nonchalantly, then found a seat at the back, his face alight with anticipation as he observed the items up for bid. That fellow, noticing that Diamond was oblivious to his presence, Kid frowned and drew a dagger, smirking softly. Their strength is considerable, Kid. Best to wait until we reach the New World to discuss this further, reminded Kira, the masked man beside him, gently tugging at Kid's sleeve. I'm not so petty. It's just that seeing that guy gives me a rather ominous feeling. Kid chuckled as he watched Diamond and his group move towards the front of the auction house. Kid, perhaps it would be wise to remain quiet and observe the auction. Law suggested, sitting down beside Diamond and casting a glance at Kid. Hey, you're quite the troublemaker, aren't you? Kid retorted with a cold laugh, though he was not foolish enough to provoke Law at that moment. Chapter 115. A Sparring Match. On the islands of Sabaody, just before dinner, Barry and his companions returned with disappointing news. They had scoured the entire island but could not procure much sea kingstone. Kato was initially disheartened, but Barry continued, revealing that there would be a batch of sea kingstone available at an auction the following day. Let us secure it then. The Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew is not short on funds, Kato thought, already envisioning the stones as his own. Leave it to me, Barry declared. The influx of people into the bar made it quite crowded, yet it added a lively atmosphere. This time, rather than dining indoors, everyone opted for an outdoor barbecue, with ingredients generously provided by Aunt Sia. Just as the festivities reached their peak, the legendary Rayleigh finally returned, igniting excitement among Kato's group, who had long admired this figure. Their reactions mirrored that of fervent fans encountering a celebrity. Some were anxious, while others were elated. Kato shook his head, bemused by the starstruck crowd. Yet, he could not help but recall his own past admiration. Rayleigh's presence further intensified the ambience as patrons approached to toast and introduce themselves. Upon learning they were Kato's companions, Rayleigh welcomed them all, unconcerned about his capacity for drink, for he too cherished fine spirits. After others had toasted, Kato approached Rayleigh with a bottle, exclaiming, "Master, let me raise a glass to you." "Cheers." Rayleigh responded with a hearty laugh, downing the contents of the bottle in one go. Kato followed suit, and after they drank, Rayleigh clapped Kato on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, you have not shamed me." Hearing such praise from one of the world's strongest filled Kato with exhilaration, a surge of passion coursing through him. He did not forget to express his gratitude, stating, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Master. Let us have another drink." "Haha, let us." That evening, everyone rested at Aunt Sia's place, and Kato, having indulged too much, was blissfully unaware of how he returned, his last memory fixated on drinking with his mentor. The elation from meeting Rayleigh and Aunt Sia, alongside receiving his mentor's approval, overwhelmed him. Much of his current prowess was attributable to Rayleigh's 2 years of training. Without Rayleigh's guidance, Kato would likely have struggled to awaken even the basic forms of haki, let alone the advanced conqueror's haki. Moreover, Rayleigh had taught him swordsmanship, helping him understand the world and establish his ambitions, paving the way for his present achievements. The next day, when Kato awoke, many had already set off. Reiki took the group to an amusement park, while Barry and the others ventured to the auction to acquire the Sea King Stone. In the bar, only Aunt Sia remained, tidying up. Upon seeing Kato approach, she teased, "You need to work on your drinking skills. You're far from your master-s level." "Haha. I doubt I'll ever catch up to him in that regard," Kato replied, acknowledging his limitations. "Aunt Sia, have they all left?" "Not quite. A few youngsters are outside sparring with your master," Shachi replied without turning. Intrigued, Kato headed outside, only to be reminded by Shachi breakfast is on the table. Noticing the milk and bread laid out, he grabbed a piece of bread and a glass of milk, heading out. As he exited the bar, Kato spotted a group not far off, Marks, Doma, and Luo, observing the sparring match between Solanka and Master Rayleigh. He quickly joined the spectators, eager to witness the contest. At that moment, Solanka was fiercely attacking Rayleigh, his body enveloped in haki, appearing formidable. Rayleigh, however, remained on the defensive, seemingly at a disadvantage. Solanka employed both limbs with incredible speed, creating afterimages that left less skilled observers bewildered. The sounds of their clashes echoed, revealing that this was no mere play but a serious bout, already reaching a boiling point. To an untrained eye, it might appear that Solanka had the upper hand, given Rayleigh's defensive posture. However, Kato perceived the reality. Despite Solanka's relentless assault, Rayleigh effortlessly countered each blow, conserving his energy while Solanka's stamina dwindled rapidly. If this continued, Rayleigh would emerge victorious without breaking a sweat. As Kato anticipated, it was not long before Solanka recognized his own fatigue. Yet, he refused to concede. Determined to extract even a single technique from Rayleigh, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed his ultimate move. He grounded himself, slightly crouching, retracting one fist before delivering a powerful strike. While this action appeared simple, Kato discerned that Solanka unleashed a flurry of punches in that fleeting moment, too swift for the eye to capture. Upon striking, the air before Solanka seemed to rupture, producing a thunderous sound as a massive energy column surged toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh, having sensed the potency of Solanka's technique from the onset, heightened his vigilance. As Solanka launched his attack, Rayleigh exclaimed, "Well done," and swiftly countered with a single sword strike, releasing a formidable wave of sword energy. Compared to Solanka's broad energy column, Rayleigh's sword energy appeared feeble. Yet, upon collision, the sword energy easily pierced through Solanka's attack and continued unimpeded toward him. With a resounding crash, Solanka was sent flying, leaving an imprint in the ground. However, as this was a sparring match, Rayleigh would not inflict true harm. Moments later, Solanka staggered to his feet, primarily exhausted from expending all his energy. Chapter 116, The Next Realm of Sword and Tint. In the archipelago of Sabaody, after the spar between Solanka and Rayleigh, the outcome was naturally a defeat for Solanka. However, he did not feel disheartened. Rather, he learned a great deal and recognized the gap between himself and the top-tier fighters. Once Solanka rose to his feet, Rayleigh remarked, "At your age, possessing such strength is commendable, particularly your physical resilience, which is exceptional. However, there are significant issues with your technique of exertion." Solanka remained silent. Rayleigh continued, "Your mastery of armament hockey is rather superficial, wasting an unnecessary amount of your stamina. There is no need to envelop your entire body in hockey at all times. It should only cover where it is needed. Once you grasp this, although your strength may not increase dramatically, your endurance will undoubtedly improve. At a more advanced level, it can be unleashed only at the moment of attack." After demonstrating, Rayleigh threw a punch without any sign of hockey, but at the instant of impact, hockey manifested on his fist, dissipating the moment he retracted it. One must admit that Rayleigh's mastery of hockey was impeccable. Not only Solanka, but even Kato could not reach such heights. He was currently at a level comparable to Luffy. Rayleigh's words greatly benefited Solanka, as he finally discerned the direction for his future training. Having no mentor throughout his life, he had relied solely on his own efforts. His continuous challenges against others stemmed from his understanding that only through such endeavors could he uncover his shortcomings and grow stronger. Subsequently, everyone took turns to challenge one another. And Max also had a bout with Rayleigh. He was aware that Rayleigh had not consumed any devil fruit and was merely utilizing his physical prowess in hockey. Kato refrained from participating, waiting until everyone was satisfied before approaching to inquire about sword intent. "To think you have progressed so rapidly." Rayleigh stared blankly at Kato for a moment before slowly saying, "Before you grasped sword intent, your sword aura was chaotic and scattered. However, with sword intent, your sword aura appears to possess life and spirit, coalescing into a stronger attack. In simpler terms, each of your strikes embodies your mental will, rendering it unstoppable." Before Kato could respond, Rayleigh continued, "However, comprehending sword intent is exceedingly difficult. Becoming a grand swordsman is merely one aspect. Secondly, you must have unwavering conviction and dedication to the path of the sword. The third and most challenging point is, of course, awakening the sword intent. The first 2 points are relatively straightforward, yet the third relies heavily on personal opportunity. Awakening is not something that can be forced. It requires the right timing, location, and people for the chance to arise. Thus, some may awaken as soon as they fulfill the first 2 criteria, while others may never find the opportunity in their lifetime." Seemingly recalling something, Rayleigh sighed. "Such opportunities are to be encountered, but not sought." "Master, I have already comprehended sword intent." "What?" Rayleigh was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. "I said I have comprehended sword intent," Kato reiterated. Rayleigh fell silent, and the atmosphere grew still, with only the two of them exchanging wide-eyed stares. Internally, Rayleigh was unsettled. He thought to himself, "Is it not the case that the illustrious King of Hell only awakened his sword intent in his 30s? And how old is Kato? Has the world changed? Or have I merely grown old?" Finally, he could only muster, "You are quite fortunate." Unaware of Rayleigh's inner thoughts, Kato wholeheartedly agreed with Rayleigh's assertion, recognizing that his own awakening was indeed a stroke of luck. "Master," Kato ventured, "although I have awakened sword intent, I feel that my sword intent differs somewhat from others." "Oh? Have you encountered other grand swordsmen with sword intent?" "Indeed." Kato then recounted his previous encounter with the old man on the mysterious island. The old man's strength and character piqued Rayleigh's interest. Finally, Kato added, "Master, the old man will soon settle in the Sabaody archipelago, and you shall have the chance to meet him, alleviating your solitude." "Excellent. That is worth far more than any monetary gift you could offer." Rayleigh responded cheerfully. "Then perhaps the monetary exchange can be waived?" Kato asked tentatively. To Kato's surprise, Rayleigh's expression turned serious as he replied, "You are now a renowned pirate. Can you truly retract your words?" "Haha. Indeed." Kato had not anticipated his master would employ such tactics, realizing that the payment was inevitable. Rayleigh nodded at Kato's reaction, his expression reflecting a sense of mentorship. After taking a sip of his drink, he stated, The reason sword intent is so difficult to achieve lies primarily in its incommunicability. Each individual's path is unique, shaped by different experiences and environments, resulting in distinct interpretations of sword intent. This is why I previously refrained from discussing it with you. It is perfectly natural for your sword intent to differ from that of the old man. Were they identical, that would be truly bizarre. Upon hearing Rayleigh's explanation, Kato finally comprehended, dispelling his earlier doubts. What should I focus on in my training now? What else must I cultivate? Although his previous uncertainties had been resolved, new questions arose. What you most urgently need to do is to master your strength to the point where it feels effortless. You must not approach it as you did before. Understand that now you have comprehended sword intent. Each of your strikes holds immense power. While strength is beneficial, what if you are not facing an enemy or do not wish to kill? This is the path you must follow next. Rayleigh elaborated extensively, and Kato took the opportunity to ask numerous questions about training and various techniques of sword intent. Rayleigh generously shared his knowledge, providing Kato with a clearer direction for his journey in the realm of swordsmanship. Master, what realms exist beyond sword intent? Contemplating the path ahead, Kato resembled a student eager for knowledge, devoid of any trace of the King of Hell's demeanor. The journey of cultivation has no end, and indeed, there are further realms. Then please share them with me. Kato eagerly pressed for details. Over the years, countless grand swordsmen have forged ahead, expanding the path of the sword. After taking a sip of his drink, Rayleigh explained, sword intent is merely the ability to wield one's will to command one's own strength. Many have pondered if one's will could become sufficiently powerful to command the forces of nature itself, leading to the next realm, sword momentum. Sword momentum, as the name suggests, entails the ability to harness the forces of nature surrounding oneself for personal use. No matter how strong an individual's power may be, it cannot compare to the might of the natural world. Chapter 117, The Arrogant Scarred Man. In the 13th area of the Sabaody archipelago, Kato felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Rayleigh's discourse on the realm of swordsmanship. His heart brimmed with yearning as he contemplated the possibility of one day attaining such a level of mastery. Who would be his equal then? At that moment, Rayleigh ceased speaking and rose from his seat, making his way towards the bar. Kato, observing his mentor's retreating figure, could not resist asking, Master, is there a higher realm beyond this one? Indeed. Rayleigh paused, turning back to respond. The next legendary level is said to be the state of harmony between man and heaven, where one can not only command the forces of the universe but also harness them for personal gain, allowing one's physical strength and sword energy to flow endlessly. However, this realm remains merely a legend. I have yet to encounter anyone who has achieved it. With that, Rayleigh departed without another glance. Kato, having merely posed a casual inquiry, was astonished to learn that such a realm might indeed exist, albeit one that no one had reached. Realizing the vast distance separating him from such heights, one that even his master had not attained, he ceased his fanciful musings. After a brief period of contemplation, he decided to stroll through the streets. With the ship, the Wings of Freedom, needing repairs, and the installation of sea stone, he anticipated a lengthy wait. Thus, he sought some amusement. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a bar. Today, he had deliberately left his colorful hat and cloak behind, opting instead for a sun hat that obscured his eyes and nose, revealing only his chin. Consequently, no one recognized him upon entering the establishment. Approaching the bar, Kato ordered a bottle of whiskey and found a seat from which he could eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Hey, did you hear? This morning, Castor logged into the Sabaody archipelago. Is it true? The one with the bounty of 300 million berries, the head-cutting axe, Castor? Of course. Who else could it be? I heard not long ago he led his pirate crew to annihilate a naval base. He even beheaded the highest-ranking admiral there and displayed the head for all to see. He is truly ruthless. Listening to their discussions, Kato's thoughts raced. He was surprised to learn that Castor's bounty had risen to 300 million berries. The last time they parted ways, Castor's bounty was 250 million. It seemed to have increased following the destruction of that naval base. To his astonishment, he had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago almost simultaneously with Castor. Reflecting on their journey, Kato recalled that after their separation, they had taken a brief respite at the mysterious island. Following that, aside from brief stops at the Arena Island and Water 7, they had proceeded directly to Amazon Lily, where they lingered for a while before continuing on to their current location. However, during their time at Amazon Lily, Kato had not had the opportunity to catch up on the news. He was astounded by Castor's ferocity. Indeed, he was a pirate returned from the New World, lawless and utterly dismissive of the Navy. What is so special about Castor? The Dragon and Phoenix pirates arrived on the island yesterday. Lord Cato dares to challenge even the celestial dragons. At that moment, a burly man, seemingly displeased with the admiration and fear directed towards Castor, scoffed dismissively. His tone suggested he was a supporter of the dragon and phoenix pirates. The crowd did not seem offended by the man's coarse remarks. After all, most pirates were of a similar ilk. Only the initial speaker appeared somewhat disgruntled, his expression darkening. The truth in the burly man's words left him without a counter-argument. The dragon and phoenix pirates? Are they not the notorious crew with a total bounty nearing 2 billion berries? A young man suddenly inquired. Indeed, the dragon and phoenix pirates have 5 members with bounties exceeding 100 million. The burly man answered, demonstrating an impressive familiarity with the crew and their bounties. Ah, I truly wonder why such a formidable pirate crew remains in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 118, A Brief Interlude. Do you have a grudge against the dragon and phoenix pirates? At a bar in Sabaody Archipelago, this inquiry abruptly shattered the tranquility of the atmosphere. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, curiosity piqued as to who possessed the audacity to speak under such circumstances. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the voice did not originate from the imposing figure, but rather from the youth seated above him. This young man, only visible from the side, donned casual attire, short sleeves and shorts, crowned with a sun hat that obscured much of his face, lending him an air of mystery. The onlookers could discern no remarkable traits about him, however. To speak so boldly in such a moment could only indicate either madness or a lack of fear of the scarred man. Consequently, their gazes shifted toward the scarred man, eager to witness his response. Who are you? What does your grudge have to do with me? The scarred man remained composed, refraining from the reckless aggression displayed earlier. Unlike the previous two, he was uncertain of this newcomer's capabilities, thus opting for caution. He recalled the captain's directive to maintain a low profile. His earlier outburst had stemmed from an inability to suppress his admiration for the dragon and phoenix pirates. Although his crew bore no animosity towards them, it appeared that their captain harbored a bitter vendetta. The youth's direct questioning heightened his vigilance. This young man was Cato, initially enjoying the attention from the crowd enamored with his pirate crew. However, the sudden emergence of this audacious scarred man, who not only mocked the dragon and phoenix pirates but also assaulted his admirers, indicated a personal vendetta against him, prompting Cato to inquire further. To Cato's surprise, the scarred man exhibited a degree of caution. Nevertheless, Cato was not one to shy away from expressing himself. Me? Just an insignificant junior, merely curious. Cato's assertion did little to assuage the scarred man's wariness. Rather, it intensified his unease. Why was this individual so unflustered? Only the truly weak would resort to bravado, while genuine masters would humbly claim to be mere novices. After years of navigating perilous waters, the scarred man recognized that Cato's calm demeanor and self-description as an unknown junior suggested he was a formidable opponent wishing to conceal his identity. Thus, he refrained from responding. Speak. Suddenly, Cato's voice boomed, reverberating with such intensity that it jolted the ever-watchful scarred man, nearly provoking an involuntary response. Yet, seasoned by years of survival, he quickly regained his composure, sealing his lips as he gazed in shock at the unperturbed youth who remained seated, seemingly unfazed. This terrifying presence reminded him of the captain, and he regretted his earlier bravado, realizing he should have heeded the captain's counsel to remain inconspicuous. As he instinctively retreated a couple of steps, he suddenly felt a shift. The young man had vanished from sight, and the voice he dreaded emerged from behind him, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Startled, he spun around only to find Cato standing silently behind him, blocking his escape. Now, can we talk? Cato inquired, gazing at the despair-stricken scarred man. We bear no grudge against the dragon and phoenix pirates. It's merely a personal disdain. The scarred man, though not foolish, realized that this individual, whether affiliated with the dragon and phoenix pirates or not, had deep connections to them. Though he feared Cato, he feared their captain even more. Thus he took the blame upon himself. With a sharp crack, Cato clearly dismissed Chapter 119, The Gathering at Sabaody Archipelago. What is it, Encia? Cato casually inquired as he settled down at the bar. Present at the bar were not only Cato but also Lechi, Salanka, and others, who were engaging in conversation with Encia. They were all quite curious, speculating on what matter Encia wished to discuss with Cato. Have you noticed anything unusual about the Sabaody Archipelago in recent days? Encia asked, mixing drinks while addressing the group. Have I? I haven't noticed anything. Lechi replied with a playful smile after sipping her juice. Not at all. Salanka scratched his head, struggling to recall any anomalies. Could it be that the Navy is planning to take action against us? Kato's heart tightened as he recalled Aunt Xia's earlier words upon their arrival, leading his thoughts in that direction. Kato's speculation caused Lei Qi and Solanka to grow anxious, both glancing at Aunt Xia, waiting for her response. Aunt Xia shot Kato an annoyed look and retorted, "If the Navy were truly planning to act against you, would I still be in the mood to chat with you? I would have already told you to flee." Upon reflection, the others realized she had a point, and their worries eased. They merely cast Kato, the overly dramatic captain, a disdainful glare. "Why are you looking at me? I was just speculating," Kato retorted, visibly displeased. "You all seemed more anxious than I was. And yet you have the audacity to scoff at me? Recently, many newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million have arrived on this island, including 5 pirates from your Dragon and Phoenix pirates, making a total of 15. Ignoring the banter, Xia Qi prepared the drinks and gestured for Kato and the others to take them. As she spoke, she pulled out a stack of wanted posters from beneath the bar, pointing to them with a sly smile. "I believe many of you recognize some of these faces, and there are some newcomers you might not be familiar with." "Oh, so many?" Solanka asked curiously as he picked up one of the wanted posters to examine it closely. Kato recalled hearing about Castor's arrival at the bar. He knew that the captain of the Scarred Man was likely among them, but the rest were a mystery to him. Excluding the 5 from your Dragon and Phoenix pirates, there are 10 newcomers with bounties over 100 million on Sabaody Archipelago. Xia Qi glanced at Diamond and the others, a faint smile gracing her lips as she continued. "The 3 from your pirate crew rank in the top 3, while the 4th is the captain of the Headless Pirates, the decapitating axe Castor, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Next is the evil sorcerer, Rob Lucci, with a bounty of 280 million berries, followed by the Royal Magic Pirates captain, the Ice and Fire Magician, William, with a bounty of 260 million. Other notable bounties include the Lightning Swordsman Canis, with a bounty of 220 million berries, the Bloodthirsty Werewolf, Nate, with a bounty of 180 million, the Arms Expert Cathify, with a bounty of 160 million, the Drifter, Reeves, with a bounty of 150 million, the Red Rose, Catherine, originally with a bounty of 130 million, the Masked Monster, Hilm, with a bounty of 120 million, and lastly, the Ice Sword, Higgins, with a bounty of 100 million berries. "Wow, I didn't expect everyone to gather at Sabaody Archipelago," Lei Qi marveled, realizing that the pirate crews they had fought alongside on the mysterious island were converging once again. "This big guy also has a bounty of 300 million berries?" Solanka remarked, visibly displeased as he recalled the disputes they had with Castor on the mysterious island. "Do you think you're the only one whose bounty can rise?" Sabat chuckled from the side. "This person has a bounty of 260 million. He seems rather average in strength. Isn't he just a magician?" Fiki shook his head in disbelief after downing a glass of rum while looking at William's wanted poster. The issuance of wanted posters by the world government is based on the threat level posed by individuals or pirate crews. The more harm they inflict on civilians, the higher their bounty. It is not merely a reflection of one's strength, Xia Qi remarked with a slight smile, taking a sip while observing the group with a teasing look. "Many of you are familiar with a lot of these individuals. After your separation, they have accomplished quite a few sensational feats, resulting in their bounties increasing. This William is far more than just a magician. His abilities are peculiar. Not akin to a devil fruit user, yet he can manipulate both water and fire elements with astonishing attacking power." "What about the others?" "And Xia, tell us more about them," Lei Qi inquired eagerly. "This evil sorcerer is indeed strange and enigmatic. Originally a little-known pirate crew, their captain recently consumed some fruit that significantly enhanced his abilities, making him formidable enough to effortlessly dispatch even Navy captains, leading to his crew's complete annihilation. Moreover, he has recruited many new crew members who are utterly devoted to him, making the situation quite precarious. The Drifter, Reeves, has a connection with you all. He was captured on the mysterious island and rescued by you. He was once one of the adopted sons of the Yonko, Whitebeard. He is likely returning to the New World to seek out Whitebeard. This bounty is from several years ago." Kato was astonished upon hearing this, as he had no recollection of such an individual, indicating that this person had intentionally concealed his identity. As for the Masked Monster, he was a newcomer from the South Sea, while Ice Sword, Higgins, was a member of the Headless Pirates. The gathering of newcomers on this island is truly remarkable. Even in this era of great maritime exploration, there has never been such a large congregation as this. Although many are not newcomers, they are still a significant headache for the Navy. Isn't it better for the Navy to be troubled?" Kato chuckled, taking a sip of rum. "Indeed," Xia Qi nodded slightly, glancing at Kato and softly advising, "However, you must be cautious not to provoke the Navy too much. Otherwise, they might come after all of you. The more, the merrier. I've long yearned to eliminate a few Navy elites to make a name for myself, and I hope this time they won't disappoint me. Solanka declared with anticipation after taking a drink. With your immense prowess, why haven't you taken down Vice Admiral T-Pig? You were left battered and bruised by him. If it weren't for the captain's rescue, you might have lost your life. Lechi mocked Solanka, noting his self-assured demeanor. Solanka glared at Lechi. And if it weren't for her being a woman with a firm grip on the finances, he might have retaliated. Truly, she had a knack for hitting sore spots. The T-Pig was a Navy Rear Admiral. Even in his current state, he would not be a match for Solanka, let alone when he first set sail. The others laughed at Solanka's frustrated expression. Hearing their laughter, Solanka downed his drink in one go and headed outside. The others, puzzled, watched as Simbak questioned. Where are you going? To challenge the T-Pig. Solanka replied without looking back, prompting another round of laughter from the group after hearing his words. Chapter 120. Lost in Joy Street after being driven away from Solanka, Kato inquired, and Sia, how many more days until the coating of the Freedom Wing is completed? I heard from your master that it would be finished today. Why the rush to depart? Siachi seemed to sense Kato's underlying meaning. With such thoughts, after what you just mentioned, I can't shake the feeling that something significant is about to happen here. It would be prudent to make an early exit. Kato grinned widely and replied, well, you do have a point. Siachi nodded appreciatively after taking a puff of his cigarette. In recent days, everyone had grown weary from their revelries. Aside from the incident with Solanka, they had hardly ventured outside during the day, spending their time in the bar chatting and drinking. It was only after dinner, with nothing else to occupy him, that Kato stepped out of the bar, strolling aimlessly along the bustling streets of Chambord. He found himself unwittingly drawn to a vibrant, illuminated avenue filled with voices. It was at this moment that Kato realized he was lost. However, after a moment's contemplation, he nonchalantly continued deeper into the street, not out of recklessness but rather because he was utterly captivated by the array of beautiful women lining the street. As he walked, he noticed an assortment of alluring ladies on either side, mature women clad in lace, uniformed beauties in various professional attire, and even youthful lolas. Women of diverse races and ages were enticingly beckoning to passers-by. Kato quickly surmised the purpose of this place, Joy Street, having lived here for years. This was his first encounter with such a venue. The only similar experience he had was at the Sacred Maiden Palace on Mystic Island, which was a high-end establishment where art was showcased, not bodies. This authentic Joy Street was a novel experience for him, prompting Kato to slow his pace and begin appreciating the sights. Not bad, that little gaze is quite flirtatious. This one, too, must have an F-cup, quite impressive. And this one, so pure and coldly elegant. Kato not only observed but also mentally critiqued, transforming into a seasoned connoisseur. Upon reaching a luxurious hotel, he made another discovery and exclaimed upon seeing several beauties at the entrance, "Oh wow, there's even a girl in a naval uniform. This owner must be quite astute." The women in naval attire had already noticed Kato's arrival. Upon hearing his words, they cast flirtatious glances his way. One of them approached him, casually draping her arm around his, her body leaning intimately into him as she cooed, "Why not come inside and take a look?" With a delightful scent wafting from her, Kato found himself intrigued. Even through the naval uniform, he felt the softness of her arm. Drawn in by her allure, he replied, "All right, this place it is then." At this, the women exchanged sultry smiles, their enthusiasm noticeably heightened as they ushered Kato inside. The first beauty to grab his arm said, "Sir, not only do we have many beauties, but our cuisine is also a culinary delight of the island, guaranteed to satisfy you." "Is that so? I'm eager to experience it," Kato responded. Upon entering, he found the dimly lit atmosphere suffused with a romantic red hue, where patrons engaged in lively toasts, and beautiful women were charmingly persuading them to drink. It was evident that business was thriving here. "Would you prefer a private room or to stay downstairs?" one of the ladies inquired. After a moment's thought, Kato replied, "A private room, I believe, given the influx of visitors to the island." While it was not unusual for a man to frequent such places, Kato wished to avoid any chance encounters with acquaintances. "Then please, follow me upstairs." The beauty led him to a private room, where he discovered not only a dining table but also a bed. How thoughtful. However, Kato was merely there to explore. He had no intention of spending the night. "Please take a look." At that moment, a service attendant entered, holding a small booklet and presenting it to Kato. Opening it, he was astonished to find a variety of beautiful women, all in the nude. His excitement surged, and he felt his face flush as he quickly glanced at the attendant. "Sir, each beauty has a different price, and you may choose whichever you fancy, including the type of uniform you wish them to wear." Cato was taken aback by the level of service, which seemed to cater to every man's desires. It was thrilling. After selecting two stunning beauties, each with exquisite figures and the highest prices, he declared, one in a naval uniform and the other in a noble princess gown. Please. Certainly. And what would you like to eat? We have. The attendant, recognizing Cato's affluent choices, beamed with delight, knowing that the more the customer spent, the higher her commission would be. Bring me everything unique to your establishment. Cato waved his hand grandly. Having made the effort to visit, he certainly intended to indulge himself. On the top floor of this luxurious hotel, a middle-aged man, perspiring profusely, was listening to a report from his subordinate. This man, named Charles, was no insignificant figure in Chambord. Although he may not be renowned in other fields, he was a prominent player in the Joy Street service industry. His hotel combined dining, entertainment, and lodging, making it exceedingly popular, with many establishments of his own lining the street. In the murky service sector, one inevitably encounters individuals from all walks of life. And as Charles's business thrived, he became a notable figure in Chambord, even gaining influence in the darker realms of the surrounding sea. Earlier that day, he had dined in his opulent hotel and was enjoying the company of his secretary in his penthouse office. Just as he was about to reach a critical moment, a subordinate urgently knocked on his door. Charles understood that his subordinate was well aware of what he was engaged in, and the timing of this interruption indicated that it must be of considerable importance. As a leader in the underworld, Charles could not allow fleeting pleasures to jeopardize significant matters. Thus, he pushed aside his secretary, who looked at him with disappointment, hastily dressing only in his trousers to answer the door. Sir, it's bad news. Our informant downstairs reported seeing the infamous pirate Cato, and he has arrived at our hotel, apparently seeking enjoyment. What should we do, sir? If we fail to accommodate such a prominent figure appropriately, it could spell disaster. The subordinate spoke with urgency. Charles inhaled sharply, fully aware of Cato's reputation. Just days ago, he learned that the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew had reached Chambord, but he never anticipated that Cato would stealthily visit this place. Charles was not only a notable figure in the underworld of Chambord, but also had a hidden identity as a trusted subordinate of the Joy Street Queen, Tracy. Thus, he was privy to certain confidential information, such as Cato being a partner whom his boss, Tracy, admired and sought to collaborate with. He knew that this man had defeated the seemingly invincible Herbert and Lord His, and that he had audaciously assaulted the Celestial Dragons. Assaulting the Celestial Dragons required immense courage, especially given that no repercussions ensued, and the world government did not send hunters after him. If he were to offend such a significant figure today, not only would the hotel be at risk, but given Cato's notorious reputation, he could very well take revenge, and Tracy would not come to his aid. Charles gazed at his subordinate before him, finding the young man particularly pleasing to the eye that day. You performed admirably today. In my absence, the restaurant of this hotel shall be under your purview. Immediately arrange for the most exquisite ladies, and have the finest chef utilize the best ingredients to cater to all the whims of that esteemed guest. Following this, Charles began to dress and groom himself, evidently preparing to meet Cato personally. Meanwhile, Cato awaited the arrival of beautiful women and gourmet food in a private room. Although unsure if the ladies would match their photographs or if the cuisine would live up to the server's praises, he felt that the ambience alone justified the expenditure. This world lacked the pixel-perfect enhancements of his previous life, and he believed he would not be disappointed. The first to arrive were the two women he had ordered. Cato was immediately captivated. Their appearance bore no difference from their images, though their attire differed considerably from what he had envisioned. Rather than standard naval uniforms and princess dresses, they wore custom outfits that were not only semi-transparent but also minimalistic, exposing ample décolletage and showcasing their long, fair thighs, which were hardly concealed by their ultra-short skirts. A slight squat would reveal even more. Before Cato could fully appreciate their beauty, the two ladies had positioned themselves on either side of him, drawing close. His gaze instinctively wandered to their alluring forms. The tantalizing mystery of their attire was irresistibly seductive, igniting a desire to unveil what lay beneath. It was evident that the proprietor of this establishment was a master of indulgence. Before long, a sumptuous array of dishes was presented on the table. An assortment of culinary delights, fish, meat, and delicacies from both land and sky adorned the surface, each dish exquisitely crafted, with some items unfamiliar to Cato. Upon seeing this feast, he sighed, "My friends, do not take it personally. It is merely that fate has not favored you with this fortune." With that, Cato began to indulge under the attentive service of the two beautiful women. The unexpected flavors of the food ranked among the top 10 he had ever tasted. And despite having dined earlier, he could not resist the temptation to feast once more. Just as he was reveling in his meal, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Cato mumbled, continuing to relish his food. In the presence of a glutton like himself, the authority of any figure, no matter how formidable, was rendered insignificant. Enjoyment was paramount. Following his call, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a middle-aged, rotund gentleman, whose beaming smile greeted Cato as he entered. "Good day, esteemed Cato. I am Charles, the proprietor of this establishment. It is truly an honor to host you today." Cato, observing the portly man, was taken aback that he could still be recognized despite his change in attire. It appeared that those in this line of work possessed keen insight. "Oh, your service is commendable, and I am quite satisfied," Cato replied, unsure of Charles's intentions but appreciating the owner's previous strategies. "It is gratifying to hear that, my lord. Please, indulge yourself. All expenses here are on the house." Charles quickly added, "In truth, I am also a subordinate of Lady Stracy." "Oh, I did not realize Lady Stracy had subordinates here. So, you offer me complimentary food and drink, and you've come to see me with such deference. Is there a matter at hand?" "And no, my lord, nothing of the sort. I merely hope that when you encounter Lady Stracy in the New World, you might mention my name. I aspire to develop my prospects under her guidance." Cato regarded the man, sensing a lack of strength in him, though he was astute. "So, you wish to venture into the New World? Very well, I understand your intentions. You may leave now." With a dismissive wave, he signaled for Charles to exit. Charles, understanding the cue, promptly retreated from the room. Cato felt neither fondness nor disdain for him. A measure of appreciation lingered. The man had found a way to curry favor. Yet in a world dominated by pirates, strength was paramount. In the shadows of the New World, those without power often faced dire fates. Even the strongest bodyguards could turn lethal if sufficiently motivated by greed. Thus, Cato harbored reservations about Charles's prospects in the New World. Nevertheless, he believed in the principle of reciprocity. Charles's demeanor was almost humbly subservient, prompting Cato to refrain from further commentary. Each individual navigated their own path in life. Cato would not interfere with Charles's aspirations but would extend a hand if the opportunity arose. Ultimately, Charles's destiny would rest in his own hands. With a renewed appreciation for the lavish spread before him and the attentiveness of the two charming ladies, Cato resumed his indulgence. After satiating his appetite, he leisurely exited the luxurious establishment, the two ladies casting wistful glances as he departed. Charles accompanied him to the entrance, watching as Cato vanished from sight. Observing Charles's disingenuous smile, Cato recognized that the man's reverence was superficial. In the realm of pirates, strength was the bedrock of existence. Leaving the vibrant street behind, Cato contemplated his return journey. The hour was late, and many had already retired for the night, leaving the streets notably quieter. As he sought his way, a young girl suddenly dashed towards him, pulling him into a dim alleyway. Chapter 121. A reunion with Shizleia, the archipelago of Chambord. In stark contrast to the daytime hustle and bustle, exuded an aura of tranquility under the night sky. Cato found himself being pulled forward by a mysterious young woman. His body remaining motionless as he sensed no threat emanating from her. She possessed no discernible power. Upon reaching a deserted, serene alley, the young woman finally halted. "Cato, do you remember me?" she inquired, glancing back with an air of innocence. Though Cato could not see her features clearly, her voice was hauntingly familiar. Her question hinted that they had crossed paths before, yet he could not recall when he had met a seemingly powerless girl. The voice indeed rang a bell. Cato hesitated to confess his uncertainty, fearing it might wound her feelings. It appears I hold no significance in your memory, not even worthy of being remembered." The young woman's tone oscillated between self-mockery and a sense of liberation, leaving Cato perplexed. Cato had little time to squander in this puzzling encounter. Initially, he presumed she was an envoy conveying some vital information. Now, he realized that was far from the truth. "Who are you, and what do you want? If you want to speak, I shall take my leave," Cato declared, turning to depart. "Wait." The girl, upon hearing his footsteps, swiftly turned to grasp his arm. In reality, Cato had no intention of leaving. He merely sought an opportune moment to discern her identity. And now, that moment had arrived. "Is it truly you, Shizleia?" Cato exclaimed, astonished to recognize her as the celestial dragon, Shizleia. At that moment, she was devoid of the grandiose atmosphere typically associated with her kind, appearing more like an ordinary person. Though she had matured and grown more voluptuous, Cato recognized her at once. Shizleia was taken aback that Cato had discerned her identity, hastily releasing his arm to cover her face. However, before she could complete the gesture, she realized there was nothing to conceal. "Why should I be anxious?" she thought. adjusting her hair and declaring, "Umph. It seems you do remember me. You shameless scoundrel. Demon." Her words triggered Kato's memory of his previous indiscretions toward her. Awkwardly, he rubbed his nose and apologized. "I'm sorry. I was young and impulsive back then. I sincerely apologize now and hope you can overlook it." Humph. Shizliya seemed still to harbor resentment over Kato's past actions, emitting a cold huff without uttering further words. Kato understood her feelings. He had indeed crossed a line. It was easy to see how any girl, let alone a celestial dragon, could harbor deep-seated animosity towards him. In his earlier days, Kato had held a profound disdain for the celestial dragons due to their actions. Yet, through the passage of time, he had matured and reflected, no longer the Na'vi impassioned youth he once was. The misdeeds of the celestial dragons were indeed detestable, but they bore no relevance to him personally. Seeking revenge against an innocent girl for the sins of her kin would only serve to highlight his own impotence, drawing no distinction between himself and the very beings he despised. Casting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Kato gazed at the resentful celestial dragon before him, her hands clenched in indignation. Chapter 122. The Alluring Fairy. Without comparison, there is no harm. From that moment onwards, Shizliya underwent a significant transformation in her perception of Kato. Her intense loathing for him diminished, and she began to recognize his admirable qualities. Even after striking a celestial dragon, he remained unscathed and lived with an enviable nonchalance. Nevertheless, she did not concede defeat. Instead, she devoted herself even more diligently to the tasks entrusted to her by her father, striving to prove that she was not inferior to this lowly commoner. As she engaged more with the family business and interacted with a greater number of individuals, Shizliya evolved from an ignorant girl into a true elite among the celestial dragons, her status continually ascending. She came to understand that the celestial dragons were not the unequivocal rulers of this world, and that others were not merely slaves. This realm was governed by strength. Even the celestial dragons were compelled to show a modicum of respect to the powerful. Thus, the derogatory title of commoner for Kato gradually faded from her mind. However, there remained one aspect that she could not shake off, one that ensnared her deeper. Whenever loneliness enveloped her, she found herself unable to resist fantasizing about Kato caressing her, leading her to ecstasy. As time passed, these instances increased, and on occasion, she would inadvertently call out Kato's name. This frightened her, making her feel as though she had fallen victim to Kato's sorcery. After an initial spell of panic, Shizliya finally arrived at a rather uncertain conclusion. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she hastily shook her head in denial, insisting that she could not possibly harbor affection for this scoundrel who had once insulted her. Surely, he was the person she despised most. Yet upon reflection, the possibility was not entirely implausible. Firstly, Kato was undeniably handsome, particularly with that mischievous smile that lingered in her thoughts at night, a source of both admiration and irritation. Secondly, his remarkable strength and influence at such a young age made him an exceptionally rare talent, one unmatched among the celestial dragons, save for a select few. Thirdly, she found herself consistently seeking news about him. She would even peruse the newspaper for any mention of Kato first. Lastly, every time she experienced those intimate moments, her thoughts were consumed by him, and at times, she would unconsciously utter his name. Through this introspection, Shizliya ultimately grasped her predicament. However, this time, she did not feel fear or confusion. She had matured and was no longer the Na'vi girl she once was. If she harbored feelings, she would pursue them. As a celestial dragon, a delicate lady, was she to fear in her pursuit of him? Thus, following this revelation, Shizliya fully opened her heart, eagerly anticipating Kato's arrival. To win his affection, she diligently studied various skills and knowledge, which were abundant among the celestial dragons. Just a few days ago, she finally received reports from her subordinates that the dragon and phoenix pirates had landed on the Sabaody archipelago. Elated yet composed, she instructed, "I understand. Make the necessary arrangements. I shall visit the Sabaody archipelago tomorrow to procure a few items." "Yes, my lady." Once her subordinate exited, Shizliya could no longer contain her smile, murmuring to herself, "Kato, just wait. I shall ensure you cannot escape my grasp." Days later, Shizliya finally arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Upon learning of Kato's presence, she stealthily made her way out. Her initial excitement, however, was met with uncertainty as she stood before the very scoundrel she had anticipated. Time returned to the present. These thoughts swirled in Shizliya's mind for only a moment, as only a brief interval had passed outside until Kato spoke once more, snapping her back to reality. Noticing her silence and distant gaze, Kato waved his hand in front of her face, exclaiming, "Hey, wake up. If you don't speak, I really will leave." As Shizliya beheld Kato's nonchalant demeanor, one that had caused her considerable distress over the years, she felt a surge of irritation. In a sudden impulse, she seized his hand and bit down fiercely. "Whoa, are you a dog or something? How dare you take advantage of me?" Kato exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. He never expected the once demure celestial dragon girl to transform into someone so brazen, resorting to biting. How crude. Yet, he refrained from retaliating, viewing this as her retribution for his past actions. While Kato feigned shock, Shizliya remained undeterred, well aware of his strength and not falling for his act. "Hey, you're really biting. You've drawn blood," Kato lamented, feeling quite unfortunate. He rarely sustained injuries during battles, yet here he was, wounded by an unarmed girl. "Oh really?" At that moment, Shizliya detected a salty taste and released her grip, grasping Kato's hand and teasing, "Well then, let me clean it for you. It actually tastes quite nice." As she spoke, Shizliya extended her delicate tongue to lick the area around her lips, casting a seductive smile at Kato. The juxtaposition of innocence and allure graced her features, sending shivers down Kato's spine. "What are you planning to do?" Kato stammered, his anxiety palpable. Without a word, Shizliya took Kato's injured finger into her mouth, enveloping it with her lips. Before he could react, he felt a soft, slick tongue swirling around his finger, igniting a surge of excitement within him. And it didn't end there. Shizliya began to move Kato's hand rhythmically, creating an outrageously provocative scene. Was this truly the girl who once succumbed to his touch? She had transformed into an unrestrained vixen. Kato, bewildered by Shizliya's transformation, pondered whether she was indeed attempting to seduce him. He hastily concealed his embarrassment with his free hand, fearful of being ridiculed by her. Unbeknownst to him, Shizliya had already noticed his reaction, and when he looked up, she averted her gaze. "All right, it's over now. Let go," Kato insisted, though his words belied his true feelings. He could easily reclaim his hand, yet he hesitated. To his surprise, Shizliya complied, releasing him completely. "Just my luck," Kato thought, feeling quite irked, and his expression did not escape Shizliya's notice, prompting her to burst into laughter. Chapter 123, A Major Incident. Kato, already in a foul mood, could no longer ignore Shizliya's laughter, realizing he had been playfully teased by her. Observing her playful demeanor, he marched over and hoisted her over his shoulder, striding away with determination. "Let me go, you scoundrel. Where are you taking me?" Shizliya had not anticipated Kato's swift reaction. Internally gleeful, she feigned fear and struggled, fully aware that men often reveled in such scenarios. The more one resisted, the more excited they became. Smack. Kato, disregarding any hesitation, playfully slapped Shizliya's ample posterior, the sound echoing and startling her momentarily. However, the sensation radiating from her rear caused a blush to bloom upon his cheeks, involuntarily eliciting a soft, almost melodic sigh from her. After the playful act, Kato remarked, "Of course we're going to a hotel. If you dare to entice me, you must face the consequences." Engrossed in his own words, he remained oblivious to Shizliya's response. Surprisingly, after the playful slap, Shizliya ceased her resistance. The Fuyuan Hotel, located in the Chambord Islands, is neither luxurious nor shabby. Its exterior rivals that of high-end establishments, and it enjoys a bustling clientele. In such a locale, it is challenging for any hotel to struggle for business. Kato carried Shizliya and soon arrived at the hotel. Although the Fuyuan Hotel operates around the clock, it was notably quiet at this hour, allowing Kato to enter without being seen by others. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Kato gently set Shizliya down. This time, she appeared resigned, refraining from fleeing or struggling, merely adjusting her appearance and obediently following him inside. After booking a lavish room, once they entered and closed the door, Kato eagerly pushed Shizliya against the wall, capturing her lips with his own. Though Kato had encountered many women, there was something uniquely exhilarating about conquering a celestial dragon, a rarity that stirred a special longing within him. How many could claim to have subdued one of such high status? Initially, Shizliya seemed to resist, possibly due to unfamiliarity or a lack of experience with kissing, responding passively to Kato's sudden advance. However, after a brief moment, she transformed from passive to proactive, wrapping her arms around Kato's neck and intertwining her legs around his waist, passionately reciprocating his affections. Soon, the room resonated with the sounds of Shizliya's cries of pleasure and Kato's labored breaths, accompanied by the creaking of the bed, creating a harmonious symphony. The night passed in silence, and the following morning appeared ordinary for many, yet it marked an unforgettable day for Bubuch. Bubuch, Shizliya's assistant and secretary, though not a celestial dragon himself, held a significant position as her most trusted aide. Not even influential navy figures, kings, or leaders of the underworld dared to provoke him. fearing the wrath of the celestial dragon he served. Consequently, Bubuge had lived a carefree life, feeling he had reached the pinnacle of human achievement. However, at that moment, Bubuge was pale, utterly drained, and slumped on the ground, his face etched with despair. His master, Shizliya, had inexplicably vanished. The events leading to this crisis began half an hour earlier. Like any other day, Bubuge arose early to oversee the chef preparing breakfast for Shizliya. Once the meal was ready, he approached her door to awaken her. After knocking for quite some time with no response, he thought little of it, knowing she occasionally enjoyed sleeping in. However, after 2 more attempts yielded the same silence, anxiety began to creep in. Reluctantly, he called upon a maid to investigate. And the answer was clear: his master was not in her room. The realization struck the others as well, their faces filled with terror. For if Shizliya truly was lost or harmed, they would surely face dire consequences. Bubuge struggled to maintain his composure, knowing that such moments demanded calmness. While preparing for the worst, he understood that the immediate priority was to search the palace thoroughly. Before long, everyone mobilized, scouring the palace for any sign of Shizliya. But despite turning the place upside down, they found no trace of her. Bubuge, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground. Should we report this to the Navy and Lord Rodsward? A nearby guard mustered the courage to suggest. Yes, we must report it and find our master, Bubuge exclaimed. Suddenly jolted into action, scrambling to his feet and rushing towards the room containing the telephone bug, abandoning all semblance of his usual poise. As he ran, his mind raced, contemplating who might be behind such a kidnapping or persecution. Suddenly, a name crystallized in his thoughts: Cato. It wasn't that he was particularly astute, rather. The answer was glaringly obvious. Cato was the only one who had a grievance against Shizliya, and he had recently reported Cato's presence in the Chambered Islands. Who else would be audacious enough to abduct or harm a celestial dragon? Cato, who had previously dared to strike a celestial dragon, was the prime suspect. And Bubuge had no doubt that Cato or the dragon and Phoenix pirates were responsible. In Mariewa, Lord Rodsward was sipping tea when he received Bubuge's report, which ignited his fury, causing him to shatter his teacup. He regretted not dealing with Cato sooner. Years ago, Cato had been his slave, escaping and not only threatening Shizliya but also looting a part of his treasury, which incensed him. Yet, Cato's subsequent confrontation with Saint Charlemagne had drawn more attention, overshadowing Rodsward's grievances. Now, he was shocked to find himself in this predicament, and after hanging up, he promptly informed Sengoku of the situation. Chapter 124. The Navy's Formidable Formation. At this moment, within the Marine headquarters in Mariford, under the Red Soil continent, Admiral Sengoku was experiencing a severe headache as he ended a call with Saint Roswald. The celestial dragon had been kidnapped, and the perpetrator was none other than the troublesome Cato. Damn it, what on earth is happening? He slammed his fist on the desk and exclaimed, why did this happen? Can't that scoundrel Cato take a break for once? At the same time, Garp, Akane Sakazuki, and Akiji were seated in Sengoku's office. Garp burst into laughter, saying, what's so surprising? He dared to strike a celestial dragon years ago, let alone now. Besides, it was Roswald who purchased him back then. Truly, every action has its consequences. Garp, mind your words, Akiji admonished him. However, Garp persisted. Isn't it true? Just so you know, don't come looking for me. While the Navy's suppression exists to combat pirates, it is not meant to clean up after the celestial dragons. Garp, enough. Sengoku shouted furiously, interrupting him. Although Sengoku agreed with Garp's sentiments, he bore the responsibility of the entire fleet as the admiral. At times, Sengoku envied Garp's carefree and principled life. Perhaps this was why Garp had never ascended to the rank of admiral. All right. Garp shrugged, closing his mouth and picking up a donut to munch on, seemingly indifferent to the kidnapping of the celestial dragon. Cato, you scoundrel, what have you done? Sengoku lamented, growing increasingly frustrated as he contemplated how to address this situation. It was evident that he could hardly believe this was all real. Just days prior, he had received news of the Dragon Phoenix pirates landing on Sabaody Archipelago. But after careful consideration, he had refrained from ordering the Navy to eliminate them, instructing instead that they should not engage regardless of what occurred. He had his own plans. For since the 4 emperors had established their reign, the Navy's situation in the New World had deteriorated day by day, with the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line being captured endlessly. Although the Shichibukai had been established to counter the 4 emperors, the effectiveness had been minimal. Only the first half of the Grand Line had seen significant improvement. Sengoku, still in his prime, awaited the opportunity to alter this dire situation, until Cato's rise, which had ignited a flicker of hope within him. If such a formidable character were to enter the New World, would the four emperors let him be? Even if he were to join any one faction, the others would not stand idly by. Kato posed a substantial threat. If he were not dealt with now, he would soon rise to the level of a four-emperor figure, making it impossible to counter him later. If Kato chose not to ally with any faction, it would surely precipitate a great war, as whichever four-emperor acted first, the others would seize the opportunity to claim territory, inevitably leading to unimaginable chaos. Thus, Kato was indeed a catalyst, the pivotal point for turmoil in the New World, and the Navy's chance to re-enter, which Sengoku had long awaited. But plans changed swiftly. He never anticipated that Kato would force his way in without the Navy's intervention. Sengoku recalled St. Roswald's furious roar just moments ago. Damn it, Sengoku. What are you waiting for? Quickly call the Admiral. If my daughter dies, I will demand the blood of every pirate in the Sabaody archipelago for her. Especially the Dragon Phoenix pirates must die. Roswald had not even considered that his daughter might not survive in the clutches of that devil, Kato. To him, she was already dead. Sengoku sighed. Alas, you can only blame yourself. After reflecting, he began to contemplate the selection of personnel for this mission. Given that such an incident had occurred, he was determined to capture Kato and his crew. He turned his gaze toward the silent Akaina Sakazuki. Sakazuki, still donning his naval cap, arms crossed and cigar in mouth, sat smoking. Noticing Sengoku's gaze, he straightened up and asked, "Do you need me to go?" Sengoku pondered for a moment, finding it inappropriate. Sakazuki had just returned from a mission. Let Kazan go. Sengoku rapped the table and instructed Sakazuki. We must succeed this time. Kazan's abilities are particularly advantageous for efficiently organizing the enemy's escape by sea. You just returned. Take a rest. Humph. You want that guy to go. Sakazuki grunted. But he fell silent, continuing to smoke his cigar. Kazan was not the only one to be dispatched. Kazara would accompany him. And Sengoku would even communicate with the world government to send Bartholomew Kuma along with several vice-admirals. After all, the Sabaody archipelago was not only home to the Dragon Phoenix pirates, but also 10 individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million. If they were to act, it must be all-encompassing. Garp and Akiji exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain. Given the current situation, sending Akiji and Kazari meant that all pirates in the Sabaody archipelago would face grim consequences. It appeared Sengoku was resolute in his decision. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. If it goes this way, if you manage to escape, the celestial dragons will have no words left to say. It all hinges on you. I hope you do not disappoint me. After the deliberations concluded, a naval soldier hurried to inform Akiji and Kazaro. Very well, I shall personally head out. Kazara did not hesitate. Although Akiji was in his office, he was reclining in his chair, wearing his mesh eye mask and dozing off. Awoken by the commotion, he groaned in annoyance. What is going on? Why must I be the one to act? The reporting soldier stood at attention, saluting. I apologize, Admiral Kazan. But it is Admiral Sengoku's orders. All right. Akiji waved his hand. I will go now. With that, he leaped from his chair and stretched. Akiji, slender yet tall, appeared almost like a bamboo pole, his wavy hair adding to his peculiar look, yet no one dared question his strength. By the way, who is the target? Akiji inquired after his stretch. Based on current intelligence, it should be the Dragon Phoenix pirates, specifically their captain, the Grim Reaper Kato, the naval soldier reported. However, it remains unclear how he managed to silently abduct and kill the celestial dragon. Kato, huh? Akiji scratched his head. Well, I suppose we'll deal with it once we capture him. With that, he opened the window of his office and leaped out. Despite the height of 7 or 8 stories, Akiji landed without a scratch. With his appearance, a multitude of naval soldiers gathered, following him toward the port. Chapter 125, The Arrival of the Navy. No one anticipated that the Navy would mobilize such a formidable force this time: 2 admirals, 1 warlord of the sea, 3 vice-admirals, and over a dozen naval warships, all surging towards the Sabaody archipelago. Although the journalists at the naval headquarters and the sailors themselves were oblivious to the purpose of this overwhelming fleet, everyone sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. The naval headquarters was in close proximity to the Sabaody archipelago, making it a brief journey to arrive. When Admirals Kazaro and Akiji set out, the stationed naval forces in the Sabaody archipelago had already received their orders. They were acutely aware of their limitations and would not be tasked with capturing the notorious pirate Kato. Sengoku would not send them to their doom. Their mission was straightforward: prevent the escape of these pirates and ascertain their whereabouts. Given their years of presence in the area, they had their own network of informants. And without Sengoku's directives, they had already been monitoring the movements of these pirates, as the congregated pirates were no ordinary foes. Admiral Lantis, responsible for the Sabaody archipelago, had diligently served in this region for years, seeking not glory but merely to avoid missteps. The arrival of so many pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million raised his concerns. He had been observing their activities closely, only to discover that they were, surprisingly, quite docile and merely indulging in leisure. This revelation had eased his worries somewhat. Yesterday, Lantis had enjoyed a restful night. But this morning he received alarming news. A celestial dragon had vanished without a trace. The thought of Sengoku's ominous tone only intensified his resentment towards Kato. After instructing his subordinates to take action, he personally led them toward Area 13, determined to oversee the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew. Before long, the naval warships arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, with Kizaru's vessel being the first to dock. With a graceful leap, he landed on the island, his presence immediately instilling terror among the pirates and slave traders present at the port. Upon witnessing several pirate ships hastily departing, Kizaru raised his right hand and commanded the naval fleet, sink all departing pirate ships. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Kizaru's ruthlessness during the operation was startling, effectively severing the pirates' escape routes. Though the archipelago boasted numerous ports, this particular one was the largest and the most frequented by pirate and merchant vessels alike. Should these ships be destroyed, at least half of the pirates would be unable to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the Navy aimed their cannons at the target. Boom, boom. The naval artillery fired directly at the harbor, with several warships unleashing a barrage of 12 cannons. A ship belonging to an unknown pirate crew, just as it broke the surface of the sea, came under fire. Several cannonballs struck the vicinity of the vessel, sending towering walls of water skyward. Before the pirates aboard could revel in their fortune, a cannonball struck the ship directly. The deafening explosion left a gaping hole in the ship's hull, followed by 2 more cannonballs hitting it consecutively. The pirate ship's powder magazine was directly struck. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending the vessel soaring into the air. This scene instilled terror in all the pirate crews contemplating departure, causing them to abandon their ships and flee towards the island. Not just the pirates, but even the nearby merchants and residents turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation and fearing collateral damage, prompting them to scatter in panic. Aboard a subsequent vessel, Akiji observed this chaos, shaking his head slightly. He believed such drastic measures were unnecessary. With a mere exertion of his powers, he could have encased the harbor in ice, preventing any pirate crew from escaping. This would have conserved ammunition and spared everyone the ensuing panic. Though dissatisfied, he refrained from voicing his objections, recognizing Kizaru's superior rank and authority as the operations leader. As Akiji contemplated, the naval bombardment continued unabated. With a series of resounding blasts, small windows along the sides of the warships opened, revealing more artillery ready to unleash their fury. Cannonballs rained down upon the pirate vessels in a relentless assault. "Hey, you there. Tell me, do you know where the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew is?" Kizaru inquired, approaching a pirate, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. I don't know." The pirate stammered, panic evident in his voice. I don't know the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew." While the pirates certainly recognized Kato and his crew, Kizaru was dissatisfied with the response. A flash of light erupted as Kizaru delivered a swift kick to the pirate's face. His speed was astonishing, though not quite at the speed of light. It far exceeded the human eye's ability to perceive. Each target seemed to be caught in a stupor, unable to react before being struck. The unfortunate pirate was sent flying, crashing through several walls of nearby buildings before finally coming to a halt, his body shattered and lifeless. Monster. The sight of the pirate's gruesome fate instilled a profound sense of dread among the gathered pirates, plunging them into a frenzy. All the pirates drew their firearms, firing wildly at Kizaru, yet every bullet passed harmlessly through him. "What is happening? Why can't we hit him?" the pirates exclaimed in terror. Kizaru merely shrugged, considering them inconsequential. With a light leap, he ascended into the air, arms outstretched, unleashing a flurry of beams of light that cascaded downwards. These rays struck the ground, resulting in a series of explosions, while others directly pierced the bodies of those unfortunate enough to be in their path, creating round holes through their forms. The entire harbor resembled a site of carpet bombing. The ground riddled with craters, residual smoke lingering in the air, leaving behind a scene strewn with corpses. Among the fallen were pirates, merchants, slave traders, and innocent civilians. An unjust calamity had befallen the pirates, who had no inkling of why they were being slaughtered by Kizaru. With his hands still in his pockets, Kizaru strolled forward leisurely, Chapter 126 Prelude to Battle, Sabaody Archipelago. The yellow ape strolled towards the island, appearing languid yet moving with the swiftness of lightning. Each time he encountered a pirate, he would seize them to inquire about the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. Should they refuse to answer or provide unsatisfactory responses, they would swiftly face the yellow ape's retribution, leaving no one unscathed. After eliminating several waves of pirates attempting to reach the port, the yellow ape spotted a young Navy officer clad in uniform rushing toward him. The youth saluted the yellow ape before speaking. "Admiral Borsellino, Major Landis has instructed me to guide you to the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew's location in Area 13. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape nodded and turned his gaze towards the port. The sounds of cannon fire had ceased, and the Navy was methodically disembarking onto the island. A glance around revealed the absence of any pirate ships, with only debris and the remains of pirates floating on the water. Satisfied by this sight, the yellow ape addressed the young naval officer. "How is it on Landis' side?" I'm not entirely sure, but you could contact Major Landis directly," he suggested, having rushed here immediately after receiving his orders. "Very well." The yellow ape raised his left wrist, calling out to the transponder snail affixed there. "Hello, Landis. Can you hear me?" However, after several attempts, he received no response. Scratching his head, he remarked, This is rather peculiar." His demeanor remained leisurely, though certainly more composed than that of the stuttering monk. He tried calling again, yet still no reply. At this moment, the young Navy officer, unable to contain himself, cautiously interjected, "Sir Borsellino, it seems you are using the wrong transponder snail. The one on your left wrist is for eavesdropping, isn't it?" The yellow ape scratched his scalp and asked, "Then where's the one I use for communication?" "It's on your right hand," the young officer replied, somewhat exasperated. Realizing his mistake, the yellow ape promptly lifted his right hand to make the call. Soon enough, a voice crackled through. "Is this Admiral Borsellino?" There seems to be a commotion with sounds of battle and cannon fire in the background. "It's me. What is your situation? Is everything all right?" "Not good. We've been discovered by the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, and we are currently engaged in combat to hold them off. However, their strength is overwhelming, and we may not last much longer. We hope you can arrive quickly." The call abruptly ended, and the young officer's face paled, anxiously glancing at the yellow ape, seemingly awaiting his decision. "All right, I shall proceed alone for now. You guide the others." After a moment of contemplation, the yellow ape resolved to go ahead himself, for it would indeed be difficult to explain the death of a naval major. "Understood," the young officer exclaimed in excitement, believing that with the admiral's personal involvement, Major Landis would surely be safe. Shortly after the yellow ape departed, the Navy had assembled, following Akiji to the young officer's side. He explained the situation, and Akiji directed, "Squirrel, you accompany him to assist in capturing the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. The others will disperse to apprehend the remaining pirates." "Yes, Admiral Kazan," replied a Navy officer equipped with a katana, sporting a punk hairstyle and a beard. He was Squirrel, one of the 16 vice admirals, adept in swordsmanship and skilled in the 6 powers. The 16 vice admirals of the Navy are formidable officers, each capable of taking on thousands, all proficient in hockey, frequently undertaking significant military operations. Squirrel was among the 5 vice admirals who participated in the Buster Call at Enies Lobby and during the Marineford War. He single-handedly slayed a colossal sea king, showcasing his considerable prowess. The vice admirals dispatched this time were no ordinary characters. The other 2 were Spider and Doberman, both also participants in the Buster Call, making them formidable allies. These 3 individuals ranked among the most powerful vice admirals in the Navy, indicating that this time Sengoku was not merely playing around. Their strength in dealing with Luffy and his crew was worlds apart. The name Spider alone indicated the user of a devil fruit, granting him the ability to extend 6 spider-like appendages from his body, wielding 8 swords and a pistol simultaneously. Spider donned a helmet adorned with a 2-headed dragon motif. His fierce demeanor intimidating even without expression, he was known for his brutal nature, often disregarding the safety of his subordinates during missions. Doberman, marked by numerous scars and a distinctive mustache, was one of the 2 vice admirals who pursued the Whitebeard pirates alongside Akaina during the later stages of the Paramount War. He had a reputation for his uncompromising nature and formidable strength, embodying the hawkish faction within the Navy. During the Marineford War, he was the only vice admiral bold enough to rebuke the Yonko in the face of the red-haired pirates' plea to cease their attacks against the deceased Whitebeard and Ace. Once Admiral Akiji assigned the tasks, the 3 vice admirals proceeded in different directions onto the island, while Akiji himself led a contingent of Navy personnel to land on Sabaody Archipelago. as the Navy entered the island. The explosions at the port and the attacks from Admiral Yellow Ape naturally roused many inhabitants, especially as fleeing individuals began to spread the word. The pirates on the island quickly became aware of the unfolding events. What? You mean Admirals Yellow Ape and Akiji have both arrived? Moreover, several vice admirals have been dispatched, along with more than 10 Navy warships. The pirate ships in the port have already been destroyed. Thankfully, our crew did not anchor there. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Inside an inn, Castor listened to his subordinate's report, unable to suppress his curses. While he relished a challenge, facing 2 admirals was an entirely different matter, leaving no room for survival. Have you discovered the reason? They say Yellow Ape seems to be searching for the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew. What should we do, Captain? The Navy appears intent on wiping out all the pirates on the island. Useless fools. Do you really need to ask? Castor snapped at his subordinate, for even a fool could see that Yellow Ape had left no pirate ship in the port untouched, clearly intent on leaving them no escape. Each time they were with the Dragon and Phoenix pirate crew, it always ended poorly. The last time at the mysterious island, they had been forced to clash with the omnipotent church. Though they emerged victorious, the memory of the Pope's final devastating attack lingered, instilling fear and despair. This time was even worse, directly facing 2 Navy admirals. The entire Castor pirate crew blamed Kato and his companions for their misfortunes. Chapter 127, The Distress of Kato. At the Sabaody Archipelago, the headquarters of the Headless Pirates, discussions were fervently underway regarding their strategy. Despite any lingering resentment towards the Dragon and Phoenix pirates, the situation had already unfolded, and they needed to devise a plan. Captain, our ship remains intact. Shall we seize the opportunity to escape? That may not be wise. I sense that the Navy has effectively sealed off the island. We ought to unite with other pirate crews to ensure our escape. Joining them would play right into the Navy's hands, leading to our capture. With our array of skilled fighters, we need not fear anything. If worst comes to worst, we'll face our demise together. Enough. Silence, all of you. A bunch of gluttons, merely bickering, all talk and no action. Cast, inherently averse to mental exertion, found the incessant chatter of his crew unbearable. He preferred straightforwardness. And as the noise escalated without any concrete ideas, his frustration boiled over. The room fell into an immediate hush, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. However, remaining idle was not a viable option. Cast finally declared, "Let us seek out the Dragon and Phoenix pirates." Ah, isn't that unwise, Captain? The Dragon and Phoenix pirates are certainly contending with a Navy admiral. Wouldn't we be marching to our doom? Captain, please reconsider. Upon hearing Cast's suggestion to approach the Dragon and Phoenix pirates, chaos erupted among the crew. The Navy's primary focus was to confront the Dragon and Phoenix pirates, meaning any approach would likely lead them to their demise. Had this notion not originated from the captain, they might have suspected he was in league with the Navy, willingly offering himself as a sacrifice. You know nothing. Precisely because of this, we should go. If we venture elsewhere, we'll be the first targets. The Navy will seize us immediately. But at the Dragon and Phoenix pirates' location, their formidable fighters will resist the admirals. What do we have to fear? If death is our fate, let it be them who fall first. Should they perish, we can then find our chance to flee. Brilliant. What an excellent idea. Truly worthy of being our captain. Despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, Cast was not devoid of wit. He believed that sheer strength could resolve all matters, often opting for simplicity. Yet when the moment called for it, he was quick to act. His bounty was second only to that of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates. If he joined forces with other crews, he would be among the first to be captured. Given his luck, he might even encounter an admiral, and with his capabilities, it would spell disaster. Cast's proposal was, in fact, the safest course of action. As he reveled in the flattery of his subordinates, he led them toward Area 13. As the headless pirates hastened towards Area 13, similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, particularly among the pirate crews that had previously crossed paths with Kato. They regarded the Dragon and Phoenix pirates as a harbinger of calamity, arriving wherever they went. However, some astute pirates recognized the crux of the situation. While they might not have heard the saying about finding shade under a great tree, they understood its essence, and thus, they too made their way toward the Dragon and Phoenix pirates. These crews were primarily those who had emerged from the mysterious island, having collaborated with Kato in the past. They were aware of his character and would not easily abandon him, possessing a solid understanding of his prowess. Conversely, unfamiliar pirate crews made different choices. Some chose to conceal themselves, others planned a stealthy escape, while some brazenly abandoned their crew members to flee alone. At that moment, the Sabaody archipelago appeared calm on the surface, but beneath this facade, tumultuous undercurrents surged. Each individual pondered their escape route, not out of cowardice, but due to the formidable reputation of the Navy admirals. This time, there were not one but two, and many were paralyzed with fear. Subsequently, skirmishes erupted in various regions of the island, with the sounds of explosions and cries reverberating through the air. The endgame was clear. Pirates were encountering the Navy. As pirates, they lived on the edge of a blade, and knowing well the certainty of death, they would not capitulate easily, fighting fiercely against the Navy. Some pirates, fully aware of their impending demise, abandoned all moral restraint, resorting to looting and violence across the island, determined to indulge before they met their end. Some even brazenly accosted strangers in the streets, revealing their base nature. Meanwhile, at the Fuyuan Hotel, Kato and Chisleya, having fought late into the night, remained blissfully asleep, entirely oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside due to their actions. If these pirates were to discover that the very catalyst for their demise, even the potential annihilation of their crew, was still soundly sleeping, one could only imagine their thoughts. At that moment, Kato was finally roused by the cacophony outside. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled the events of the previous day. Dismissing external matters, he reached out to pull his companion closer, his hands roaming over her form. What a delight! Kato mused, reflecting on the previous night. He marveled at Chisleya's newfound prowess. Had he not known that she was inexperienced, he would have assumed her to be quite the expert. Chisleya was utterly alluring in bed, her sounds enticing, and her technique remarkably adept, elevating Kato to euphoric heights. In hindsight, he couldn't resist giving her a few playful squeezes. No. His touch stirred Chisleya from her slumber, though she merely swatted his hand away without opening her eyes, mumbling a protest. Feeling her bare skin against him and recalling her previous sultry sounds, Kato noticed his desire rising uncontrollably. Chisleya, shall we indulge once more? No. I want to sleep. Don't. Time is fleeting. Absolutely not. Is it truly impossible? You must realize that I may be departing today. Well, fine, but just once. We must return soon. Otherwise, others will worry. Very well. Hiki. Just as Kato finally persuaded Chisleya, pinning her beneath him for another encounter, a thunderous noise erupted outside, startling him into near impotence. Chapter 128. An imminent confrontation. In the archipelago of Sabaody, Kato stepped out of his room, enveloped in a cloud of frustration. He was not merely curious about the commotion unfolding outside. He also sought to teach a lesson to those who had disturbed his peace. It was not that Kato held any particular affection for Chisleya. In his mind, she was simply an extraordinarily unique entity. How unique, you may wonder. Imagine, in a previous life, being an ordinary person suddenly courted by a princess. The feelings that would stir within you are best left for another time. Not to mention that Chisleya's status far surpassed that of a mere princess. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed an alluring demeanor that would entice any man to seize the moment. Meanwhile, in Area 13, at Anxia's bar, the atmosphere was lively. Everyone had risen as per usual, all present except Kato, including the newly transformed Rayleigh. The Navy had surrounded the area, though they remained hidden, leaving the group blissfully unaware as they engaged in light-hearted conversation. At that moment, Simbat was poring over the nautical charts, with their next destination being Mermaid Island. Mermaids. Mermaids. How exhilarating. Simbat mused as he daydreamed about the legendary creatures. Reiki, what do you think mermaids truly look like? Could they possibly be the enchanting sirens of lore? His question ignited a wave of curiosity among the group, prompting Beepo to innocently inquire of Reiki. Hiki, haven't you seen a mermaid before? Reiki replied with a soft chuckle, her tone laced with mystery. Huh? I don't recall ever having seen one, came Beepo's puzzled response. You've forgotten? Old Coco from Water 7 is a mermaid, Reiki exclaimed, her laughter ringing out as she revealed this tidbit to the intrigued crowd. So that's what a mermaid is? I bet Fishman Island is terrifying. Beepo's face paled at the thought. The others who had encountered Coco shared his unease, their brows furrowed as they wished to steer clear of the topic. Sibat, in particular, was so taken aback that he spat out his tea, despair etched across his features. Aha, stop joking, Reiki. Everyone, fret not. While I haven't visited Fishman Island, I once encountered a mermaid named Lizzie alongside Kato and Reiki, and she was quite beautiful. Surely, not all inhabitants of Fishman Island resemble old Coco, Marx remarked, pondering Lizzie's appearance with uncertainty. After all, he had only seen two mermaids, and their stark differences left him unacquainted with the true nature of Fishman Island. Hiki and Xia listened to their banter, merely smiling without interjecting. Beepo, don't overthink it. No matter how beautiful a fishman might be, remember that the warlord, the Empress, is said to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Law said with a gentle smile, patting Bipo's shoulder in reassurance. Indeed, our captain is quite fortunate. By the way, where's Cato? During their conversation, Rayleigh suddenly inquired. Not sure. It seems he didn't return last night, Solanka replied uncertainly. Having gone to bed late and not hearing Cato return. Could something have happened? Chopper murmured. How could that be? Cato is formidable. What could possibly happen to him? Bipo dismissed the notion, returning to his meal. Exactly. Even if an admiral were to arrive, our captain would remain unperturbed. Fiki echoed the sentiment. Brimming with confidence in their captain, it appeared that something significant had transpired. Chopper's casual remark held weight, prompting Rayleigh to activate his observation hotkey. Effortlessly covering the entirety of the Sabaody archipelago, he quickly sensed the presence of the Navy outside and the naval vessels that had just docked. Although Rayleigh was unaware of the exact circumstances, the mobilization of so many warships indicated that the Navy was likely preparing to deal with the pirates on the island. Without a doubt, Rayleigh recognized that their intent was directed at the Dragon Phoenix pirates. We're surrounded by the Navy. Something serious has occurred. You all must be cautious and find a way to escape, Rayleigh declared with a grave expression. Given that the Navy had dispatched such formidable forces, he was uncertain whether they had accounted for him. If they had, the situation was indeed dire. What? Chopper, you truly have a knack for uttering ominous predictions, Bipo exclaimed, nearly choking on his food. I was just speaking whimsically. It's not my fault. Chopper protested innocently, surprised that his careless words had proven prophetic. All right. No need to panic. Doma, take the life paper to Cato. We need to deal with the rabble outside first. In Cato's absence, Marx, being one of the strongest and longest-serving members, took the initiative to organize their response. Understood. I shall go at once. Everyone, gather your belongings. We may need to depart for the Freedom Wing at any moment. I, Solanka, and Kantaka will head out to handle them. Right. Be careful. Go. Outside. Lannis and his crew were oblivious to their discovery, yet they were acutely aware of the formidable adversaries they faced, the Dragon Phoenix pirates, and dared not underestimate them. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby. In an instant, more than 10 Navy personnel fell without a sound, caught off guard, while many others were injured by the blast's aftermath. The air was filled with anguished cries. Not good. We've been detected. Lantis, well-versed in the capabilities of the Dragon Phoenix pirates, recognized that the silent assault had been executed by their sharpshooter, Kantaka. Everyone, stay steady. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Hee, is that so? Then we shall see if you can hold out until they arrive. No sooner had Lantis spoken than a voice rang out from above, prompting everyone to look up. To their shock, two figures loomed overhead, cold smirks adorning their faces. Cloud Hero Marx, son of the devil, Solanka. Landis' previously composed demeanor shattered, his face contorting in dismay. He had not anticipated that the enemy would so swiftly capitalize on the chaos of the explosion to close in, especially with adversaries as powerful as Marx and Solanka. Yet retreat was no longer an option. A fierce expression flickered across Landis' face as he bellowed at his stunned subordinates, open fire. With that, he used the shave technique to launch himself into the air, targeting Marx, the user of the Logia fruit, knowing that conventional weaponry would prove futile against him. Solanka, while formidable, was not a Logia user, providing a brief window for him to stall for time. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 129, the battle begins in the Chambered Islands. Max and Solanka hovered high above, surveying the naval forces below with an imposing presence. The sudden appearance of the two struck the Navy soldiers into a state of shock. The quality of the naval headquarters troops was renowned. And although the unexpected strike from Kinko had caused significant losses, many remained unscathed. Without hesitation, they unleashed an assault on Solanka following the Landis operation. Boom. Countless shells erupted. And even Solanka dared not withstand the barrage head-on. He accelerated his descent toward the Navy, executing a powerful downward kick that sent nearby enemies flying. Upon landing, Solanka did not linger. He unleashed the techniques he had practiced during his recent bout with Rayleigh, delivering a charge punch that obliterated the incoming bullets and surged toward the Navy ranks. In the aftermath of the blinding brilliance, the naval forces were instantly decimated. Aware of the preciousness of time, both warriors unleashed their might without reservation. While the Navy was still reeling from Solanka's formidable attack, he vanished from sight, leaving behind mere afterimages. When he reappeared, every Navy soldier lay defeated, none able to stand. The battle below concluded in an instant. Meanwhile, Max had initially regarded Lannis with indifference, considering him merely a naval officer, an easy target for someone of his caliber. However, he was taken aback when Lannis launched his strike, enveloped in the intimidating aura of hockey. This revelation surprised Max, but merely intrigued him. His confidence stemmed from the countless battles he had endured. He was no longer the insignificant colonel but the second in command of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates, with a bounty surpassing 400 million. As Lannis charged with a ferocious attack, Max did not evade but met it head-on with a punch. In an explosive moment, their fists collided. Bang! Their forms froze in midair before they separated, both delivering swift kicks. In mere moments, they exchanged dozens of blows. At that moment, Lannis's transponder snail rang with a call from Kizaru. Both combatants ceased their duel. Max chose not to exploit the opportunity and waited for Lannis to conclude his conversation. Having overheard the dialogue, he was aware that Kizaru was en route, prompting him to activate his devil fruit ability. A dense fog enveloped Lannis, who attempted to evade but was quickly ensnared by the swift-moving clouds. Filled with tension and wariness, he realized that anyone trapped within would share his predicament. Before he could contemplate further, a foot emerged from the mist, striking his chest and causing him to cough blood. Max did not relent, raining blows upon the defenseless Lannis. Moments later, as the fog dissipated, Max emerged, leading a battered Lannis, resembling a defeated creature, as they gazed below. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground had concluded, and upon locking eyes, they exchanged nods and soared toward the bar. Lannis had anticipated a delay, not realizing that Max had held back. When faced with Max's full might, he found himself utterly powerless. Max spared Lannis's life, recognizing the necessity of having a vice admiral at his disposal when confronting greater threats, including marine admirals. As they traversed the sky, a figure suddenly obstructed their path, dressed in a golden suit, draped in a navy cloak, with short, curly yellow hair exuding an air of nonchalance. Max and Solanka instantly recognized the individual, Admiral Kizaru, and tension surged through them. Kizaru inquired of Max, "Young man, do you know the whereabouts of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates?" "Oh, they are behind, within the hotel on the street," Max replied, momentarily taken aback, pointing behind him. "Is that so?" "Thank you," Kizaru responded. "Then, Colonel Max, allow me to assist you on your way." With that, Kizaru lifted his right leg, emitting a flash of light as he aimed a kick towards Max's face. Previously, Max had overheard Lannis speaking to Kizaru and had expected a delay. However, he had not anticipated the rapid arrival of the Admiral. This was not surprising, as Kizaru possessed the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, enabling him to traverse distances in the blink of an eye. His earlier tardiness stemmed from his well-known tendency to get lost, akin to Zoro. Upon realizing he had strayed, Kizaru, fearing for the situation, utilized his observation haki to locate them and arrived promptly. If Max had known that Kizaru had rushed back after losing his way, he might have been driven to madness. Nevertheless, this was the pinnacle of the Navy's might, the true force that instilled fear in all pirates. Max could hardly fathom that Kizaru would block his path. As he and Solanka braced themselves, Kizaru unexpectedly inquired about the location of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates. Although Max recognized Kizaru, the Admiral did not know him. He initially contemplated deceiving Kizaru to mislead him, but the next moment, Kizaru called out his name. Indeed, it was reasonable for Kizaru to have memorized the appearance of his targets upon arrival. Furthermore, Max realized he still held Lantis, which was a critical oversight. His little ruse had not escaped Kizaru's notice. As Max noticed the sudden illumination of Kizaru's form, he instinctively prepared to counter the impending attack. However, he was unprepared for Kizaru's speed, which exceeded the limits of his reflexes. Just as Max's defensive instincts kicked in, Kizaru had already delivered a side kick that struck him on the arm, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Max hurtling to the right. Even his devil fruit abilities proved futile against such overwhelming power. Crash! Max collided with a large tree by the roadside, the immense impact causing a metallic taste to fill his mouth. The grip on Lannis faltered, and the Vice Admiral fell beside the tree. The tree splintered in two, but the force from Kizaru's kick propelled Max through two walls before he finally came to a halt. Max! The members of the Dragon and Phoenix pirates gasped in shock as they witnessed the scene, with Raichi covering her mouth in horror. However, their shock quickly transformed into action as they rallied to attack Kizaru. Although Marx was not the captain, his esteemed position in the hearts of the people was unparalleled. Even in the face of an admiral, the crowd resolutely charged at Kizaru, driven by the desire to avenge Marx. Solon, who had been by Marx's side, was the first to leap forward, immediately swinging his massive hand towards Kizaru upon reaching him. Following closely was Chinko, who aimed her sniper rifle at Kizaru. Chapter 130, The Blackmail of Caste and the Battle with the Demon Spider. The Fuyuan Hotel, where Kato and Shizuya had spent the night. Kato quickly dressed and stepped outside. As he exited the hotel, he immediately recognized the person who had roused him from his slumber, a revelation that left him quite astonished. The battlefield was ablaze with the fierce combat between the headless pirate crew and the navy led by the demon spider. Cato found it perplexing how a naval vice admiral had suddenly appeared in the Sabaody archipelago, engaging in battle with Cast and his crew. Could it be that Cast had obliterated the naval base here yesterday? Truly, the pirates from the New World are audacious, a model of chaos. Cato pondered, recalling that Cast's crew had previously annihilated a naval base, which led him to this line of thought. At that moment, the headless pirate crew was clearly at a disadvantage. The elite subordinates led by the naval vice admiral were no trifling matter. The demon spider had several rear admirals by his side, supported by a contingent of soldiers and officers whose equipment surpassed that of the headless pirate crew. From the onset of the battle, the headless pirates were being overwhelmed. In the midst of the chaos, the clash between Cast and the demon spider was particularly intense, each exchanging blows with fervor, exhibiting an apparent balance of power. However, Cato could discern that if this continued, Cast would inevitably face defeat. While Cast possessed astonishing strength and defense, the demon spider's speed and the unpredictable nature of his devil fruit abilities combined with his swordsmanship rendered him a formidable foe, leaving numerous sword marks upon Cast's body. Yet, it was truly unfortunate for Cast to be so brazen here in the Sabaody archipelago. If I were Sengoku, I would have dispatched a fleet admiral without hesitation, denying him any chance of escape. Cato felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Sengoku's decision to send a vice admiral, realizing that the rampant piracy was not without cause. In that moment, he completely forgot his own identity and found himself pondering the Navy's predicament. However, should he intervene to save Cast? They had fought together on the mysterious island, yet Cast had already received his due. There was little camaraderie to speak of. Perhaps it was best to return to rest. Moreover, he needed to be swift. If seen, it would be rather awkward, as they were all acquainted. Recognizing this, Cato quickly turned to make his exit. In the ruthless world of pirates, the death of one lessens the number of adversaries. Few would come to the aid of another pirate crew. Just as Cato was about to depart, a pirate from the headless crew suddenly spotted him and shouted with excitement, "Lord Cato, is that you?" The pirate mistakenly believed Cato had come to rescue them, jumping and waving his arms to ensure Cato noticed him. His ostentatious gestures immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, and the mention of Lord Cato silenced the chaos for a fleeting moment. All eyes shifted from the pirate to Cato. I'm not Cato. You have mistaken me for someone else. Please, carry on." Cato felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, wishing he could rush over and silence the pirate. Truly, what one thinks often materializes. "Continue, you say?" With that remark, "Everyone knows you're Cato." Both pirates and Navy personnel alike couldn't help but internally scoff. Cast, upon recognizing Cato, felt immense relief. Initially dismissive of the naval vice admiral, he soon realized that he was indeed a formidable opponent, the highest combat power beneath the Navy's fleet admirals. Just as he contemplated escaping to find Cato, he was surprised to see Cato appear on his own. Meanwhile, the naval vice admiral, the demon spider, wore a grave expression. He was well aware of Cato's reputation. This time, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had dispatched 2 fleet admirals, yet he was perplexed by Cato's presence. Had he abandoned the Dragon Phoenix pirate crew? Or was Admiral Kizaru unable to locate them? It seemed his luck had taken a turn for the worse by encountering Cato here. "Hey, Cato, why aren't you coming over to help?" Cast, seeing Cato about to leave, expressed his frustration. Internally, he thought, "This mess is your fault. How can you even consider leaving?" Yet, Cato remained oblivious to the turmoil, nonchalantly replying, "No need. After all, we are but strangers." Strangers. Cast felt an urge to vomit blood upon hearing Cato's words. For heaven's sake, disregarding the previous events on the mysterious island. It was Cato's actions that had led to him being cornered by the Navy just as he was about to return to the New World. How dare he speak of strangers? It was utterly shameless. However, though Cast was furious, he was not impulsive. Observing the Navy in the distance, he recognized that without Cato's assistance, the headless pirate crew would truly face annihilation. Thus, he quickly composed himself and asked, "What will it take for you to lend a hand?" "Well, I'm quite busy, and time is of the essence. That depends on you." Upon hearing that there was a potential benefit to gain, Cato feigned a troubled expression, preparing to seize the opportunity to take down Cast, who had gathered quite a fortune during their last encounter. 500 million berries. Cast gritted his teeth. "Are you joking? Is your headless pirate crew only worth 500 million? Cato was displeased. "That was far too paltry. 700 million berries. That is my final offer. If not, then be on your way." They had little left. Much had already been expended, and he felt a pang of regret. Very well, I place great value on loyalty. Given that we have fought shoulder to shoulder, I shall accept your offer. Who doesn't he know that the King of Hell values loyalty? Kato's shamelessness was already evident to Cast. While he verbally acquiesced, inwardly he mused, your true priority is wealth, isn't it? Having resolved to intervene, Kato would not renege on his word. With thoughts of Shizri awaiting for him, he decided to conclude matters swiftly, unleashing his conqueror's haki. A powerful wave of energy surged forth from Kato, sweeping towards the Navy. The debris and dust around him were blown away. And Kato had significantly improved his mastery of Conqueror's haki since he first learned it. He could now subtly influence the surrounding matter, although not as formidable as Shanks. It was more than sufficient to deal with these Navy soldiers. Those who came into contact with it fell unconscious, their eyes devoid of life. Only the three of you remain. With his attack successful, Kato vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of the demon spider and the two rear admirals. Noticing the grim expression on the demon spider's face, Kato lightly adjusted his hat and smiled mockingly. Humph. Even with only the three of us, I will not allow you to escape. Prepare to pay with your lives. The demon spider scoffed coldly, leaping into the air without a care for whether he was Kato's match. With a fierce swing of his sword, two powerful gusts of air sliced through the buildings behind Kato, narrowly missing him. Kato hadn't anticipated the demon spider's swordsmanship to be so deadly. In a duel between swordsmen, a single misstep could result in death. Kato, no longer underestimating him, engaged in combat, exchanging several blows. Seizing an opportunity while Kato evaded, the demon spider unleashed a stream of spider silk at him. As a swordsman, you cling to the abilities of a devil fruit. Such behavior is an affront to the art of swordsmanship. With a swift slash, Kato severed the spider silk and effortlessly parried the 8 blades aimed at him. Casting a disdainful glance at the demon spider's 8 arms, Kato spoke coolly, Only with formidable power can one better safeguard the name of absolute justice, even if it means sacrificing the dignity of a swordsman. I am prepared to pay that price. With a cold snort, Ghost Spider proclaimed with righteous fervor, and then pressed down forcefully with his 8 arms. Unwilling to let Kato continue speaking. Clearly, as a swordsman, Ghost Spider was quite sensitive to such topics. Bang! In response to Ghost Spider's fervent belief, Kato scoffed, and with a vigorous shake of his right hand, he cleaved through Ghost Spider's presence, retreating to a distance with narrowed eyes, fixated on him. Kato held in disdain such a swordsman and had no desire to converse further. You shall not escape from here today, even if you manage to flee. 2 Marine admirals await you. Your demise is inevitable. Observing the decaying headless pirate crew retreating, Ghost Spider shouted and lunged forward, brandishing his blade towards Kato. You stand no chance. Kato replied with a dismissive smile, his demeanor unfazed. Before he could finish his retort, Kato had already swung his sword. However, he soon grasped the gravity of the situation. 2 Marine admirals. 8 sword style, raging slash. Ghost Spider did not respond to Kato's inquiry. As he closed the distance, his 8 arms swiftly wielded their blades towards 8 different targets on Kato's body. 1 sword style, a flowing blade. Kato quickly silenced himself and swung his longsword, dispersing Ghost Spider's sword energy entirely. Turning to Castor, Kato scolded. What on earth have you done to incite such wrath from the Marines that they would send 2 admirals to capture you? In truth, Kato felt a twinge of regret. He should not have been tempted by the bounty of 700 million berries. What a trap it had turned out to be. Not wanting to let the matter rest, Castor, feeling indignant, countered, You're the one who is putting on airs. Is this really the time to extort more? After sending a Marine lieutenant flying with a punch, Castor lamented, They're clearly coming for you. He continued, I want to know what you've done to provoke the Marines into deploying such a force to annihilate all the pirates on this island. What do you mean? Kato asked, perplexed. You don't know? Castor replied incredulously. What do I know? Seeing Kato's expression, Castor deduced that Kato might genuinely be unaware. He succinctly recounted the events of that morning, concluding, Your Dragon Phoenix pirates may be in grave danger. We must resolve this swiftly. As Ghost Spider observed the dissipating sword energy rushing towards him, he snorted and, with a flurry of his 8 long swords, managed to scatter the light. Although Kato continued to engage in conversation, his attacks were unrelenting. With another strike, he obliterated Ghost Spider's sword energy, closing the distance with his blade. True combat for a swordsman necessitates proximity. After all, close-range lethality is paramount. At this moment, Ghost Spider, akin to Little 8, mistakenly believed that his 8-sword style rendered him invincible. Yet Kato aimed to teach him a lesson, as he single-handedly suppressed Ghost Spider's technique with his longsword. While Ghost Spider found himself at a disadvantage, his 8 blades remained a formidable defense. This was primarily because Kato had not been exerting his full strength. And on the other hand, Ghost Spider's prowess was indeed commendable. Upon hearing that the Marines were targeting his pirate crew, Kato could no longer maintain his composure. While attacking Ghost Spider, he furiously demanded, "What is going on?" His anger was justified. They had come to this island without provoking anyone. Yet the Marines had dispatched 2 admirals to eliminate them. What enmity could warrant such a response? It seemed they were prepared to sever ties completely. Previously, due to their stances and connections with the celestial dragons, Kato and the Marines had been at odds, but it had never escalated to this extent. Kato had never been one to indiscriminately kill Marines or destroy Marine bases. Compared to Castor, he had acted with considerable restraint. Was it truly impossible to remain low-key? Did they think him a sickly cat? You dare question your own actions? Ghost Spider sneered, then mockingly added, "You even had the audacity to kidnap and kill celestial dragons and ride in Sabaody Archipelago. You were doomed this time. I kidnapped and killed celestial dragons. Have you lost your mind? Could you provide a more credible accusation?" Kato exclaimed, his face contorted with disbelief, suspecting the Marines were framing him for their own ends. "Who knows better than you?" Ghost Spider retorted, not wasting further words as he charged at Kato once more, activating his devil fruit ability. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, one of the long swords in Ghost Spider's spider-like hand shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Kato intensified his force, sending Ghost Spider sprawling. Ghost Spider bellowed, brandishing 7 intact swords and 1 broken blade as he charged at Kato. For someone like Ghost Spider, the loss of a single sword would not be significantly detrimental. Yet his opponent was Kato, a master swordsman. For a swordsman of Kato's caliber, any minor flaw could prove fatal. While it may have appeared that Kato had been holding back, he had actually been focusing on Ghost Spider's weapon all along, waiting for this very opportunity. Kato did not unleash his sword intent. He merely sought to test the true extent of his current abilities. With an expression of calm determination, Kato swiftly unleashed a torrent of black sword energy, which instantly vaporized Ghost Spider's webs. Without losing momentum, it surged towards Ghost Spider, threading through the dense wall of blades and striking directly at Ghost Spider's shoulder. Ghost Spider was sent flying, a gaping hole now punctuating his shoulder, blood spurting forth incessantly. Chapter 131. The death of the Ghost Spider at the entrance of the Fuyuan Hotel in the Sabaody Archipelago. The fierce battle raged on. The 2 rear admirals who had previously survived under Kato's conqueror's haki now lay lifeless on the ground, their breaths extinguished. With a swift motion, Kato unleashed his sword technique, the Heavenly Demon S-Dance. Meanwhile, the Ghost Spider, having shed his web, stood ready to defend against Kato's impending assault, his expression solemn. Despite a wound to his shoulder, the powers of his devil fruit enabled him to continue the fight. A resounding clang echoed as Kato's figure abruptly materialized in midair, his blade aimed at the Ghost Spider. The suddenness of Kato's appearance startled the Ghost Spider, prompting him to quickly raise his 4 spider arms to parry the attack. Though he managed to block Kato's uncanny strike, the force compelled him to retreat several steps. Then, an unexpected turn occurred. As Kato initiated his aerial assault on the Ghost Spider, another Kato emerged from a different direction. With narrowed eyes, this Kato swung his blade, appearing behind the Ghost Spider. Realizing the imminent danger, the Ghost Spider, confident in his observation haki, felt a surge of panic as he sensed the presence behind him. With all his might, he thrust the remaining long blades at the second Kato in a desperate attempt to defend himself.